The annual awakening ceremony has officially begun today, and many gifted individuals have emerged from all over the world. Breaking news! A student from an affiliated school in the imperial capital has been identified as having a heaven-grade aptitude. Their ability remains confidential for now. Meanwhile, a heaven-grade talent has also been discovered in a school in Fusang Nation, reportedly possessing the destructive power of lightning. This year, the number of high-aptitude students emerging from the Global Awakening ceremony far exceeds previous years. The news scrolled continuously on the television screen. Chu Chen shook his head and turned off the TV. So, the day has finally come, he murmured softly as he walked to the window. Chu Chen was a transmigrator, reborn into this world, and today happened to be his 18th birthday. This was a parallel world, similar to the one he came from, but it faced threats from alien races and magical beasts. Here, humans awakened various abilities through the awakening ceremony at the age of 18. These abilities were diverse and extraordinary. Some could manipulate space, teleporting instantaneously. Others controlled elements, summoning storms, lightning, and frost to freeze the land. There were those who could summon powerful armies, becoming invincible on the battlefield even when alone. Some could even create sparks with a snap of their fingers, rendering lighters obsolete. These abilities were innate but could be honed through training to grow stronger. As for the limits of these powers, no one knew. Legend had it that the strongest beings among humanity could shatter the void itself. These individuals had surpassed the boundaries of their world, stationed in distant void battlefields to defend humanity against alien invaders. However, this world was different from Chu Chen's previous one in another way. In his past life, he had been an orphan, but here, he had parents. Unfortunately, his parents had died when he was only 3 years old, victims of an alien invasion. He had enjoyed just 3 years of warmth before loneliness returned. At 3 years old, Chu Chen was sent to an orphanage by the government, where he stayed until the age of 12. By then, he had developed the ability to live independently. The government handed over his parents' inheritance and allowed him to leave the orphanage to live on his own. Using the inheritance and government subsidies, Chu Chen bought a home and had been living alone ever since. Having experienced 2 lifetimes, he was long accustomed to solitude. Today, on his 18th birthday, he was just in time for the awakening ceremony. I wonder what kind of ability I'll awaken, Chu Chen sighed softly. The awakening ceremony was more significant than any exam. Many soared to greatness based on their exceptional aptitude, embarking on the path of the strong. Others, with mediocre talent, could only linger in the shadows of the gifted. No matter what, the answer would soon be revealed. Chu Chen, come down quickly. We need to get ready for the awakening. A youthful voice called out from below. Looking down, Chu Chen saw a young girl standing outside, waving at him energetically. She wore a blue school uniform, her black hair cascading like a waterfall. Her clear black eyes curved into crescent moons from her smile. Her rosy lips and delicate nose adorned her pure and natural face. She wore no makeup and yet appeared refreshingly elegant. This was Mu Shue Wang, Chu Chen's rare close friend in this world. She was his neighbor after he moved in. Upon learning that he lived alone, Mu Shue Wang and her family often looked after him. They were also classmates and went to school together every day. Alright, it's time, Chu Chen said, tidying himself up before heading downstairs to meet Mu Shue Wang. Chu Chen, what ability do you hope to awaken? Mu Shue Wang asked with a smile as they walked. I'm not sure. As long as the aptitude is decent, any ability will do, Chu Chen replied calmly. In this world, aptitude was everything. Aptitudes were divided into the common sequence and the special sequence. The common sequence ranged from S, A, B, C, D, E, to F, with S being the highest and F the lowest. The special sequence was more advanced, categorized into heaven, earth, and human grades. An S or a grade in the common sequence was already considered exceptional. The special sequence, however, was exceedingly rare, and heaven-grade talents were 1 in a million. Honestly, though, you're the same age as me, but you always give off this vibe of being so mature and composed. It's like nothing can faze you, Mu Shue Wang said, stepping in front of Chu Chen and shaking her head in exaggerated disbelief. She thought Chu Chen was handsome, but his demeanor was far from youthful. Instead, he exuded a calm and grounded aura. Even his speech was steady, devoid of emotional fluctuations. Maybe that's just my personality, Chu Chen replied with a faint smile. Having lived 2 lives, his mental age far exceeded his outward 18 years. Coupled with years of solitary living, he had long lost the vibrancy typical of his age. The two chatted intermittently along the way until they arrived at the awakening ceremony's venue. It was a 50-meter-tall silver hall, a structure present in nearly every city, commonly referred to as the Awakening Hall. Now, teachers, students, and all eligible individuals had gathered here for the ceremony. Due to the ceremony's significance, the military had deployed personnel to guard the area, setting up long barricades to keep spectators, reporters, and media outlets at bay. The place was packed with people, a sea of humanity. After struggling to make their way through the crowd, Chu Chen and Mu Xuewang presented their student IDs and were finally allowed to enter.
Chu Chen, Mu Xuewang, do you know you're the last ones to arrive? Do you not care about the awakening ceremony at all?
As soon as they reached their class section, a female teacher scolded them. She was their homeroom teacher. Though her tone was harsh, the two knew she was only putting on a show. After apologizing, Chu Chen and Mu Xuewang were allowed into the waiting area. Through conversations with classmates, Chu Chen learned that the highest aptitude awakened so far was B grade, with most students falling into the C grade or lower. This didn't surprise him, as it represented the average level for most people. In the distance, various phenomena manifested within the awakening hall: thunder, fire, frost, all signs of newly awakened abilities. However, due to aptitude limitations, these phenomena were small-scale, impacting only a few meters. As more and more people successfully awakened, Chu Chen, who had remained calm, couldn't help but feel a tinge of nervousness. What kind of ability would he awaken? Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden jolt struck his mind. Ding! Conditions detected as fulfilled. Unlocking the Geo-Archon Morax interface for the host.
Rock King Dijuan. Morax? Chu Chen's heart was filled with confusion.
The voice echoing in his mind caused a sharp, piercing pain throughout his body, so intense he could barely stand.
Suddenly, the scene before him shifted dramatically. It was as if he had been drawn into an entirely unfamiliar place.
Before him lay a desolate, decayed land that stretched to meet a roaring, turbulent sea.
The ground was riddled with cracks, their depths unfathomable. What was once blue seawater had now turned a blood-red hue. Countless corpses of enormous beasts were scattered across the land and sea. The world was shrouded in gloom, an apocalyptic darkness hanging heavily over everything.
Yet, above this endless darkness, a beam of golden light pierced through the dense clouds like a divine sword. Within the radiant depths of the golden light, a figure clad in white robes stood tall. He held a gleaming golden spear, which he waved lightly.
Boom!
A low, rumbling thunder echoed from the distant heavens, growing louder and more intense. In an instant, countless golden rays of light burst forth, and massive celestial bodies, as brilliant as suns, tore through the dark clouds and plummeted toward the sea. The colossal celestial bodies struck the ocean, sending monstrous waves surging into the sky.
Roar! Amidst the deafening roar, enormous heads resembling those of dragons emerged from the deep sea.
With their earth-shaking cries, the entire ocean was thrown into a frenzy, the tumultuous waves surging like a stampede of 1,000 galloping horses. The raging tides crashed against the shores, while the sound of golden bells ringing reverberated across millions of miles of coastline. In this moment, it seemed as though the only things left in the world were the falling celestial bodies and the surging ocean waves. This apocalyptic scene sent chills down Chu Chen's spine, filling him with dread. He felt as insignificant as dust, utterly powerless. The figure in white robes extended his hand once more. This time, he hurled the golden spear in his grasp. The moment the spear left his hand, it expanded tens of thousands of times in size, streaking through the chaos like a golden thunderbolt and piercing the chest of one of the monstrous deep-sea beasts. In an instant, the ferocious beast sank into the depths of the ocean, and the deafening waves suddenly quieted.
Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Gradually, the scene before Chu Chen began to blur. Just as the vision was about to vanish, he caught a glimpse of the white-robed figure in the heavens turning to look directly at him. In that fleeting moment, the vision disappeared, but a pair of dazzling, golden eyes remained etched in Chu Chen's mind. His sight returned to the scene outside the awakening hall, but his mind was once again filled with a low, melodic chant, like that of a bard softly reciting. Stone of hidden jade, illuminating the 8 directions. Radiant as the stars, unmatched and boundless. The heavens shift, mountains and seas take form. A barren land births stars, brilliant as the blazing sun. The moonlight falls upon the branches, the southern dragon roars. A fleeting radiant sun, steadfast as the rock's core. Ding! First sign-in task activated. Please proceed to the Awakening Hall to complete the awakening ceremony. Reward, Morax Awakening Panel. Immediately afterward, a cold, mechanical voice rang clearly in his mind. Although surprised, Chu Chen quickly came to a realization: his cheat system had arrived. The reward was something he was very familiar with. It was an item from the game he had played in his past life. Morax, the legendary Rock King Dijuan. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Chu Chen recalled the scene he had just witnessed, feeling as though he had been dreaming. Chu Chen, are you alright?
At this moment, a soft, delicate hand rested lightly on his shoulder. It was Mu Shuewang. Seeing the slightly unusual expression on Chu Chen's face, she asked with concern. I'm fine, Chu Chen replied with a smile, shaking his head at Mu Shuewang's concern. He couldn't bring himself to explain what had just happened. Even if he did, no one would believe him.
Everyone, line up properly. Do not make noise when entering the awakening hall.
At the sound of their homeroom teacher's voice, their class began to proceed with the awakening ceremony.
Following the staff members, Chu Chen and Mu Shuewang orderly entered the awakening hall.
The moment he stepped inside, Chu Chen was greeted by a sight that resembled a starry sky. Whatever material it was made from, the floor, walls, and ceiling of the awakening hall all seemed to flow like a galaxy, making it feel as though he were standing in the vastness of space. What drew the most attention was the towering structure at the center of the hall. The high tower reached all the way to the ceiling, composed of red and blue hues, with ancient and mysterious patterns flowing across its surface. Beneath the tower, rows upon rows of black stone tablets were neatly arranged. Please gently place your hand on the stone tablet and wait for 3 seconds, a staff member instructed. One by one, the people in front of Chu Chen completed their awakening, but most of them received B or C rank results.
Finally, it was Chu Chen's turn.
Standing before the stone tablet, the voice in his mind resounded once more.
Ding!
Host has entered the sign-in range. Please proceed with the sign-in immediately. Taking a deep breath, Chu Chen placed his hand on the stone tablet without hesitation. A chill flowed into his fingertips.
Ding! Task complete. Beginning fusion of Morex panel. Boom!
As the voice in his mind echoed, the stone tablet trembled violently, and golden light began to flow across its surface. At the same time, the center of the tower radiated a brilliant golden light. A pillar of golden energy burst through the roof, shooting straight into the heavens. I have no desire to vie for the world, but I understand the suffering of all beings. I only wish to sweep away the chaos and guard this corner of the world. The familiar voice echoed once more in Chu Chen's mind. Simultaneously, an incomparably powerful energy surged through his body. It was as though some kind of constraint had been broken. The energy fused perfectly with his being, and Chu Chen felt an unprecedented sense of awe rise within him. This phenomenon immediately drew the attention of everyone inside the hall. Not only that, but the massive crowd outside the hall also lifted their heads to gaze at the golden pillar of light piercing the skies.
The pillar shone with unparalleled brilliance, bathing the entire city in golden light. Everyone was stunned.
The ground beneath their feet trembled slightly. At the same time, across the blue planet, all the towering mountains and colossal rocks seemed to resonate, emitting a deafening hum. Unbeknownst to anyone, far beyond the blue planet, in the cosmic galaxy, countless asteroids that had previously been still suddenly radiated golden light. Cracks began to spread across their surfaces, revealing enormous, golden, cube-shaped objects within.
These objects resembled chains binding the mortal world, illuminating the dark expanse of the universe.
But in an instant, these colossal celestial bodies in the vast universe dissolved into nothingness, as though time itself had frozen. No one could witness this grand spectacle.
Back on the blue planet, in Chu Chen City, everyone was awestruck as they looked up at the colossal golden pillar of light.
It resembled a golden sword wielded by a divine being, awe-inspiring and majestic.
This phenomenon, this pressure, it's far beyond an ordinary sequence. It's a special sequence, far superior to normal ones. But what rank within the special sequences could it be? Discussions erupted among the crowd.
The golden pillar of light signified the awakening of a special sequence talent, and those who could awaken such talents were considered the chosen ones. In this small city, ever since the
beginning of the awakening era, the strongest talent that had appeared was merely an S rank from the ordinary sequence. A special sequence was something most people didn't even dare to dream of. At this moment, everyone was fixated on the sky, their eyes filled with anticipation. After a while, the golden pillar gradually dimmed, and specks of golden light began to appear in the air, slowly forming a single large character, heaven. The crowd instantly fell silent. It was as if time itself had frozen, even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard clearly by everyone. Heaven! Heaven level! A voice, trembling to the extreme, broke the silence.
It came from a beautiful woman whose face was now flushed red, her body trembling uncontrollably.
This exclamation snapped the crowd out of their daze. Heaven level! That's the highest talent within the special sequence. Stronger than any other aptitude. With this talent, reaching the divine rank is practically destined. After a few seconds of shocked silence, the scene erupted into chaos.
Quickly, go into the hall to see who has awakened heaven level, shouted a burly man among the station's soldiers outside, his voice filled with excitement as he led a team rushing toward the hall. Inside the grand hall, the previously orderly awakening ceremony was interrupted. Everyone turned their astonished gazes toward Chu Chen, and time seemed to halt. At this moment, Chu Chen stood motionless with his eyes tightly shut. No one knew that he was feeling a surge of immense power flooding into his body. This power was heavy and overwhelming, yet as it entered his body, it brought a sharp pain. As the power continued to pour in, the pain grew more intense. Chu Chen gritted his teeth and endured it. Finally, when the power had fully integrated, a golden transparent barrier instantly enveloped his entire body. The barrier shimmered with bright golden edges, adorned with crystalline structures as hard as rock. The center of the barrier was as clear as jade. Golden light swirled across the barrier, and Chu Chen's originally jet-black hair began to change. The tips of his hair gradually showed faint hints of gold, which seemed to glow softly if observed closely. His skin became even fairer and smoother than before. When Chu Chen opened his eyes again, his originally dark pupils burst forth with golden light. A pair of golden irises now adorned his gaze. At that moment, an indescribable aura of oppression radiated from his body, making it difficult for those around him to breathe. This aura gave Chu Chen an imperial presence, one that no one dared to meet directly. Simultaneously, a translucent interface appeared before his eyes. Host, Chu Chen. Race, human. Level, level 3. Fate seat, 0. Innate ability, Rock King Emperor. Rock resonance harmonizes with the essence of the earth, transforming rocks into weapons. The quality and strength of the weapons increase with level. Unbreakable greatly enhances physical strength and resilience, reduces control effects, and provides a degree of self-healing. Blood weapon attacks deal additional damage equal to 10% of maximum health. As health increases, attack power scales accordingly. Skills, 1. Earth Core manipulates the surrounding terrain, forming pillars of rock to deal continuous damage in an area, can also hurl these pillars as projectiles. 2. Jade Guard condenses energy to form a shield that blocks all kinds of attacks, enhances resilience, and reduces enemy defense within the shield's range by 20%. 3. Celestial Star summons meteoric rocks to inflict massive damage and petrify enemies in the area. Damage and range scale with level. Phew, letting out a long exhale, Chu Chen finally felt the power fully integrate into his body. He quickly retracted the uncontrollable aura, though the people around him were still immersed in the shock of his presence. His golden eyes gradually dimmed, leaving only a faint golden glow. Looking at the intricate shield surrounding him, Chu Chen couldn't help but reach out to touch it. The surface was cool and smooth like jade, incredibly pleasant to the touch. Hello, student. I am Luo Jingqi, the captain of the station forces in Yunhai City. A deep voice suddenly rang out in front of Chu Chen. The burly man from earlier had already approached him. Hello, my name is Chu Chen. Chu Chen quickly withdrew the shield and responded respectfully. Facing a soldier who safeguarded the nation, his heart was filled with admiration. Student Chu Chen. How are you feeling now? Luo Jingqi could sense Chu Chen's aura. Though much of it had been restrained, standing this close still made his heart race. Me? I feel great, Chu Chen replied, carefully sensing the changes within his body. He realized that he was an entirely different person now. So this is the power of the Rock King Emperor? He thought to himself. Seeing that Chu Chen appeared fine, Luo Jingqi continued, Chu Chen, according to the laws of the 9 provinces government, ordinary sequence awakeners may leave freely after awakening. But you are different. You are 1 in a million, a heaven-level talent. As per regulations, there will be a test to more precisely evaluate your abilities. Understood. I'll cooperate, Chu Chen replied without objection. After all, every special sequence awakener was no ordinary individual. As the core force to lead humanity against the invasion of myriad races, they all underwent specialized assessments after awakening. This evaluation is not something ordinary people can participate in. Only officials sent by the government are qualified to conduct it. Your heaven-level awakening has already been reported, and the specialists will arrive soon. Please wait for a moment, Luo Jingqi said, leading Chu Chen toward the exit of the hall. After all, the awakening ceremony was still ongoing, and many others had yet to awaken. Chu Chen's continued presence in the hall might affect their morale. Click, click. The moment Chu Chen stepped outside, he was immediately surrounded by a whirlwind of excited crowds and flashing cameras. Television and media reporters' lenses all focused on him. If not for the soldiers holding them back, the crowd might have rushed in. The people who had been waiting outside for a long time widened their eyes in unison the moment they saw Chu Chen,
rendered speechless by shock. This was because Chu Chen's current appearance was utterly stunning. Even before his awakening, he had already been handsome. After awakening the power of the Rock King Emperor, he exuded an extraordinary aura, shedding the traces of ordinariness he once had. His figure was tall and lean, not slender but exuding strength and vitality. His fair skin contrasted sharply with his dark hair, whose tips were now streaked with strands of gold, resembling finely crafted ornaments. Although his eyes appeared black, a faint golden glow shimmered within his pupils, adding an air of mystery and majesty. Luo Jingqi stood behind Chu Chen. As a squad leader in the military, he was also a seasoned awakened with sharp senses. Watching Chu Chen's back, he couldn't help but feel an almost imperceptible pressure. Though he was nearly 2 meters tall, burly and strong, standing behind the 1.85-meter tall Chu Chen gave him a sense of inadequacy. He thought to himself that Chu Chen truly resembled a king, while no matter how strong he became, he could only ever be a general. Was this what a heaven-tier awakened was like? A destined god-tier powerhouse. At this moment, he could still look down slightly at Chu Chen, but it wouldn't be long before the young man in front of him would become someone far beyond his reach. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Luo Jingqi couldn't help but ponder. After the media snapped a few photos, Luo Jingqi quickly led Chu Chen toward the rear hall of the Awakening Hall. The Awakening Hall in Yunhai City was divided into two parts, the front hall and the rear hall. The front hall hosted the awakening ceremony and was open to the public, while the rear hall was never accessible to outsiders. It was guarded by more military squads and strictly prohibited unauthorized entry. Under Luo Jingqi's guidance, Chu Chen smoothly entered the rear hall. The rear hall didn't look much different from the front hall, except it lacked the divine tower and the densely packed stone tablets. At the center of the hall spun a vortex resembling a nebula. Beside the nebula stood a woman. She seemed to sense Chu Chen's arrival and turned around, revealing a fair and delicate face. The woman had a slender figure, her black hair neatly tied, and she wore tight black combat gear adorned with light armor, accentuating her curves. With just one glance, Chu Chen felt she exuded an air of decisiveness and efficiency. "Hello, I'm Mo Xuehan, a specialist dispatched from the imperial capital. I'm here to evaluate the trial you are about to undertake," the woman spoke crisply, her words direct. Chu Chen's heart trembled upon hearing this. The imperial capital was over 500 kilometers away from Yunhai City. And yet, mere minutes after his awakening, a specialist had already arrived. Such urgency was unprecedented. Luo Jingqi, standing beside Chu Chen, couldn't help but admire her as well. Specialists tasked with evaluating special sequence awakens must possess extraordinary talents. So, she's really from the imperial capital, both Chu Chen and Luo Jingqi thought to themselves. "Do you see that nebula-like object beside me?" Mo Xuehan continued. After humanity mastered awakening powers, those who reached god-tier levels jointly created an independent space. In that space, magical beasts serve as guardians, and they are the trial you will face. Only those classified as special sequence awakens are eligible to enter. Don't worry. The space was designed for trials. The strength of the enemies inside has been adjusted to reasonable levels, matching the power standards of special sequence awakens, she explained. After listening to Mo Xuehan's introduction, Chu Chen became curious about the trial that awaited him. "I have a question. Since this trial space is shared among all special sequence awakens, will I encounter awakens from other cities, or even other countries in there?" Chu Chen asked. Given that there was only one space, he thought it unlikely that he would be alone. Of course, you might meet other special sequence awakens from various cities within the 9 provinces. However, you won't encounter awakens from countries outside the 9 provinces. For security reasons, every country has established independent barriers around these spaces, allowing only their own awakens to enter. This avoids potential conflicts between nations, Mo Xuehan explained before pausing. Chu Chen nodded lightly after hearing this. Indeed, while all of humanity faced a common enemy, the nations of the world were far from united. Conflicts and frictions remained frequent. For instance, the neighboring Fusang and Bagua countries had deep-seated animosities, while some Western nations had formed exclusive alliances to curb the expansion of others. Not to mention the interwoven influences of various factions beyond national boundaries. If this space were truly open for interaction among nations, the trials could very well escalate into battles of life and death. But don't worry, Mo Xuehan reassured him. The number of special sequence awakens in any given year is extremely low, and the space itself is vast. Even within the 9 provinces, the chances of encountering others are minimal. If you do meet someone, you'll need to carry this to prevent any accidents. She handed Chu Chen a pale blue token, its surface shimmering with a futuristic glow. The trial lasts for 1 hour. Once the time is up, you'll be automatically transported out. If you encounter an insurmountable danger, activate the token with your awakened power, and it will immediately extract you. However, under normal circumstances, I hope you'll stay for the full hour and eliminate as many enemies as possible. This will impact your final evaluation. More importantly, the enemies in this space are far from ordinary. Defeating them will yield power far greater than that obtained from magical beasts in the wild. All in all, when you're ready, touch the nebula, Mo Shuehan concluded, waiting silently for Chu Chen's response. Understood, Chu Chen nodded. Standing beside him, Luo Jingqi reminded him in a low voice, be careful. If you can't hold on, activate the token immediately. Don't push yourself too hard. Don't worry, Captain Luo, Chu Chen replied as he pocketed the token. He walked toward the nebula and extended his hand. Instantly, a white light flashed, and his vision blurred. The next moment, he found himself in an entirely unfamiliar corridor. The walls on both sides were solid and made of unknown materials. But the aura they emanated told Chu Chen that he wouldn't be able to break through them. The path ahead was clear, forward or backward. Since he was here, he decided to take things as they came. Chu Chen had no intention of turning back. He chose to move forward. However, he first needed to test his current strength. Beneath his feet lay uneven rocks. Utilizing his earthbound talent, he could use these rocks as a medium to forge a weapon. With this in mind, Chu Chen began channeling the power within him. Instantly, he felt a strong resonance with the rocks beneath him. Almost instinctively, he struck the ground with a powerful punch. The force shattered the rocks, penetrating deep into them. The next moment, when Chu Chen withdrew his hand, a pitch-black spear materialized in his previously empty grasp. The earthbound talent allowed him to forge any weapon he desired with ease. Without hesitation, he had chosen to create a spear. The reason was simple. First, he remembered that in his past life, the Rock King Emperor was renowned for his mastery of the spear. Second, in this world, aside from awakened powers, there were various forms of ancient martial arts and weapon techniques, some of which were made freely available by the authorities for public training. Humanity, facing countless crises, had embraced martial arts as the norm. Chu Chen had naturally studied some basic ancient martial arts and was particularly skilled in spear techniques. He casually twirled the spear in the air, creating a dazzling arc, and then stepped forward decisively. The passageway was eerily silent. Apart from the sound of his footsteps, there was no other noise. As he ventured deeper, a sickening stench of blood and decay gradually wafted through the air. Chu Chen sniffed lightly a few times, and a sense of danger began to envelop his heart. Suddenly, a low, beast-like growl echoed from the shadows ahead. Almost simultaneously, a pair of blood-red eyes flashed out of the darkness. It belonged to a small, shadowy figure, its body agile and its speed astonishing, making it nearly impossible to track with the naked eye. It darted through the air at high velocity, changing directions incessantly, flitting unpredictably up, down, left, and right. Chu Chen felt the intense killing intent emanating from those blood-red eyes and immediately grew alert. He swung the spear in his hand, attempting to block the shadow. But the shadow's speed was extraordinary. It bypassed the spear's gleam and darted behind Chu Chen. Fixating on the back of Chu Chen's neck, a crafty glint flashed in its eyes. Then, 6 streaks of chilling light suddenly coalesced in mid-air, hurtling toward Chu Chen's back as if determined to tear his body apart in one swift strike. The attack drew closer and closer, and the shadow's eyes gleamed with excitement, as though it was about to relish the ecstasy of shredding Chu Chen's flesh. Yet, faced with this sudden, fatal strike, Chu Chen's face showed no panic. Instead, he closed his eyes, as if surrendering to the whims of fate. Clang! Suddenly, the crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. A shimmering golden shield appeared around Chu Chen, blocking the shadow's attack without even a ripple. Instead, the shadow's claws were deflected by the shield, leaving them bloodied and mangled. The shadow hadn't anticipated such an outcome. The searing pain forced it to halt mid-air. Grasping the opportunity, Chu Chen opened his eyes abruptly and thrust his spear backward with lightning speed. A cold gleam struck the shadow's body first, followed by the spear's silhouette piercing through it like a dragon. Blood splattered across the sky, accompanied by a harrowing scream as the shadow was cleaved in two and crashed heavily to the ground. Focusing his gaze, Chu Chen discovered that the shadow was, in fact, a beast resembling a black cat. Before he could catch his breath, a dense rustling sound erupted behind him. Turning around, he saw countless blood-red eyes emerging from the darkness.
In the next instant, a swarm of creatures, hundreds of times more numerous than the earlier shadow, surged toward Chu Chen in a frenzy. Without hesitation, Chu Chen relied on the jade shield for protection and raised his spear to confront the onslaught. Instantly, the foul-smelling blood of the creatures sprayed from their bodies, but their assault seemed endless. Chu Chen slaughtered nearly 100 of them, yet more shadows kept emerging from the front. The sheer number of enemies far exceeded Chu Chen's expectations. No matter how furiously he swung his spear, he couldn't halt their advance. Realizing this, Chu Chen paused, his face calm and composed. Instead of continuing his attack, he gently stroked his chin and began to ponder. He wondered, how long could this jade shield endure? Without Chu Chen's counterattacks, the shadows grew even more audacious. They swiftly surrounded him, launching a frenzied assault on the jade shield. This time, faced with the combined attacks of hundreds, perhaps even thousands, of shadows, Chu Chen's shield began to show faint ripples, yet it remained as solid as ever. On the other hand, the shadows fared miserably. Their sharp claws barely scratched the shield before they were countered, leaving their limbs mangled and bloody. Agonized howls echoed as they writhed in midair. Witnessing this, Chu Chen felt a surge of delight. It seemed that Lord Yanwan's shield was indeed formidable. He didn't even need to fight, the enemies would retreat in fear of the shield. How watching the shadows desperately attacking around him, he couldn't help but yawn. While they couldn't breach the shield, he knew he couldn't afford to waste time endlessly. He was more curious about what lay ahead. With this thought, a golden light flashed in Chu Chen's eyes as he swung his spear with force. Buzz! Boom! The ground began to tremble faintly. Suddenly, a massive rock pillar, over 2 meters tall, broke through the earth. The surrounding enemies were sent flying upon impact. Shadows near the rock pillar were torn apart, their bodies reduced to fragments. The passage was soon littered with severed limbs and pools of blood. This was his skill, Earth's core, which harnessed the power of rock to summon a stone ridge. Not only did it create explosive damage upon emerging from the ground, but it also emitted continuous energy ripples that attacked enemies in its vicinity. Boom! Boom! Golden ripples radiated outward from the center of the stone ridge. Any shadow touched by the waves was helplessly flung to the ground, their blood staining the floor. The scene was both shocking and gruesome. What Chu Chen didn't know was that, at this very moment, in a dimly lit, massive meeting room in the imperial capital, the conference table was surrounded by people. At the center floated clusters of glowing screens. These screens displayed the combat footage of various awakened individuals. Among them, the largest, most striking screen 10 times larger than the others showed Chu Chen's back as he stood amidst piles of shadowy corpses. Blood flowed ceaselessly, even spilling out of the screen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, LV5. A mechanical voice echoed in Chu Chen's mind, and a surge of power coursed through his body. In this world, the levels of awakened individuals were divided into 10 tiers, with every 10 levels constituting a tier. For example, levels 1 to 10 comprised the first tier of awakened individuals. Within the first tier, levels 1 to 3 were referred to as the origin realm. Beyond the third tier, each tier represented a different realm: mountain shifting, sea reversing, star plucking, moon grasping ***, king sealing, transcendence, and world breaking. Above the 10th tier lay the legendary divine tier. Ordinary people typically remained below the third tier of the origin realm. Only those who reached the fourth tier, the mountain shifting realm, were considered truly capable awakened individuals. After unlocking the power of the Rock King Emperor earlier, Chu Chen's level had instantly risen to level 3. Now, having slain this horde of shadows, he had gained enough power to jump 2 more levels in one go. With his strength enhanced, his enthusiasm for battle naturally soared. Without stopping, he stepped over the pile of corpses and pressed forward. The once narrow and seemingly endless passage finally came to an end. Taking one step forward, Chu Chen found himself in a vast, open space. What unfolded before his eyes was a sparse moonlit forest. A gentle night breeze brushed past, making his hair sway. In the distance, the soft murmuring of flowing water could be heard. If he hadn't known he was still within the space, Chu Chen might have mistaken this for a wilderness scene. So it's true, human divine tier experts can create such independent and realistic spaces, completely indistinguishable from the outside world. It's like another realm entirely, he mused. But the tranquility didn't last long. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the silence, and a massive figure appeared above him. A colossal beast suddenly appeared before him, its massive frame towering like a small mountain. The air reverberated with a deafening sonic boom, and the fierce winds whipped against Chu Chen's clothes with a loud flapping sound. Without hesitation, he swiftly dodged to the side. The next moment, boom! Dust erupted as the giant creature crashed to the ground, the impact causing the surrounding trees to tremble.
It was a silver-furred giant ape standing over 2 meters tall.
The ape had created a massive crater upon landing, its muscular arms shrouded in an eerie black mist. Though Chu-Chen didn't entirely understand the nature of the black mist, he was certain of one thing: this giant ape was leagues beyond the black cats he had encountered earlier. Roar! Missing its target, the giant ape let out an infuriated roar, beating its chest. Its gaping maw revealed razor-sharp fangs that gleamed coldly under the moonlight, sending chills down the spine.
Chu-Chen also noticed a few icy blue arrows embedded in the ape's body.
Though many were broken, they seemed freshly lodged.
Ding!
At that moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Special mission triggered: defeat the silverback giant ape to receive the reward, White Tassel Spear, ×1.
A special mission?
Hearing the system's voice, Chu-Chen's heart skipped a beat. The reward, a White Tassel Spear, sounded far superior to the molten rock weapon he was currently wielding. With that thought, he gripped his rocky spear tightly, deliberating on how to bring down this colossal adversary.
The silverback giant ape turned and prepared to charge at him. Chu-Chen took a deep breath and stepped forward to face it head-on.
Whoosh, whoosh. Just as he was about to clash directly with the beast, the sharp sound of projectiles cutting through the air suddenly came from above.
Several blue streaks of light shot out from the distant dense forest. It was a barrage of ice crystal arrows, striking heavily into the giant ape's back.
Roar! The ape roared in pain, turning to shred the source of the attack. Caught off guard, Chu-Chen froze for a moment. Before he could make sense of the situation, a figure darted out from behind him. Sensing the movement, Chu-Chen instinctively swung his spear, only to see a slender young girl before him. The girl appeared to be around his age, with delicate features, a curvaceous figure, and dressed in a lightweight white robe. Her striking blue hair stood out vividly. She held an ice crystal longbow in her hands and frowned slightly when she saw Chu-Chen pointing his spear at her.
"What are you standing there for? Do you plan to take on the silverback giant ape by yourself? Hurry, follow me."
Without waiting for his response, she grabbed his arm and dragged him into the distant forest. Chu-Chen was taken aback by the girl's petite stature, yet her strength was astonishing. It quickly became clear to him that the girl was trying to save him. Using her arrows to distract the ape, she seized the opportunity to lead him away from danger. Chu-Chen didn't resist and let her guide him into the dense woods. Hiding behind a tree, the girl watched the distant giant ape still roaring furiously and let out a sigh of relief.
She then turned to him curiously and asked, "You must be an awakened one from another city, right? Are you here to participate in the trial too?"
Her words reminded Chu-Chen of what Mo Shuehan had mentioned earlier, that in this space, he might encounter awakened ones from other regions of the 9 provinces. From what the girl said, he deduced that they both had recently awakened and were part of a special trial sequence.
"Yeah, thanks for saving me earlier."
Although he had intended to slay the giant ape himself, it was evident that the girl had meant well in rescuing him, so he politely expressed his gratitude.
"It's nothing. Before I entered here, my father told me to treat other awakened ones kindly if I met them. He said that as members of the special sequence, we bear the future of the 9 provinces and even all of humanity. If we see someone in danger, we must lend a hand."
Hearing her use the term father, Chu-Chen immediately guessed that she might be a young lady from a prestigious family. After all, ordinary folks rarely referred to their elders this way. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself.
My name is Lu Mengli, and I'm an ice element awakened one. Do you know about that silverback giant ape?"
It's a mutated beast whose strength has already reached the mid-stage of the 1st rank.
In terms of ordinary beasts, it's among the top tier. To put it simply, it's like a boss.
Even for us in the special sequence, defeating it at this stage is extremely difficult. You should leave this area and find another place to train.
It's already at the mid-stage of the 1st rank?
Chu-Chen murmured, glancing at the rampaging silverback giant ape in the distance. Rubbing his chin lightly, he fell into thought. He was currently at level 5, which, by the standard of 10 levels per rank, placed him precisely at the mid-stage of the 1st rank.
The silverback giant ape was not necessarily invincible.
What's more, he had triggered the White Tassel Spear mission.
For the sake of better equipment, he had to give it a try.
With that thought, Chu-Chen's gaze sharpened as he turned to Lu Mengli and said, "Thanks for the warning, but you should leave first.
I have to take down that silverback giant ape." "What? Are you crazy?
Even with a token to escape in emergencies, you'd still get severely injured, which would ruin your trial score."
Lu Mengli shouted anxiously.
She had just saved Chu-Chen's life, only for him to now risk it again.
Chu-Chen was undeniably handsome, but Lu Mengli couldn't help but wonder if his brains matched his looks.
As she was about to continue persuading him, Chu Chen raised a hand, signaling her to stay silent. A golden light gradually lit up in his eyes.
An indescribable aura began to emanate from his body. Lu Mengli inexplicably felt a sense of calm.
The man before her exuded an overwhelming sense of security. She watched as Chu Chen stepped out of the thicket and walked toward the silverback giant ape. His retreating figure gave her an unexpected sense of reassurance.
Maybe, he can really do it. Chu Chen's reappearance quickly caught the giant ape's attention. Boom! With a deafening crash, the beast leapt into the air, aiming to crush Chu Chen. Watch out!
Lu Mengli instinctively drew her bow, her heart pounding with unease. Faced with such a massive creature, she couldn't help but worry. But just as she was about to release her arrow, her movements froze. Her eyes widened in amazement. A circle of dark golden stone appeared out of thin air, swirling around Chu Chen's body. The golden, translucent shield was adorned with elegant patterns. Is this a shield? I've never seen such a beautiful shield before, Lu Mengli thought, astonished. Unlike the simple shields of ordinary awakened ones, Chu Chen's shield looked more like a masterpiece. The combination of premium goldstone and exquisite jade was dazzling. Boom! As the giant ape lunged downward, Chu Chen's eyes flashed with a golden glint. He channeled the rock elements within him into his spear, unleashing his most powerful intent without reservation. Memories of ancient spear techniques he had practiced since childhood surfaced in his mind. The rock spear cut through the air, creating streaks of golden light. At that moment, the area within 100 meters was filled with the raging power of rock elements. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, it was impossible to count how many strikes Chu Chen had launched, as his spear radiated an overwhelming force. Countless shadows of spears overlapped, ferocious like a storm. Even from a distance, Lu Mengli, who was observing the battle, felt her heart race in awe. Boom! Amid the dense sea of spear shadows, the strongest strike was finally unleashed. The spear, enveloped in rocky elements, pierced straight through the giant ape's chest with unstoppable force. Bang! Boom! Two immense forces clashed in mid-air, causing the ground to tremble as if in an earthquake. The standoff didn't last long. The silverback giant ape was the first to falter, sent flying dozens of meters by Chu Chen's spear. Shadows, crashing heavily to the ground. Its once silver fur was now dyed red with blood, and a fist-sized black hole gaped in its chest. Chu Chen had expended most of his strength on that move, panting heavily, yet his body remained unscathed. The majority of the silverback giant ape's attacks had been blocked, and the few that got through couldn't penetrate his shield. Other than feeling slightly fatigued, he had suffered no real injuries. Is this guy a monster? Lu Mengli was dumbstruck, her eyes wide in disbelief. His talent can't just be an ordinary special sequence of the human grade. At the very least, it's Earth grade, or even. She didn't dare to think further. The legendary heaven grade top of the special sequence hierarchy was a divine talent that surpassed all others. Roar, roar. At this moment, the giant ape let out weak growls, clearly not immediately killed by the previous strike. But to Chu Chen, this was merely its struggle before death. He threw the rocky spear in his hand, his body vanishing instantly from where he stood. A fleeting shadow darted rapidly toward the giant ape, leaving a trail of illusory spear shadows in the air. Bang! 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 Several spear shadows struck the giant ape in succession, finally putting an end to its life. Chu Chen was well aware that if he had summoned the celestial stars with his talent heavenly motion of all things from the start, the silverback giant ape wouldn't have lasted more than a single blow. But there was no need for that. He wanted to use this opportunity to hone his close combat skills. Ding! Congratulations, host! Level up! Current level, LV7. Ding! Congratulations, host! Special task completed. Reward, White Tassel Spear has been sent to the system space. Two mechanical notification sounds rang out in his mind. Chu Chen hadn't expected that this silverback giant ape would yield so much experience, instantly leveling him up twice. As expected of a boss-class magical beast. However, what Chu Chen looked forward to the most was the White Tassel Spear. He quickly retrieved it from the system space. White Tassel Spear. Attributes: Asterisk increases host's attack by 30 points, critical hit chance by 15%. Special effect: Asterisk normal attacks gain an additional 16% attack boost, stackable up to 3 times in a short period. Asterisk legend has it that this spear was used by the Thousand Rock Army under the Emperor's command. Even amidst the flames of war, its white tassel remained proudly untarnished. Asterisk. The attributes were slightly different from those in the game. Regardless, this is currently my strongest weapon, Chu Chen said, gazing at the black shaft of the white tassel spear in his hand. Its deep and powerful appearance was captivating, and the pristine white tassel was particularly striking. As for the weapons he created using his Earthrock talent, Chu Chen decided not to use them for melee combat for the time being. Instead, he would form them into rocky spears for long-range attacks. Just as Chu Chen was reveling in the excitement of his new weapon, a slightly shy voice came from behind him.
Having witnessed Chu Chen's strength, Lu Mingli spoke with cautious reverence. Could you tell me what level of special sequence talent you possess? She was too curious. To be this strong right after awakening, she wanted to confirm if Chu Chen truly possessed the legendary heaven grade talent.
Sure, my talent is.
Chu Chen didn't intend to hide it.
After all, the commotion from his awakening was already well known and had likely spread everywhere. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Mingli's figure suddenly blurred and then vanished entirely. This unexpected change startled Chu Chen, but he quickly understood. It must have been that Lu Mingli's trial time had ended, and she was forcibly teleported out. Since that was the case, he didn't plan to linger either. After defeating the Black Panther beasts and the silverback giant ape, Chu Chen realized he had spent over half an hour in this space. With the remaining time, he needed to seize the opportunity to hunt more magical beasts, gain more experience, and continue leveling up. With that in mind, Chu Chen gripped his long spear, randomly chose a direction, and charged forward. Wherever he passed, any magical beasts encountered were instantly engulfed by a storm of spears, with the ground echoing continuous roars.
Imperial Capital, Conference Hall.
In the densely packed light screens, the largest one at the center still displayed Chu Chen's figure. The screen played scenes of his battle with the silverback giant ape. Faced with this mutated boss-class magical beast, a giant ape renowned for its physical prowess, Chu Chen had managed to severely wound it head-on. When the giant ape finally collapsed, everyone couldn't help but sigh softly.
What can I say?
It's simply unbelievable, someone murmured.
As a heaven-grade talent, I'm not surprised that he could kill the silverback giant ape right after awakening.
What surprises me is how easily he did it.
Exactly.
Watching him fight the ape head-on, he didn't even get scratched. Was it his shield that protected him? I've never seen such a magnificent shield, it was practically a work of art. Around the conference table, discussions buzzed incessantly. In their eyes, it wasn't unusual for a heaven-grade talent like Chu Chen to kill a silverback giant ape.
In fact, in past trials, several heaven grades had managed to defeat similar boss-class magical beasts.
But without exception, all of them had sustained serious injuries in the process, at the very least shedding blood. Chu Chen, in contrast, was only slightly winded from expending energy, with not a single wound on his body. This was the first time they had witnessed such a scenario.
Ding!
Congratulations, host.
Level up. Current level, LV8.
Kicking away a beast that resembled a wild boar, Chu Chen heard the notification of another level up in his mind. At this moment, he stood in a dimly lit grand hall, the tip of his white tassel spear dripping with thick blood. Yet, the spear's white tassel remained as pristine as ever, untouched by any filth. Around him lay piles of mangled magical beast corpses. A massive rocky ridge stood beside Chu Chen, golden ripples continuously emanating outward, causing the ground to tremble slightly.
Time's almost up.
Chu Chen calculated and realized he had spent nearly an hour in this space.
Soon, he would likely be teleported out. Who would have thought I'd reach level 8 in such a short time? If I had more time, I might even break through to level 10 and become a second-tier awakener.
Looking at the scattered remains around him, Chu Chen couldn't help but marvel at the exceptional quality of the magical beasts in this space. If he had relied on fighting monsters outside to level up, he would never have reached his current level. Suddenly, tiny specks of light emerged from his body, encircling him and gradually making his figure blurry. A flash of white light once again obscured his vision. When his sight returned, he found himself back in the rear hall of the Awakening Temple. Looking around, he saw that the hall held only Luo Jingqi and Imo Xuehan, both wearing expressions of shock.
Has my evaluation result come out? Chu Chen asked.
He was well aware that Imo Xuehan must have witnessed everything that had transpired in the space, as she was responsible for his evaluation. His question snapped the two of them out of their daze. Imo Xuehan, no longer calm, fixed her determined eyes on Chu Chen. After a moment of silence, she shook her head and said, "The evaluation levels range from S to A, B, and D, but your performance doesn't even fit within that scale." Pausing briefly, Imo Xuehan continued, "Your strength far exceeds our expectations, and I alone cannot evaluate it. The imperial capital has already taken over personally, and they unanimously concluded that your performance was
utterly unparalleled." Utterly unparalleled? What does that mean? Chu Chen was about to ask when Luo Jingqi spoke first. Chu Chen was curious as well. Was this evaluation praise or criticism?
After all, utterly unparalleled could mean extraordinary, but it might also carry other implications. Student Chu Chen, the imperial capital is exceedingly satisfied with your performance.
They believe you represent the highest standard
of this trial. To put it simply, your evaluation is equivalent to being the number one in all of Kyushu. No one can compare to you.
To receive such high praise?
But I feel this might not be entirely a good thing, Chu Chen replied. Being praised so excessively, Chu Chen couldn't help but worry that he might be overhyped and eventually fall victim to unrealistic expectations.
Seeing Chu Chen's composure, both Mo Shuehan and Luo Jingqi were puzzled.
By all accounts, a young man receiving such high recognition should be thrilled.
Yet Chu Chen remained calm, showing no trace of joy.
They sensed that, despite his youthful appearance, this young man possessed an extraordinary maturity. This thought crossed Mo Shuehan's mind as she handed Chu Chen a black card adorned with golden patterns, exuding an air of prestige. Chu Chen, most awakened individuals can freely choose their academy, whether it's one of the 5 great schools of Kyushu or an overseas institution.
But your case is different.
According to international regulations, awakened individuals in the special sequence with innate talent above the human level must attend their nation's top academy.
Unfortunately, your only option is the Imperial Capital Academy.
This black card is a symbol of identity specifically prepared for the highest talent awakened individuals by the Imperial Capital Academy. It has a preloaded balance
of 10 million. Upon enrollment, you'll be exempt from all tuition and living expenses and enjoy preferential treatment in the Academy's currency and credit systems. Mo Shuehan finished in one breath, awaiting Chu Chen's response. Chu Chen wasn't surprised by the limitation of choosing only the Imperial Capital Academy. It was a public rule. Ordinary sequence awakened individuals could
freely choose domestic or overseas schools, but human-level special sequence awakened individuals were restricted to the 5 major academies in Kyushu. The 5 academies of Kyushu were divided based on the 5 war zones: Donghai Academy in the east, Shilan Academy in the west, Bailey Academy in the north, Nanshan Academy in the south, and the Imperial Capital Academy, which was the highest-ranking institution.
Higher-ranked Earth-level and Heaven-level awakened individuals could only be accepted by the Imperial Capital Academy. These highly
talented awakened individuals were crucial in humanity's war against external threats, and no nation would allow them to be lost to others. Ordinary sequence awakened individuals might be sent abroad for exchange and cooperation, but exchanges involving special sequence individuals were exceedingly rare.
Chu Chen understood that he had no reason to refuse.
In truth, he had no interest in overseas schools, and the Imperial Capital Academy, being the top academy in Kyushu, would have been his choice even if he had the freedom to decide. Moreover, the card contained 10 million in funds. With this money, he wouldn't have to worry about living expenses and could fully focus on cultivating and growing stronger. Without hesitation, Chu Chen accepted the black card from Mo Shuehan with both hands. I will abide by the rules and attend the Imperial Capital Academy. Hearing his answer, Mo Shuehan breathed a sigh of relief and added, the new semester starts in 2 months.
During this time, I'll remain in Yunhai City.
On one hand, I'll protect you, and on the other hand, I'll personally escort you to the Imperial Capital in 2 months. Don't worry, I won't interfere with your life during these 2 months. You can act freely, and I'll only intervene if you encounter danger.
If there's nothing else, I'll see you in 2 months. With that, Mo Shuehan's figure vanished instantly.
For a moment, only Luo Jingqi and Chu Chen remained in the rear hall.
Luo Jingqi hadn't fully recovered from his astonishment when Chu Chen spoke first. Captain Luo, may I go home to rest now? After fighting constantly for an hour in the space, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel tired.
You may, but the awakening ceremony isn't over yet, so we still need to stay here.
Do you want me to arrange for someone to send you home? Luo Jingqi quickly responded.
Chu Chen had initially planned to leave on his own but suddenly thought of the frenzied crowd outside the temple. If he left alone, he feared he would be overwhelmed by the masses. After some thought, he said, in that case, I'll trouble Captain Luo to arrange an escort for me. Luo Jingqi seemed to understand his concern and nodded with a smile.
Don't worry.
During this period, we'll protect you in secret and do our best to prevent those fanatics and the media from disturbing your life. As Chu Chen exited the rear hall, he was immediately surrounded by crowds and the media outside. Thankfully, the military maintained order, otherwise, Chu Chen dared not imagine what might have happened. It wasn't until he was seated in the military vehicle that he finally let out a long sigh of relief, enjoying the long-lost quiet. With the intervention of the military and government, the fanatical crowd didn't follow him home. Once home, Chu Chen took a shower and changed his clothes.
Looking at his sculpted muscles in the mirror, he clenched his fists, feeling the flow of rock elemental power within him. Just as he was savoring the sensation, a knock came from the door. Chu Chen quickly got dressed and looked through the peephole. It was Mu Shue Huang. "So, have you completed your awakening too?" she asked with keen interest as soon as they met. After all, Chu Chen had few friends in this world, and she was one of the closest. "Alas, just an A-level, fire element," Mu Shue Huang said with feigned disappointment as flames danced in her slender hand. "An A-level talent is already quite impressive," Chu Chen replied. After all, A-level, second only to S-level in the ordinary sequence, was already exceedingly rare. "Of course, but I can't compare to you, genius." Mu Shue Huang sighed, placing a hand on Chu Chen's shoulder. "You are the highest heaven tier in the special sequence. This is the pinnacle of human talent in this world," she said with an envious expression. "Do you know, the military almost locked down our neighborhood just to protect you. If I hadn't proven I was a resident here, I probably wouldn't have even been able to come home. Compared to you, my talent is like the difference between the sun and the moon. Oh great one, can I hug your leg? When you make it big, don't forget about me," she added playfully, her tone mischievously exaggerated. "Be serious," Chu Chen said helplessly, knocking her lightly on the head. "Ahem, how many times have I told you not to hit my head? I won't grow taller." Mu Shue Huang protested, rubbing her head in dissatisfaction. "I'm not exaggerating, you're a big deal now. If it weren't for the authorities specially protecting you, there'd be crowds outside your door, packed like sardines." Hearing this, Chu Chen glanced out the window. Indeed, there was hardly anyone nearby, just an occasional figure in the distance taking photos. It seemed Luo Jingqi hadn't lied, they truly were ensuring his life wouldn't be disturbed. "Though your real life appears calm, you've already gone viral online." Mu Shue Huang handed him her phone. Chu Chen looked at the screen. It was filled with headlines. "Shocking! Yunhai City's first special sequence awakened. Heaven Tier Awakener Chu Chen explosive footage, click here to watch. Beauty and talent combined, Yunhai City's true genius, Chu Chen." Various attention-grabbing news titles filled the screen, alongside numerous photos of him. Especially striking were the ones where he had just unlocked his panel, his golden eyes glowing and surrounded by the protective shield of floating jade sigils. Chu Chen had to admit, those pictures were rather handsome. Looking at them, he couldn't help but close his eyes and rub his slightly trembling brow, thinking to himself, *, so this is what it feels like to be in the news? Why does it feel a bit dizzying, *? Not used to being a celebrity? Mu Shue Huang teased with a grin. "It's not just Yunhai City. You and the other special sequence awakeners have made it into the Kyushu people's daily. And there's more." She continued scrolling through her phone. All right, I get it," Chu Chen interrupted her, suddenly losing interest. "Wait, look, someone's already posted all your personal information." Mu Shue Huang handed him the phone again, showing a detailed list of his birthplace, educational background, and even childhood photos. What was more amusing was the bold red text under his profile, presumed to be single. "Why does this feel more like a matchmaking ad?" Chu Chen said helplessly. I'd say it's more like a wanted poster," Mu Shue Huang muttered under her breath. "Thanks to you, even my information's been dug up as your good friend," she pouted, clearly displeased. As an A-tier awakened herself, though not comparable to Chu Chen's heaven tier, she was still regarded as a genius. News about her existed as well, but it was far less sensational and had a much smaller reach. By the rules, you're supposed to attend the Imperial Capital Academy, right? That's the Imperial Capital Academy, the #1 institution in Kyushu, on par with the world's top universities, Mu Shue Huang said, her tone full of admiration. "This morning, we were still classmates. How did it suddenly feel like an insurmountable wall has appeared between us?" she muttered under her breath. "Stop saying useless things," Chu Chen said with a resigned shake of his head in response to her teasing. After exchanging a few more jabs, Mu Shue Huang didn't linger to bother him further. Having just awakened her powers as well, she was eager to start training. Her presence had brought vitality and energy to Chu Chen's home, but once she left, the house returned to its usual quiet. Still, Chu Chen enjoyed the peace, considering himself not fond of noise. With nothing else to do, he opened his virtual panel for a quick check. There weren't many changes, except his level had risen to 8, and the strength of his skills had improved slightly. But this Fate constellation, how do I unlock it? He muttered, staring at the Fate constellations section on the info panel, which was currently at 0. In his past life's game, Fate constellations were unlocked through gacha pulls. But now that he'd transmigrated, this wasn't a game. He had no idea how to unlock them, and questions filled his mind.
He knew how crucial fate constellations were. Each one unlocked could significantly enhance his power.
Unlocking them earlier would give him a stronger foundation. As if sensing his confusion, the system's voice spoke directly into his mind. Ding!
Every time the host levels up by 10, the system will trigger a special, legendary quest. Upon completing the quest, the host will receive abundant rewards, including key items to unlock fate constellations. Additionally, as the host's realm advances, the system will unlock more features to help the host gain even greater strength.
So that's how it works, Chu Chen murmured, finally understanding. To unlock fate constellations, he'd have to complete legendary quests, which would undoubtedly be challenging. By the way, what about artifacts? Since I've unlocked the Geo Archons panel, shouldn't I have artifacts too? He asked.
Ding! Host's level has reached the required threshold.
The artifact panel is now unlocked.
As soon as the system finished speaking, 5 empty slots appeared on Chu Chen's virtual panel. As a starter reward, the system will provide the host with a free full set of 3-star artifacts. The system's tone carried a hint of excitement.
Chu Chen, however, muttered under his breath, only 3-star? Ding! Please note, this is not a game world. Artifact attributes have been adjusted to fit reality. Though 3-star, they can still significantly enhance the host's abilities. If the host desires stronger equipment, rapid progression is necessary.
To his surprise, the system had caught even his quiet grumbling and immediately began persuading him. Next, a virtual gacha machine appeared before him.
Chu Chen eyed the red button at its center and pressed it without hesitation. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the immovable set. With the machine's mechanical whirring, 5 glowing green items materialized before him. Immovable flower, immovable plume, immovable chalice, immovable sands, and immovable crown.
Quality, 3-star.
Attributes, each artifact boosts 3 stats: HP, physical defense, and magical defense.
Set bonus, when 2 pieces are equipped, the host's maximum HP increases by 10%, and knockback resistance improves by 10%.
The 4-piece set, all of the host's attacks will deal an additional 10% damage based on their maximum health, shield effects are enhanced by 15%, elemental recovery speed is slightly increased, and toughness is boosted by 20%. Chu Chen carefully examined the attributes of the artifact set he had drawn, unable to suppress the smile on his face. As the system had said, the world he was in was not a game, so the enhancements brought by this artifact set could not simply be measured by in-game quality standards. This set directly increased maximum health and defense, boosted toughness and resistance, and, most importantly, enhanced shield effects. Each attribute perfectly matched the name of the set: immovable, ***. Having unlocked the talents of the Geo Emperor, Chu Chen's physical strength was already far superior to that of ordinary people. Now equipped with this set, his defensive capabilities would be significantly enhanced. Even if he fought against opponents of the same level, as long as he stood his ground, it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to break through his defenses.
Could this be a hint for me to take the tank build route? Chu Chen mused. Ding! No, host.
After unlocking the Geo Emperor's talent, your maximum health and attack power mutually amplify each other.
Enhancing one attribute will proportionally boost the other. In other words, it's not just health, defense, and resistance that are improved, your strength will also increase significantly. To put it
simply, the higher your health, the stronger your attack power.
Every attribute upgrade brings comprehensive benefits, the system explained.
This reminded Chu Chen of another aspect of his talent, Blood Weapon, which further increased attack power based on maximum health. These two attributes influenced each other, enhancing one would simultaneously improve the other. And this was just the beginning. These were the attributes he had just awakened. As his level increased, the benefits would only grow larger.
Blood Weapon. Tank build. War God? I see.
Whether it's the tank build or the War God build, I want them all.
Chu Chen chuckled softly and immediately equipped all 5 artifacts.
In an instant, he felt a surge of immense power flow into his body, drastically increasing his strength.
Ding!
The system has detected an increase in the host's fighting spirit.
Here's something to look forward to: upon reaching level 10, the host will unlock a new ability, ***Thousand Rock Legion ****.
At that point, you'll be able to forge rocks to create a legion of stone warriors. With that, the system fell silent, but its words were undoubtedly a shot of adrenaline for Chu Chen. Feeling the surging power within him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Looks like I need to find a way to level up quickly." The next morning, Chu Chen leaped out of bed, quickly washed up, had breakfast, and headed out.
Things were simple now. After awakening his talents, Chu Chen had been directly enrolled by Imperial University. He no longer needed to attend school, as all subsequent procedures would be handled by designated personnel.
According to Luo Jingqi, all Chu Chen needed to do was focus on cultivating, while others would take care of the trivial matters. This time, he planned to head to the outskirts beyond Yunhai City for some training. Outside the eastern gate of Yunhai City lay a vast expanse of mountains and forests, teeming with magical beasts. The area was guarded by military forces and served as an excellent training ground for awakened individuals, as well as a place to gather resources from magical beasts. However, Chu Chen was now a well-known figure, and his striking appearance often caused a stir wherever he went. So, without lingering, he dashed straight toward the eastern gate. With his current physical abilities, his running speed was astonishing. To ordinary people, he was nothing more than a blur. Although his home was half a district away from the eastern gate, it took him just over 10 minutes to reach the eastern edge of Yunhai City. The 10-minute sprint was swift, but it hardly exhausted him. At this moment, his expression was calm, his breathing only slightly heavy, which quickly returned to normal. Looking up, he was greeted by a towering, 100-meter-high city wall. The wall was made of the world's sturdiest alloy, towering into the clouds and gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. Chu Chen's arrival naturally drew the attention of the guards. When they saw him approaching, they looked astonished. After all, Chu Chen's reputation was well known throughout Yunhai City. "You must be Chu Chen, right? Captain Luo has already informed us that you're free to head out for training at any time," said the tall military officer in charge. Generally, newly awakened individuals were not allowed to leave the city for training immediately, as they were not yet adept at controlling their powers. At least a month of systematic training was required. But this rule only applied to ordinary sequences. For someone like Chu Chen, who belonged to a special sequence and possessed great strength upon awakening, leaving the city was permitted. However, remember that you're only allowed to train in the outer areas. The central and deeper regions house magical beasts of tier 3 and above. It's not that we doubt your abilities, but you're too important. We can't afford for anything to happen to you. The outer areas are guarded by the military. If you encounter danger, retreat immediately and seek their assistance, another soldier added. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder," Chu Chen replied. He was well aware of his own importance. On the surface, he seemed carefree, but in reality, someone had been keeping an eye on him all along. There was also Mo Shuehan, the special agent sent by the imperial capital. She had mentioned that she would remain in Yunhai City to secretly protect him until the Imperial Academy's semester began. Now that he was heading to the eastern outskirts for training, Mo Shuehan undoubtedly already knew, though he himself hadn't noticed. After a brief registration process, Chu Chen left the city and stepped into the wilderness. Not long after his departure, the military officer on site pressed a button on his communicator. "Captain Luo, Chu Chen has left the city." Phew! Stepping outside the city walls, Chu Chen exhaled deeply as he gazed at the endless forest before him. This area had once been part of the city, a place where humans had lived. But after the outbreak of war, it fell into desolation. In the distance, layered mountain silhouettes loomed faintly on the horizon. The city was protected by towering, several 100-meter-high alloy walls, safeguarding its inhabitants. But those walls felt like a massive cage, making it hard to breathe. Only in this vast wilderness did Chu Chen feel a long-lost sense of freedom. As he approached the edge of the forest, he saw the stationed military forces. The soldiers, without waiting for him to speak, offered the same reminders as the guards at the city gate before allowing him to enter the forest. Stepping into the forest's edge, the atmosphere immediately grew tense. The trees here were tall and thick, likely influenced by the power of awakening, each standing at least 50 meters high. Their massive canopies nearly blocked out the sky, allowing only a few rays of sunlight to filter through the gaps. But for Chu Chen, who had awakened the power of the Geo Archon, this environment was advantageous. He could harness the strength of the mountains and land to sense the movements around him. Despite the towering trees, his vision remained unobstructed. About 100 meters away, he spotted a team of awakened individuals battling magical beasts. Chu Chen chose to move in the direction where fewer people were present. The fewer people there were, the less competition for experience. 50 meters ahead, there's a giant beast, and 100 meters to the left, an adult iron-armored rhinoceros. No one around, perfect. Through his resonance with the rocks and mountains, Chu Chen grasped the movements in his surroundings. He decided to challenge the giant beast first. Giant beasts are monstrous creatures influenced by supernatural powers, resembling humans in appearance. They stand between 10 to 20 meters tall, lack intelligence, and act purely on animalistic instincts. Soon, Chu Chen pushed through the thicket, and the giant beast came into view. It was a massive figure over 10 meters tall, its entire body covered in filthy black hair, climbing a tree to pluck fruit. The moment it spotted Chu Chen, its eyes lit up with a sudden gleam. Giants loved eating meat, especially humans. They only resorted to eating fruit when extremely hungry. This one was clearly starving. Despite its massive size, the giant moved with surprising speed. In the blink of an eye, it leaped down from the tree, its enormous mouth wide open, aiming to devour Chu Chen in one bite. Its teeth were mere inches away, but Chu Chen remained utterly calm, allowing the beast to make its move. Bang! Roar! A metallic crash resounded as the giant's teeth shattered, and blood sprayed everywhere. The beast fell to the ground, writhing in pain. Unbeknownst to the giant, a jade shield had appeared around Chu Chen's body. The beast's teeth couldn't pierce the shield and were instead shattered by its rebound force. Ha! Chu Chen chuckled lightly, gripping his white-tasseled spear. With a kick off the ground, he shot into the air, landing atop the giant's head. He raised his spear and thrust it downward. Rock elements gathered along the spear's shaft, leaving a trail of golden light behind. The giant, still reeling from its pain, noticed the disturbance too late. The spear's tip had already pierced through its neck, instantly severing its life. The strike was loud, drawing the attention of the iron-armored rhinoceros not far away. Accompanied by the rumbling of the earth, a 5-meter-tall rhinoceros beast with black iron armor charged toward Chu Chen. The iron-armored rhinoceros leaped high into the air, its massive shadow engulfing Chu Chen. Its intent was clear, to crush him into pulp with its enormous body. But no matter how menacing the beast appeared, Chu Chen stood unwavering, his gaze fixed on it. Boom! A deafening crash echoed as the iron-armored rhinoceros slammed into Chu Chen's shield. Dust and debris scattered, and the surrounding trees swayed in the gust of the impact. Though the shield around Chu Chen appeared as thin as a cicada's wing, it was indestructible, fully absorbing the rhinoceros's fierce attack. Only faint ripples shimmered across its surface, with no signs of cracking. Even the iron-armored rhinoceros was stunned by the outcome. It watched as its prideful attack proved utterly ineffective, freezing in disbelief. Time seemed to stop as the beast's mind went blank. Chu Chen chuckled softly, raising his spear to pierce through the beast's body. But just as the spear tip was about to touch the rhinoceros's iron armor, he suddenly paused, as if struck by a thought. Lowering his spear, he extended his empty left hand forward. Golden rock elements began to gather around his left arm, forming brilliant streams of light that tightly enveloped it. Rumble! The ground began to tremble, the roaring sound growing louder and louder. Finally, boom! A colossal hand, forged entirely of rock, burst forth from the earth. The hand was so massive that it could easily hold the enormous iron-armored rhinoceros in its palm. The beast snapped out of its daze at the thunderous noise, only to find itself firmly gripped by the giant's stone hand. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't break free. Chu Chen showed no surprise. Moments ago, he had realized that since his talent for resonating rock allowed him to forge and manipulate rocks into various weapons, crafting a giant stone hand was entirely feasible. This enormous hand was the result of his resonance with the rocks beneath him, molded into the shape of his left arm. The entire arm was adorned with shimmering golden streams of light, the power of the rock element coursing through it. Chu Chen's radiant display immediately drew the attention of many nearby. Awakeners in the vicinity, drawn by the noise, arrived and were left dumbfounded at the scene before them. The iron-armored rhinoceros, famous for its immense size, strength, and impenetrable defense, was a nightmare for many awakeners. Yet here it was, like a mouse, firmly grasped by a larger, sturdier stone hand, unable to move despite its roars and struggles. As they saw Chu Chen standing beside the giant hand, the crowd was even more astonished. Isn't that the guy who awakened just yesterday? A heaven-tier awakener, Chu Chen. He only awakened yesterday. How is he this powerful already? Everyone was in utter disbelief. Especially when they noticed the slain giant beast lying nearby, they were so shocked they couldn't even speak. Seeing the growing crowd, Chu Chen manipulated the stone hand to clench tightly. Roar! The iron-armored rhinoceros let out a blood-curdling scream as its hard black armor shattered instantly. Blood splattered everywhere, and its massive body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host on leveling up. Current level, LV9. The system notification chimed, and Chu Chen nodded in satisfaction. It seemed this was no ordinary beast, otherwise, he wouldn't have leveled up so quickly. The scene completely stunned the onlookers. The iron-armored rhinoceros had been casually crushed to death by Chu Chen. Many people frantically took out their phones, snapping pictures and recording videos. After all, footage of a heaven-tier awakener in action was a rare treasure.
Realizing he had caused too much commotion, Chu Chen knew he couldn't linger. He turned into a blur and vanished in the direction with fewer people. The massive stone hand collapsed moments after his departure. Chu Chen continued deeper into the mountains, slaying many beasts and collecting their flesh for sustenance. However, those beasts were of lower levels, and the experience they provided was far inferior to that of the giant beast and the iron-armored rhinoceros. His experience bar still had a long way to go before reaching level 10. Boom! Midair, a rock spear pierced through the body of a tiger-like beast. By now, dusk was setting in. The sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting a dim yellow hue that made the environment even eerier. Humans generally lived by the rhythm of sunrise and sunset. Even awakeners wouldn't choose to train in such perilous beast territories after nightfall. At this hour, awakeners scattered throughout the mountains began packing up to leave. Chu Chen had reached the central region of the mountains, where the beasts were stronger and became most active at night. For safety, Chu Chen decided to halt his actions and head home. As he left along the forest's edge, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, and a light rain began to fall. He glanced at his phone. It was nearly 6 in the evening. Resonating with the nearby rocks, Chu Chen realized he could no longer sense any other people along the way. It seemed everyone else had retreated far quicker than he had. Of course, his perception was limited, and it was possible that others were retreating out of the forest beyond his detection range. However, the rain grew heavier, turning from a drizzle into pounding, bean-sized droplets. With no other choice, Chu Chen activated the Jade Scepter shield, causing the raindrops to pause briefly on its shimmering surface. Yet, the golden glow emitted by the shield made him conspicuously visible in the pitch-black forest. A vague sense of danger surged through his heart. Chu Chen roughly calculated that at his current pace, it would take about 10 minutes to exit the forest. For safety, he gripped his white-tasseled spear tightly, ready at any moment to face threats lurking in the shadows. Just as he focused on pushing forward, the sound of distant tremors cut through the relentless drumming of the rain. Faintly, he could hear the anguished cries of humans. Sensing trouble, Chu Chen frowned slightly. Damn it! Damn it! In a clearing deep within the forest, a bloodied and haggard man lay sprawled on the ground. Surrounding him were several men and women, covered in dirt and bleeding from their wounds. They were clearly awakened warriors who had come to the forest to train, now desperately protecting the injured man who was barely clinging to life. Above them, a swarm of grotesque creatures resembling humans but with black wings circled ominously. These creatures had surrounded the awakened warriors, sealing off the entire clearing. Below, a group of black-robed individuals stood in eerie silence. Their robes obscured their figures and faces. Damn it, it's the remnants of the 10,000 Tribes cult. How dare they cause chaos here, a tall, middle-aged man said gravely. The so-called 10,000 Tribes cult was a massive faction made up of traitors who had betrayed humanity after awakening their powers, allying themselves with the invading foreign races. They despised their human identity and worshipped the invaders, believing them to be divine beings sent to guide humanity. Dressed in black robes, they provided intelligence and other assistance to the foreign tribes. If it weren't for these traitors laying in ambush, and with the help of the Blood Bat clan, we wouldn't be trapped here, a tall woman with short hair responded. The creatures flying in the air were indeed members of the Blood Bat clan, one of the foreign tribes. They had humanoid forms and a pair of black, menacing wings. The woman, despite her face being smeared with dirt that couldn't mask her beauty, wore a deep blue, tight combat suit. However, her battle armor was damaged, revealing patches of pale, delicate skin. Looking at her exhausted comrades and the blocked exits surrounded by the Blood Bat clan, a trace of despair appeared on her face. At this moment, they had nearly depleted all their strength. It was impossible for them to fight their way out on their own. Their only hope was for someone to discover them and notify the army stationed at the forest's perimeter for rescue. Ha, still hoping for reinforcements, the leader of the black-robed group sneered. What? Those who had clung to a sliver of hope froze. Could it be? Clearing his throat, the black-robed leader continued, we wouldn't have acted without full confidence. The army guarding the entrance has already been distracted by the beasts we unleashed. They're busy dealing with those creatures and will need at least half an hour. In that time, none of you will leave here alive. With that, the black-robed leader stepped toward the middle-aged man, his right hand enveloped in a swirling black mist. Without hesitation, he plunged it straight through the man's chest. Ah! The man screamed as his body was thrown high into the air. Captain! The others cried out in despair, summoning the last vestiges of their strength to launch a frenzied attack on the black-robed figures and the Blood Bat clan in the air. But they were already spent, their power was less than a tenth of its usual strength. Within moments,
they were overwhelmed by the cult members. The middle-aged man, flung into the air, was swarmed by the Blood Bat clan, his body torn to shreds in an instant. Blood mixed with rain as it splattered onto the heads of his struggling comrades below. "Oh, my lord! Please savor this feast to your heart's content." The black-robed cultists below dropped to their knees, hands clasped in worshipful reverence. The Blood Bat clan in the air dove swiftly, viciously attacking the remaining humans. One of the Blood Bat clan cruelly tore off a human's head, letting out a chilling laugh as it began to feast ravenously. "No! No!" The short-haired woman, her eyes blurred with tears, watched her companions fall prey to the foreign tribe's savagery. Though she knew her cries for help were futile, she screamed desperately for rescue. But the torrential rain drowned out all sound, sealing the world in a watery prison. They were trapped, with no hope of escape. "It's over." The woman stopped struggling. Her once beautiful face was now etched with despair. Her wide-open eyes locked onto a Blood Bat clan member diving toward her with its talons aimed at her head. She closed her eyes, silently accepting the unavoidable end. But seconds passed, and the anticipated agony never came. The sounds of the Blood Bat clan's frenzied slaughter abruptly ceased. Slowly, she opened her eyes, astonished to find a massive stone pillar rising from the ground beneath her feet. The pillar was intricately carved with ornate patterns, and golden ripples radiated outward from its center. The Blood Bat clan, which had been poised to kill them, was struck back by the golden ripples and scattered. "Blood Bat clan! Blood Bat!" A deep voice resonated from above them. Gazing upward, they saw a tall, slender figure standing atop the stone pillar. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to this unexpected figure. His striking appearance, commanding presence, and the radiant jade scepter shield enveloping him made it impossible to look away. That heavenly ranked Chu Chen? The woman finally recognized him and gasped in shock. "It's him?" The black-robed leader's expression turned fanatical. Of course, they knew of Chu Chen as an extraordinarily gifted individual. But they never expected that the newly awakened Chu Chen would dare venture here alone for training. "If we can capture him, wouldn't that?" The black-robed leader's excitement was uncontrollable, fully aware of the immense honor capturing Chu Chen would bring to their cult. "Everyone, let's capture him alive together," the leader shouted eagerly. The Blood Bat clan hovering nearby also seemed to understand Chu Chen's importance. As a figure with divine-level talent, he was a pivotal figure no matter where he went. But Chu Chen, standing on the pillar, murmured softly, "Blood Bat clan, so it's you?" There was a trace of emotion in his voice. The scene before him brought him back to a memory from when he was 3 years old. It was a night of torrential rain, when the once peaceful city had been reduced to ruins. At the tender age of 3, Chu Chen had crossed into this world, witnessing firsthand the brutality and bloodshed of the foreign tribe's invasion. He had watched helplessly as the monsters flying in the sky laughed maniacally. Seeing his parents standing in front of him, desperately protecting him. Watching as the monsters extended their sharp claws, tearing his parents apart. He lost the warmth and familial love he had never experienced in his previous life. Though he was lucky enough to be rescued, his parents were forever left behind in that dark, rainy night. The surrounding Blood Bat clan and black-robed figures froze in place, their gazes fixed on Chu Chen's eyes, which now radiated a dazzling golden light. A powerful oppressive force erupted from his body, as though an emperor had descended, wielding an endless power of slaughter. An unprecedented fear enveloped everyone's hearts, and the temperature in the air plummeted to freezing in an instant. Chu Chen recalled that in his past life, in the game, Liu's Geo Archon, Morex, was praised as a compassionate, selfless, and benevolent leader. He was like a kind father, guarding Liu's growth day after day. But in the chaotic era of the Archon War, mere compassion was not enough to become a true king. The power Morex exhibited before his enemies was boundless slaughter. The gentle figure revered in the hearts of Liu's people was an eternal nightmare in the eyes of his foes. Now, filled with a raging intent to kill, Chu Chen gazed at the Blood Bat clan before him. Though they were not the true culprits behind his parents' deaths, as long as he could annihilate these creatures completely, eliminating them one by one, the day of revenge would eventually come. In an instant, the tip of the white tassel spear transformed into a silver stream of light, piercing into the dense formation of the Blood Bat clan like a swimming dragon. But this was only the beginning. Countless spear shadows shot forth from Chu Chen's hands, leaving golden afterimages lingering in the sky, illuminating the surroundings. PCH, PCH, PCH. The bodies of countless Blood Bat creatures exploded instantaneously in the rain of spear attacks, their rancid blood mixing with the rainwater, painting the world in a gruesome red. But this wasn't enough. He wouldn't let these creatures die so easily. As the power of Geo surged, a series of rumbling noises rose from beneath the ground. One after another, massive hands forged from rock erupted from the earth, swiftly grabbing the blood-bat creatures that were flying chaotically. Although these rock hands weren't as enormous as the one he had used earlier against the armored rhinoceros, their overwhelming numbers were astonishing. Any enemy caught by them would be crushed to death in the next second, the sound of breaking bones echoing clearly. Chu Chen deliberately slowed the crushing process, allowing these bloodbat creatures to fully experience the agony, to hear the sound of their own bones fracturing. At the same time, holding his spear, he charged directly into the dense swarm of bloodbat creatures. In an instant, golden spear shadows obscured the vision of the surviving awakeners. All they could see were heads falling from the sky, one after another. At this moment, Chu Chen resembled the incarnation of death itself, leaving a trail of blood and carnage wherever he passed. Not far from this scene of massacre, on the trunk of a massive tree, a man in military uniform watched in shock. He was a spy sent by Luo Jingqi to secretly protect Chu Chen. To avoid being discovered, he had kept his distance, which allowed him to evade Chu Chen's resonance perception. However, everything he had witnessed while following Chu Chen today left him utterly stunned. From the giant beast and armored rhinoceros he had slain at the start, to the hunting grounds littered with corpses as they ventured deeper into the forest, all these sights had already made the man deeply aware of Chu Chen's immense power. But the scene he was witnessing now was far more shocking than anything before, leaving him dumbfounded. The followers of the Myriad Clan sect and the numerous bloodbat creatures were not ordinary beasts. The recorder on the man's chest captured everything in full detail. In the command center of Yunhai City's garrison, Luo Jingqi and Mo Shuihan were staring at the footage transmitted by the recorder. Both were completely stunned, their hearts tingling as they watched Chu Chen slaughter with ease, as if he were in a realm devoid of others. He awakened just 2 days ago? Is this truly the power of a heaven-tier expert? Luo Jingqi shook his head and sighed. No, what's more concerning is that the remnants of the Myriad Clan sect have already infiltrated our side, along with the Bloodbat clan. It seems they've been planning this for a long time. Mo Shuihan's expression was solemn. If the Myriad Clan sect and foreign races were involved, this matter would not be easy to handle and could potentially trigger a larger war. What's the situation with the beast riot on the forest outskirts? Luo Jingqi asked the officer beside him. Reporting. The scale of this beast riot is much smaller than previous ones. Most of it has been contained, and the remaining small number is expected to be cleared within 5 minutes, the officer replied. Good. Leave enough troops to suppress the remaining beasts, and have the rest of the forces head into the forest to support Chu Chen immediately. Luo Jingqi ordered without hesitation. Although Chu Chen currently held an absolute advantage, they couldn't afford to be careless. If the enemy had any backup plan, he might not be able to hold out alone. Soon, under Luo Jingqi's orders, the well-equipped troops stationed on the forest outskirts began advancing rapidly into the depths of the forest. Upon learning that reinforcements were on the way, Luo Jingqi finally breathed a sigh of relief. If not for his duty as a commander requiring him to remain at the base, he would have personally gone to provide support long ago. He turned to Mo Shuihan, about to speak. I know, Mo Shuihan interrupted him. My mission is simple. If Chu Chen encounters insurmountable danger, I must act immediately. Don't worry, I'll head there right away to prevent any accidents. With that, she extended her jade-like hand, and a fierce gust of wind swirled around her. In a flash, her figure vanished. Seeing the imperial envoy rushing to assist, Luo Jingqi finally felt a weight lifted from his heart. After all, he knew that Mo Shuihan's strength had already reached the 6th-tier star-plucking realm. A full-force explosion from an awakener of her caliber was enough to destroy an entire city. With such a powerful individual on their side, even if the Myriad Clan sect and foreign races were involved, Luo Jingqi felt much more assured. Meanwhile, Chu Chen's slaughter continued. The once dense Bloodbat clan had been mostly annihilated by him, leaving the survivors scattered and fleeing in utter defeat. Damn it! I've always heard that heaven-tier experts are like gods, but I never expected him to be this strong right after awakening. We truly underestimated him. The leading black-robed figure's expression turned grim. Heaven-tier experts were extremely rare, and few had ever seen one. Their knowledge about heaven-tier individuals was very limited. They had assumed that a newly awakened heaven-tier wouldn't be this terrifying, but reality had proven them gravely wrong. He glanced into the distance. The beast riot at the entrance won't hold for much longer. We can't delay any further. Realizing that the border troops suppressing the riot would soon arrive, the black-robed figure gritted his teeth. The black aura around his body surged violently, as if activating some secret technique, enveloping him completely. At the same time, his body began to rapidly expand. The black robe that once covered him was torn apart instantly, as a pair of pitch-black blood wings unfolded from his back. In an instant, the black-robed figure's appearance became identical to that of the blood-bat creatures in the sky. However, whether in terms of size or aura, it far surpassed ordinary members of the Bloodbat clan. At this moment, the black-robed figure stood at a towering 10 meters, his entire skin turned a dark purple-black, with crimson veins coursing through his body. His muscles were solid and abnormally robust. Time was running out. Without a moment's pause, the transformed black-robed figure became a blur, diving straight toward Chu Chen. His fists clenched tightly, the muscles on his arms tense like steel, prepared to crush Chu Chen into dust with a single blow. The terrifying aura radiating from the black-robed figure was suffocating, yet Chu Chen's face showed no trace of fear. Instead, he felt these Bloodbat clan members were too weak to satisfy him. "Come on!" Chu Chen shouted in a low voice, gripping his spear tightly. He did not dodge but faced the attack head-on. Dense rock elemental energy gathered at the tip of his white-tasseled spear, ready to strike. When the black-robed figure's fists collided fiercely with the spear tip, boom! Two immense forces erupted instantly. Howling winds scattered in all directions, even the seemingly sturdy giant trees nearby were split in one stroke. It was then that the black-robed figure realized his strength could not budge Chu Chen in the slightest. Despite using all his might, his blood churned violently, but Chu Chen's power was equally formidable. The two remained locked in a stalemate mid-air, neither giving an inch. Buzz, suddenly, the ground beneath the black-robed figure's feet began to tremble slightly. Then, with a loud crash, jade-like rock spines burst out of the earth. Intense elemental energy erupted, rippling outward and directly disrupting the black-robed figure's strength. Seizing the flaw in his opponent's attack, Chu Chen unleashed the terrifying energy within his body. With a single swing of his spear, he severed one of the black-robed figure's thick arms. The excruciating pain caused the black-robed figure to roar, his voice thunderous and echoing in all directions. "Damn it!" Enduring the pain, the black-robed figure realized the dire situation. His roar just now had exposed their location. Thinking of the approaching outer military forces, he no longer had the mind to continue fighting, his only thought was how to retreat. After a brief hesitation, as if making a firm decision, the black-robed figure let out another low growl. He extended his remaining massive hand, grabbing all the other cult members of the Myriad clan's cult on the battlefield, shoving them into his mouth, and swallowing them whole. Visibly, the severed arm regenerated instantly. Subsequently, he let out an even more deafening roar, different from the previous cries of pain. This time, the sound carried a peculiar rhythm. Immediately afterward, rumble, the ground began to quake violently. Rumble, dust filled the air as sturdy giant trees were shattered into pieces. On the forest's outskirts, magical beasts seemed to be under some kind of control, losing their minds and stampeding crazily in this direction. Not good. Another beast tide is coming. A man observing from the shadows in the distance turned pale. It was rumored that the Myriad clan's cult had a secret technique that could incite the berserk rage of nearby magical beasts by paying a certain price, thereby creating a beast tide. And now, after devouring the power of the cult members, the black-robed figure had unleashed another beast tide. The man gritted his teeth, two blazing columns of flame shooting out behind him. He hadn't intervened earlier because Chu Chen was still holding his ground. But now, with the beast tide closing in, he could no longer stand idly by. Scorching sun-like flames erupted from his body, turning him into a figure of crimson fire. Even the torrential rain pouring down couldn't extinguish the flames on him. Since he had been sent by Luo Jingqi to secretly protect Chu Chen, the man's strength naturally couldn't be underestimated. He possessed an ordinary Sequence A-class talent and had reached the mid-stage of the 4th-tier mountain-moving realm. Although it would be challenging for him alone to stop the beast tide, he had to do everything he could to delay the onslaught of magical beasts and ensure Chu Chen's safety. In an instant, the man transformed into a blazing inferno and charged into the heart of the beast tide. What now? Has the reinforcements team not arrived yet? Through the recorder on the man's body, the battlefield within the forest fell entirely into Luo Jingqi's view. Report! We've reached the vicinity and are currently engaged in fierce combat with the magical beasts breaking through. The reinforcements were closing in on Chu Chen's location but were blocked by the beast tide, caught in a deadly struggle. Countless roars and the sounds of charging echoed one after another, and the overwhelming energy waves of the battle spread rapidly. Relentless slaughter ensued, the stench of blood was overwhelming, and not even the torrential rain could wash it away. Chu Chen sensed that the reinforcements had already begun engaging the beast tide in a head-on battle.
More and more magical beasts surged from all directions toward their location. The black-robed figure's face twisted into a cunning smile as he prepared to retreat with the remaining members of the Blood Bat clan. All around came waves of furious roars. One by one, the massive bodies of magical beasts fell, but with them went the lives of many soldiers. The reason Chu Chen had tangled with this group of Blood Bat clan members for so long earlier was because his desire for vengeance burned so fiercely that he didn't want his enemies to die easily. He wanted each strike of his spear to pierce through their bodies and make them experience extreme pain. But now, the situation affected not only himself but also the reinforcements who had come to support him, dragging them into this disaster. Chu Chen knew he could no longer afford to delay. Perfect timing. My strength has just increased significantly, he muttered. Since awakening his rock god talent, through continuous combat upgrades, Chu Chen had now mastered manipulating the rock element within his body, allowing him to fly through the air. He quickly shot into the sky, breaking through the obstacles of dozens of meters of towering giant trees, fully exposed to everyone's sight. The magical beasts controlled by the black-robed figure had already locked onto Chu Chen as their target. The moment he appeared, the beasts that had been battling the reinforcements immediately shifted their focus, charging at him madly. On the ground, in the air, all sorts of bizarrely shaped magical beasts lunged toward Chu Chen. Damn it! We must stop these beasts. Damn, these crazy beasts! Unless we wipe them out quickly, we can't hold them back. No matter what, we must save Chu Chen. Even if it costs us everything. The soldiers in the reinforcements team each wore determined expressions. No matter what, their mission was to protect Chu Chen. In the distant command room, Luo Jingqi's face was dark as he slammed his fist onto the table. The heavy solid wood round table shattered into pieces instantly. His entire body trembled as he shouted, "Chu Chen, what are you thinking? Exposing yourself in broad daylight like this?" Chu Chen was a heaven-tier powerhouse. Luo Jingqi couldn't imagine the consequences if something happened to him. Now, he could only pin his hopes on Mo Xuehan, who had already arrived. In this moment of desperation, only Mo Xuehan, the Imperial Capital's special agent and a 6th-tier star-plucking realm expert, could turn the tide. Meanwhile, the beast tide drew closer. The dense mass of magical beasts pressed together tightly, roaring in furious rage. Seeing the massive beasts about to attack Chu Chen, the long-hidden Mo Xuehan finally emerged. To possess such formidable power on the second day of awakening, your strength has already proven your worthiness of your talent. Well done. Now, it's time to rest, she murmured softly to herself. A ghostly green light began to gather around her, sharp as the blades of wind. But just as she was about to make her move, Mo Xuehan's face suddenly displayed utter shock. Simultaneously, everyone at the scene, including Luo Jingqi in the distant command room, was left agape in astonishment. Chu Chen softly chanted, "Heaven's motion, myriad phenomena." In an instant, a massive, deep black hole unfurled above everyone's heads. Overhead, the originally dark storm clouds were split apart by a dazzling golden light. The torrential rain that had been howling moments ago seemed to be suppressed by some mysterious force and abruptly came to a halt. The black hole's center emitted a radiant brilliance, reflecting onto the clouds and transforming them into magnificent golden formations. This immensely powerful divine aura descended from the heavens, instilling fear in all who witnessed it. Even the frenzied, uncontrollable beasts were forced to stop their restlessness, frozen where they stood. The black-robed figures and Blood Bat clan members, who had planned to flee, found themselves engulfed under the black hole's shadow. They felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, as if an emperor himself had descended. They wanted to run, but their bodies refused to obey, leaving them to helplessly watch as the brightest light revealed a colossal object emerging with a thunderous roar. It was perfectly square, constructed from interlocked, hardened meteorites. Its pitch-black surface was adorned with brilliant golden stones, their shimmering ripples spreading rapidly across the surface. What is that? A meteorite? A comet? No, why is it so dazzling? What on earth is this thing? Everyone was stunned by what seemed like a divine punishment descending from the heavens. The celestial meteor, as magnificent as an art piece, carried an aura of extreme savagery. Below, the beasts trembled violently, their eyes brimming with despair. They were powerless, forced to watch as the meteor grew larger and larger, pressing down upon them from the sky. A monster! The black-robed figure mumbled faintly, sensing the end was near. The massive celestial meteor descended from above, crushing toward the Blood Bat clan and the black-robed figures, plummeting into the beast horde and stirring up a massive cloud of flying dust and debris. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The deafening explosion and roaring echoed, spreading in waves. Oh no!
Many faces turned pale with fear upon realizing they too were within the blast range of the celestial meteor. But soon, they discovered that the immense power that struck the ground before them caused no harm. The blinding light from the explosion forced everyone to shut their eyes tightly, and it felt as though time had come to a standstill. All that remained in their ears were the echoes of the blast and the howling winds. Ding! Host level increased. Current level, LV-11. The aftershock of the explosion lingered for a while, and the piercing light left everyone's eyes stinging. The dense forest under Chu Chen's feet was gone, leaving behind a massive, striking crater. In truth, the celestial meteor summoned by Chu Chen was still quite basic in both size and power due to the limitations of his current strength. As his power grew, the size and might of the celestial meteor would also increase, potentially reaching planetary proportions. At that point, invoking heaven's motion, myriad phenomena would truly be terrifying. They were currently at the edge of the forest. Although the black-robed figure had triggered a beast horde, the beasts were mostly low-level, with the majority at Tier 1 and the stronger ones only at the early stages of Tier 2. This celestial meteor was more than enough to annihilate most of the beasts, with the surviving elites either gravely injured or petrified. For the remaining border troops, this posed no significant challenge. This victory over the beast horde, coupled with the earlier elimination of the Bloodbat clan, brought Chu Chen an immense amount of experience, directly elevating his level to 11. This signified his official entry into the Kaiyuan realm of a Tier 2 Awakener. Ding! Host's conditions met. The first legendary mission will activate within 3 days at an unspecified time. Please be prepared at all times. The system's voice rang out again, but Chu Chen had no energy to pay attention. He was utterly exhausted. The level up didn't bring any physical recovery. He felt completely drained, his eyelids so heavy that he could barely keep them open. He had released all his hatred through the slaughter, and as drowsiness fully consumed his consciousness, Chu Chen collapsed uncontrollably to the ground. In the next moment, a green shadow appeared abruptly. Imo Shuehan descended from mid-air, catching the sleeping Chu Chen securely in her arms before gently landing on the ground. The beast horde had come quickly and left just as fast. The remaining soldiers had no time to marvel at the earlier breathtaking events. They had to focus on rescuing the surviving awakeners. The petrified beasts also needed to be cleared as quickly as possible. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Imo Shuehan's gaze quivered slightly as she silently looked at the unconscious Chu Chen in her arms. It was unclear how much time had passed until bright sunlight poured through the window, falling on Chu Chen's face. He rose from his bed and stretched, feeling his energy fully restored. The powerful energy from the level up coursed through his body, sweeping away all traces of fatigue. Strange. How did I get back home? Opening his eyes, Chu Chen was surprised to find himself lying in his bedroom. He had no recollection of how he got there. A segment of his memory was missing. He vaguely remembered losing consciousness mid-air, and then? Rubbing his temples, Chu Chen tried hard to recall. It felt like something caught me, but what was it? He distinctly remembered not hitting the ground directly. It had felt soft and warm, unlike anything he'd ever experienced before. Unable to remember, he gave up and went to the bathroom to wash up thoroughly. Draped only in a towel, he walked over to the mirror. Somehow, he noticed faint golden patterns emerging on the muscles of his bare upper body. The patterns were subtle and barely noticeable unless carefully observed. These markings weren't here before, were they? Chu Chen muttered in confusion to himself. You're awake. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed. In the mirror, Mo Shuehan's figure had silently appeared behind Chu Chen at some unknown point. The sudden presence startled Chu Chen. He turned around abruptly, looking at Mo Shuehan in shock and stammering, M.O. I occasionally serve as a teaching assistant at the Imperial Academy. Just call me teacher, Mo Shuehan said. Standing tall at approximately 1.78 meters, Mo Shuehan's gaze met Chu Chen's around his collarbone. Her eyes were calm, but her tone unexpectedly carried a trace of admiration. Not bad physique, she remarked. Ha? Chu Chen froze, then quickly realized he was only wrapped in a towel. Hastily, he said, Teacher Mo, let me go change my clothes first. The moment he finished speaking, without waiting for a response, he immediately dashed back to his room, rummaged through his wardrobe, and changed into a relatively new set of clothes before daring to step out again. Mo Shuehan was already seated on the sofa in the living room. Seeing Chu Chen come out, she gestured for him to sit beside her. Explain what happened last night. She lightly raised an eyebrow, a faint smile gracing her lips. Last night? I just went to sleep. Honestly, I thought I'd been out for days. Take a look at this. Mo Shuehan suddenly brought her phone in front of Chu Chen's face. On the screen, a news app was open, and the local news section was entirely filled
with the same photo plastered across the page.
The photo depicted the celestial meteor Chu Chen had summoned last night, though he himself was absent from the frame.
Shocking. A mysterious meteor falls from the sky, landing in the Mangri forest. Unidentified shooting star becomes a miracle, illuminating the night sky.
Sudden beast riot in the forest last night, breaking news coverage.
Feeling lonely at home? Download. Although the headlines varied, apart from the advertisements, all the content revolved around Chu Chen's summon.
During last night's beast tide outbreak, the military sealed off the forest perimeter, forbidding anyone from approaching.
So, everyone could
only watch the meteor descend from afar, without knowing it was your doing, Mo Shuehan explained.
We were all shocked. According to the
records in the Awakening Hall, your awakened ability was supposedly related to rocks and the earth.
Who would have thought that by the next day, you'd be able to summon a meteor out of thin air? It's truly incredible.
Mo Shuehan shook her head, her tone filled with admiration and awe. She had encountered many top-tier awakened individuals in her time, each possessing extraordinary talents of their own. However, none of them had been like Chu Chen, summoning a meteor to strike the monsters of Blue Star just a day after awakening.
Teacher Mo, I'd like to ask, how many years has it been since humanity first gained awakening powers? Chu Chen asked in return.
The question caught Mo Shuehan off guard, but after a moment of thought, she answered, the invasion of other races and the rampant magical
beasts began roughly 500 years ago.
Back then, humanity relied on technology to resist, struggling for about 100 years. 400 years ago, the first awakened individual emerged during the surge of supernatural powers.
After another 100 years of exploration,
humanity began to grasp the basic principles of awakening, eventually establishing the Awakening Hall to enable more people to awaken. By that calculation, humanity has only truly mastered awakening powers for about 300 years, Chu Chen nodded, doing the math. Yes, and during these 300 years, humanity's understanding of awakening is still very rudimentary, barely at an introductory stage, Mo Shuehan agreed.
That's why, Teacher Mo, our understanding of awakening powers is very limited. Your questions are the same as mine.
I only know that I gained this power after awakening, but as for the specifics, I have no idea, Chu Chen explained. As for how that meteor appeared, I can't explain it either. I can only say it's part of my awakened ability, nothing more.
Chu Chen's reasoning made sense.
Ever since the first awakened individual appeared, for centuries had passed, and awakening powers remained a
focal point of research for humanity's top scientists. Chu Chen was just an ordinary student and couldn't possibly provide a deeper explanation.
After listening to Chu Chen's words, Mo Shuehan could only nod in acceptance. After all, awakening was an enigma that no one fully understood. Ever since she brought Chu Chen home last night, Mo Shuehan had been keeping a close watch over him. Now, seeing him safe and sound, her worries gradually dissipated.
Having asked all the necessary questions, she didn't know what else to say.
For Chu Chen, despite living through 2 lifetimes, social interaction was still not his strong suit. He had never been the type to initiate conversations, preferring instead to remain a quiet listener most of the time. For a moment, neither of them spoke, and an indescribable silence filled the living room.
Chu Chen, I have one more question, Mo Shuehan suddenly broke the silence. Whether it was during the trial the day before yesterday or last night when you fought those magical beasts and other races in the forest, how did you feel? Was there any discomfort? Mo Shuehan had witnessed Chu Chen's battle after awakening.
Whether facing the beast-like magical creatures or engaging in combat with humanoid enemies from other races and cultists of the 10,000 races, his movements were quick and decisive. Bodies burst apart before him, severed limbs flew, and blood sprayed like rivers. No matter how gruesome the scene, his face remained utterly composed. The only time his expression changed slightly was when facing the Bloodbat clan, driven by hatred. But aside from that, Chu Chen's face was always calm. He was just a newly turned adult, a student like any other. Many students would be terrified to kill a mere chicken, yet Chu Chen could execute enemies without hesitation.
Even
specially trained awakened individuals often struggled with their first trial, their psychological state shaken by the blood-soaked scenes, with some even breaking down completely.
Trials tested not only one's abilities but also courage and mental fortitude.
Yet Chu Chen showed no trace of fear or discomfort. As if he had been professionally trained from a young age, having undergone life-and-death challenges like a seasoned assassin. But when Mo Shuehan reviewed Chu Chen's background, she found that in his 17 years of life, apart from witnessing his parents' murder during a A foreign invasion at the age of 3 and subsequently living alone in an orphanage, he had never encountered any similarly bloody scenes.
Could it be that after killing someone, this young man truly felt no psychological burden at all?
Imo Shuehan recalled her own first battle after awakening her powers.
Back then, her opponent was merely a small magical beast resembling a rat.
Yet, after killing it with her own hands, the bloody sight had nearly made her vomit.
Teacher Mo, why should there be a psychological burden?
They are our enemies, Shu Chen replied calmly.
If I don't kill them, they will kill me.
Shu Chen closed his eyes. Ever since arriving in this world, he had witnessed his parents brutally murdered by other races, powerless to stop it, and could only
watch helplessly.
That experience haunted him in his nightmares, replaying the events of that rainy night when his parents fell before his eyes over and over again. Upon coming to this world, he finally understood, every failure stemmed from a lack of power. Over the years, the hatred within him never faded, it was simply buried beneath his composed exterior.
Finally, at the age of 18, he awakened his abilities.
But that only deepened his hatred. So, when he saw the Blood Bat clan last night, Shu Chen lost control in an instant, his mind consumed solely by the thought of slaughter. He remembered the Rock King Emperor had 2 faces, one of relentless slaughter and one of protective guardianship.
Harsh to his enemies, gentle to his own. The peace of this world is fragile. In times of chaos, killing exists to better protect. Since fate granted him this ability, why should there be a psychological burden in killing enemies? Imo Shuehan listened quietly and, after a moment of silence, gently nodded. It's good that you think this way. There is no need for sympathy toward enemies.
Although it was unclear why Shu Chen possessed such courage at such a young age, only by thinking this way could one survive the harshness of war. But there's one more thing. Imo Shuehan's eyes revealed a complex expression. Although it might not be entirely appropriate to say this, you need to start learning a bit of selfishness.
Selfishness? Shu Chen frowned slightly. Yes, selfishness. Last night, I even hoped you wouldn't act, because if something had gone wrong, do you know how great a loss that would have been for all of humanity?
Imo Shuehan clasped her hands together, letting out a soft sigh.
Have you heard the saying all men are created equal?
While that's not wrong, in this era, it doesn't entirely hold true anymore. Maybe at birth everyone is equal. But as people grow, family background, appearance, and abilities will draw an invisible line between you and others. This line becomes clearer, more indelible, after your awakening at 18. To put it bluntly, you are fortunate because you are a member of the special sequence. Your importance far outweighs that of ordinary awakeners. As a heavenly tier, you are far superior to human and earth tier awakeners. You will grow rapidly and eventually bear the banner of humanity. The key to whether humanity can win this war against alien races lies in geniuses like you.
Geniuses who survive and grow.
Imo Shuehan's voice grew heavier as she spoke, while Shu Chen listened in silence, saying nothing.
Silence was something he was good at. Humanity's future requires sacrifice, but it will never allow you to be the one sacrificed. Different responsibilities exist.
As a heavenly tier, you bear the most critical, irreplaceable responsibility.
Do you know the soldiers who were sent to support you yesterday?
They knew in their hearts that if something went wrong last night, they would rather perish as a unit than fail to protect you.
Because your life is more important than all the lives of ordinary awakeners combined. It's a harsh truth, but it's a fact.
The Blood Bat clan and the cultists of the Myriad Races Church appeared at the rear of Yunhai City. Hidden dangers may already be lurking, waiting to erupt at any moment and inevitably triggering a bloody war.
At this critical moment, we cannot allow you to take any risks.
At this point, Mo Shuehan's lips curved into a faint smile as she pointed to herself. Not to boast, but although my talent is not as great as yours, I am also a member of the special sequence, at a human tier level. My Starlight Realm makes me one of the stronger and more significant combat forces among humanity. My growth was built on the efforts and sacrifices of countless others.
Reaching this level required unimaginable resources and costs. But if you were ever in danger, I would save you even at the cost of my own life. Because that is my duty. My life is far less important than yours.
When Mo Shuehan finished speaking, there was a trace of emotion in her voice.
Shu Chen lowered his head in silence, saying nothing. What could he say? Should he feel fortunate? Fortunate that he was so important that no matter the cost, the higher-ups would protect him?
Bloodshed and sacrifice would never fall on him first. Protection of him was always the priority. Heavenly tier talent, often referred to as godlike talent. Yet, no one knew how many unsung heroes shed blood and sweat behind his rise. Looking at the teacher in front of him, whom he had only known for 2 days, Shu Chen suddenly realized that Mo Shuehan didn't seem much older than him.
However, Chu Chen finally broke his silence after a moment's pause, speaking slowly. Sacrifice has never been one-sided. If my strength allows it, when faced with similar situations, I will still choose to act. Of course, the premise is that I ensure my own safety first. His tone was firm. Who says becoming a heavenly tier master requires sacrificing others? That may apply to others, but if I were just an ordinary heavenly tier, what would be the point of crossing into this world? With the system, I can quickly improve my level and realm without relying on vast external resources. At least for now, everything the system provides me is irreplaceable. I don't need others to bleed for me. Watch how I become a true powerhouse. The fire within Chu Chen yearning for strength was reignited. Well, at least your heart is in the right place. What scares us more than the fall of a heavenly tier is one of them betraying us. Mo Shuihan's face softened with a trace of relief. In any case, the Chu Chen before her didn't seem to need much guidance anymore. With that thought, she exhaled deeply, preparing to leave Chu Chen's home. In any case, as long as you're fine, I'm relieved. Recently, due to the Blood Bat clan and the Myriad Races Church, the forest outskirts of Yunhai City have been sealed off by the military. Don't go there for training during this time. Just as she was about to leave, Mo Shuihan suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. I just received a notice. This year will be different from previous ones. They're planning to organize a special training camp for you newly awakened individuals. It'll last a month and a half and is meant to train you early before the official school term begins. A special training camp? Yes. Based on your qualifications, you'll be assigned to different camps. The camp you'll be in will consist of people like you, all from other regions and part of the special sequence. Mo Shuihan raised an eyebrow, her smile meaningful. Anyway, the details aren't finalized yet. When the camp begins, I'll take you there. For now, just stay put. With that, she disappeared instantly. A training camp, huh? Whatever. What's more important now is that, since I can't go to the wilderness to hunt beasts, I need to figure out a way to level up quickly. Chu Chen showed little interest in the training camp. He was more concerned about how to gain more experience points. Just as he was lost in thought, the system's voice echoed in his mind at the right moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching level 10 and unlocking a new skill, Legion of 1,000 Rocks. To help the host better familiarize themselves with their new power, the system will now initiate the simulation battlefield. Loading the simulation battlefield, please wait. The system's voice rang out continuously. Before Chu Chen could react, he felt darkness envelop him completely. Swish, swish. When Chu Chen regained his senses, the first thing he heard was the sound of waves. A cool breeze swept across the sea, carrying a faint scent of salt. This is a virtual battlefield. Chu Chen opened his eyes and found himself on a deserted island. The island was small, surrounded by an endless expanse of ocean. Ding! The host has 3 minutes to familiarize themselves with new skills. The battle will officially begin in 3 minutes. A brief system prompt sounded. Knowing that the battle would start in 3 minutes, Chu Chen quickly opened the virtual panel and scanned his new skill list. Army of 1,000 Rocks, *. The host's climbing strength is further enhanced. They can now condense solid climbing holds with rock elements and summon the ancient 1,000 Rock Army for assistance in battle. The 1,000 Rock Army can fight autonomously or follow the host's commands. Current number of units that can be summoned, 4, the number will increase as the host levels up. 1,000 Rock Army Talents *. Unity of Purpose * for each additional 1,000 Rock Soldier summoned, the host and the soldier's attack power increases by 5%, and critical hit rate increases by 4%. Can stack up to 4 layers. Attributes and maximum stack will increase as the host's realm improves. Shared defense * when the host uses the Jade Seal Shield, the 1,000 Rock Army also gains shields, but their strength is only 60% of the host's shield. Description * the rocks are solid, the mountains and seas unwavering, with the protection of 1,000 rocks, evil cannot approach. The rocks are steadfast, the mountains immovable, clad in the armor of 1,000 cities, they drive away all evil. Faced with a slew of new information, Chu Chen quickly browsed through it before attempting to activate the climbing ability beneath his feet and summon the 1,000 Rock Army. Buzz! 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 Without much effort, accompanied by 4 soft hums, 4 towering and robust rock figures appeared by his side. These soldiers, condensed from rock, were clad in deep yellow heavy armor. The armor was incredibly sturdy, and their faces were obscured beneath their helmets. Each soldier held a massive rock spear. The spearheads looked like sharpened chunks of black stone, heavy yet razor-sharp. Chu Chen tried to control one of the 1,000 rock soldiers. With just a thought, the soldier thrust its rock spear, shattering a large boulder in front of it into fragments. Seeing this performance, Chu Chen was very satisfied. For now, these 4,000 rock soldiers could indeed provide substantial help. Moreover, both their strength and numbers had potential for growth. As he grew stronger, so would they. It seemed that this talent for climbing and summoning soldiers would not go to waste. 10 seconds until the first wave of enemies emerges from the sea. Please prepare, host. The system's mechanical voice sounded again. Chu Chen lightly waved his hand, and the white tassel spear was tightly gripped in his palm. For the upcoming battle, Chu Chen did not plan to personally control the 1,000 rock army. Instead, he wanted to see how well they could perform in autonomous combat, relying on their instincts. 3, 2, 1. With the final countdown, the once bright sky was instantly shrouded by dark clouds. Strong winds raged over the surrounding sea, stirring up turbulent waves. Then, from all directions came a series of piercing screams. One after another, pitch black, grotesque monsters leaped out of the sea, lunging toward him. These creatures were ferocious, forming an overwhelming offensive in an instant. Although their numbers were vast, a single heavenly star could annihilate them all. However, the island under Chu Chen's feet was limited in size. If he were to summon a heavenly star to strike, the small island might sink into the sea along with the monsters. Without a foothold, maintaining flight would drain his stamina even faster. Moreover, he wanted to observe the true strength of the 1,000 rock army, so he decided not to use his ultimate move right away. As the monsters drew closer, the 4,000 rock soldiers standing at the front immediately sprang into action. When the first wave of monsters reached them, they erupted with power, thrusting their spears simultaneously. The 4 massive rock spears carved black trails through the air, roaring like thunder as they pierced into the horde of monsters. The cold gleam on the spearheads flashed like lightning. Splurt! 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 It was impossible to count how many strikes had been made. The dense swarm of monsters was instantly drenched in blood. Severed limbs and heads flew in all directions, and the monsters at the forefront were slaughtered in utter disarray. Meanwhile, monsters behind and on either side of Chu Chen also began to close in. He let out a cold snort, and the white tassel spear flew from his hand. In that instant, an even more ferocious power erupted from him than from the 1,000 rock soldiers. The white tassel spear slashed, stabbed, and swept, golden rock elements tracing arcs in the air. The monsters from 3 directions hadn't even had time to react before they were completely annihilated. However, the number of these monsters seemed endless. As soon as the first wave was wiped out, the second wave arrived immediately. As the beast tide grew larger, the 4,000 rock soldiers began to show signs of fatigue. Their killing speed could no longer keep up with the onslaught of monsters. Noticing this, a sharp glint flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. He drove the spear into the ground and spread his arms wide. Impenetrable fortress! A square-shaped jade seal shield instantly materialized around him. At the same time, golden resonance shimmered on the 4,000 rock soldiers. Identical shields appeared around them, although not as strong as Chu Chen's own shield. Even so, the shields were enough to fend off the monsters' attacks. No matter how densely packed the monsters were, their attacks couldn't shake the shields in the slightest. With this, Chu Chen concluded that while the monsters were numerous, their individual strength was weak. They were merely of the mid-first tier demonic beast level. As a result, Chu Chen lost interest in continuing to tangle with these monsters. At least, he now had a clear evaluation of the 1,000 rock army's capabilities. Boom! With a thunderous roar, a massive rocky ridge rose beneath Chu Chen's feet. Ripples of energy emanated from the ridge, blasting away the incoming monsters. At the same time, countless rock spears materialized in the air, raining down upon the beast tide in a gruesome slaughter. Chu Chen crossed his arms over his chest, standing atop the rocky ridge as he gazed down at the battlefield. The 4 Qianyan soldiers, when fighting autonomously, do not simply attack and defend, they can also coordinate with each other. When their defense is compromised, they automatically form formations to support one another. Despite being only 4 in number, their combat power far surpasses that of the numerous monsters. Witnessing this scene, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel relieved. He was glad that what he unlocked was the ancient Qianyan army, rather than the ordinary Qianyan army from the peaceful era of later generations. After all, the ancient Qianyan army, though small in number, was exceptionally elite. During the Archon War, they followed the emperor in battles across the land, forming formations and waves, even capable of single-handedly restraining 1 or 2 archons. The ordinary Qianyan army of the peaceful era could not compare to the ancient Qianyan army. Perhaps due to the long absence of war, their combat effectiveness had greatly diminished, and they couldn't even wield the ancient weapons. If he had only unlocked the ordinary Qianyan army, it would have been impossible to achieve the current level of intensity. Before him, waves of monsters continued to fall, their corpses piling up on the beach, turning the seawater murky. To Chu Chen, although the number of monsters was vast, it was not enough to pose a threat.
Under the combined assault of the Qianyan army, the rock ridges, and the rain of spears he had summoned, the monsters were easily dealt with.
Those that approached were shattered by the Qianyan army, and those lucky enough to bypass the
attack range were blasted away by the shockwaves of the rock ridges. Thus, Chu Chen didn't need to lift a finger, he simply watched the endless tide of beasts, waiting for their end.
More than 10 minutes passed, yet the beast tide showed no signs of diminishing, continuously surging from the sea.
Tisk. Seeing that the number of monsters hadn't decreased at all, Chu Chen lightly twisted his neck.
It was too slow. Although he felt no pressure, when would this battle come to an end?
Commanding from the center, directing all directions, it feels good, but after a while, it gets a bit boring, Chu
Chen remarked, gripping the white tassel spear once again.
The golden glow of rock elements flowed around him, his eyes shining with divine brilliance.
In an instant, he transformed into a golden streak, soaring into the sky.
Looking down at the dense beast tide, he locked onto a central point and once again transformed into a meteor, charging straight into the densest part of the tide.
The rock elements within him surged violently, erupting in an instant.
As Chu Chen landed, a powerful force exploded outward from his center, roaring and spreading in all directions.
Like a small meteorite,
it instantly shattered all the monsters within hundreds of meters around him into fragments.
Ding!
Virtual battlefield time will end in 30 seconds.
The system's mechanical prompt suddenly sounded.
Chu Chen showed a helpless expression, just as he was about to savor the thrill of personally slaying enemies once more.
In that case,
he flicked the blood off the tip of his spear, the pristine white tassel fluttering in the wind.
Heaven moves all things.
A massive black hole slowly unfolded in the sky, its center radiating dazzling golden light. Surrounding golden clouds swirled and danced, their brilliance as scorching as the sun. A celestial star descended from the heights, heralding divine punishment. Roaring sounds rolled forth, and as it approached the peak of the beast tide,
many monsters were directly vaporized by the immense power.
Boom! The celestial star struck the sea, and the small island beneath Chu Chen's feet instantly crumbled.
Towering waves
surged rapidly, swallowing everything in an instant, leaving the monsters with no escape.
Ding!
Virtual battlefield time is up, initiating teleportation.
Darkness once again enveloped Chu Chen's vision.
When he opened his eyes, he found himself back home, still seated on the sofa. But what followed was a sense of boredom and emptiness. The forest had been sealed off, and his originally planned training was forcibly interrupted. By the way, I remember the system saying before I went to sleep that a legendary quest would be triggered within 3 days? Once the legendary quest was completed, he would be able to unlock the first constellation. Regardless of the specific effects, it would greatly enhance Chu Chen's strength.
I wonder what kind of quest it will be. Just as Chu Chen was
feeling down, the doorbell suddenly rang. Through his senses, he immediately identified the visitor, Mu Shue Wang. Without hesitation, he walked to the door and opened it.
For all, hi! The lively girl in front of him greeted him with a smile.
She walked in without any reservations, as if it were her own home, and plopped herself down on the sofa.
Chu Chen wasn't surprised. After all, when he first met Mu Shue Wang, she had already given off an impression of being carefree, cheerful, and outgoing. He had never seen an expression of dejection on her face. In his eyes, she was always brimming with smiles. After sitting down, her eyes fixed directly on Chu Chen, her beautiful and lively gaze filled with joy. Is there something on my face? Chu Chen asked. No, no, no. Mu Shue Wang waved her finger and said, I just feel like it's a dream. How could the superstar with godlike talent in front of me be my dear brother and friend? Unexpectedly, she was teasing him again.
You're always so unserious, Chu Chen said with a smile.
Hey, don't lecture me with that elder tone. Who says I'm unserious all the time?
Mu Shue Wang protested, suddenly leaping to her feet as flames ignited in her hands.
Compared to last time, the flames Mu Shue Wang released this time were much stronger in both form and temperature.
The flames in her hands slowly condensed, eventually forming a fiery red spear that she held firmly.
You finally chose the spear as your weapon? Chu Chen asked with a slight raise of his brow.
Of course.
Back when we were learning ancient martial arts, didn't we all study spear techniques?
If I don't use a spear,
wouldn't those 10 years of effort be wasted?
Mu Shue Wang said with a smile. She swung the flaming spear, its tip tracing circles of sparks, instantly filling the entire living room with a crimson glow.
Chu Chen quickly shouted, all right, are you trying to burn my house down? He, realizing that using flames in such a small
space was inappropriate. Mu Shuihuang immediately let the spear dissolve into flames and disappear into the air. However, she still stubbornly muttered, no way, I definitely have control over my
flames. Anyway, let's not talk about that.
I came to you this time for something serious.
What is it?
Ahem, are you interested in going with me to watch a grand battle specially prepared for
awakened ones?
As she spoke, Mu Shuihuang took out 2 masks from her small bag. The 2 masks had different designs but both exuded a mysterious and eerie aura.
She handed one of them to Chu Chen, who
took it and saw that it was a completely golden mask. The mask appeared to be meticulously carved from hard basalt, with black patterns on the golden base. Only the eye area was hollow, giving it an
air of majesty and mystery. What is this? Chu Chen touched the mask, feeling a faint chill emanating from his fingertips.
You must have heard of that legendary underground fighting arena.
Specially prepared for awakened ones, right?
Mu Shuihuang said mysteriously.
Underground fighting arena. Could it be?
A hint of surprise flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. He had heard the rumor at a secret location in Yunhai City. There was a massive underground fighting arena specifically for duels between awakened individuals. Every year, a large-scale competition was held there, offering generous prizes that attracted countless awakened participants. However, before entering the competition, all participants had to sign a life and death agreement, taking full responsibility for any consequences
during the matches. In other words, participating could mean risking one's life. Despite the enormous risks, many people still chose to join every year because the rewards were enticing enough
to make them disregard the danger. Of course, these were just rumors, and Chu Chen wasn't sure if they were true. After all, governments worldwide had explicitly banned such life and death battles
between awakened individuals.
Given the tense global situation, every country needed strong talent, and no one wanted awakened individuals risking their lives in meaningless competitions.
Is this true? Chu Chen found it hard to believe. Something explicitly banned by the government could still be held annually. Just how powerful was the force behind this? Yes, it's said that this competition isn't just in our JoJo, it's global.
These 2 masks are the passes.
Mu Shuihuang nodded.
Chu Chen looked again at the masks in his hands, sensing their mysterious aura.
If worn, the masks could
completely conceal the wearer's appearance and presence.
You see? This underground competition is extremely secretive. Both spectators and participants can't use their real names, and everyone has
to wear these masks that hide their identities.
As long as we put them on, we can go in and watch. Mu Shuihuang eagerly put on her mask.
It was a deep black mask, adorned on the sides with plum
blossom-like patterns.
Though it was just a mask, it could subtly influence the outside world, making it impossible for others to discern the wearer's true identity.
Is there really such a magical mask?
It seems the force behind this underground competition is far from simple, Chu Chen marveled. Yunhai City is almost semi-closed now. I heard there was another outbreak of chaos in the wild
last night, along with strange phenomena, even a meteor crash. I don't know the details.
Anyway, we can't go out to practice in the wild. Since we're idle, why not take the chance to see how other
awakened individuals fight?
After putting on the mask, Mu Shuihuang's voice became somewhat neutral, making it hard to distinguish gender. The overall strength of awakened individuals in Yunhai
City isn't high.
The strongest are the military's 4th tier awakened.
Most participants over the years have been 2nd tier to 3rd tier. While they aren't particularly strong, for us 1st tier
individuals, it's definitely a great opportunity to improve. Mu Shuihuang continued to tempt him.
Well, even if we don't learn much, it's a good way to pass the time. Chu Chen finally nodded.
After all, as Mu Shuihuang said, he had nothing else to do, and not going to see the competition would be boring.
But speaking of which, how did you get your hands on something so secretive? A new question popped into his mind. I'm not that capable. Someone gave them to my dad. My parents have already seen it, so they gave me these 2 tickets.
These 2 masks were essentially entry passes
to the underground fighting arena, so Mu Shuihuang's explanation wasn't wrong.
Your dad. Oh, right, I forgot your family's business ranks in the top 10 in Yunhai City.
It's not surprising for someone to send gifts to show goodwill.
Chu Chen recalled that Mu Xuewang's family was indeed a wealthy one. Her father ran a large company and was considered one of the top figures in Yunhai City. Although he had always been puzzled as to why such a wealthy family would be his neighbors. Of course, only people with money and power can watch this kind of competition. Though now, they definitely can't. Compared to you, these masks can hide one's aura, but there's no doubt that the big shots of Yunhai City have all seen it. Mu Xuewang said while nodding, unaware that the big shots she mentioned included her own father. In that case, how do we get to that mysterious underground fighting arena? Chu Chen asked. Exciting matches are worth staying up for. I'll come find you when it gets dark. With that, Mu Xuewang got up and left. With nothing else to do, Chu Chen quietly cultivated until evening, as the orange-red sunset spilled through the window onto the floor. Night was approaching. Hee, put on your mask and follow me. At the same time, Mu Xuewang returned. Chu Chen put on the black and gold mask, and she grabbed his hand, pulling him out the door. They hailed a taxi and got in. However, with both of them wearing mysterious masks that exuded an eerie vibe, the driver turned pale and almost considered calling the police. But when Mu Xuewang pulled out a stack of red bills, the driver immediately stepped on the gas and sped toward the designated location. The taxi raced through the streets, and the last traces of light disappeared into the night. They arrived at the entrance of a somewhat rundown bar in the eastern part of the city. As soon as they stepped inside, they were greeted by a voluptuous woman in a red qipao, who was wearing a strange fox mask. She smiled and said, "Honored guests, please follow me." The first floor of the bar was filled with flashing lights, deafening music, and countless cheers. The woman led them to a staircase that spiraled downward. After descending for 5 or 6 minutes, they arrived at a spacious and clean hall. At the front of the hall was an iron door. The woman walked over and pulled the handle, clang. "Welcome to the underground world. Enjoy tonight's visual feast." As she spoke, the iron door slowly opened, and a deafening roar erupted from within. It was a massive coliseum, with a wide arena. At its center tiered seating rising all around, now packed to capacity. Everyone wore various eerie masks, making Chu Chen feel like he had entered a masquerade ball. The arena was filled with masked individuals, each with a white nameplate on their chest and back, displaying different names. Clearly, these were tonight's participants. Beside him, Mu Xuewang, who was also seeing such a scene for the first time, looked around curiously. "Please take your seats," the woman in the cheapo said, gesturing to 2 empty seats in front of them. Ding! Legendary mission triggered for the first time. Mission: participate in tonight's competition and win first place. Note: legendary missions cannot be cancelled. Failure will result in the permanent loss of an opportunity to unlock a fate. Star. The system's voice echoed again. A legendary mission, starting here of all places? Chu Chen thought in disbelief. But the mission had already been issued and could not be cancelled. If he failed, he would permanently lose a chance to unlock a fate star. It seems there's no choice. Mu Xuewang had already taken her seat, but she noticed Chu Chen still standing there in a daze, his expression filled with concern. Just as she was about to ask, Chu Chen turned to the nearby young woman and asked, "I want to join tonight's competition. Is registration still open?" His voice wasn't loud, but everyone who heard the question froze. The crowd, which had been cheering moments ago, all turned their gaze toward Chu Chen. The young woman in the cheongsam clearly hadn't expected Chu Chen to say this and was momentarily stunned, unable to react. "Chu, are you crazy?" Mu Xuewang suddenly jumped up from her seat, almost blurting out Chu Chen's name. "This is a competition with sign life and death agreements. You could lose your life at any moment," she shouted angrily, completely unable to understand what Chu Chen was thinking. How could he voluntarily sign up? Even with his exceptional talent, the risks of such a competition were enormous. "Honored guest, are you sure you want to participate in tonight's competition?" The young woman's voice came again, tinged with a hint of mockery. "He's not participating. Leave now." Mu Xuewang didn't wait for Chu Chen to answer and stepped in front of him, speaking firmly. Seeing this, Chu Chen gently placed his hand on Mu Xuewang's shoulder. The rock element within him quietly circulated, gathering in his hand. The steady and reassuring power of the rock instantly calmed Mu Xuewang's agitated emotions. "Trust me," Chu Chen said simply, then turned to the young woman in the cheongsam and replied firmly, "I've made up my mind. I want to participate in the competition." "All right, please follow me." Receiving his confirmation, the young woman swayed her soft waist and led Chu Chen away from the audience seats. Mu Xuewang stood there, momentarily stunned. She had wanted to stop Chu Chen, but his words just now seemed to carry a magical power, inexplicably putting her at ease. The young woman in the cheongsam led Chu Chen to a dimly lit room backstage. Since you've decided to compete, please register first. She walked to a long redwood table, on which a virtual panel floated. The panel was densely packed with clauses, making it dizzying to look at. This is the contract that must be signed before the competition. You can still back out now. If you choose to proceed, we'll move on to the next step, the young woman explained. Proceed, Chu Chen said, not bothering to read the details, as he had no other choice. Next, you'll need to choose a code name. No one here is allowed to reveal their real identity, the young woman reminded him. A code name? Chu Chen touched his chin, thought for a moment, and calmly said, let's go with Zhongli. He felt his naming skills were poor, so he decided to borrow the name Zhongli, inspired by the idle wanderer of the mortal world, the Rock King Emperor. Zhongli? A good name, the young woman in the cheongsam praised. Soon, 2 codename badges were handed over, one for Chu Chen to wear on the front and another for the staff to attach to his back. You can head to the arena to prepare. The official competition starts in 10 minutes. If you're late, you won't have a chance to register. A wall on one side of the room suddenly opened, revealing a dark passage. Guided by the staff, Chu Chen walked through the passage and arrived at the center of the fighting arena. According to the young woman, he was the last contestant to arrive. His appearance immediately drew the attention of many in the arena and the audience seats. Oh, just before the deadline, a new contestant joins. I heard the rules have changed quite a bit this year. Should we bet on this newcomer? Throw a few 100,000 to test the waters. Sitting in the audience, Mu Xuehuan listened to the surrounding discussions, her heart growing more anxious. She deeply regretted bringing Chu Chen here. This guy is usually so composed, how could he do something so impulsive? Mu Xuehuan's mind was in turmoil, fearing that something might have happened to Chu Chen. Meanwhile, Chu Chen was enthusiastically observing the other contestants around him. These individuals all wore masks that concealed their faces and auras, but through their exposed skin, Chu Chen noticed many were from other countries. There were blonde-haired, fair-skinned people, as well as black individuals with varying skin tones, representing a wide array of ethnicities. It seems Mu Xuehuan's information was incomplete. The participants here aren't just from Yunhai City, Chu Chen thought, while secretly sensing the auras of the other contestants. Fortunately, he didn't detect any particularly mysterious presences. Clang! Clang! At that moment, a deafeningly intense piece of music suddenly blared from the massive speakers above the fighting arena. The music instantly drowned out the audience's chatter, and the crowd gradually quieted down. Thank you all for waiting. I am tonight's host, codename Hungry Wolf. The competition is about to begin, so enjoy yourselves to the fullest. On the podium above, a figure dressed in a white suit and wearing a Shiba Inu mask had appeared at some point. Holding a microphone, he spoke with fervor. However, this year's competition has a major change compared to previous years. Now, allow me to introduce the brand new rules for this year. The host, who called himself Hungry Wolf, spoke in an excited tone, and the audience erupted into deafening cheers. Is there really a big change this year? I've been saying for ages that the one-on-one elimination matches are too boring. What exactly are the new rules? Standing next to Chu Chen, a burly man wearing a black bull mask exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? I had no idea there would be changes this year." His words caused the surrounding contestants to express their astonishment as well, since none of them had heard that this year's competition would be different from the past. Chu Chen frowned slightly. According to what Mu Xuehuang had told him earlier, the underground fighting arena had always followed a draw-and-duel advancement format. Could there really be changes this year? Haha, I'll keep you in suspense. For now, all I can tell you is that tonight, before the official matches begin, every contestant will have to play a little game. Only those who pass the game can continue in the competition. Now, let's start the first game, rock, paper, scissors. As soon as Hungry Wolf finished speaking, the competition venue suddenly began to tremble. What? Isn't this supposed to be a battle between awakened ones? How did it turn into rock, paper, scissors? Rock, paper, scissors? Even kids can play that. Is this the new rule? What a disappointment. Upon hearing rock, paper, scissors, many in the audience shook their heads and sighed. After all, they hadn't come to watch children play games. Even Chu Chen and the other contestants looked puzzled, completely unable to understand what was happening. Tonight, boom, boom. The
The ground's vibrations grew stronger and even reached the audience seats.
The previously dissatisfied murmurs were silenced, and everyone held their breath, staring at the
source of the tremors, the entrance to the competition arena.
From the dark passageway, a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall slowly emerged. He wore a bright red demon mask, and apart from his shorts, his entire body was covered in bulging muscles, resembling a living mountain of flesh. Wisps of eerie purple light coiled around him like venomous snakes, exuding an oppressive aura. The burly man stood silently, radiating a chillingly powerful presence. Next, let me introduce the first game rule.
Each contestant must play rock paper scissors with the referee, and the outcome is
decided in one round.
If you win, you advance directly. If you lose, don't worry, if you can block the referee's punch, it also counts as a victory, and you move on to the next round.
Hungry Wolf spoke.
Again. Just explaining might not be clear to everyone, so let's demonstrate with action.
Referee. As Hungry Wolf called out, the burly man suddenly moved, his eyes under the mask flashing with a
chilling, eerie light that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Here I come.
His voice roared like thunder, making everyone's eardrums buzz. The referee walked straight toward a nearby dark-skinned
strongman, whose physique was far less imposing than his own. The referee extended his hand and said in a low voice, "Scissors."
"Rock."
The strongman froze for a moment, unable to react.
"Paper." The referee quickly extended 2 fingers, making the scissors gesture.
The strongman remained motionless, his hands naturally hanging down. Does this count as paper? Did I lose? The strongman
finally began to react slowly.
Bang!
The referee's arm suddenly became covered in black rock, and his fist swung out violently. In a blur, the referee's fist struck the strongman.
The next
moment, the strongman flew out like a broken kite, unable to activate his awakening ability, and crashed heavily to the ground.
Blood splattered, and the strongman instantly fell silent.
Of course, some people patiently and carefully read through it, but they were few and far between.
The referee didn't stop and continued moving toward other contestants. Some were lucky, winning the rock-paper-scissors game and smoothly advancing to the next round.
However, more people lost the game and faced the referee's heavy punches.
These people had only 2 outcomes: either they couldn't
block at all, losing their combat ability or even dying outright, or they barely managed to block but entered the next round with injuries. The rock-paper-scissors matches proceeded quickly until the referee defeated the contestant in front of Chu Chen and finally stood before him.
"Hey, everyone, take a good look.
This contestant, named Zhongli, is the first in the history of our fighting arena to participate in the competition as a VIP," the Hungry Wolf announced loudly. Even among the invited VIP spectators, there were clear distinctions, evident from the masks they wore.
Ordinary spectators
wore animal or insect masks, while only distinguished VIPs wore realistic human face masks.
Chu Chen was wearing one of those exclusive VIP masks.
So, for someone of his status, who would be foolish
enough to personally participate in such a life-and-death duel?
Meanwhile, bets on Chu Chen had begun, with many people already wagering on whether he could advance to the next round.
"Scissors." "Rock."
The referee growled.
"Paper."
Chu Chen said first, simultaneously making the gesture for paper. Unfortunately, the referee's gesture turned out to be scissors. Seeing this, the audience
gasped in surprise.
The atmosphere grew tense as everyone anticipated how Chu Chen would respond to the referee's punch. Mu Xuewang's heart was in her throat as she nervously watched
the scene, left with no choice but to pray.
The referee's massive fist, covered in rock, was raised high and smashed down toward Chu Chen.
Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the scene. To everyone's surprise, Chu Chen made no defensive move.
Instead, he clenched his fist and counterattacked, as if to meet the punch head-on.
The rock element within his body silently adhered to his fist.
As his punch was unleashed, it instantly collided violently with the referee's fist.
Boom! A terrifying force erupted, an overwhelming power far exceeding
the referee's self-perceived limits. For the first time, he felt his prideful strength completely suppressed.
Within Chu Chen's fist was a power the referee could not overcome. That
power was as lofty as a divine emperor, and the rock force within the referee's body immediately submitted. The referee had no time to react and was directly flung away by the intense
shockwave of the explosion. Bang!
At the same time, the ground within hundreds of meters around Chu Chen instantly cracked.
Dust flew, and the fighting arena shook violently. What just happened?
Thick dust obscured the audience's view, leaving them focused on the tremors without seeing clearly what had occurred on the field. As the dust gradually settled, a scene beyond everyone's expectations appeared before their eyes. The referee's mountain-like figure was now collapsed on the ground, his entire attacking arm completely shattered. From beneath the red demon mask came heart-wrenching screams. In an instant, the massive arena fell into a deathly silence. Then, the silence was broken by unprecedented cheers. The contestant actually took down the referee. That's insane. Did you see that? That power was absolutely overwhelming. I bet wrong. His name is Zhongli? Wearing that mask, he looks so cool. The entire venue erupted in excitement. This result completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the competition staff were caught off guard. The hungry wolf on stage froze, the microphone at his lips remaining silent. Mu Xuehuang was even more stunned, her face filled with shock. She kept shouting internally, how could it be that in just a few days, Chu Chen had unleashed such immense power? Could this be the so-called divine-level talent? Their growth rate far surpassed what ordinary people could imagine. No wonder he suddenly joined the competition. I thought he had lost his mind, but it turns out he really has the confidence. However, the worry in Mu Xuehuang's heart finally eased. After all, that referee was no ordinary awakened individual. In terms of strength, no one on the entire field could compare to Chu Chen. With the weight lifted from her heart, the pallor on Mu Xuehuang's face faded, and a bit of color returned. In that case, I'll place a bet too. A new round of betting began, this time on who would win the championship. Zhongli, I'll bet 1 million on him. Mu Xuehuang suddenly spoke, pulling out a black gold card. The 1 million inside was her savings from her usual pocket money. I'll bet on Zhongli too. Me too. Me too. The people around her followed suit, placing their bets. In no time, Chu Chen became the hottest favorite to win the championship. Fools, blindly following the crowd to bet. You might end up losing everything. As the crowd excitedly placed their bets, a cold voice rang out. A figure dressed entirely in black, wearing a clown mask, spoke coldly. His words immediately caught the attention of many who were about to bet on Chu Chen. The clown mask slowly began to speak. The underground fighting arena has never been fair. In past years, many matches have been manipulated behind the scenes. To put it simply, there have been contestants like Zhongli before, who exploded with strength early on, triggering a wave of follow-the-leader betting. But once the favorite to win becomes too obvious, the masterminds behind the scenes will intervene, adjust the rules to restrict them, and ultimately eliminate them. So, it's better to wait and see. After speaking, he lowered his head and said no more. The impulsive crowd around him began to calm down, preparing to think things through carefully. Mu Xuehuang's expression grew heavy after hearing this. She wasn't worried about the 1 million bet, but rather about the possibility of Chu Chen being targeted in the subsequent matches. After all, fairness had never existed in the underground fighting arena. Aren't you going to announce the results? On the stage, Chu Chen gestured to the host, who had yet to speak. His voice snapped the hungry wolf back to his senses. Swallowing hard, he stammered, Zhongli has successfully advanced to the next round. But, due to the referee's injury, the competition is suspended. Further arrangements for the matches will need to be discussed. As soon as he finished speaking, the competition was immediately paused, and the injured referee was carried away by a dozen auxiliary awakened individuals. The contestants behind Chu Chen all breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, no longer worried about their safety. They quietly retreated to the outskirts. At this moment, everyone's fear of Chu Chen far exceeded their fear of the referee. This guy's strength is terrifying. Even if I make it to the next round, there's no way I can beat him. The championship is basically his. So what do we do? Shoo, I heard there might be people targeting him later. Listening to the whispers of the contestants around him, Chu Chen closed his eyes to rest. Let them think whatever they want, the championship was his. Though legendary mission failure was not an option. After resting for a few minutes, the vanished hungry wolf once again stepped onto the high platform. Dear audience, sorry to keep you waiting. We just had a discussion, and since the referee was severely injured by Zhongli, making it impossible for him to fully recover in a short time, we've decided that all contestants will directly advance to the next round. What? As soon as Hungry Wolf spoke, the scene erupted, with reactions varying greatly. The contestants after Chu Chen were naturally overjoyed, as they no longer had to risk their lives playing the rock-paper-scissors game and could directly advance to the next round, a huge win for them. However, those who had already played the game, especially those who lost but managed to advance by blocking the referee's punch, felt quite bitter. they were somewhat injured. And compared to the unscathed contestants who came after Chu Chen, they were clearly at a disadvantage.
Hungry Wolf seemed to anticipate dissatisfaction and quickly added, "Of course, we value fairness above all.
Before advancing to the next round, everyone will have 30 minutes to rest off stage, during which professional medical staff will treat your injuries to ensure everyone is in their best condition." These words slightly eased most of the discontent.
After all, as contestants, they couldn't oppose
the organizers' decisions. Being able to heal their injuries was already a decent concession.
Chu Chen didn't care about any of this. He walked straight to the arena exit and entered the backstage lounge.
He didn't need treatment and simply waited for the next match to start after 30 minutes.
30 minutes passed quickly. All the advancing contestants lined up and slowly returned to the arena.
Chu Chen glanced around and found that more than 50 contestants remained.
The 50-plus individuals standing
once again on the spacious arena appeared particularly small. The ground, which Chu Chen had cracked earlier, had been completely repaired during the half hour, showing no signs
of damage.
The audience seats were still packed, and cheers erupted once more.
A faint blue barrier rose between the arena and the audience seats, clearly to protect the
spectators from the effects of the battles. Although the venue was large, the 50-plus contestants each found a spot to stand, deliberately keeping their distance from one
another. Weren't we supposed to draw lots for one-on-one duels? Why are so many people on the field at once now? Who knows?
I heard the rules have changed this year.
It's getting more interesting.
The audience buzzed with discussion, their eyes all focused on the arena. The targeting has begun. At this moment, the clown mask, which had been silent, suddenly spoke, adopting a look of amusement. Though the voice wasn't loud, Mu Shua Wang, who was nearby, heard it clearly.
Targeting. Could it be?
Her expression turned tense, her gaze piercing through the crowd to fixate on Chu Chen.
Thank you all for waiting. The rules for this round have undergone a major change compared to previous years, an unprecedented free-for-all in our underground fighting arena.
The host, Hungry Wolf's voice rang out again, overpowering the noise and deafening the ears. One-on-one duels are too boring, and many spectators are
tired of them. To bring you the most thrilling visual feast, what could be more exciting than a chaotic battle among dozens of awakened fighters?
So, the rules for this free-for-all are simple: every man for himself.
Use any means necessary to fight until only one person is left standing.
The last one standing will be this year's champion. Hungry Wolf spoke passionately, and the crowd erupted into enthusiastic
cheers once again.
After all, a chaotic battle among dozens of people was bound to be far more exhilarating than one-on-one duels. In the
massive arena, upon hearing the rules of the free-for-all battle, almost all the contestants' gazes focused on Chu Chen. We've all
seen this guy's strength.
Who dares say they can beat him one-on-one? Let's team up first and take him down quickly. Agreed. If we don't eliminate Zhengli first, none of us will have a chance to be the last one standing. Voices came from all directions. Using elemental perception, Chu Chen clearly heard the whispers of the contestants around him. He looked up and saw that the people nearby were slowly forming a circle, trying to trap him in the center. In a battle royale with dozens of people, the strongest is most likely to be targeted first. Damn, so this is how they're ganging up on me. It's over, I bet on him. In the audience, many people also noticed the situation.
Quite a few had placed their bets on Chu Chen, given his previous impressive performance, which relied mainly on brute strength. However, the other contestants had various abilities, such as summoning, control, support, healing, and more.
If these different types
worked together, their combined power would be far more than just the sum of their parts. So now, facing the combined assault of the crowd, almost no one believed Chu Chen could hold out until the end.
Ha ha ha.
Luckily, I listened to old Joker's advice and didn't bet on him, or
I'd have lost my shirt tonight. Me too, what a stroke of luck. Come. I'm opening a betting pool. Who will be the first to get eliminated? Who wants to bet? I'm in. I bet Zhengli will be the first to go. Everyone's emotions were different. At this moment, Mu Shua Wang only felt the noise around her was giving her a headache.
For her, no bet mattered now. What she was most worried about was whether Chu Chen had any way to deal with the combined attack of the crowd.
I declare the match begins.
As the voice of the announcer fell, the
entire arena instantly fell silent, and all eyes focused on the battlefield.
Everyone stood still, not moving.
Buzz. Soon, the first person made a move.
It was a man wearing a tiger mask, his hands wrapped in raging blue currents. Two powerful streams of electricity shot from his hands, aiming directly at Chu Chen in the center of the crowd. As soon as the first person attacked, the others followed suit. Various elemental powers manifested on their bodies, and they wielded weapons of different shapes and forms. Shadows streaked across the field, and within a few breaths, several awakened individuals with incredible speed had already reached Chu Chen's side. Their weapons gleamed coldly, just a step away from his skin. But how could Chu Chen not fight back when they made their move? Boom! Golden light burst from Chu Chen's mask, reflecting in everyone's eyes. The ground beneath the arena shook violently, far more intensely than before. Boom! In an instant, a massive stone hand emerged from beneath Chu Chen's feet, lifting him more than 10 meters into the air. Chu Chen crossed his arms, looking down at the stunned crowd below. For towering ancient Millilith soldiers appeared around him, each wielding a massive Millilith spear weighing hundreds of pounds. The tips of their spears radiated a destructive force, slamming fiercely toward the enemies. Below! Bang! The newly repaired ground shattered once again, and a massive cloud of dust engulfed the entire arena. The contestants closest to Chu Chen had no time to react and were sent flying into the air by the rock spears. They fell heavily, instantly losing their ability to fight. An earthquake? No, that giant hand. Could it be? In the audience, someone suddenly began trembling all over. The swirling sand and dust quickly dispersed, but what appeared before everyone's eyes was a scene of utter devastation. Centered around Chu Chen's feet, the arena within a 100-meter radius had completely collapsed, leaving only a massive black crater. Countless cracks spread outward from the crater, extending to the edges of the arena in all directions. If not for the pale blue protective shield, even the audience seats might have been affected. Hiss! Everyone gasped sharply. After all, the arena was constructed from special materials, a precision alloy 100 times stronger than ordinary materials. Yet even such sturdy materials were destroyed so terrifyingly in front of Chu Chen. Witnessing this immense power, the audience fell silent, with only the sound of breathing remaining. But this silence was soon broken. That Zhengli is that the special sequence? Heaven tier Chu Chen! A man wearing a Hanya mask shouted in shock, immediately drawing everyone's attention. What? The Chu Chen who just awakened the day before yesterday? Are you out of your mind? He only awakened a few days ago. How could he possibly have such destructive power? Special sequence. Heaven tier? The audience instantly erupted into chaos. Chu Chen was already a household name in Yunhai City. Yes, absolutely. Yesterday, our team went hunting outside the eastern forest, and I saw it with my own eyes, this exact same giant stone hand. The man in the Hanya mask shouted excitedly, his face flushed. But many people didn't believe him. After all, it was hard to imagine someone who had just awakened a few days ago possessing such immense strength. Even for a heaven tier, this seemed too exaggerated. That was the prevailing thought among most people. No, you have to believe me. You have to believe me. Seeing the doubt around him, the man continued shouting desperately. Before he could finish, someone suddenly covered his mouth and warned, "Are you new here? In this place, no matter who the opponent is, you absolutely cannot reveal their true identity." After speaking, the person grabbed the Hanya mask off the man's face and dragged him out of the arena. Once the man's shouting disappeared, the audience returned to silence. Although most people didn't believe what the man had said, when they looked at Chu Chen again, they couldn't help but have some different thoughts. The voices from the audience naturally reached Chu Chen's ears. However, he didn't care at all about his identity being exposed. After all, in an era filled with cameras everywhere, it wasn't hard to trace someone's background. Now, I'll give all of you a chance. Chu Chen tightened his grip on the stone spear in his hand, jumped down from the giant stone hand, and stood on the ground outside the crater. In front of him, the remaining contestants were frozen in place, not daring to move. Chu Chen, holding the stone spear, began walking toward them slowly. If you surrender now, you'll suffer less. His steps were unhurried, but each one seemed to stomp heavily on their hearts, making them tremble all over. The black gold mask on his face reflected a cold, murderous aura, and the oppressive force emanating from Chu Chen was omnipresent. At this moment, whether inside or outside the arena, everyone could only watch helplessly as Chu Chen strolled leisurely forward. In the eyes of outsiders, this was practically the Grim Reaper harvesting lives. I surrender. The first person finally shouted these words in front of Chu Chen, his voice trembling with sobs. After speaking, he threw down his weapon and removed his name tag. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Chu Chen walked up to each contestant, and as soon as he approached, they immediately raised their hands in surrender. By the time he had gone through everyone, no one dared to oppose him. Apart from Chu Chen, all the other contestants announced their withdrawal from the competition. This is just. The people in the audience couldn't help but shake their heads. This was an unprecedented scene since the underground fighting arena was established. It was enough to go down in history and become a legend. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness. Hey! Hurry up and announce the results. Chu Chen was very satisfied with the contestants' performance and gestured toward the high platform. The champion of this year's competition has been decided. Contestant Zhongli has achieved ultimate victory. As for the remaining contestants, although you forfeited, you can still compete for second and third place. The top 10 will also receive rewards. Hungry Wolf's stammering voice echoed throughout the fighting arena. As for the subsequent ranking battles, those would have to wait. Regardless, the announcement of the champion reignited the audience's enthusiasm, and the arena erupted in a wave of cheers. Zhongli! Is he really Chu Chen? Who cares? Zhongli is incredible. Listening to the cheers of the crowd, Chu Chen nodded slightly. In this world, he had lived up to the reputation of the Rock King's earthly wanderings. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first legendary mission. The system is about to unlock the mission rewards for the host. In his mind, the system's notification sounded again. Chu Chen's face lit up with joy. He had come to this competition specifically for this legendary mission. Immediately afterward, he felt the rock element within his body rapidly increase, and his energy surged throughout his body. A powerful force flooded into him. Ding! Experience rewards have been issued. Host's current level, LV-15. He hadn't expected the experience from a single legendary mission to be so abundant. Perhaps because his level was too low, the system directly boosted him to level 15, which meant he had reached the mid-stage of the second tier. Kaiyuan Realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Rock God's Fate Star, *1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Divine Fragment, *1. Rock, the 6 harmonies drawn as its bones, 1 Fate Unlock effect, the strength of the Earthcore rock. Ridges condensed by the host is enhanced, and the number of rock ridges that can be created is no longer limited, depending on the energy limit within the host's body. Multiple rock ridges can be summoned simultaneously, bigger, stronger, more. The host's rock talent is enhanced, and the strength of all rock-based creations will receive an additional boost. On the virtual panel visible only to Chu Chen, the attributes of the Fate constellation were listed in detail. It was somewhat similar to the game but not entirely the same. In the game, he could only summon 2 rock ridges simultaneously, but now he could summon more based on the energy within his body. In other words, as Chu Chen's realm advanced and his internal energy grew stronger, he could endure greater consumption. Consequently, the number of rock ridges he could create simultaneously would also increase, and this number had no upper limit until his internal energy was completely depleted. Moreover, the strength of the rock ridges themselves had also been enhanced. Compared to the previous rock ridges, the current ones are longer, thicker, and sturdier. Additionally, Chu Chen discovered that after unlocking his first life, he gained an extra ability. His rock talent had been enhanced. All the rock-based objects he could create became stronger. These objects included weapons condensed from rocks, giant hands, the ancient Qianyan army, and possibly even the celestial star. Feeling the surge of power within him, Chu Chen couldn't help but look up at the flashing lights and cheers around him. This place was far too small for him to fully unleash his abilities. Mr. Zhongli, please follow me to the backstage to claim your reward. A staff member wearing a fox mask suddenly appeared beside him and said, respectfully. Under the guidance of the staff, Chu Chen's figure gradually disappeared into the crowd. Not long after, boom! On the arena, the rock giant hand and Qianyan army that Chu Chen had previously created instantly collapsed. Seeing this, the contestants on the field breathed a sigh of relief. That terrifying guy had finally left. They began sizing each other up, considering how to compete for the next top 9 spots. The staff led Chu Chen through twists and turns backstage, eventually stopping in front of 2 magnificent doors. The doors were made of high-quality redwood, intricately carved with exquisite patterns. The staff pushed the doors open first and said, "Respectfully, Mr. Zhongli, please enter." Upon entering, Chu Chen saw rows of staff members wearing masks neatly lined up on both sides. Their masks and uniforms were uniform, and as Chu Chen entered, they all bowed, their attitudes extremely respectful. Directly ahead of Chu Chen stood an elderly man with a hunched figure. The old man wore a mask resembling a black tortoise and walked up to Chu Chen with a smile, holding out two items, a scroll inscribed with golden runes and a bright red card. "Mr. Zhongli, here is your champion reward, an S-level martial skill and a card loaded with 50 million. S-level martial skill?" Chu Chen accepted the two items. The level of martial skills was similar to the talents of awakened individuals. An S-level martial skill was the highest tier among ordinary martial skills, with a market value of tens of millions to 100 million. Such martial skills were extremely rare and almost impossible to purchase. But, to Chu Chen, this martial skill was of little use. Martial skills were meant to help cultivators strengthen their bodies and perform more powerful techniques. However, having unlocked the talent of the Rock King Emperor, the power of rock had already given him the strongest physique. The improvement brought by martial skills paled in comparison to the speed and strength of his own upgrades. As for the 50 million, it no longer meant much to Chu Chen. At the very least, he wouldn't be the kind of freeloader who took advantage of others. "In that case, I'll be leaving now." Chu Chen wasn't particularly interested in the underground fighting competition's rewards. He had participated mainly to complete that legendary mission. Having received the rewards, he turned to leave. Mr. Zhongli, please wait." The hunched old man suddenly called out to him. "According to tradition, there will be a public award ceremony after the competition." "No need," Chu Chen interrupted the old man directly. "As long as everyone remembers that this year's champion is Zhongli, that's enough." With that, he left the room without looking back. Until his figure completely disappeared, the old man still stood there, stiffly staring. After a long while, he slowly murmured, "Zhongli." Chu Chen. Following the path he came from, Chu Chen walked out of the underground and returned to the surface. Along the way, many staff members tried to step forward to guide him, but he refused them all. At the exit, Mu Xuehuan was already waiting for him. Mu Xuehuan opened her mouth to speak but didn't know what to say. "Let's go home first. It's too noisy here." Chu Chen spread his hands, the deafening music from the bar still blaring. It was already late at night. The two left the colorful lights of the bar behind and disappeared into the darkness. On the way home, they didn't take a taxi, walking as if on a post-dinner stroll. The streets were quiet, with no other figures in sight. They walked for a long time, until 2:30 in the morning, when they finally arrived downstairs. Chu Chen took off his mask and exhaled. Keeping the mask on all the time is indeed a bit stifling. The night breeze gently stirred his hair. Bright moonlight spilled onto Chu Chen's distinctive face, smooth and fair, with defined features, carrying a cold and handsome charm. Deep within his pitch-black eyes, a faint golden glow flickered. The moonlight seemed to add a touch of mystery to his face. Compared to the cold killing aura he exuded while wearing the mask, he now appeared much gentler after taking it off. This was Mu Xuehuan's first impression at the moment. She felt that the Chu Chen before her was both familiar and unfamiliar. "Taking off the mask now, won't the surveillance cameras catch you?" she asked blankly. "It doesn't matter, my identity was exposed long ago. Everyone just pretends not to see it," Chu Chen said, handing the mask over. After unlocking the panel of the Rock King Emperor, as Chu Chen's level continued to rise, his demeanor increasingly resembled that of the Emperor. Now, Chu Chen unconsciously exuded a faint aura of a king. This aura was even more pronounced during battles. Seeing Chu Chen hand the mask back, Mu Xuehuan shook her head and refused. "Keep the mask. Right now, no one but you is worthy of wearing it. And I won't ask much about what happened tonight. Seeing you possess such immense strength, I'm happy for you. It's late, let's both rest early." Mu Xuehuan's tone was low. Tonight, she clearly felt the gap between herself and Chu Chen. She understood that from now on, they would walk completely different paths. Chu Chen and she were destined to belong to two different worlds. One day, Chu Chen would ascend to the divine rank, becoming a genius admired by all. As for her, she could only silently look up from the crowd. Recalling how she had boasted about her progress in front of Chu Chen during the day, she felt
deeply ashamed. Mu Xuewan's reaction left Chu Chen stunned as well. For the first time, he sensed a kind of loneliness in this usually lively girl. He understood in his heart that Mu Xuewan's emotions stemmed from the vast disparity between them. The difference in talent would only become more apparent with time. After a long silence, Chu Chen softly said, "I heard that there are only 20 divine rank experts in the 9 provinces right now, and half of them don't have particularly outstanding talent. Some even have talent that ranks at the lowest level of the ordinary category. This world is cruel. Most people believe that talent determines a person's future. Different starting points determine the heights one can reach. But there are also many ordinary people with average talent who refuse to accept their fate. Even knowing success is unlikely, they still strive hard. Such people often have to put in 100 times more effort than others, just to gain a little reward. Because innate conditions cannot be chosen, they can only rely on acquired effort. By accumulating continuous effort, they aim to change their destiny. Perhaps no matter how much they give, they can only reach others' starting points, but maybe the impossible can become possible. I know, I shouldn't be the one saying this. Others might think I have no right to say such things, but I still want to say it. I don't want to see my friend so disheartened." Chu Chen said no more. He knew he wasn't someone good at expressing himself, nor was he skilled at comforting others. He took out the S-grade martial skill and handed it to Mu Xuehuang in place of the mask. "Although I don't know what the future holds, at least don't waste the present." What is this? The golden patterns shimmering on the scroll revealed its precious quality. Mu Xuehuang immediately recognized it as an S-grade martial skill. "Is this your champion reward? You fool, don't you know how rare and valuable S-grade martial skills are? You." Before she could finish, Chu Chen had already stuffed the martial skill into her hand. "Good night, see you tomorrow." With that, he went straight upstairs, giving away an S-grade martial skill didn't make Chu Chen feel regretful at all. Because the value of an item isn't determined by how much it's worth, but by how much benefit it can bring to oneself. Although S-grade martial skills are incredibly rare and priceless, they were of no use to Chu Chen. Selling them could fetch a fortune, but he didn't lack money. This scroll was useless to him, but it was very important to Mu Xuehuang and other awakened ones. Since it was useless to him but useful to others, why let it go to waste? After returning home, Chu Chen went straight to the bathroom to take a shower. After washing up, he suddenly remembered that after completing this legendary mission, besides the reward of the Fate Star, there seemed to be something called a divine fragment. He opened the system panel and saw a fragment of crystal, flowing with multicolored light, quietly lying in the space. The fragment was about the size of a thumb, with no detail attributes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the first legendary mission. The system will now preview the unlocking of new abilities. Just as Chu Chen was puzzled, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Immediately, he felt his body and soul tremble simultaneously. His vision went dark, and the scene shifted, placing him in a vast, boundless plain. Although it was noon, Chu Chen felt as if darkness enveloped his surroundings. Turning around, he was shocked to find, not far away, a colossal beast towering tens of thousands of meters high on the ground. From a distance, the giant beast resembled a massive mountain range spanning heaven and earth. Its enormous head pierced the clouds, and its body was covered with massive protrusions resembling steep rocks. Its form seemed to tear through the sky, radiating golden brilliance and exuding an ancient, profound aura that swept across all directions. In its presence, all living beings appeared insignificant, as small as ants. Ruochuo, Dragon King. Chu Chen couldn't help but gasp. The giant beast before him was none other than the ancient Dragon King Ruochuo, who had accompanied the Rock King Emperor in his conquests during the Demon God War, coexisting with heaven and earth. Roar! Chu Chen seemed to have caught the attention of the Dragon King. Suddenly, the Ruochuo Dragon King let out a long, earth-shaking roar. The deafening sound caused the heavens and earth to tremble. If this scene hadn't unfolded right before Chu Chen's eyes, he might have already been blown away by the sheer force of it. Boom, boom. The next moment, the ground quaked, centered around the Ruochuo Dragon King, for streams of elemental energy of different colors surged into its body from all directions, representing water, thunder, fire, and ice. Instantly, the sky darkened, lightning flashed, and massive bolts of thunder crashed down violently. Lava and giant rocks pierced through the clouds, falling densely like raindrops.
Mountains crumbled, the earth split apart, and the world shook violently.
The scene, gradually blurred and transformed back into Chu Chen's home. Yet, a trace of astonishment had already appeared in Chu Chen's eyes. Is this a preview of the new ability I'm about to unlock? Could it be?
Chu Chen recalled the system's previous words. If the ability he was about to gain was related to the scene he had just witnessed, it was likely connected to the Ruochuo Dragon King.
The Ruochuo Dragon King?
The embodiment of elemental crystals, a shapeshifter of mountains and seas, coexisting with heaven and earth.
It possessed immense power,
comparable to that of the Geo Archon.
Forget it. Since it's a new ability I'll unlock soon, there's no point in overthinking it now. I might as well focus on leveling up.
When the time comes, I'll naturally understand. Feeling a bit weary, Chu Chen decided not to dwell on it further and drifted off to sleep. The next day, when he woke up, it was already around 10 in the morning.
After a quick wash and a light meal, Chu Chen headed out.
Today was a special day, the day for new recruits to enlist. Every year, following the awakening ceremony, military
recruitment would begin immediately.
Many newly awakened individuals chose to enlist. Chu Chen had also considered joining the military,
but government regulations stipulated that all awakened individuals in special sequences could only join the army after graduating from designated universities and reaching the 5th-tier Dao High realm.
After all, enlisting meant heading to the front lines, and no matter how talented an awakened individual was, the government wouldn't allow them to take risks without sufficient strength.
Sacrificing such individuals on the battlefield would be a significant loss for the nation.
As a result, most of the awakened individuals who chose to enlist each year were from ordinary sequences, with talent levels mostly below grade B. For those with talents below grade B, even continuing their studies wouldn't guarantee admission to prestigious schools for further education. Although enlisting carried greater risks, the military offered abundant resources and advanced equipment. More importantly, experiencing the trials of war firsthand was the fastest way for awakened individuals to enhance their strength. At this moment, outside Yunhai City, rows of massive military armored vehicles were neatly
lined up. Thousands of new recruits had donned their uniforms, ready to embark on their military journey.
Nearby, dense crowds had gathered
to bid them farewell.
In this era, everyone understood that without the military guarding the front lines, peace in the rear would be
impossible.
Looking at these young new recruits, many in the crowd had eyes filled with both respect and reluctance.
Around them, soldiers
in full gear stood vigilantly, ensuring the safety of the recruits. Luo Jingqi, dressed in a pristine military uniform, stood among the
crowd.
As the rear garrison commander, he looked at the youthful faces and couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
This farewell might very well be a final goodbye.
As a soldier, he sent off these new recruits with the highest respect while also providing them with their last line of
protection.
Recently, the appearance of the 10,000 Races Church and the Bloodbat clan had left investigations at a standstill.
Luo
Zhenqi had a nagging feeling that these enemies might be lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike, especially today. The day the new recruits were setting out, his unease was even stronger. Although the army had assigned personnel to escort them throughout the journey, he still dared not let his guard down. They had to ensure the safe arrival of these recruits at the military camp.
Suddenly, Luo Jingqi thought of Chu Chen,
recalling the scene of the desolate star collision that night. As a veteran returning from the front lines,
he still felt a lingering fear.
Chu Chen had awakened with such immense power the very next day. Was this the strength of a heaven-level
awakener? Sigh. Luo Jingqi let out a deep sigh.
As a soldier, he could only hope that more people like Chu Chen would emerge, growing
faster and stronger.
After all, humanity's ultimate victory depended on these prodigies.
Report. All clear in the northeast direction. Report. All clear in the southwest direction. Report. Reports from various directions kept coming through Luo Jingqi's communicator.
They had to remain highly vigilant, continuously monitoring the situation around Yunhai City.
At the first sign of any anomaly, they needed to issue an early warning and prepare accordingly.
Everyone, stay alert and continue scouting the surrounding areas.
If conditions
permit, expand the reconnaissance range appropriately.
Report any abnormalities immediately,
Luo Jingqi said sternly.
Yes, sir, came
the uniform response from the communicator. As time passed, the new recruits had all assembled. After each of them bid farewell to their families, the massive convoy of armored vehicles was about to set off. But the closer they got to this moment, the heavier Luo Jingqi's worries became, and the more ominous his premonition felt. He clenched his fists tightly, as if trying to crush the fear in his heart. At that moment, an urgent call suddenly came through the communicator. Report. A beast tide has been detected in the southwest direction. The enemy is advancing toward the city. Prepare for combat immediately. Report. Cultists of the 10,000 races have appeared on the outskirts of the eastern city, requesting ZZZT. 2 consecutive emergency calls came in, but the second one was cut off before it could finish. Damn it, what you fear always comes true. Luo Jingqi cursed angrily, then shouted to everyone nearby, enemy attack. Everyone, get into combat mode immediately. His voice drowned out all the noise, reaching everyone's ears. What? An enemy attack, someone exclaimed. In the crowd. The ground began to tremble slightly, and on the distant horizon, a dense line of shadows gradually appeared. Streaks of colorful light roared into the sky in the distance. The station troops had already begun engaging the enemy. It's a beast tide. The battle has started, someone shouted. First and second squads, evacuate the new recruits and civilians into the city. All other squads, engage with full force. Keep the beast tide outside the city at all costs. Without hesitation, Luo Jingqi gripped his weapon tightly and led the charge toward the beast tide. Whoosh, the fierce wind howled, kicking up a cloud of dust. The midday sun was obscured by thick black clouds, and the sky grew oppressively dark. On the outskirts of Yunhai City, the beast tide raged on the distant horizon. Closer. Still, faint, low wailing sounds could be heard. Evil spirits? Luo Jingqi's brow furrowed deeply at the sight of this phenomenon. Evil spirits were one of the most cunning factions among the alien races, their actions unpredictable and extremely difficult to counter. It seems this was premeditated, Luo Jingqi thought grimly. Evil spirits themselves were not particularly strong, but they were incredibly sly. He worried they might take advantage of the main forces being occupied with the beast tide to infiltrate the rear. Captain Luo. As he furrowed his brows tightly, a calm female voice came through the communicator. Luo Jingqi immediately recognized it as Mo Xuehan. I will guard the city and fend off the evil spirits. You don't need to be distracted. Her voice was devoid of emotion, yet carried an undeniable firmness. Only then did Luo Jingqi remember that there was still a 6th-tier star-plucking realm expert stationed within the city. This realization slightly eased his mood, reigniting his fighting spirit. He shouted loudly to the nearby soldiers, everyone, don't let your guard down. Give it your all to keep these enemies outside the city. Luo Jingqi gripped a massive alloy battle axe, its blade gleaming with a cold light. He charged forward first, roaring as he rushed toward the beast tide. This beast tide was completely different from the ones at the forest's outskirts before. Both in number and strength, it far surpassed an ordinary beast tide. He couldn't stay at the rear. He had to fight on the front lines to minimize the team's casualties. Yet, at the same time, the ominous feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. On the towering 100-meter alloy city wall, Chu Chen stood there. The wall was equipped with multiple precision defensive cannons, and soldiers operating the cannons filled the wall. No one objected to Chu Chen's presence. His immense strength had long been known throughout the garrison. In their eyes, Chu Chen was no longer just a young man who had recently come of age but a true warrior, a hero capable of defending their homeland. Chu Chen gazed into the distance, seeing the main forces already engaging the beast tide head-on. On the horizon, beneath him, not far outside the city wall, dense black shadows roamed, their forms eerie and terrifying. The evil spirits emitted sinister, chilling laughter. The garrison troops immediately launched an attack on them, but these evil spirits, as if lacking physical form, could freely burrow underground to evade the assaults. If not for the city's alloy walls being forged from special materials, and the underground barriers specifically designed to prevent enemy infiltration, it would have already tunneled through the walls and entered the city. These evil spirits seemed to be stalling for time, not in a hurry to attack. Instead, they darted around, emitting sharp, mocking laughter as if deliberately provoking the defenders. The sound was so grating it unsettled the mind, stirring anger. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. In the next moment, he gripped his white-tasseled spear and leaped off the city wall. Rock elements enveloped the spear as he transformed into a golden meteor, crashing fiercely into the ground. Boom!
The immense impact instantly became the
center of a shockwave, annihilating all the evil spirits within a range of several hundred meters. They had no time to react before disintegrating
into smoke and vanishing.
The remaining evil spirits in the distance shrieked in terror and hurriedly burrowed back underground to
hide.
Ordinary awakened ones might find this situation troublesome, but Chu Chen knew that these evil spirits retreating underground was
their own undoing.
Rise! With the eruption of elemental power from within him, thick rock spines burst from the ground.
These spines were
significantly larger than before, and the surrounding tremors spread rapidly.
The vibrations from multiple rock spines resonated, their powerful ripples overlapping and instantly shattering all the evil spirits that had fled underground into pieces. The people on
the city wall were stunned by the scene before them. They hadn't expected the most troublesome evil spirits to be so effortlessly dealt
with by Chu Chen.
Although they had already estimated Chu Chen's strength, witnessing it firsthand far exceeded their expectations.
After
eliminating the evil spirits, Chu Chen's gaze shifted to the raging beast tide in the distance. The current enemies in his eyes were no longer
terrifying beasts but densely packed experience points.
High above Chu Chen, several hundred meters in the air, a small, thin crow lurked
in the shadows, circling. Its scarlet eyes were fixed on Chu Chen, with an eerie glint flickering in its pupils. In a dark cave somewhere,
the scene reflected in the crow's eyes was projected as a virtual image, suspended in the center of the cavern.
The cave was crowded
with figures dressed in black robes. They formed circles, with a seductive woman in a red robe at the center. She stared at Chu Chen's image, a wicked smile curling at the corner of her lips. The target has appeared. Should we act now? A black-robed figure beside her
asked hoarsely. Why not?
The woman lightly licked her lips, the bright red blood mingling with her crimson lips.
The longer we delay,
the more variables arise.
While we can still temporarily block Cloud Sea City,
let that esteemed one go stall the 6th-tier awakener. First, I'll personally deal with this guy.
Amid the beast tide, Luo Jingqi charged ahead alone, plunging into the encirclement of giant beasts.
The alloy battle axe in his hands crackled with lightning, and as he swung it with both hands, flashes of thunder tore through
the air.
Within a range of several hundred meters, the beasts were instantly shredded, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere.
In just a few breaths, over 100 beasts fell under his axe. Usually appearing as an ordinary middle-aged man, Luo Jingqi transformed on the battlefield, surrounded by an intense killing intent that made others afraid to approach. Kill. Under Luo Jingqi's lead, the surrounding
warriors fought with increasing vigor, successfully holding back the once ferocious beast tide. If it's just this, these beast tides
can be wiped out in 10 minutes. But why do I feel increasingly uneasy?
Luo Jingqi cleaved the head of a mammoth-like beast with a
single strike.
The warriors were unstoppable, having already eliminated over half of the beast tide. Yet, as the tide seemed to wane, his
anxiety grew. Everyone, stay alert. Do not let your guard down.
He dared not be careless, the oppressive black clouds overhead making it
hard to breathe. Boom, boom, boom.
At that moment, bright signal flares suddenly rose from several distant directions, exploding into
dazzling lights.
These were distress signals. More beast tides surged in from all directions.
Damn it! Everyone, immediately regroup near the outskirts of the city, shrink the defensive perimeter, and do everything to stop these beasts from breaking into the city. Luo Jingqi furiously ordered through the communicator. It was endless, more enemies kept coming.
Expanding the defensive line further was meaningless, it would only expose weaknesses and allow the beast tides to break through easily. It was better to concentrate forces. The current situation
left no room for offense, only desperate defense. Boom! Suddenly, the ground beneath Luo Jingqi's feet roared. A massive purple-black arm
burst out from underground, lunging straight at him.
Damn it! Lightning flashed in Luo Jingqi's eyes as his battle axe gathered into a colossal thunder axe. With both hands, he swung it forcefully, instantly unleashing a lightning arc hundreds of meters long.
The thunderous light slashed toward the giant arm, blocking its attack.
Everyone, retreat immediately. Luo Jingqi ordered while continuously releasing lightning to cover their retreat.
Suddenly, the surrounding temperature soared, and violent black flames erupted from the ground. The fierce tongues of fire surged into the crowd, instantly claiming a swath of lives.
The black flames quickly converged, condensing
into a humanoid figure engulfed in raging fire. The human figure had just taken shape when its arms immediately shot out two beams of light, exuding a terrifying aura, aimed straight at Luo Jingqi. Faced with the sudden attack, Luo Jingqi's eyes widened as he desperately used his battle axe to block. Boom! Before the two beams could reach him, a streak of ghostly green sword energy flew out from behind, intercepting the beams head-on. A powerful shockwave spread in all directions, and Luo Jingqi wasted no time retreating swiftly from the explosion's range. Smoke and dust filled the air, leaving only a massive crater on the ground, a shocking sight. Mo Shuaihan had appeared beside Luo Jingqi at some point, and it was her sword light that had just been unleashed. "Agent Mo? Weren't you?" Luo Jingqi wanted to ask. Wasn't she supposed to be guarding the rear? Why had she suddenly come to the front lines? There are more reliable people guarding the rear. "Captain Luo, you'd better hurry back to fend off the other enemies. This one isn't someone you can handle." Mo Shuaihan's expression was stern, her gaze fixed intently on the fiery humanoid figure not far away, her vigilance heightened. For someone of the star-plucking realm to be so cautious, Luo Jingqi quickly understood that the strength of this black-flame humanoid was certainly no less than that of the star-plucking realm. "Agent Mo, be careful." Without hesitation, and under Mo Shuaihan's cover, Luo Jingqi rushed toward the rear. A battle at the star-plucking realm was not something he could intervene in. Staying there would not only be unhelpful but might also drag Mo Shuaihan down. His most important task now was to hold the city walls and prevent the enemy from entering the city. When Luo Jingqi returned near the city walls, he realized he had been overthinking and understood who the reliable person Mo Shuaihan had mentioned was. Tens of thousands of beasts were surging in from all directions, yet this massive beast tide was being held back by a single person. Luo Jingqi saw massive stone pillars standing amidst the beast tide. The pillars emitted a golden glow, and waves of dazzling ripples spread through the horde. Wherever the ripples touched, weaker beasts instantly exploded, their blood splattering everywhere. Chu Chen stood atop one of the stone pillars, a jade shield surrounding him. Holding a white tasseled spear, he quietly surveyed the beasts he had shattered, like a king, inspecting his domain, everything under his control. Luo Jingqi even heard Chu Chen muttering softly, 3,000, 6,500, 10,000, as if calculating something. Yet, with his strength alone, he had dealt with half the beast tide. The remaining beasts, even if they managed to escape Chu Chen's attacks, would be eliminated by the cannons and warriors on the city walls. How many days has it been? How has this kid's strength grown so fast? Luo Jingqi exclaimed in shock. He knew Chu Chen's growth defied all logic. But more than shock, he felt relief. With someone as strong as Chu Chen, the pressure was greatly reduced. No matter how the beast tide surged from all directions, it couldn't break through even half a step. The rear was temporarily stable. Now, the real concern was Mo Shuaihan's side. At this moment, she was locked in fierce combat with the black flame-shrouded monster, the two of them already battling high in the sky. Ghostly green sword light and black flames streaked across the air, clashing and separating repeatedly in an unending exchange. Luo Jingqi couldn't make out the details of the fight from his position. Roar! Just as the people near the city walls were beginning to breathe a little easier, a sharp, piercing roar suddenly echoed from above. Immediately, a pair of massive black wings spread wide, and a hideous monster hovered in the sky. Behind it, a swarm of winged beasts followed, swarming toward them. TCH. The air raid has begun? In an instant, countless artillery, fire and energy projectiles frantically shot toward the monsters in the sky. Boom! Boom! But the situation was far worse than imagined. A swarm of pitch-black, shadow-like evil spirits, with only their blood-red eyes clearly visible, surged toward the horizon like a tide, closing in on them. The real battle had just begun. Activate the energy barrier, everyone follow me. Luo Jingqi ordered decisively. Through the communicator, raising his battle axe and charging toward the front line. A nearly transparent protective shield instantly rose above the city walls, forming a dome that covered the entire Yunhai city, blocking the aerial monsters' attacks. However, such a large-scale energy barrier consumed enormous amounts of energy. If the enemies couldn't be repelled quickly, the barrier would soon disappear due to energy depletion. Thus, most people focused their attacks on the aerial monsters first, as the air raid posed a greater threat than the ground assault. Luo Jingqi suddenly felt something was off. It was as if an alarm bell rang in his heart, prompting him to turn around. Over there, the troops escorting the new recruits were stationed, but he noticed some individuals behaving abnormally. A chill rose from his bones as he saw these people stop using their weapons, ceasing their attacks on the enemies. One of them suddenly noticed Luo Jingqi's gaze and sneered at him, a smile full of contempt and mockery. The next moment, these traitors abruptly turned and launched an attack on their comrades, whose attention was entirely focused on the external enemies. "Watch out!" Luo Jingqi roared in fury. He finally understood the enemy had long planted spies within the support troops. They had been waiting for this day, taking advantage of the chaos during the new recruits' enlistment to coordinate internal rebellion with external attacks, completely disrupting the defense line. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse. No one had anticipated there would be so many traitors, or perhaps some had suspected, but never imagined the sheer number. The traitors' bodies glowed with dazzling colors as they launched their attacks first, catching everyone off guard. Luo Jingqi saw one of them tear off his outer clothing, revealing a second-tier bomb with a metallic sheen. This bomb could cause fatal damage within a small radius. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. The enemies outside had already broken through. Damn it! Just as Luo Jingqi was overwhelmed, a streak of light suddenly shot out. A long spear made of rock instantly pierced through the traitor's head, preventing the bomb from detonating. Immediately afterward, Chu Chen's figure flashed, swiftly pulling the bomb off the corpse and hurling it toward the aerial monsters. The bomb exploded, instantly taking out many of the monsters in the sky. They even planted spies in the army? Chu Chen frowned deeply, the internal chaos catching him off guard. Just as he was about to deal with the traitors, a mass of pitch-black shadows suddenly surged beneath his feet. The shadows rapidly spread, forming a black space that completely enveloped Chu Chen. The surrounding sounds, gunfire, artillery, battle cries, all vanished in an instant, leaving only silence. What is this? A domain? A space? Chu Chen frowned as a red figure suddenly appeared before him. It was a woman in a red robe, her red hair spilling out from under her hood, half of her face pale and eerie. She slowly raised her head, revealing a pair of heterochromatic eyes, one yellow, one white, staring intently at Chu Chen. Her lips curled into a cold smile. People from the Church of All Races? Wearing a red robe, it seems your status is not ordinary, Chu Chen calmly spoke. He knew that within the Church of All Races, there was a strict hierarchy. Black robes were the most common followers, while red robes clearly held a higher position. "Oh, this young man seems quite knowledgeable about our church," the woman said with a teasing tone. "Actually, young man, I've heard of your name long ago. I used to see your photo in the news, and even then, your appearance amazed me. I never expected you to be even more handsome in person. Would you like to join our church? With your abilities, you could directly become the highest-ranking follower." Before the woman could finish her sentence, Chu Chen thrust his spear straight at her throat. Unexpectedly, the woman's figure seemed like an illusion. His spear tip passed through her without causing any harm. "Young man, don't be so rough. I just wanted to have a nice chat with you." The woman suddenly leaned closer to Chu Chen, her red lips slightly parted, her tongue gently licking the corner of her mouth. "Besides, this is my territory. Instead of thinking about how to please me, you want to take my life? That really hurts my feelings. Actually, my life isn't worth much. As long as you're willing to join the church, all of me could be yours." She tried to get even closer, but before she could finish her words, a low hum was heard. Golden light flickered around Chu Chen, and the jade seal shield instantly formed. The impact generated by the condensed elements directly pushed the woman back. Could it be that she can only evade physical attacks but cannot withstand elemental forces? Realizing this, Chu Chen seemed to have found a breakthrough. "Wow, what a beautiful shield. It's practically a work of art." Unexpectedly, the woman was drawn to the shield, her eyes glowing with fervor as she lunged toward it. To test her, Chu Chen quickly gathered rock elements at the tip of his white-feathered spear, lightly lifted the spear, and struck at the woman again. Sure enough, with the added elemental power, the woman's expression changed, and she retreated several steps. What a pity! The woman dodged Chu Chen's attack and retreated dozens of meters away. At some point, a purple-black longsword appeared in her hand, and 3 pairs of black and white wings unfolded behind her. "Young man, do you know? Even within the Church of All Races, there are different branches. Different followers worship different races. We worshipped the fallen god clan, known as deities among the myriad races. Her eyes gradually revealed mysterious purple patterns, so mesmerizing
that one could hardly look away. We are all loyal followers of the fallen gods. When humanity futilely resists, the fallen gods will descend with divine decrees, anointing us as the new gods of the future. And you, this overconfident person, you gave up the chance to become a true god, stubbornly choosing to remain mortal, only to watch helplessly as the myriad races descend, willingly becoming a slave. The woman's tone grew increasingly frenzied, and the long sword in her hand began to emit eerie energy, slashing fiercely at Chu Chen without any pretense. Clang! The long sword struck heavily against the jade seal shield, only causing a slight ripple. In the next moment, the powerful counterforce pushed the woman back once again. Her eyes flashed with surprise. She hadn't expected Chu Chen's shield to be so sturdy. What she thought would be a guaranteed strike hadn't even budged the shield. Chu Chen's spear moved like a dragon, attacking relentlessly, leaving her no room to escape. The woman could only hold her long sword in front of her to defend herself. Amid the clash of metal, the immense force made her wrist ache faintly. Truly worthy of being heaven-ranked. Her voice was cold and emotionless. With a flap of the 3 pairs of wings on her back, she soared into the air, her long sword tracing arcs of purple sword light. The sword light intertwined, slowly forming a pattern of eyes above Chu Chen's head. At the same time, the woman's heterochromatic eyes glowed brilliantly, erupting in unison with the eye pattern in the air. In an instant, a strange sensation surged in Chu Chen's heart. Glowing eyes? What's so special about that? Anyone can do it. Facing the woman's peculiar gaze, golden brilliance also flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. As their eyes met, the woman's pupils contracted sharply. From Chu Chen's gaze, she felt an aura of inviolable majesty. It was as if a supreme being had descended, a divine emperor had arrived, an imperial sovereign had appeared. The overwhelming presence instantly dimmed her gaze. Her body froze mid-air, and Chu Chen seized the opportunity, thrusting his spear fiercely. Thud! The spear tip pierced her chest effortlessly. The intense pain snapped her back to reality. Seeing the spear embedded in her chest, her face turned pale, revealing anger. The previously pitch-black space around them seemed to lighten. It seems that killing you will cause this space to collapse. Sensing the change, Chu Chen's attacks grew fiercer, dense spear shadows whistling toward her. Feeling the intense threat, the woman dared not confront him head-on. Her figure flickered, disappearing instantly and reappearing dozens of meters away in another direction. After all, this was her domain, and her movements were unpredictable and ghostly. I'd like to see where you can run to. Chu Chen unleashed his elemental energy, causing massive rocky ridges to emerge within the space, blocking all her escape routes. Between the ridges, elemental vibrations intertwined, golden ripples spreading and forming an impenetrable attack zone. In an instant, the entire space was occupied by rocky ridges, golden ripples covering the ground. With no other options, the woman flapped her wings and flew into the air. Chu Chen immediately forged rock spears, launching them at her in a frenzy. Despite being in her own territory, the woman could only frantically dodge Chu Chen's attacks. On the contrary, Chu Chen stood calmly atop a rocky ridge. Who the true master of this space was had become a mystery. Chu Chen had considered directly unleashing the heavenly star to destroy this space, but he wasn't sure if he could remain in place after the space collapsed. After all, he was originally near the city wall. The energy released by the heavenly star explosion would continue to spread outward. Although he could control this power to avoid harming his teammates, the destruction of structures would be inevitable. In other words, if he summoned the heavenly star to destroy the space while still near the city wall, the explosion would undoubtedly cause severe damage to the wall and its protective barriers. What he feared most was that the enemy wouldn't break through the defenses, but he would end up destroying them himself. With this in mind, Chu Chen gripped his spear and flew toward the woman's figure. Meanwhile, outside, boom, intense explosions echoed continuously. Luo Jingqi cleaved through a group of monster corpses with his axe, the thunderous sound reverberating from his battle axe, exuding an imposing aura. At this moment, his face grew increasingly pale, and his breathing became labored. Most of the monsters flying in the air had been eliminated, but the distant horizon was still shrouded in endless shadows. The enemies lurking within clearly had a desperate resolve. Some were eliminated immediately, while others infiltrated the battlefield, their tracks hard to trace. But what worried Luo Jingqi the most was the sudden disappearance of Chu Chen. Just moments ago, his figure had vanished in an instant. The enemy's fierce attack left Luo Jingqi overwhelmed. In the sky, Missouri Shueihan and the figure formed by black flames were still locked in an intense battle. Clearly, the enemy had come prepared, with both sides' top fighters mutually restraining each other. Relying on a massive wave tactic, the enemy continuously wore them down. Although they fought desperately and gradually pushed the enemy away from the city walls, humans ultimately have their limits. After prolonged combat, many were already struggling to keep up. To ease the pressure on his teammates, Luo Jingqi prioritized eliminating the enemy's high-level forces during each strike. As a result, his injuries grew increasingly severe. Where are the reinforcements? Have the reinforcements from other cities not arrived yet? Luo Jingqi shouted into the communicator. Report! Several nearby cities are under simultaneous attack, and current forces cannot provide support. The higher-ups are mobilizing troops. But it will take time, came the equally anxious voice from the communicator. Damn it! Understood. Luo Jingqi took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. The enemy's offensive surged again, leaving no time for further thought. Luo Jingqi gripped his battle axe tightly and leapt out of the defensive line, raising the axe high above his head. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning struck down from the dark clouds, attaching itself to the blade of his axe. Kill! With the lightning fully infused, this attack was even more ferocious. Luo Jingqi roared and charged into the dense beast horde. As the battle axe swung, lightning erupted within a radius of nearly a kilometer, instantly turning the enemies into charred corpses. Luo Jingqi's face grew paler. The previous strike had consumed too much energy. His mind began to blur, and his vision became hazy. Suddenly, a chilling sensation came from behind. Luo Jingqi instinctively dodged, only to see a humanoid alien creature lunging at him, its two massive claws gleaming coldly. The distance was too close for him to swing his axe in time to block, leaving him no choice but to adjust his position desperately, though he would still suffer some damage. Clang! Just as he gritted his teeth, bracing for the impact, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Captain, you absolutely can't go down. Everyone's counting on you. A slender young man in military uniform, wielding two short blades, firmly blocked the creature's claws. Yun Han! You rascal! Luo Jingqi chuckled lightly. This young man, named Yun Han, had been recently transferred. He was a B-level frost type ability user who had consistently performed well and was someone Luo Jingqi held in high regard. Kid, you're imitating me by diving into the enemy lines? Do you even know your own strength? With Yun Han's protection, Luo Jingqi swung his axe, instantly shattering the creature's head. That's why I'm waiting for the captain to lead me back safely, Yun Han said with a smile. Alright, stick with me, we'll carve a bloody path out. Luo Jingqi shook his head to stay alert, wielding his battle axe to clear the way. Yun Han followed closely, remaining vigilant for potential dangers around them. In an instant, lightning and frost intertwined, the two elements interacting to double the power of their attacks. The pair resembled invincible war gods, destroying enemies with devastating area damage wherever they went. Captain, these creatures seem to be breaking formation. Yun Han froze the surrounding enemies with frost, his eyes fixed on a gap forming in the distant beast horde, shouting excitedly. That's great! Tell everyone to hold on a little longer, these guys won't last much longer. Luo Jingqi, hearing the news, felt hope ignite within him, and his weapon swung with renewed vigor. Yun Han, you've improved your skills quite a bit recently, haven't you? Luo Jingqi asked. Yes, I just broke through to mid-stage tier 3 a while ago, Yun Han replied. By the way, you're not young anymore. Why don't you have a girlfriend yet? Luo Jingqi asked with a smile. I haven't planned for that yet, Yun Han hesitated in response. That's not right. When we get back, I'll introduce you to some nice girls. Luo Jingqi joked. Captain, I'd rather not. Yun Han replied awkwardly. As they fought their way forward, the two chatted intermittently. Fatigue gradually weighed on their hearts. Without some conversation, the weariness would consume them. Gradually, they were only 500 meters away from the defensive line. Hang in there, kid. We're almost back. Luo Jingqi shouted, swinging his axe to cut down the enemy in front of him. But this time, there was no response from behind him. A sense of foreboding instantly gripped his heart. Yun Han? He turned back urgently, only to see monsters rushing toward him and two short daggers scattered on the ground. Damn it! Luo Jingqi's eyes turned blood red,
his heart aching as if pierced by a knife. Thunderous rage erupted around him, his hatred surging like a volcanic eruption. He unleashed all the remaining power within him. Boom! Countless violent bolts of lightning spread like venomous snakes in all directions, instantly reducing any enemy caught in their path to ruins. But power has its limits. He soon exhausted all his energy, and the surrounding enemies only grew in number. Unwilling to give up, Luo Jingqi could only pick up the short daggers from the ground and retreat to the defensive line under the cover of its firepower for a brief respite. Hold the line. Don't give them any chance to breathe. Everyone, charge. Forward. On the mountaintop, a group of black-robed cultists stood. The leading man in a purple robe issued a hoarse command. As soon as his words fell, the beast-tied alien forces became even more frenzied, madly charging toward the defensive line. Damn it! Even if we die, we must hold on. Inside the defensive line, the soldiers were already exhausted, but each gripped their weapons tightly, ready to fight to the death. Boom! Just as everyone was preparing to face death, a strange sound suddenly came from midair. A black rift appeared, and two figures emerged from it. Chu Chen kicked a severely injured woman to the ground. Ah! The woman, covered in blood and powerless to resist, screamed in pain as she fell. So noisy. Her sharp, piercing voice gave Chu Chen a headache. He swung his white-tasseled spear, slashing out a spear light, intending to kill her in one strike. Buzz! At the same time, a blood-red spear suddenly stabbed out from nowhere, its tip perfectly blocking Chu Chen's attack and dispersing the spear light. A purple-robed cultist swiftly flashed behind the woman, catching her steadily. Who are you? Chu Chen asked warily. I am one of the 7 disciples of the fallen god cult Z2, the man replied hoarsely but calmly. It seems you've rejected the saintess's offer and have no intention of joining the cult. Z2 said coldly. Then you must die. His blood-red spear erupted with intense flames, strange purple flames twisting the surrounding air. Everyone, change targets. At all costs, kill that heaven-tier fallen. A new order came from the rear. Immediately, the beasts and alien forces that had been frantically attacking the city's defensive line shifted their focus, converging on Chu Chen. Their energies erupted, and multicolored lights surged toward Chu Chen like a tidal wave. This is bad. Luo Jingqi shouted loudly from within the defensive line. The appearance of Chu Chen initially brought him some relief, but now it has attracted even more frenzied attacks from the enemies. Clearly, the target of this assault is not them, but Chu Chen. From beginning to end, the goal of the Myriad Races Church has been fixed on Chu Chen. If they can't recruit him, they are prepared to eliminate him directly. However, most people's energy is almost depleted at this point. Although Luo Jingqi is furious, the power within him is insufficient to support even a single attack. Yet, while the awakened energy has been exhausted, the scientific weapons can still continue to play a role. One after another, rounds of artillery fire were launched from the weapons, desperately helping Chu Chen fend off more attacks. High above in the sky, Missouri Xuehan noticed that Chu Chen had become the center of attention, and her brows furrowed deeply. Distracted for a moment, she was struck by a shadowy figure formed from black flames. What's the matter? Thinking of saving that kid? The figure mocked. You can't do anything. Black flames erupted from the figure's body, instantly transforming into a flame tornado hundreds of meters high, trapping Imo Xuehan in a confined area. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let's have some fun. Ha ha ha. The figure laughed wildly, its purpose being to stall Imo Xuehan, the protector. To it, without Imo Xuehan's intervention, Chu Chen would inevitably die. Forced into a defensive position by the attacks, Imo Xuehan's expression grew increasingly anxious, yet she was at a loss for solutions. No! Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I must save him. She made up her mind, gritting her teeth, intending to burn her life force to unleash greater power to break the formation. At that moment, a strange sound suddenly came from beyond the black clouds overhead. What are you pretending to be here for? Z2's voice carried dissatisfaction, and Chu Chen's eyes shone even brighter with golden light. Heaven moves. Myriad forms. Chu Chen calmly uttered these 4 words, devoid of any emotion, yet instantly releasing boundless killing intent. The surrounding rock elements surged violently, and golden patterns appeared on his exposed arms. This sudden aura startled Z2, even causing the blood-red spear in his hand to tremble, as if in fear. Boom! A massive Black hole spread out above everyone's heads, and a golden light, like a sharp sword, split the sky.
The thick black clouds were instantly torn apart.
The surrounding black clouds formed a vortex, gathering around the center of the golden light.
They were making way. That move again.
Luo Jingqi widened his eyes, staring at the sky in astonishment. No, this time it's different, someone exclaimed. That
terrifying thing, it's even bigger than last time.
Many of those present had witnessed Chu Chen's previous display of heaven moves.
Myriad forms.
But this time was entirely different, as the four-sided celestial star slowly emerging from the golden vortex was larger and
more imposing than before.
The celestial star, formed by interwoven fragments of meteorites, shimmered with dazzling brilliance, so beautiful.
It left people in awe.
These breathtaking celestial stars resembled flawless works of art, but now they hovered above everyone's heads, heralding the arrival of destruction.
Isn't that the meteor from that night? Is this created by Chu Chen? It's practically divine punishment.
In the city, the spectacle of the celestial star's descent left everyone in Yunhai City dumbfounded.
The golden
radiance illuminated the thick clouds, a sight that could only be described as miraculous. But the most shocking part was that all of this
originated from Chu Chen.
What does this mean? A newcomer who had just awakened a few days ago could actually unleash a force akin to a natural
disaster. Chu Chen stood high in the sky.
To prevent the celestial star from affecting the city, he chose to let it fall on a mountain
peak farthest from the city.
Below him, Z2's entire body trembled as he looked up at Chu Chen and the celestial star behind him.
Golden
light bathed Chu Chen, and from those golden eyes, Z2 saw majesty. It was the gaze of a king delivering judgment, overlooking all
things in the world.
Before this king, he had no chance to resist at all.
Run! Run quickly!
Z2 dropped his blood-red spear and
desperately fled into the distance with the woman beside him. Trying to escape? How could Chu Chen let him succeed?
Spears formed of rock appeared instantly, transforming into a rain of spears that poured down on Z2's a newly awakened heaven tier. How could he possibly
possess such immense power?
The previously smug shadow of black flames now cried out in shock, completely losing its composure. It commanded the raging flames to charge toward the celestial star.
If it didn't act, not only would the celestial star annihilate their entire army, but the gap in power would also become insurmountable.
Whoosh! Suddenly, a whirlwind arose, sweeping the flames and instantly
diverting their direction.
Why the rush to leave just now?
Let's play a little longer.
Mo Shuihan's lips curled into a faint smile.
Now,
it was her turn to counterattack. The shadow's fury burned to its peak, as that was clearly its line. But it was powerless.
While it could entangle Mo Shuihan, she could just as easily entangle it. Staying here any longer was meaningless. Realizing its helplessness, the shadow
immediately transformed into a flame and fled swiftly toward the distant horizon. Countless rock spears rained down from the sky like a
storm, as if heralding the arrival of judgment. The celestial star's descent was not fast.
In everyone's eyes, this moment seemed unusually
slow. The shadow formed of black flames fled quickly.
Mo Shuihan gritted her teeth, her body slightly relaxing as a few drops of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. The previous battle had left her battered and bruised. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she flew back within the defensive line.
The once rampaging beast tide and alien forces scattered in all directions under the celestial star's oppressive force. Finally, they could breathe a sigh of relief.
It could be said that Chu Chen was the biggest variable in this battle. The enemy had initially estimated his strength to be high, but they still underestimated him.
This massive celestial star represented a calamity-level force.
Without an absolutely powerful high-tier existence, no matter how numerous the enemies were, they could only fall in vain beneath it. The explosion of the celestial star affected them, but due to the great distance, the impact was minimal.
The crowd was more awestruck by the spectacular scene of the star crashing into the desolate planet.
However, the magical beasts and alien races within the range of the celestial star felt no awe, only bone-deep fear and oppression.
Weaker enemies didn't even have time to wait for the star to fall.
Their bodies burst under the immense pressure. No matter how fast they fled, they couldn't escape the range of destruction.
Even if they
were lucky enough to avoid the direct impact of the explosion, the subsequent powerful shockwave was enough to be instantly fatal. The deafening roar in the sky filled with smoke and dust lingered for a long time, gradually dissipating with time.
From a distance, people
gazed at the horizon and saw that a vast area in the dense forest and rolling mountains had completely vanished.
The once dense beast tide
now had only a few scattered survivors left, lingering at the edge of the wilderness, all severely wounded.
At the center of the celestial
star's impact, where there had once been a mountain hundreds of meters high, there was now a massive, terrifying crater, with residual
flames still spreading outward.
This was the power of Chu Chun, destroying everything in an instant, unimaginably terrifying.
Luo Jingqi and
Imo Xuehan were stunned. They had always placed their hopes on Chu Chen, believing he would lead humanity to reverse the situation. But they hadn't expected his progress to be so rapid, capable of having such a massive impact on the battlefield in just a few days.
Chu Chen floated in the air, surveying the surroundings, and shook his head regretfully. What a pity.
The disciple of the 10,000 Races Church, who called himself Z2 when the woman referred to as the Saintess had ultimately escaped. Although he had killed many enemies, they were all minor figures, with no truly valuable targets. Gazing down at the scene of destruction before him, Chu Chen felt a bit dazed. This was
something he had done.
At this moment, he seemed to become the most dazzling existence between heaven and earth. This scene was captured
by the people in the city, including the process of Chu Chen summoning the celestial star, all recorded. With the speed of the internet, these videos quickly spread across the nation and even the globe. Chu Chen was still unaware that today, the entire world's internet was abuzz because of him. I know this guy. He was just on the headlines a few days ago for awakening a heaven-level aptitude. That's not the point. The key is that in just a few days, this Chu Chen can actually unleash such terrifying power comparable to a natural disaster.
So cool.
He's like a god. Is that a meteorite?
It doesn't look like one at all. It's more like a meticulously crafted work of art.
It's not surprising that a heaven-level aptitude can release such destructive power.
What surprises me is that this young man
seems to have just awakened.
The global internet exploded, with various languages expressing shock and admiration.
Unlike ordinary
destruction, Chu Chen gave people a sense of elegance and grandeur. Whether it was his combat stance wielding the white-tasseled spear, the radiant jade shield surrounding him, or the celestial star symbolizing death, each was like a meticulously sculpted work of art, dazzling and
captivating.
Yet it was precisely this beautiful existence that unleashed the most devastating power, making Chu Chen appear extraordinarily
unique. Of course, besides Chu Chen, footage of Luo Jingqi and other warriors fighting desperately to kill enemies also circulated online, captured by the people in the city. Although these scenes weren't as shocking as Chu Chen's, they showcased the unwavering determination
of every hero on the battlefield. Geniuses with extraordinary talent like Chu Chen are extremely rare. Most awakeners are actually quite
ordinary.
They lack astonishing talent or formidable strength, yet when faced with foreign invasions, they still charge onto the battlefield
without hesitation, fighting to the death.
Even knowing they might sacrifice themselves on the spot, they never retreat.
The glory of victory
belongs not only to the outstanding individuals but also to every ordinary person who bravely sacrifices themselves. Regardless of their
talent, they are all heroes on the battlefield.
However, behind the joy of victory, what worries everyone more is why the rear suddenly suffered such a large-scale attack. The Church of All Races, a traitorous organization lurking within humanity, is like a bomb that could
explode at any moment.
Now, they dare to launch a blatant large-scale assault, clearly plotting new schemes behind the scenes.
Golden,
divine light dispersed the heavy black clouds.
A deep black hole enveloped the sky, overlooking the earth.
At the center, surrounded by mist, four golden cubes shimmered brightly, seemingly from beyond the heavens, generating intense heat through violent friction with the air, emitting wisps of red steam. In midair, countless rocks coalesced into thick stone spears, descending from the sky like a dense rain. Each stone spear pierced heavily into the bodies of the beasts, tearing their flesh and bones apart, staining the ground with blood.
Massive stone
pillars rose from a middle-aged man wearing glasses answered. His name was Xiang Qinghai, and he was the person in charge of the Awakener
trial assessment. What the heck? Wasn't that just a few days ago? Upon hearing the confirmation, the man exclaimed in disbelief. That's right.
In just a few days, he unleashed a calamity-level power, which shocked everyone.
This is an unprecedented speed since the awakening began. The last heaven-level awakener took over 2 months to reach calamity-level power, and at that time, he was already at mid-4th tier. What does this mean? Chu Chen directly broke the record? This is a good thing. After all, our research on awakening
is still in its infancy, and encountering situations beyond our understanding is quite normal.
The pavilion immediately buzzed with heated discussions.
Everyone was most concerned about how Chu Chen, who had only been awakened for a few days, could possess such immense
power. All right, everyone, no matter what, we should feel fortunate.
Li Kunlun's words instantly silenced the commotion. This child named
Chu Chen is very likely the key to breaking the deadlock in the future.
At the mention of the words breaking the deadlock, everyone was
momentarily stunned.
Currently, humanity's situation was only temporarily stable, but behind the scenes lurked the conspiracies of the
myriad races cults.
The void battlefield at the front lines was filled with the smoke of war.
The battle between the Human Alliance and the
myriad races alliance was ongoing, and no one knew when this war would end.
For now, humanity was trapped in the void by the alien races, like a beast in a cage.
They could hold on for a short time, but the longer it dragged on, the greater the danger would become. The so-called breaking the deadlock referred to escaping this trapped situation, allowing humanity to break through the encirclement of the myriad races and seize the initiative on the battlefield.
Moreover, you've all seen Chu Chen's character.
He rejected the recruitment of the myriad races cults and even helped us successfully suppress this attack.
Everyone knew that the large-scale attack in the rear of Yunhai City had targeted Chu Chen. From the beginning, their goal was to recruit Chu Chen.
When that failed, they tried to eliminate him. A woman's voice said gravely. This has always been the old trick of the myriad races cults.
This time, they completely failed because they
severely underestimated Chu Chen's current strength. In fact, we didn't expect him to be hiding such a powerful trump card.
In any case,
the exposure of Chu Chen's power is actually a good thing. For those countries with ulterior motives and the covetous alien races, it
serves as a significant deterrent.
But the biggest problem is that since Chu Chen has revealed such immense power, while it serves as a
deterrent, it also brings greater danger. Our most important task is to protect him.
This one sentence revealed the core of the meeting. We must give him more time to grow, better resources, and stronger protection.
I think relying on Mo Shuehan alone is far from enough.
We must assign more people to protect him in secret.
That's right. This matter has already garnered unprecedented attention. Keeping Chu Chen hidden and allowing him to grow in secret is no longer possible.
Since that's the case, we need to help him build momentum.
Li Kunlun
chuckled lightly, clearly indicating that everyone had reached a consensus on this matter. 2 days had passed since the attack by the
myriad races cults near Chu Chen's home.
During these 2 days, Chu Chen had stayed at home and not gone out.
However, his doorstep was already
surrounded by a large crowd, leaving no room to move.
Chu Chen, you're our idol. Please come out and show yourself.
Hero,
can I get your autograph? You're so cool. I'm a huge fan. Come out and meet us. Everyone, this is the home of our great hero, Chu Chen. Double tap to follow. I'll keep streaming.
The noise from the crowd rose and fell. Ever since he displayed his terrifying strength, Chu Chen had become the hottest celebrity in Yunhai City. Many people, unable to contain their excitement, rushed directly to his building
and surrounded his home.
If Luo Jingqi hadn't sent a team to guard downstairs early on, these crazed fans might have already stormed
into his house. Chu Chen, hang in there. The battlefield cleanup is almost done.
As soon as I have spare personnel, I'll send them over.
To disperse these fans, came Luo Jingqi's helpless voice from the phone. After the enemy attack ended, as the garrison captain, he had
been swamped with work investigating damages, cleaning up the battlefield, distributing compensation funds. The follow-up tasks were piling up. The manpower he could send to help was very limited, but after 2 days of effort, the troublesome matters were nearly resolved, and Luo Jingqi promised to send more people to assist as soon as possible. All right, Captain Luo, prioritize the battlefield cleanup.
I'm not
in a hurry here, Chu Chen replied helplessly, hanging up the phone. He quietly peeked out the window, only to see the dense crowd still there, with some even setting up tents and stalls. Although most of the people remained rational, urging others not to disturb him, there were always a few crazed fans causing a commotion regardless. Truly, fame brings trouble, just like a fat pig attracts attention.
Chu Chen
hadn't expected to cause such a big problem for himself. He pulled the curtains shut, unwilling to deal with the noise outside, and muttered
to the air system, how much longer until the new ability unlocks? Ding!
Please be patient, host.
The new ability will unlock in 1 minute, the system replied, giving Chu Chen a sense of relief. Thanks to the massive beast-tide riots and alien invasions, although most of
the enemies were low-level and offered little experience, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. After the battle that day, his experience points surged, directly leveling him up to level 20. The system had previously informed Chu Chen that the new ability of the Ruochuo Dragon
King was about to unlock.
Now, with his continuous level-ups, he had met the conditions to trigger the new ability.
However, the system
told him he had to wait for the countdown to finish before unlocking it.
So, for the past 2 days, he had stayed home partly to avoid the
crazed crowd outside and partly to wait for the countdown to end.
Ding! 10 seconds remaining. 9, 8, 2, 1. As
the system's countdown ended, Chu Chen suddenly felt dizzy, as if he had been teleported somewhere else.
When he regained his senses, he
found himself no longer at home but on a vast, empty plain with a few jagged peaks in the distance. The scorching sun hung high overhead,
and the heat waves distorted the air, making it unbearably hot. What is going on? Chu Chen was bewildered.
Wasn't the new ability supposed
to unlock? Why had he suddenly been teleported here? Ding! Unlocking the new ability requires the host to pass a trial. Whether you succeed will determine if the ability is unlocked. Ding! Successfully mark a location. Following the system's voice, a faint golden
pillar of light appeared at the edge of Chu Chen's vision. Although the light pillar was far away and not very clear, the system had already explained that he needed to pass the trial to unlock new abilities, and the direction of the light pillar was his target.
Well, at least it's quiet here, no need to endure the noise outside.
Chu Chen stood in the wilderness, surrounded by silence, which made him feel calm. Just as he was about to head toward the light pillar, the ground beneath his feet suddenly began to tremble.
Boom! 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 Then, a group of massive black shadows burst out from underground, leaping into the air.
Chu Chen vaguely saw that these shadows resembled spheres, covered in sharp spikes. Before he could take a closer look, they were already hurtling toward him. Faced with the sudden attack, Chu Chen
remained calm and did not dodge, allowing the massive spiked balls to smash toward his head. Impenetrable defense. With a gentle wave of
his hands, a jade-like shield instantly formed around him.
Bang! 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 The dense black shadows struck the shield heavily, but their attacks couldn't harm it.
Instead, they were repelled by the strong counterforce, scattering in all directions. The shadows crashed to the ground, their massive bodies creating deep pits.
Roar! Roar!
Low growls emanated from the shadows, and Chu Chen finally saw
their appearance clearly.
These creatures were about 2 meters tall, resembling upright lizards, their bodies encased in armor as hard as
rock. On their heads was a single yellow horn, translucent like amber.
Their bodies were marked with golden patterns resembling flowing lava, making them highly conspicuous.
These are rock dragon lizards?
Immediately, a status panel for the rock dragon lizards appeared.
Before Chu Chen, rock dragon lizard, a robust dragon lizard species that possesses multiple elemental abilities.
It is the advanced form
of the juvenile rock dragon lizard and the initial stage of the ancient rock dragon lizard.
At this moment, 4 rock dragon lizards
surrounded Chu Chen, encircling him from 4 directions.
Buzz! Suddenly, the patterns on one rock dragon lizard's body changed color. Accompanied by a strange sound, the golden patterns turned purple, resembling lightning flickering across its body.
It opened its mouth wide and let out a furious roar, roar. 3 lightning balls condensed from electrical energy rapidly flew toward Chu Chen. This attack
compressed lightning energy into spheres that exploded upon impact, delivering immense power. At the same time, the other 3 rock dragon lizards launched their attacks.
One ignited flames on its body and leaped toward Chu Chen.
The other 2 unleashed several ice crystals and a circular water-based attack, the 2 elements intertwining and rushing toward Chu Chen at high speed.
The 4 powerful attacks formed
a siege, closing in quickly. Just as the attacks were about to hit the shield, Chu Chen acted again. A massive rocky ridge suddenly erupted
from the ground. As the ridge formed, a square-shaped ripple shockwave spread outward. The 3 elemental attacks collided with the ripples. First, unable to resist, and were instantly deflected, flying in the opposite direction.
Seeing their attacks rebound, the 3 rock dragon lizards froze, trying to evade, but it was already too late.
Boom! In an instant, the 3 rock dragon lizards were struck by their own rebounded attacks. Immediately afterward, the shockwave from the rocky ridge surged forward. The three rock dragon lizards, still reeling from the damage of their own attacks, were hit hard by the ripples in the next second, violently thrown in different directions, and knocked unconscious. Their tough armor shattered, exposing bloodied wounds above. The rock dragon lizard, engulfed in fierce flames, was about to crash down on Chu Chen's head. Although it had narrowly avoided the impact of the rocky ridge, in the next moment, boom! A giant fist forged from molten lava suddenly erupted from the ground, clenched tightly, and smashed fiercely toward the rock dragon lizard. The once imposing and immensely powerful rock dragon lizard instantly triggered a violent explosion upon contact with the lava fist. The immense destructive force rapidly spread outward, yet Chu Chen, standing at the center of the explosion, remained steady and unharmed thanks to the jade shield. He clearly saw the flames on the rock dragon lizard's body extinguish rapidly, its massive form sent flying by the giant fist. This heavy blow killed it mid-air, shattering its tough armor completely. When it crashed heavily to the ground, it had already turned into a mangled heap of flesh and blood. Though this sequence of events seemed complex, it all transpired within mere seconds, leaving all four rock dragon lizards lifeless. Could this new ability really be related to the Ruochuo Dragon King? Chu Chen gazed at the surrounding corpses, lost in thought. The Ruochuo Dragon King was the creator of elements, its lifespan as enduring as mountains and seas, and it seemed to have intricate ties with the dragon lizard species. The specifics would become clear once he reached the location of the golden light pillar. Without hesitation, Chu Chen sped toward the coordinates. Along the way, various monsters attacked in succession. It was no longer just rock dragon lizards, rock slimes, rock float spirits, juvenile rock dragon lizards, rock dragon lizards. Despite the variety of monsters, they all shared one common trait: they were all creatures of the rock element. However, their overall strength was not formidable, posing no challenge to Chu Chen, and defeating them became increasingly effortless. In fact, he didn't even need to attack actively, as long as he maintained the jade shield, the monsters couldn't breach his defenses. Chu Chen traversed the boundless wasteland and arrived at a region of piled-up mountains. Before him lay cliffs that seemed to have suffered catastrophic destruction, now left in ruins. Broken walls and remnants were everywhere, with charred marks covering the rocks. Among these mountains, the most striking feature was a massive crater, several hundred meters in diameter, from which Chu Chen could sense a terrifying aura emanating. However, the direction of the crater was still far from the golden light pillar, indicating that this was not the final trial location. Chu Chen silently gripped his white tassel spear. Although this wasn't the coordinate point, the intense aura made him eager to investigate. As he approached the edge of the crater, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from its depths. Accompanied by a powerful energy surge from the crater, cracks rapidly spread across the surrounding rocks and ground, appearing particularly menacing. That's the ancient rock dragon lizard. Using his connection with the mountains and rocks, Chu Chen discovered a massive cavern beneath the crater. Inside the cavern coiled a beast, resembling a rock dragon lizard but several times larger in size. Its aura far surpassed that of ordinary rock dragon lizards. Its enormous body was covered in thick muscles and sturdy armor, with its back adorned with sharp, mountain-like shells emitting a molten, fiery glow. Resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, lava-like patterns flowed across its chest, converging into ancient and weathered symbols. Buzz! Suddenly, the body of the ancient rock dragon lizard emitted a strange sound. The lava patterns on its chest instantly transformed into an icy blue-white color, and a massive icicle materialized out of thin air, whistling as it shot toward Chu Chen. Bang! Chu Chen swiftly swung his white tassel spear, its shaft enveloped in rock elements, slicing the giant icicle in half. Shards scattered in all directions. Finally, a worthy opponent, Chu Chen thought, his fighting spirit ignited as he faced the ancient rock dragon lizard. The monotony of battling minor creatures along the way had been dull. His amber eyes began to glow, radiating a dazzling golden light. At the same time, the massive body of the ancient rock dragon lizard trembled slightly and took a few steps back. It seemed afraid. In the dim world, the setting sun painted the horizon a fiery red. The corpses of demon gods were piled across the plains, their blood staining the earth. Among the rolling mountains, a giant dragon coiled. Beneath its feet lay a demon god as massive as a mountain, now completely lifeless. The world seemed to have temporarily fallen into silence. The dragon's body erupted with a brilliant golden light, like starlight, and its
form began to shrink rapidly.
Finally, it reduced to a solitary, tiny figure standing on the edge of a cliff.
Though its body had diminished, the oppressive aura it exuded still instilled fear. It gazed at the distant sunset, appearing exceptionally lonely.
Surrounding it were
heaps of enemy corpses, piled like small mountains, yet its white robe remained spotless, without a trace of blood.
It stood quietly atop
the mountain, watching the sun slowly set and nightfall descend. All that remained were its glowing golden eyes, shining like beacons, as if they were meant to illuminate this world filled with suffering.
For some reason, this scene suddenly surfaced in the mind of the ancient rock dragon lizard. The figure of Chu Chen above it gradually overlapped with the image in its memory. The same radiant golden
eyes stirred an inexplicable fear deep within its heart. Chu Chen gripped the white tassel spear and dove down from the sky, a powerful spear, intent radiating from his entire being.
When he landed firmly in front of the ancient rock dragon lizard, the scene before him was a desolate and ruined cave, filled with devastation.
Roar! The ancient rock dragon lizard seemed to snap out of its daze, suppressing its fear as
it roared furiously at Chu Chen.
The pattern on its chest shifted from icy crystals to purple lightning.
In the next moment, a massive lightning crossmark appeared beneath Chu Chen's feet.
Violet lightning elements burst from the ground, surging toward him.
The lightning struck relentlessly against Chu Chen's jade seal shield, causing ripples to spread across its surface. Seeing the opponent launch an attack, Chu Chen immediately transformed into a golden afterimage, darting forward.
The spear in his hand traced countless spear shadows in the air, forming a dense web of attacks that smashed toward the ancient rock dragon lizard.
Boom! 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 Countless spear shadows collided with the ancient rock dragon lizard's tough armor, leaving charred marks.
The creature's fury grew with each attack, burning ever
hotter.
It suddenly stomped its forelegs heavily on the ground, cracks spread instantly, and numerous rock dragon lizards and juvenile rock
dragon lizards leapt out from the fissures, surging toward Chu Chen like a tide.
Their sheer numbers quickly surrounded him.
Chu Chen had
no time to deal with these minor creatures. Elemental energy erupted from within him, splitting the ground open as 6 burly thousand
rock soldiers emerged.
Since reaching level 20, the number of 1,000 rock soldiers he could summon had increased from 4 to 6.6.
Towering Chenyan soldiers formed an impenetrable defensive line, their long spears whistling as they fiercely thrust at the surrounding enemies.
Chu Chen once again raised his spear and leapt into the air, instantly summoning rows of rock spears around him, which rained
down like a storm upon the ancient rock dragon lizard. The pattern on the dragon lizard's chest transformed into blue water elements, and
several thick streams of water gushed out from its body. The water quickly formed a wall, standing before it to meet the incoming rock spears.
Boom! Accompanied by deafening explosions, the entire cavern shook violently.
Rocks fell from all sides, and dust filled the air.
The massive cavern was consumed by the battle between Chu Chen and the ancient rock dragon lizard. Relying on the jade seal shield, Chu Chen ignored the impact, while the dragon lizard staggered backward under the intense vibrations. The water wall couldn't block all the rock
spears. Several spears struck its body heavily, shattering pieces of its armor and exposing its gruesome flesh. The excruciating pain triggered
the dragon lizard's rage, and the pattern on its chest turned into fiery molten elements, with its back spikes now covered in lava. Bang! Bang! Bang!
Dense lava spikes shot out like missiles from its back, scattering flames everywhere and causing a series of explosions on the ground, leaving behind numerous craters. Chu Chen flew into the air to evade the ground explosions, but the dragon lyrox fell. Dust filled the air, and the ground shook violently, until all the energy was completely released.
The surrounding terrain was destroyed,
leaving only a bottomless, heat-radiating crater. The massive body of the ancient rock dragon lizard crashed heavily to the ground.
The
white tassel spear instantly reverted to its original form and flashed back into Chu Chen's hand.
Despite the deafening explosion just moments ago, Chu Chen remained steadily suspended in midair, as unshakable as a rock.
Crack! The ground of the crater split open with jagged fissures, quickly spreading like a spider web across the entire area, completely fracturing. The fallen ancient rock dragon lizard had exhausted
its elemental power, its outer shell shattered and broken, exposing gruesome flesh and white bones.
It lay weakly on the ground, barely supporting itself, its lava-colored eyes fixed intently on Chu Chen in the air.
Its gaze trembled, and finally, the light in its eyes dimmed. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the ancient rock dragon lizard.
Obtained exclusive relic, 4-star. Ancient rock.
Chu Chen hadn't expected that defeating this ancient rock dragon lizard would reward him with an entirely new set of relics. He quickly opened the system space to check: ancient rock flower, ancient rock goblet, ancient rock hourglass, ancient rock crown, ancient rock feather. Quality, 4-star. Effects: each relic significantly boosts health, attack, physical defense, and magical
defense. Set effects: 2-piece set, increases max health by 20% and attack power by 10%. 4-piece set, all attacks deal additional damage equal to 10% of max health, and shield strength is increased by 20%. After using an elemental skill, reduces the resistance of nearby enemies by 10% and increases the user's elemental damage by 15% for 8 seconds. Description: this ancient rock relic set, even when buried underground, accumulates power over time in the darkness. Great stuff!
Chu Chen didn't hesitate and immediately replaced his previous
3-star immovable set with this 4-star relic set.
As a 4-star quality set, the ancient rock set far surpassed the immovable set
in both attributes and effects.
Especially the 4-piece set effect, which weakened enemy resistance and boosted his own damage when using elemental skills, provided a significant increase in damage output.
Combined with the Geogod's talent, Chu Chen had now become an all-around warrior.
His health not only made him more resilient but also converted into greater attack power.
Although the two couldn't stack infinitely, it was enough to grant Chu Chen an indestructible body and devastating attacks. He leaped out of the crater, his gaze locking onto the golden pillar of light ahead. Not far now.
He sped toward the coordinates. Strangely, at this moment, he felt a resonance with
some kind of power deep within.
An indescribable emotion surged in his heart, growing stronger as he approached the golden pillar of
light.
After crossing a series of mountain ranges, a vast, bottomless abyss appeared before Chu Chen. The abyss was dark and boundless. Peering into it revealed only endless darkness. The golden pillar of light shot straight into the sky from the depths of the abyss.
Without
hesitation, Chu Chen stepped onto the spiraling rocks at the edge of the abyss and began descending.
As he fully entered the darkness, though
he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, he relied on his resonance with the surrounding rocks and pressed forward without pause.
Gradually, a faint golden glow appeared below him. Chu Chen stopped circling the rocks and instead jumped straight down when his feet touched
the ground. He saw an enormous underground abyss, vast and boundless in all directions.
8 massive rocky ridges were neatly arranged in a circle before him.
These ridges bore a striking resemblance to the ones Chu Chen had previously created, but they were several times
larger.
However, the light on the surface of these giant rocks had long dimmed, and their hardened shells were covered with shallow cracks,
seemingly on the verge of shattering.
Between every 2 ridges, a sturdy, dark yellow barrier intertwined, forming a seamless connection
that securely locked whatever was inside. At the very center of the seal formed by the 8 ridges stood a towering ancient tree. Its trunk was simple and unadorned, and its branches were covered with golden leaves. Centered around this giant tree, layers of powerful energy ripples continuously spread outward.
Whenever these ripples touched the dark yellow barriers, they immediately triggered waves of ripples. Clearly, the power released by this golden tree was steadily weakening the strength of the seal.
Judging by the damage to the ridges, they
were on the brink of collapse.
Crack, boom. Suddenly, the golden tree seemed to sense something, and its aura surged dramatically.
At the same time, cracks began to frantically appear beneath Chu Chen's feet, as if something was about to break through from underground. As the terrifying aura spread, the cracks on the 8 ridges became increasingly pronounced. The interconnected dark yellow light screens flickered intermittently, on the verge of extinguishing. The seal was about to break. Sensing this abnormal force, Chu Chen dared not be careless. He immediately floated into the air, surrounded by the jade seal shield, his golden eyes fixed on the seal below.
Bang!
With one final deafening sound, the 8 ridges shattered instantly, and the dark yellow seal dissolved into scattered starlight.
The ground fissures rapidly expanded, and a massive shadow burst forth from underground,
accompanied by a roar that seemed to traverse countless ages. Morix. The boundless abyss began to tremble violently.
Chu Chen's expression grew increasingly grave as he gripped his spear tightly, a sense of unprecedented urgency surging in his heart.
The ground rolled like waves. He knew very well the terrifying entity sealed here Azdaha, an ancient giant beast with power equal to that of the Geo Archon. Heavy rocks splattered and struck everywhere, but with the jade seal shield protecting him, Chu Chen ignored the chaos around him, quietly awaiting the appearance of this old foe.
That mountain-like,
massive body, skin as solid as ancient rock, and the golden horns shining atop its head.
This fearsome beast was none other than the Azdaha Chu Chen had seen in the system's prophecy.
However, the Dragon King appearing this time, though still as enormous as a small
mountain, was far smaller than the legendary towering form described in myths.
It had shrunk significantly. Seeing this, Chu Chen felt a
slight sense of relief.
Clearly, the Azdaha before him was merely a remnant soul from the seal.
The true Azdaha was something he could not
possibly contend with at his current strength.
Even so, this beast still exuded an awe-inspiring ancient aura. Since awakening the power of the Geo Archon, he had never been as vigilant as he was today. Because he knew this opponent was deadly. Azdaha's eyes glowed with crimson bloodlight, fixed on Chu Chen.
Every movement of its massive body caused the terrain to shake violently.
After being sealed underground
for countless years, Azdaha's eyes had somewhat deteriorated, and its vision had begun to blur. Chu Chen's figure became blurry in its eyes, but the familiar aura caused its hatred to surge.
Intense killing intent erupted, and the Ruochuo Dragon King's two massive foreclaws suddenly leaped up and slammed down heavily. Boom!
There were no fancy moves, but the force was incredibly fierce.
The immense power shook the ground, and with its claws as the center, a dense energy wave rapidly spread outward.
The powerful shockwave affected the entire space, and even though Chu Chen was in midair, he was impacted. Dust and massive rocks were swept up and hurled toward him.
Fortunately,
the Jade Seal shield protected him, allowing Chu Chen to withstand the impact. The surface of the shield buzzed loudly. It was the first
time it had endured such a powerful attack. Roar!
Yet the Ruochuo Dragon King's assault showed no signs of stopping, only rage and
resentment burned in its heart. Its deafening roar transformed into a shockwave, spreading in all directions and causing massive destruction.
The Ruochuo Dragon King's body shimmered with golden ripples, and its enormous form began to move underground, gliding as if swimming
through water, yet without disturbing the surface. Boom!
In the next moment, the mountain-like beast suddenly burst out from beneath the
ground with astonishing speed, appearing directly beneath Chu Chen in an instant.
Seeing the colossal body about to collide with him, Chu Chen did not hesitate, swiftly flying upward to create distance. At the same time, energy erupted from within him, and an unparalleled pressure
descended from the heavens.
Golden divine radiance blocked out the sky, and a massive celestial star plummeted rapidly toward the abyss. Without hesitation, Chu Chen decisively summoned the celestial star. Facing such a formidable enemy, Chu Chen held nothing back. Every move
had to be executed with full force. This was a true life and death duel. The enormous celestial star instantly struck the surrounding rocks of the abyss. Boom! The mountain rocks were no match for the celestial star's impact. As the star continued to descend, the seemingly solid boulders around it began to crumble one after another. The friction generated intense heat, instantly scorching the surrounding air.
Flames gathered at the base of the celestial star, transforming into searing magma that quickly spread over Chu Chen and the Ruochuo
Dragon King's heads.
This overwhelming sense of oppression and terrifying power made the Ruochuo Dragon King acutely aware of the threat. Yet, faced with such an attack, its fury only grew stronger. Without the slightest pause, its massive body continued to charge upward until it collided fiercely with the celestial star. Golden light illuminated the entire abyss as the accumulated power erupted completely upon
impact. Like a blazing sun, the light spread in all directions.
The ground shook violently, and the entire area collapsed completely. Although Chu Chen could withstand the damage caused by the celestial star, he could not avoid the changes in the terrain.
Taking advantage of
the Ruochuo Dragon King being restrained by the celestial star, Chu Chen unfolded a new layer of Jade Seal shield around himself.
Under the
shield's protection, he ignored the falling boulders and swirling dust, swiftly ascending toward the surface.
Countless falling rocks
clattered against the shield as Chu Chen shot out of the boundless darkness of the abyss, ascending dozens of meters in one go.
He looked down at the ground below.
The once uneven abyss had now been smashed into a neat crater by the celestial star, with thick smoke billowing.
Within, the ground was covered with dense, striking cracks.
Chu Chen was uncertain of the outcome.
He fixed his gaze on the bottom of the abyss. Boom! The Ruochuo Dragon King's mountain-like massive body once again climbed out of the abyss and leaped onto the surface.
This time, however, its body was covered with dense scars, and even its hard rock armor showed obvious cracks.
It was breathing heavily, its vitality far weaker than before.
Taking advantage of the opportunity, Chu Chen did not relent, instantly hurling the white-tasseled spear in
his hand.
The spear's shaft shimmered with golden light, expanding dozens of times in an instant, becoming even larger than when he had
fought the ancient rock dragon lizard, consuming even more energy.
The spear tip, carrying immense momentum, struck directly at the Ruochuo
Dragon King. Boom!
It finally collided with the jagged rocks on the Ruochuo Dragon King's back, instantly exploding.
The rock elements
on the surface of the white-tasseled spear disintegrated into specks of starlight and dissipated, while the spear itself reverted to its original form and was knocked back into Chu Chen's hand. Catching the returned spear, Chu Chen's expression grew even graver.
Despite enduring
a direct hit from the celestial star impact, the Ruochuo Dragon King's terrifying body remained incredibly resilient, its rock armor still
intact.
Although the explosion had forced the Ruochuo Dragon King to take a few steps back, it had failed to inflict any substantial damage.
Roar!
Suddenly, violent lightning elements surged from all directions.
Strands of menacing purple lightning appeared on the Ruochuo
Dragon King's body, coiling around it, with even the patterns on its body flickering with purple lightning. As a being created from elements,
the Ruochuo Dragon King could manipulate 4 elemental forces.
Like the ancient rock dragon lizard, fire, lightning, frost, and water
were all its weapons. However, the elemental power mastered by the Ruochuo Dragon King was far more formidable than that of the ancient rock dragon lizard.
The golden tree on its tail gathered the densest thunderous energy, compressing these elements into a single point in
preparation for an ultimate eruption. Rumble! With the roar of thunder, countless menacing purple lightning bolts suddenly struck down
from the sky, putting Chu Chen in extreme danger. He dodged the lightning bolts at high speed in midair. Although the Jade Zhang shield protected him from the strikes, the sheer number of lightning bolts, densely interwoven, made it difficult for the shield to withstand.
In the
blink of an eye, hundreds of bolts of lightning crashed down, carrying intense heat and igniting flames wherever they struck the ground,
shaking heaven and earth.
While evading the falling lightning, Chu Chen continuously launched attacks on the Ruochuo Dragon King.
The
ground instantly erupted with jagged rock spines. Although they couldn't completely trap the Ruochuo Dragon King, as the spines converged,
powerful energy ripples spread out in an instant.
Chu Chen arranged the rock spines around the Ruochuo Dragon King, encircling it and causing the energy ripples to clash and resonate with one another. Multiple waves erupted at the center where the Ruochuo Dragon King stood, layer upon layer, inflicting significant damage. Trapped in the center of the rock spines, the Ruochuo Dragon King's immense power caused its body
to ache faintly.
What enraged it even more was the sight of these familiar rock spines, as if they had awakened a deep-seated resentment.
Buried underground,
its roars grew increasingly frenzied, each one causing the ground to quake, sand and stones to fly, and mountains to
crumble.
Watching the Ruochuo Dragon King below, now seemingly mad and losing all reason, Chu Chen understood in his heart that this was all caused by attrition.
The so-called attrition could be simply described as the gradual erosion of one's memory and reason over time.
In the end, one could no longer distinguish friend from foe, completely losing control, leaving only destruction. This was the limitation
imposed by the heavens and earth on all beings.
Chu Chen wondered whether, after unlocking the Rock King Emperor's panel, he too would be affected by attrition. This is almost an inescapable curse, only allowing time to devour bit by bit.
Bang! Chu Chen's rocky ridge
ultimately couldn't withstand the power of the Ruochuo Dragon King and shattered.
The lightning elements covering the Ruochuo Dragon King's body transformed into scorching fire elements. Blazing flames enveloped its entire body, resembling molten lava, distorting and burning the surrounding air with intense heat.
The Ruochuo Dragon King opened its blood-red maw, this time spewing a beam of red light straight into the
sky. In the next moment, the lightning dissipated, transforming into massive chunks of molten rock that rained down like a volcanic eruption.
Chu Chen gritted his teeth, wielding the spear in his hand. Enormous rocky spears instantly formed around him. The spears erupted with immense power, whistling toward the falling molten rocks.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Each collision between the rocky spears and the molten rocks triggered violent explosions, rapidly depleting Chu Chen's energy. He continued to manipulate the rocky spears, hurling them at the Ruochuo Dragon King, his entire figure turning into a golden afterimage as he sped downward.
Buzz! Frost and water elements reappeared
on the Ruochuo Dragon King's body, forming massive ice spikes while the surrounding water swirled rapidly. Chu Chen's blood surged throughout his body. Facing the bone-chilling ice spikes, he swung his spear, unleashing a burst of rocky elements. The golden spear's shadows shattered the ice spikes, followed by countless massive rocky spears clashing fiercely with the lightning and molten rock released by the Ruochuo Dragon King. The tremors were relentless, and the battle reached a fever pitch. However, Chu Chen's energy was rapidly depleting. If this dragged on, he would undoubtedly exhaust his energy first and fall into a disadvantage. He quickly closed in on the Dragon King, concentrating all his raging energy at the spear's tip, launching one ferocious attack after another. Roar! The powerful attacks caused the Ruochuo Dragon King to roar in pain, unleashing a massive whirlwind. At the same time, its thick, enormous tail, imbued with the power of 4 elements, swung fiercely. Bang! The previously sturdy jade shield shattered for the first time. The shield absorbed most of the impact, but the remaining force struck Chu Chen, sending him flying thousands of meters away. Stabilizing himself mid-air, though in severe pain, his robust body suffered no serious injuries. His upper garment was torn, revealing perfect muscles, with golden patterns glowing intensely, crisscrossing his body and appearing exceptionally striking. Chu Chen gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, fully aware that he couldn't hold on much longer. Continuing ineffective attacks was meaningless. As the elemental energy finished charging, the light in Chu Chen's eyes grew even brighter. One more time. Heaven moves all things. Chu Chen's voice was calm yet resolute, as the heavens were once again cleansed by divine radiance. The elemental energy within him rapidly drained, and Chu Chen felt his body growing increasingly strained. His current strength was too weak. Although the Ruochuo Dragon King before him was merely a remnant soul sealed for thousands of years, it was still a formidable opponent for him. As the celestial star descended, Chu Chen continuously condensed rocky spears, hurling them at the Ruochuo Dragon King. The spears collided violently with the 4-element attacks unleashed by the Dragon King, producing deafening explosions and triggering continuous tremors. The golden patterns on Chu Chen's body gradually dimmed, indicating his energy was nearly depleted. Whoosh, he took a deep breath, placing all his hopes on the celestial star. The star drew closer to the ground, this destructive celestial body once again looming over their heads. Under the intense pressure, the Ruochuo Dragon King's massive body began to ache faintly. It suddenly raised its head, its eyes flashing with blood-red light. Scorching molten rock, raging lightning, bone-chilling frost, and flowing water, the power of 4 elements spread across its body. Eventually, these forces converged on the golden giant tree at its tail, undergoing intense compression to form a massive elemental sphere shimmering with 4 colors. With a powerful flick of its tail, the terrifyingly potent elemental sphere shot upward, counterattacking the celestial star. Though the sphere was only half the size of the celestial star, the immense energy it contained was in no way inferior. Boom! The two colossal entities collided violently in mid-air, releasing compressed energy in an instant. The explosion's brilliance was blinding, completely obscuring Chu Chen's vision, while the deafening roar drowned out his hearing. The impact, like a raging storm, spread in all directions. The earth began to tremble, cracks gradually extended outward, and even the sky seemed on the verge of being torn apart. Acting on instinct, Chu Chen gathered his remaining strength to form a jade scepter shield that enveloped his entire body. Though the shield trembled violently, it still protected him. The Ruochuo Dragon King was not spared either. Its sturdy limbs sank deep into the ground, continuously absorbing the power of rock elements, rapidly forming a massive golden shield around itself. The two forces were locked in a stalemate, exerting their utmost effort. Whoever succumbed first to the elemental explosion would face defeat. Time seemed to freeze. Chu Chen felt like a small boat amidst raging waves, ready to capsize at any moment. Ancient rock elemental creatures that dwell underground are mostly blind. A calm, ancient voice suddenly echoed, as if narrating a distant story. With the voice, Chu Chen's vision shifted, and he seemed to become an observer as scenes unfolded before him. Scene 1. In the early days of creation, the world was void, devoid of elemental fluctuations or life. The first element, rock, was born in the void. All things were based on rock, and other elements gradually formed after the rock element condensed. The first creature born of ancient rock elements was a dragon sleeping deep underground. Living in the pitch-black depths, it had no eyes and no need for vision. It slept silently, indifferent to the passage of time and the changes of the world above. Until one day, a figure in a white robe discovered it. The two made a pact. The white-robed figure would grant the dragon eyes and bring it to the surface. The dragon, in turn, promised to safeguard order and coexist peacefully with surface creatures. Scene 2, the dragon gained eyes and appeared on the chaotic surface. At the time, wars raged and conflicts were incessant. The dragon followed the white-robed figure closely, fighting battles across the land. Blood and flames ravaged the earth, enemy corpses littered the ground, and rivers ran thick with blood. Scene 3, after the war ended. The dragon, the white-robed figure, and others established a human kingdom by the bay, taking advantage of its proximity to the sea for convenient shipping. At dawn, the first ocean-going vessel departed the port, while the dragon and the white-robed figure stood silently on a distant cliff, witnessing the rise of the new nation. The subsequent scenes depicted a brief period of peace. But nothing lasts forever. As time passed, the dragon's body began to show signs of wear. Anger and hatred eroded its memories, while slaughter and fury consumed its heart. The pact was broken, and the dragon and the white-robed figure engaged in an earth-shattering battle. At the final moment, the dragon's remaining rationality awakened. It voluntarily chose to be sealed once again in the dark underground, awaiting the passage of time. The scene ended, and Chu Chen returned to reality, facing the exploding Ruochuo Dragon King. He saw a silver light suddenly burst from the Dragon King's body. It was its final trace of kindness and reason. The silver light reflected in Chu Chen's eyes, accompanied by a faint voice, "Form a new contract, and let us not repeat the same mistakes." The silver light merged into Chu Chen's body, and he clearly felt the once depleted power within him rapidly recovering, stronger and purer than before. The explosion that had darkened the skies finally dissipated, and the massive body of the Ruochuo Dragon King disintegrated into starlight under the intense impact. Is it really over? Chu Chen felt a bit dazed. If not for the Dragon King transferring its final trace of kindness and power to him, he might have already collapsed from exhaustion, consumed by the shockwave. The Ruochuo Dragon King, on the other hand, could have used that power to survive. It could only be said that the Dragon King's deeply buried kindness had awakened once more, and its final rationality led it to make the choice of entrusting its power to Chu Chen. Ruochuo, gazing at the remnants of the Dragon King's soul dissipating into the heavens and earth, Chu Chen couldn't help but feel a tinge of sorrow. Although he was not Morax, the memories he had just experienced allowed him to sense that unbreakable bond of friendship. Even the hardest rock bears the marks of time's erosion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully passing the trial and unlocking a new innate ability, by your side, conquering the four corners. The surrounding scenery gradually faded, eventually turning into complete darkness. The system's notification clearly informed Chu Chen that he had successfully passed the trial. He immediately opened his attribute panel. Host, Chu Chen, race, human. Level 20, constellation, 1. Rockbearer, bone of the sixfold union, effective unlocking the first constellation. The host's ability to condense the strength of the Earth's core is enhanced. The number of rock ridges the host can create is no longer limited, depending instead on the host's energy capacity. The host can summon multiple rock ridges simultaneously. The host's rock-based talents are strengthened, and the durability of all rock creations is further increased. Innate abilities, Rock King Emperor 1. Rock Resonance, awakens the resonance of the world's rocks. The host can use rocks as weapons, with their quality and strength increasing as the host levels up. 2. Unbreakable, the host's physical strength is greatly enhanced, with improved resilience, reduced susceptibility to control skills, and a certain degree of self-healing ability. 3. Blood Weapon, all of the host's attacks deal additional damage equal to 10% of their maximum health. As health increases, attack power also increases, and vice versa. 5. Army of 1,000 Rocks, the host's climbing ability is further enhanced. The host can now condense solid climbing structures using rock elements and summon an ancient army of 1,000 rocks to assist in battle. The army can fight autonomously or follow the host's commands. Current number of summonable rock soldiers, 6. Skills, 1. Earth's core, the host can manipulate the surrounding earth to create multiple rock pillars, continuously dealing sustained damage to the area. 2. Jade Barrier, the host can condense power to form a shield that blocks all types of attacks while further enhancing resilience. 3. Heavenly Star, the host summons a star-shaped rock, dealing massive damage and causing a brief petrification effect within its range. The damage and range of Star Rock
Increase with level.
After just defeating the Ruochuo Dragon King, the system rewarded Chu-chun with considerable experience, allowing him to level up to level 21, officially stepping into the third stage of the Kaiyuan realm.
However, when he glanced at the experience bar, he found
that the experience required for leveling up had increased more than tenfold compared to before.
The higher the level, the slower the growth rate.
This means that leveling up is fast in the early stages but becomes increasingly difficult later on.
At the same time, a new ability was added to his talent panel: Companion in Battle, Conqueror of Four Corners. The residual soul of the Ruochuo Dragon King has signed a new contract with the host. Starting anew, we coexist. The reborn Ruochuo Dragon King will accompany the host, fighting across the land. The host can summon the Ruochuo Dragon King to join battles through the contract. Description: the reborn you and I vow never to repeat past mistakes. Summon the Ruochuo Dragon King to fight? This is way too powerful. Recalling the battle with the Ruochuo Dragon
King earlier, even though the opponent was merely a sealed residual soul, its power was still incredibly terrifying.
If he could now summon
such a powerful entity to assist him, it would be practically invincible.
Chu-chen didn't hesitate any longer and immediately activated this talent. A powerful elemental force resonated within his body, rapidly consuming energy.
It seemed that summoning the Ruochuo Dragon King also came at a significant cost.
Come forth, Ruochuo Dragon King.
As soon as the words left his mouth, a golden light flashed before him. But instead of the imagined giant dragon, what appeared was a cute version of Ruochuo, only the size of an adult cat.
Its entire body was covered in rock-like scales, densely packed, and its size had shrunk dramatically.
The scene before him was clearly beyond Chu-chen's expectations.
Looking at this adorable creature, where was the previous majesty? Gone was the earth-shaking dragon aura. The current Ruochuo probably couldn't even scare a person. Ding! The current Ruochuo Dragon King is in resting form. The host can command it to transform
into battle form to participate in combat. The system prompt made Chu-chen breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed Ruochuo had another
side. He immediately instructed Ruochuo to transform. With a single thought, the cute version of Ruochuo emitted an ancient glow, and its body rapidly expanded.
In its battle form, the Ruochuo Dragon King stood over 3 meters tall, its rocky scales becoming sharp, and its
aura transformed dramatically.
Although it couldn't compare to the towering dragon from before, it at least exuded a sense of oppression. After all, the Ruochuo Dragon King now coexisted with him and would grow stronger as his level increased.
One day, Ruochuo would return to its peak and shake the heavens and earth. Chu-chen was very satisfied with this new ability.
The addition of Ruochuo significantly boosted
his strength.
He waved his hand to summon Ruochuo back into the system space, and he himself slowly disappeared into the darkness.
When he
opened his eyes again, he was back in his room. Glancing at the time, 2 hours had passed. Chu-chen's clothes were still neat, without a
single tear or stain.
It seemed that the injuries and damaged clothing from the trial hadn't affected him in reality.
Finished cultivating?
Suddenly, a voice came from outside the door.
Mo Shuehan had somehow already leaned against the doorframe. I arrived an hour ago, knocked
on the door but got no response. I was worried something had happened to you, so I came in directly.
Seeing you sitting there with your
eyes closed, you were probably cultivating, so I didn't disturb you. Her tone was somewhat hurried, showing that she felt a bit embarrassed
about barging in. It's fine, Teacher Mo.
After all, you were concerned about my safety. How are the people downstairs?
Chu-chen didn't
care much. He was more concerned about whether the crowd downstairs was still as dense.
Captain Luo has already sent people to disperse them. The civilians have been evacuated.
Before the school term starts, they'll do their best to ensure your life isn't affected, Mo Shuehan
said, glancing out the window.
Following her gaze, there was indeed no one downstairs.
Chu-chen, I'm here to discuss something with you. The Academy has sent another big figure to ensure your safety.
Come with me to meet him, she said. With someone as strong as you protecting
me, isn't that enough?
There's no need to allocate so many resources just for me, Chu-chen said, somewhat puzzled.
Usually, due to the tense
wartime situation, countries would only assign one top-tier protector to the new generation of talents.
No, never underestimate your importance. As long as you're alive, that's more crucial than anything else. Mo Shuehan shook her head, taking a deep breath. You saw that invasion. I was tightly targeted by the enemy and couldn't fully protect you. If your strength hadn't far exceeded the expectations of the 10,000 races church, I would have had to risk everything to shield you. Anyway, that senior has already arrived. Come with
me to meet him, Mo Shuehan said, walking up to Chu Chen and reaching out to pull him up.
All right, Chu Chen nodded, taking her hand and standing up.
Her hand felt warm. They left the room, and a black business car was parked downstairs.
Get in, Mo Shuehan said, taking the driver's seat while Chu Chen sat in the passenger seat.
The journey was silent as Mo Shuehan drove him to the northernmost part of Yunhai City. The northern part of the city was suburban, uninhabited, and only occupied by military forces. They soon arrived at the northern military district. This area was the least affected among the 4 city gates of Yunhai City during the attacks. Beyond the northern gate lay a vast ocean, and natural disasters frequently occurred in that sea region. On the day the 10,000 Races Church launched their surprise attack, a small tsunami happened to occur near the sea, making it difficult for the enemy to launch an offensive from there.
Their arrival immediately attracted attention.
Many people were surprised to see Chu Chen step out of the car. Although some hadn't witnessed Chu Chen's battle that day firsthand, his combat footage had already spread widely, and almost everyone had seen it.
The two walked unimpeded, with no one stopping them, until Mo Shuehan led Chu Chen to an old 2-story warehouse. The warehouse's exterior was dilapidated, with peeling paint and rusted iron sheets.
Unlike other areas, this place, though within the military district, had no soldiers stationed nearby.
The nearest military gathering point was several kilometers away. The senior is inside. This is his temporary office in Yunhai City. Go in,
Mo Shuehan said, standing aside and gesturing for Chu Chen to enter.
Chu Chen nodded and pushed open the warehouse door. To his surprise, the interior was completely different from its exterior.
The warehouse was elegantly decorated, with a large desk in the center.
Both side
walls were lined with bookshelves filled with various books. The floor and walls had been meticulously renovated. Beside the desk were 2 floor-to-ceiling windows with frosted glass, allowing the midday sunlight to pour in and illuminate the room.
An elderly man dressed in
plainclothes sat lazily behind the desk, sipping tea slowly. Upon seeing Chu Chen, he revealed a delighted expression.
You must be Chu Chen, right? Come, have a seat.
The old man's tone was gentle but carried an unshakable authority.
Across from the desk, a cup of tea had been prepared for Chu Chen.
The sunlight streaming through the window bathed Chu Chen, making him feel warm and drowsy.
Here, try the tea I brought. It's top-notch.
The old man spoke, fearing Chu Chen might not believe him, and took another sip. This was brought back from the void battlefield, and the taste is exceptional. The tea was clear and emerald green, exuding a very refreshing fragrance.
Chu Chen gently
sniffed it, feeling the aroma reach deep into his heart, leaving him refreshed and invigorated.
He picked up the tea and took a sip. As
soon as the tea entered his mouth, before he could savor it carefully, it slid down his throat.
Once it reached his stomach, it quickly
spread throughout his body, as if flowing through every meridian, making Chu Chen feel energized and his blood circulation smooth.
A faint
fragrance lingered in his mouth, and even without deliberate tasting, he could slowly relish the aftertaste.
Chu Chen regretted that he had
only unlocked the ability panel of the Rock King Emperor but had not acquired his profound knowledge.
Otherwise, faced with this extraordinary
tea, he could have delivered an impressive evaluation instead of simply saying, delicious.
Of course, this tea is a rare treasure
among the alien races.
Ordinary people not only can't drink it, but they don't even have the privilege to smell it, the old man said proudly. Let me introduce myself first.
My name is Xiang Hanhai, and I am here to ensure your safety, young friend.
Chu Chen, may I ask, do you know how important you are?
Xiang Hanhai leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table, and stared at Chu Chen with a determined gaze. Faced with the sudden question, Chu Chen paused for a moment and said, I suppose, very important. He was well aware of his value. The fact that the Imperial Academy had sent 2 people to protect him made his status quite evident. However, saying it outright felt a bit boastful.
Xiang Hanhai nodded emphatically, don't be modest. You can confidently say that you are not just important, you are the most important. Your performance since awakening is unprecedented. While some strong individuals show their potential shortly after awakening, no one has ever summoned a meteor to strike Blue Star within just a few days. The power you are displaying now is closest to the
most talented individuals in history, but even they only achieved such destructive force 3 months after awakening.
Xiang Hanhai took a
sip of tea and continued, under normal circumstances, your level of power could already play a significant role on the battlefield.
But how could we let you go to battle so early? Now, let me ask you again, how do you feel about your current situation? Chu Chen thought for a moment and said, very dangerous.
Exactly, extremely dangerous,
Xiang Hanhai nodded inside. You are exposed in the sunlight and in the shadows.
Many see you as a thorn in their side, a threat. The myriad races, church, alien races, and even other countries are
closely watching you. In the past, for geniuses like you, we were reluctant to let you be exposed too early before you had fully grown.
Because you are our trump card, meant for surprise tactics. A virtual screen suddenly appeared on the desk, showing a video of Chu Chen's
previous battle.
The video had already garnered over 2 billion views.
But this strategy doesn't work for you. You are already famous, so
the higher-ups have decided to change your training plan, Xiang Hanhai said in a low voice.
There's another reason. In the past, when we hid
talents like you, although it preserved our trump cards, it often led to other countries underestimating us.
Those countries, whenever
a genius emerged, would go to great lengths to hype them up, making them widely known. They say it's to boost morale, and also to showcase
strength.
In any case, they often use this to mock us, claiming that the 9 provinces have no successors.
Originally, we didn't
want to bother with such remarks. After all, with a great enemy before us, resisting the invasion of the myriad races is what truly matters.
Isn't it? But this is simply intolerable.
Xiang Hanhai slammed his palm onto the table.
In an instant, Chu Chen felt an incredibly powerful force surge from Xiang Hanhai's palm. The force was terrifyingly strong. If it truly struck the table, not only would the desk be shattered, but the entire warehouse would collapse in an instant. However, just as his palm was mere centimeters from the table, the force suddenly dissipated. Bang!
The sound of the slap echoed, and the desk merely trembled slightly.
Our patience has only made those bastards more arrogant. Even some small countries want to trample on us with their heads held high. I can't stand it anymore.
Xiang Hanhai was furious, and Chu Chen, fearing he might act impulsively, quickly tried to calm him down.
Senior Xiang, how about having another cup of tea to cool off?
Xiang Hanhai drained his cup of tea in one gulp, took a deep breath, and continued, but it's fine.
At the critical moment, you appeared. Me? That's right.
Xiang Hanhai placed a hand on Chu Chen's shoulder, his tone full of expectation and trust. Those
countries that love to flaunt their strength and act arrogantly need to be taught a proper lesson. And you are the one who can do it. Chu Chen. I still don't quite understand. What exactly should I do? Chu Chen asked, puzzled. Did Mo Shuihan mention to you that before the school year starts, there will be a special training camp for you geniuses?
Hearing this, Chu Chen recalled that Mo Shuihan had indeed mentioned it and nodded lightly.
That's right.
This year's training camp is different. It's not just for people from our country. It will be held jointly with other countries. In other words, you'll encounter geniuses from other nations.
This is a great opportunity
to showcase the strength of our 9 provinces. Xiang Hanhai stood up, walked over to Chu Chen, and slowly poured tea into his cup.
This world has never lacked restless troublemakers. If you encounter them, no one should expect an easy pass. If anyone dares to provoke you,
Xiang Hanhai patted Chu Chen's shoulder, as long as they don't die, make sure to teach them a good lesson.
Chu Chen nodded, then asked curiously, when does the training camp start?
Xiang Hanhai shrugged, not sure yet, probably in about half a month.
You'll be notified in advance.
Now that the serious talk is over, let's discuss something lighter. He pulled a ring out of his pocket and handed it to Chu
Chen.
It was an entirely black ring, with a bright red gemstone embedded in its face.
This is a storage ring? Chu Chen took the ring.
Storage rings can only be crafted by powerful individuals who possess spatial abilities. They are extremely valuable and almost no one can
afford them.
Now that you're completely exposed to the public eye, this storage ring has a space of about 300 cubic meters.
Its
market value is at least several billion, though money alone might not be enough to buy it. Xiang Hanhai stared into Chu Chen's eyes, as if trying to see through his thoughts.
However, that's just the price of an ordinary storage ring.
This ring is worth over 10 billion. because it not only stores items but also contains a powerful martial technique engraved within it. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen carefully examined the ring, and the system immediately displayed its attributes. Name: Ring of Demon Combat Quality, 5-star attributes. All attributes plus 5%, 300 cubic meters of storage space. Additional skill: True Form of Demon Combat, instantly increases movement speed by 30%, grants a defense bonus equal to 30% of maximum health, and boosts attack power by 20% of maximum health. Duration: 60 seconds. Cooldown time: 6 hours. Chu Chen hadn't expected a storage ring to come with a skill, giving him an additional combat tool.
Try it on, Xiang. Han Hai nodded slightly. With permission, Chu Chen didn't hesitate to put the Ring of Demon Combat on his left index finger. A surge of powerful energy instantly flowed into his body. You've awakened powers related to rock, right? I wonder if these two items will be of any use to you.
Xian Hanhai suddenly pulled out a redwood box from his pocket. When the box was opened, it revealed two differently styled rings. One was milky white and wide. The other was metallic, narrower, and more like a regular ring. For some reason, Chu Chen felt the rock element within him resonating with these two rings. His gaze was firmly drawn to them, unable to look away for a long time. The more he looked, the more familiar they seemed. Suddenly, he remembered that in his previous life, while playing a game, the Rock King Emperor Zhongli, in his wandering the mortal world form, wore similar accessories on his hand.
These two little trinkets were unearthed by the
Imperial Academy's archaeology team in ancient ruins.
As soon as they were discovered, they triggered a strong rock element reaction. Xiang,
Hanhai said, picking up the wide milky white ring. This one is made of white jade, not very smooth, with 8 edges.
The other is pure gold. Both are imbued with strong rock elemental energy, which has drawn our intense attention. Items with elemental fluctuations aren't rare, such as the magic crystals inside high-level magical beasts, which store the purest elemental energy of the beasts. But for accessories like these to contain elemental power, there's only one possibility: the previous owner was incredibly powerful and long-term, or caused the elemental energy to seep into the accessories. Xiang Hanhai's words immediately caught Chu Chen's attention. These two rings contained elemental energy because their previous owner was astonishingly strong. Wasn't that Zhongli, the Rock King Emperor's mortal form?
Though walking among humans, possessed immense power that influenced his clothing and accessories over the years.
But, Xiang, Han Hai suddenly exclaimed.
According to the archaeology team's investigation, these two rings are at least several thousand years old.
Possibly over 10,000 years. Yet the human awakening phenomenon only began a few hundred years ago.
Several thousand years ago, there
were no alien invasions, nor awakened abilities, yet there was someone who possessed such powerful elemental energy.
This is very strange.
If this is confirmed, existing history would need to be rewritten, and the timeline of human awakening might have to be pushed back by
several thousand years, or even longer. Chu Chen picked up the thinner gold ring from the box, the aura it emitted making him feel an unusual
sense of familiarity.
However, there's too little useful information, and our research has been stalled for a long time.
Eventually, it
was shelved.
Before I arrived, I suddenly remembered that you awakened the Geo element, so I thought I'd bring this to you. Whether it's
useful or not, just consider it a small gift for our first meeting.
Xiang Hanhai gestured for Chu Chen to accept it. Chu Chen immediately
put the two rings on the thumbs of both hands. A strange sensation surged through him. Although he was wearing them, he couldn't feel their presence at all, nor did they affect the movement of his hands.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the items
dropped by the Geo Archon, the gold ring and the jade ring. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Chu Chen's mind. At the same time,
the attribute panels of the two rings appeared before his eyes. Name: when gold ring. Name: Wu jade ring. Attributes: increases the host's mastery of all weapons by 50%, with an additional 50% increase in bow weapon mastery. Description: these two accessories respectively represent the literary and martial prowess of the Geo Archon. Legend has it that during the Archon War, the Geo Archon wore the jade ring, drew his bow, and shot arrows that soared like blazing suns into the sky, piercing the Nightmare Archon and suppressing it.
Chu Chen
hadn't expected these to truly be items left behind by the Geo Archon. According to the system's prompt, the treasures left by the Geo
Archon were not limited to just these two.
More importantly, the attributes they provided significantly enhanced his overall weapon mastery. The Geo Archon was known for his versatility with weapons, though he used a spear most often. Now, Chu Chen had also unlocked weapon mastery, meaning he wouldn't have to rely solely on a spear for combat in the future.
They suit you well. I won't say much more. But, before I leave, I want to mention that I've always felt you're different from other awakened ones, as if you know some secrets we don't.
Xiang Hanhai said casually. These words sent a jolt through Chu Chen's heart. He hadn't expected Xiang Hanhai to be so perceptive.
Never mind, I don't
plan to press you, nor do I care whether you're willing to share. Regardless, I personally trust you. Xiang Hanhai patted him on the shoulder and
said in a low voice, there are many people watching you, some want to harm you, while others want to protect you. Only by becoming strong enough yourself can you break free from these hidden constraints. Understood. Chu Chen stood up and drained the tea in his cup. Keep it up. Everyone is looking forward to your growth.
Xiang Hanhai returned to his seat. Well then, senior, I'll take my leave.
With that, Chu Chen turned and walked out of the warehouse.
Watching his figure disappear, Xiang Hanhai pulled out a stack of documents from his desk drawer. They were historical records, though.
They resembled mythological tales more than anything.
One of the pages depicted a figure holding a spear, standing in the sky.
Countless massive meteors
were falling from the heavens. On the ground, various beasts trembled under the pressure of the meteors. The scene was vividly illustrated.
True or false? Who can say for sure?
Xiang Hanhai stared at the drawing and sighed.
How did your chat with old Xiang go? On the way back, Mo Shuihan asked curiously. Old Xiang gave me a good impression, very approachable. But for some reason, I could always sense a terrifying aura from him. Chu Chen exhaled deeply. The atmosphere during their conversation had been somewhat stifling. Well, of course. Old Xiang is a powerhouse at the heaven-opening realm, just below the divine rank. Mo Shuihan smiled faintly. Chu Chen was shocked. Below the divine rank? Heaven-opening realm? Only one step away from the divine rank?
He had originally thought that Xiang Hanhai was at most at the King Seal realm.
But unexpectedly, he was at the first realm just below the divine rank.
Sigh, although it's just one step, that step is as distant as the horizon.
Many people spend their entire lives unable to cross it. I didn't expect Elder Xion to personally act as your protector. With him around, your safety is guaranteed.
Mo Shuihan's tone relaxed significantly, clearly reassured by Xiang Hanhai's presence. The car sped along the road and soon dropped Chu Chen off near his
home.
After a brief exchange, Mo Shuihan stepped on the gas and drove away. As he passed under Mu Shuiwan's building, Chu Chen suddenly realized that he hadn't seen her much recently. Indeed, in just half a month, it would be time for the Awakening entrance exam. This was the most important exam in the lives of ordinary awakeners. Geniuses would enter top-tier universities, gaining access to abundant resources to continue their cultivation and strive for higher
realms. Some who showed initial promise could also get into decent universities.
While the resources there might not be as rich as those in top schools, they were still sufficient. Others might choose to enlist in the military or join city-based awakener organizations, such as the Energy Command or the City Guard. Most ordinary people, however, would find awakening hopeless and could only return to a normal life, focusing on stable jobs or scientific research. After all, lacking physical talent wasn't the end of the world, there was still the path of mechanical ascension.
Chu Chen felt this was no different from the college entrance exams in his previous life, equally brutal.
But for him, it was just a stroke of luck.
Back home, Chu Chen could only lie idly on the sofa.
The training forest was still sealed off, leaving him with nowhere to go. Unless enemies invaded or he ventured into the wilderness to train, he currently had no other way to level up.
Unless, of course, a secret realm appeared. In this world, secret realms had a unified name, divine relics. Since the Awakening era began, spatial rifts occasionally appeared randomly on Blue Star. Behind these rifts lay independent spaces of varying sizes and landscapes. They contained
rare materials and were inhabited by powerful magical beasts, offering both opportunities and dangers.
More importantly, the entrance to each divine relic would simultaneously appear in multiple locations, and sometimes even in the void. These rifts were interconnected, meaning that upon entering a relic, one might encounter awakeners from other countries or even other races.
However, each divine relic had its own rules, and not all levels of awakeners could enter. Typically, there were realm restrictions, allowing only those below a certain level to enter.
If one's realm didn't meet the criteria, forcing entry would result in attacks from the chaotic spatial currents within the relic. But divine relics were hard to find, appearing completely at random with no discernible pattern.
Chuchen stared idly out the window, only to notice that the once sunny sky was now shrouded in dark clouds. The clouds grew thicker, turning pitch black, a clear sign of an impending storm.
What's going on? I've heard that anomalies occur when a divine relic appears. Could it really be such a coincidence?
He stroked his chin in thought.
Ding!
Legend has it that if someone's desire is strong enough, the gods will take notice and create
opportunities for them.
Host has unlocked the Rock Gods panel.
Sometimes, creating opportunities for yourself isn't a bad idea.
The system's voice suddenly
rang out. Boom!
A blinding white light illuminated Chuchen's face, followed by a deafening thunderclap that made even the glass tremble.
Something's not right. Chuchen sensed a strange aura hidden within the clouds.
Torrential rain poured down as people on the street below scrambled for shelter.
The
sky was dim, and when Chuchen tried to turn on the lights, he found them flickering eerily.
Could it be?
He recalled that there were two ways to enter the divine ruins: actively, by seeking out spatial rifts, or passively, when the surrounding space shifted and the ruins silently swallowed a person.
He watched
as the walls of his room began to darken and grow mottled. The surrounding scenery aged rapidly, as if decades had passed in an instant.
Only Chuchen
remained unchanged, while everything else seemed to grow old. This was merely a change in his perception. In reality, his figure had vanished in an instant. Outside the window, on the opposite high-rise, a man in a raincoat spoke softly into his phone. Elder Xiang, I followed your instructions and didn't stop Chu Chen from being swallowed by the divine ruins.
But, is this really safe? He's strong, but the ruins are full of dangers.
Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Xiang Hanhai, who was reclining in an office chair with his feet propped up on the desk.
Relax. This divine ruins only allows awakeners of Tier 3 and below to enter.
We're protecting him, but we won't let him become a flower sheltered in a greenhouse, untouched by any storm.
He continued, I trust he'll be fine. Besides, I have a backup plan. Stay where you are and keep observing. Understood.
The man in the raincoat nodded and ended the call. Inside the ruins, Chu Chen surveyed his surroundings. All he could see were crumbling ruins, overgrown with vegetation, weathered by countless years.
Opposite him stood a slanted, dilapidated building, its surface covered in green plants, resembling an abandoned city.
The sky remained dim, obscuring visibility.
So this is the divine ruins? Fascinating.
Chu Chen observed with great interest, his dim eyes piercing through the darkness to discern his surroundings.
Crack!
With a light snap of his fingers, a piece of aged glass in front of him shattered into powder.
Chu Chen leapt forward, landing on the rooftop of a decrepit building across from him. Roar! As soon as he landed, a low growl came from his left. A beast resembling a cheetah was staring at him with fierce eyes.
Whoosh! Accompanied by a sharp sound slicing through the air, the cheetah-like beast turned into a black shadow, lunging at him.
Its icy claws aimed straight for his throat, about to strike.
But at that moment, a jade shield materialized around Chu Chen. As the shield formed, a powerful shockwave spread
rapidly in all directions, sending the beast flying. Chu Chen followed up with a swift thrust of his spear. The spearhead pierced directly into the beast's heart. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for successfully killing a Tier 2 magical beast, Wind Shadow Panther. The speed of a Tier 2 magical beast was indeed impressive, but aside from its speed, it had no other notable traits. That earlier strike from Chu Chen was a casual move, far from his full strength. The quality of the divine ruins was tied to the strength of the beasts within, and for now, this was merely a basic secret realm. Basic is fine. If it were too strong, I wouldn't be confident about making it out alive. Chu Chen cautiously scanned his surroundings, attuning himself to the resonance of the earth. In an instant, he sensed a dense swarm of shadows surging toward him. It was a pack of Wind Shadow Panthers, their blood-red eyes glowing.
Some were hiding
on rooftops, others within buildings, but all their gazes were fixed solely on Chu Chen.
Chu Chen lightly swung his spear, preparing to charge into battle.
But as he glanced at the rings on his hands, he suddenly stopped. He put away the white-tasseled spear, extended his hand to gather strength, and used his rock affinity talent to instantly create a large stone bow from the surrounding geo-elements. Bow weapons come with extra mastery, might as well give it a
try now.
With this thought, he drew the bow and aimed at a few beasts hiding in the building. The arrow was also condensed from geo-elements.
As soon as he
pulled the bowstring, Chu Chen felt a faint glow emanating from the ring on his hand. He had never practiced archery before, but now he was exceptionally skilled, as if he were a master. Boom! With a loud explosion, the stone arrow shot out at high speed. The arrow pierced through the building, triggering a small-scale elemental explosion. As the smoke cleared, the beasts hiding inside were instantly torn apart. Chu Chen's fingers tingled slightly. He hadn't expected such power. The arrow not only shot out but also detonated. If that's the case, I should practice this properly. A smile appeared on Chu Chen's lips as he continuously condensed and fired arrows. Boom! 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 A series of explosions erupted, and the surroundings were instantly engulfed in waves of blasts. These wind shadow leopards were fragile and could be killed with a single arrow. Although there were many of them, they stood no chance against the area of effect damage and couldn't get close at all. Roar! Suddenly, a louder and deeper roar echoed. It was clearly the leader-level beast giving orders. Under its command, the wind shadow leopards quickly formed a formation and used their speed to encircle Chu Chen. Although many were killed by the arrows, the remaining ones showed no fear and drew closer and closer, until they leaped onto the rooftop, baring their fangs and lunging at Chu Chen. Gather strength. The distance was too close for the bow and arrow to be effective. Chu Chen waved his hands, and a massive stone ridge erupted from the ground, blocking the beasts in front of him. Buzz! Golden ripples instantly spread out, sweeping toward the surrounding beasts. Boom! The wind shadow leopards' defenses were too weak. The stone ridge's strike severely injured them. They couldn't get near Chu Chen at all. The difference in strength was too great. Chu Chen knew this wasn't a desperate fight. He was merely toying with them effortlessly. Stronger geo-elements began to surge, and stone spears condensed around him, smashing toward the surrounding beasts. Boom! 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 The stone spears struck their targets, sending rocks flying and dust billowing. Although the damage wasn't as devastating as the arrow explosions, it was still lethal. In an instant, a large number of wind shadow leopards were killed, and none dared to approach. Roar! Suddenly, the beasts roared in unison, as if summoning something. Roar! Responding to them was another roar from the leader beast. The sound came from directly beneath Chu Chen. The rooftop began to tremble, and a powerful force was about to erupt. Chu Chen immediately became alert and leaped into the air. Bang boom! In the next moment, a massive shadow burst through the rooftop, shattering it along with the stone ridge. It was a leader beast several times larger than an ordinary wind shadow leopard. Its entire body was covered in spiky, armor-like shells, and its eyes glowed with an eerie dark yellow light. The appearance of this leader beast completely overshadowed all the ordinary wind shadow leopards around it. Chu Chen disintegrated the stone bow and arrow into dust and switched to the white tasseled spear with a wave of his hand. This leader beast was at least a tier 3 monster, making long-range attacks with the bow and arrow ineffective. He tentatively condensed a stone spear near the leader and then transformed it into a dark yellow light, curling it fiercely at the top of its head. This rock spear was forged 200 meters away from the leader, moving as fast as a fleeting shadow, reaching the target's head almost instantly. This attack should have left it no time to react. However, the speed of the leader beast far exceeded Chu Chen's expectations. Just as the rock spear was only a dozen meters away, its massive body suddenly vanished. Although a faint shadow could be seen, its speed was so fast that it seemed like teleportation. In the blink of an eye, the beast appeared on the rooftop of another building 100 meters away. Chu Chen's expression grew serious. This was the fastest beast he had ever encountered. Long-range attacks were almost impossible to hit it, and summoning the celestial star was out of the question. The time it took for the celestial star to gather and descend was even longer than the rock spear, giving the beast ample time to dodge. So, close combat was the only option. Roar! After dodging, the beast leader let out a sky-shaking roar, and the surrounding wind shadow leopards responded in unison, as if preparing to charge together. Most of Chu Chen's attention was focused on the leader, leaving him no time to deal with the smaller minions. Boom! He decisively summoned the 1,000 rock army, and 6 ancient warriors wielding spears charged at the ordinary beasts first. This left only Chu Chen and the leader in a one-on-one duel on the battlefield. Buzz! Suddenly, the sound of wind howled as the leader beast's figure rapidly disappeared. Almost simultaneously, it crossed 100 meters, opening its ferocious jaws, sharp claws and teeth carrying condensed wind blades, and pounced directly at Chu Chen. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, its attack struck fiercely against the Jade Zhang shield, causing ripples to spread across the shield's surface. However, the current strength of the Jade Zhang shield was astonishing. No matter how fierce the attack, it couldn't penetrate the defense. Instead, the powerful counterforce repelled the beast. Bang! The Wind Shadow Leopard leader landed steadily on another rooftop, its eyes flashing with incredulous shock. Chu Chen nodded slightly, satisfied with the shield's performance. Although the opponent was fast, its attacks couldn't break through the defense. This made things easier, he could wear it down over time. However, he didn't want to waste too much time here, he still intended to continue exploring the ruins. He lightly swung his spear and exerted force. Although his speed was slightly slower than the leader's, he instantly crossed several hundred meters. The spear enveloped in intense elemental energy. Sensing the threat, the Wind Shadow Leopard leader dared not be careless, its internal elements erupting instantly. Whoosh! Fierce winds surged around it and Chu Chen. These winds gradually condensed into sharp wind blades, densely packed, all whistling toward Chu Chen. Their speed was astonishing, and their power immense. An ordinary person facing such a concentrated attack could only dodge, otherwise, they'd be blown to pieces. But Chu Chen showed no fear, letting the wind blades strike the shield one after another, while his spear's momentum remained undiminished, creating sonic booms in the air. Realizing its attacks couldn't stop him, the Wind Shadow Leopard leader quickly withdrew its leaking elemental energy, using it to envelop its body and further enhance its speed. Just as the spear was about to touch it, its figure disappeared once again. Boom! The immense force struck the rooftop, causing an elemental explosion that instantly blew apart the upper half of the building. Howl! The Wind Shadow Leopard leader's anguished cry echoed from 100 meters away, this time tinged with a hint of misery. Although Chu Chen's spear didn't hit directly, the residual force around the spear inflicted significant damage on it. Now, its left face was blown apart, flesh mangled, and blood continuously oozing out. Having lost a large portion of it, the wound touched the nerves around its brain, and its consciousness began to blur. The massive body swayed unsteadily, almost collapsing. Now, it could no longer rely on its speed to evade attacks. Chu Chen hurled the white-tasseled spear with force, the long spear tracing a golden lightning bolt as it pierced straight into the Wind Shadow Leopard leader's chest, delivering a fatal blow. The giant beast crashed to the ground, and the ordinary Wind Shadow Leopards still battling the Chenyan army lost their will to fight upon seeing their leader's death. They used their last bit of strength to scatter and flee in all directions. Chu Chen watched these ordinary beasts escape but did not pursue them. In his view, these Wind Shadow Leopards were low-level creatures that relied on speed to escape, and killing them would take considerable time. Moreover, even if he killed them, the experience gained would be minimal, making it entirely unnecessary to waste energy. Next, where should I go? Chu Chen glanced around, his gaze finally settling on the mountain range to the east of the abandoned city. He sensed a stronger elemental presence there. Waving his hand to recall the summoned Shenyan army, Chu Chen flew toward the mountains. Before long, he passed a few dilapidated buildings and arrived above the mountain range. Looking down, he saw a massive black hole halfway up the mountain. The cave was deep and mysterious, with dense green plants growing around its entrance, making it highly conspicuous. Chu Chen suddenly remembered that in every divine relic, there was a strongest beast guarding it, known as the Master Beast. Only by defeating the Master Beast could one return to the real world from the divine relic. He wasn't worried about not finding the Master Beast and being unable to leave. After all, he could always throw a heavenly star and force the Master Beast to appear. Therefore, his current focus was on exploring flames instantly ignited from his hands, enveloping the silver axe, which let out a howling sound as it fiercely struck the iron door. Just as the axe was about to land, two pitch-black claws suddenly emerged from the ground, heavy like shadows, gripping the strong man's ankles tightly. Bastards! You finally showed yourselves. The strong man was not surprised at all and swung his axe down fiercely. Just as the axe was about to hit the claws, they suddenly vanished. Clang! The double axes struck the ground heavily, leaving a dent. You, watch out behind you, someone shouted in alarm. The strong man turned sharply, a chill rising up his back. A pitch-black creature stood behind him. Its entire body was shrouded in darkness, with only a pair of red eyes flickering like flames. Sharp claws and fangs came crashing down on the strong man. Bang! At the critical moment, the man rolled swiftly, narrowly dodging the shadow's attack. He immediately swung his
twin silver axes, launching a frenzied counterattack. Boom! 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 Flames coiled around the axe blades as he struck the shadow repeatedly. Yet, the shadow remained completely unscathed, not even a scratch. In the distance, the expressions of the onlookers grew grim. We can't just stand by and do nothing, we have to act. A figure suddenly dashed forward, their hands emanating a bone-chilling cold that instantly covered the ground. Shimmering ice crystals spread from beneath the shadow, attempting to freeze it. Sister Frost is right. If we all join forces now, we might still have a chance. Watching them die at the hands of that monster will only make the rest of us even more vulnerable. The others also grew serious, unleashing various energies to launch a fierce assault on the shadow. Buzz! Faced with the combined attack, the shadow's face suddenly split into a wide grin, revealing sharp, gleaming teeth. Its mouth curled upward, it was laughing. Rumble! The enclosed space began to tremble as one shadow after another emerged from the ground, charging madly at the group. Stick together, don't scatter, a man wielding a giant shield shouted. A blue protective barrier appeared on his shield, tightly guarding him, and the ranged fighters behind him. The ranged awakeners, armed with sniper rifles and crossbows, channeled elemental powers into their weapons, launching powerful attacks. Under the onslaught of these diverse elements, the shadow began to retreat. A glimmer of hope appeared on the faces of those who had been in despair. This time, we might have a chance. Keep pushing, don't let up. The strong man's eyes burned with flames, his entire body engulfed in intense fire, resembling a god of war wreathed in flames. A wave of heat radiated from him as he roared, swinging his axe to smash into the shadow's chest. Boom! This attack set the shadow ablaze, eliciting a piercing scream from its mouth. It's working! Finally, it's working, the strong man shouted in joy, and the others nodded, seeing a glimmer of hope for survival. Bang! Suddenly, a massive stone hand grabbed the strong man. The sight shocked everyone. The giant hand had appeared out of nowhere, gripping the man tightly. Bastard, the strong man cursed, the flames on his body burning even fiercer as he tried to incinerate the hand. But no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't budge the giant hand in the slightest. Ha! A low, cold laugh echoed from above, reverberating throughout the space. Ah! The stone hand suddenly clenched, extinguishing the flames on the strong man's body in an instant and crushing him in its grasp. The faces of the onlookers turned pale. They had no idea what was happening. The shadows they had been attacking also stopped, bowing their heads and kneeling one after another. Rumble! The ground shook more violently as a massive stone statue slowly emerged from the rock wall. The chamber was about 30 meters high, and the statue towered over 10 meters tall. The rocky hand gripping the burly man was part of the statue's arm. It was a humanoid stone figure clad in armor, its eye sockets glowing with a yellow light that swirled as if alive, scrutinizing the people below. To think, such a massive thing was hidden here all along. Someone murmured in awe. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as a dark-skinned man dropped his weapon, staring blankly at the colossal statue above. He muttered, "Impossible, this can't be real." They had been trapped here for over 10 days, their strength far from its peak. Dealing with the shadowy figures had already been a struggle, let alone this suddenly appearing giant statue, whose aura far surpassed that of the shadows. Many had already lost the will to fight. The statue's mouth slowly curled into a sinister grin. Boom! 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 Suddenly, massive stone pillars began crashing down from above. "Everyone, scatter!" shouted a man wielding dual blades. His weapons emitted a powerful elemental energy that clung to the blades. With a swift motion of his hands, boom! Several arcs of blade light sliced through the air, striking the falling pillars and shattering them instantly. However, the man's speed in destroying the pillars couldn't keep up with their relentless descent. In the blink of an eye, another person was struck by a pillar, silenced instantly. Thud! 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 Abruptly, the falling pillars began to slow. The enormous statue crouched down, the golden light in its eye sockets swirling as if carefully observing the remaining people. Then, another massive stone pillar appeared in its hand, which it began hurling at the crowd below. Bang! 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 The pillars fell slowly, as if the statue wasn't in a hurry to eliminate everyone. Damn it, it's toying with us. The man with the dual blades panted heavily, his nerves taut as he constantly guarded against the attacks from above. You're right. It's just playing with us. Once it gets bored, it'll unleash an even more ferocious assault.
The woman previously referred to as Frost frowned deeply, dodging the falling pillars.
We can't stay scattered.
Everyone, group together and focus our strength to form a protective barrier, she shouted through gritted teeth.
Against
the statue's attacks, individual strength was far from enough. The others quickly gathered, pouring their remaining energy into a collective effort.
The
energies intertwined, eventually forming a thick protective shield above them.
Boom!
A pillar struck the shield, causing only a slight tremor. The statue seemed unhurried, continuing its slow, deliberate strikes.
This gave the group a brief moment to catch their breath. This won't work. Our energy will eventually run out. If we keep this up, we're doomed.
The dual-blade wielder's face was filled with urgency, but he had no solution.
The others wore expressions of despair, remaining silent.
They all understood that this was merely delaying the inevitable.
Buzz!
Buzz! Suddenly, more intense vibrations came from outside the sealed chamber.
The anomaly immediately caught the statue's attention, and it nodded slightly.
The shadowy figures that had been kneeling before.
It began surging toward the iron door on the left. Boom!
Before the shadowy figures could rush out of the iron gate, a dazzling golden light suddenly flared
up outside the door. Ow!
Accompanied by a piercing scream, the shadows seemed to be repelled by some force, flying heavily back into the chamber and
dissipating instantly upon hitting the ground. What's going on?
The sudden scene shocked everyone within the barrier, and all eyes turned toward the door. The first thing that came into view was 6 towering figures forged from rock, each wielding massive spears that pierced through the remaining shadows around
them.
There was also a colossal beast, several meters tall, covered in thick rocky armor, resembling a land dragon. Any shadow that approached the beast was
immediately repelled by the elemental waves emanating from its body.
Following closely behind, a young man strolled in leisurely, as if taking a walk. A golden shield surrounded him, radiating a dazzling light. At this moment, his gaze swept around the area without a hint of urgency, as though he were simply
enjoying a stroll.
Only when his eyes settled on the giant statue did a faint smile appear on his lips.
Finally, something interesting, he remarked.
The aura emanating from the massive stone figure far surpassed that of the wind shadow leopard leader Chu-chan had encountered before.
He glanced at the crowded
chamber, where the people inside wore complex expressions, fear, vigilance, and even a trace of anticipation. Yet without exception, all eyes were fixed on him, clearly showing their heightened wariness toward this sudden stranger.
He.
Suddenly, the giant statue let out a chilling laugh from above.
It rotated the stone pillar in its hand and swung it down toward Chu-chan.
The massive pillar plummeted from the sky with a deafening roar.
Everyone held their
breath, their eyes fixed on Chu-chan, eager to see how this stranger would respond. To everyone's surprise, Chu-chan remained expressionless, standing motionless as the pillar hurtled toward him, showing no intention of dodging. Just as the pillar was mere meters away, its unstoppable momentum abruptly halted.
In midair,
it froze completely, without any sign of deceleration or buffering, as if someone had pressed a pause button. Then, the pillar gently trembled, before suddenly reversing direction, smashing back toward the giant statue with tremendous force.
This scene left everyone stunned, gasping in disbelief.
Even the giant statue itself seemed caught off guard as the pillar struck its chest directly, leaving it momentarily dazed.
Boom! With a deafening crash,
thick dust and shattered rocks scattered in all directions. The giant statue staggered backward, losing its balance and retreating several steps.
How is this possible? He can actually control that monster's attack, exclaimed the man wielding dual blades in shock.
They had only imagined Chu-chan being crushed by the pillar or blocking it with an attack. Never had they considered that he could directly control the pillar and counterattack.
Roar! The
giant statue let out a deep, furious roar, its sinister grin instantly replaced by rage. It abruptly stood upright, raising one massive foot to stomp down
on Chu-chan with full force.
The energy concentrated in the statue's leg was immense, channeling all its power into the foot.
The speed of its descent was
astonishing, capable of causing massive destruction upon impact. The faces of the dual-blade man and the others turned pale. They no longer cared whether Chu-chan could whip be then, all of them would have been buried alive here, with no chance of survival.
However, in the next moment, the massive foot of the
Colossus, which was descending at an incredible speed, suddenly froze in midair.
Not just the foot, its enormous body seemed to be frozen, unable to move.
Someone noticed a golden light rapidly spreading from under Chu-chan's feet, illuminating the entire ground. The golden light flowed along the Colossus's foot
and into its body. Crack! Boom! Cracks quickly appeared on the colossus, and then the entire statue shattered with a thunderous crash. The once solid statue instantly turned into countless fragments, filling the chamber with dust and debris, obscuring everyone's vision. The jade shield on Chu Chen's body blocked the dust, while the Chenyan army and Ruochuo Dragon King, as embodiments of the rock element, were naturally unaffected by the debris. Only the people hiding within the shield exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. When the dust settled, all that remained where the colossus once stood was a pile of rubble. Chu Chen had to admit that the statue was indeed formidable. However, despite its difficulty, it had a fatal weakness: it was entirely made of rock. During their brief contact, Chu Chen discovered that he could resonate with the rocks that made up its body. Among elements of the same kind, there is always a hierarchy of strength. The Rock King Emperor panel that Chu Chen had unlocked represented the highest level of the rock element. In the face of such a supreme rock god, other rock elements could only submit. This meant that he could completely control the colossus. Thus, Chu Chen didn't use any attacks at all. He simply relied on the resonance of the rock element and his rock-solid talent to directly dismantle the statue. Ding! Level up! Current level, LV21. The experience dropped by this boss-level monster was incredibly abundant. After consecutively defeating the Wind Shadow Leopard and the Colossus, along with the smaller monsters that had blocked his way, Chu Chen finally leveled up. Reaching level 21 meant that he had officially entered the third stage of the Kaiyuan realm. The energy within his body was noticeably more solid and powerful, a sensation that was immensely satisfying. A timid voice suddenly broke the silence. The survivors had lowered their protective barriers, and a man wielding dual blades stepped forward to Chu Chen, his face full of fear. Thank you for saving us," he stammered. His gaze was fixed on Chu Chen, his heart filled with unease. Although Chu Chen had saved them, it also meant that he could easily kill them at any moment. The ruins were a chaotic place, with awakened individuals from all over the world. And the law of the jungle was vividly displayed here. Killing and looting were commonplace. If Chu Chen turned out to be the kind of awakened individual who only knew how to plunder, the others wouldn't stand a chance. The other survivors also looked nervously at Chu Chen. Although the door had already been opened, no one dared to act rashly. As the strongest presence here, Chu Chen's attitude dictated their actions. Fortunately, Chu Chen's next words allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. "It's nothing, just lending a hand. Don't worry about it." With that, he lifted his foot and continued toward another door deeper inside. Time was precious, and leveling up was Chu Chen's top priority now. Chu Chen's figure, accompanied by the burly Chenyan army and the imposing Ruochuo Dragon King, slowly passed in front of the group previously mentioned. This secret chamber has 2 iron doors, one leading to the exit, and the other to deeper areas. The iron door symbolizing the way out had long been blasted into scrap metal by Chu Chen. Now, in front of him stood the other iron door, representing further exploration. Watching Chu Chen's figure gradually fade into the distance, the people remaining in place collectively breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from their foreheads. Having been trapped here for over 10 days, they wouldn't dare venture further even if given a hundredfold courage. At this moment, they all swarmed toward the exit. "Ha! Why is there so much dust here?" Before they could approach the exit, a group of well-equipped individuals suddenly poured in from outside. These people exuded a powerful aura, their equipment varied and sophisticated, clearly not ordinary individuals. Their sudden appearance immediately caught the attention of Chu Chen, who was preparing to delve deeper. Turning back, he saw a group of about 30 people, most of them at the 3rd tier of strength, with the weakest at the 2nd tier. This group blocked the exit, forcing the dual-blade man and others who had intended to leave to halt in their tracks. They knew they couldn't afford to provoke these powerful figures and could only observe for now. "How many people are here?" A red-haired man in a white clerical robe staggered out from the back of the group. Those around him treated him with great respect, clearly recognizing him as their leader. "This is the Church of Light," the dual-blade man exclaimed in surprise. "The Church of Light," Chu Chen murmured to himself, recalling what he had learned in this lifetime. The Church of Light was a new religious organization formed after the religious awakening in several Western countries. Its influence was vast, independent of any nation, yet possessing power strong enough to rival major countries. Rumor had it that the Pope and over a dozen bishops of the Church of Light were all divine tier experts. The white clerical robe worn by the red-haired man was the hallmark. of a Church of Light member. Report, my lord. There are over 20 people here, perfectly meeting our requirements. A bald man pointed at the dual blade man and others, as well as Chu Chen, before respectfully reporting to the red-haired man. The red-haired man nodded slightly, seemingly in agreement. With approval granted, the bald man grinned and unceremoniously shouted to them, "Everyone, you've been trapped in these ruins for over 10 days, haven't you? If you want to leave, you must first eliminate the main beast in the ruins." The bald man's words made Chu Chen alert. He realized that this group from the Church of Light had also been here for over 10 days. Among those present, only Chu Chen had arrived today, the others had been in the ruins for at least 10 days. Back then, he hadn't yet awakened. This also indicated that, although Chu Chen was now well known, the people inside the ruins had no idea who he was. The ruins and the outside world were completely isolated spaces. If not for this, with his current fame, no one here would fail to recognize him. However, we've found a map marking the location of a hidden magical beast. That hidden beast is in the underground palace. But we're short on manpower. Why don't you all join us in the hunt? The rewards will naturally be shared equally. The bald man pulled out a golden glowing scroll from his pocket. When unfurled, it revealed a densely detailed map, with one location glowing blue. It's actually a map of a hidden magical beast. I've heard that hidden magical beasts are even stronger than the main beast. With our current strength, the map marking the hidden magical beast immediately sparked a heated discussion. Chu Chen had heard that some ruins concealed hidden magical beasts, and defeating them could yield rewards far greater than those from slaying the main beast. However, benefits always came hand in hand with risks. The strength of hidden magical beasts was extraordinarily formidable. Some had even experienced firsthand that hidden magical beasts were stronger than the main ones. The dual-blade man and the others hesitated, their expressions complex. In their current state, let alone challenging a hidden magical beast, even encountering an ordinary leader-level magical beast would be too much for them. Naturally, most people were unwilling to get involved in such a dangerous battle. After a moment of contemplation, as if making a decision, the dual-blade man was the first to speak. He respectfully addressed the red-haired man and the group, saying, "Honorable members of the Holy Light Church, thank you for your trust. However, I have been trapped here for a long time, and my strength is far from what it used to be. Joining your team would not only be unhelpful but might even drag you down. So, I will not impose." He finished in one breath, not wanting to stir up trouble or offend the Holy Light Church, his body trembling slightly. As his words fell, silence enveloped the surroundings. Bang! Just as the man was about to leave, the burly man suddenly moved like a flash and delivered a fierce punch. Thunderous power coiled around his fist, its might terrifying. The man hastily drew his dual blades to block, but he was still sent flying by the sudden punch, landing heavily on the ground. This scene shocked everyone around, and they gasped, realizing that the members of the Holy Light Church were far from benevolent. "Humph, you misunderstood. We're here to inform you, not to seek your opinion." The burly man's eyes flickered with ferocious lightning, and his aura suddenly turned violent. "Hey, don't underestimate this trash. They all have their uses. Don't kill them before they've served their purpose." The red-haired man from the Holy Light Church spoke coldly, his voice carrying a chilling authority. "Rest assured, I'll control my strength." The burly man's aura abruptly subsided as he turned to the red-haired man and spoke respectfully, his body trembling slightly, clearly harboring an instinctive fear of him. Then, he resumed his arrogant demeanor and asked the others, "So, what do you plan to do?" "I'm willing to join." "Me too. Count me in." Seeing the dual-blade man defeated so easily, how could the others dare to refuse? They all voiced their agreement loudly. The burly man nodded in satisfaction and then turned to the two who had yet to respond. "And what about you two?" The two were Chu Chen, who had remained silent, and a woman called Han Shuang. Han Shuang responded coldly, "I've long heard of how the Holy Light Church bullies the weak. Today, I've truly witnessed it. Do you think that by joining you to hunt the hidden magical beast, we'll actually get a share of the rewards? I've heard that hidden magical beasts often have rules around them. As long as you follow the rules, the difficulty of the hunt decreases. And the most common rule is sacrifice." Han Shuang's words immediately drew everyone's attention, especially the word sacrifice, which caused a flash of killing intent in the red-haired man's eyes. Some hidden magical beasts require sacrifices before they can be hunted. As long as the conditions are met,
the difficulty will be significantly reduced. These sacrifices can be dead or alive, animals,
or even humans.
As soon as she said this, the faces of those who had just agreed to join turned as pale as paper. They all looked toward the red-haired man, seemingly seeking confirmation
of this cruel truth. Ha! The red-haired man sneered, nice words, but you useless bunch, what else can you do besides being sacrifices?
As soon as he said this, those who had agreed
earlier were so angry they wanted to retort. Someone couldn't help but shout, you.
Before the words were finished, the burly man glared, and everyone immediately fell silent.
Indeed,
they had no power to resist.
Useless? Are you talking about me?
At this moment, Chu Chun, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, instantly drawing everyone's attention.
His appearance
ignited a glimmer of hope in the hearts of the dual-blade man and Han Shuang. After all, they had witnessed Chu Chen's strength. But seeing the red-haired man leading a large group of people,
that glimmer of hope quickly faded.
No matter how strong Chu Chen was, it was impossible for him to face so many people alone.
I almost forgot about you. These strange-looking guys around you, are they summoning-type awakeners? A bunch of circus-like freaks.
The red-haired man raised an eyebrow mockingly. Hearing strange-looking, the nearby Ruochuo Dragon King's eyes flashed with a fierce light. It opened its mouth, and a massive lava fireball blasted toward Chu Chen and the others.
Ridiculous, just a mere summoned beast.
The burly man snorted coldly, lightning surging violently as he blocked the fireball. Before he could finish speaking, he was instantly blown in half by the fireball, falling to the ground
in flames. Everything happened too quickly. The once arrogant man turned into a pile of ashes in an instant.
This sudden turn of events caught even the red-haired man off guard.
The
people around him quickly drew their weapons, their bodies radiating various lights as their awakened powers prepared for battle. But soon, the red-haired man's surprise turned into a sneer.
Interesting.
A useless man died, so be it.
Are you interested in joining us?
He continued, I mean truly joining, not as a sacrifice.
Once it's done, we'll split 70-30.
Ah! Before he could finish, a scream rang out. A rock spear suddenly pierced through the head of the person beside him.
70-30?
I'll take it all, Chu Chen said with a light laugh. The red-haired man's face remained calm, but soon his lips twisted into a sinister smile, as terrifying as a stone statue.
Interesting. I didn't want to force you, but since you refuse to surrender willingly, I have no choice but to make you kneel.
As he finished speaking, a golden symbol flashed on his forehead. Behind him, an angelic phantom
suddenly appeared, its holy light enveloping him.
At the same time, a powerful pressure spread in all directions. Everyone around was filled with fear, cold sweat dripping down their backs, as they found their bodies uncontrollably bowing toward the red-haired man. Just as the pressure was about to affect Chu Chen, he smiled lightly and closed his eyes.
When he opened
them again, two dazzling golden lights illuminated the surroundings. In an instant, an aura even stronger than the red-haired man's emanated from Chu Chen, exuding the majesty of an emperor's arrival.
What?
The red-haired man's pressure was instantly shattered, and the people around him all fell to their knees.
Who's making who kneel now? Chu Chen asked with a smile.
The red-haired man's expression changed drastically, looking extremely humiliated. Clearly, he had never suffered such a defeat before.
You're courting death. Furious, the red-haired man, accompanied by the angelic phantom, vanished in an instant.
In the blink of an eye, the man and the angel each wielded a silver longsword, sword energy swirling as they raised the blades high, slashing straight toward Chu Chen's head.
Getting desperate? Chu Chen raised an eyebrow and withdrew the Chenyan army and Ruochuo by his side. Dealing with someone like this is more satisfying when I do it myself.
With his hands clasped behind his back, he allowed the red-haired man's attack to come straight at him.
Clang!
The red-haired
man and the angelic phantom swung their swords simultaneously.
The two sharp blades, carrying fierce sword energy, struck hard against the jade shield. Amid the deafening clash of
metal and stone, ripples spread across the shield's surface, but the enemy's attack still couldn't break through the defense. Chu Chen nodded slightly. He didn't strike first but let the
opponent attack, using the shield to gauge the man's strength. From his performance, it was clear the red-haired man was no ordinary person.
His attack power far exceeded that of the
leader-level beasts Chu Chun had encountered before, marking him as a prodigy of a special sequence. The red-haired man, however, looked shocked.
Such strong defense. At that moment, the
ground beneath them suddenly rumbled.
Boom!
A massive rocky hand shot up from the ground, its 5 fingers spread wide, grabbing fiercely at the man.
Damn it! Everything happened
so quickly that the red-haired man had no room to dodge. The symbol on his forehead glowed even brighter as the angelic phantom condensed into a shield, tightly protecting him.
Crack! Crack!
The rocky hand firmly gripped the man within the shield, its immense strength continuously clashing against the barrier.
Bastard! The man, curled up under the angel's
protection, grew increasingly furious. A surge of even greater energy erupted from within him. The long sword in his hand traced a dazzling arc, slashing wildly in all directions.
Bang bang! Bang!
Sword light scattered everywhere, shattering even the hard rock.
The once massive rocky hand broke apart instantly, sending dust flying. Taking advantage of the moment,
the man swiftly dodged and put some distance between himself and Chu Chen. The brief exchange made him realize that the person before him was no ordinary foe. The red-haired man fixed his gaze on Chu Chen again, only to see him still standing with his hands behind his back, looking relaxed. Sensing the gaze, Chu Chen smiled at him.
Boom! In an instant, the ground
around them cracked, and more massive rocky hands emerged, larger and stronger than before.
This can alter the terrain?
To achieve this level within a third-tier range, he's also a special
sequence awakener. The dense rocky hands surged toward the red-haired man, as if intending to bury him alive.
This is the power granted by the gods. How can mere rocks compare? The man and the angelic phantom swung their swords together, carving out a perfect circle with a 10-meter radius around them, forming a domain. A strange scene unfolded.
The rocky
hands that entered the domain lost their attacking power, and the flow of time around the man visibly slowed. The movements of the rocky hands became sluggish.
A domain? Related to time. The sight immediately caught Chu Chen's attention.
The red-haired man's arrogance was impossible to ignore, and it was clear he had the skills to back it up.
Since ancient times, abilities that could manipulate time were almost always incredibly powerful.
Within his domain, everything slowed to a crawl, while his figure remained as swift as lightning.
He and
the angelic phantom swung their swords, stepped forward, and slashed. The shattered rocks floated slowly around him due to the time distortion.
Before long, the dense rocky soldiers around
him were reduced to countless fragments by the red-haired man.
These fragments floated around him, waiting for him to snap his fingers lightly. Snap! The domain vanished instantly,
and the floating debris clattered to the ground. Releasing such a domain clearly consumed immense energy, and at this moment, he was almost out of breath. Yet his hands never stopped moving, and he, along with the angel behind him, began a frenzied assault on Chu Chen.
In an instant, countless dark golden sword shadows intertwined and danced in the air, quickly
forming a neat arc-shaped blade of light that roared toward Chu Chen. At the same time, behind the sword shadows, a faint dark golden glow appeared.
The man seized the opportunity to throw
the long sword in his hand, its blade wrapped in dark golden energy. Using the sword shadows as cover, the long sword silently concealed itself behind them, like a venomous snake waiting
for the perfect moment to strike. Interesting. Chu Chen was finally drawn to the power before him.
With a light wave of his hands, several massive rocky ridges immediately aligned neatly in front of him. Golden ripples spread out simultaneously, colliding with the dense sword shadows in an instant.
Boom! The deafening explosion filled the entire chamber, and
the impact from the collision of ripples and sword shadows caused the surrounding ground to shake violently.
Fragments of stone fell from above, and faint cracks appeared on the floor beneath their feet.
At this moment, whether it was the people on the red-haired man's side or the team of the dual-blade man and Han Shuang, they could only retreat desperately to the edges of the battlefield.
This kind of power. We can't intervene at all.
This place is about to collapse. The rumbling grew increasingly intense, and the massive chamber teetered on the brink of collapse.
A two-person battle can cause such strong tremors. They're both extraordinary.
The dual-blade man gasped, still recovering from the earlier strike by the
burly man.
But this doesn't feel like a real fight, it's more like one-sided toying. Han Shuang supported him, her eyes filled with shock. On the battlefield, the red-haired man's figure
flickered continuously.
He no longer held a long sword, but with the angelic shadow behind him, he kept unleashing sword shadows filled with terrifying power. He leapt and dodged the ripple attacks while launching frenzied counterattacks, his movements rapid and urgent. In contrast, Chu Chen's posture remained largely unchanged. He simply moved his hands from behind his back to cross them in front of his chest, standing firmly in place. Despite the earth shaking around him, he remained as steady as a rock, unyielding like Mount Tai.
No matter
How you look at it, he hasn't exerted his full strength, he's completely toying with his opponent, the dual-blade man remarked, following Han Shuang's gaze.
Chu Chen's composure made it
clear he had complete control of the situation.
The red-haired man's current performance clearly hadn't provoked Chu Chen to take action himself.
Both of them had the feeling that if a table and tea set were placed here, Chu Chen would undoubtedly sit down calmly to brew tea. Buzz! Suddenly, a dark golden light flashed behind Chu Chen. The venomous snake that had been hidden for so long finally found its opportunity, letting down its guard and preparing to launch the most lethal strike, the longsword previously thrown by the red-haired man. Die! The red-haired man roared, his blood-red eyes filled with ecstasy as he saw the longsword closing in on Chu Chen. Watch out! The dual-blade man and Han Shuang warned in unison. Despite the distance, they could still sense the intense and terrifying power emanating from the long sword. The man had already concentrated all his strength into this sword, ready to unleash it. Chu Chen's brow furrowed slightly, clearly sensing that this attack was unusual. The jade shield alone wouldn't suffice, he had to act. Boom! Thick rocky ridges erupted from behind him, neatly aligning themselves along the longsword's trajectory. But as soon as the ridges made contact with the long sword, they shattered instantly. Bang! 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 One after another, the rocky ridges were shattered by the longsword's continuous strikes. Chu Chen never expected these ridges to block the fatal blow. After all, this sword strike was the red-haired man's full-force attack, and it was impossible to stop it easily. However, the appearance of the ridges still served a purpose. At the very least, the sword's momentum began to slow, and its power gradually diminished under the ridge's resistance. When the longsword finally approached Chu Chen, the accumulated force erupted in an instant. The sword tip slammed into the jade shield, producing a deafening roar. Immediately, cracks began to appear on the shield's surface, accompanied by the sound of shattering jade. Just a little more. The red-haired man's face twisted with ferocity. As long as he broke that damn shield, the guy on the other side would have no moves left. The longsword and the shield clashed and collided repeatedly, sending powerful shockwaves rippling outward. The chamber could no longer withstand the strain and began to tremble and collapse. Crack! Crack! The cracks on the shield deepened, but the power of the longsword was also steadily weakening. My strength is almost depleted, Chu Chen said softly. His hands were suddenly enveloped in dense rock elements, radiating a dazzling golden light. He reached out and firmly grasped the blade. The powerful rock elements spread from his fingertips, locking in a stalemate with the sword's force. Amid the faint sound of grinding metal and stone, the longsword continued to inch forward. Hold on a little longer, the red-haired man roared. The longsword held by the angel behind him was suddenly hurled forward. The illusory sword instantly merged with the original blade, amplifying its power and accelerating its thrust. Break! Just as the blade seemed unstoppable, Chu Chen let out a low shout, and the elemental energy in his hands erupted in an instant. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the blade shattered into countless fragments in his hands. Ugh! The red-haired man spat a mouthful of blood and dropped to one knee. Clearly, the destruction of the sword had backfired on him. Meanwhile, apart from the cracks on his shield, Chu Chen remained unharmed by the previous attack. The nearly shattered shield was instantly restored to its original state under Chu Chen's renewed energy. He even added another layer of protection. Can you launch that attack again? Chu Chen asked expressionlessly, staring at the kneeling man before him. Despair was the only emotion left on the man's face. Before he could respond, a golden streak of light shot out from Chu Chen's hand. The white-tasseled spear unleashed a surge of energy. At the critical moment, the angelic phantom behind the red-haired man suddenly detached from his body and shielded him from the spear. Boom! The powerful impact caused the massive angelic phantom to begin disintegrating. Seizing this brief opening, a pair of ethereal wings suddenly sprouted from the red-haired man's back. With a single flap, he shot away like an arrow, disappearing in an instant. He navigated the winding underground passage, emerged from the cave, and streaked across the sky. Like a meteor, fleeing toward the distant horizon. The angelic phantom that had blocked the spear dissolved into specks of starlight and vanished. The white-tasseled spear, undeterred, continued its pursuit of the group following the red-haired man. Without their leader, these individuals had alr. He slowly lifted his foot and finally moved. The group of men led by the dual-blade man trembled and held their breath, staring intently. They were filled with intense fear toward Chu Chen. In the vast cavern, only Chu Chen's footsteps echoed.
He walked over to the charred corpse of the burly man. In the man's blackened hand, he still tightly gripped a map, marking the location of a hidden magical beast.
Fortunately, the map had not been damaged by the flames.
Chu Chun took the map and examined it carefully. Before long, he roughly understood the locations marked on the map.
Just as he was preparing to head to the coordinates of the hidden magical beast as indicated, Chu Chun suddenly noticed that the group led by the dual-blade man was still standing obediently in place, each of them staring at him in fear.
Why are you still here? Although this underground palace is temporarily stable, the risk of collapse still exists.
Take advantage of the fact that the exit hasn't been blocked yet and leave here.
Quickly.
His words sounded like an order, and as soon as he finished speaking, the group let out a sigh of relief. After expressing their thanks to Chu Chen, they all
ran toward the exit without looking back.
However, after most of them had left, two people remained in place.
It was the dual-blade man and the woman named Han Shuang.
They hesitated, exchanged glances, and seemed to reach some sort of agreement before walking up to Chu Chen.
Thank you for saving us again. Han Shuang's heart raced.
She hadn't looked closely during the earlier fight, but now that she was near Chu Chen, she realized how handsome he was, with an extraordinary aura.
A
faint golden light flickered in his eyes, adding a touch of mystery. For a woman, it was impossible not to feel something.
Whether it was just now or before, I acted.
Not only to save you but also to protect myself.
So don't dwell on it, you should leave here quickly.
Chu Chen shook his head lightly, appearing indifferent. He didn't want others to feel indebted to him for being saved, as it made him uncomfortable.
May I ask, are you planning to go after the hidden magical beast next? The dual-blade man asked.
Yes,
since that group brought the map, I want to take a look. Chu Chen nodded. Did you know that there's a requirement for the number of people to hunt the hidden magical beast? If the minimum number isn't met, the beast won't appear at the coordinates.
The man pointed to a corner of the map, where 3 golden vertical lines shimmered conspicuously.
Chu Chen hadn't understood what this meant before, so he hadn't paid attention. The 3 vertical lines mean 3 people are required.
To make the hidden magical beast appear, at least 3 people must go together. So if you plan to go alone, the beast won't show
up at the coordinates.
This is the first time I've heard of such a thing, Chu Chen said, stroking his chin in thought.
If what the man said was true, he alone wouldn't meet the requirements for the hunt. At least 3 people, still short 2. Chu Chen's gaze fell on the 2 of them. You too. To thank you for saving us earlier, we're willing to accompany you.
That way, the conditions for hunting the magical beast will be met, Han Shuang said.
It's just, we're not in good condition right now and won't be able to contribute much.
The hunt for the hidden magical beast will still depend on you.
The dual-blade man echoed, of course, once the beast is defeated, all the rewards are yours.
We just want to repay your life-saving kindness. Their willingness stemmed partly from gratitude toward Chu Chen and partly from a bit of self-interest. Right now, they were in bad shape, and the outside was dangerous. It was better to stay close to Chu Chen for some security.
Chu Chen hadn't expected them to do this.
No one knew the strength of the hidden beast, but they couldn't even handle ordinary beasts at the moment.
If they encountered
the hidden beast, the danger would be even greater. He didn't want these 2 to take risks, but if they didn't go together, he wouldn't meet the required number
of people on his own. The coordinates of the hidden beast shown on the map were not far away.
It would be a pity to give up just because of the number issue.
In
that case, I'll trouble you to join me on this adventure, Chu Chen said after some thought, unable to resist the allure of the hidden beast. After all, killing it would yield far more experience rewards than an ordinary boss-level beast.
Don't worry,
I'll do my best to keep you safe. After Chu Chen agreed, the dual-blade man and Han Shuang immediately followed him in the direction indicated on the map. The coordinates were deeper underground. Along the way, they chatted, and Chu Chen learned that the dual-blade man was named Fong Meng, and Han Shuang's name was Shuang Han. They had met after entering the ruins. At that time, they had formed a temporary team with others and discovered this cave, later getting trapped in the underground chamber for so long.
You're from Kyushu too, right? With the kind of power you can wield, your talent must be from a special sequence. What's your name? Shuang Han asked curiously. She believed Chu Chen was definitely from a special sequence.
Encountering a genius from their homeland in the ruins was a good thing for them.
My name is Chu Chen. As for me, there's no need to be too curious.
You'll naturally find out after we leave the ruins, Chu Chen replied, walking at the front.
Strangely, After leaving the chamber, they didn't encounter any beasts along the way. Their journey was smooth and unimpeded.
But this tranquility felt like the calm before a storm. The quieter it was, the greater the pressure Chu Chen felt. The narrow passageways on both sides were lit by faint blue lights, flickering on and off. As they continued deeper, the lights grew fewer and fewer until only the jade shield on Chu Chen's body illuminated the surroundings. Darkness enveloped them, but not far ahead, a white beam of light descended from above. Beneath the beam stood a massive millstone. As they approached, they saw that the millstone was about 10 meters in diameter and 2 meters high, with a stone tablet standing beside it. The tablet bore an inscription that glowed faintly blue in the dim light: "Devotees, offer sufficient sacrifices. This is the sacrificial altar. Those people from the Church of Light earlier were planning to use us as sacrifices on this altar," Shuang Han said, still shaken. This millstone altar seemed designed to crush sacrifices alive. Chu Chen nodded slightly. At that moment, a dazzling light suddenly erupted from above. The bright light instantly illuminated the surrounding darkness. Roar! Roar! The silence was shattered as deafening roars echoed from all directions like a tidal wave. With the roars, what had been hidden in the darkness turned out to be a horde of massive, towering trolls. They surrounded Chu Chen and his companions completely. The bright light revealed everything around them. Chu Chen then realized that the place they were in was very similar to the underground arena he had entered before. High stands surrounded them, packed densely with burly trolls. These trolls had varying skin tones, each standing about 2 meters tall, wielding all kinds of weapons, and looking extremely fierce. Some of the trolls were clad in well-crafted armor, and at this moment, all their gazes were fixed on Chu Chen and his two companions. However, not a single troll acted rashly. Witnessing such a scene, Fong Ming and Han Xuan turned pale. They couldn't comprehend how there could be so many magical beasts in the hidden beast area. Typically, a hidden area in the ruins would only have one hidden magical beast guarding it, and ordinary magical beasts wouldn't even be able to enter. But the sight before them was beyond their imagination. Trolls gathered in groups as far as the eye could see. The number was estimated to be in the thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands. The two of them broke out in a cold sweat and desperately squeezed closer to Chu Chen. To them, Chu Chen was like a lone boat in a storm. Without him, they would undoubtedly be torn to pieces by these trolls. The scene before him was also unexpected for Chu Chen. It was his first time in the hidden beast area, and he knew nothing about it. But seeing Fong Ming and Han Xuan trembling all over, he said in a low voice, "Stay close to me and follow tightly." After speaking, the elemental power within him began to circulate, and the jade seal shield expanded outward from his side. Gradually, it enveloped all three of them. Chu Chen couldn't yet provide shields for others, but he could expand the range of his own shield, allowing Fong Ming and Han Xuan to be protected as well. Inside the jade seal shield, Fong Ming and Han Xuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. For some reason, their previously tense and panicked emotions suddenly calmed down. Looking at the golden glow of the shield, a strong sense of security surged in their hearts. "You don't seem to be an ordinary human." Suddenly, a harsh, low voice came from in front of Chu Chen. The trolls that had been blocking his way parted one after another, revealing a narrow path. From the path, a small, hunched figure slowly emerged. He wore a mask made of white bone, painted with strange patterns. In his hand, he tightly gripped a massive staff, twice his height, with its top radiating a multicolored glow. Chu Chen could sense that the staff contained a fusion of multiple elemental powers. Shaman. Chu Chen involuntarily muttered the word, perhaps because this figure reminded him of the Hilichural shamans from the games in his previous life. However, the aura emanating from this shaman was dangerous. The trolls surrounding them weren't Chu Chen's main concern. Despite their numbers, their individual strength wasn't impressive. They didn't seem to pose much of a threat. Instead, it was this unassuming shaman that made Chu Chen feel a hint of danger. Ha! Before you arrived, countless humans perished here, but none were as special as you. The shaman's eyes, hidden behind the mask, suddenly glowed purple, and a strange aura surged toward them. However, with the protection of the jade seal shield, Chu Chen and his companions were unaffected. This sight further reassured Fong Ming and Han Xuan behind him. In their eyes, Chu Chen was like a steadfast pillar of support. "Your aura is different from that of ordinary humans. Who exactly are you?" The shaman slowly approached the jade seal shield. Pressing close to the shield, it leaned in toward Chu Chen's face, as if trying to discern something.
But Chu Chen's
expression remained calm, his gaze so composed that the shaman couldn't detect a trace of fear. The shaman couldn't help but glance back at the ferocious trolls surrounding them, people who came here before, upon seeing the formation it had set up, would be so terrified that they knelt down and surrendered.
But now, this formation couldn't even scare Chu Chen? Heavenly motion. The shaman suddenly looked at Chu Chen in confusion, as if the man had just said something. Noticing the other's gaze, Chu Chen chuckled lightly and then continued, universal phenomena. What? The shaman was completely baffled, but in the next second, its expression changed drastically. It looked up in terror. Above was a thick layer of rock, still some distance from the ground. Yet it could feel a terrifying aura rapidly approaching. Rumble. The surroundings suddenly began to tremble slightly. At the same time, outside, it was dusk. What is that? The people on the surface of the ruins looked on in horror as a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in the sky.
All around the sky, clouds swirled layer upon layer like a vortex, accompanied by rolling thunder.
Buzz. A deafening vibration emanated from the vortex, spreading outward.
The golden light grew brighter and brighter, gradually dyeing the surrounding clouds golden.
Interwoven with golden
clouds, a massive golden object descended from the heavens. It tore through the air at high speed, surrounded by blazing flames.
With an unparalleled aura of dominance, it seemed as though it would crush everything beneath it.
Flames and golden light intertwined, piercing through the dim heavens and earth with blinding brilliance.
Logically speaking, more doesn't always mean better.
The denser it is, the worse the situation becomes, Chu Chen said, arms crossed, suddenly speaking with interest.
Charge at him. Although the shaman couldn't understand what Chu Chen was saying, it could already sense an intense danger emanating from him.
Waving its staff, it commanded the trolls from all directions to swarm toward Chu Chen and his companions.
We're doomed, Fang Ming shouted.
In despair, while Han Shuang simply closed her eyes. Facing the oncoming army of trolls, their fear surged once again, even stronger than before.
Roar!
A troll clad in heavy black armor charged. At the forefront, wielding a massive spiked club. It raised the club high and swung it down with great force, carving a perfect arc through the air.
Boom! The immense force struck the jade
shield, sending shockwaves through Fang Ming and Han Shuang.
Immediately after, more trolls swarmed in, their massive bodies crowding in front of the shield, attacking it frantically. Through the yellow shield, the trolls' grotesque faces were clearly visible.
Their two eyes glowed with an eerie light, their gaping mouths revealed grayish-yellow teeth, with food remnants stuck between
them, and murky liquid constantly dripped from their mouths.
Fang Ming and Han Shuang nearly collapsed to the ground in fear.
They couldn't understand how Chu Chen could remain so calm. No matter
how sturdy the shield was, it couldn't withstand such a relentless assault from so many monsters. It was only a matter of time before it broke.
Close your eyes and cover your ears, Chu Chen suddenly instructed.
The two exchanged confused glances, unsure of what he meant. If you want to live, do as I say, Chu Chen emphasized again.
This time, the two didn't hesitate and immediately complied.
At this point, they had no choice but to trust Chu Chen.
Rumble.
The tremors above grew stronger and stronger.
The temple shook violently, with cracks spreading like a spiderweb in all directions. Something's wrong.
Hiding behind the trolls, the shaman suddenly shuddered, as if realizing something. It began frantically waving its staff, the crystal at the tip of the staff emitted a green light, slowly forming a wind field around the shaman. The fierce wind enveloped its hunched figure, instantly making it disappear.
Bang! The trolls left behind were affected by
the violent tremors, swaying unsteadily, completely unable to continue their attack.
Boom!
Massive boulders kept falling from above, accompanied by deafening explosions, as a wave of scorching
heat swept down from above.
Rumble, it wasn't over yet, something seemed to be breaking through obstacles, crashing fiercely into this underground area.
Flames, like raging beasts, devoured
everything around, while heavy rocks continuously fell from overhead. The trolls panicked, desperately fleeing in all directions, but they were like headless flies, one after another crushed into
pools of flesh and blood. This enormous underground palace, all its exits had long been blocked by collapses. Some trolls stared at Chu Chen, their eyes filled with fear. They could feel that this apocalyptic disaster was entirely brought about by this man.
They screamed, falling to their knees, like guilty subjects repenting before their king.
But repentance was already too late.
Chu Chen stood with arms crossed, his golden eyes shining with a cold light, looking down at the kneeling trolls. Once the emperor's judgment began, it would not stop.
Hiding behind Chu Chen, Feng
Ming secretly opened one eye, seeing the trolls kneeling around, his face showing unprecedented shock. His gaze shifted to Chu Chen, but he quickly closed his eyes again.
Chu Chen's steady figure
radiated an awe-inspiring majesty that he could not bear to look at directly. Bang! The ground cracked open, fissures extending hundreds of meters, revealing a bottomless abyss of darkness. The cracks twisted like giant worms, rolling across the ground, swallowing one troll after another. Only the rock beneath Chu Chen's feet remained as solid as a boulder, completely unmoving.
Boom! The final loud explosion came from above. Scorching flames rapidly expanded, and shockwaves swept madly in all directions. Blinding light and deafening explosions filled the entire space.
Tens of thousands of trolls were reduced to ashes under this power.
Chu Chen watched everything before him expressionlessly, though the intense brightness obscured his vision. He could control the celestial star, deciding who would be harmed and who would be safe. However, the explosive impact caused by the star's fall was unavoidable. The jade shield blocked most of the damage, while Feng Ming and Shuanghan had closed their eyes and covered their ears in advance, avoiding the blinding light and deafening sound. As for Chu Chen, none of this mattered to him. In the game, the celestial star's fall only caused geo-elemental damage.
But in reality, the friction with the air during its descent generated intense heat, unleashing powerful fire elemental energy.
The celestial star's fall also brought a strong seismic wave, spreading outward from the impact point.
In the underground palace's passage, a troll screamed in terror as it ran outward.
It was lucky enough to slip through before the exit was completely blocked.
But no matter how fast it ran, it couldn't outrun the spreading explosion.
Scorching flames instantly engulfed it.
This underground palace had completely become the domain of death. On the surface, people around the ruins gathered due to the celestial star's descent.
They could only watch from afar, helplessly witnessing the massive celestial star flattening a mountain peak.
Then, a violent explosion erupted.
Rumble!
Even though they were far from the explosion site, they could still feel a slight tremor beneath their feet.
This moment, no one made a sound. Everyone watched as the massive shockwave spread outward.
The dazzling light from the falling star illuminated the twilight sky as if it were broad daylight, like
a new sun rising between heaven and earth, its brilliance blinding.
Near the edge of the star's impact zone, a hunched figure was flung into the air by the shockwave.
He hit the ground hard, breaking several ribs and loosening a few teeth. God! It was a shaman. Ignoring the pain, he picked up his fallen staff and gritted his teeth as he continued to flee. Scorching flames
engulfed the area affected by the explosion. When the smoke cleared, all that remained was a massive crater. Within the impact zone of the falling star, there was no sign of life.
Only Chu Chen and
Feng Ming, along with Shuanghan, who were shielded by the jade barrier, were still alive. They stared at the apocalyptic scene before them, feeling as if they were in a dream.
Boom, boom. The calm didn't last long.
From all directions in the distance came a faint humming sound, as if something was converging toward this place.
What's happening? I don't know. There's someone in the crater. The crowd on the distant mountain looked on in confusion. With a shout, all eyes turned to the center of the crater, where Chu Chen and the other two stood. The crowd was stunned. They weren't consumed by the explosion? Impossible. That was the epicenter of the blast. No one could comprehend the scene before them. But soon, their attention was drawn to the commotion. Behind them, magical beasts. The explosion triggered a beast tide within the ruins. Hordes of magical beasts of various shapes and sizes were surging from all directions of the ruins. The falling star had clearly caught the attention of the beasts, even inciting their frenzied rampage. There were too many of them, an endless sea of creatures as far as the eye could see. It actually attracted all the magical beasts here? This scale would require an army to suppress. We can't hold them off. Retreat immediately. The crowd that had gathered quickly dispersed. The sheer number of magical beasts was overwhelming. Though their levels weren't high, there was no way to resist them. You two go first, Chu Chen said to Feng Ming and Shuanghan. The magical beasts have already noticed us and are charging this way. Staying here is even more dangerous for you. Take this chance to find a place to hide. The massive beast tide was closing in, but in Chu Chen's eyes, it was a treasure trove of experience points. He wouldn't miss this opportunity to level up. Although these low-level magical beasts offered little experience individually, small gains could accumulate into something significant. Moreover, once the battle began, he wouldn't be able to ensure Fong Ming and Shuang Han's safety. We understand. Thank you for saving us so many times.
Fong Ming and Shuang Han supported each other, thanked Chu Chen once more, and hurried to find a place to hide.
After all, the commotion from the magical beasts was growing louder, and if they didn't act quickly, they'd lose their chance. Chu Chen stayed behind alone, opening a map marked with hidden magical beasts.
Strange, its position is still on the map, which means that magical beast
hasn't left. Why hasn't it appeared?
He stared at the blinking dot on the map, which was precisely at his current location.
And that talking shaman, was it a magical beast or some other race?
His mind was filled with questions, but they weren't important right now. Watching the beast horde draw closer step by step, Chu Chen smiled faintly.
Leveling up was the priority. From a rational
perspective, more enemies didn't necessarily mean a good thing. But that was how he thought when he could summon the falling star. Having just used elemental burst, he needed to recharge for
the next use.
The enemies wouldn't give him time, their numbers were overwhelming, and the situation was tricky.
Although it doesn't seem like much, the actual circumstances are indeed troublesome. For now, I can only rely on you. Chu Chen extended his hand, gathering golden geo-elements in his palm.
A massive pattern mark appeared beneath his feet, accompanied by the sound of the
ground cracking.
The ruined Dragon King was summoned once again. It carried Chu Chen on its back, raising its head and letting out a long roar.
The dragon's cry shook the heavens, spreading an immensely powerful aura in all directions.
You insignificant creatures, don't even think about crossing the line, the ruined Dragon King roared indistinctly, its sturdy claws stomping forward.
Boom!
The earth trembled, and violent elemental energy surged skyward.
The first wave of charging beasts was instantly blasted away and shattered.
In the air, a bat-like beast evaded the ground attack and flew toward Chu Chen. Behind it were thousands of flying beasts,
flapping their wings and preparing to launch an aerial assault. But the ruined Dragon King's tail suddenly rose, radiating intense heat as it absorbed fire elements from the ground.
Fiery molten rocks were hurled rapidly into the air. The collision of lava and
airborne beasts caused explosions, scattering sparks like fireworks.
The beasts in the rear screamed and retreated, trying to escape. The deadly in the ruins, there were people from various countries, and secretly, there might also be ambushes from other races.
Once
they leave, the news about Chu Chen will surely spread quickly.
It doesn't matter. We never intended to hide him. The front line has
been in a stalemate, the atmosphere is dull, and Chu Chen's appearance is just what we need to boost morale.
Xiang Hanhai shook
his head, completely unconcerned. His gaze was fixed on the Ruochuo Dragon King as he sighed. Dragons, whether in the east or the west,
are powerful and majestic symbols in legends. Just how many secrets is this Chu Chen hiding? In the ruins, the ground around
Chu Chen trembled slightly, like a minor earthquake. The surrounding situation seemed entirely under his control.
No matter how
ferocious the magical beasts were, they could no longer approach him. With his hands clasped behind his back, he calmly observed his
surroundings.
The once densely packed beast tide had now turned into piles of shattered corpses.
Everything was going smoothly. Yet,
Chu Chen felt a faint sense of unease in his heart. Suddenly, his golden eyes glanced upward to the left, where a pitch-black giant hand, covered in thick armor, had somehow appeared above his head. It rapidly enlarged and lunged toward him.
In the next moment,
Chu Chen immediately forged a giant hand of the same size from molten rock, placing it in front of himself.
Bang! The two giant
hands collided fiercely, and a faint cracking sound came from the surface of the rock hand.
In an instant, cracks appeared on the rock hand, as if it were about to shatter. This dark giant hand was no ordinary force. Its power was so immense that even the rock hand couldn't withstand it.
Chu Chen's eyes narrowed as he casually threw a rock spear. A dazzling spear light tore through the air, unleashing a surge of elemental energy, and shot straight at the dark giant hand.
Boom!
With a muffled explosion, the rock spear and the dark giant hand collided and detonated in mid-air. Chirp! A sharp bird cry echoed from above Chu Chen's head.
A massive demonic
bird, covered in silver armor but with black feathers, circled in the air.
Two dark figures stood on the bird's back.
One was clad
in black knight armor, fully armed, with an indistinct face.
The other was someone Chu Chen was very familiar with, the shaman who had
fled earlier. They locked eyes with Chu Chen. Ding!
The main beast of the divine ruins, Dark Knight, has appeared.
Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his mind. The main beast has appeared? Dark Knight. Is it that armored guy?
The shaman gripped his staff, whispering incessantly into the knight's ear. Swish! The Dark Knight suddenly drew the sword at his waist, as if issuing a command. At the same time, the ground beneath Chu Chen shook violently. This tremor was not caused by the Ruochuo Dragon King. A pitch-black hand suddenly extended from the shadow behind them. Immediately after, an entire figure leapt out of the shadow. Roar! It jumped into the air, letting out a heavy, low growl. It was a magical beast over 2 meters tall, entirely black like a shadow. In its hands, it wielded 2 blades that gleamed coldly under the moonlight. Ding! A hidden magical beast has appeared. The system's voice rang out again. A hidden magical beast. So it had been hiding in the shadows all along? If Chu Chen and Fong Ming had triggered the conditions for the hidden magical beast's appearance earlier, why had it remained concealed in the shadows until now? Hiss! The dark figure let out a piercing sound. Immediately after, countless humanoid shadows emerged from the surrounding trees. These shadows weren't as tall as the large dark figure, but their eyes revealed 2 strange eyeballs. The whites of their eyes were filled with red veins. Because they were packed closely together, the eyeballs formed a line, creating an eerie sight. Ruochuo, I'll leave these small creatures and the distant beast tied to you and the Qianyan army. Chu Chen waved his hand, and the burly Qianyan army instantly rose from the ground. After defeating the upgraded stone statue earlier, the number of ancient Qianyan soldiers he could summon had increased to 10. Buzz! Accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, the ancient Qianyan army appeared, wielding their Qianyan spears, and charged toward the surrounding shadows like a thunderstorm. The Ruochuo Dragon King also went all out, accelerating its absorption of elemental energy from the ground. In an instant, lightning, ice, fire, and water intertwined, launching attacks in all directions. In midair, the dark figure suddenly moved. The twin blades in its hands emitted a purple blow and slashed toward Chu Chen's throat in an instant. However, before the dark figure could get close to Chu Chen, it was struck hard by the Ruochuo Dragon King's tail. Bang! The dark figure dissipated instantly under the heavy blow, but it quickly reformed and continued its relentless attack on Chu Chen. Chu Chen flipped his wrist, and Chu Chen paused slightly, then tightened his grip on the shadow's throat and slammed it fiercely toward the ground. Bang! He smashed the shadow heavily onto the ground, causing the surface to instantly crack, with fissures spreading like a spider web for hundreds of meters. Debris and dust scattered in all directions, and the shadow's body became lodged in the cracks. Freed from the constraints of the rock element, the shadow attempted to disperse its body once more. Ruochuo! Chu Chen shouted. Below, the Ruochuo Dragon King immediately responded, beginning to absorb fire elements from the earth before the shadow could scatter. Buzz! The ground trembled again as scorching magma surged from the core of the earth, instantly heating the rocks around the shadow to a glowing red. At the same time, the Dark Knight and Shaman in the air launched their attacks. The magical bird beneath their feet opened its massive mouth, and spiraling purple flames rushed toward Chu Chen. The Shaman waved his staff, summoning blinding white lightning from the sky. The two forces intertwined as they attacked Chu Chen, their elemental reaction amplifying the power of the assault. TSK, they even know how to coordinate, Chu Chen muttered. Although the Jade Zhang shield could block the attack, he didn't want to waste time. Dodging the 2 strikes, he gripped his spear and lunged fiercely at the magical bird. The Dark Knight and Shaman, seemingly unable to fly on their own, would be forced to the ground if the bird was killed. Realizing Chu Chen's intent, the 2 on the bird's back took action. The Dark Knight's longsword instantly transformed into a massive, 2-handed greatsword, which he swung downward, stirring up a fierce wind aimed at Chu Chen's head. Simultaneously, the Shaman began chanting again, his staff glowing with an eerie green light. From seemingly nowhere, dense branches sprouted around Chu Chen, reaching toward him. Chu Chen's gaze swept lightly to either side. He withdrew the energy he had intended for his attack and infused it into the Jade Zhang shield. Extending his golden left hand, he waved it casually. The once impenetrable Jade Zhang shield instantly shattered into scattered golden light, which rapidly spread in all directions. The light first collided with the branches summoned by the Shaman. The moment the eerie green branches touched the light, they were sliced apart as if by the sharpest blade, utterly powerless to resist. Next, the Dark Knight's greatsword struck the golden light, producing a piercing metallic clash. This heavy blow fiercely clashed with the golden light, the 2 forces evenly matched. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Chen thrust his spear forward. The long spear, charged with accumulated energy, shot out like a silver dragon, slicing through the magical bird's neck in an instant and severing its head. Whoosh! The lifeless magical bird began to dissipate rapidly. With no foothold left in the air, the Dark Knight twisted his body to avoid the golden light's impact and slammed his greatsword heavily toward the ground.
The shaman, on the other
hand, plummeted directly but used his staff to release wind elemental energy. Surrounded by a whirlwind, his descent slowed, resembling a leaf drifting in the wind. That strike just now was a technique Chu Chen had gradually mastered through
continuous combat. Each battle deepened his understanding of elemental power.
If he could condense energy into the Jade Zhang shield for defense, he could also disperse it into golden light for offense.
The Dark Knight, wielding his greatsword, descended from the sky, landing directly in the Chenyan army's formation. Boom! The knight landed, his greatsword shattering the Chenyan army, sending fragments flying. Chu Chen once again descended onto the Ruochuo Dragon King's back. With a light wave of his hand, the shattered ancient Chenyan army reformed and took shape once more.
The Dark Knight's eye sockets, hidden beneath his armor, ignited with two ghostly blue flames. These two flames flickered suddenly, revealing a
hint of astonishment. Clearly, it was the final guardian beast of the ruins, yet as it looked at the man standing on the dragon's back, surrounded by the ancient Shenyan army and exuding a primal majesty, it couldn't help but feel that this man was the true ultimate opponent here.
This was nothing short of a clash between monsters.
The dragon stood tall on the ground, roaring to the heavens.
Its dragon cry tore through the skies, molten lava surged fiercely, and violent lightning
raged unchecked.
The dense beast tide was shattered by this overwhelming attack, blood splattering everywhere. Two dark figures clashed repeatedly, the giant sword and long spear slicing through the air, elemental aftershocks spreading in all
directions. Cracks covered the ground, and trees in the distance swayed precariously. Everything seemed on the verge of collapse. Howling winds, the stench of blood permeating the air.
The flames of war spread through the forest, accompanied by the
constant crackling of burning wood.
Hidden in the shadows, the crowd held their breath, their bodies feeling as if weighed down by a massive stone.
The aftershocks of this battle were suffocating. Who is that guy? Someone hiding behind a large rock on a secluded hill trembled as they asked.
It was the red-haired man who had previously escaped from Chu Chen's grasp. His condition was dire, his long sword, his life-bound weapon, had been destroyed by Chu Chen, dealing him a
devastating blow.
But the pain no longer mattered.
Watching the battle in the distance, the red-haired man muttered under his breath, "Was I actually fighting this kind of monster before?" Recalling the scene in the underground palace, a chill
ran through his heart. He had actually clashed with an existence of this level. He had fought desperately, yet in that man's eyes, it was probably no more than child's play. Fortunately, he had fled quickly, otherwise, he dared not think further, only wanting to stay hidden and leave the ruins after the battle ended.
Clang!
Chu Chen swung his spear, knocking the giant's sword out of the Dark Knight's hands, and immediately thrust forward again.
The spear tip pierced the
knight's chest, staining his armor red.
The knight staggered backward, unsteady.
His aura was chaotic, and his defeat was only a matter of time.
Unfortunately, that shaman was too troublesome, managing to disappear again under Chu Chen's
watchful gaze. As for the demonic beast hiding in the distant crevice, Chu Chen glanced at it lightly and found it had already been reduced to ashes by the scorching lava. This battle had brought Chu Chen a significant amount of experience, his experience bar visibly increasing by a quarter.
This ends here.
Chu Chen didn't want to drag things out any longer. The continuous fighting had taken a heavy toll. He turned his spear, aiming at the knight's head like a golden lightning bolt, ready to deliver the final judgment to this traitorous servant of the monarch.
Ding! Second legendary quest triggered, adjusting task generation conditions.
Just as the spear tip was about to pierce the knight's head, a system notification
suddenly echoed in his mind. Bang!
The spear tip seemed to collide with an indestructible wall. Though it was less than a millimeter from the knight's head, it could not advance any further. At the same time, the previously dying knight suddenly let out a furious roar, swinging his fist fiercely at Chu Chen. Boom! The immense force struck the jade shield, causing a burst of light to erupt on its surface. The knight's strength had grown even greater, and the impact directly forced Chu Chen to retreat. The Dark Knight's body began to swell, and the air filled with the acrid smell of burning. Puff, the armor on its body turned scorching red, with steam spewing from the gaps in the plates.
Its power had increased once more. Ding! The second legendary quest has officially begun. Defeat the half-demonized Dark Knight to complete the quest. The system's voice rang out again.
Indeed, Chu Chen had reached level 21, entering the third-tier Kaiyuan realm. Each
level up unlocks a legendary quest, and now is the time.
With a fierce shout, the Dark Knight picked up the massive sword from the ground once more, its blade blazing with flames like a fire dragon. The scorching sword energy sliced through the air, leaving a crimson arc as it ferociously struck toward Chu Chen. Chu Chen swiftly dodged, and the massive sword smashed heavily into the ground, creating a deep pit with cracks spreading outward. The soil and rocks on the ground melted under the intense flames. A crimson ring expanded beneath the Dark Knight's feet, forming a fiery domain about 10 meters in diameter. Within the domain, steam billowed, flames danced incessantly, and anything that entered would instantly melt. Chu Chen took a deep breath. This legendary quest was even harder than the previous ones. As his level increased, so did the difficulty. The intense heat within the knight's domain made him feel a tinge of awe. Tianqing still needed time to recharge, and the Tua Dragon King and Gu Chenyan army were busy dealing with the increasing number of demonic beasts. He had to take the challenge before him seriously. Chu Chen closed his eyes, and when he reopened them, golden light shone brightly within. Golden patterns emerged on his exposed skin. The knight let out a low growl, and a fiery tornado swirled around it, causing the surrounding temperature to soar to over 1,000 degrees in an instant. Protected by the jade Zhang shield, Chu Chen transformed into a golden afterimage, breaking through the fiery constraints. His spear slashed downward with great force. The dense rock element traced a golden arc in the air, striking directly at the knight's head. Clang! The knight felt the immense force above its head, its heart tightening as it raised its sword with both hands to block the attack. The spear and the massive sword collided instantly. But this wasn't Chu Chen's main attack. He thrust the white-tasseled spear into the ground, and golden light instantly radiated from his hands and forearms. His 10 fingers became razor-sharp as he swung a heavy punch at the charging knight. Boom! The collision of their fists unleashed a violent shockwave, sending dust flying in all directions. Crack! Crack! The armor on the knight's arm began to fracture, pieces falling off one after another. The knight's eyes widened in shock as it stared at Chu Chen, who remained calm, his golden glowing eyes the only thing piercingly dazzling. Clang! The previous battle had already left the knight severely injured, its energy nearly depleted. Finally, Chu Chen sent it flying with a single punch. Bang! The knight crashed into a rocky cliff, creating a massive crater as dust scattered everywhere. The violent impact blurred the knight's consciousness. Just as it tried to regain focus, a figure emerged from the thick cloud of dust. The demon battle ring on Chu Chen's hand glowed red as he activated the martial skill, true form of the demon fighter. His attack power and speed surged dramatically, and his fists relentlessly pounded the knight's face with such force that the rocky cliff behind it began to tremble. The knight's helmet cracked, blood seeped out, and the once menacing steam now dwindled to faint wisps. But in its desperate state, the knight's remaining energy was ignited. Intense, scalding steam erupted from its body, clinging to Chu Chen's jade seal shield. The searing heat penetrated the shield, causing him slight discomfort. Chu Chen's internal strength was nearly exhausted, and the shield's durability had significantly weakened. Yet, even so, he did not stop. The battle had reached a life-or-death climax. Now, it was a contest of endurance who could hold out until the end. The knight let out a frenzied roar, grabbing Chu Chen's fists tightly with both hands. It used the last ounce of its strength, knowing it was on the brink of death, but determined to drag Chu Chen down with it. The scattered steam began to converge, compressing into its chest. Once the compression was complete, it would unleash a final explosion. You know you're about to die, yet you're still trying to take me to hell with you? Chu Chen felt the immense energy building between them and sighed softly. Sorry, but you'll die alone. The ground suddenly began to quake. The massive rocky cliff behind the knight trembled even more violently than before. The knight suddenly sensed a terrifying force rapidly approaching from above. It wanted to turn and look, but the surrounding rocks trapped it, completely blocking its view. What it didn't know was that the moment Chu Chen had sent it flying, the celestial star had already finished charging. Chu Chen had immediately activated Heaven's Might, and everything that had happened since was merely to stall the knight until the celestial star descended. Summoning the celestial star to land required time, and fast-moving enemies could easily escape during this window. Perhaps when his strength grew further, the summoning speed would increase. The energy in the knight's chest was nearly at its peak, but the celestial star had already struck the rocky cliff above its head. Boom! A massive explosion erupted prematurely, instantly dissipating the energy the knight had accumulated. The blinding light engulfed their figures, and the powerful shockwave swept through the surrounding beast horde. Chu Chen's vision was obscured by the light, and all he could hear were the deafening explosions and the howling wind. In his mind, the system's voice rang out just in time. Ding! Second legendary quest completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, 24. Obtained Geo Archon's Fate Star *1. Obtained Divine Fragment *1. Obtained Weapon 1000 Rock Spear *1. Meanwhile, the group of people hiding in the shadows in the distance were still in shock and hadn't reacted yet, as the figure began to gradually fade away within the ruins. The main beast of the divine ruins was dead, and all outsiders were forcibly sent back to the real world. Chu Chen's body also started to gradually disappear, and the surrounding scenery slowly shifted. The Azdaha, Dragon King and the ancient Thousand Rock Army were both recalled by him. This trip to the ruins left him very satisfied. Not only did he unlock the second Fate constellation, but his level also increased significantly. The experience required for leveling up was growing rapidly, but after completing this legendary quest and slaying a large number of magical beasts, he had only managed to level up 3 times. Of course, what excited him the most was the reward of a new weapon from this quest. The scene before Chu Chen's eyes slowly overlapped with reality. Soon, he was back in his home. Checking the time, it was already 3 a.m. the next day, and the outside was still pitch dark. His original white tassel spear had been battered and broken during the battle with the semi-demonized main beast. But it didn't matter, he had quickly obtained a new weapon. This was the Thousand Rock Spear, a weapon used by the ancient Thousand Rock Army. In fact, Chu Chen had long wanted to test whether he could use the weapons summoned alongside the ancient Thousand Rock Army. He had tried before, but the summoned ancient Thousand Rock Army and their weapons were bound together. If forcibly separated, the ancient Thousand Rock Army would immediately disappear. Now, he finally had a 4-star weapon. Though he wasn't sure how the attributes of this world compared to those in the game. The spear shaft was a deep yellow, the spearhead was black, and the tail was adorned with a coiled dragon design. The dragon's body spiraled along the spear shaft, taking up about 1/3 of its length. Thousand Rock Spear attributes: base attack plus 100, attack power plus 10%, critical damage plus 20%. Weapon skills: resonance. The Thousand Rock Spear resonates with the ancient Thousand Rock Army. For each ancient Thousand Rock Army present, attack power increases by 7%, and critical rate increases by 4%, stacking up to 4 times. Enemy Breaker: when encountering enemies, attack power and defense each increase by 10%. This spear was forged from fragments of the Geospear thrown by the Geo Archon during the Archon War. The spearhead is extremely hard and can pierce through mountains. As a 4-star weapon, the Thousand Rock Spear far surpassed the White Tassel Spear in both attributes and effects. Moreover, the attributes of this spear differed from its settings in his previous life's game. Not only did it enhance 3 attributes, but it also came with 2 weapon skills. Resonance allowed him to coordinate with the ancient Thousand Rock Army in battle, while Enemy Breaker provided additional boosts to both offense and defense. In short, although the White Tassel Spear he had lost was broken, the Thousand Rock Spear immediately made up for it, making him even stronger. Such powerful attributes, and yet this spear was merely forged from fragments of the Geospear thrown by the Geo Archon during the Archon War. This spoke volumes about how formidable the Geospear must have been during that time. Chu Chen understood that, with his current strength, a forged Geospear was still far from reaching that level. However, as his level increased, perhaps he could achieve it? He shook his head with a wry smile, thinking about this. Now was still too early. The most important thing next was unlocking the second Fate constellation, Stonebearer, 8 Desolations. Conceal Jade and Shine second constellation unlock effect. The host can grant an additional layer of Jade Sigil shield to others, and can simultaneously bestow shields on up to 3 additional targets. Shield strength increases with the host's level, and more targets can be unlocked in the future. The energy consumption for adding shields is borne by the host. Jade Barrier Diffusion. The host's mastery of the Geo element deepens, and the condensed Jade Barrier shield not only provides defense but can also be converted into an attack. The host can alter the shield's form, causing its energy to erupt outward, dealing area damage and temporarily reducing the defense of enemies within the range by 20%. The host can also command Jade Barrier shields on other units, choosing between defense or attack mode. The best defense is offense. It can transform into the sturdiest shield or the sharpest weapon. Looking at the system panel where the second constellation was unlocked, Chu Chen couldn't help but be amazed. As expected, The attribute he awakened was that of the Geo Archon, not Zhongli's, and the effects were even stronger than in the game. The first skill that grants shields doesn't require meteorite fall as a prerequisite. As long as it's within the casting range, he can grant shields to others at any time. Additionally, there's the extra Jade Barrier Diffusion skill, which converts shield energy into an explosive area attack. In fact, he had already tried this skill when dealing with the Dark Knight earlier. Now that it's unlocked, he has mastered it more proficiently and can weaken enemy defenses. What surprised him even more was that he could control the shields on others, switching between defense and attack modes at will. What does this mean? For instance, next time he faces a large number of enemies, he could first grant shields to the enemies and then detonate them within their ranks, catching them off guard with a counterattack. In a short time, Chu Chen's strength had taken another leap forward, revitalizing his previously exhausted spirit. No longer feeling sleepy, he walked to the balcony. Although it was summer, the night was cool, and a gentle breeze brushed against his cheeks. It felt like a dream. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, Chu Chen truly felt as if he were in a dream. The city had just experienced heavy rain, and a bright moon rose in the night sky. The air carried the fresh scent of rain-soaked earth, making one feel refreshed and at ease. Thinking about the days ahead, it seemed there was nothing major to do. For now, he can only patiently wait for Xiang Hanhai's special training camp to begin. Apart from that, he could only pass the time idly. As the saying goes, time always flies when you're daydreaming. When Chu Chen snapped back to reality, the horizon was already turning white. The long-lost feeling of sleepiness returned, and he couldn't help but yawn. This was the time when others were waking up, but he was about to drift into dreamland. However, before sleeping, he needed to take a good shower. The continuous battles had left him drenched in sweat, and the evaporation of sweat made him feel particularly uncomfortable. His heart was already eager. Staying in this small town no longer offered anything that interested him. Perhaps only when the special training camp began, and geniuses from all over gathered, would his interest be piqued. Perhaps. 3:10 a.m. in the floating pavilion of the Imperial Capital Academy. This island hovered in the pitch-black night sky, yet its interior was brightly lit. People were constantly coming and going, ascending the pavilion. The conference hall was once again filled with people, some of whom had rushed over in their pajamas. Others hadn't even opened their eyes fully, propping their heads up with one hand while yawning repeatedly. Principal Li Kunlun sat upright in the main seat, dressed formally but wearing slippers. The last time such an important meeting was convened late at night on short notice was over a year ago. An elderly man with silver hair beside Li Kunlun spoke softly. He was wearing a floral shirt and loose beach shorts, with sunglasses on his head, looking as if he were on vacation. Despite his age, he had a strong and muscular build. He was one of the 20 divine-level powerhouses of Jiuzhou, Gongliang Hong. If you have time to chat, why not change your clothes before Hanhai arrives? Li Kunlun glanced at him, seemingly feeling that his outfit was quite inappropriate. I don't want to dress like this either. This is the only day I get to rest all year. I was supposed to be sunbathing on the other side of Blue Star right now, but you all dragged me here, Gongliang Hong complained with dissatisfaction. That was to ask for your help, not to let you go on vacation, Li Kunlun said, shaking his head. Yeah, and after helping, they said I could rest. Gongliang Hong shrugged, leaning back in his chair. I even made plans with 2 girls to help each other apply sunscreen. Before he could finish, a blue light suddenly flashed in an empty seat beside him. Then, a virtual figure appeared. It was Xiang Hanhai. Apologies for keeping everyone waiting. I know this isn't the best time to gather, but there's no choice. Xiang Hanhai's hologram smiled, nodding to everyone around. Hanhai, is it something about Chu Chen again? Li Kunlun asked. Seriously. The mention of Chu Chen immediately drew everyone's attention. That kid again? We've already held 2 top-level meetings about him, and it's only been a few days since the last one. If he keeps this up, he might as well apply for a record. The most individual top-level meetings in Jiuzhou, huh? Gongliang Hong joked. But the others remained silent, their expressions varied. Well, that joke wasn't very funny. Let's continue, Gongliang Hong said, rubbing his nose and shrinking back into his chair. Recently, Chu Chen entered the divine relic. Xiang Hanhai continued, but before he could finish, someone interrupted. The divine relic? Did something happen to him in there? Everyone frowned, as the divine relic was full of unknowns and one of the most dangerous places on the battlefield. If something had happened to Chu Chen in the relic, can't you all trust me? Chu Chen is fine, quite the opposite, actually. You'll understand after watching the edited footage. Xiang Hanhai waved his hand, and the lights in the room instantly dimmed. A clear projection appeared in the center of the conference table. He had selected key moments from Chu Chen's experiences in the relic and edited them into a short film of over 40 minutes. As the footage played, those who had been drowsy gradually became alert. Their expressions shifted from calm to undisguised astonishment. By the time the footage ended, everyone unconsciously took a deep breath. Let's start the discussion, Xiang Hanhai said with a light smile and a shrug, clearly anticipating their reactions. I'll go first. When did that kid learn summoning abilities? Did he undergo a second awakening? Don Lianhong was the first to voice the question on everyone's mind. This question was also what most people were wondering. Let's not rush to discuss those army-like summon creatures. I mean, that, dragon? It's a dragon, right? What's the deal with that? If it weren't for those two big horns, I would have thought it was just a giant toad. I think it resembles the legendary Baxia Moor. The originally quiet conference room suddenly became lively. What it looks like doesn't matter. The key is, did you see its power? That kind of strength, how could it possibly belong to a low-tier summoned beast? The scene returned to the moment when the Ruochuo Dragon King attacked the beast tide. That was not something an ordinary summoned beast could achieve. Principal, what do you think? Xiang Hanhai directed the question to Li Kunlun. As the leader of the divine tier experts, everyone immediately quieted down, waiting for his opinion. We can't rule out the possibility of a second awakening. It could also be that it was present during the first awakening but was only recently activated by Chu Chen, or he has been hiding his strength all along, Li Kunlun said in a low voice. To be honest, Chu Chen's performance so far had intrigued these seasoned veterans. It completely shattered their previous understanding, as if they had entered a whole new realm. Thus, Li Kunlun dared not draw conclusions lightly. Hanhai, what do you think of Chu Chen's current strength? He suddenly asked Xiang Hanhai. When I met him, I felt he should be at late stage tier 2, but I think his true power goes far beyond that. So you're saying he might have already reached tier 3? That possibility can't be ruled out. Xiang Hanhai nodded slightly. In the highest conference room, the atmosphere was suffocating. A silent tension spread throughout the room, and everyone fell silent. They didn't speak, they just stared at the images on the screen. The unknown, that was the feeling in everyone's hearts. From Chu Chen, they saw an unprecedented mystery. So far, his performance had overturned all their perceptions, and the unknown often brought unease. Chu Chen felt to them like an unstable bomb. If used well, it could deliver a fatal blow to the enemy, but conversely, it might explode on them first. In fact, most people had previously intended to nurture Chu Chen, treating him as humanity's hope for the future on the battlefield of myriad races. But now, they began to question whether such an unknown variable was truly something they could control. Xiang Hanhai looked at the silent crowd and couldn't help scratching his head. There's no need for everyone to be so tense. Isn't it normal for anything to happen with a divine tier talent awakener? But he seems to have already exceeded our understanding of heavenly tier awakeners. Someone murmured. Many nodded in agreement with this statement. Human research on awakening has always started from the unknown. What we know now has all been gradually transformed from the unknown into the known. Don't think of things too seriously. Chu Chen's emergence has simply opened up a new field for us. Let's think positively. Gong Lianghong tried to break the heavy atmosphere. But in the past few hundred years, we've never seen anyone reach Chu Chen's level. Watching his footage just now, I couldn't help but feel a sense of majesty about him, someone else said. A natural-born ruler. I had the same feeling when I first met him, Xiang Hanhai chimed in. He's very intelligent, steady in character, highly perceptive. And with a divine tier talent, he's far from ordinary. How should I put it? He's like a destined emperor meant to sit on the highest throne. Don't compare him to other awakeners, not even heavenly tier ones. Other heaven-level awakeners, I think their talents at best reach this level. But Chu Chen, I believe his talent far exceeds the heaven level. It's just that the highest level we've currently defined is heaven level. Xiang Hanhai's words were full of praise for Chu Chen. I've never seen you rate a student so highly.
Are you saying Chu Chen might surpass the heaven level? A cold voice suddenly rang out. A slightly plump middle-aged man slowly stood up. As soon as he spoke, most people in the conference room frowned. Tuoba Lian, one of the few conservatives among the higher-ups, advocated for precaution in all matters. He was also a strong expert in the Kai Tian realm, with awakening abilities related to the mental domain, a figure that often caused headaches. That's right. Do you have a problem with that? Xiang Hanhai's gaze turned sharp, and his tone carried a hint of hostility. Clearly, he had little regard for this conservative faction. The atmosphere in the conference room, which had yet to ease, instantly grew even tenser. Chu Chen is very strong, but he seems to already be beyond our control. I can already sense a dangerous aura emanating from him, and this aura will only grow stronger as he matures. You're right, his potential is unparalleled, enough to overturn the entire battlefield. But the question is, will it benefit us or the myriad races? What exactly are you trying to say? Xiang Hanhai suddenly raised his voice, cutting off the other's slow-paced speech. Chu Chen is growing too fast. It won't be long before his strength reaches a level that instills fear. Isn't that a good thing? The situation on the front lines is tense, and we don't have the luxury of slowly nurturing newcomers, someone questioned. Let me finish. Tuoba Lian adjusted his collar and continued, if he can serve us, then of course it's a good thing, a blessing. But if he turns against us, then it will be a huge problem. What do you mean by serve us? My students are not tools, and neither are the warriors resisting the myriad races. They are living, breathing people fighting for humanity, not machines. Xiang Hanhai's voice was low and resolute. Apologies, I misspoke. What I meant was, based on Chu Chen's current behavior, we can't guarantee he won't stray down the wrong path in the future. Such a terrifying individual, once he steps into the god tier, if he turns his sword against us, who could possibly stop him? Tuoba Lian's lips curled into a cold smile. What I'm suggesting is that while he's still within our control, I could use my abilities to slightly adjust his thoughts, making him less independent and fully obedient to orders. This way, Chu Chen can grow securely, and we won't have to worry about him betraying us in the future. Moreover, I've looked into his background. His parents passed away when he was 3 years old. No one in this world cares about him. This happens to be the perfect condition. Enough. Before Tuoba Lian could finish, Xiang Hanhai's holographic image suddenly stood up, his face twisted with anger. If it weren't just an image, his physical self would have already thrown a punch. Chu Chen is my student now, and I am his protector. He's a good kid, his parents died in an alien invasion, and he harbors a hatred for the myriad races that ordinary people can't comprehend. He would never betray us. Xiang Hanhai's eyes trembled as he spoke. These past few days, he had been tirelessly gathering all the information about Chu Chen from the time Chu Chen was born until now. He had carefully reviewed everything. After meeting Chu Chen, he felt a calm and reassuring aura. Chu Chen was one of the few children he had seen who did not become arrogant and conceited due to awakening his talent. This child was more composed than he appeared. Although the time was short, Xiang Hanhai always felt that Chu Chen was someone he could trust. Tuoba Lian's idea was actually not uncommon. Historically, every country had awakened individuals with considerable strength but a skewed mindset. These people would betray humanity and bring great danger. Killing them was a pity because they were inherently strong, just not properly utilized. Therefore, every country had secret departments that sent high-level mental-type experts to reform these hopelessly lost awakened individuals. On the surface, it was to reduce their autonomy, but in reality, it was to turn them into machines that only obey orders. These killing machines were called death warriors. They were not traditional brave warriors willing to die but soldiers who had lost their consciousness. People without autonomy were no different from the dead. At most, they were just moving corpses. No, you've misunderstood. How could I possibly turn Chu Chen into a death warrior? Once an awakened individual becomes a death warrior, their strength will forever remain at its current level until they truly die. I just want to slightly erase a part of his autonomy. I won't turn Chu Chen into such a machine. He will still be able to think, grow, and Tuoba Lian clearly did not expect Xiang Hanhai to be so angry and react so strongly. But he continued to speak. That is still unacceptable. Xiang Hanhai glanced around, his gaze finally landing on Tuoba Lian. If you, or anyone from your department dares to act, I guarantee you will pay a painful price. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Although it was just a virtual image, the killing intent was terrifying. Hanhai is right. Mental reformation is only used for those who have completely betrayed us. Your proposal is not acceptable. Li Kunlun, who had been silent for a long time, also spoke up. He likewise did not believe Chu Chen would go astray. As a teacher, the best method is to guide students through words and actions, preventing them from losing their way. Forcing others to fight for the country and humanity through external control of their thoughts is merely compressing a spring. The tighter you compress it, the stronger the rebound will be in the future. Others also expressed their opposition. Tuoba Lian had no choice but to sit down dejectedly, muttering under his breath, "I was just making a suggestion." Xiang Hanhai took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and then sat back in his chair. The conference room fell silent once again. By the way, did Chu Chen have an argument with the people from the Holy Light Church in the ruins? Someone suddenly remembered this matter. It's nothing, they provoked him first. If those Holy Light Church guys dare to make trouble over this, they are clearly in the wrong. Li Kunlun shook his head, completely unconcerned. Exactly, if those Western God-worshipping guys dare to cause trouble, I'll make them take off their robes and obediently bow to the three pure ones. Gong Lianghong said with a laugh, trying to lighten the mood. As for Chu Chen, there was no new progress, so naturally, the discussion did not continue. Thus, the meeting quickly came to an end. This meeting ends here. If we want Chu Chen to fight for humanity, we must trust him unconditionally. Doubts at this stage will only divide people and serve no purpose. Li Kunlun announced the end of the meeting with a blank expression. Meeting adjourned. The rather unpleasant meeting finally came to a close. As soon as Li Kunlun finished speaking, everyone stood up and left the pavilion in an orderly manner. Soon, the spacious conference room was left with only Li Kunlun, Gong Lianghong, and Xiang Hanhai. Clearly, they had other matters to discuss. Chu Chen slowly opened his eyes and checked the time. It was already 2 in the afternoon. He sat up in bed, feeling much of his fatigue dissipated after the nap. Chu Chen walked into the bathroom, washed his face briefly, and grabbed a cup of instant noodles to settle his lunch. To balance the nutrition, he added an egg. In the coming days, Chu Chen planned to slow down a bit. After all, he didn't have anywhere else to train for. Now, all he needed to do was wait quietly for the notification and prepare to join the special training camp. And so, the days passed one by one. Over the week, Chu Chen did little besides resting at home, daydreaming, and drinking tea. Until one day, bang, 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 suddenly, there was an urgent knock at the door. It was Mo Shuehan. Before Chu Chen could say anything, she spoke first. Pack your things, it's time to send you to the special training camp. So soon? Chu Chen was surprised. He had thought there would be an advance notice, but plans couldn't keep up with changes. He returned to his room and quickly packed some toiletries and a change of clothes. Unsure of what to bring, he simply put everything he might need into his storage ring. After all, no matter how much he brought, the storage ring made it weightless. Locking the door to his home, Chu Chen glanced instinctively in the direction of Mu Xuewan's house as he went downstairs. At this time, she was probably still at school, studying hard for her exams. It seemed there wasn't even a chance to say goodbye. But it didn't matter, he wasn't leaving for good. Mo Xuehan was the one driving. Chu Chen sat in the passenger seat. He had assumed they would take a train or plane to the special training camp, but the direction Mo Xuehan was driving in wasn't accessible by any of those means. The car eventually stopped at the Awakening Hall. After getting out, Mo Xuehan led Chu Chen toward the rear hall. Although Chu Chen had questions in his mind, he figured Mo Xuehan must have her reasons for bringing him here, so he didn't ask much. As the rear hall doors slowly opened, he stepped inside once again. Inside, a familiar figure had been waiting for some time. It was Xiang Hanhai. Apologies, Chu Chen. I promised to notify you in advance, but the orders from above came so suddenly that there was no time to prepare, Xiang Hanhai said with a smile. It's fine, Elder Xiang. This day was bound to come sooner or later. Staying in Yunhai City was getting boring anyway. I'm more curious about how I'll get to the special training camp. Chu Chen looked around but didn't see any transportation. Unless, he thought, of the space used during the last assessment. Transportation is inefficient and less safe for you all. There's a better method, Xiang Hanhai said, waving his hand. Suddenly, a teleportation vortex tore open in the air. Teleporting directly? Chu Chen looked
at the vortex that had appeared before him, sensing a dangerous aura emanating from within.
Something like that. But before the
official training begins, you'll be given a small trial, Xiang Hanhai said, pulling a small object from his pocket and tossing it
to Chu Chen.
Chu Chen caught it. It was a small compass.
A trial? A test? Of course, it wouldn't be that simple. Chu Chen toyed
with the compass in his hand. Strangely, before the teleportation vortex, the compass needle spun erratically, appearing extremely
unstable. You are humanity's hope. Everyone is looking forward to the remarkable performance of the new generation.
Although your achievements have already shocked the world, there are others as well, Xiang Hanhai sighed and continued, this trial space you're entering this time is similar to the last one, but this time you'll encounter awakened individuals from other regions and
even other countries.
The direction the compass points to is the coordinate, follow it, and you won't get lost. Of course, there will also be dangers along the way, which are part of the test. Xiang Hanhai's voice was low as he handed Chu Chen a pair of lightweight headphones, so light they were almost unnoticeable when worn.
This is a simultaneous translator, it will come in handy
when you meet awakened individuals from other countries, Xiang Hanhai explained.
Once you're ready, go in. Everyone is watching you. In places you can't see, we will protect you.
Xiang Hanhai patted Chu Chen on the shoulder, and Mo Xuehan beside him also
nodded. I understand, Chu Chen nodded. Of course you do. You are the best student.
If you encounter awakened individuals without
ill intentions, it's good to offer mutual assistance.
But if you meet hostile ones, don't hold back, deal with them directly.
Understood, Elder Xiang, Teacher Mo. I'll head in now.
Without hesitation, Chu Chen stepped into the teleportation vortex. Although this wasn't a true farewell, the atmosphere made him feel a bit uneasy. After a flash of light, Chu Chen appeared in an unfamiliar place. It looked like a subway station. However, the surroundings were eerily quiet, with no signs of life except for himself. The silence was so profound that every step he took echoed loudly. He glanced at the compass in his hand and followed the needle's
direction, taking the escalator down.
The lights above flickered intermittently, and the floor was littered with broken scraps of
paper, all blank. It felt like an abandoned subway station, yet the environment seemed oddly new. Chu Chen couldn't figure out how
this trial space operated. Perhaps it directly replicated a real subway station?
After descending the escalator, he came to the turnstiles.
Without any intention of buying a ticket, Chu Chen vaulted over them.
As he continued forward, the lighting grew dimmer.
Accompanied by a piercing screech, a subway train pulled into the station. The doors opened, and the compass needle pointed inside, as if urging him to enter.
The train's interior lights flickered, and it was just as empty as the station.
The atmosphere was eerie, but Chu Chen paid no mind. He boarded the train and found all the carriages empty. With a grating sound, the subway doors slowly closed. Since he was already here, he decided to sit down and rest. As for the dangers, they were surely lurking in the shadows, but he wasn't worried. The subway sped along, and suddenly, the carriages and seats began to age rapidly.
The once pristine
metal surfaces were instantly covered in rust, and a strong stench of decay filled the air, reminiscent of the feeling he had when entering the divine ruins before.
The lights went out completely, plunging everything into pitch darkness with not a trace of light.
It seemed the trial was not only testing combat skills but also psychological endurance. Although he was an awakened individual, for most people, such an eerie environment was far more terrifying than encountering magical beasts in the wild.
Chu Chen wasn't afraid at all.
His eyes began to glow with a dazzling golden light, especially striking in the darkness.
He could feel the
subway vibrating rapidly on the tracks, and suddenly, a rustling sound came from outside the train. Countless subtle sounds arose from outside the train car, signaling that the combat assessment was about to begin. As Chu Chen was pondering this, the sound of stones falling suddenly came from above. A large hole appeared in the roof of the train car, and monsters from outside instantly
charged in.
These creatures resembled giant moths, their bodies entirely black, with forelimbs bearing two blade-like claws imbued
with fierce wind elements.
Their numbers were overwhelming, pouring into the car endlessly, as if there were no end to them.
Chu Chen estimated that at least tens of thousands had entered. As soon as they came in, they flew straight at Chu Chen, emitting a
dense, piercing screech, almost as if in celebration. They swarmed around him, shrieking, much like a tribe of cannibals dancing
around their food. However, Chu Chen didn't rush to attack.
Instead, he first conjured a jade seal shield. The moment the shield appeared, its impact scattered the monsters. Yet, it didn't cause significant damage, and they quickly regrouped, this time their cries turning angry. Clearly, the earlier shock had stopped their dance, and now they were desperately lunging at Chu Chen, intent on tearing him to pieces. But the jade seal shield held firm, completely blocking their attacks. No matter how they clawed at it, they couldn't shake the shield in the slightest. Chu Chen suddenly felt a bit thirsty. He licked his lips and extended the shield's range slightly. Then, he retrieved a tea set, tea leaves, and a pot of hot water from his storage ring, arranging them neatly in front of him. Outside the shield, the monsters' attacks grew even more frenzied, their numbers increasing until they nearly covered the entire shield. Each monster attacked the shield with all its might. Meanwhile, Chu Chen began brewing tea. Tea preparation typically involves attention to the tea set, water, temperature, environment, and mood. He also took out a book on tea brewing techniques from his storage ring. Thus, an amusing scene unfolded. Outside the shield, the monsters were attacking madly, their piercing screams filling the air. Whenever one monster died of exhaustion, another immediately took its place. But inside the shield, Chu Chen was completely engrossed, leisurely reading the book and carefully brewing tea according to its instructions. Once the tea was ready, he crossed his legs, leaned back in his chair, and sipped the tea slowly, all the while contemplating whether to take a nap after finishing his drink. Even though I was mentally prepared, I didn't expect him to be this relaxed. Could it be that the trial is nothing to him? How terrifying. I actually hope there are more strong individuals like him. That's the only way we'll have hope. In a certain conference room, human representatives from various nations sat around a massive table. Projected on the table were numerous screens, each displaying scenes from the trial. Each screen corresponded to a top-tier participant. Most of the attendees' attention was focused on Chu Chen's screen, as his behavior was simply too unique. While other geniuses were engaged in fierce battles, many performing impressively, none were sitting calmly brewing tea like him. In the conference room, the representatives from Kyushu were all beaming with pride, clearly pleased with Chu Chen's performance. On the surface, the nations appeared united, but in reality, there was subtle competition among them. While representatives from other countries offered verbal praise, some couldn't hide their frustration. After all, no one wanted another nation to outshine their own. The ground trembled as the dimly lit tunnel echoed with the screeching sound of the subway grinding against the tracks. The subway gradually slowed down, preparing to arrive at the next station. Sensing the train coming to a stop, Chu Chen casually waved his hand, and the jade seal shield instantly transformed into a sharp offensive force, spreading outward in all directions. In an instant, the densely packed monsters around were sliced into pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Chu Chen quickly set up a new shield to prevent contamination from the blood. Notably, the jade shield's attack easily eliminated the monsters without damaging the subway carriage. It seemed that everything within the trial space was specially reinforced to prevent environmental destruction. After all, this place was meant for others to use as well. Without reinforcement, the terrain would be left in chaos after each trial. Through the window, Chu Chen saw the station entrance lights flickering, just as they had when he boarded. Inside the carriage, however, the lights suddenly brightened. Again for some unknown reason. In the distance, the sound of intense fighting echoed. A figure dashed down the escalator, wielding a spear seemingly forged from ice, followed by a swarm of mouse-sized demonic beasts. The temperature around the figure plummeted sharply, and with each swing of the spear, a large group of beasts was frozen and then shattered into icy fragments. However, the speed at which he killed them couldn't keep up with the endless number of beasts chasing him. They seemed to come in an unending stream. Even as their corpses piled up across the station, more kept appearing. Gradually, the figure began to show signs of fatigue, his breathing growing labored. Sharp ice crystals erupted around him, instantly turning thousands of beasts into shards. Although the beasts continued their pursuit, the attack had bought him a brief moment to catch his breath. He slammed the spear heavily onto the ground. Boom! The icy spear instantly transformed into countless elemental streams that flowed into the ground, forming a towering, thick ice wall in front of him. The wall radiated intense cold. The figure's gaze shifted to the subway car with its open doors behind him. No matter how strange it might be inside, he had no other choice. He began running toward the carriage, while the beasts behind him relentlessly crashed into the ice wall, fearlessly depleting its thickness wave after wave. Crack, crack, boom! The ice wall quickly shattered, and the endless pursuers surged forward.
Once more.
He was just one step away from the subway door, but the beasts had already surrounded him, making it impossible for him to move.
Damn it! A fluent curse escaped his lips as two icy daggers appeared in his hands.
He frantically slashed at the beasts around him. His stamina was rapidly draining, and if this stalemate continued, he would inevitably succumb to exhaustion and be defeated. Just as he was at his wits' end, a sudden golden light flashed around him.
Immediately after, a golden, transparent shield appeared outside his body.
The edges of the shield were surrounded by crystal-like rocks, and the transparent golden light
swirled continuously around him. As soon as the shield formed, it released a powerful shockwave, forcing the attacking beasts to retreat.
The figure was stunned by the sudden change but quickly regained his composure, leaping into the subway carriage.
Bang! The doors slammed shut, leaving the beasts outside helplessly pressed against the glass.
The subway continued moving, and the figure let out a long sigh of relief. Turning his head, he saw a young man sitting not far away, sipping tea.
The man was strikingly handsome, with golden eyes that sparkled and left a lasting impression. At that moment, he was gently blowing on the tea to cool it before taking small sips.
What caught the figure's attention even more was that the young man was also surrounded by a shield identical to his own. Instinctively, he lunged to Chu Chen's feet.
Savior! He reached out, trying to grasp Chu Chen's hand in gratitude, but the shield blocked his action. Chu Chen finally took a closer look at the man in front of him, tall and burly, with handsome features.
His clothes were made of high-quality materials and looked expensive. His face carried an expression of excitement.
However, when his gaze met Chu Chen's, that excitement instantly turned into shock.
His eyes were filled with disbelief, and after trembling for a while, he stammered, Chu
Chen? Hello.
The man in front of him was clearly also from the 9 provinces, so Chu Chen wasn't surprised that he recognized him.
Chu
Chen waved his hand, dispelling the protective shields around both of them. The carriage had now become a safe zone, with no more monsters attacking.
My name is Feng Xiaoqiu, from the Magic City. You're my fan, no.
Feng Xiaoqiu actually pulled out his ID from his pocket, but at this moment, his words were incoherent.
Are you here to join the special training camp too? Chu Chen asked.
Yes. I have a special sequence.
Human-level talent.
Although it's not as good as yours, Brother Chu, it still qualifies me. Feng Xiaoqiu extended his hand again in a friendly gesture.
I've known about you for a long time. I've watched your battle videos over 100 times. I really admire you. The honor is mine.
Chu Chen shook his hand.
Feng Xiaoqiu's hand was still icy cold, as if carrying frost, and it felt bone-chilling. I never thought I'd be saved by you, Brother Chu. You're not just my idol now, you're my savior.
Feng Xiaoqiu seemed very warm and friendly. He sat across from Chu Chen, breathing heavily, clearly exhausted from the earlier battle.
Brother Chu, you like tea?
He suddenly noticed the tea in Chu Chen's hand and immediately pulled out a variety of tea leaves from his storage ring. The tea leaves were exquisitely packaged and clearly valuable.
Judging
by his attire and demeanor, Chu Chen deduced that Feng Xiaoqiu came from a wealthy family.
Here, big brother, let me make you a cup of tea. Feng Xiaoqiu eagerly brewed tea for Chu Chen, all the while praising his battle videos. It was obvious he had ulterior motives. You like tea too? Chu Chen took a sip.
Although the flavor couldn't compare to the tea from Xiang Hanhai's place, it was still rich and far superior to ordinary
tea leaves. Not bad.
Mainly, my dad told me to always bring good stuff when I go out, whether I need it or not.
That way, if I meet someone as respectable as you, Brother Chu, I can share it.
Feng Xiaoqiu continued
to praise Chu Chen while sipping tea. Just call me Chu Chen. No need to be so formal. Helping out earlier was just a small gesture. Chu Chen smiled, not used to such deliberate flattery. It's fine, Brother Chu. My respect is genuine.
It's rare to meet a fellow countryman in such a vast space. We're all on the same side, so why not travel together and look out for each other?
Brother Chu, I have a lot of good stuff stored in my ring, food, drinks, clothes, you name it, I've got it. If you stick with me, you won't have to worry about a thing. Feng Xiaoqiu finally revealed his true intention, to cling tightly to Chu Chen. Alright, let's travel together then. Chu Chen chuckled.
He usually acted alone, and after a long time, it inevitably felt lonely.
Besides, what difference would it make if he refused? Everyone was heading to the same destination, and they all had to take this path.
The subway continued through the dark tunnel, eventually stabilizing, with no more monster attacks. Before long, the screeching sound of brakes echoed again, and the subway began
to slow down.
They were approaching the next station. Chu Chen and Feng Xiaoqiu simultaneously turned their gaze toward the window, wondering what might happen at this station. Surprisingly, the station was very quiet,
with no unusual sounds at all.
"Brother Chu, I'll go take a look."
Feng Xiaoqiu couldn't help but stand up and volunteer. He quietly walked to the door of the train and slowly poked his head out. After confirming
there was no danger, he stepped onto the platform and began to observe his surroundings.
"Brother Chu, come and take a look,"
Feng Xiaoqiu called out.
Chu Chen got off the train and followed the sound, only to see that the subway ahead was completely blocked by a wall.
"How about we try breaking through this wall?"
Feng Xiaoqiu was eager to give it a shot.
"Forget it. Everything here has been specially reinforced, it's clear. They don't want us to pass through," Chu Chen said as he glanced at the coordinates in his hand. The pointer was now pointing toward the elevator exit, no longer in the direction of the subway. The two of them slowly
ascended the escalator. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out completely.
"Ah!"
Feng Xiaoqiu was startled by Chu Chen's glowing golden eyes in the darkness. Chu Chen said nothing, silently casting a protective shield over them.
The light emitted by the shield was enough to illuminate the surroundings.
"Brother Chu, is this your ability?
It feels so safe." Feng Xiaoqiu looked at the shield, and a sense of security immediately
washed over him.
"With this shield, I feel like no monster can stand a chance." He was visibly excited, sensing the immense power within the shield, which brought a calming effect to his mind.
"I'll leave the
upcoming battle to you," Chu Chen said, crossing his arms and flashing a faint smile.
"No problem."
Feng Xiaoqiu summoned an ice spear forged from ice crystals and charged ahead to clear the path.
They stepped off the escalator onto the upper level, still some distance away from the surface.
Swish, swish. The sound of flowing water suddenly came from the walls. "They're here," Chu Chen said, stopping in his tracks as he sensed
the killers hidden in the darkness beginning to stir.
The surroundings were pitch black, and the monsters slowly emerged. Their numbers were unclear, but countless glowing eyes flickered in the darkness.
"Leave it to me, Brother Chu."
Feng Xiaoqiu activated his energy, causing the temperature around them to drop rapidly.
"Ha!"
He exhaled a breath of cold air, and his ice spear swung swiftly. Amid the sharp sound of the wind, a massive frost tornado swirled across the ground. Countless tiny ice crystals shot out in all directions, striking the enemies hidden in the darkness, instantly causing blood to splatter everywhere.
Feng Xiaoqiu's attack enraged the enemies, and they retaliated furiously.
Thousands of figures darted around, emitting sharp screeches, their emotions impossible to decipher. He swung his ice spear, creating sharp arcs of light that instantly cut down the first wave of attackers. Then, he rushed to Chu Chen's side, using the same method to fend off the monsters surging from behind. The enemies attacked relentlessly, their screams growing more
frequent. Thanks to the shield, Feng Xiaoqiu could strike without worry, unafraid of injury.
However, even with the shield, he had to protect Chu Chen while dealing with enemies from all directions, which was still
quite taxing.
Soon, his breathing became labored. "You should focus on yourself first," Chu Chen said, not wanting to push in too hard.
The ground trembled, and thick rock ridges burst forth, forming a dense protective circle.
Although the enemies continued to charge, they were repelled each time by the rock ridges, reduced to mere pools of flesh and blood. Sometimes, sheer numbers don't guarantee victory.
Feng Xiaoqiu was stunned by Chu Chen's immense power, watching him remain so calm.
Seeing it firsthand was the only way to truly grasp this man's extraordinary nature.
Feng Xiaoqiu shook his head, thinking to himself, "Is this guy even human?
There's no point in dragging this out. We have to move forward," Chu Chen said as he walked up to Feng Xiaoqiu. He ignored the enemy's attacks because the shield caused all enemies to automatically avoid him. Watching Chu Chen's back, Feng Xiaoqiu swallowed hard and quickly followed him.
Moving forward, the ground exit was not far away.
The enemies surrounding them had grown so numerous that there was almost no space left. Through the shield, Feng Xiaoqiu could clearly see the monsters clinging to it, with foul green liquid dripping from their mouths, making him nauseous. At the exit, Chu Chen moved his hand, and the jade shield on both him and Feng Xiaoqiu suddenly turned into golden light, spreading outward in all directions. Two powerful forces combined and pushed forward, instantly shattering all the monsters within hundreds of meters around them.
Feng Xiaoqiu opened the door, and they stepped out.
The door slammed shut behind them, completely cutting off the enemy's pursuit. In front of them lay an abandoned city, filled with broken buildings. Skyscrapers had collapsed, doors and windows were shattered. Most of the greenery in the city had been burned away, leaving bare branches devoid of any vitality. The streets were empty, full of desolation and decay.
Bang! Bang! A faint vibration came from beneath their feet.
Feng Xiaoqiu looked around but couldn't find the source of the tremor.
The sound is coming from behind, Chu Chen said, turning around.
The door they had just
closed had disappeared, and a massive figure was walking down the distant street.
It was a giant about 8 meters tall, covered entirely in red armor. Its enormous body resembled a small mountain, and each step caused the ground to tremble.
Is it a magical beast? Its aura is so strong.
Feng Xiaoqiu frowned deeply. The giant exuded an extremely dangerous presence, making him feel like he was in serious trouble.
The giant noticed them as well, stopping in its tracks to observe them silently.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the giant's left hand emitted a dazzling red light, and the abandoned vehicles on the street were lifted into the air by a mysterious force. Hundreds of cars, under its command, hurtled toward Chu Chen and Feng Xiaoqiu.
Damn it!
Feng Xiaoqiu instinctively shielded his head, and a thick ice wall immediately rose around them. However, the top couldn't be protected, and massive rock ridges burst out from the ground. After unlocking the second constellation, Chu Chen could now summon rock ridges that were taller and thicker than before. Ripples of rock elements spread from the center of the ridges, and the falling vehicles were shattered upon contact with the ripples, turning into fragments that scattered to the ground.
It seems to be targeting me.
You stay here and hide, Chu Chen said, gripping the heavy 1,000-rock spear tightly.
The giant's strength far exceeded that of ordinary trainees. Could it be that the difficulty level had been deliberately increased? Chu Chen's figure flashed, rushing to the giant's front.
The spear erupted with terrifying power, striking directly at the giant's head. The giant instinctively raised its two thick arms, emitting a crimson glow. Its armor became thicker and sturdier, and it shielded its face with both hands.
Bang!
A massive impact exploded, and the spear cut through the air like a whirlwind, spreading the force of the attack outward.
Crack! Crack!
The armor on the giant's arms began to fracture, and the spear pierced through like a drill, creating a large hole in its arm.
The impact continued toward the giant's helmet. The giant let out a piercing scream, a sound that was a mix of human and beast.
Feng Xiaoqiu, hiding behind the ice wall, tightly covered his ears. This level of combat was already beyond what he could endure.
Bang! The giant's massive body suddenly fell backward, crashing into a dilapidated building.
Its armor shattered into pieces, and blood flowed like a river.
But the battle wasn't over yet.
Chu Chen, not waiting for the system's experience prompt, charged at the giant again, his spear infused with violent power piercing its chest.
The giant let out a miserable scream, using its last ounce of strength to try to crush Chu Chen.
But it was already powerless to fight back, as the force of the spear continued to pour into its body. The giant struggled for only a few seconds before the massive wound on its chest was exposed, and it finally collapsed.
Feng Xiaoqiu was stunned by the scene.
From the moment Chu Chen made his move to the giant's fall, it had taken only a dozen seconds. If it had been him, he would have already been desperately fleeing for his life.
Chu Chen and Feng Xiaoqiu
continued moving in the direction indicated by the coordinates. As they crossed the street, an intriguing sight appeared before them. The entire city seemed to simultaneously exist in different seasons.
The buildings
and streets ahead were completely covered in snow, with scattered snowflakes drifting in the air. As they approached, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly.
Brother Chu, are you cold? I have a fire element
crystal here, wearing it can keep you warm, Feng Xiaoqiu said, taking out a pendant from his ring. The pendant was embedded with a thumb-sized fiery red crystal, brimming with intense fire elements.
Wearing it could
ward off ordinary cold, making it far more convenient and effective than heavy winter clothing. Of course, it wasn't cheap. Such a crystal of this size would cost around 150,000 to 200,000 on the market.
Feng Xiaoqiu
himself had awakened the ice element, which made his physique not only unaffected by cold environments but also thrive in them, allowing him to better harness elemental power.
Don't worry, I'm fine. Just take care of yourself. Chu Chen declined the offer. As the Rock King Emperor, he was naturally endowed with a robust physique.
In his current state, ordinary cold and heat had no effect on him.
The two stepped onto the snowy
ground, producing crunching sounds as they walked into the icy ruins. In a certain part of the ruins, the cold was even more piercing than elsewhere.
Heavy black clouds pressed down on the sky, snowflakes danced
wildly in the howling wind, and the snow on the ground had become unusually thick. Yet the snow, which should have been pristine white, was mostly stained with filthy blood.
corpses of various monstrous beasts lay scattered chaotically on the ground, many almost completely buried by the snow. The fierce wind blew so hard that it was difficult to keep one's eyes open. A tall, burly figure stood in the snowfield, letting out a frenzied roar. It was a humanoid beast with bluish skin, most of its body exposed except for its head and vital areas, which were covered with thick white fur. It pounded its chest with its strong hands, emitting deafening roars that instantly shattered the surrounding snow. Immediately afterward, humanoid beasts of the same kind crawled out from beneath the thick snow, some still devouring other corpses. Their crimson eyes covered their faces, and even their arms, chests, and thighs were grotesquely covered with eyes, making them nauseating to behold. Not far away, the roars of these beasts reached Chu Chen and Feng Xiaoqiu's ears, and a sense of danger surged in their hearts. The aura is so strong, there's a terrifying creature nearby. Feng Xiaoqiu frowned, gripping his ice spear tightly and assuming a combat stance. Brother Chu, should we take a detour? He asked, turning to Chu Chen. Just from the sound alone, he could tell the opponent was not to be trifled with. It's useless. They're clearly coming for us. Chu Chen shook his head, sensing a dense aura rapidly approaching. Not only that, but the enemy was clearly strategic, forming a large circle that gradually shrank, preparing to surround them. The snow fell heavier, the howling wind obscured most of their vision, and the sound drowned out the movements of the approaching enemies. Feng Xiaoqiu felt like he and Chu Chen were a fragile little tent swaying in a blizzard, or a small boat struggling against fierce winds and waves. However, only he was this tense. Chu Chen remained calm and composed, standing with his arms crossed, completely unbothered. Seeing Chu Chen's demeanor, Feng Xiaoqiu felt slightly reassured. After all, in the world of survival, the most important thing was having a keen eye and clinging to a strong ally. Unfortunately, the shield Chu Chen had given him earlier had been detonated at the exit leading to the surface. If he still had the shield's protection, he would feel much more confident now. The sky darkened, and suddenly, countless red eyes lit up all around them. A strong sense of danger surged into Feng Xiaoqiu's mind. Judging by the sheer number of eyes, the enemy's numbers far exceeded his expectations. Chu Chen also curiously glanced around. These beasts didn't seem very intelligent, yet they managed to form an orderly encirclement, indicating that there must be a leader commanding them. Sure enough, a commotion arose within the beast horde as they parted to create an opening. A massive snowfield giant lumbered forward, swaying as it approached them. TSK. This one looks even tougher than the giant from earlier, and with so many minions, isn't this test a bit over the top? If anyone else encountered this, who besides Brother Chu could handle it? Feng Xiaoqiu felt his scalp tingle. The difficulty of the test far exceeded his imagination. No, the difficulty isn't excessive. They tailor the challenge based on each individual situation. Chu Chen shook his head and continued. I suspect that because you teamed up with me, they've classified us as a team, so naturally, they wouldn't test us with a solo difficulty level. Of course, that's just my guess. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoqiu felt a bit helpless. He had initially thought that sticking close to Chu Chen would make the test easier. Now it seemed far from simple. The snowfield giant stared at the two surrounded individuals, a cold smile appearing on its face. Beasts of its strength typically possessed some level of intelligence and had begun to think for themselves. This set them apart from ordinary beasts that still behaved like wild animals. Before being inexplicably dragged into this space, it had been wandering in some ruins. Its two favorite things to do were defeating other beasts in the ruins to become their king and, when encountering weak humans like the ones before it, not killing them immediately but slowly tormenting them. The snowfield giant let out a low growl, and the surrounding beast horde began to stir. As their leader, it naturally wouldn't be the first to attack. Commanding its subordinates to tear the enemies to shreds was the scene it wanted to witness. They're about to attack. Feng Xiaoqiu gripped the ice spear in his hand tightly. The ice element within him caused the surrounding temperature to plummet, and the snowflakes around him gradually transformed into sharp ice crystals. These crystals turned into invisible blades in the cold wind, ready to shred any creature that stepped into their domain. All's fair in war, and it's good to get some practice now and then. Just as the beast horde began their assault, the ground beneath Chu Chen's feet suddenly shook violently. The sudden strange noise made the snowfield giant feel uneasy, and he immediately ordered his subordinates to speed up. A giant beast wielding an iron axe charged out, swinging the axe as it leaped above Chu Chen, preparing to strike down heavily. Bang! But in the next moment, a massive rock behind Chu Chen suddenly rose from the ground, quickly condensing into a fully formed thousand rock soldier. The Thousand Rock Soldier, holding a massive spear, pierced the giant's chest before its attack could land. Blood gushed out violently, and with a powerful shove, the Thousand Rock Soldier sent the giant's corpse flying dozens of meters away. This sudden turn of events shocked all the creatures present, except Chu Chen. Then, more Thousand Rock Soldiers emerged from the ground. They gathered around Chu Chen, holding spears and forming a formation, their overwhelming aura instantly spreading in all directions. The Beast Horde's planned offensive was immediately suppressed. The Snowfield Giant's body began to tremble slightly. He realized that Chu Chen was also a leader, but the aura of his soldiers completely overshadowed his own. How is this possible? Feng Xiaoqiu's eyes widened as he stared at the towering Thousand Rock Soldiers, feeling a bit stunned. Were these summoned by Chu Chen? Each one had an aura far surpassing that of ordinary beasts. Not only was Chu Chen incredibly powerful himself, but he could also summon so many formidable soldiers. In that case, what chance did anyone else have? A deep sense of defeat quietly crept into Feng Xiaoqiu's heart. However, he quickly felt a sense of relief. At least he had encountered Chu Chen in the ruins. If he wasn't strong enough himself, it didn't matter, he could still profit by being a venture angel investor. As long as he performed well, he could later boast, "Chu Chen is my big brother," and walk with confidence. Having figured this out, Feng Xiaoqiu resolved to perform well, gripping his ice spear tighter as powerful energy began to surge within him. Frost formed into armor that covered his entire body, and with a wave of his hand, ice crystals in the air spread toward the beast horde amidst the raging wind. Just as he was about to charge into the enemy ranks for a killing spree, he suddenly remembered something and awkwardly turned to look at Chu Chen. Brother Chu, could you give me a shield? Chu Chen waved his hand, and the Jade Zhang shield reappeared on Feng Xiaoqiu's body. Alright, now I'm feeling it. Feng Xiaoqiu turned into a blur, freezing everything in his path. The battle erupted instantly, but only Chu Chen and the Snowfield Giant remained standing in place, facing off. The Snowfield Giant slowly drew a katana from behind his back, its slender blade forming a stark contrast to his burly frame. His fingers gently wiped the blade, his movements precise. Beasts with newly awakened intelligence learn quickly. Perhaps he had seen someone do this before. The giant slowly bent down, placing the blade at his waist in preparation for a draw. Amidst the howling wind came the sound of his heavy breathing, the killing intent growing stronger, as if he intended to launch a sudden attack without warning. He traced a long arc in the air, channeling all his power into the tip of the blade, preparing for an explosive strike. This attack was incredibly fast and immensely powerful, but when the giant swung his blade at Chu Chen merely raised his spear lightly, effortlessly blocking the attack. The Thousand Rock Spear resonated with the surrounding Thousand Rock Soldiers, amplifying its attributes. Chu Chen didn't even bother to activate his shield, he simply wanted to crush his opponent with the strongest attack, completely unconcerned about whether he would get hurt. Clang, 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 the rhythmic sound of cold weapons clashing echoed. No matter how hard the Snowfield Giant swung its blade, Chu Chen easily blocked it. His seemingly casual movements repeatedly stopped the opponent's attacks completely. The disparity in strength was immense, and the giant's eyes trembled incessantly. For the first time, this calm and composed man made it feel powerless. The giant was utterly shocked. In the past, it was the strongest king in the ruins, commanding all magical beasts. Even after inexplicably entering this unfamiliar space, it had relied on its overwhelming power to reassemble a force loyal to it. It had always been the hunter, and all its past opponents were merely prey. But now, the roles were reversed. The human before it was the hunter, and it was nothing more than dangerous prey. Bang! As the samurai sword in the giant's hand shattered, Chu Chen swiftly rotated the spearhead, thrusting it straight toward the opponent's heart. The aura of death erupted from the tip of the spear, and the giant instinctively dropped its broken weapon, desperately shielding itself with its arms. A phantom shield suddenly appeared. Boom! The shield was quickly shattered by Chu Chen's attack, and the giant roared in pain, tilting its head back as if calling for reinforcements. You know you can't beat me. Making such a commotion before dying is just your attempt to attract other creatures to help you fight me, isn't it? Chu Chen chuckled, his spear piercing the giant's heart without hesitation. Clean and decisive, he severed the last thread of life from his opponent. Take down the leader first to crush the enemy's will to fight. The Snowfield Giant's beast horde instantly fell into chaos, losing their fighting spirit. They scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. But under the pursuit of the Chenyan army and Feng Xiaoqiu, the ragtag group was quickly annihilated.
The city gained more corpses, but the howling blizzard soon buried them.
Brother Chu, you're so cool. Feng Xiaoqiu exclaimed in admiration as he jumped back after finishing off the enemies. That guy exposed this location's coordinates before dying. Who knows what else might come here? Let's leave this place and find somewhere to eat, Chu Chen said, feeling a bit hungry. Calculating the time, he realized he'd been in this space for quite a while and indeed needed to replenish his energy. No problem. I brought the freshest and best ingredients, along with a grill and seasonings. Let's have a barbecue in the snowstorm. Feng Xiaoqiu, also feeling his stomach growl at the mention of food, quickly agreed. Chu Chen waved
his hand to recall the Qianyan army and was about to find a safe place to rest when he suddenly sensed, through his resonance with the earth, 4 powerful forces rapidly approaching. They were clearly heading in their
direction. Brother Chu, why aren't you moving?
Feng Xiaoqiu, who had already walked more than 10 meters away, asked in confusion. Soon, he too saw 4 figures emerging from the snowstorm.
They appeared human, dressed in neat clothing, clearly not magical beasts.
When the 4 figures fully revealed themselves, they were 3 men and 1 woman, all dressed in matching black uniforms. Leading them was a man with a typical
Fusang samurai hairstyle.
He looked about the same age as Chu Chen but had a beard and carried a black katana at his waist, clearly a Fusang Ronin.
Brother Chu, they're Fusang awakened ones.
Feng Xiaoqiu whispered. To Chu Chen, the leader is called Sato Ryuhei. He's a heavenly level awakened one from a special sequence and has been famous for a long time. As soon as Feng Xiaoqiu finished speaking, Sato Ryuhei opened his mouth.
Chu Chen.
He spoke in Fusang language, his tone unable to hide his excitement. The translation headset synchronized and transmitted the words into Chu Chen's ears.
I didn't expect to meet you here. You're Chu Chen, right? I've remembered your face. I want to face you in a duel.
Sato Ryuhei exuded a strong fighting spirit, his hand already resting on the hilt of his sword, ready to strike at any moment. They had rushed over upon hearing the giant's final roar, not expecting to encounter Chu Chen here. Chu Chen hadn't anticipated that Sato Ryuhei would challenge him to a duel right away. He had heard that the Fusang people were all combative and a bit unhinged, but this was his first time experiencing it firsthand. Your reputation precedes you, and your strength speaks for itself.
Mr. Chu Chen, I trust you wouldn't mind a friendly match with me,
Sato Ryuhei said firmly. He was well aware that this assessment was being closely watched by various nations. Every awakened individual here not only represented themselves but also their respective countries.
Feng Xiaoqiu leaned in and whispered, Brother Chu, this guy is famous not just because he's strong, but because he's a battle maniac. If he sets his sights on you, he won't let go unless you agree to spar with him. We've got trouble on our hands. Trouble? At first glance, it does seem like a bit of a hassle, but in the end, wouldn't agreeing to his request solve it?
Chu Chen found himself addicted to saying in the end.
Ever since he first said it amusingly, he couldn't help but keep using it. Well said, Chu Chen. I knew you wouldn't refuse. Only cowards would avoid a fight. Sato Ryuhei's eyes lit up, and he continued, but since this is just a sparring match, let's keep it to the point.
I hope we can focus on a technical exchange. We can imbue our weapons with elemental power, but only cold weapons are allowed, no other skills.
I've watched your battle footage, and your marksmanship is indeed impressive.
This sparring match is mainly to witness your gun skills, so I hope you'll accept these terms. The 3 people behind Sato Ryuhei frowned slightly upon
hearing this.
Although Sato Ryuhei always insisted on sparring with martial skills alone, they were still worried that Chu Chen might accidentally summon a meteor to crush them. After all, Sato Ryuhei's swordsmanship wasn't yet at the level where it could slice through meteors. They still vividly remembered the scene of Chu Chen summoning a celestial star, something they couldn't possibly contend with.
Alright, I accept your
terms, but I won't use my gun skills to spar with you. Chu Chen agreed, but when he said he wouldn't use his gun, everyone was stunned.
The Chu Chen they knew always fought with his exceptional marksmanship. If he wasn't using a gun, then what would he use?
Seemingly noticing everyone's confusion, Chu Chen used his pyroclastic forging ability to casually create a single-handed sword-shaped weapon.
The Rock King Emperor was
proficient in all kinds of weapons, and ever since gaining the all-weapon mastery bonus, Chu Chen had only tried archery once and hadn't experimented with other weapons. This was the perfect opportunity to spar with a
Fusang awakened individual using a sword. A sword technique? That's even better.
Sato Ryuhei became even more excited, as he had always pursued the pinnacle of swordsmanship.
Let's do it here. Don't waste time. I
Still need to eat after this sparring match. Alright. Red flames began to emerge from Sato Ryuhei's body, clearly indicating that his awakening ability was related to fire. The flames slowly coiled around the blade of his sword. What were originally wild and violent flames became incredibly calm in his hands. Without any glaring brightness, the flames were precisely controlled. Chu Chen nodded in approval at the sight. The opponent is indeed skilled. This sparring match won't be boring. Intense heat quickly spread as Zhuojiang Longping's long blade suddenly swung out. His speed was incredibly fast, making it impossible for an ordinary person to track his movements. The blizzard also helped obscure most of the view. Although his blade was engulfed in flames, the moment it was unsheathed, the firelight instantly retracted to the blade, eliminating the possibility of tracking him by the glow. Feng Xiaoqiu clenched his fists. This was a pure test of skill. Chu Chen did not use a shield for protection. This was a duel of physical strength and cold weapons. Feng Xiaoqiu had no idea how Chu Chen would react. From his perspective, Zhuojiang Longping's figure was invisible, and he couldn't discern his blade techniques or movements. In other words, he had no idea where the attack would come from or how it would strike. The fierce wind drowned out sound, and the blizzard obscured vision. Yet Chu Chen stood motionless, the tip of his single-handed blade still pointing to the ground. This completely exposed his weakness. Apart from the few spectators present, the audience observing in the conference room grew tense. Zhuojiang Longping has been practicing blade techniques since childhood, and after awakening, he seamlessly combined his skills with his abilities. Pure blade combat is his advantage. I really don't understand why Chu Chen isn't using a gun. He's confronting the opponent's strength with his own weakness, and now he's not even defending. It's so strange. Zhuojiang Longping is known for a famous assassination blade technique, a deadly surprise strike. The blizzard environment gives him a natural advantage. The audience buzzed with discussion, finding it more thrilling than any movie. Finally, Zhuojiang Longping's figure emerged from the storm. He slid past an abandoned building and slashed toward Chu Chen. This was the Keisagiri, known in Fusang as Or. He first concealed himself and his blade with his movements, making it impossible for the enemy to see the attack. Then, he instantly drew his blade, slashing diagonally from the opponent's shoulder downward. The blade's path curved like the neckline of a monk's robe. Flames burst forth from the blade again, the red firelight strikingly vivid. He was no longer afraid of exposing himself. As the blade rapidly approached, Chu Chen suddenly countered. He swung his blade upward, the motion completely opposite to Zhuojiang Longping's. This move was called reverse Keisagiri. The two long blades collided. Instantly, sparks flying everywhere. The firelight on Longping's blade was dazzling, and the heat waves spread outward, instantly melting the snow within 100 meters. Despite the intense heat, Chu Chen's defense remained as solid as a rock, and the two were momentarily locked in a stalemate. Although they seemed evenly matched, Longping's expression grew increasingly serious. Whether it was the regular Keisagiri or the reverse, his goal was always a fatal strike. If the stalemate continued, the regular Keisagiri would have the advantage, as it slashed downward, benefiting from natural strength and angle. In contrast, Chu Chen's reverse Keisagiri, swinging upward, was far more strenuous for sustained combat. What shocked Longping even more was that Chu Chen was wielding his blade single-handedly, showing no signs of fatigue on his face. An unprecedented pressure rose from deep within Longping's heart. At this moment, he felt as if he were striking a towering mountain, unable to move it no matter how much force he exerted. Golden rock elements began to adhere to Chu Chen's blade. Bang! A powerful force erupted from the blade, directly breaking Longping's attack. Caught off guard, Longping's long blade flew from his hand, suspended in midair. He was momentarily empty-handed. But flames quickly engulfed his hands as he lunged fiercely at Chu Chen, rapidly closing the distance. Grabbing Chu Chen's blade with both hands, he executed the Yagyu Shinkidryu technique of disarming an opponent bare-handed. In Kyushu, this move is called catching a blade bare-handed, a technique to seize a weapon without using one. However, he underestimated Chu Chen's strength. No matter how much force he exerted, he couldn't wrest even a fraction of power from Chu Chen's grip. Meanwhile, Chu Chen's blade was already poised for the next wave of attack. A strong sense of danger instantly enveloped Longping. He retreated rapidly, catching his returning long sword. In the next moment, Chu Chen swung his blade, a simple, brutal strike without any flourish, relying solely on explosive power pushed to its limit. Longping hastily blocked, but the immense force left his hands numb.
The residual force of the first strike hadn't dissipated when the second strike followed immediately. Bang! 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 A series of relentless attacks came one after another, each strike heavier than the last.
Long Ping's body was forced to retreat repeatedly. He had no choice but to defend. Chu Chen's movements were swift and precise, each strike targeting a vital point. Overhead slashes,
horizontal sweeps, downward chops, heavy blows, rapid thrusts, every move was lethal. Clang!
With a final resounding crash, Long Ping's long sword shattered. As the blade disappeared, Chu Chen's sword edge was already
at his throat. Stopping just 1 centimeter away, Chu Chen withdrew the force from his blade.
Otherwise, even without piercing, the residual force of the blade would have been fatal.
I lost. Long Ping's eyes widened as he admitted defeat in shock. He fully realized that he had been utterly powerless to fight back just now.
The weapon formed from solid rock in Chu Chen's hand dissipated into elemental stone.
Well done. That was incredible. Chu Chen truly lives up to his reputation.
Suddenly, the surrounding crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Various languages, translated through simultaneous interpretation devices, reached
Chu Chen's ears.
He looked around and found that, at some point, a considerable number of people had gathered. These were all trainees from the special training camp, awakened individuals from different countries. Whoosh! Long Ping exhaled slowly, bowing slightly.
This sparring session has taught me a lot. Thank you, Chu Chen. Long Ping's reaction pleased Chu Chen.
At least the other party could admit defeat gracefully, even though the commotion had drawn quite a crowd. Scanning the diverse faces in the audience, Chu Chen noticed that some people seemed eager to challenge him next.
Forget it. Chu Chen waved his hand and walked off into the distance. Let's go eat first.
Yes, Brother Chu.
Feng Xiaoqiu's admiration for Chu Chen deepened after witnessing the pure contest of strength.
When he called him Brother Chu, his tone was more emphatic,
as if to declare to those around him, "See? This is my big brother."
After all, being able to associate with someone this strong was truly fortunate.
Chu Chen had no intention of continuing to spar. Many in the crowd
sighed in disappointment, but there was nothing they could do. They were still in the trial space, where hidden dangers lurked everywhere.
Most people were focused on the challenges ahead.
As Chu Chen walked farther away, the onlookers gradually dispersed. Before long, only Long Ping and a few of his companions remained at the scene. Staring at the broken fragments of his short sword on the ground, Long Ping pondered for a moment, before bending down to pick up the scattered pieces. In a spacious conference room, everyone sat in silence, the air heavy with tension.
This outcome is truly unexpected. A middle-aged man in military uniform,
adorned with stars, was the first to break the silence. I originally thought Chu Chen's strongest asset was his awakened skill, but I didn't expect his inherent strength to be so formidable.
Overall, Chu Chen once again redefined everyone's perception of him. Ladies and gentlemen, the changes this year are too significant.
If we continue with the originally planned difficulty for these newcomers' trials, it might not be challenging enough. An elderly man with white hair spoke slowly.
What do you mean?
As the future of humanity, we must let them experience blood and fire in advance, confront their inner fears.
But judging by the
current performance of most of them, the difficulty we previously set clearly underestimated them.
The old man smiled faintly. If the trial is too simple, it won't leave a lasting impression. They must feel the
necessary setbacks and pressure. Only by going through these experiences will they avoid unexpected situations when they step onto the battlefield in the future.
So, why not raise the difficulty to the highest level? Recently, we captured a batch of mutated beasts. Why not use them to replace the ordinary beasts in the trials?
After he finished speaking, everyone fell into deep thought.
I think it's feasible. Trials that cause
no harm are meaningless. The key is to ensure their growth and gains. Moreover, this space is entirely under our control, so there's no need to worry about accidents.
I agree as well. The old man's proposal gained the support of most people.
They needed to know the limits of this group of hopefuls. Without experiencing storms, tender seedlings are prone to leaving fatal flaws in the future.
In that case, let's prepare to adjust the difficulty within the space.
The people inside the space were still unaware that the danger had quietly escalated, becoming even more terrifying. A snowstorm enveloped the outside world, and it was already nighttime within the space, with the sky and earth shrouded in darkness.
In a dilapidated building, the firelight illuminated everything.
A barbecue grill, ingredients, seasonings, stove, spatula, everything
was fully equipped.
The abandoned house had been transformed into a complete kitchen. Chu Chen was stunned as he looked on. Feng Xiaoqiu had brought an astonishingly comprehensive array of items. Under the flames, the perfectly marbled beast meat was slowly roasting, sizzling as the oil dripped along the grain of the meat, releasing an irresistible aroma.
Brother Chu, this meat isn't ordinary beast meat, it's from a leader level. Magical beast. It's more tender and flavorful than the usual kind.
Feng Xiaoqiu spoke, almost drooling. Just from the smell, Chu Chen's stomach began to growl. Clearly, every item Feng Xiaoqiu had brought was
of top-notch quality. Before long, the roasted meat turned golden and glossy, cooked to perfection.
Brother Chu, try it. The moment it entered his mouth, the rich aroma of the meat exploded, fiery and intense. The meat, tempered by the flames, paired with perfectly balanced seasonings, achieved a flawless harmony of flavors, both fragrant and retaining its original taste. The outer layer was crispy, while the inside was tender
and smooth, salty and savory. One bite brought an instant wave of satisfaction throughout the body.
As I write this, I'm getting hungry myself. After feasting heartily, both Chu Chen and Feng Xiaoqiu were satisfied.
Smiles. Brother Chu, now that we're full, let's get some sleep and set out again tomorrow. Feng Xiaoqiu yawned and surprisingly pulled out 2 beds from his ring. Outside, the snowstorm intensified, piling up. Halfway to the door,
suddenly, the ground began to tremble slightly. Danger had arrived.
The disturbance caught the attention of the two.
Chu Chen chuckled lightly. Your wish won't come true.
Get ready for battle.
The jade seal shield instantly enveloped the two, and Chu Chen leapt onto a nearby 50-meter-high building to observe. Eye in the sky, dense black shadows fluttered.
They vibrated their transparent wings, resembling
various insects but several times larger in size. Wherever there were trainees, the ground trembled. A crisis was imminent.
Brother Chu, look!
Feng Xiaoqiu shouted. A massive beast, resembling a giant mantis, hovered
in the air. On its back stood a figure in a black robe, holding a staff. Beneath the robe, a skeletal skull was exposed.
The skeleton raised its staff, and several silver-white bolts of lightning shot rapidly toward
Chu Chen.
The lightning was fierce, not only targeting Chu Chen but also spreading quickly, transforming into pillars of lightning that crashed in all directions.
Boom!
At the points of impact, flames shot skyward,
and the explosions were deafening.
The oncoming lightning was unstoppable, carrying an awe-inspiring force as it closed in on Chu Chen in an instant.
Countless bolts struck the jade shield protecting him, creating
ripples but failing to harm him in the slightest. In the air and on the ground, the beasts continued their rampage.
Jagged rock spines erupted from the earth, shaking the surroundings. Chu Chen could hear the constant
rumbling from all directions, and the dazzling lights of various colors stood out in the dim world. Other awakened ones were also engaged in fierce battles with the suddenly appearing beasts.
These smaller monsters were not Chu Chen's focus.
Although the aura of the beasts this time was significantly stronger than before, it was not enough to truly concern him. His gaze was locked on the skeletal mage in the distant sky, glaring
menacingly.
That was the true leader. Seeing that Chu Chen's shield remained unscathed, the skeletal mage raised its staff again.
The rapidly flowing water around it began to converge. In an instant, the water transformed into various weapons, and countless water blue blades surged toward Chu Chen like a tidal wave.
The water attacks merged into a continuous giant wave.
Chu Chen stood at the center of the tide, like a rock, standing firm amidst a tsunami. Next, the skeletal mage launched a dense lightning attack.
Silver-white arcs of electricity intertwined with the water waves, instantly enveloping the blue-white currents in lightning,
creating an immense pressure.
The combined forces surrounded Chu Chen tightly and closed in on him rapidly. Facing this unavoidable onslaught, Chu Chen manipulated the jade shield to change its form.
In an instant, the defensive energy transformed into an offensive force, turning into a golden blade that countered the inward pressure with a reverse strike. Boom!
The two opposing forces collided violently.
The power of the
jade shield continuously shattered the incoming water currents, and the lightning was forcefully repelled. The attack was broken almost instantly, and the residual force of the shield continued to spread outward. The skeletal mage was greatly shaken, clearly not expecting the situation to turn out this way. It hurriedly waved its staff, conjuring a golden shield in front of itself, but it was still torn apart by Chu Chen's
residual force in an instant. However, that force was also dissipated.
Before it could breathe a sigh of relief, Chu Chen had already appeared before it in a flash.
The skeletal mage hadn't even figured out what had
happened when fear filled its heart. The 1,000 rock spear pierced through its frame with a sudden thrust. The leader of the skeletal army collapsed with a resounding crash, utterly defeated.
Having eliminated the leader-level beast, Chu Chen's momentum remained undiminished.
With a twist of his spear, he thrust it directly at the massive mantis below.
The giant beast's body was far less sturdy than a mountain. With a single
thrust, it exploded into a spray of blood and flesh. Chu Chen immediately returned to the highest rooftop, overlooking the endless waves of enemies surging from all directions, densely packed and rolling like tides over the snow-covered ground. Below, Feng Xiaoqiu was entangled in battle with the beasts. With the assistance of the jade barrier shield and the rock ridge, his movements were swift and efficient, appearing completely
at ease. When one no longer clings to defense, their offense becomes overwhelmingly fierce. Each of Feng Xiaoqiu's strikes could kill dozens of beasts, and this feeling of focusing solely on offense was addictive.
However, his stamina was limited, and as time went on, the enemies gathered in greater numbers, and he grew increasingly fatigued.
Ding!
Extra mission triggered. Kill the late-stage Tier 3 leader class variant, Royal
Guard. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out.
Feng Xiaoqiu saw a golden pillar of light rise in the distance. It was a coordinate, just like when searching for the Ruochuo Dragon King last time, with the system
thoughtfully marking the destination.
Chu Chen had no reason to refuse. Late-stage Tier 3, a variant leader, dangerous, but with rich rewards.
Staying here any longer was meaningless.
He hurled the 1,000-rock spear. The spearhead pierced through a low-tier leader. His eyes, once dim, gradually turned brilliant, his golden pupils dazzling and radiant. Feng Xiaoqiu suddenly felt a bright light overhead, as if the sun had risen again. He looked up, but the sky remained dark, and the blizzard still raged on. When he lowered his head, the golden light shone over him again, even brighter than before. When he looked up once more, oh my god!
The snowflakes
that had been swirling in the sky suddenly vanished, and a massive black hole hung overhead. Golden clouds swirled into a vortex, and a colossal celestial star fell from beyond the heavens. It's here! It's here! In the conference room, everyone stared intently at the scene unfolding in the space, shouting excitedly.
They enlarged the screen showing Chu Chen and quietly admired this breathtaking moment.
It's so beautiful.
Shining like gold.
The most beautiful things are often the most dangerous. Explosions are practically an art form, and now it's more like aesthetics.
Everyone was full of praise.
The difficulty had been raised. Just to witness Chu Chen unleash this earth-shattering strike again. Crates of drinks and food were brought in from outside. It was mealtime. Here, everyone received their food and ate while focusing intently on the
upcoming scene.
It was as comfortable as watching a movie, but to them, this moment was more thrilling than any film. The golden celestial star trembled slightly, surrounded by crimson flames, dragging a long tail as
it transformed into a blazing sun, illuminating the entire night sky.
The scene was stunning. The golden light pierced through the pitch-black night, but it also carried immense destructive power.
Everyone held their
breath, staring at the celestial star as it descended.
In an instant, a high-temperature explosion of over 10,000 degrees erupted, and a violent shockwave swept through everything around it. The conference room fell into a deathly silence.
No one made a sound, everyone silently watched.
It was a heart-stirring judgment.
It's as if a god casually waved their hand and issued a decree of destruction.
It was a long time before anyone reacted.
The oppressive force emitted by the massive celestial star was so palpable that even through the screen, they could feel it clearly.
With such a wide range of power, are we sure it won't
accidentally harm the other trainees nearby? Someone suddenly asked. The previously lively atmosphere instantly turned cold. Silence spread through everyone's hearts.
Damn it! Some staff members immediately grew
nervous, shouting in a panic, sweat pouring down their faces. The scene just now was so overwhelming that they almost forgot there were other trainees around.
Such terrifying power, let alone accidental injuries, it seemed as though not even a trace was left behind.
It must be noted that every trainee in this space was part of a special sequence, their value immeasurable.
If something truly went wrong, they couldn't even begin to imagine the consequences.
Humph, a bunch of kids, so unreliable. Don't worry, the nearby trainees are fine. Just as everyone was on the verge of panic, the white-haired elder spoke again.
Don't forget your jobs. You're not here just to be spectators. You must always monitor every trainee and ensure their safety. Looking at you rookies, your internship evaluations are definitely going to take a hit. The elder's face darkened,
and the young staff members all nodded earnestly, admitting their fault. After all, they had indeed been a bit negligent just now.
Elder M.O., you said the nearby trainees are fine? But with such immense power, You underestimate my perception. As the trial supervisor, I'm fully aware of everything happening in this space. Once the dust settles, see for yourselves. Elder Mo took a chilled bottle of beer from a box, his expression relaxed. Everyone else also breathed a sigh of relief. At least this meant that Chu Chen's heavenly star hadn't affected the other trainees, otherwise, Elder Mo wouldn't be so calm. But I still can't believe it. Such immense power. If you hadn't intervened, how could it not have harmed others? A Western man with white hair, blue eyes, and a prominent nose asked anxiously in somewhat clumsy Chinese. He was an awakened one near Chu Chen, from his own country. I said, see for yourselves. Elder Mo continued drinking his beer, completely unconcerned. The scene shifted back to Chu Chen's vicinity, where the thick smoke was gradually dissipating. The once precarious buildings had been completely leveled. The ground was scarred and battered, though everything in this space had been reinforced. The destruction caused by Chu Chen had exceeded those limits, drastically altering the terrain. The once surging beast tide had completely vanished, most of it reduced to ashes, and the few that remained were nothing but charred remnants of severed limbs. The world was dim, but scattered across the pitch-black ground were a few dazzling golden points of light. These points of light were irregularly distributed near Chu Chen, marking the locations of the trainees who had been fighting nearby. The light surrounding them came from the jade seal shields that enveloped their bodies. Aren't those Chu Chen's shields? How did they appear on others? The ability to give shields to others isn't that rare. Don't be so surprised. Was it because of that meteor? The conference room erupted into heated discussion again. Most people were amazed that the trainees could remain unharmed under such immense power. Chu Chen seems to be able to control his power, deciding who remains unscathed, Elder Mo said softly, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. To think such an ability exists. On the battlefield, you wouldn't have to worry about injuring your teammates, just bomb the enemy directly. How incredible, someone exclaimed excitedly. On the battlefield. The biggest drawback of powerful weapons and the area attacks of awakened ones was the inability to distinguish between friend and foe. Especially when enemies infiltrated cities or during chaotic melee combat, large-scale attacks were rarely used because they risked harming allies as well. All eyes were fixed on Chu Chen. He never failed to surprise. Meanwhile, in the space, Chu Chen scanned the trainees in the distance who were surrounded by the jade seal shields, his gaze slightly narrowing. Before summoning the celestial star, he indeed sensed the presence of others nearby, so these people wouldn't be harmed by the celestial star. This was his intention. However, he hadn't actively granted these people the Jade Zhang shields, and now the number of shields on the field had exceeded the range he could actively bestow. This could only mean one thing: these shields were not actively granted by Chu Chen but passively bestowed by the celestial star. Moreover, the passively granted shields seemed to have no quantity limit. He scanned the area with his eyes and found that about 10 people nearby were all surrounded by shields. However, these shields didn't last long and soon disappeared automatically. This was another new discovery: passively granted shields lacked the durability of actively bestowed ones, with a significantly shorter duration. Chu Chen nodded, realizing there were still many aspects of the system panel that hadn't been displayed and would require his own exploration. He then walked over to Feng Xiuqiu, who was already so frightened that he was nearly lying on the ground. The shock brought by the celestial star's descent earlier, even with the Jade Zhang shield, hadn't provided him much sense of security. Although he wasn't injured, the scene had left a considerable shadow in his heart. Chu, brother Chu, Feng Xiaoqiu stammered as he saw Chu Chen approaching. He tried to stand up, but his legs were weak, and as soon as he exerted force, he fell to his knees. There shouldn't be any large-scale magical beasts appearing in this area for a while. Stay here for now. Ha? Brother Chu, what about you? I have other things to do. Chu Chen gripped the Chenyan spear tightly and turned to walk toward the marked coordinates. Although the distance was far, he could sense the extraordinary strength of the magical beast called the King Attendant just from its aura. With Feng Xiaoqiu's current abilities, even if he followed, he wouldn't be of much help. During the battle, Chu Chen wouldn't be able to completely ignore him, so it was better to let him stay here. He had a feeling that the upcoming fight would be extremely challenging. Chu Chen's figure gradually disappeared into the distance, eventually swallowed by the night. In the wilderness, deep within the space, here lay a dense and towering forest, with an endless sea of trees surrounding a massive volcano. Around the volcano, both the sky and the ground were guarded by various bizarrely shaped magical beasts, as if protecting something.
Inside the volcano, a giant egg floated in the scorching magma, continuously absorbing
the molten rock. A faint shadow could be seen inside.
Fine cracks gradually appeared on the surface of the eggshell.
Outside the volcano, a massive scythe swept across, instantly slaying dozens of magical beasts.
How strange, these magical beasts are much stronger than the ones we encountered before, said a blue-haired
woman wielding the scythe. Her name was Vera, and awakened from the Winter Kingdom with a special sequence Earth-level talent.
Don't worry, just treat it as training, replied a burly, half-beast man emerging from the forest, his claws gripping two enormous magical beasts. This was Abel, and awakened from the Britannia Kingdom,
with a special sequence human-level talent. Around them were many other trainees. The appearance of such powerful magical beasts was a rare opportunity for them to hone their skills.
What a pity we ran into that legendary Chu Chun earlier. Too bad he didn't want to spar, otherwise, I'd really like to see just how strong he is, Abel said regretfully as he tore apart the magical beasts in his hands.
Chu Chen is a heaven-level talent, and you, a mere human level, want to spar with him? Didn't you see what happened to Zhuo Zhanlong?
You'd only fare worse, Vera chuckled lightly, as if she just heard a joke. I know I'm not his match, but sparring
is meant to be with someone stronger than yourself. Abel shook his head and continued charging toward the nearby magical beasts. Speaking of which, the crater seems to be sparking now. I have a bad feeling about this, we should retreat for now. No! The magical beasts near the volcano have become even more ferocious.
The surrounding trainees suddenly noticed something unusual and exclaimed in alarm.
Rumble!
The ground shook more violently, and the sound grew louder and louder.
In the distance, waves of green surged through the wilderness forest.
Immediately after, powerful auras began to emerge from all directions. These were the oppressive presences of leader-level
magical beasts. So many leader-level beasts. Don't scatter, they're trying to surround us. That's right, we must stick together now.
The awakened ones, divided into several small teams, gathered tightly regardless of whether they were familiar with each other. In the face of unknown danger, no one wanted to act alone.
Fortunately, they all had translation
earpieces, otherwise, the mix of languages would have made communication a challenge. On the other side of the wilderness, Sato Ryuhei and his companions were also surrounded by the sudden appearance of leader-level magical beasts.
Sato Ryuhei switched to a new weapon in his hand.
This time, it wasn't a sparring match. Crimson flames engulfed his entire
body.
With every swing of his blade, waves of fire dozens of meters high surged forth, directly consuming the enemies. The scorching flames swirled with the wind of his blade, forming massive fire tornadoes that spread outward, instantly reducing large numbers of magical beasts to charred remains.
These are tough to deal with. The trial they gave us is definitely no simple task, Sato Ryuhei muttered under his breath. He then turned to the woman behind him and said, Sakura, heal me. The woman called Sakura was an awakened healer, with a special human-grade talent sequence.
She was the only one among them who had grown up with Sato Ryuhei since childhood. They had trained at the same martial arts dojo and later both awakened special sequences.
Looks like you haven't been crushed by Chuchen yet.
Your fighting spirit is still strong, Sakura said as green light radiated from her hands, enveloping Sato Ryuhei and slowly healing his injuries.
Chuchen, a monster of a person.
I never thought I could beat him, Sato Ryuhei sighed.
I just use him as a goal to chase. On the path of martial arts, the scariest thing is having no direction.
Whether or not I can surpass him in the end, at least for now, I have the motivation to keep moving forward. His gaze shifted to the distant volcano. The magical beasts that had been gathering there seemed to be heading their way.
Let's get through this trial first. A new enemy is coming.
Prepare for battle. Before he could finish speaking, a gruesome bloodstain suddenly appeared on Sakura's neck. Blood spurted out, and she collapsed instantly.
What? Sato Ryuhei and the others froze.
They hadn't seen what had killed Sakura, and what shocked them even more was that this was supposed to be a trial. How could someone die? But there was no time to think. Danger was closing in fast. A shadow flickered in and out of sight, and each time it appeared, it claimed another life.
In the blink of an eye, only Sato Ryuhei was left standing alone. How could this happen?
He gripped his long blade, his hands trembling. The shadow silently appeared behind him and struck suddenly. Clang! At the same time, an even more intense large-scale battle erupted throughout the entire space. What had started as individual trials had instantly turned into all-out war.
No matter
who they were, all humans tried to gather together.
The trainees in the space were all special sequence awakeners. When they combined their strength, they could instantly kill hundreds or even thousands of magical beasts. But the enemy's attacks were relentless. Most of the trainees had only recently awakened. Many hadn't even completed systematic training, let alone had time to grow. Only a few, like Chu-chun, could erupt with such immense power in such a short time. Most special sequences could at best hold on a few seconds longer than ordinary awakeners. What made them even more desperate was seeing one companion after another fall under the attacks of the beasts. Wasn't this supposed to be a trial? How could people die? They were special sequences, wasn't anyone going to intervene? Countless questions surged in their minds, but the ferocious onslaught of the enemy left them no time to think. They could only fight mechanically. Death is the reality they must face. In the observation room, watching the brutal scenes unfold, most people sighed. Earlier, a few illusion experts had intervened. Whenever a trainee in the space was on the verge of collapse, they would rescue them and create the illusion of the trainee being killed on the spot. Those inside the space, of course, had no idea of the truth. They only saw their companions fall, enduring a harrowing psychological trial. Not only do they need immense power, but mental fortitude is even more crucial. Before they step onto a real battlefield, we must pave the way for them. Old Mo finished the last sip of his beer and turned to the staff beside him. How are the beast eggs hatching? Reporting to Old Mo, most have hatched and are ready for deployment. Good. Old Mo opened a new bottle of beer. Release these beasts into the area where the heaven-level trainees are located. What we want to see most is their performance. Oh, and the one reserved for Chu-chen, make sure it's the strongest. Boom! A volcano in the forest suddenly erupted, spewing lava, and several dark figures shot out from the crater. These figures moved at incredible speed, scattering in all directions the moment they appeared. Only one dark figure remained, hovering in the air. Its form was roughly humanoid, but its body was slender, with arms nearly reaching its knees, and its sharp claws gleamed with a chilling light. Its entire body was covered in silvery gray scales, and a pair of wings, thin as a cicada's, extended from its back, with patterns flowing across them like molten lava. Its massive eyes, composed of countless dense compound eyes, glimmered with a dangerous light. What is that? The pressure is overwhelming. It's the strongest leader. Impossible. A beast of this level, we can't possibly fight it. All the trainees in the dense forest had their eyes fixed on the dark figure above. Their instincts told them this was the ultimate enemy. Roar! The dark figure suddenly let out a deafening roar, and a powerful force erupted with the sound waves. Some trainees, already on the brink of exhaustion, were directly knocked to the ground. The surrounding beasts, which had been scattered, seemed to receive a command. They no longer dispersed but began charging madly at the group. Don't scatter. Protect the support-type awakeners. Those with strong defenses, hold the front. In the face of life and death, everyone instinctively united as one. Though it was unclear who was giving the orders, they all worked in perfect coordination, each playing their role. A multicolored shield tightly surrounded them, and various elements intertwined as they launched counterattacks against the enemy. The continuous sound of explosions echoed in their ears. Abel, now fully transformed into a beast-man, tore apart any beast that broke through the defenses. Vera's scythe, imbued with shadow-like blades, unleashed a flurry of strikes with each swing, instantly reaping the lives of hundreds of beasts. But the enemies were simply too many. Everyone's stamina and energy were nearly depleted, while the strongest shadow in the sky stood coldly with its arms crossed, showing no intention of making a move. It seemed to completely disregard them. Try to use the shields to buy time, everyone. Take the chance to recover your energy. The enemies gathered in increasing numbers. Most people began to shrink their shields, reducing their attacks to focus on regaining their strength. They planned to take turns charging out to attack while another group recovered, fighting a war of attrition to buy as much time as possible. Everyone held on to a sliver of hope, waiting for reinforcements from above. They believed that in this space trial, encountering such a deadlock wouldn't be ignored by those in charge. If they could just hold on a little longer, there might still be a chance to survive. But at that moment, the shadow overhead seemed to see through their strategy. With a sudden flap of its wings, it disappeared. In an instant. Bang! Crack! Crash! No one saw its movements clearly, but the shields protecting them shattered instantly. Without the shield's protection, the surrounding beasts attacked even more ferociously. Damn it!
After breaking the shields, it flew back into the sky without attacking again.
It's toying with us.
The shadow resumed its lofty stance, completely unconcerned about the threat these trainees posed. The encirclement grew tighter and tighter, leaving the trainees with nowhere to retreat.
Damn it! Are we really going to have to fight to the death like this?
Vera sighed, and an image of Chu Chen flashed through her mind.
If that legendary figure were here, perhaps there would still be a chance to turn the tide. But now, it seemed like everything was over. Boom!
Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the outskirts of the beast horde, and a powerful force tore
open a gap. This immediately drew everyone's attention. Could it be reinforcements?
But to their surprise, only a staggering, blood-soaked figure emerged from the gap.
It was Zhua. Zhang Longping. You're the only one here to rescue us?
Those who had held on to hope were instantly stunned. Looking at the heavily injured Zhua Zhanglongping, no one believed he could
change anything. Rescue? There's a powerful beast behind me. I'm no match for it. I came here because I found you and wanted to regroup.
Following his gaze, they saw a beast
with an extraordinary aura approaching from the distance. Although it wasn't as strong as the one overhead, it far surpassed ordinary beasts. Instead of reinforcements, they now faced a new danger.
Despair quickly spread among them.
Didn't you see we're barely holding on? Someone angrily questioned. I had no choice. There's no one else around except you.
Zhua Zhanglongping half knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of dark blood. Seeing his battered state, no one could bring themselves to say more.
But the beast Zhua Zhanglongping had brought with him undoubtedly hastened their collapse.
Their fighting spirit began to wane, and their energy was nearly exhausted. The beast horde's assault intensified, and it seemed they would break through at any moment.
Is this really the end? Everyone thought in despair. Rumble.
The ground suddenly began to shake.
At first, they thought it was caused by the beast horde.
But to their astonishment, massive rocks erupted from the ground, forming a barrier around their perimeter. As soon as the rocks rose, they
transformed into towering human figures.
They raised their long spears and charged into the surging beast tide, striking fiercely.
What's going on?
The sudden scene before them
left everyone stunned.
All they could see were a group of burly figures steadfastly protecting them.
The frenzied magical beasts outside launched relentless assaults, but these
soldiers, as unyielding as rocks, stood firm with their giant spears in hand. Each time they swung their spears, the immense power instantly shattered the enemies into pieces.
What just happened?
The Chenyan army blocked the students' view, leaving them looking at each other in confusion.
It's over.
Zhua Zhanglongping, half kneeling on the ground, spoke calmly, his voice drawing everyone's attention.
Over? What do you mean? Someone couldn't help but ask. I said, it's over. Nothing will happen, we won't die. Why?
Because, he's here. It was as if a taut string had finally loosened.
Zhua Zhanglongping relaxed, sitting down and gasping for breath. Who's here?
Many still didn't understand what had just happened, their hearts pounding rapidly.
Chu Chen.
He caught his breath and looked up.
Everyone followed his gaze and saw layers of magical beasts circling in the air above. Only a pair of the most dazzling golden eyes pierced through the obstacles, shining in the night sky.
Chu Chen hovered in the air, locking eyes with the strongest magical beast.
He had finally arrived. Chu Chen glanced briefly below. He hadn't expected the trials
difficulty to escalate so much, and it had taken considerable effort to break through the obstacles. Now, his focus was entirely on the final boss before him, the royal attendant.
The compound eyes of the royal attendant reflected countless human figures.
Its head swayed from side to side, and its previously relaxed posture instantly shifted into a battle stance. It had been searching for a worthy target, and now that person stood before it. But immediately, a strong sense of danger surged forth. You are their king, the royal attendant growled, its scales shimmering with a silvery chill. With its roar, a fierce wind swept through the surrounding forest.
Chu Chen held the Chenyan spear, its tip aimed at the royal attendant, while the jade-like shield surrounding him rendered him completely unaffected. The two powerful auras enveloped everyone below, and the atmosphere grew suffocating. Let's end this quickly. Chu Chen raised his left hand, summoning the rock element.
In an instant, countless rock spears materialized around him. As soon as they formed, they shot out rapidly, each tracing a golden arc.
The magical
beasts in their path were instantly torn into flesh and blood. The dense rain of rock spears fell like a storm, shredding the attacking magical beasts into
fragments.
Faced with this inescapable assault, the royal attendant's scales thickened, and the rock spears shattered upon impact, unable to harm it in the slightest. When the rain of spears ceased, the royal attendant was enraged. Its wings behind it flapped violently, propelling it to Chu Chen's face in an instant, just a few hundred meters away. Its sharp claws were enveloped in a green mist. Even without contact, Chu Chen could sense the terrifying poison hidden within that mist. Clang! The Chen Yan's spear clashed fiercely with the claws. The rock element protected the spear, effectively resisting the corrosive poison. The two immense forces intertwined, and shockwaves rippled outward continuously. If not for the Chen Yan army's protection, the students below would have been caught in the aftermath. After more than 10 seconds of power struggle, the royal attendant was sent flying. Its compound eyes were filled with shock. Unable to believe that it had been defeated in the direct confrontation just moments ago. Unwilling to accept defeat, Wang Shi's body emitted an even more powerful aura, and it went berserk once again, its strength surpassing the previous level as it engaged Chu Chen in a second round of combat. Boom, boom. The two clashed fiercely in mid-air, their immense power unleashing waves of shockwaves that spread outward. Chu Chen truly is a monster. His strength is improving so quickly. Is this the legendary Heaven Tier? What a terrifying guy. The trainees gazed up at the intense battle in the sky, the dense sounds of impact pounding like drumbeats on their hearts, stirring their blood to boil. Each of them felt a mix of awe, astonishment, and fear. Before witnessing all this firsthand, every one of them had been considered a genius in their own region. Their strength far surpassed that of their peers who had awakened, and they were admired by ordinary awakened individuals. Even though they knew of Chu Chen's existence and had watched recordings of his battles, many still believed they could catch up to him soon. But only by seeing this moment with their own eyes did they truly understand that sometimes the gap between geniuses is even greater than the gap between a genius and an ordinary person. In front of Chu Chen, the strength they had once been so proud of was utterly insignificant. Dust flew, rocks shattered, trees fell, and blood splattered. After countless exchanges, the round finally ended with Wang Shi retreating. Now, the hard scales on Wang Shi's body had begun to crack, and faint scars were visible on its form. In contrast, Chu Chen, protected by the Jade Zong shield, remained unscathed, not even a speck of dust on his clothes. Looking at the human before him, steady as a rock, Wang Shi no longer blindly attacked as before. As a leader of its kind, it possessed a certain level of intelligence. As a third-tier leader-level variant, Wang Shi's ability to think was even stronger. The previous two rounds of confrontation were less about attacking and more about probing. Now it had reached a conclusion. In a direct confrontation with this human, it had no advantage whatsoever. In that case, Wang Shi's wings flapped more fiercely, and a new pair of wings grew from its back. Wang Shi panted heavily, the sound of the wind roaring around it. This gust of wind instantly drowned out all other sounds in the vicinity, and the scales on Wang Shi's body began to reveal patterns resembling molten lava. Roar! Wang Shi let out a deafening roar, and the fierce wind swept toward Chu Chen. At the same time, it vanished from its original position. In truth, it hadn't disappeared but was flying so fast that the human eye couldn't keep up. Using the cover of the wind, it aimed to launch a fatal strike. Its plan was excellent. The wind was so powerful that most people wouldn't have time to react. It waited silently for the right moment until its claw, covered in fiery red patterns, extended from the whirlwind. The two pairs of wings on its back were nearly transparent, and immense power gathered in Wang Shi's claw. It was confident that this strike could destroy a mountain. However, just as Wang Shi's attack was about to pierce through Chu Chen's head, Chu Chen suddenly dodged, evading the blow. Dodged? Wang Shi's molten, fiery compound eyes were filled with disbelief, unable to react before bang. Chu Chen's free left hand was instantly enveloped in golden elements, his sharp claw clenched into a fist, and he struck Wang Shi's head with tremendous force. The immense force caused the scales to shatter instantly. The king's guard staggered backward, its mind beginning to blur. His speed. Before it had much time to think, Chu Chen closed in, wielding his rock spear. His attacks were unstoppable, swift, and ferocious, leaving the king's guard flustered. His speed is faster than mine. The king's guard quickly realized that this human before it was superior in both attack and speed. It retreated step by step as Chu Chen's assaults grew increasingly fierce. No matter how fast the king's guard was, even the cover of the raging wind couldn't conceal its movements. Due to his resonance with the surrounding earth and rocks, Chu Chen had perfect awareness of the space within a certain range. As his level increased, this range had expanded to a diameter of 1 kilometer. Once the king's guard entered this range, no matter how it tried to hide, its movements were completely exposed. The king's guard's breathing grew more labored as it struggled to fend off Chu Chen's attacks while repeatedly glancing toward the volcano. Bang! The 1,000-rock spear pierced through the scales on its left chest, exposing raw, bloody flesh. The searing pain made the king's guard roar as it mustered all its strength to fly away, desperately trying to widen the distance. After flying several kilometers, it finally escaped Chu Chen's attack range and stared back from afar. But now, the king's guard looked increasingly battered, its scales shattered, and lava butt before she could finish speaking. Elder Mo waved his hand to interrupt her. Teacher Lu, do you think Chu Chen won't face moments of despair and death? The purpose of this trial has changed. Now, we must let the trainees experience the brink of life and death in advance, and Chu Chen is no exception. Don't make it sound so heartless. I won't just stand by and watch something happen to him. Rest assured, I will protect him. But before that, he must personally go through this life and death ordeal. Elder Mo's expression was no longer relaxed. He stared at the screen with a serious gaze. No one was more tense than him. He was ready to intervene at any moment. Inside and outside the space, Chu Chen had become the center of everyone's attention. Everyone wanted to know where Chu Chen's limits lay. Defeated, Teacher Lu had no choice but to sit back in her seat, silently praying that nothing would go wrong. The royal envoy began to soar freely in the air. Surrounded by tens of thousands of guards, it quickly recovered from all its injuries, becoming even stronger than before. Its scales turned jet black, and the flowing lava-like patterns on its body became more striking. The two pairs of wings on its back merged into one massive pair of bone wings. With every breath, it felt an overwhelming power coursing through its body. Now, this world belonged to it. The guards had taken over this place, and as their king, it would deliver the final judgment. It sneered, watching the lonely and helpless Chu Chen appear small and powerless before the guards. It mocked the beings on the ground, those trainees and low-level beasts, who could now only await their doom, becoming food and nourishment for its kind. Excited, it looked down at the earth. The wind howled around it, and the lava spewing from the volcano stained the land red. All of this was under its control. This was the true, complete power of the royal envoy species. Each group had only one strongest royal envoy as the king, while the others could only serve as guards. The other royal envoys that had awakened and left with it earlier were far weaker, at best powerful guards. The surging power within made the royal envoys mind feverish. It felt an unprecedented confidence and strength. Folding its bone wings sharply, it fixed its gaze on Chu Chen in the distance. Human, how does it feel? It wanted to see fear and despair on Chu Chen's face. But unexpectedly, there was no fear on Chu Chen's face. Instead, he wore a faint, cold smile. The royal envoy burned with rage. This was an insult. Any enemy who dared to disrespect the king would be thrown into the lava, leaving not even bones behind. It was about to order the guards to tear apart this insignificant and ignorant human, but Chu Chen's lips moved slightly, as if he were saying something. The royal envoy couldn't hear clearly, but it no longer mattered. It was ready to pronounce judgment on the rebel. Roar! At that moment, an ancient dragon's roar suddenly echoed from the depths of the earth. The sound carried immense pressure, causing the ground to tremble. What's happening? An earthquake? The protected trainees were shocked to see the ground in the distance crack open with jagged fissures. Then, the ground suddenly collapsed, and a massive figure leaped out from beneath. A powerful force erupted from its body, instantly shattering the nearby rocks. The intense shockwave swept in all directions, and even in the air, the royal envoy could clearly feel the terrifying power of this new presence. The enormous figure was none other than the Ruochuo Dragon King. The earth-shaking Dragon King had finally revealed itself to everyone. After forming a contract, the Ruochuo Dragon King and Chu Chen had grown together. The current Ruochuo Dragon King was several times larger than before, with each dragon scale radiating a dazzling golden light. The royal attendant's body trembled violently, a strong sense of crisis prompting it to react swiftly. It controlled the magma erupting from the volcano, preparing to launch an attack on the Ruochuo Dragon King. Faced with this colossal creature, it decided to harness the power of the volcano for a lethal strike. However, to the Ruochuo Dragon King, the magma posed no threat. Instead, it became the best source of energy. Enveloped
In a crimson glow, the Ruochuo Dragon King instantly began absorbing the power of the fire element from the lava. In an instant, massive lava fireballs hurtled toward the royal attendants group in the sky. The violet energy gathered and exploded mid-air, and the powerful shockwaves instantly tore through the defenders' formation, leaving gaping holes. Is that a summoned beast? Is it really just a summoned beast? This kind of power, how is it possible? This is nothing short of a terrifying giant dragon. Was it summoned by Chu Chen? Flames shot into the sky, illuminating everyone's faces, and the fire in the air bloomed like fireworks. But the students had no mind to admire it. The gap in power had grown so vast that it was unbearable to witness. And it wasn't over. Yet ice, lightning, water, and other elements also began to be drawn from the depths of the earth by the Ruochuo Dragon King. Bolts of lightning descended from the heavens, extreme frost spread and froze everything, and massive torrents of water surged forth. The Ruochuo Dragon King had become the greatest threat, and the royal attendant hurriedly ordered the defenders to attack it with all their might. However, with a snap of Chu Chen's fingers, a massive jade shield instantly appeared around the Ruochuo Dragon King's enormous body. The defenders' frenzied attacks struck the shield, creating only ripples. The energy consumption to shield the Ruochuo Dragon King was dozens of times greater than shielding others. Chu Chen could clearly feel his stamina depleting rapidly. But fortunately, the remaining energy was still sufficient. At this moment, only Chu Chen and the royal attendant remained staring at each other from a distance in the sky. Chu Chen's golden eyes locked firmly onto the royal attendant, the oppressive aura causing the royal attendant to tremble involuntarily. This was the majesty of a higher-level king. A king had encountered an even stronger king. Damn it! What the hell is going on? In the conference room, most people exclaimed in shock. What had they just witnessed? Chu Chen had actually summoned a terrifyingly powerful giant dragon. I heard rumors that someone saw Chu Chen controlling this dragon in the ruins. I thought it was just a myth, but I didn't expect it to be true. The scene immediately descended into chaos, as Chu Chen once again shattered everyone's understanding. Sorry, I got held up on the way. The trial isn't over yet, is it? How's my student doing? The conference room door was suddenly pushed open, and Xiang Hanhai walked in with a cheerful smile, followed by Mo Shuehan. Seeing the scene on the screen, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, performing perfectly. Old Xiang, why didn't you tell me Chu Chen had such an incredible trump card? Elder Mo shook his head in surprise, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. Ha, I knew you were the main person in charge of this trial, so I saved a surprise for you. Xiang Hanhai casually pulled out a chair and sat down. The terrifying power displayed by the Ruochuo Dragon King on the screen was awe-inspiring, even through the screen. It's like the end of the world has arrived, a national representative murmured in a low voice. The fierce wind formed sharp blades, the lava turned into blazing fireballs, and the purple poisonous mist transformed into fine needles. In an instant, the warden launched a series of ferocious attacks. These strikes landed on Chu Chen's shield but failed to cause any significant damage. All of this was within the warden's expectations. It was well aware of the terror of the enemy before it. Its ordinary attacks were utterly ineffective. Even its elemental power attacks couldn't shake the opponent's shield. However, the warden's greatest strength after its enhancement was its physical body. Beneath its pitch-black scales, magma flowed, encasing powerful muscles brimming with immense strength, far more terrifying than its elemental attacks. Since long-range attacks were futile, the warden had no choice but to engage in close combat. Yet, its heart began to tremble. Would it work? The warden had already developed a fear of Chu Chen, and its psychological state was having a significant impact on the battle. If it had attacked with full confidence earlier, it might have achieved better results. But now, it was too late. It dared not charge recklessly. A stalemate was not a solution. If it didn't take the initiative to attack, the enemy would strike first. At this critical moment, it could only take a gamble. Roar! The warden let out a deafening roar, both to intimidate and to bolster its own courage. The bone wings on its back suddenly spread wide, slicing through the air in an instant as it charged forward at incredible speed. A loud sonic boom echoed, and the remaining guards around it also launched their attacks. The warden did not expect them to inflict much damage on Chu Chen. It merely wanted to create some distraction to find an opening for its own assault. At this moment, the scene unfolding was one of unprecedented awe for the students on the ground. They couldn't clearly see the battle trajectory between Chu Chen and the warden. They could only observe elemental waves streaking across the sky, leaving long trails of light. In the pitch black night sky, the lightning of the Ruochuo Dragon King flashed continuously, occasionally illuminating the clouds and revealing faint silhouettes. Chu Chen and the warden clashed repeatedly in mid-air, each collision unleashing powerful shockwaves that tore through the nearby clouds. For Chu Chen, the enhanced warden was the most formidable opponent he had ever faced. He dared not relax for even a moment. The intense collisions during their high-speed flight not only tested their physical endurance but also drained their mental energy significantly. At this point, no living creature dared to approach the area where they were fighting. Whether it was the wardens, guards or other magical beasts, any that ventured even slightly closer would be torn to shreds by the overwhelming shockwaves. The airspace had become a forbidden zone, and the ground was equally untouchable. The Ruochuo Dragon King let out thunderous dragon roars, and the extreme frost beneath its feet spread rapidly, instantly freezing any nearby magical beasts. Although most of the wardens, guards launched desperate attacks on the Ruochuo Dragon King, their efforts were entirely ineffective. Rather than a battle, it was more like a chaotic retreat under the Dragon King's relentless assault. Boom! A deafening explosion shattered the night sky, as if two meteors had violently collided. The two figures quickly separated. Chu Chen's jade shield shattered abruptly, and his once pristine appearance was now marred. His breathing was labored, clearly indicating that the recent clash had drained a significant amount of his energy. The warden's condition was even worse. Its pitch-black scales were damaged, and magma-like scorching blood flowed from its body. Its chest had been pierced by a heavy rock spear, with its bones completely shattered. Just now, Chu Chen had the upper hand. Someone exclaimed below. Indeed, Wang Shi's injuries were visibly more severe, igniting stronger hope for victory among the onlookers. Roar! But to everyone's surprise, Wang Shi reached out and grabbed the rock spear piercing through its body, forcibly yanking it out. The spear tore away bits of flesh and internal organs, and Wang Shi roared in pain. Once the spear was removed, a group of guards immediately gathered around Wang Shi, only to be shredded and devoured by it in an instant. Its wounds healed rapidly before everyone's eyes, with bones and organs regenerating. As a member of the royal race, Wang Shi could recover quickly by devouring its guards. It stared at Chu Chen warily. Although its injuries had improved, the price of rapid recovery was a slower restoration of its strength. Wang Shi dared not relax for even a moment, as death could come at any time. Time would not stop for them, both sides had to continue attacking. This was a life-and-death battle, leaving no room for compromise. All or nothing. Wang Shi roared furiously, holding nothing back. Stalling was meaningless, all that remained was a desperate, full-force strike. Its eyes burned brighter, like two dazzling spotlights in the night sky, and an increasingly intense aura emanated from its body. Suddenly, its figure vanished, gambling its life as it charged at Chu Chen. Wang Shi rotated around Chu Chen at high speed and suddenly unleashed a full-force strike. Despite Chu Chen's newly placed shield, the jade-like shield began to fracture under this wave of attacks. Meanwhile, Chu Chen's left hand, enveloped in rock elements, transformed into a sharp golden claw that viciously gripped Wang Shi's throat. The immense grip caused Wang Shi unbearable pain, yet it gritted its teeth and continued releasing its power. The attack shattered Chu Chen's shield and finally struck his body. Blood flowed from Chu Chen, and Wang Shi felt a surge of joy, seeing a glimmer of victory. Just as it was about to continue its assault, its entire body was suddenly dragged upward by a powerful force. Wang Shi had no idea what Chu Chen was planning. Its body was tightly controlled, leaving it no choice but to be carried into the sky. Above them, an intense heat and blinding light suddenly drew Wang Shi's attention. By logic, the higher they ascended, the darker and colder it should become, so why was the opposite happening here? Wang Shi wasn't concerned about the heat, the molten blood within its body gave it exceptional resistance. But in the next moment, a deafening roar erupted from above, the sound so loud it felt as though its eardrums might burst. Curiosity drove Wang Shi to use all its strength to look up. Though its vision was blurry, a glaring golden light rapidly approached, almost enveloping it entirely. A heavenly star was about to crash down on its head. This was Chu Chen's plan. Under normal circumstances, the time it would take for the heavenly star to fall would be enough for Wang Shi to escape a great distance. Thus, directly using the heavenly motion myriad phenomena technique would never hit Wang Shi.
Chu Chen had no choice but to abandon his defenses, relying on his own strength to tightly restrain Wang Shi and drag it into the sky, minimizing the distance between it and the heavenly star.
The intense heat brought by the falling star far exceeded Wang Shi's tolerance.
It roared in anguish as its scales began to melt.
It wanted
to escape, but it was too late. The light completely engulfed Wang Shi, while Chu Chen endured his injuries and flashed aside to evade. Wang Shi's earlier attack had deeply pierced Chu Chen's abdomen, and blood continued to flow from him.
After unleashing his elemental power, his strength was nearly depleted.
He could no longer sustain flight and quickly began to plummet toward the ground. At that moment, the Ruochua Dragon King, who had been observing from the ground, suddenly leapt into action. Its massive body surged upward, releasing rock elements from within to form a gentle light barrier that securely caught Chu Chen. Meanwhile, Wang Shi collided with the heavenly star. Its once mighty body instantly exploded, scales shattered, flesh scattered, and bones splintered.
The unstoppable force dragged it down toward the ground.
In its final moments, Wang Shi let out a primal scream, but it was soon drowned by the deafening roar of the impact. The crowd on the ground watched as the enormous star descended closer and closer, its blazing light illuminating the entire surroundings. Everyone could only shut their eyes and cover their ears until the star finally struck the ground, unleashing a violent burst of energy.
Golden shields appeared on each person.
The expected pain of their bodies being torn apart never came, and even the intense shockwaves of the explosion were completely unnoticeable.
The aftermath seemed to last an eternity until the blinding light finally faded. When everyone opened their eyes again, they found themselves unharmed.
The shields surrounding them vanished before they could even take a closer look. In the conference room, aside from Xiang Hanhai and Mo Shuihan, who remained calm, everyone else was too stunned to speak.
The opponent they had arranged for Chu Chen was supposed to be utterly unbeatable.
Their intention was to let Chu Chen experience some setbacks and adapt to negative emotions, but the outcome had far exceeded all expectations.
That was a Wang Shi.
It's not just any ordinary magical beast but a powerful mutated creature of another race, far stronger than any Wang Shi of the same rank, someone exclaimed.
Elder Mo nodded slightly.
This Wang Shi was one I incubated in a separate dimension. I never intended for it to enter combat.
Its power is far beyond what current students can contend with.
But Chu Chen, this extraordinary individual, I originally planned to use this Wang Shi to temper his character. I never expected his strength to have already reached such heights.
Truly, the first exception I've ever encountered. Elder Mo frowned and added, he's a being both astonishing and delightful.
Elder Xiang, as Chu Chen's mentor, you don't seem surprised by his performance.
Do you know something we don't?
All eyes in the conference room turned to Xiang Hanhai. As Chu Chen's guardian, he surely knew secrets unknown to others.
Xiang Hanhai calmly sipped his tea. I cannot answer that question.
I merely came into contact with Chu Chen earlier than you.
The reason for my composure is that I've grown accustomed to it. Even if he were to defeat a god-tier expert one day, I wouldn't be surprised.
It seems you hold a very high evaluation of Chu Chen's potential, someone remarked.
However, I have a question. For a genius like Chu Chen, a genius among geniuses, can your nation guarantee that he will always serve humanity?
I mean, what if Chu Chen were to defect? A representative from a Western nation suddenly stood up, but before he could finish, Xiang Hanhai waved his hand to interrupt.
He is my student, and I personally vouch for him.
As long as no one employs those insidious so-called preventive measures, he will never stray from the right path. The course of events was entirely within Xiang Hanhai's expectations.
Witnessing Chu Chen's astonishing performance, naturally, concerns would arise about this double-edged sword.
But in Xiang Hanhai's view, Chu Chen was humanity's only hope of ending the invasion of myriad races. Humanity had to place their trust in him unconditionally. Baseless suspicion and so-called preventive measures would only backfire.
Senior Xiang, this issue cannot be avoided, we must consider all possibilities.
Indeed, when faced with such an extraordinary existence, we have every reason to take some precautions. What if he is nurtured but chooses to betray
us? That would be disastrous for us. I think we should. The discussion in the conference room was unusually intense. Those raising objections were almost all representatives from countries other than Zhozhou.
They claimed it was a precaution for humanity's future, but in truth, much of it stemmed from their discomfort with Zhozhou suddenly producing such a significant variable, leaving them feeling somewhat unbalanced. Before the words were finished, Xiang Hanhai abruptly set down his teacup, interrupting them. His usually gentle brows furrowed tightly, and a powerful aura instantly swept through the entire conference room, like an
Invisible storm filling every corner.
In this massive conference room, there were no divine-level powerhouses present. As top-tier combatants, they all had more critical matters to attend to.
Thus, as someone in the late
stage of the Kaitian realm, just one step away from the divine level, Xiang Hanhai was undoubtedly the strongest person here, unmatched by anyone.
When I say I can vouch for it, I can vouch for it. Xiang Hanhai's
voice was as cold as a blade, and his eyes surged with a tempest.
His pupils suddenly lit up with a brilliant blue glow, intimidating everyone present.
At that moment, everyone in the conference room felt as if they were a lone boat on a stormy sea, with dark clouds pressing down, thunder roaring, winds howling, and waves threatening to engulf them. Xiang Hanhai was already doing his best to suppress his aura, otherwise, the conference
room would have been destroyed long ago.
His power did not diminish with time, instead, the killing intent within him grew even stronger.
These are internal matters of Jojo.
If anyone dares to say another word, this old body of mine doesn't mind moving these old bones again.
Xiang Hanhai's tone was blunt, completely disregarding the expressions of others.
Because he was the strongest presence here, no one could challenge his authority.
Power was the ultimate key to everything. We meant no harm. Since your nation is so confident, that is naturally a good thing.
The person who had spoken first earlier was now drenched in cold sweat. He had grown too complacent and had forgotten just how terrifying the old man before him was.
Me too.
If that's the case, there's no need to argue further.
We trust Jojo will handle this well, and we won't say more.
Yes, yes.
The other representatives from various countries, who had previously raised objections to Jojo, now unanimously changed their stance under Xiang Hanhai's oppressive aura.
Although the shift was drastic, no one dared to laugh, as everyone knew just how fearsome Xiang Hanhai truly was. It was entirely possible that one day, he would take that final step and become a divine-level powerhouse.
Alright, let's consider the earlier episode closed.
In any case, the trial before entering the special training camp can more or less come to an end now, Elder Mo said with a sigh. The earlier scene had been too intense, far exceeding the scope of a normal trial. Therefore, after the final leader, the king attendant, was killed by Chu Chen, there was no need to continue the trial.
Yes. By the way, how are the other heaven-level awakeners faring?
Against the king attendants, someone asked. The screen shifted, and the main display began showing the situations of the others. The situation doesn't look very optimistic.
The king attendants they are facing may not be as strong as Chu Chen's, but they are no pushovers either.
Considering that these newly awakened individuals have just gained their powers, at first, no one had high hopes for them defeating the king's attendants. Most of them failed, while a few managed to kill their opponents, but they were also seriously injured.
I've already taken them for treatment.
However, among these people, there are also monstrous existences.
Elder Mo took a sip of beer, his expression turning grave. He pointed at the screen, and the image changed again.
It showed a burly red-haired man, his entire body covered in crimson scales, with a pair of massive red wings spread out behind him, appearing in a beast-like form.
The man held a severed head in his hand, the head of a king's attendant. At his feet lay a pile of magical beast corpses, stacked into small mountains.
Clearly, this man had successfully defeated his opponent. Moreover, he didn't seem to be seriously injured. Apart from some scratches on his scales, he was otherwise unharmed.
Elder Mo's expression was complex, his tone
heavy. Shi Hong Flammel, affiliated with the Holy Church of Light, is the most outstanding individual in this training camp, aside from Chu Chen. Speaking of which, why didn't the Holy Church of Light send a representative
to observe?
Xiang Hanhai scanned the surroundings and asked.
I'm not sure either.
In their church, Shi Hong is the most talented and brilliant figure in history. Sending someone so important to this training camp but not sending a representative to evaluate him with us, I really don't understand what they're thinking.
Elder Mo exhaled a breath of alcohol and waved his hand, setting up a barrier between himself and Xiang Hanhai. He spoke in a low voice. Old Xiang, you once told me that Chu Chen had been to the ruins and had a conflict with people from the Holy Church of Light, right? Xiang Hanhai's expression turned serious. That's right. Could it be?
This Chi Hong is the brother of the person who clashed with Chu Chen. A faint golden sunlight rose from the eastern horizon, heralding the start of a new day.
All the magical beasts disappeared
silently, and the remaining people in the space simultaneously received a message: the trial has ended. Chu Chen sat on the back of the Ruochuo Dragon King, sunlight spilling over them, coating them in a layer of
golden radiance.
The wound on his abdomen had completely healed, thanks to his powerful regenerative abilities, though the energy he had exhausted would take time to recover.
He, too, received the notification of the trial's conclusion, and his tense mind could finally relax a little. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for leveling up.
Current level, LV, 26. After defeating the king's attendant and countless magical beast minions, Chu Chen's level had increased by 2.
He opened the system panel and found a new black and white longbow in the system space. Royal longbow attributes: base attack plus 100, attack power plus 10%, critical rate plus 8% weapon. Skill, charge, gain bonuses when fully drawing the bowstring, damage increases by 80% to 50%, depending on charge time, critical rate increases by 10% 50%, depending on charge time.
Skill cooldown, 10 seconds.
This longbow of the old nobility has not been forgotten despite the decline of the aristocracy.
The spirit of rebellion forever flows in its bloodline. This longbow was obtained after defeating the king's attendant, and its
attributes were slightly different from what Chu Chen remembered from the game. But for him, it felt very natural, clearly suited for charged attacks.
Once the skill was fully charged, the damage would be terrifying.
Overall, this was quite a significant gain, and Chu Chen's strength had improved considerably. His gaze fell on the ground not far away, where the surviving trainees were all staring at him. The Chenyan army, who had been protecting these trainees, had long since disappeared. They looked at Chu Chen, seated on the back of the giant dragon, as the scenes of the recent battle replayed in their minds. These talented trainees from various regions now felt that the gap between them and Chu Chen was like heaven and earth. Although they were all the same age, in their eyes, Chu Chen was already far beyond their reach. But there was no time to dwell on it. The trainees' bodies began to turn transparent and gradually disappeared as the trial ended, and they were teleported out of the space. Strangely, while Chu Chen watched others vanish one by one, he himself
had not yet been teleported. Before long, everyone had returned to the real world, leaving Chu Chen alone in the wilderness of the space, sitting on the back of the Ruochuo Dragon King. He was not anxious, instead, he rested his hands behind his head, lying quietly on the dragon's back, watching the sunrise in the distance. He was utterly exhausted, and the gentle morning breeze brushing against his face made him feel comfortable. At this moment, he just wanted to close his eyes and rest. Beneath him, Ruochuo had already closed its eyes and fallen into a deep sleep. If time could stop at this moment, it wouldn't be so bad. Chu Chen thought to himself, completely emptying his mind, not wanting to think about anything, just wanting to feel the sunlight on his body. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a cup of rich tea was suddenly handed to him. The hand offering the tea was slightly aged. Old Xiang? Chu Chen looked on in surprise. The surroundings were eerily quiet, with only the faint sound of Ruochuo's breathing. At some point, Xiang Hanhai had appeared behind him, holding out a cup of tea in one hand while sipping from another. Still the same good tea as last time. I forgot to give it to you earlier.
Xiang Hanhai placed the teacup in Chu Chen's hand and sat down beside him.
With a smile. Don't worry, the trial is over.
I now control this space, and no one will secretly monitor you anymore. As he spoke, he casually patted the scales on the back of the Ruochuo Dragon King.
I didn't expect
your summoned beast's appearance to change.
With its back flattened like this, it's much more comfortable to sit on.
The Ruochuo Dragon King's previously sharp back armor had now smoothed out, allowing Chu Chen to sit
steadily on it.
Your strength has grown even more since earlier.
Your rate of improvement is astonishing.
Xiang Hanhai suddenly remarked.
Old Xiang, what are you trying to say?
Chu Chen sensed there was more to his words and set the teacup down, the atmosphere growing heavier.
Have you been growing stronger rapidly through combat? Xiang Hanhai's voice was low.
Before Chu Chen could respond, Xiang Hanhai continued, You know
what I mean, don't you?
Every awakened individual can grow stronger through combat, but no one improves at such a rapid pace.
The feeling you give me is one of extreme efficiency. Defeat the enemy in front of you, and your strength immediately increases. Ordinary awakened individuals can't achieve this speed. Is this a talent of yours? Xiang Hanhai's voice was calm but tinged with curiosity.
Well, combat does allow me to enhance my strength quickly, but it's not as exaggerated as you make it sound.
Chu Chen knew that Xiang Hanhai had already noticed something.
There was no need to hide the obvious truth. Doing so would only make him seem ridiculous.
So it's true? This kind of talent is something I've never seen before. You are indeed extraordinary. My previous assessment of you was correct. The biggest difference between you and other heaven-level awakeners is that their highest talent can only reach the heaven level. But for you, although the limit we've set is heaven level, you can feel it yourself, you'll attract a lot of attention, won't you? Yes. From the day I awaken my talent, as long as I don't hide myself, I'll definitely draw everyone's attention. That's right. As I mentioned before, there are many people watching you now.
Among them, there are both good and bad. Some
want to protect you, while others want to destroy you. As your strength grows, those enemies lurking in the shadows will also begin to act.
Xiang Hanhai sighed, the ones who want to destroy you aren't just from other
races, there are humans too.
They might be foreigners or locals, but that doesn't matter. Human nature is complex, some might act out of jealousy, while others may have different reasons.
I don't quite understand. Chu Chen took a sip of tea to steady his mind. Humanity's situation isn't good right now. The peace of the past 100 years was bought with one brutal war after another. The current peace is actually very fragile.
Regarding the situation on the void battlefield, you know better than I do, Elder Xiang.
Humanity doesn't have a guaranteed chance of victory.
The myriad races are eyeing us covetously, that's the biggest problem.
But, strangely, there are still so many people who have the leisure to engage in internal strife.
Xiang Hanhai was silent for a moment before saying, there's always been internal strife throughout history.
Humans are
complex creatures, and when faced with external enemies, everyone makes different choices. At the beginning, before humans had awakened, the myriad races and magical beasts suddenly appeared.
Some of those races
had genes far superior to humans.
Without technology, humans couldn't resist them at all. That's an unchangeable fact. At that time, humans were extremely weak in the face of other races. You know the theory of evolution talks about survival of the fittest, right? Some extremists even believe that the genetically superior races should naturally eliminate the genetically weaker humans. That was truly humanity's darkest moment.
Xiang Hanhai closed his eyes slightly, as if recalling a brutal history. No one knows what's on Blue Star that attracts so many other races to come one after another, and it seems they've even signed some kind of pact.
A pact?
Chu Chen was suddenly startled upon hearing the word.
Rock God, Demon God, Martial God, Rock King. The Rock King Emperor Morex has a title, God of Contracts.
So he was particularly sensitive to the word pact.
You could call it a pact. Haven't you thought about it? Those other
races are numerous and uneven in strength, yet they can join forces to attack us with very little internal conflict.
Even when there's friction, it's minor. This shows that something is restraining them.
I suspect it's a pact, or perhaps something else.
But regardless, those guys have already made up their minds to attack us.
Xiang Hanhai rubbed his temples and sighed. It's only through technology that humanity has barely managed to resist these external enemies.
To say resist is actually just passive defense. Opportunities for proactive strikes are few and far between.
During that time, darkness and war made life miserable for ordinary people, and the population drastically decreased.
For humanity back then, the war seemed utterly hopeless.
Awakeners were still few, and most people had fallen into despair. When technology couldn't hold up anymore, people began looking for other solutions.
Thus, a dirty plan was proposed.
What plan? Chu Chen heard the word dirty and guessed the plan was dishonorable.
Shu, this is hidden history.
We know that among the myriad races, some individuals possess
immense power.
At the time, someone suggested whether it was possible to transfer the power of these alien races to humans.
The simplest method was for humans and aliens to produce mixed blood offspring.
And so, the plan began. Humans occasionally managed to capture some aliens and brought them back for various experiments. These experiments were both voluntary and involuntary, aiming to cultivate perfect offspring. To achieve this goal, they tried all kinds of methods, even disregarding gender and ethical boundaries.
Xiang Hanhai's voice grew
deeper, as if he found these matters hard to speak of, but he persisted. In these experiments, the bloodiest and most brutal scenes were commonplace. Overall, after paying a huge price, the experiments did make some progress. Humans managed to cultivate some mixed blood offspring who possessed alien powers but appeared relatively normal.
Before the emergence of the awakened, these mixed blood offspring were humanity's key combat force.
However, the experiments never achieved perfection. The offspring produced were barely usable, but they carried
significant risks. Because their genes contained alien components, sometimes they didn't identify themselves as human.
There were even cases where mixed blood offspring rebelled and
attacked humans.
But this didn't stop some people from continuing their research. Instead, they intensified their efforts. The experimental subjects expanded beyond aliens to include magical beasts. This cruel history persisted until the era of the Awakened. No one knows where the power of awakening came from. Perhaps it was due to the frenzied invasion of the myriad races, and humanity, in its desperation, resorted to dirty self-preservation methods, which even the heavens couldn't tolerate, leading to the emergence of the Awakened. From then on, humans could gain power equal to or even surpassing the myriad races through cultivation. The dirty mixed blood plan was halted and abolished with the advent of awakening research. But, although the plan stopped, a large number of mixed blood offspring had already been cultivated. Humans used extreme measures to eliminate some of the mixed blood who were hostile to humanity. But many remained hidden. As time passed, generation after generation, it became difficult for humans to distinguish who carried alien genes. Thus, alien genes quietly spread among us. Xiang Hanhai's words shocked Chu Chen. 18 years had passed, and he had never heard of this secret history. Indeed, it was hard to speak of. Xiang Hanhai continued, alien genes are merely hidden, but they are always present. The descendants carrying these genes look almost identical to ordinary humans, making it very difficult for us to identify them. These mixed blood offspring are highly unstable. Some firmly uphold their human identity, while others lose themselves and become aliens disguised in human skin, potentially siding with the alien races. In the myriad races church you're familiar with, aside from pure humans, there are also quite a few descendants with alien blood mixed in. Chu Chen nodded. No wonder. The myriad races church has grown so powerful, it turns out genes are one of the reasons. Xiang Hanhai sighed. There's no helping it, this is humanity's own doing. Even now, many mixed blood offspring remain hidden among us. They may have already activated alien genes and are lurking among us as traitors. He patted Chu Chen on the shoulder. Now, do you understand? How dangerous you are. I understand, but I have another question. If hybrid genes are passed down, does that mean those exceptionally gifted awakeners might also carry alien genes? Chu Chen suddenly thought of this. You don't need to worry about that. Awakening is humanity's last hope granted by the heavens. Our research shows that hybrid descendants inherently have genetic defects. Because of their impure bloodline, their awakened talents are very low. Historically, most hybrid awakeners discovered had talents below grade C. Occasionally, there were grade A or B, but we've never seen any with special sequences. Xiang Hanhai finished the last sip of his tea. In any case, I'm reminding you not to let your guard down. Danger is like a lurking viper, ready to strike at any moment. Of course, we will do everything we can to protect you. This is the trust between us. I trust you completely, and the nation will also provide me with the best conditions. I hope I can always hold on to the essence of humanity. Is that possible? Xiang Hanhai looked directly at Chu Chen, awaiting his response. Of course, Elder Xiang, this is a matter of mutual trust. We can sign a contract. After thinking for a moment, Chu Chen suddenly said, a contract? Sounds interesting, sure. A contract of never betraying. Is there a punishment? Chu Chen pondered for a while and then smiled. Punishment. Elder Xiang, the contract is set. Whoever breaches it will face the punishment of eating rock. What exactly is the power of the contract? At Chu Chen's current level, he had not yet mastered any special abilities related to contracts. Whether the contract he just made was effective, he wasn't sure. In any case, his level was still too low. The divine power of the Rock King Emperor, what he had grasped so far was just the tip of the iceberg. Not even a moment to catch my breath, Chu Chen sighed softly. As he grew, the dangers drew closer and closer. By the way, there's something else I need to tell you. Do you remember that guy from the Holy Church of Light you encountered in the ruins? Xiang Hanhai suddenly spoke. Chu Chen immediately recalled the red-haired man and nodded. I looked into some information before I came. The guy who clashed with you managed to escape by sheer luck, but his angelic divine power was severely damaged by you. His talent and strength have significantly declined. Simply put, he's almost a cripple now. Serves him right, Chu Chen said without surprise. After all, that red-haired man had previously tried to use them as sacrifices. Letting him escape was already considered fortunate. Of course, I agree. However, he has a younger brother named Chihon Flammel, who just awakened this year. His talent is also top-notch. In this trial, you ranked first, and he ranked second. Xiang Hanhai didn't say it outright, but Chu Chen already understood. First, he dealt with the older brother, and now the younger brother
had appeared. So, he wants to take revenge on me? Chu Chen chuckled. Ha, they're not as childish as you think. You and Chi-hong are both top human talents. A fight between top talents would be detrimental to humanity as a whole. After all, our greatest enemy is still the myriad races, right? Even if Chi-hong wants revenge on you, we won't allow it, and the Holy Church of Light will strictly forbid it. Although there are constant minor conflicts between factions, everyone still abides by the rules at critical moments. Humanity will not allow top geniuses to kill each other, Xiang Hanhai smiled inside. However, although there won't be any life or death duels, Chi-hong definitely has issues with you, so you need to be careful. Even though it's strictly forbidden, if that Chi-hong truly goes mad, no one can predict what might happen. So, if he is immature enough to insist on a life or death fight with you, or tries to secretly harm you, don't hesitate, end it directly. Xiang Hanhai rubbed his temples. If things spiral out of control, prioritize your own life. As long as you're alive, we'll take full responsibility for whatever happens.
Old Xiang, your words are really heartwarming, Chu Chen said half-jokingly.
Of course, no one is more important than you. Xiang.
Hanhai smiled, patting his shoulder, then leaned closer and whispered, of course, that's only if it's absolutely necessary. If Chi-hong still behaves somewhat decently and only causes minor trouble, just teach him a light lesson and don't escalate things too much. Chu Chen nodded. I understand, I'm not that immature. As long as that guy behaves, the outcome depends
entirely on him. Good, you're reliable in handling things.
It's strange, every time I see you, my tense nerves relax, and I feel reassured.
Alright, the trial is over, and we should leave now.
Xiang Hanhai stood up and adjusted his collar. Since you've grown quickly through combat, we need to find ways to create more opportunities for you.
Chu Chen was transported
out of the trial space, and before him was a massive crowd, a sea of people. He looked around and saw fellow trainees, soldiers in military uniforms, and various staff members.
His appearance immediately drew everyone's attention. Surprisingly, he was gradually getting used to this feeling of being in the spotlight. Clap, clap, clap. At first, a few scattered.
People applauded, then more joined in, and the applause echoed around him. Through his translation headset, he heard congratulations in various languages, all praising him for taking
first place in this trial.
Amid the lively atmosphere, Chu Chen suddenly felt a pair of meaningful eyes staring at him through the crowd. Resonating with the earth, he pinpointed the source of the gaze, a red-haired man. Recalling his earlier conversation with Xiang Hanhai, he instantly recognized that this was undoubtedly Chi-hong. At this moment, Chi-hong's face was dark as he stood at the edge of the crowd. Realizing he'd been noticed, he snorted coldly and turned to leave.
Look, everyone is cheering for you.
Xiang Hanhai appeared beside him.
Again, he announced to the crowd, everyone, the trial is over, and you all performed well.
The dormitories have been prepared in advance, so go and rest.
If you're hungry, the cafeteria serves hot meals 24/7. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into thunderous cheers once more.
These trial trainees, though gifted and burdened with great responsibilities, were
ultimately still kids.
Amid the laughter, the crowd gradually dispersed.
So, what do you want to do?
Rest first or eat first?
Never mind, I've already asked someone to pack your meal and send it to your dormitory. Just head there directly, follow me.
Xiang Hanhai started walking forward, and Chu Chen followed closely behind.
Through the introductions along the way, Chu Chen finally understood that their training location was a massive fortress situated on the edge of a desert.
This place was originally a rear base for the military, as traces of various magical beasts and alien races often appeared in the desert. We need to help you grow quickly, and there's no better training method than combat.
Xiang Hanhai sighed emotionally. So, does that mean we might encounter a magical beast riot or an invasion by other races? No, it's certain. This has almost become routine.
Finally, Xiang Hanhai brought Chu Chen to a villa
district. Is this the dormitory?
Chu Chen was very surprised, having expected the training environment to be harsh. While we do want you to endure hardships, we can't make it too harsh. As long as conditions allow, we will definitely provide you with the most comfortable resting environment. Not just for you, but also for the soldiers stationed here who face danger daily. Their accommodations and logistical support are also top-notch. Xiang Hanhai raised an eyebrow and continued, each dormitory houses 2 people, and the rest are assigned randomly. You can choose your roommate, but of course, you can't live with someone of the opposite sex, unless both parties agree. Forget it, I'll just room with Feng Xiaoqiu.
Chu Chen waved his hand.
After all, he had a good relationship with Feng Xiaoqiu, so he might as well make him his roommate.
No problem. Xiang Hanhai handed Chu Chen a room card. Each villa is
equipped with a domain restriction, you can't enter without the room card.
Take a good rest first, I have other matters to attend to.
With that, he shrugged and turned to leave.
Chu Chen
used the room card to enter the villa, which was luxuriously furnished, with a dining table full of delicious dishes. He first went to the bathroom to take a shower, washing away his fatigue, and then sat down to enjoy the feast. He had to admit, the food here was better than anything he'd ever eaten: tender and juicy meat, plump grains of rice, and rich, flavorful soup
that left a lingering taste.
After organizing his belongings, Chu Chen collapsed on the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone.
Beep!
The sound came from the door, and Feng Xiaoqiu entered,
drenched in sweat.
Wow, the fortress on the desert's edge is really hot.
He wiped his sweat as he walked in. Seeing Chu Chen, Feng Xiaoqiu's eyes lit up, and he quickly approached. Brother Chu, what a coincidence.
Yeah, fate.
Chu Chen deliberately kept his distance, as Feng Xiaoqiu reeked of sweat.
Sorry, Brother Chu, I'll go take a shower first.
Feng Xiaoqiu frowned as he sniffed his collar, finding the smell unbearable even for himself.
While Feng Xiaoqiu went to freshen up, Chu Chen remembered Xiang Hanhai mentioning Qi Hong and eagerly
searched for related information on his phone.
Strangely, despite Qi Hong being a fellow heaven-level awakener, there was very little information about him online, and the existing
content was vague.
All that was known was that Qi Hong's awakening ability was related to a certain deity, and he had been taken in by the Holy Church of Light as one of their divine
sons.
It was said that the Holy Church of Light had 10 divine sons, each a genius with immense power and a core figure in the future leadership of the church.
However, more detailed
information was almost impossible to find, as if someone had deliberately blocked it.
Brother Chu, I'm all set. Feng Xiaoqiu came out after freshening up. Chu Chen suddenly thought that Feng Xiaoqiu, coming from a well-off family, might have access to some intelligence networks, so he asked, Xiaoqiu, do you know anything about Qi Hong, who's training with us?
Of course. Brother Chu, you're number 1, and he's number 2 far behind you, Feng Xiaoqiu replied.
Do you know the specifics of his abilities? Well, Feng Xiaoqiu pondered for a moment. Brother Chu, wait a second.
With that, he pulled out a laptop from his storage ring and began typing quickly. Before long, he exhaled in relief and said, Brother Chu, I found it.
Qi Hong's awakening ability is indeed related to a deity.
He is revered as a divine son by the Holy Church of Light, and the deity is called Tiamat.
Tiamat? Chu Chen had never heard of this name.
It was a mythical dragon, also known as the Earth Mother Dragon. Qi Hong could gradually transform into a half-beast state, and legend had it that he could eventually
fully transform into a dragon for battle.
During this trial, he used his half-dragon form.
Feng Xiaoqiu turned the computer screen toward Chu Chen, showing a picture of Qi Hong. His
entire body was covered in bright red dragon scales, his hands and feet had turned into sharp claws, and a pair of massive fleshy wings extended from his back.
He did indeed look formidable.
Feng Xiaoqiu then spread his hands and said, strangely, information about Qi Hong seems to have been deliberately hidden.
This is all I could find for now. No problem, this information is already enough.
Chu Chen waved his hand, not particularly concerned about Qi Hong, as he was merely curious to learn more.
If he wanted more detailed information, he could always consult Elder Xiang.
After all, as a high-ranking figure, Elder Xiang would certainly have access to more comprehensive data. The two didn't talk much further, as the fatigue from
the trial quickly set in again.
Feng Xiaoqiu yawned first and went back to his room to rest, while Chu Chen stepped out of the villa and flew into the sky. The fortress was surrounded by thick energy barriers for protection, even sealing off the high altitude, so Chu Chen couldn't fly too high. In the distance, the area was enclosed by tall, sturdy walls, and beyond
them, a desolate, dark desert could be faintly seen.
The sand in this desert was entirely black, resembling a massive dark beast coiled on the earth, unfathomable in its depth.
Chu Chen
opened his system panel. He was now at level 26, reaching the mid-stage of the 3rd tier. Soon, he would step into the 4th tier, the mountain-moving realm. What new skills would be
unlocked then?
As he was filled with anticipation, a figure below suddenly caught his attention. This was a desert area, and it was the scorching summer season.
Apart from patrolling
soldiers, there were hardly any other people in the fortress.
The figure happened to be lingering near his villa, sneaking around as if hesitating to do something.
A blue-haired girl was furtively pacing back and forth in front of the villa. She staggered as she walked, occasionally peeking through the windows. Several times, she approached the door as if to knock, but then withdrew her hand, looking particularly hesitant.
"Do you need something?" Chu Chen silently appeared behind the girl.
His voice startled her, and her face turned bright red in an
instant as she hurriedly said, "No. I'm sorry."
When she saw Chu Chen's face clearly, a look of joy appeared on her face. Chu Chen also recognized her and found her familiar.
Suddenly,
he remembered this was Lu Mengli, the girl he had encountered during the awakening and trial assessment.
"It's you?" Chu Chen asked in surprise. Chu Chen, you remember me?" Lu Mengli seemed delighted to be recognized. "Of course, you even helped me back then."
Although he hadn't truly needed rescuing, Lu Mengli had offered her help out of goodwill, and Chu
Chen remembered it clearly. Lu Mengli was also part of the special sequence, so it wasn't surprising to see her in the training camp. However, since the male and female dormitories were separate, her visit here must have had a purpose. I just saw you were here too and wanted to come over and check. It's nothing special."
Lu Mengli waved her hands in a flustered manner.
Hearing this, Chu Chen paused, unsure of what to say. "Well, it's nothing, I just came to see you. I'll leave now."
Lu Mengli's words became increasingly stammered.
Apart
from glancing at him once at the beginning, she kept her head down the rest of the time, appearing very nervous. As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't wait for Chu Chen's response, and turned around, running back to the girls' dormitory area. Chu Chen scratched his head while standing in place, feeling a bit baffled.
However, he didn't bother to think much about
it. After all, he devoted 90% of his energy to becoming stronger and had no time to deal with such matters. The next day, clang, 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 the piercing sound of the bell
woke all the trainees from their dreams.
It was the signal for assembly. The training officially began. Feng Xiaoqiu jolted awake, scrambled out of bed, and ran out of his room while
hastily putting on his clothes.
He rushed to Chu Chen's door and shouted anxiously, "Brother Chu,
wake up quickly, it's almost time for assembly."
Before he could finish speaking, Chu Chen's leisurely voice came from the living room sofa, "Got it. You take care of yourself first."
Chu Chen had already prepared everything.
He was sipping tea leisurely while reading the
newspaper with great interest. Feng Xiaoqiu scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Brother Chu, why don't you seem nervous at all? I heard the instructor is extremely strict. Being late won't end well." "That's right, good luck to you," Chu Chen replied with a smile.
"Good luck to me?
Aren't you participating too?"
Feng Xiaoqiu asked, puzzled.
Chu Chen didn't answer, but glanced at the clock on the wall. "You've already wasted 2 minutes talking to me. Damn it! Forget it, Brother Chu, I won't bother with you anymore." Feng Xiaoqiu pushed the door open and ran straight toward the training field.
As for Chu Chen, he didn't need to participate in the group training at all. Last night, he received a message from Xiang Hanhai, who had specially designed a personal training plan for him. Now, it was time for his training. After finishing the last sip of tea, Chu Chen folded the newspaper, walked out the door, and headed in the opposite direction of the crowd. Along the way, he quickly arrived at the fortress's boundary gate.
Mo Xuehan had been waiting there for quite some time. "Follow me."
Under Mo Xuehan's guidance, Chu Chen passed through several heavily guarded checkpoints and finally arrived at a massive iron door.
The underground area outside the fortress is actually home to many magical beasts.
The lowest level of these beasts is Tier 3, and the deeper you go, the higher their levels. Old Xiang said that for safety reasons, you can only train in the
outermost underground area, Mo Xuehan explained.
Upon learning that Chu Chen primarily relied on combat to enhance his strength, Xiang Hanhai immediately adjusted his strategy and specially opened a passage for him to hunt magical beasts.
Chu Chen nodded in response, "Understood, Teacher Mo. I'll head in now." "Alright, remember, safety first. We'll be monitoring you closely."
After exchanging greetings, Chu Chen pushed open the iron door and walked in slowly. Behind him, Mo Xuehan and the other station warriors cast surprised glances his way.
Behind
the iron door was a dimly lit passage leading straight underground. The walls on both sides were illuminated by faint, flickering lights.
Chu Chen's eyes began to glow, and the golden
jade shield started rotating protectively around him. As he walked, he scanned the surrounding caves, which appeared to be naturally formed rather than man-made. Their shapes were irregular
and highly complex.
After descending about 200 meters, the terrain stopped sloping downward and began spreading out in all directions. Buzz! A strange sound suddenly came from ahead, followed by a wave of scorching air rushing toward him. Bang! A massive club struck heavily against the shield, but as soon as it made contact, the club shattered instantly, while the jade shield remained intact. A few puzzled voices emerged from the darkness, followed by several beast-like orcs cautiously revealing themselves from the surroundings. Roar! The leading orc bellowed angrily, raising a massive iron sword high above its head and striking down fiercely toward Chu Chen. Before it could even fully gather its strength, a gigantic spear of stone suddenly pierced through its chest. Blood gushed out as several members of the Thousand Rock Army appeared behind Chu Chen, though it was unclear when they had arrived. One of them firmly gripped the long spear. Before the other orcs could react, the Thousand Rock Army behind Chu Chen immediately charged forward, swiftly taking them all down in an instant. These low-level magical beasts were hardly worth Chu Chen's personal effort, leaving them to the Thousand Rock Army was more than sufficient. Currently, Chu Chen could control up to 18 members of the Thousand Rock Army. He planned to divide them into 6 groups of 3, assigning each team to sweep through different directions around the outer edges of the underground cavern. This arrangement would be both more efficient and more convenient. Following Chu Chen's command, the ancient Thousand Rock Army split up and advanced in different directions, while Chu Chen proceeded alone. The air carried a heavy scent of dust, and as he ventured deeper, the cave grew increasingly expansive and the darkness more profound. Whoosh! Suddenly, a massive figure darted out of the shadows. It was a magical beast roughly the size of an average human, with wings resembling those of a bat. Its speed was extraordinary, and its impact force was significant. Yet, for Chu Chen, it was still far from a threat. He didn't make a move himself. Instead, the ground beneath his feet instantly formed a gigantic rocky hand, which rose to block the bat-like creature's flight path. Just as the creature was about to strike, the massive rocky hand firmly grabbed hold of it. The bat wasn't immediately killed. Instead, it let out a bizarre, high-pitched scream, producing an unfamiliar soundwave that made Chu Chen feel uncomfortable. Without hesitation, he commanded the rocky hand to exert more force. The enormous hand clenched tightly, crushing the bat and ending its life. The strange soundwave dissipated along with it. Chu Chen rubbed his temples. The magical beasts in these underground caves were different from ordinary ones. They seemed to possess unique abilities that interfered with his senses. Fortunately, the Thousand Rock Army he had dispatched reported no unusual occurrences as they advanced. Glancing at the experience bar on his system interface, Chu Chen realized that leveling up through ordinary magical beasts would require a massive amount of experience points. Only by encountering enemies as strong as those of the Royal Guard level could he gain significantly more experience. However, he noticed something peculiar. After the bat was killed, a small cluster of black substance, no larger than a thumb, emerged from its body and stuck to his jade talisman shield. Strange, Chu Chen murmured as he attempted to channel energy through his shield. Ripples of rocky elemental energy spread outward, completely dispersing the unusual substance. He suddenly remembered that Elder Xiang had sent him a document about underground magical beasts the previous night. The report mentioned that some magical beasts contained a mysterious substance humans referred to as resentment. Upon killing these beasts, their resentment could potentially contaminate the slayer. Resentment acted like a negative effect, weakening the power of awakened individuals. According to existing intelligence, the contamination from resentment varied in severity. Low-level contamination wasn't too serious and could be purified using methods humanity had already developed. Moderate contamination was more troublesome but manageable and would gradually fade over time. Severe contamination, however, posed a significant threat. The resentment wouldn't dissipate on its own and could even drive awakened individuals to lose their sanity, turning them into savage beasts. It seemed that the substance which had just adhered to his shield was resentment. It had attempted to contaminate him but was blocked by his shield. Chu Chen grew more vigilant and continued deeper into the underground cave. The surroundings fell utterly silent. The soldiers stationed here said that the underground cavern is only inspected on a large scale at fixed times to check for any abnormalities in the magical beasts. Normally, no one dares to enter lightly, making Chu Chen an exception. At this moment, he was over 200 meters below the surface. Above ground, the sun was shining brightly, the weather was hot, and other trainees were undergoing training. But 200 meters below lay a dark, cold abyss teeming with countless magical beasts. No one could have imagined that, as a critical stronghold guarding the rear, the underground would harbor so many terrifying creatures. For this reason, the Station Legion appeared exceptionally powerful, suppressing the underground cavern with one hand,
while fending off external invasions with the other. Most of the time, the cavern was eerily quiet, the atmosphere oppressive.
Even without magical beast attacks, the boundless darkness
alone could exert immense psychological pressure on ordinary people.
But this silence was soon broken by the sound of a baby crying.
It was too strange. How could the cries of a baby be heard in this pitch-black, lightless cavern? Yet, oddly enough, it seemed to fit the eerie atmosphere perfectly.
The source of the cries was a group of shadowy figures resembling
wandering ghosts. If not for the light emitted by the Jade Seal Shield, they would have blended seamlessly into the darkness.
However, they weren't entirely hidden, as white light flowed
across their faces. Chu Chen's light was too bright, instantly drawing their attention.
Originally facing different directions, they all turned to stare at him. The baby cries came from
their mouths, even though Chu Chen couldn't see their lips. Not wanting to play a game of who strikes first, Chu Chen took the initiative. Spikes of rock shot up from beneath the
shadow's feet, golden ripples spreading outward and instantly reducing some of the weaker shadows to ashes.
The remaining shadows swarmed forward, their attacks bizarre and varied, though.
The most common were countless claw-like shadows slashing at Chu Chen.
Faced with the dense onslaught, he didn't even draw his weapon.
As the shadows closed in, the Jade Seal Shield
transformed into golden blades that radiated outward.
Explosions, flames, and screams erupted.
No matter how many shadows there were, the area attack ultimately reduced them to fragments. That dissipated. However, these shadows carried resentment within them. After their destruction, the resentment surged toward Chu Chen like a tide.
Fortunately, his Jade Seal Shield
blocked most of the contamination.
Still, half of the shield was now covered in dark matter.
The sticky sensation made Chu Chen frown.
Without letting the shield endure for much longer,
he transformed it into an attack that spread outward once again.
All that remained beneath his feet were the severed limbs of shadows, the enemies thoroughly cleared.
Just as Chu Chen
was about to move forward, he suddenly sensed that a squad of 1,000 rock troops he had dispatched was in trouble.
This wasn't an ordinary magical beast, it carried an overwhelming aura of oppression.
The sudden development made Chu Chen abandon his advance and head toward the location of the 1,000 rock troops. Deep within the cavern, purple-black mist churned, tightly encircling 3 members of the 1,000 rock troops. A massive figure slowly emerged from the fog. It was a magical beast clad in armor, its body as enormous as a small mountain.
Its
face bore only a single giant, occupying most of its visage.
Its mouth, located at its chin, dripped foul-smelling liquid.
Where the armor didn't cover, its body was riddled with
mottled scales and terrifying bone spurs. Blood-red patterns flowed across its skin, giving it an extremely grotesque appearance. The beast roared, its enormous eye firing a crimson laser. The 3,000 rock troops formed a defensive formation, desperately resisting.
But the disparity in strength was evident. In the blink of an eye, the 2 soldiers at the front were obliterated by the laser. The remaining soldiers no longer fought head-on but began to evade the attacks of the beast. Its greatest function now was as a locator. As long as it remained here, Chu Chen could quickly reach the location through resonance. If it were destroyed by the beast, the resonance connection would be completely severed. Without the locator, Chu Chen would have no way to find this place in such a vast cavern. The beast's attacks were ferocious, with a series of lasers shooting from its eyes, shattering the armor of the Chenyan army and gradually breaking their stone-carved bodies.
Yet, even so, the Chenyan army desperately delayed for time. As long as they could hold on a little longer, the locator could continue to extend its reach.
The beast's inability to eliminate its enemies for an extended period clearly made it increasingly irritable. Suddenly, it extended 2 massive claws and
frantically swung them at the Chenyan army.
The claws were enormous and heavy, faster than the lasers, and under the dense assault, the Chenyan army finally reached its limit.
With the
sound of claws slicing through the air, the last Chenyan soldier shattered into fragments of stone. The thrill of eliminating its enemies visibly pleased the beast.
It extended its claw,
covered in scales, and admired its perfection, unable to resist gently stroking it with the other hand.
Boom!
In the next moment, the beast let out a painful roar as a golden figure
suddenly appeared before it. A golden arm struck its chest with tremendous force, sending its massive body flying backward.
It crashed into the distant cavern wall, creating a large crater.
Chu Chen arrived at the locator's position just in time.
The Jade Zhang shield protected him from the surrounding mist, and his hands, covered in golden rock elements, glowed faintly with scales emerging in the light. The beast climbed up from the ground, and Chu Chen leaped into the air, relying solely on his physical strength to confront the beast head-on.
Without using any weapons,
the unfortunate beast, still disoriented, was sent flying again by Chu Chen's punch. In truth, Chu Chen could feel his physical strength rapidly increasing. His hands, coated with rock elements, had undergone subtle changes in shape compared to ordinary human hands. He knew that the Rock King Emperor had a dragon form, and as he leveled up, he was gradually unlocking new powers. But he had no time to dwell on this. The beast climbed out of the ground once more, its two massive claws emitting a crimson glow, the terrifying aura causing the air to tremble slightly. Chu Chen acknowledged that this beast was strong, likely among the top few in the cavern's outskirts. But compared to the royal guards, the gap was significant, let alone being able to rival him now. Chu Chen delivered a flying kick, forcing the beast back, and then gripped the royal longbow tightly.
Energy condensed into an arrow hanging on the drawn bowstring, as power gradually accumulated.
Moments later, whoosh! A slender golden light shot out like lightning, reaching the beast in the blink of an eye. The beast tried to block it with its hand, but the arrow pierced through all obstacles, directly into its massive eye. The beast let out a piercing scream as thick blood flowed from its eye. Immediately, a second arrow followed. The beast was utterly powerless before Chu Chen, its massive body collapsing under the relentless assault. Fortunately, the beast died cleanly,
without leaving any lingering resentment.
Chu Chen's experience points increased significantly. Defeating such beasts was indeed the most efficient way to level up. With the trouble resolved, news came from the other Qianyan army dispatched elsewhere. They had encountered similarly powerful beast attacks. Chu Chen was not worried, instead, he was delighted. He had been fretting about not finding such beasts. Before setting out, he summoned new Qianyan soldiers and ordered them to continue deeper in that direction. Perhaps there would be new discoveries. The group of Qianyan soldiers who sent the coordinates was not far from Chu Chen, and he quickly arrived. There, a magical beast with the head of a chicken and the body of a snake was wreaking havoc. Its body was about the same size as the previous one, with the snake's body covered in brightly colored feathers, making it very conspicuous.
Of the Qianyan
soldiers fighting the beast, only one remained, waiting for Chu Chen to arrive.
You've worked hard. After retrieving the damaged Qianyan soldier, the magical beast let out heavy breaths,
its thick tail whipping violently and creating a multicolored halo.
Chu Chen didn't dodge, allowing the attack to strike his shield.
The beast's strength was no match for the shield's
rock-solid defense.
Its attacks were completely ineffective against him. Chu Chen gripped the Qianyan spear tightly and swung it casually. Blood splattered everywhere as the immense force instantly tore through the beast's body, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. It flew several hundred meters before crashing into a massive stone pillar and coming to a halt. Chu Chen immediately hurled his spear, a streak of golden light shooting after the beast.
Boom!
A loud explosion echoed as the spear pierced straight through the beast's snake body,
splitting it in two.
The battle continued to progress, and Chu Chen soon discovered a passageway leading downward, a route to the next level of the demon lair.
However, the entrance to
this passage was sealed by an extremely powerful barrier. With Chu Chen's current strength, he couldn't budge it in the slightest. There was no choice. The magical beasts on the next level
would be even more ferocious and terrifying.
For safety reasons, Xiang Hanhai had only granted him access to the outer area of the first level, with the deeper regions still off limits. Although slightly disappointed, Chu Chen ultimately continued exploring the first level. He didn't know how much time had passed when his phone suddenly rang with a preset alarm.
The time was 7 p.m.
Unknowingly, Chu Chen had been training in the demon lair for an entire day.
He stretched lazily and then began heading back the way he came.
Before long, he followed the passage back to the Iron Gate.
A curious soldier on guard asked, "Finished training? Impressive, you don't look injured." Chu Chen nodded.
"Yeah, the magical beasts on the first level are still manageable.
I can handle them."
Hearing this, the other soldiers gave him thumbs-ups.
After all, they themselves wouldn't dare enter the demon lair alone. Chu Chen, before
you leave, you'll need to cooperate with us for a checkup. A few military medics approached, carrying various instruments. This was one of the rules of the demon lair.
As mentioned
before, some magical beasts left behind lingering resentment after death, so everyone exiting the lair had to undergo a thorough examination to prevent being corrupted by it.
Chu Chen
nodded in understanding and cooperated with the checkup as required. The process was quick, and soon the report was out: presence of resentment, none; corruption level, 0. Seeing the
Results, almost everyone was too shocked to speak. While not every magical beast in the lair carried resentment, anyone who trained inside would usually pick up at least a trace of it. For Chu Chen to emerge completely unaffected was extraordinarily rare, rarer than winning the lottery. Thanks for the trouble. Since the results are fine, I'll be heading off now. Seeing everyone still frozen in surprise, Chu Chen didn't want to waste time. He waved and left. The medic holding the report was in disbelief, muttering to himself, is it just luck, or could he be immune to resentment corruption? Chu Chen soon returned to his dormitory. By this time, the other trainees had also mostly finished their training. Strangely, as soon as he entered the villa, he didn't see any sign of Feng Xiaoqiu. However, he didn't think much of it. Perhaps the guy had gone to the cafeteria or somewhere else. Chu Chen shrugged and was about to take a good shower when the doorbell suddenly rang. He opened the door and found that the visitor was none other than Sato Ryuhei. To be honest, Chu Chen didn't have much of a relationship with this person. At most, they had sparred once. He couldn't understand why the other party had come looking for him. Sato Ryuhei began speaking, but it was in a language Chu Chen couldn't understand. Fuzanjis. Chu Chen quickly put on the translation earpiece from his storage ring and finally understood what he was saying. Chu Chen, your roommate Feng Xiaoqiu was injured during a sparring session today and is currently being treated at the hospital. What? Chu Chen was stunned. Feng Xiaoqiu was injured and sent to the hospital? This is what happened. Sato Ryuhei began to explain. He said that the trainees had a training session today, which involved sparring with each other. It was supposed to be a friendly match, stopping short of causing harm, but for some reason, Feng Xiaoqiu's opponent went far beyond the limits of the rules. Although the instructor intervened in time, Feng Xiaoqiu was still injured. Feng Xiaoqiu's opponent was Qi Hong, the one ranked right behind you. Him? Chu Chen frowned and asked, isn't that guy a heaven-grade talent? Feng Xiaoqiu can't possibly compete with him. Why were they paired for sparring? It's the rule of the special training camp. Because the number of awakened individuals with different talent grades is uneven, it's impossible to ensure that everyone spars with someone of the same grade. Qi Hong volunteered, saying he wouldn't use his abilities and would only rely on physical strength, promising to exercise restraint. Sato Ryuhei also seemed puzzled and continued, in fact, before sparring with Feng Xiaoqiu, Qi Hong had already sparred with several other trainees without any issues. He controlled his strength well, and no one expected him to suddenly lose control and cause this incident. By the way, I also remember that during the morning assembly, Qi Hong was asking around about why you didn't attend the training. Feng Xiaoqiu is your roommate, after all, so I felt I had to let you know about this. Sato Ryuhei finished speaking, but Chu Chen's frown deepened. Was it really an accident? That Qi Hong was clearly targeting him. Since he hadn't attended the training today, had Qi Hong turned his attention to Feng Xiaoqiu simply because he was his roommate? Where is Qi Hong now? He should be in the dormitory, but I heard that because of today's incident, the higher-ups are preparing to punish him, Sato Ryuhei replied. Take me to see Feng Xiaoqiu first. Chu Chen's expression grew darker. Under Sato Ryuhei's guidance, they quickly arrived at the hospital not far from the dormitory area. Feng Xiaoqiu was lying on a hospital bed, with several parts of his body wrapped in bandages. He seemed to have received timely treatment and wasn't in serious condition. Ha? Brother Chu? You were injured by Qi Hong? Chu Chen sighed. Ha? You already know? I don't really understand what happened either. That guy suddenly went crazy. But luckily, the instructor stopped him in time, so I'm fine. By the way, he kept asking me earlier why you didn't show up. Well, this incident did let me skip today's training, so I guess it's a blessing in disguise, haha. Feng Xiaoqiu was quite optimistic, but Chu Chen felt uneasy. After all, Feng Xiaoqiu had suffered this unwarranted disaster because of him. He didn't stay long. His main purpose in coming was to verify whether Sato Ryuhei's words were true. Ryuhei. Take me to Qi Hong's dormitory. Chu Chen's eyes began to involuntarily shine. Zhuozheng Longping walked ahead, leading the way with a nervous heart. He occasionally glanced back, although Chu Chen's expression was calm, the aura emanating from him made Zhuozheng feel oppressed. He knew exactly why Chu Chen was heading to Qi Hong's dormitory. The thought of a battle between the first and second in the trial was something he dared not imagine. Coincidentally, it seemed Qi Hong had already anticipated Chu Chen's arrival. Before they even got close to the dormitory, they saw him and his roommates standing at the entrance. The moment Qi Hong saw Chu Chen,
a smile immediately appeared at the corner of his mouth.
I knew you'd come. You did this on purpose, didn't you? Chu Chen's tone grew colder, and the aura around him gradually solidified, transforming into golden light that surrounded him.
Heh, this isn't our first
meeting.
Honestly, we should have fought yesterday, but considering the trial had just ended and neither of us was in the best condition, I decided to hold off, Shi Hong replied, unwilling to show weakness. A powerful aura erupted from within him, and red light flickered around him.
In an instant, golden and red lights intertwined, enveloping the surroundings. Even Zhuozheng Longping, who stood closest, couldn't help but tremble. But commotion had already drawn a crowd. Students, station soldiers, and even logistics personnel rushed over.
They surrounded Chu Chen and Qi just as he was about to launch his next attack. A sudden wave of dizziness clouded his mind. For some reason, as he looked at Chu Chen in the distance, he suddenly felt an overwhelming aura of majesty, even stronger than before, so intense that he momentarily had the urge to surrender. Roar! Shi Hong shook his head violently and let out an angry roar that sounded like a dragon's cry. How could he possibly surrender? He had awakened the legendary power of the divine dragon Tiamat. What in this world could possibly suppress him? Fury ignited within Shi Hong, and he unleashed an even more ferocious attack. The muscles beneath his dragon scales churned violently, and thunderous booms echoed across the heavens and earth. His entire body shot forward like a cannonball. Though he left the ground, the force of his charge tore apart the earth beneath him, leaving jagged cracks in his wake. He had expected Chu Chen to dodge again, but to his surprise, a flash of light appeared in Chu Chen's eyes, and his arms were instantly enveloped in a golden glow. The same dragon scale patterns appeared on his arms as he stood firmly in place, calmly awaiting Shi Hong's attack.
Arrogant!
Shi Hong grew even more enraged. Not only did the opponent refuse to evade, but he dared to face his attack head-on? He let out a deafening roar, his speed surging as he instantly closed the distance to Chu Chen. Boom! The explosion spread violently from the center of the two, obliterating everything on the plane in an instant. Shi Hong gritted his teeth, shocked to find that his immense power had been blocked by Chu Chen. Chu Chen firmly grasped his wrist, halting Shi Hong's offensive in its tracks. How is this possible? Veins bulged on Shi Hong's forehead as he struggled to believe that someone could suppress his strength head-on. No matter how much force he exerted, he couldn't advance even an inch, leaving the two locked in a stalemate. In reality, the audience watching the battle unfold on the screen was frozen in place, their movements stiff. This fight had drawn nearly everyone in the fortress, aside from the guards on duty. Everyone had come to watch. Even through the screen, witnessing the clash between Chu Chen and Shi Hong left them utterly stunned. Especially for the weaker spectators, it felt as though a heavy stone was pressing on their chests, making it difficult to breathe.
What makes you think you can stand against me? Chu Chen asked calmly. What? Shi Hong froze, not understanding Chu Chen's question. What makes you think you can challenge me?
Chu Chen suddenly shouted, his arm muscles tensing as an immense power erupted from his body.
Shi Hong stared
in shock as Chu Chen forcefully repelled his massive frame. Shi Hong was sent flying through the air, tumbling to the ground. His feet scraped long marks into the earth before he finally came to a stop.
As expected, Shi Hong's expression darkened. To deal with you, I can't hold back at all.
Crimson light enveloped Shi Hong, and his beast transformation visibly accelerated. The dragon scales that had been mere patterns grew thick and solid, a pair of massive wings tore out from his back, and a powerful tail swung incessantly. His entire body seemed clad in scale armor, and his black eyes burned with fiery pupils. This is the feeling. The sensation of being surrounded by power filled Shi Hong with exhilaration. Every time he entered this form, his consciousness would lose control and turn frenzied. This was the feeling that made him look down on everything. Whether it was the sky or the earth, he was the strongest. His enormous wings suddenly spread wide as he raised his muscular arms high, and a dazzling fireball rapidly began to form above him. The fireball's pull grew stronger and stronger, drawing nearby magical beasts out one after another. They began to frantically circle around the fireball, only to be quickly reduced to ashes. The massive vortex of flames seemed ready to devour everything, and Shi Hong's gaze locked onto Chu Chen once more. The world suddenly dimmed. Chu Chen's figure remained indistinct, his golden pupils glowing brightly. Despite the pull of the force, he stood as steady as a mountain. He quietly waited for the fireball to fully form, preparing to face the terrifying explosion. An impact. At the same time, the jade seal shield rapidly gathered around Chu Chen's body, then transformed into a golden beam of light that shot out in the opposite direction.
On the wasteland, one crimson
and one golden force collided violently, producing a sharp sound like shattering glass.
The raging wind howled, destroying everything around it. Blinding white light engulfed the wasteland. Chi Hong's
massive figure suddenly lunged forward, throwing another punch directly at Chu Chen. Facing the attack, Chu Chen did not back down, meeting the strike head-on with his own fist. At this moment, their fists
no longer resembled human hands but the claws of two beasts.
The fists collided fiercely. Chu Chen concentrated the power of the jade seal shield into his punching arm, far surpassing the defense of the dragon-scale armor on Chi Hong's body. The red armor on Chi Hong's fist began to smoke, blacken, and crack apart piece by piece.
Chi Hong's eyes widened in shock, his flame-like pupils flickering with disbelief. He hadn't expected to be suppressed once again.
"I told you, you're not qualified to challenge me." Chu Chen's fist erupted with the blinding power of the shield.
Boom! Chi Hong's massive body was sent flying backward, retreating uncontrollably just like before.
But this time, he had no chance to adjust his stance and crashed heavily into the ground, creating a massive crater. Blood seeped through the cracks in his armor, and pain swept through his entire body.
Roar!
Chi Hong roared in fury, but Chu Chen had already closed the distance, his golden fists raining down blow after blow. The seemingly indestructible armor began to crack and shatter.
How is this possible?
Chi Hong struggled to counterattack, his anger mixed with humiliation.
He couldn't believe the vast gap between himself and Chu Chen.
"I refuse to accept this." His roar shook the heavens, but it was cut short as Chu Chen's fist struck his cheek. "I told you, it's all an illusion," Chu Chen said firmly, his
gaze unwavering as he stared directly at Chi Hong.
Through Chu Chen's pupils, Chi Hong vaguely saw a solitary, majestic figure, as if it were a being transcending all existence.
Boom! Chu Chen's fist pierced through the armor on Chi Hong's chest.
With one hand, he grabbed a shattered piece of the armor and hurled it high into the sky. The wind howled as Chi Hong's mind cleared, realizing he had been
flung into the air.
He suddenly spread his massive wings, vowing not to be defeated yet. Chi Hong began to circle in the sky, pillars of fire descending from above, flames spreading across the wasteland to
form a ring of fire.
Chu Chen drew out his royal longbow, energy gathering on the bowstring as he continuously fired arrows. The arrows pierced through the flames with a hum, singing like golden birds soaring through the sky.
Chi Hong felt the immense power within the arrows and desperately dodged in the air.
Though he avoided most of them, a few still struck his body. The energy exploded, causing him to roar
in pain.
Blood spilled onto the wasteland as Chi Hong struggled to fly higher, trying to escape the relentless pursuit. He flew with all his might, forcing himself to stay calm.
He hadn't expected the situation to turn out so dire.
He felt like a helpless prey, unable to fight back, while Chu Chen was the deadly hunter. A deep sense of defeat surged within him. In the eyes of outsiders, they were ranked
first and second, with little difference in strength.
He had thought the same, until this moment when he realized there was an insurmountable chasm between them. Chi Hong exhausted all his strength searching
for a countermeasure when suddenly, a deafening gunshot pierced the sky. A long spear transformed into a golden lightning bolt, roaring as it rapidly approached the two. A wave of immense helplessness
surged in Chi Hong's heart.
Can I still block this?
For the first time, he doubted himself. The long spear, with its massive black spearhead, spun as it closed in on Chi Hong at high speed.
The sound
grew quieter and quieter, eventually almost disappearing. Chi Hong understood that the quieter it was, the more dangerous it became.
This attack was unavoidable, he could only face it head-on. Chi Hong
roared, removing his still intact armor, stacking it into a massive dragon-scale shield in front of him, ready to confront the Thousand Rock Spear.
Boom!
The spear tip collided with the shield, causing
it to tremble violently, resulting in a brief stalemate.
It seemed the spear was blocked. But soon, cracks began to appear on the shield, and the spearhead of the Thousand Rock Spear slowly penetrated the
armor.
Though its advance was slow, the oppressive force it brought was overwhelming.
No!
If this continued, the shield would eventually be shattered by the fierce attack. At that point, without the
protection of the armor, he would be as good as dead.
Chi Hong growled softly, gripping the spear tip that was continuously piercing the shield with both hands. The rotational force of the spear tip caused his palms to split open, blood gushing out, and the pain nearly made him faint. But he gritted his teeth and held on, using all his strength to stop the spear's advance.
He had a strong premonition that, if he didn't, he would truly die. Below, Chu Chen coldly watched the battle in the sky, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. An ant trying to topple a tree, how overconfident. The power of the thousand rock spear was instantly detonated by him, and a curtain of light rapidly spread across the sky. With a massive explosion, a charred figure fell heavily to the ground. Bang bang boom. He rolled several times on the ground before finally stopping after crashing into the foot of a distant mountain. As the dust settled, Chi Hong's massive body was deeply embedded in the mountain, his entire body covered in congealed blood, seemingly unconscious and motionless. Chu Chen retrieved the thousand rock spear and quickly walked toward Chi Hong. As he landed, Chi Hong weakly uttered a few words, "I concede." This scene shocked all the onlookers. No one had expected the second-ranked Chi Hong to be so thoroughly suppressed by Chu Chen. Most had thought that while Chi Hong might not be able to defeat Chu Chen, he wouldn't lose so miserably. The reality was clear, even the second rank was far from being a match for Chu Chen. Chi Hong's figure was teleported out of the space, and doctors and awakened healers who had been prepared rushed forward to begin treatment. "What's his condition?" A golden-haired old man in a red robe hurried over. He was the cardinal of the Holy Light Church. "His bones are all broken, but with our abilities, he can be healed quickly." The medical personnel shook their heads and sighed, surprised at how severe the outcome was. Buzz. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, and Chu Chen's figure was also teleported out. "What a monster! He seems unscathed except for some heavy breathing. He's truly someone we can't even look at directly." His appearance immediately sparked intense discussion among the surrounding crowd. The cardinal's gaze turned sharp, and an oppressive aura emanated from him. "This is..." Chu Chen froze. He had felt a similar aura from Elder Xiang, although slightly weaker than Xiang. The opponent was at least in the open heaven realm. Could it be that he had struck too hard earlier, causing dissatisfaction? Smack! A hand suddenly landed on Chu Chen's shoulder, and the oppressive aura of the cardinal instantly dissipated. Xiang Hanhai had appeared behind him at some point, smiling as he spoke to the cardinal. "You're an adult, yet you're arguing with a child. If word of this gets out, people will say the Holy Church of Light can't even accept defeat. Wouldn't that be embarrassing?" The cardinal was clearly afraid of him and shook his head helplessly, signaling the medical staff to take Chi Hong to the hospital for recovery. "Students, your break time is precious. I hope today's battle inspires you." Dismissed. Xiang Hanhai clapped his hands, and no one dared to argue. The crowd quickly dispersed. "Well done. You didn't get hurt, did you?" Xiang Hanhai asked Chu Chen once they were alone. "Not really, just used up a lot of energy," Chu Chen replied, taking a deep breath. "Defeating Chi Hong hadn't been easy. You handled it well enough to put that guy in his place. As long as he's not a fool, he should understand the gap between you two and won't cause trouble. Again. Hopefully. I don't have time to deal with pointless problems," Chu Chen sighed. "Actually, I came here to ask you something," Xiang Hanhai continued. "What is it?" "I received news from the underground demon lair. When you came out of the lair, there wasn't a trace of resentment on you, correct?" "Yes, that's what the test report said," Chu Chen nodded, not denying it. "That's strange. You spent an entire day in the lair. Didn't you encounter any resentful beasts?" Xiang Hanhai asked in surprise. "Of course I did, but I had a shield. Their resentment couldn't contaminate me." "Is it really just because of the shield? That simple?" Xiang Hanhai seemed skeptical. "Do you really think I have some kind of automatic immunity to resentment contamination?" Chu Chen shrugged. I did consider it. After all, nothing that happens to you surprises me anymore. Forget it. As long as you're fine, that's all that matters. By the way, I came here to discuss something with you." Xiang Hanhai changed the subject. "Mr. Xiang, what do you want to discuss with me?" "You know, considering your unique status, we've developed a special growth plan for you. But now it seems that simply clearing out those demon beast nests is far from enough for you," Xiang Hanhai said, stroking his chin. "I wanted to ask if you'd be willing to take on some tasks with the station army. This way, you can directly confront other races, which might be more beneficial for your growth. Of course, this approach carries greater risks, but you're different from others. We'll do everything we can to protect you, clearing away obstacles you can't handle yet, and helping you grow step by step at an appropriate difficulty level," Xiang Hanhai said, staring intently at Chu Chen. "Mr. Xiang, do these tasks require leaving the fortress?" Chu Chen suddenly asked. "Yes, tasks usually involve going out, but will ensure proper protective measures are in place.
Mr. Xiang, you know I've been fighting these demon beasts for so long that it's not only
inefficient but increasingly boring.
If I can engage in direct combat with other races, of course, I'm willing, Chu Chen nodded. With his current strength, ordinary demon beasts could no longer meet his
needs. That's great. I don't see a trace of fearing you.
Rest assured, I'll say it again, although you're being sent on a mission, your safety is absolutely guaranteed.
Alright, Elder Xiang, I naturally trust you on this.
Chu Chen waved his hand, fully aware of his importance within the human camp.
Good, then go back and rest early.
Xiang Hanhai's words suddenly stopped, his brows furrowing as he
gazed solemnly into the distant desert. What happened?
Chu Chen didn't know, but he sensed a bad premonition from Xiang Hanhai. Following his gaze, he saw the sky over the desert gathering black clouds,
slowly swirling. This scene was eerily similar to the alien invasion he had experienced in Cloud Sea City. The air was thick with tension. Alien invasion. Everyone, stay alert. A loud command echoed above the fortress. Piercing alarms blared one after another, tightening everyone's hearts.
The station soldiers immediately sprang into action, donning their gear and rushing toward the fortress gates. At the same time, large, advanced technological weapons that Chu Chen had never seen before were rolled out, forming defensive lines.
Even massive, uniform mech formations were speeding through the air.
To be honest, Chu Chen usually didn't pay much attention to human technology, but he had heard that the army was equipped with specialized mech units. This was his first time seeing them in person. Although the fortress was bustling with activity, there was no panic.
Everyone carried out their tasks in an orderly manner. You've noticed, haven't you?
Those creatures in the desert are stirring again, Xiang. Hanhai chuckled lightly, then said, for trainees like you, of course, we won't send you to the battlefield.
Chu Chen, you're already exhausted today and not fit for further combat. Let the professionals handle it first. Ding. Random mission triggered, participate in repelling the alien invasion. The system's voice rang out again. No, Elder Xiang. Chu Chen gripped his Chinyan spear tightly, without hesitation. He knew this alien invasion was a perfect opportunity for growth.
There was no faster way to improve than on the battlefield. Besides, the mission had already been triggered, leaving no room for refusal.
Are you sure? Don't you need rest?
Xiang Hanhai seemed to have anticipated his response.
Fighting is a form of relaxation for me. Alright, then go ahead without worry. I'll keep a close eye
on you, Xiang Hanhai said decisively, knowing Chu Chen wouldn't let this rare opportunity slip by. He would have to stay vigilant, focusing on protecting Chu Chen and preventing any accidents.
Ordinary
geniuses wouldn't be sent to the battlefield so early, but Chu Chen was different. Xiang Hanhai had a gut feeling that conventional training methods wouldn't suit him.
Chu Chen strode quickly toward the fortress gates. The defensive preparations were complete, and his presence drew complex looks from the station's soldiers.
After all, it was rare for a genius to charge into battle so early, especially after
just facing off against Qi Hong. Was this really okay?
The crowd watched as he stood atop the high wall. The distant desert trembled continuously, heavy black clouds swirling oppressively.
In the desert, blood-red mist churned and boiled, waves of energy rippling outward in shockwaves.
At this moment, all the defending troops appeared exceptionally calm. They were long accustomed to such battles, each in
peak condition, quietly awaiting the outbreak of combat.
A faint golden light shimmered continuously around Chu Chen. As his level increased, his energy recovery speed became faster and faster.
Especially
now, the moment he stepped onto the battlefield, his blood began to boil, as if sensing excitement, and the recovery speed within his body surged. This battle was the largest-scale conflict Chu Chen had faced to date. He was filled with anticipation, eager to see what kind of scene would unfold. The blood-red mist churned for a long time, and finally, whether on the ground or in the sky, countless alien
creatures of various shapes began to emerge. Attack! A furious roar echoed around, multicolored lights flashed, and both the awakened and technological weapons were activated simultaneously. Countless
attacks were launched precisely from the fortress, targeting the aliens. Thunderous explosions erupted, and an unknown number of aliens were blown to pieces in the blasts, causing intense energy fluctuations to ripple across the battlefield. At the same time, the aliens' counterattack arrived as expected. However, with the barrier's protection, all their attacks were blocked outside. The barrier trembled violently, flickering incessantly. In an instant, countless dazzling lights exploded before Chu Chen's eyes. Both sides were currently testing each other from a distance.
As time passed, the enemies sent
by the aliens grew increasingly powerful, and many monsters Chu Chen had never seen before appeared. The overwhelming energy fluctuations emanating from them created a sense of oppression.
A glint flashed.
In Chu Chen's eyes, he could no longer hold back. A golden light pierced through the thick black clouds, slicing through the sky like a sharp sword. This blinding light immediately drew everyone's attention.
That's... Someone exclaimed in surprise, recognizing Chu Chen.
Soon, most of the gazes were fixed on him. Chu Chen remained standing quietly, but an intense killing intent radiated from his body. In the dim heavens and earth, a golden sun suddenly appeared. It trembled slightly before plummeting straight into the desert.
The moment the flames touched the ground, they erupted instantly. Boom!
Terrifying energy raged, and the air was filled with deafening roars. The black desert surged like turbulent waves, with sand waves thousands of meters high tossing countless enemy corpses.
The aliens'
offensive came to an abrupt halt. This attack caught everyone off guard. No one had expected Chu Chen to unleash such ferocity right from the start.
Roar!
An enraged roar echoed from deep within the desert, followed by a beam of intense light shooting out from the blood mist, heading straight for Chu Chen. The power of this attack was terrifying. Just witnessing it was enough to feel its oppressive force. At the same time, a powerful force erupted from within the fortress. The two forces collided in mid-air, creating a fiery whirlwind that spiraled into the sky.
This clash became the signal for the
next wave of assault.
More aliens surged out of the desert, centering around the blood mist. The sandy ground was instantly covered by the alien horde. They launched a frenzied attack, rapidly closing in on
the fortress. Faced with this situation, no orders were needed. The defenders rushed forward, and the real battle officially began.
As the two armies clashed, the charging soldiers quickly formed a new
defensive line, relying on the firepower from the rear to barely hold off the aliens' advance. A jade shield surrounded Chu Chen's entire body as he leaped off the city wall, transforming into a streak of
golden light that charged into the battlefield. However, Chu Chen was not reckless.
The battlefield was ever-changing, and he mostly fought behind the defensive line to ensure safety.
The battle grew
increasingly intense, with artillery roaring and smoke filling the air. The battlefield quickly turned into a gruesome scene of carnage, with blood splattering and corpses strewn everywhere.
Chu Chen became a
golden flash darting across the battlefield, and each time he appeared, he instantly claimed the lives of at least 100 low-level aliens. The enemies charging at the front lines were mostly weak, mere cannon fodder meant to buy time for the main forces in the rear. However, the presence of Chu Chen rendered their assault a complete failure. To him, sheer numbers were meaningless, strength was the key. Rocky ridges continuously erupted from the ground, sending golden ripples spreading outward across the earth.
The densely packed ridges resonated with
each other, and multiple ripples merged into larger, more powerful shockwaves that struck the desert-dwelling alien forces with devastating force.
The cannon fodder charging forward was blasted apart by the ripples, reduced to fragments of flesh and blood that splattered across the battlefield. From the distant city walls, onlookers could clearly see the dim ground illuminated by the golden waves, which continued to spread towards the alien forces. As Chu Chen placed more and more ridges, the range and power of the shockwaves grew exponentially. This significantly slowed down the alien assault, easing the pressure on the defending forces. At this moment, not only the enemies, but even Chu Chen's own comrades gazed upon him with astonishment in their eyes. The aliens seemed to realize that sheer numbers alone could no longer turn the tide of battle. They began deploying stronger and more formidable warriors. A wave of even fiercer, more powerful attacks erupted with terrifying intensity.
The previously resilient defensive line, which had managed to hold on for so long, now struggled like a reef battered by relentless ocean waves. High above, the elite combatants of both sides clashed, their overwhelming energy waves shaking the clouds and causing violent tremors on the ground below. Suddenly, a sense of danger surged through Chu Chen's mind. A shadow appeared silently behind him. It was an alien that resembled a human woman, her entire body covered in purplish-red scales. In each hand, she wielded a blade gleaming with icy light, and she swung them fiercely at Chu Chen's back.
Bang!
The thunderous strike was blocked by Chu Chen's jade-like protective shield.
Ripples spread across the shield's surface, but the attack failed to breach its defense.
The woman's eyes filled with shock, but before she could react, Chu Chen spun around and thrust his spear, piercing through her chest in an instant and splitting her body in two. Yet immediately after, a torrent of attacks from all directions surged towards Chu Chen, aimed directly at him. All of these assaults were similarly deflected by the Jade Shield. Beneath Chu Chen's feet, a massive shadow spread rapidly, forming an enormous cage that separated him from the other soldiers.
Within the shadow lurked countless alien warriors and beasts, densely packed and encircling Chu Chen, trapping him at the very center.
Far above, in the distant skies beyond the thick clouds, a violent explosion erupted. Xiang Hanhai emerged from it, retreating slightly as he brushed
dust off his shoulder.
In that single clash, he had successfully slain 10 alien warriors at the king tier level and countless other enemies. His gaze pierced through the heavy layers of clouds, landing on the encircled Chu Chen.
A middle-aged man with an equally formidable presence approached Xiang Hanhai and asked, "Elder Xiang, can Chu Chen handle this? Should we step in and assist him?"
Xiang Hanhai smiled and replied, "You all always underestimate him. Don't be so hasty, just watch." On the ground, surrounded by enemies on all sides and even from above, Chu Chen smiled faintly as elemental energy began to flow within him. The radiant golden shield circled around him, and though he stood at the very heart of the enemy horde, he showed not a trace of panic. Chu Chen stood calmly, exuding a steady demeanor that brought a sense of reassurance to anyone watching.
Every gesture he made brimmed with an innate authority. Witnessing this, those observing couldn't help but hold their breath.
Soldiers in the distance wanted to rush forward to assist him, but Chu Chen raised a hand to stop them. The golden shield around his body gradually transformed into a mass of golden elemental energy, slowly revolving.
As it rotated,
the energy suddenly erupted, spreading outward in all directions. Stirring up a fierce wind, golden light swept through, and the enemies were instantly slashed into pieces, collapsing like dominoes, their bodies piling up like mountains. Then, Chu Chen charged toward the direction with the largest number of alien races, unstoppable, crushing all obstacles in his path.
The alien
races began to waver, faced with this overwhelming power. Some broke down, not daring to approach Chu Chen, and some even fled in
panic.
In the blood mist at the rear of the alien forces, they could only stare helplessly at Chu Chen's figure, which seemed
like a deity descending. Chu Chen was a variable.
If the military strength of both sides were divided into low, mid, and high tiers, the alien race's high and low tiers could naturally contend with humans. In the mid-tier, the alien races held the
advantage, which originally allowed them to dominate the battlefield.
But Chu Chen's appearance disrupted this balance.
He not
only made up for the humans' lack of mid-tier combat power but even surpassed the alien races.
Now, every time Chu Chen appeared,
he tread on the blood and bones of his enemies.
No one dared to take a step closer to him.
Suddenly, a figure clad in silver-white armor, exuding a powerful aura, appeared beside Chu Chen.
Chu Chen couldn't determine his exact level, but he was at least stronger than Mo Xuehan.
"You performed very well, but you must have consumed a lot of energy just now. Go back to the fortress and rest for now, don't rush into battle again," the figure said.
Chu Chen shook his head and replied, "Thank you for
your concern, but I'm not tired at all." This response left the figure stunned. He looked at the young man in his prime before him. After such an intense battle, not only did Chu Chen show no signs of fatigue, but he seemed even more exhilarated. What was even more astonishing was that he could clearly sense Chu Chen's power continuously growing.
"All right, just pay attention to your condition.
If you feel unwell, return to the fortress immediately." With that, the figure disappeared again, resuming his
battle.
Chu Chen, on the other hand, seemed to have entered a no man's land.
His spear transformed into a golden shadow, reaping wave after wave of alien lives.
As he watched the experience bar on his system panel steadily rise, he was secretly pleased. Suddenly, a sound like the roar of tides reached his ears.
How could this be? This was a barren desert. Where could the sound of tides come from? Unless Chu Chen followed the sound and was shocked to see a violent torrent surging from the alien side, roaring toward them as if to crush the human defenses in one fell swoop.
Seeing this, Chu Chen pointed his spear, and elemental energy immediately resonated with the ground. Just as the torrent was about to reach them, a row of towering, sturdy stone
barriers rose in front of the defensive line.
The raging waters crashed against the stones. Although they couldn't be completely stopped, the impact was significantly weakened. What concerned Chu Chen more was the person hidden behind the torrent.
Many
began to notice that there was a figure standing amidst the massive waves.
Could it be?
Many people's expressions turned grim, clearly recognizing him. "Damn, it must be the new prodigy of the Abyss clan," someone said in a deep voice.
Humans had
their new generation of prodigies, and so did the myriad races, each with their own exceptionally gifted powerhouses.
The alien before them, who had stirred up the waves, was none other than the prodigy of the Abyss clan, one of the top-ranked among the myriad races, Lien Su. Lien Su was extraordinarily prominent among the new generation of the myriad races. He had appeared on human battlefields multiple times before, dealing devastating blows to humanity with his immense strength. No one expected him to show up at the rear this time. It was expected. With Chu Chen's addition to the rear battlefield, the advantage the alien race once held had almost vanished, and every level now had corresponding opponents. For a genius like Chu Chen, the alien race could only send equally top-tier opponents to face him. Lien Su's eyes glimmered with a deathly gray hue as he stood proudly atop the waves, arms crossed over his chest, his gaze fixed intently on Chu Chen. At this moment, neither humans nor aliens dared to intervene in their battle. This was not merely a duel between two individuals but a contest for the future of two races. Among the geniuses of the same generation, who was the true king? This was not just a matter for humanity, all races were eager to know the answer. As the color of the waves began to turn blood red, Lien Su's gaze grew fierce and menacing. Chu Chen? Lien Su spoke, surprisingly in the language of the 9 provinces. Lately, my clan has been comparing you to me. I want to see for myself if you truly live up to your reputation. His tone was cold, filled with an air of arrogant superiority. As a king of the Abyssal clan, he inherently looked down on humans. Before meeting you, I encountered several renowned humans, but unfortunately, none of them were my match. A trace of contempt appeared at the corner of Lien Su's mouth, and within the waves, a row of human heads emerged. I enjoy killing the weak who lose to me and keeping parts of them as trophies. Given your fame, I've reserved a special spot for you right in the center. His brazen and blatant provocation instantly ignited the fury of everyone present. But Chu Chen ignored Lien Su's taunts. With a light tap of his toe on the ground, he shot forward like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he crossed the waves and appeared before Lien Su, thrusting his spear with explosive force. Lien Su's expression darkened as 2 crimson daggers materialized in his hands, surging with power to meet Chu Chen's attack. Yet, as soon as they clashed, Lien Su's face changed dramatically. He felt an overwhelming force crushing down on him, and against Chu Chen's simple yet powerful spear strike, he found it difficult to resist. Lien Su gritted his teeth, unleashing even greater power from within, but it still felt as though he was buried in cement, unable to fully block Chu Chen's attack. Splurt! A gruesome sound echoed as Lien Su was blasted dozens of meters away by the energy impact before he managed to steady himself. Your strength is actually this formidable. Lien Su's expression shifted slightly. Whether it was Lien Su now or Chi Hong earlier, their reactions after clashing directly with Chu Chen were the same. Without hesitation, Chu Chen pressed his advantage, charging headlong into the waves. Lien Su was both shocked and enraged, shocked by Chu Chen's strength and furious that he had fallen behind. In an instant, he commanded the surging waves to repeatedly crash against Chu Chen, the massive torrents furiously pounding in an attempt to drown him. But Lien Su hadn't anticipated that, despite being hailed as a new generation genius, Chu Chen's power far exceeded his imagination. Without overwhelming strength to crush all enemies of the same era, what gives you the right to be so arrogant? Chu Chen swiftly closed in on Lien Su again, thrusting his spear with terrifying force, accompanied by the faint sound of a dragon's roar. Lien Su let out a pained scream, conjuring a glowing blue trident in his hands and swinging it with all his might to fend off Chu Chen's assault. The immense residual force rapidly spread, and the terrifying impact made the surrounding area of several kilometers unapproachable. To the naked eye, the blue trident was gradually crumbling under the relentless attacks of the golden spear. Lien Su's eyes trembled violently, yet he was powerless to resist. All along, it had always been his enemies who were utterly helpless before him, but today, it was his turn. Taking advantage of his opponent's momentary daze, Chu Chen freed his left hand and abruptly seized Lien Su's throat. At this moment, Chu Chen's entire arm was enveloped in rock-like elemental energy. His fingers had transformed into razor-sharp claws, and faint patterns resembling scales emerged on his skin. A wave of suffocating pressure and fear overwhelmed Lien Su, rendering him momentarily stupefied. He stared at Chu Chen, into those golden, radiant eyes. In that instant, Lien Su felt as if the man before him was no longer human, but a primordial dragon from ancient times. This chaotic world will end by my own hand, Chu Chen declared coldly. Just as Chu Chen was about to crush Lien Su's neck, a blinding light suddenly flashed overhead. It was a series of incandescent beams, fine as threads, silently shooting toward Chu Chen in parallel.
Though they seemed inconspicuous, Chu Chen could sense the immense power contained within them, a power he could not withstand in his current state. Sure enough, in the dire moment of Lian Su's peril, the high-ranking warriors of the alien race refused to stand idly by and intervened decisively. Simultaneously, several fiery streaks of light shot out from behind Chu Chen, rushing to intercept the beams descending from above.
If the aliens made their move, did humanity not have the means to strike back? Two immense forces clashed fiercely above Chu Chen's head.
The energy shockwave enveloped them, causing the protective barrier to crackle and nearly shatter under the strain. At the critical moment, an invisible giant hand enveloped Chu Chen, swiftly pulling him away from the explosion's core.
Unfortunately, Lian Su was nearly killed by Chu Chen.
At this point, he had fallen unconscious, his body limp and uncontrollable as he plummeted downward. Meanwhile, humanity launched a concentrated attack, attempting to seize this opportunity to annihilate the prodigious warrior of the abyssal race in one fell swoop.
However, just as their attack descended, a thick shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. Countless arms extended from the darkness, pulling Lian Su back into its depths before vanishing without a trace.
Humanity's assault struck nothing but air, erupting into a cascade of multicolored sparks. Although Lian Su narrowly escaped death, the outcome of this battle was already astonishing enough. Chu Chen, with his overwhelming strength, had firmly dominated the battlefield.
Both humans and aliens were left speechless in shock.
They had anticipated an intense struggle between the two sides, but no one had expected Chu Chen to completely suppress his opponent.
Chu Chen! Chu Chen! A human warrior shouted excitedly.
It's not that your prodigies are too weak, it's that our prodigy is far too strong. This statement was like a spark igniting dry tinder. It immediately triggered a wave of thunderous cheers from the human camp. This battle significantly boosted the morale of humanity while delivering a heavy blow to the enemy's confidence.
Humanity seized the momentum and launched an even fiercer offensive.
Yet as their spirits soared, the alien forces dispatched from the wastelands grew increasingly powerful. A streak of brilliant light cut across the sky, and within a blood-red mist, a colossal figure began to emerge slowly. It was a monstrous creature over 20 meters tall, resembling a giant octopus.
Its entire body was surrounded by purple-black lightning.
Its massive head suddenly split open into a grotesque, gaping maw, from which thick tentacles extended. At the tip of each tentacle, bloodshot eyes were densely packed. Wherever the tentacles reached, violent explosions erupted.
Another one of these oversized beasts. Deploy the mecha squad. The command room quickly issued an order.
One by one, massive mechas soared into the sky, their ultra-dense metallic armor gleaming coldly under the light.
Modern mechas and Awakeners work in perfect harmony. In addition to being equipped with the most advanced thermal weapons, mechas can also channel the power of Awakeners, unleashing several times the attack strength of a human. However, if the Awakener's power is too strong, the mechas may not be able to withstand it.
Therefore, mechas are classified by levels, with higher-level mechas capable of accommodating
higher-level Awakeners. On the Void battlefield, humanity's top-tier mechas can host Awakeners of the heaven-opening realm, releasing multiple times their attack power. Apart from high-level Awakeners, the mecha core is another critical force on the battlefield.
But just as the mechas were about to deploy, boom, suddenly, violent tremors erupted beneath the feet of the massive alien creatures. The ground split open, and the colossal figure of the Ruochuo Dragon King slowly emerged from underground.
Once in combat mode, the Ruochuo Dragon King stood over 10 meters tall.
And that was just the baseline. Chu Chen could inject his own power into the Ruochuo Dragon King. With Chu Chen's power enhancement, the Ruochuo Dragon King's size rapidly expanded. In just one breath, it swelled to nearly 40 meters tall, resembling a small mountain that shook the heavens and earth.
Isn't that Chu Chen's summoned beast? How did it become this powerful? The crowd stared in astonishment as the Ruochuo Dragon King opened its massive mouth. Roar! A deafening dragon roar
reverberated with a powerful shockwave. As it stomped the ground, a violent earthquake immediately ensued, crushing all weaker enemies
nearby into fragments.
Chu Chen's figure had somehow already appeared atop the Ruochuo Dragon King's head.
Gently stroking its massive
golden horns, he smiled faintly, overwhelming the enemy with absolute power. That's the style we should have.
Radiating dazzling
light, Chu Chen gained an instant upgrade from the enemies annihilated by Ruochuo's roar. His strength surged once again. At this moment, the massive, tentacle-covered octopus-like monsters surrounding them began to move. They swung their menacing tentacles, wrapping them tightly around the Ruochuo Dragon King's limbs. Then, terrifying power erupted from the tentacles as the monster's enormous bodies trembled, attempting to overpower the Ruochuo Dragon King with brute force. But no matter how hard they tried, the Ruochuo Dragon King's mountain-like sturdy body remained immovable, not even requiring effort to resist. The Ruochuo Dragon King and Chu Chen simply stood there, letting the monsters struggle in vain. Is this all you've got? Chu Chen glanced around, a hint of disappointment on his face. Suddenly, the Ruochuo Dragon King exerted force with its foot, instantly tearing apart all the tentacles wrapped around its limbs. Blood splattered like rain, and the monsters let out agonized screams. An overwhelming aura and power spread across the ground. As the Ruochuo Dragon King absorbed fire, lightning, frost, and water elements from the earth, waves of multicolored elemental energy surged outward like a tidal wave. No matter how many enemies there were, if their strength was insufficient, they were all obliterated. In this devastating assault, reduced to ashes, low-level aliens collapsed like a tide, ultimately transforming into streams of experience that converged into Chu Chen's experience bar, destroying enemies, growing stronger, and advancing in power unstoppable. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from the depths of the desert. Amid the blood-red mist, a massive burst of flames erupted. Black liquid sprayed out wildly, with most of it rushing straight toward Chu Chen. This liquid is extremely destructive, indiscriminately affecting both friend and foe. Even some other races, once contaminated, wither away as if burned by fire. Surrounded by this liquid, Chu Chen became the center of everyone's attention. Just as the liquid was about to pour down on him, the Ruochuo Dragon King suddenly emitted an intense chill. Crystals of ice rapidly formed on the surface of the liquid, and in the blink of an eye, the liquid was frozen into a thick ice wall. Then, the fire element was unleashed again by Ruochuo, and the scorching heat enveloped the ice crystals, instantly melting the ice wall and the liquid within it completely. Chu Chen took a deep breath, and behind him, rock spears began to form, one after another. The surfaces of these spears were imbued with different elements by Ruochuo: lightning, frost, water, fire, creating a dazzling array of elemental energy around them. They tore through the dim sky, falling straight toward the enemy. Their numbers were overwhelming, densely packed like a torrential rain, leaving no place to hide. Chu Chen focused his attack on the lower-tier enemy clusters, prioritizing the elimination of manageable targets. These element-infused rock spears were like divine punishment, covering a vast area of the enemy's forces, piercing through both foes and the ground, and causing continuous explosions and destruction. Chu Chen's experience bar climbed rapidly. As expected, only in such intense battlefields could his strength grow so quickly. But at that moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. The experience bar in front of Chu Chen froze. The sounds of shouting, killing, and explosions around him vanished instantly, and everything fell into a deathly silence. He looked around and found that all the other races, humans, and even the rock spears still falling from the sky were completely motionless. Chu Chen was puzzled, but soon he sensed a familiar aura. He looked up and saw two figures appear in the sky. They were surrounded by green and red light, respectively. Chu Chen couldn't make out their appearances, as if something was obscuring them, making it impossible to see through. However, the aura emanating from them felt very familiar to Chu Chen. It was similar to the power he had obtained from the Geo Archon Morix. It wasn't elemental power, but rather the aura of a god. The oldest of the 7 archons, the Geo Archon. So, you have come to this world as well. We've been searching for you for a long time, the figures surrounded by green light spoke, their voice stiff and genderless, as if not human. The other 6 archons have already fallen into slumber. Do you still intend to resist alone? Now, you have the option to join us, the other figure, glowing red, said. Their voice was just as stiff and cold as the first. As soon as the words were spoken, Chu Chen disappeared from where he stood. In the next instant, he was already above the 2 figures, his spear thrusting downward with unparalleled ferocity. As if they had anticipated Chu Chen's attack, the 2 figures showed no surprise and immediately unleashed the elemental powers of fire and wind. The 3 forces collided in an instant. But soon, the 2 figures realized that Chu Chen's attack far exceeded their expectations. Their combined strike was actually suppressed by Chu Chen's spear, forcing them to retreat. Your strength has recovered this quickly? No, that's not right. The red figure exclaimed in shock. In the next moment, the green figure was the first to retreat, while Chu Chen's hand had already gripped the red figure's throat tightly. Coldly, he asked, "Who are you, really? Your power hasn't just remained, it's actually recovering?" The red figure was surprised, his tone becoming urgent. "Rock God, you really found a way to escape the calamity. We shouldn't be enemies." A violent hurricane suddenly rose, instantly forming a massive eye of the storm. Countless sharp wind blades shot out from the eye, and Chu Chen dared not be careless. He let go and quickly dodged out of the hurricane's range. However, the questions in his heart grew stronger. Who exactly were these two? Why did they carry the aura of gods? They mentioned that the other 6 gods were sealed, likely referring to the 7 ruling gods like the Rock King Emperor. But what exactly had happened? Among the abilities Chu Chen unlocked from the Rock King Emperor, there was no information about the world of Teyvat. Everything he knew came from his memories of the game in his previous life. Wait. Judging by your appearance, have you lost your memory? The green figure attacked again, seemingly discovering something. Could it be, he is the variable, the red figure muttered to himself. This ends here. Whether or not you've lost your memory, you indeed survived the calamity. Although I don't know how you did it, we shouldn't be enemies, because we have a common foe. The green figure looked toward the sky and shook his head, saying, "Time is running out. If you've found a way, that's for the best. The calamity is spreading, and this world won't escape it either. Whether you are willing to join us or not doesn't matter. I hope that the next time we meet, you will have returned to your peak state. Perhaps, even stronger." The 2 figures gradually became blurry and disappeared into the air in the blink of an eye. Time continued to pass, and the sound of battle, like mountains roaring and seas crashing, rose again. Chu Chen, however, stood frozen. Those 2 hadn't revealed much useful information, but it could be confirmed that the world of the Rock King Emperor had suffered a severe disaster, and this calamity would eventually affect this place. Moreover, those 2 seemed unwilling to be his enemies and had been trying to recruit him, though their purpose remained unclear. On the current battlefield, thanks to Chu Chen's involvement, the human race held the advantage. The enemy clearly noticed this, and the battle had reached a stalemate. Sending more troops would only allow Chu Chen to exploit them and accumulate experience. Deep within the desert, it seemed, a retreat order had been issued, as the remaining alien forces retreated like a tide. Seeing the enemy's retreat, the human forces morale soared, and countless soldiers excitedly pursued the aliens. They stopped only when they reached the edge of the desert. This battle was a victory for humanity. In the past, most confrontations between the 2 sides ended in a draw, but this time, it was not only a victory but a decisive one. In the short term, the alien forces were unlikely to launch another probing attack. After all, each attempt came at a great cost, and the aliens in the rear wouldn't dare act recklessly. The black clouds swirling in the sky began to disperse. Above the clouds, Xiang Hanhai and other high-ranking experts exchanged smiles, their gazes all falling on Chu Chen. From him, everyone saw hope for ending the invasion of all races. Inside the fortress, although the other trainees hadn't joined the scenes from the battlefield were transmitted to them in real time. Chu Chen had now become an unattainable figure in everyone's hearts. In the hospital, lying on a bed, Chi Hong watched the scenes on the television, his expression remaining one of shock. After a long time, he let out a bitter laugh and shook his head in self-mockery. News of the great victory in the rear battle quickly spread across the internet, and related newspapers were being printed rapidly in the printing houses. The battle was over, but the battlefield still needed to be cleaned up. Corpses were strewn everywhere. Although humanity had the upper hand, many warriors had still sacrificed their lives inside the fortress. A bronze bell suddenly rang out with a deafening sound. The noise echoed across the entire fortress, and in an instant, people inside the houses stepped out and gathered on the streets. They all looked in the direction of the bell's sound and bowed their heads in silent mourning. Chu Chen also returned to the ground, quietly lowering his head. In a dark space somewhere, it seemed like an empty void, with nothing but darkness before them. A dozen figures stood in a circle, their faces obscured by some force, making them indistinguishable. Morex has not lost his power, he has gone to a new world, and his strength is gradually recovering, said the figure emitting a red glow, the same person who had previously met Chu Chen. How is that possible? The other 6 gods and even people from other worlds are sealed. How could Morex be an exception? And in an unfamiliar world, he can actually recover his strength? That sounds too incredible, a burly figure questioned. We saw it with our own eyes. He is recovering quickly, and it won't be long before he fully regains his power, another figure glowing with a green light added. However, it's a pity. Whether due to amnesia or something else, he seems unable to recognize us. Could that be the reason he survived? Isn't that perfect? Since he has forgotten us, he has also forgotten the conflicts between us in the past. Perhaps we can even win him over. The space began to buzz with heated discussion. But no one can guarantee when he might regain his memory. If he remembers, the first thing he'll do is declare war on us, the red glowing figure sighed. So what do you plan to do? Disaster is spreading rapidly, and no world can escape it. Are we just going to let Morax slowly regain his strength? Even if he recovers to his peak. So what? At his peak, he was no match for the disaster. At that point, it would just be a repeat of history, a ridiculous farce. Besides, even if he regains his memory and comes after us, the combined strength of the six of us, are we really afraid of him alone? No. This time, the situation might be different, the green glowing figure interrupted. The space fell into silence. Forget it, let's act simultaneously. I still need to find other solutions. One figure slowly became ethereal and eventually disappeared from the space. Me too, several other figures followed suit, disappearing one after another. Ding! Mission complete. Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, level 29. 2 days passed quickly. The efficiency of cleaning up the battlefield was fast and professional, and by the third day, the fortress had returned to normal operations. At this moment, the morning sun had just risen. According to the plan, Chu Chen was supposed to continue training in the underground demon lair, but today, he sat enthusiastically atop the high city wall, quietly gazing at the distant, once chaotic black desert that had now returned to calm. With the experience gained from the last battle and the mission rewards, he had now reached level 29. Just 2 levels away, he could break through the 3rd-tier Kaiyuan realm and step into the 4th-tier mountain-moving realm. However, during those 2 days on the battlefield, the words of the 2 mysterious figures still echoed in his mind. They could actually make time temporarily stop. The ability to control time has always been regarded as mysterious and powerful. Chu Chen knew that among the god-tier experts in this world, the strongest time-related ability could only slow down the passage of time, but it was absolutely impossible to completely stop time. From this perspective, those 2 figures were clearly not from this world. Although they could freeze time, their strength was not particularly formidable. During their brief encounter earlier, Chu Chen did not sense any exceptionally powerful energy from them. Perhaps the ability to freeze time was not something they themselves had unleashed. No matter how he thought about it, the only thing Chu Chen could do now was to seize the time to rapidly enhance his strength. He took a deep breath and leapt down from the city wall. With his current physical condition, jumping down from a 100-meter-high wall was nothing at all. Soon, he arrived at the entrance to the underground demon lair. The tunnel leading underground remained dark and deep. He walked alone through the deathly silent passage, with cold water occasionally dripping from the cracks above, producing crisp dripping sounds. When he reached the entrance to the first layer of the demon lair, he was greeted by a scene full of demonic beasts. These beasts were different from those on the surface, shrouded in a black aura. They had adapted to the darkness, and their eyes had significantly degenerated. Strangely, they stood silently, not making a sound, like statues. Chu Chen slowly walked into the group of demonic beasts, which finally caught their attention. The beasts began to move, surging toward him from all directions like waves, attempting to engulf him. Suddenly, the jade shield around Chu Chen lit up, and a nearly transparent, dark yellow barrier flickered with unstable golden arcs of light. As Chu Chen's level increased, the power of his skills continued to grow. Now, the attack power of his jade shield was even more astonishing. The demonic beasts roared furiously, lunging at him with such intensity that it seemed they could drown him. However, the shield emitted a golden light, illuminating the beasts. The energy of the jade shield instantly transformed into a dazzling radiance that spread outward. The energy explosion caused the surrounding air temperature to rise rapidly. In almost an instant, the demonic beasts surrounding Chu Chen were blown to pieces, their flesh and blood scattered everywhere. The path ahead was now unobstructed. Chu Chen summoned the 1,000 Rock Army, and this time he did not let them disperse but kept them close by, sweeping away all enemies encountered along the way. Most of the demonic beasts were easily dealt with by the coordinated efforts of the Thousand Rock Army.
Only when facing slightly tougher enemies did Chu Chen personally take action.
Advancing in this manner, Chu Chen soon reached the entrance to the next layer
of the demon lair.
The indestructible barrier still surrounded the entrance, firmly blocking any force attempting to break through. But this time was different. Chu Chen took out a crimson card from his ring and gently pressed it against the barrier.
Ding! With a
light sound, Chu Chen passed through the barrier effortlessly and stepped onto the staircase leading to the next layer.
2 days after,
returning from the battlefield, Chu Chen sought out Xiang Hanhai and proposed that the experience gained from the first layer of
demonic beasts was no longer sufficient for his rapid leveling needs, requesting permission to access the second layer of the demon lair.
For this, Xiang Hanhai and other high-ranking officials held an all-night meeting. The outcome was favorable. They agreed to grant
Chu Chen access to the second layer.
However, before giving him the card, Xiang Hanhai specifically explained the situation regarding
the deeper layers of the demon lair. According to Elder Xiang, the demonic beasts in the lair were essentially endless.
The stationed army had conducted multiple large-scale purges of the lair, but each time they wiped it clean, the beasts would reappear shortly afterward. This phenomenon had drawn significant attention from the higher-ups. After all, the fact that there was a continuous influx
of magical beasts beneath human territory posed a significant security risk. Upon investigation, humans discovered a passage beneath
the underground lair that connected to another world.
It was this passage that allowed the magical beasts to flood in. Later, humans
located the entrance to the passage. Over 10 top-tier divine-level experts joined forces to place a seal at the entrance.
The seal was located on the deepest 10th level of the lair. However, the seal was not omnipotent. It could block high-level magical beasts from
entering from the other world, but it was ineffective against low-level magical beasts. This was the best defensive measure humans
could currently achieve.
Although low-level magical beasts continued to pour in, their threat was far less than that of high-level
magical beasts.
Each level of the lair was equipped with restrictions that served a similar purpose.
For instance, magical beasts
from the 10th level attempting to climb up to the 9th level could only pass if they were relatively weak. Most stronger ones would
be blocked by the restrictions.
The same applied to magical beasts from the 9th level trying to ascend to the 8th level.
These
layered restrictions ensured that the magical beasts closer to the surface grew progressively weaker. The entire lair spanned dozens of levels, with the strength of magical beasts evenly distributed from weak to strong. As a result, Xiang Hanhai specifically instructed Chu Chen that if he encountered a being on the second level whose strength far exceeded that of most magical beasts, he must retreat immediately and report to headquarters without taking any risks.
Xiang Hanhai explained that the magical beasts on the second level
generally ranged from 3rd to 4th tier in strength, with occasional appearances of leader-level magical beasts.
As long as the
level difference did not exceed 1 tier, it was within the normal range.
As soon as Chu Chen stepped into the second level, the
surroundings trembled slightly, and numerous small flying magical beasts swooped toward him.
However, the Chenyan army swiftly raised
their spears, the heavy spear tips tearing through the air with terrifying force, instantly reducing the swarm of magical beasts to
blood mist.
Chu Chen glanced at his experience bar. The magical beasts on the second level indeed provided more experience than those
on the first level.
He nodded in satisfaction.
Excellent, faster leveling meant he could enter the next stage sooner, unlock new legendary quests, access new constellations, and gain entirely new abilities. Leisurely, Chu Chen walked deeper into the second level, with the Chenyan army closely guarding him. After all, these relatively weak magical beasts were not worth his personal effort. As
they advanced effortlessly, a massive winding cavern appeared before them. Inside the cavern, lava flowed, and the firelight illuminated
the space brightly.
Chu Chen could clearly see a group of fiery red, half-human, half-beast magical creatures occupying the cavern. They wielded various weapons and exuded an aura far stronger than the magical beasts outside. What caught Chu Chen's attention even more was the enormous beast seated at the center of the cavern, surrounded by the other magical creatures. It was a massive creature, resembling an oversized version of an orc, with fiery red patterns flowing across its skin. It held a magma-covered spiked club, radiating
an aura that sent chills down one's spine.
This magical beast was a leader-level creature, with strength reaching the peak of the
4th tier. As soon as Chu Chen and the Chen army appeared, they immediately drew the attention of the magical beasts. Both sides stared at each other in silence until the leader orc finally couldn't hold back and let out a furious roar. All the magical beasts under its command erupted instantly, brandishing their weapons and charging toward Chu Chen. "Very well, you may proceed," Chu Chen said, gripping the Chen spear tightly and pointing forward. The Chen army, sensing his commanding presence, unleashed a powerful surge of energy. Rock spears clashed with flames, and the cavern echoed with deafening booms. Chu Chen stood calmly at the rear, watching the Chen army fight valiantly. As his strength increased, the rank of the Chen army also rose significantly. Many skills were enhanced, and their attack power became extraordinarily formidable. Coupled with the Jade Seal shield bestowed by Chu Chen, although the shield's effects couldn't fully stack, its effectiveness improved as Chu Chen's level increased. Now, the Chen army enjoyed a powerful 60% boost from the Jade Seal shield. A combination of overwhelming attack power and impenetrable defense. This was truly an army capable of conquering demon gods. On the battlefield, the Chen army had already begun to crush the orcs. But strangely, the orc leader remained seated on its throne, coldly watching its kin being slain one by one, seemingly indifferent. No, Chu Chen noticed its massive body trembling slightly. Under what circumstances do living beings tremble? Fear, cold, or anger? Clearly, it was waiting for the right moment to strike. Chu Chen could sense the powerful aura emanating from the orc leader even from afar, and the leader likewise felt the terrifying pressure radiating from him. It was this oppressive force that kept the orc leader from acting recklessly, as it had a premonition that acting rashly might lead to its utter annihilation. Bang! But prolonged stalemates were meaningless. The orc leader finally made its move. Its speed was astonishing, completely at odds with its bulky, massive frame. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from its original position and then charged straight at Chu Chen from above. Its movements were simple and brutal, yet incredibly fast and immensely powerful. In an instant, its enormous body loomed over Chu Chen's head. A seemingly simple collision carried an intense elemental force. Boom! The orc leader's immense strength clashed violently with the Jade Seal shield, producing a deafening roar like a giant bell. A powerful shockwave followed, spreading outward in all directions. The shockwave carried a special effect, causing any affected creatures to instantly fall into a state of dizziness. Chu Chen's resilient physique allowed him to be immune to such negative effects, though he still felt a brief discomfort. The orc leader's initial attack failed to harm Chu Chen and was instead repelled. However, it bounced back into the air like a rubber ball, then immediately descended again, crushing down on Chu Chen like a massive mountain. TSK, it really doesn't know when to stop. Chu Chen planted the Chen spear into the ground and caught the massive body with both hands. The immense force pressed down from above, spreading throughout his body in an instant. Yet, an even greater power surged from within Chu Chen. As if lifting a small mountain, he suddenly flicked his wrist and hurled the orc leader away with great force. Without hesitation, Chu Chen's figure vanished, swiftly pursuing his opponent. His eyes gleamed as he unleashed a ferocious punch mid-air. The punch erupted with violent power, striking the orc leader's head with full force. The direction of the opponent's flight changed instantly, and it finally came to a stop after smashing through more than 10 stone pillars. The battle was at its peak, and Chu Chen deliberately used this opportunity to train himself against such physically formidable foes, as it was the best way to enhance his strength. Now, the orc leader was drenched in thick blood, letting out a low growl. The red patterns flowing across its body suddenly lit up, enveloping it in a layer of red mist, with purple lightning flashing in its eyes. Chu Chen sensed the opponent's aura rising sharply. It had clearly entered its second form. The orc stood up from the deep crater, its movements slightly slower, but its strength had more than doubled. The orc leader launched another attack, and Chu Chen, undeterred, charged forward to meet it head-on. The massive figure leaped up again. Chu Chen paused briefly, then delivered a powerful kick, slamming it back to the ground. The rocks of the underground cavern, imbued with special energy, were supposed to be extremely resilient. Yet under Chu Chen's forceful attack, the ground instantly cracked open into a large pit. Fissures spread outward from beneath the orc leader, twisting and overturning the ground as debris scattered in all directions. However, the distance between each layer of the cavern was vast, and the rock layers were incredibly thick, so there was no concern about breaking through to the next level.
The orc leader fell into the fissure, and Chu Chen seized the opportunity to unleash his power. Immediately, jagged rock spines rose from the ground, encircling the orc leader. The immense force emanating from these spines converged from all directions around the orc leader, slowly tearing at its skin. The excruciating pain drove the orc leader into a frenzy. It mustered all its strength to break free from the stones binding it. By now, its wounds were gruesome, and its once protective armor was severely damaged. With a wave of its hand, the spiked club that had been knocked away earlier flew back into its grasp. Raising it high, the orc leader let out a piercing roar. Its eyes flashed with dazzling lightning, and its horns appeared even more menacing. In an instant, the orc leader turned into a blur. Chu Chen felt a fierce gust of wind rushing toward him as the dark shadow, accompanied by a storm, bore down on him. The ferocious weapon struck with murderous intent. Chu Chen swiftly retrieved his spear and swept it horizontally. The two immense forces collided violently, causing the entire space to tremble. The surrounding demonic beasts shrieked and scattered in all directions, only to be shattered into pieces by the shockwave. Their strength was utterly insufficient to withstand the residual force. The Chenyan army fared slightly better due to the protection of the Jade Shield, but their bodies still swayed precariously, as if walking a tightrope. This fourth-tier peak-level leader beast's power was not to be underestimated, and this strike was clearly its full-force attack. Chu Chen felt a terrifying power, mixed with searing flames, pressing down on him. He looked up, locking eyes with the orc leader using the brilliance of his energy. Golden light flowed in his eyes, exuding a powerful aura of dominance. The orc leader's body trembled violently, its strength beginning to falter. Chu Chen seized the moment, instantly detonating the Jade Shield. Energy spread outward in an attack. Golden light erupted from his body, accompanied by a deafening roar, sending the orc leader's massive body flying. Having had enough, Chu Chen decided not to waste any more time on this beast. As the orc leader was still airborne, Chu Chen hurled the Chenyan spear. The moment the spear left his hand, it radiated golden light, expanding in size by more than tenfold, piercing straight through the orc leader's body and emerging from its back. The beast let out a harrowing scream, its entire body convulsing as blood gushed rapidly from its wounds. The spear pinned it firmly to the cavern wall, its arms hanging limply. A surge of unusually intense crimson resentment burst from its body, far surpassing any resentment Chu Chen had encountered before. Chu Chen quickly erected a shield in front of himself to block the overwhelming resentment, then shattered it. Ding! Congratulations to the host, level up. Current level, LV30. The system notification sounded. Leveling up by 3 levels, just one more to reach the next stage. Chu Chen exhaled lightly. The leader was dead, and the remaining minions had long been cleared out. That orc leader was likely the strongest beast on this level, although they had been eliminated for now. As long as the passage remained, new beasts and leaders would undoubtedly climb up before long. Chu Chen waved his hand, controlling the 1,000-rock spear to withdraw from the orc leader's body, returning to its original size before flying back into his hand. Because its surface was covered with a thick layer of rock elements, the spear was not stained by the beast's blood. Just as Chu Chen was about to continue clearing other areas of the second level, the system's voice echoed in his mind once again. Ding! Host breakthrough detected. A preview of the new ability to be unlocked will now be provided. Here it was again, the long-awaited ability preview. Chu Chen recalled that the last preview had been related to the Ruochuo Dragon King. What would it be this time? Before he could think further, the scene before his eyes began to shift. For safety, Chu Chen summoned all the 1,000 rock soldiers back to his side, forming a circle and remaining vigilant of their surroundings. The scene had not fully transformed when the first thing he heard was the sound of intense battle cries. A heavy scent of blood filled the air. Chu Chen found himself standing in the midst of a battlefield. All around him were various monstrous beasts, exuding a strong aura of resentment, their bodies partially covered in some unknown dark substance. These creatures had blood-red eyes, and were screaming and fighting madly. Suddenly, the dense horde of beasts turned in unison toward a single direction and charged. Following their line of attack, Chu Chen saw flashes of multicolored light in the distance. Boom! Several bolts of purple lightning descended from the sky, instantly reducing the gathered beasts to charred remains with immense power. Then, the ground trembled as massive rocks emerged from the earth, smashing into the surrounding beasts. Pillars of crimson fire shot skyward, while waves of this can significantly increased the leveling speed.
As expected, the subsequent experience gained was just as he had anticipated. The remaining
minor monsters on the second floor didn't provide much experience, especially after Chu Chen reached level 30, where the experience required for leveling up increased significantly. He fought tirelessly until 7 p.m., nearly wiping out all the monsters on the second floor of the demon cavern, but the experience growth was not substantial.
Chu Chen sighed, haste makes waste. At this stage, he could only rely on the monsters in the demon cavern to enhance his strength. After recalling the 1,000 rock army, Chu Chen quickly returned to the surface gate. A routine physical examination showed that his body was unpolluted and still safe. The stationed soldiers were already accustomed to this result. After witnessing his performance on the battlefield, everyone knew just how powerful Chu Chen truly was.
Mr. Xiang? Chu Chen was about to head back to his dormitory when he suddenly saw Xiang Hanhai walking toward him. "You've grown stronger again," Xiang Hanhai said, his eyes filled with satisfaction.
"We all saw your performance. The monsters on the second floor of the demon cavern are no match for you. You've given us so many surprises."
After a day of effort, were the monsters
on the second floor enough to make you stronger?
Well,
Chu Chen lightly touched his chin. "Mr. Xiang, the monsters on the second
floor are indeed much stronger than those on the first floor, but if I could enter the third floor..."
"Unfortunately, the third
floor is not open to you for now," Xiang Hanhai said with a smile, shaking his head. He continued, "The deeper you go, the more complex the environment of the demon cavern becomes, and the risks increase as well.
For your safety, we don't want you to take on too much danger."
"I understand." Chu Chen had already prepared himself mentally, but he still felt a bit disappointed.
"However, there might be another way to meet your needs. Would you be willing to take on a mission?"
"A mission? What kind of mission?"
Chu Chen asked curiously.
"A small town near the border has reported the appearance of a small monster teleportation portal."
"A monster teleportation portal?" Chu Chen nodded, indicating he had heard of it.
These teleportation portals were similar to miniature versions of the
divine relics.
They connected to another space, which also contained monsters and a main beast. However, there were significant differences between teleportation portals and the divine relics. First, the space connected by a portal was much smaller than that of the
divine relics, possibly only the size of a room or a building.
Second, the portal had only one entrance, unlike the divine relics, which could have multiple entrances appearing simultaneously around the world. Additionally, teleportation portals required active entry and wouldn't forcibly pull in awakened individuals like the divine relics.
Lastly, the entrance was bidirectional. Humans could enter the
space, and the monsters inside could also come into the real world through the entrance.
This was a clear difference from the one-way nature of the divine relics.
To prevent monsters from flooding out and threatening the real world, countries would immediately send people to eliminate them upon discovering such portals. As long as the main beast inside the space was destroyed, the portal would
automatically close. The local Yoning Bureau has already assessed the portal and confirmed it's a small one. I believe the monsters
inside the portal are more suitable for your needs compared to those on the surface layers of the demon cavern, so I wanted to ask for
your opinion." After speaking, Xiang Hanhai didn't say anything further.
Chu Chen agreed without much thought.
First, he needed to
accumulate experience through the monsters in the portal. Second, staying in this enclosed fortress all day was inevitably stifling.
So going to a nearby town for a change of scenery was just right.
Great.
But let me make it clear first, for your safety, we will secretly assign people to protect you. Xiang Hanhai raised an eyebrow.
Chu Chen shrugged helplessly. As expected, the higher-ups still
didn't trust him to go out alone.
However, having someone secretly protect him was something he had long been accustomed to, so he
simply pretended not to notice.
The mission would begin tomorrow, as the teleportation channel had not yet fully opened and still
required some time. Xiang Hanhai handed Chu Chen a pitch-black token, which served as his pass to enter and exit the fortress. After the handover, Xiang Hanhai left first, while Chu Chen headed toward the dormitory.
"Brother Chu." As soon as he stepped through the villa's front door, Feng Xiaoqiu rushed over and hugged him tightly. Although it had been 2 days since Feng Xiaoqiu was injured, during that time, apart from training, he had spent almost all his time in the hospital for checkups and rest. This was the first time
Chu Chen had seen Feng Xiaoqiu since leaving the hospital.
The scene was heartwarming if not for the fact that Feng Xiaoqiu's tears
and snot were about to drip onto his shoulder. Chu Chen might have tolerated it.
He pushed Feng Xiaoqiu away helplessly.
I know. Everything you did for me.
Feng Xiaoqiu held a newspaper in his hand, which featured a photo of Chu Chen fiercely beating up Qi Hong. I never thought you'd be so loyal, Brother Chu, willing to risk everything for a brother.
I don't even know how to repay you. Feng Xiaoqiu hadn't expected Chu Chen to clash with the terrifying Qi Hong on his behalf.
When he learned about it, he was so moved he almost cried, feeling fortunate to have found the right person to rely on. Thinking of this, he wanted to throw himself at Chu Chen again.
Chu Chen deftly dodged and put some distance between them. Let's get one thing straight, I don't have that kind of interest. Secondly,
as long as you're okay, don't bring this up again. In truth, Chu Chen had stepped in because he felt that Feng Xiaoqiu had been innocently dragged into the situation, and it was entirely his fault. After all, Qi Hong's original target had been him, but since he wasn't around at the time, Qi Hong had vented his anger on Feng Xiaoqiu instead. Since it was trouble he had caused, he naturally had to stand up for Feng Xiaoqiu. He just hoped Feng Xiaoqiu wouldn't take it too seriously. Unexpectedly, Feng Xiaoqiu had imagined the whole thing as a heroic big brother standing up for his little brother, patting him on the shoulder afterward and saying, "This
is nothing.
Anyone who messes with my little brother is asking for death." Thinking of this, Feng Xiaoqiu became even more emotional. Seeing the tears welling up in his eyes, Chu Chen could only shake his head helplessly and prepare to go wash up.
The next day,
Chu Chen woke up, got ready, but didn't see Feng Xiaoqiu.
He's probably still lazing in bed, Chu Chen thought. Glancing at Feng
Xiaoqiu's room, he shook his head helplessly and walked outside. At the front gate, Xiang Hanhai had been waiting for quite some time. To Chu Chen's surprise, two familiar faces stood beside him, Feng Xiaoqiu and Sato Ryuhei.
"Brother Chu, you got up later than me."
Feng Xiaoqiu greeted him excitedly. Sato Ryuhei's eyes sparkled with determination as he rattled off a string of Fuso language that
Chu Chen couldn't understand. Chu Chen pulled Xiang Hanhai aside and asked in a low voice, "Old Xiang, what's going on? Wasn't this supposed to be a solo mission?"
For safety reasons, and because these regular trainees will eventually have to carry out missions, I picked two people you're familiar with to accompany you. Consider it an early learning experience for them, Xiang Hanhai explained.
With a smile. What do you mean? Chu Chen still didn't get it.
In the past, new recruits always had veterans leading their missions.
Only after gaining experience were they allowed to act alone. Then, who's the veteran?
You, Xiang Hanhai said, pointing to
Chu Chen's chest. Me? This is my first mission too, Chu Chen said, bewildered. So what? You're not an ordinary person. Although it's my first time on a mission, I have high hopes for you. You'll definitely complete it better than anyone else. Xiang Hanhai patted his shoulder earnestly, then leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Besides, I've heard you complaining recently that the missions are too easy, whether it's clearing out demon lairs or other tasks. Taking these two along will make the mission more challenging. Won't it? What kind of move is this? Alright, enough talk, get in the car."
Chu Chen wanted to say more, but Xiang Hanhai directly
pushed the group into the special vehicle.
Once the car started, it slowly exited the fortress gates and then sped off toward the distant
sandy town.
Watching them leave, Xiang Hanhai let out a soft sigh. Chu Chen had been forcibly assigned two teammates because, from the first time Xiang Hanhai met him, he felt that Chu Chen was too solitary. He was like a lone wolf, relying solely on himself for everything. Whether it was fighting magical beasts or handling daily affairs, Chu Chen's immense capabilities allowed him to handle
everything on his own.
Especially after a special training plan was tailored for him, he had almost completely disconnected from the team,
spending his days alone in the dark demon lairs.
Over time, Xiang Hanhai began to worry.
Would Chu Chen, being isolated from people for so long and growing stronger, become increasingly indifferent? Would he even gradually forget the meaning of the nation and home? If that happened, how could they expect him to fight for humanity? What worried Xiang Hanhai even more were the ulterior motives
of certain high-ranking individuals, like Tuoba Lian and his ilk. If they exploited Chu Chen's weaknesses, it could have adverse effects
on him.
After all, once a genius loses control, external forces are bound to intervene.
He absolutely couldn't let Chu Chen lose
his autonomy and become a mere tool of war. The vehicle sped through the yellow sands.
After leaving the fortress, Chu Chen and his teammates immediately felt much more at ease.
After all, The fortress was strict and heavy with discipline, creating an invisible pressure on their hearts. Feng Xiaoqiu and Sato Ryohei cheered happily in the car, as if they had just regained their freedom. Since Sato Ryohei was from Fusang, they all wore translation headsets, otherwise, they wouldn't even understand each other. Soon, the outline of buildings faintly appeared on the sand-covered horizon. Chu Chen and his team had arrived at their destination, a small town built in the desert. The scorching air distorted their vision. The driver, who also served as their guide, led them to the entrance of a passageway. This was the intersection of several roads, marked by a 3-meter-high circular entrance emitting a blue glow. From a distance, one could feel the strange aura emanating from within. Around the entrance, the military and guards had already set up a perimeter, but curious onlookers crowded outside the cordon. Please do not approach, that passageway is very dangerous. A female guard stopped Chu Chen and his team, but when she recognized Chu Chen, her face lit up with surprise. You, aren't you, Chu Chen? Before she could finish her sentence, the surrounding crowd also turned to look at Chu Chen. Their faces were filled with joy and disbelief as they exclaimed, "It's really Chu Chen. This is the first time I've seen him alive. Could it be that the fortress sent him to close the passage? Did the fortress send you to take on this mission?" The woman's tone carried a sense of reverence. In the eyes of most people, Chu Chen's performance on the battlefield had already made him a hero. "Yes, this is my mission token." Chu Chen spoke as he took out the token given to him by Xiang Hanhai. "Just as I thought, you're still trainees, right? Didn't they assign a senior to accompany you?" The woman found it hard to believe. "Well, it's just the three of us. Since you've confirmed our identities, we'll head in first." Chu Chen didn't say much more, stepping over the warning line and entering the passage. Feng Xiaoqiu and Zhang Longping followed closely behind. As soon as they entered, Chu Chen immediately felt a strong sense of oppression. It wasn't until they were fully inside that the scene before them gradually became clear. At the same time, he felt large raindrops falling from the sky. Feng Xiaoqiu and Zhang Longping appeared behind him as well. Chu Chen looked around. They were standing on a straight highway, surrounded by overgrown weeds. The sky was covered with dark clouds, occasionally split by flashes of lightning. Torrential rain poured down, and fierce winds howled. Chu Chen quickly deployed a jade barrier, and the rainwater slid off the yellow light shield. The golden light particles vibrating on the shield's surface acted like windshield wipers, constantly clearing away the raindrops. He didn't forget to shield the two behind him as well. Feng Xiaoqiu, already accustomed to the barrier, wasn't too surprised. Zhang Longping, on the other hand, touched the shield excitedly and exclaimed, "Sugoi! It's this barrier again. How do you create such an intense sense of security? This is amazing. With this barrier, I feel invincible. Brother Chu, you can rest in the back. Leave the monster hunting to me." Feng Xiaoqiu waved his hand, conjuring an icy spear, and took the lead. Zhang Longping, full of confidence, drew his katana and stepped ahead of Chu Chen. "Exactly, leave these small matters to us. If we encounter something we can't handle, Brother Chu, you can step in then." "These two." Chu Chen shook his head helplessly. "Fine, let them go ahead." As Chu Chen's level increased, the jade barrier had gained a new feature. When the host granted the barrier to others, any enemies they defeated would also grant the host corresponding experience points, provided the barrier recipient's level was not higher than the host's. In other words, if Feng Xiaoqiu and Zhang Longping killed monsters, Chu Chen would also gain experience without losing out. However, this effect had a limitation. If the person granted the barrier was of a higher level than Chu Chen, the effect would be nullified. Chu Chen had once fantasized about giving the barrier to top-tier experts like Xiang Hanhai and letting them fight monsters, allowing him to level up effortlessly. After all, the enemies that someone of Xiang Hanhai's level fought were all masters of the heaven-opening realm. Killing just one heaven-opening realm enemy would yield an astronomical amount of experience. Chu Chen could hardly believe it. If that were possible, leveling up would be as fast as riding a rocket. Unfortunately, this restriction made it nothing more than a dream. With Feng Xiaoqiu and Zhang Longping leading the way, Chu Chen stationed 5 Qianyan army guards at the entrance to prevent monsters from escaping. The three of them advanced along the highway, the roadside branches threshing wildly in the wind. "Honestly, just the three of us on this mission, without a senior leading the team. Aren't you too nervous?" Chu Chen asked curiously. "Brother Chu, what are you talking about?
We're not nervous because you're here. You're more reassuring than any senior. Feng Xiaoqiu replied with a grin. Zhuo Zhanglongping nodded repeatedly. Exactly. If I had to choose a team leader, I'd definitely pick you, brother. Chu. They were speaking from the heart. No matter what challenges they faced, as long as they were with Chu Chen, they felt at ease. Hey, the enemies have surrounded us. Haven't you noticed? Chu Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. What? The two looked around. In surprise. Brother Chu, are you sure? I don't see anything, Feng Xiaoqiu asked. You'll see soon, Chu Chen replied, crossing his arms and shrugging. As soon as he finished speaking, dark shadows slowly emerged from the tall, dense weeds by the roadside. These beasts seemed like condensed shadows of darkness, brandishing sharp claws and staring at them intently. Chu Chen faintly sensed that these shadows carried an aura similar to the resentful beasts in the demon lair. The shadows suddenly erupted, screaming as they tore through the air, leaving deep claw marks in the rain. Without needing Chu Chen to say more, Feng Xiaoqiu and Zhuo Zhanglongping immediately sprang into action. Heavy frost and blazing flames covered their respective sides. The two had clear targets, each guarding one side. Although their usual performance in front of Chu Chen was average, they were still geniuses of the special sequence. While they couldn't compare to the dazzling brilliance of Chu Chen, they could still showcase their strength when facing these beasts. Their auras quickly surged, and the elements they wielded were perfectly opposite. Chu Chen felt the biting cold on one side and scorching heat on the other. The intertwining sensation of ice and fire was quite fascinating. The torrential rain continued to pour, but the frost instantly froze the raindrops into ice shards, while the flames evaporated the rain into steam. The shadows attacked fiercely. But under Feng Xiaoqiu and Zhuo Zhanglongping's strategy of ignoring defense and focusing entirely on offense, their assault was effectively suppressed. Chu Chen thought to himself that bringing these two along wasn't bad. At least he didn't have to take action himself, and his experience was steadily increasing. Although the growth was slow, even if they cleared all the beasts in the space, it would be hard to level up quickly. But that was fine, leveling up couldn't be rushed, it was best to let it happen naturally. Soon, the number of beasts on both sides of the road began to decrease. Just as they were about to finish clearing them out, boom! A sudden loud noise erupted behind them. The ground beneath their feet shook violently. Chu Chen turned to look back and saw a fiery red glow rising from the distant horizon. At the same time, all contact was lost with the Chenyan troops he had stationed at the passage entrance. This meant that those troops had been completely wiped out. What happened? What's going on? After dealing with the remaining beasts around them, Feng Xiaoqiu and Zhuo Zhanglongping quickly turned back, their faces full of vigilance. Something's wrong. Chu Chen frowned slightly. Something major had definitely happened at the entrance. The Chenyan troops he had stationed there hadn't even had time to resist before being annihilated. The first explosion was just the beginning. Soon, a second explosion followed. In quick succession, a fireball even larger than the previous one rose into the distant sky. The intense heat instantly evaporated the nearby raindrops. Flames and powerful shockwaves spread rapidly. Although they were far away, Chu Chen and his group were still affected. However, with the protection of the Jade Shield, the impact posed no threat to them. The ground began to tremble, and cracks appeared on the distant highway, slowly extending toward Chu Chen's feet. Twisted, distorted figures crawled out of the cracks, undead creatures resembling zombies and skeletons, their bodies mangled and emitting a gray aura. Feng Xiaoqiu and Zhuo Zhanglongping immediately became alert, moving closer to Chu Chen. A storm was brewing, and in their hearts, Chu Chen was their greatest reliance. Boom! The third explosion roared, deafening and blinding as flames shot into the sky. The trees and weeds on both sides of the road were ignited, and even the heavy rain couldn't extinguish them immediately. A burly man with a bare upper body slowly emerged from the fire, his face bearing a sinister smile as he stared at Chu Chen. The Church of Myriad Races. Feng Xiaoqiu gritted his teeth and shouted. On the man's chest was a blood-red triangular mark. That's the symbol of a disciple of the Church of Myriad Races, not an ordinary follower. Zhanglongping also spoke up to warn. Disciple? Chu Chen suddenly recalled that during the Beast Tide riot in Yunhai City, someone had indeed claimed to be a disciple. From what Feng Xiaoqiu and Zhanglongping said, these disciples were clearly much stronger than ordinary followers. A renowned figure indeed. What an honor to see you in person, the man said with a sinister smile.
the corners of his mouth curling coldly. Just a single disciple, bringing along these lackeys, and you dare show yourself before us? Feng Xiaoqiu gritted his teeth. No one could remain calm in the face of such a traitor to humanity. Exactly, a traitor daring to act mysterious in front of us. Jin Longping's eyes burned with anger. Generally, people's hatred for traitors ran deeper than for enemies. Shoo! The man ignored them, placing a finger to his lips with a contemptuous smile. You two aren't even qualified to speak to me, and besides, I wouldn't come alone. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 figures appeared simultaneously in 4 directions. Behind Shu Chen, 3 men and 1 woman, all bearing the mark of disciples. 5 disciples. Feng Xiaoqiu licked his cracked lips. Those who could become disciples of the Church of Myriad Races were mostly exceptionally gifted awakeners, belonging to a special sequence. The aura they exuded was clearly much stronger than that of Feng Xiaoqiu and Jin Longping. We also know that with just a few of us, we probably wouldn't be a match for Mr. Chu Chun. If the human leadership sent you to carry out this mission, there must be someone secretly protecting you. So, Your Grace, we leave it to you. The man respectfully knelt on one knee, and the surrounding undead, along with the 4 disciples, bowed toward the passage ahead. A hunched figure slowly appeared at the end of the passage. He walked very slowly, draped in an ancient robe of purple and black, with red armor beneath it. Raindrops fell on the armor, reflecting a strange light under the high-altitude lightning. He held a gray staff, its surface shrouded in a thin mist. His appearance resembled that of an elderly man in his twilight years, frail and weak. But no one dared to underestimate him, as he exuded the powerful aura of a King Realm expert. The flames grew fiercer with the old man's arrival. At the same time, under the firelight, a shadow beneath Chu Chen's feet suddenly rose into the form of a person. Brian, one of the 4 archbishops of the Bloodbat Church? I didn't expect you to be the one sent. From the shadow emerged a tall man in military uniform, with fiery red hair, a straight posture, and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. He also exuded a King Realm aura, his oppressive presence no less than Brian's. There was no doubt that this man had been sent by Xiang Hanhai to secretly protect them. But Chu Chen never expected that this guy could hide silently within his own shadow. When had this even started? Thinking of this, Chu Chen felt a chill run down his spine. If this man hadn't come to protect him but instead, like those followers of the Church of Myriad Races, intended to assassinate him, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hidden in the shadows, he was completely defenseless. Feng Xiaoqiu and Jin Longping were also stunned, clearly not expecting the man to appear in such a manner. The man seemed to notice the surprise of Chu Chen, and the other 2 scratched his head awkwardly, and said with a silly smile, "Sorry, I was ordered to protect you. My name is Zheng Qian. I've been hiding in your shadows all along, and it seems you didn't notice me at all, ha." The man's tough appearance was completely at odds with his manner of speaking, which instead made him seem quite approachable. "Humph, you junior, how dare you address a senior by name? You have no manners at all," the elderly man referred to as Brian said in a hoarse, cold voice. "Humph, you remnants of traitors, do you even deserve to talk about propriety and honor?" Zhang Qian's expression changed, and he erupted in anger. He stomped his foot in front of Chu Chen and the other 2, and immediately, countless blades as black as ink materialized around him. Facing the bishop of the Universal Church, he dared not be careless. The shadows transformed into several dragon-like shapes, letting out low roars as they charged toward Brian. Each shadow dragon carried a heavy aura of death, and wherever they passed, groups of undead were instantly crushed. Chu Chen could feel the terrifying power emanating from Zheng Qian, a force far beyond his current capabilities. Brian let out a muffled grunt and tapped his staff, causing skeletal remains of various magical beasts to slowly emerge from the ground. These bones belonged to all kinds of magical beasts, and their aura was far stronger than that of the previous one. Immediately, Chu Chen appeared behind the 4 men. Having learned from the burly man's mistake, the remaining 4 disciples reacted quickly, but just as they tried to move, rocks suddenly emerged from the ground, firmly pinning their feet. Bang! 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 Several thick rocky spines burst out of the ground beside them, the intense vibrations leaving them dizzy. Then, golden ripples spread out, enveloping them. Seeing this, Zheng Qian gave a wry smile. It seemed he had underestimated Chu Chen's strength. As long as Chu Chen could hold off Brian, who was also at the King Sealing realm, the remaining disciples were no match for him.
With this thought, Zhang Qian let out a low roar, the shadows around him thickening and glowing with a ghostly blue light, transforming into armor that covered his entire body. A long sword, formed from shadows, appeared in his hand, and clad in the heavy shadow armor, Zhang Qian charged at Brian. At the same time, the shadows beneath his feet spread continuously, expanding as he moved.
Seeing Zhang Qian getting serious, Brian dared not underestimate
him any longer.
He swung his staff sharply, instantly vanishing from his original position and reappearing several hundred meters
away.
In his place, a gray puppet remained, raising its staff high and releasing a dim light that quickly spread outward.
Zhang Qian
slashed with his sword, the dense shadows transforming into a blade that collided with the spreading light.
The clash of two powerful forces erupted instantly, unleashing a violent shockwave.
Brian coldly watched Zhang Qian approach, gripping his staff tightly as the armor beneath his gray robe suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Instead of retreating, he launched a counterattack, charging directly
at Zhang Qian.
Zhang Qian's expression grew serious, the ghostly blue light on his shadow armor intensifying. He dared not be careless.
Sensing a faint yet deadly killing intent emanating from Brian. Boom!
Another deafening explosion resounded as the two clashed. Fiercely, their sword and staff locked in a stalemate, whipping up a fierce gale around them.
Strange. A sense of foreboding
rose in Zhang Qian's heart. According to intelligence, Brian was not skilled in close combat, so why was he choosing to engage in
close quarters combat now?
Instinctively, he diverted a sliver of his consciousness to check on Chu Chen's side.
Despite being surrounded by 5 disciples, Chu Chen remained at ease.
He shouldn't have been worried, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that the actions of the All-Races Church this time were far from simple. If it were just this, they wouldn't pose a threat to Chu Chen.
Zhang Qian swung
his sword again, unleashing a powerful force that sent Brian flying back. For safety's sake, he decided to report to Xiang Hanhai, immediately requesting reinforcements to guard against any unforeseen events.
It's useless, Brian suddenly teleported, appearing
right in front of Zhang Qian. Although the previous attack had injured him slightly, leaving a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, he smirked.
Did you think the All-Races Church would act so recklessly? If we make a move, we do so with absolute confidence.
He swung his staff,
launching an even fiercer attack. Trying to call for reinforcements? The fortress over there is probably too busy to respond.
Another loud boom echoed as Brian spewed a corrosive gray mist from his mouth, forcing Zhang Qian to dodge rapidly.
Could it be? Zhang Qian's brows furrowed tightly, a growing sense of unease in his heart. To complete our mission, we've
already reached an agreement with the Lords of the Desert. This time, no matter the cost, the Lords will launch another ferocious
assault. By now, the battle is likely raging fiercely. Damn it! Zhang Qian began retreating in Chu Chen's direction. No matter what, he had to protect them at all times to prevent any accidents. Brian gave a faint smile. You were chasing me earlier, but it seems you've gone too far.
As he spoke, he raised his withered left hand, a pale, frail hand resembling a shriveled bird's claw.
A powerful gravitational force pressed down on Zhang Qian once again.
Ignoring everything, he continued flying toward Chu Chen.
However,
his speed soon began to slow, and the surrounding pressure grew increasingly intense.
Zhang Qian frowned as blades, claws, dragons,
and other forms condensed from shadows surged out from the shadowy layers beneath his feet. They charged toward Brian, who, faced with such a fierce attack, had no choice but to stop casting his spell and vanish from his original position. The gravity around Zhang Qian gradually dissipated, but a gray lightning bolt immediately descended from the sky.
Brian entangled him once more, and the two
instantly launched into a frenzied battle. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Qian had intended to hold off his opponent, but unexpectedly, he found himself being restrained instead. Fortunately, there were no major incidents on Chu Chen's side, allowing him to breathe a slight sigh of relief. He had no choice but to focus all his strength on quickly defeating Brian, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to
return to support Chu Chen. With this thought, Zhang Qian unleashed even greater power and began to counterattack. On the other side,
Chu Chen wielded the 1,000 rock spear, locked in fierce combat with 5 disciples. With his current strength, combined with the support of the surrounding 1,000 rock army, the 5 disciples gradually sustained varying degrees of injuries as time went on.
In contrast, Chu Chen remained unscathed under the protection of the Jade Seal Shield.
Speaking of the Jade Seal Shield, the 5 disciples
gritted their teeth in frustration.
In previous battles, they had exhausted all their efforts to break the shield. Yet every time it shattered, Chu Chen would swiftly re-establish it, creating an endless cycle that they couldn't interrupt. It was clear that these 5 disciples alone were no match for him, and defeating them was only a matter of time. Chu Chen also noticed the situation on Zhang Qian's side. The battle between the two was intense and evenly matched, with no immediate anomalies. However, the more this was the case, the more uneasy he felt. He couldn't believe the myriad races church would be so foolish as to send only this small group to their deaths. It was likely that the enemy still had a trump card yet to be revealed. Step by step, Chu Chen advanced, the 1,000-rock spear in his hand sweeping rapidly. A terrifying spear intent infused with rock elements instantly formed before him. At the same time, the 1,000-rock army around him launched their attacks, spear lights raining down like a storm. The 5 disciples could barely defend themselves and had no chance to counterattack. Chu Chen didn't want to delay any longer and planned to eliminate these 5 individuals first, regardless of what trump cards they might have. Just then, a strong sense of danger suddenly surged in his heart. Immediately after, strange patterns emitting a grayish glow appeared beneath Chu Chen's feet. A majestic aura quickly spread, enveloping Feng Xiaoqiu, Zhuo Zhang Longping, the 5 disciples, and even the King Sealing Realm experts Zheng Qian and Brian, all of whom felt a suffocating pressure. This aura weighed down on them, making it hard to breathe, and even the flow of energy within their bodies began to slow. Zheng Qian and Brian had no choice but to cease fighting and both landed back on the ground. What is this? Zheng Qian's eyes widened as if he had realized something. That's right, it's divine might, Brian said with a smug smile, though the aura also left him in poor condition. The majestic aura grew stronger and stronger, compelling everyone to instinctively look up at the sky. At some point, the torrential rain had stopped, the dark clouds had dispersed, and a bright moon was revealed high in the sky. A figure holding a long spear appeared. His silver-white armor was engraved with golden patterns, and his entire body was shrouded in white light, concealing his face. Behind him spread a pair of massive silver wings, their pristine feathers shimmering with a sacred radiance under the moonlight. This was exactly the image of a deity in people's hearts. A god? Impossible. How could they possibly traverse the void and descend upon Blue Star? Zheng Qian exclaimed. On the distant void battlefield, deities did indeed exist. The awakening abilities of the Church of Light were also related to these gods. Deities were the highest-ranking race, born with divine might. Whether human or alien, anyone who had not reached the divine rank would be suppressed by this divine might, causing their strength to temporarily diminish. No, that's not a real god. Zheng Qian quickly noticed the flaw. The strength of a true deity would be at least at the King Sealing realm or higher. Yet the figure hovering above them, though exuding an aura of divine might, seemed to Zheng Qian to possess strength only at the peak of the 5th tier, the Dao Si realm. The deity in the night sky began to emit a molten glow from his armor. He floated silently, exuding both elegance and a hint of ferocity. Exactly, it's just a puppet, not a true god. But so what? Brian said with a smug smile. This divine might is real, and under its suppression, all of us will grow weaker, including Chu Chen. To infiltrate here unnoticed, sending me, the only King Sealing Realm Awakener, was already a huge risk. Sending someone of a higher rank would definitely have alerted you. But with me alone being held back by you, those useless ones. Brian's gaze swept over the 5 disciples, his eyes full of disdain. Those 5 weaklings are definitely no match for Chu Chen. We've been racking our brains on how to suppress Chu Chen without alarming you. Brian shrugged. This deity puppet only has 5th tier strength, so it wouldn't raise your suspicions. But the divine might it brings can suppress Chu Chen. No matter how strong he is, how much of his power can he still wield now? To be honest, this plan cost the church a great deal. This deity puppet is the church's most prized possession, the only one of its kind. It was originally reserved as a trump card, but using it against Chu Chen isn't a waste. Damn it! Zheng Qian gritted his teeth. The divine might had significantly weakened his strength. As someone in the King Sealing realm, the impact on him was minimal, but the lower the rank, the greater the suppression. Chu Chen and the others were undoubtedly affected more severely. Don't get mad. Brian leapt in front of Zheng Qian, clearing his throat with interest. We're all under suppression now, but we can still hold each other in check. Do you think I'd let you go save Chu Chen? Just watch. Let's bet how long can Chu Chen last against
It?
Zheng Qian gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the situation. Brian was tightly restraining him, while the Dragon King was still locked in battle with the undead army. Although the army's numbers were dwindling, they were enough to buy some time. Feng Xiaoqiuan's Wa Zhenglongping stood no chance.
Forget the divine might suppression, they couldn't possibly contend with a 5th-tier peak-level opponent.
At this moment, only Chu Chen stood silently, his
gaze fixed on the enemy above him.
Wait! Zheng Qian suddenly realized that Chu Chen seemed completely unaffected by the divine might.
More than that, he couldn't sense any weakening in Chu Chen's aura at all. Judging by his demeanor, an awakener below the 5th tier shouldn't even be able to stand upright.
Under the suppression of divine might, next to him, Feng Xiaoqiuan's Wa Zhenglongping were both almost bent over, as if carrying a mountain on their backs. But Chu Chen showed no signs of discomfort.
Brian suddenly noticed this as well. He stared at Chu Chen with wide eyes, his face full of shock.
He couldn't comprehend why, under the suppression of divine might, Chu Chen appeared completely unaffected. Under the moonlit sky, the god suddenly waved its hand, and a swarm of winged eyeballs flew out from beneath its wings.
These eyeballs hovered densely around it, their wings flapping incessantly, and
their whites were streaked with blood vessels. The sight was both terrifying and nauseating. In the next moment, the eyeballs began to emit a hissing
sound as they flew toward Chu Chen.
Just as they were about to descend, a row of Qianyan soldiers had already stepped in front of Chu Chen.
Facing the onslaught of eyeballs, the Qianyan soldiers raised their massive spears and charged.
In an instant, countless eyeballs were pierced and shattered, feathers
and blood scattering everywhere.
At the same time, the eyeballs launched a fierce counterattack, some shot out beams of light, while others rammed into the
Qianyan soldiers.
The two kings had yet to make a move, but the battle between the armies was already intense.
Enough! Chu Chen gripped the Qianyan spear horizontally, his fingers lightly brushing its smooth tip. This sudden statement left everyone stunned, unsure of his intent. Of course, he wouldn't
be affected by the suppression of divine might after all. The Rock King Emperor himself was a god.
Currently, Chu Chen's level was restricted, and the
aura he exuded wasn't strong enough to trigger the effects of divine might.
But even so, he could completely ignore its influence. Chu Chen had initially
thought that the experience gained from this mission would be limited, making it impossible to level up. However, the situation had now changed. This experience would perfectly fill the final gap. In an instant, Chu Chen and the divine puppet vanished simultaneously. In the eyes of the others, two streaks of light clashed repeatedly in the night sky, separating and colliding again and again. Accompanied by deafening roars, it was like rolling thunder.
No! Damn it! Damn it! How is this possible? How can he ignore divine might? This plan was never supposed to go this way. You damned humans! You should have been wiped out long ago. How could this happen? Brian's face twisted in near madness.
He screamed with a distorted expression, attacking
Zheng Qian furiously.
He wanted nothing more than to tear apart the person blocking his way and rush up to kill Chu Chen immediately.
For this plan, the
church had spared no expense, even bringing out their trump card, a divine puppet.
Such a devastating weapon was meant to be reserved for use on a much larger battlefield. But now, the situation was completely out of control. Chu Chen was entirely unaffected by divine might. If the puppet couldn't defeat Chu Chen, this operation would be a total loss. Brian hadn't anticipated this. In fact, no one had.
No one could have imagined, let alone believed, that a human who hadn't reached the divine realm could ignore divine might. Brian quickly circled behind Zheng Qian, furiously charging toward the sky. He had to kill Chu Chen with his own hands. He flew at full speed toward the two figures in the air, but from behind him came the grasp of shadowy hands, which
tightly ensnared him.
These dark hands coiled around his body, instantly slowing his flight.
Slash! A shadow suddenly appeared in front of Brian. Zheng
Qian emerged from the darkness, his longsword in hand, unleashing a dazzling flash of light.
The immense power forced Brian to plummet toward the ground.
Although I'm just as surprised, our feelings couldn't be more different, Zheng Qian said, the corners of his mouth curling into a grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth that he loved watching the traitor's angry expression the most. The wind howled as the two plummeted to the ground, triggering a
violent explosion. Flames and thunderous roars intertwined.
Boom! Black clouds once again shrouded the night sky, and two streaks of light shot through the thick clouds like meteors. They dove, ascended, turned, and collided repeatedly. Lightning illuminated the gaps in the clouds, briefly revealing their figures. Dense rock spears, like raindrops, tore through the sky, immediately alerting the divine puppet. Though it was merely a puppet without consciousness, it retained a strong instinct within its body. It could sense the immense power contained in those rock spears and, even more so, the terrifying strength of the person before it. A strong sense of danger had enveloped it since the battle began. Relying on its speed, it dodged the incoming rock spears, using the cover of the black clouds to carve a strange arc through the air. But soon, an even denser swarm of rock element weapons surged forward, not just spears, but also blades, swords, halberds, axes. Various forms of rock weapons danced in the air, imbued with different elements by the distant Ruochuo Dragon King. This wave of attacks was even more ferocious. The puppet was not so fortunate this time and was struck by a burning rock halberd, with blood seeping from beneath its armor. As previously mentioned, the puppet still retained strong instincts, including the pride and honor it once held. As a god, instinct ignited its fury. A mere human dared to defy it? To make a god's body bleed? The divine puppet suddenly accelerated, its pristine white wings vibrating as it charged swiftly toward Chu Chen. The muscles beneath its armor swelled, and its spear emitted a piercing whistle as it rapidly closed the distance. The spear's tip gleamed with a cold light, slicing through the air with a sharp screech. An invisible domain unfolded around it, exerting immense pressure. Its speed was so great that it had to fold its wings and spin as it charged at Chu Chen, for fear that the wings would be directly torn apart if left open. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, the golden glow in them undiminished. The jade shield around him shone even brighter, and the 1,000-rock spear in his hand grew larger. He immediately sprang into action. In such a battle, passive defense was meaningless. Two beams of light illuminated the night sky, their brilliance making the lightning seem dim in comparison. Two high-speed meteors collided once more, sending scorching sparks flying through the air. Boom! The thick black clouds shattered instantly, and golden ripples radiated from the center of the explosion. Chu Chen decisively chose to detonate his shield. The damage from the jade shield diminished with distance, and this close-range collision inflicted massive damage on the puppet. Both were blown apart. Chu Chen quickly regained his footing, his upper garment nearly torn to shreds, with bloody wounds visible on his skin. He had used the shield to counterattack and had no time to set up a second layer of defense, but his injuries were relatively minor. In contrast, the divine puppet struggled to stabilize itself as it was repelled, ultimately crashing heavily to the ground. Its armor shattered, its pristine white wings bled, and feathers scattered like snowflakes. Clearly, Chu Chen had the upper hand. The puppet created a massive crater upon impact. Amid the rubble, rocky spines rapidly rose, and golden ripples resonated in layers. The puppet's armor trembled, and its divine bones began to fracture. Broken bones pierced its internal organs. Though it was merely a puppet, the damage to its body was evident. The puppet roared as it stood, unleashing its internal power to shatter the surrounding rocky spines. It then spread its wings and shot straight into the sky. The fallen spear flew back into its hand, and it stabbed frantically, intent on tearing Chu Chen to pieces. Chu Chen coldly watched the opponent charge at him, analyzing and searching for weaknesses. His right hand suddenly hurled the Chenyan spear, which rapidly expanded, emitting a deafening roar, its power rivaling a miniature version of the celestial star. The divine puppet rushed toward the spear, and time seemed to freeze. At the critical moment, the puppet abruptly spread its wings and spun to evade the attack. Though it was a divine being, the puppet could still feel fear, but its object of fear had to be worthy of its status. To fear a human would be utterly disgraceful. However, the situation was dire. It was merely a lifeless puppet, stripped of dignity. The puppet accelerated, attempting to bypass the spear and charge directly at Chu Chen. Yet under Chu Chen's control, the spear suddenly made a sharp turn, tracing a curved trajectory. The spear relentlessly pursued the puppet, its target locked. At this moment, the puppet abandoned its divine pride, rolling frantically to shake off the deadly attack behind it. Whether it was Brian, Zheng Qian, Feng Xiaoqiu, Zhou Zhanglumping, or even the 5 disciples, none could have imagined witnessing a lofty divine being scurrying around like a rat. Though it was just a puppet, the stark contrast with its sacred appearance was striking. The divine puppet and the Chenyan spear carved 2 distinct trajectories in the air, crisscrossing and weaving, gradually covering the sky above the crowd. The puppet's flight speed far exceeded Chu Chen's, narrowly avoiding the spear several times, but each time evading with remarkable agility. It chased, he fled. The puppet clearly realized this stalemate was futile, and a cunning glint flashed in its eyes. No longer flying aimlessly, it locked onto Chu Chen's direction and charged straight at him. At the same time, the rock element within Chu Chen's body instantly enveloped him, forming a layer of golden armor. He resembled an armored warrior as he charged toward the puppet. Accompanied by the faint sound of dragon roars, three immense forces erupted and collided in an instant. Black clouds swirled into a vortex at high speed, scorching light pierced through the dark clouds, and the sky seemed to ignite with flames. High above, no one could tell who would emerge victorious. Brian's face darkened as his figure flickered, seemingly teleporting as he continued flying upward. Unless he saw Chu Chen's death with his own eyes, he would never give up. Suddenly, a long sword glowing with a ghostly blue light shot up from the ground, moving faster than Brian and rapidly closing the distance. Forced to react, Brian abruptly turned mid-flight to dodge the sword's trajectory. The sword quickly overtook him, and above Brian's head, the shadow on the sword's surface trembled violently as Zheng Qian's figure materialized from within. Brian coldly stared at Zheng Qian, his mind in turmoil. From the moment he realized Chu Chen was unaffected by divine power, he had a bad premonition. Since they had made their move, they had no intention of returning alive. Even if it cost him his life, he was determined to kill Chu Chen. A gray-white light suddenly appeared around Brian, and a gray pillar of light descended above Zheng Qian's head. Zheng Qian looked up at the pillar, brimming with the aura of death, and did not dodge. Both at the King Sealing realm, he felt the opponent's attack locking onto him. This was a direct, head-on clash. Zheng Qian gripped the shadow sword tightly, and the shadows on the blade instantly transformed into a swarm of giant dragons, charging toward the gray pillar of light. Boom! The two separated in an instant, but Brian appeared somewhat disheveled. After all, he was old, and his strength had inevitably declined. Zheng Qian reversed his grip on the long sword with both hands, his expression solemn, and suddenly unleashed a dark sword light thousands of meters long. Tracing a perfect arc, the silver moonlight illuminated the surface of the sword, as if draping it in a milky white shell of light. Brian took a deep breath, and the staff in his hand instantly transformed into a giant clad in heavy purple armor. The giant wielded a shield and a long sword, exuding an intense sense of oppression. Roaring, it raised its shield to block in front of Brian, its entire body radiating the same gray-white glow as him. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the giant visibly dissipated, and the sword's light gradually dimmed. At the same time, in the sky, two figures staggered and retreated from the dark clouds. The divine puppet's armor was completely shattered, its body charred and mangled, devoid of any trace of divinity. One wing had been severed, while the other was reduced to half, its scorched feathers losing their luster, resembling a raven struggling out of a sea of flames. Chu Chen's chest heaved violently, his wounds deeper and more pronounced than before. His powerful self-healing ability was desperately working to repair him, but his stamina was nearly depleted. No! Seeing Chu Chen still alive, Brian grew even more frenzied. His greatest fear had finally come true. The divine puppet couldn't kill Chu Chen, only he could do it. But he was also nearing his limit. Without a breakthrough for a long time, his strength had gradually waned. If he continued to stagnate, he would eventually lose his power like an ordinary old man. Compared to Zheng Qian, who was at the peak of his strength, Brian's stamina was clearly lagging behind. Chu Chen exhaled heavily, golden light flickering in his eyes, his internal energy greatly depleted. He abandoned the idea of deploying the Jade Shield, conserving his energy for more critical battles. Ignoring everything else, Chu Chen charged at the puppet. The severe damage to its wings had drastically reduced the puppet's flight speed, leaving only the rock element in its hands barely intact. He lunged at the puppet, his palms piercing directly through its chest. The puppet struggled frantically, its spear lost somewhere, and it unexpectedly pulled out bones from its broken body to use as weapons. These were divine bones, incredibly powerful. The puppet attacked Chu Chen wildly with bone spikes, but Chu Chen paid no heed, allowing new wounds to appear continuously. As old wounds had just healed, new ones followed in quick succession. But Chu Chen no longer cared. The night gradually dispersed, and the sun rose. No, it wasn't the sun. The piercing cold quickly enveloped the disciples' feet. Before they could react, ice crystals had already spread from their soles to their entire bodies. Zhuo Zhanglumping gripped his blade tightly, standing vigilantly nearby to prevent the disciples from breaking free of the frost's restraints. Scorching heat and rolling waves of air pressed down together,
and the massive Tianqing instantly engulfed everyone.
The first to be injured was the divine puppet trapped in midair by Chu Chen. Tianqing had already
made direct contact with it.
The high temperature turned the puppet's entire body red, and exploding golden fragments pierced through its form. The damage from the explosion continued to spread, tearing apart muscles as hard as steel. Under Tianqing's impact, the divine puppet shattered piece by piece. In stark contrast was Chu Chen, who landed alongside Tianqing. Not only was he unharmed, but a golden jade-like shield once again illuminated his body. Brian desperately tried to escape, but shadows clung to him like a swamp, dragging him down.
Zheng Qian mimicked Chu Chen's technique, using his strong physique to restrain Brian.
For Zhang Qian, a robust man in his prime, Brian, an elderly man, was no match in strength.
Boom! Accompanied by a deafening
explosion, Tianqing crashed straight into the ground.
Amid the disciples' despairing screams, they ultimately turned into formless ashes. A massive crater appeared on the ground, flames danced wildly, and intense shockwaves spread outward.
As the commotion from Tianqing's fall gradually subsided, only Chu Chen, Feng Xiaoqiu, Zhou Zanglongping, and Zhang Qian remained in the crater. The divine puppet and the 5 disciples had long been obliterated in
the explosion.
The undead army was also reduced to ashes under Tianqing's destruction.
The Ruochuo Dragon King was forced to retreat due to Chu Chen's energy depletion. However, one person was still alive, Brian.
As a peak-level king-tier expert, he had used his power at the last moment to resist Tianqing
and avoid being destroyed.
But now, he stood rigidly in place like a statue, his surface covered in lava like flowing cracks that flickered intermittently,
appearing extremely unstable.
Though the situation was unclear, Brian was immobilized.
Zhang Qian seized the opportunity, gripping the shadow sword tightly, with both hands and channeling all his remaining strength into the blade. Intense killing intent and sword energy surged toward Brian. The terrifying
power consumed him, and the statue began to crack and disintegrate.
Boom! It finally shattered into fragments and exploded. The most fearsome enemy
was finally eliminated, and Zhang Qian let out a long sigh of relief. As the battle gradually subsided, he immediately searched for Chu Chen's figure. Chu Chen was leaning against the edge of the crater, his body covered in gruesome wounds.
Chu Chen!
Zhang Qian hurried over. To him, it didn't matter if something happened to himself, but he couldn't let anything happen to Chu Chen.
Brother Chu!
Feng Xiaoqiu and Zhou Zanglongping also rushed over. Feng Xiaoqiu pulled out a pile of precious medicines from his storage ring, forming a small mountain.
Each one could quickly heal injuries, boasting excellent quality and high cost. I'm fine.
To everyone's surprise, Chu Chen did not show signs of severe injury or exhaustion.
He quietly leaned against the
crater wall, gazing up at the silver moon hanging high in the sky. Though his body was covered in wounds, they were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye.
You're fine?
Zhang Qian was incredulous. Just moments ago, Chu Chen's fierce battle with the divine puppet had clearly left him utterly
drained.
But now, Chu Chen showed no signs of abnormality. Not only did he lack fatal injuries, but his energy had instantly recovered.
In no time, the
wounds on Chu Chen's body were almost completely healed, leaving no scars behind, as if he had never been injured at all. He stood up from the pit and immediately took out a new set of clothes from his storage ring, changing out of the old ones that were almost torn to shreds on the upper half. At this moment, Chu Chen could feel the power within him surging rapidly. After defeating that divine puppet, he had directly leveled up to 31.
Now, he had finally stepped into the 4th-tier mountain-moving realm. Your aura has grown much stronger than before. Did that battle just now help you break through? Zheng Qian asked in surprise.
Chu Chen's growth rate far exceeded his expectations.
Yes, thanks to you. Without your help, we wouldn't have been able to handle
those guys at all, Chu Chen replied sincerely. He hadn't expected the Myriad Races Church to send a king-sealing realm expert to ambush him, even deploying
a divine puppet.
However, this time, their efforts were completely in vain.
No need to be so polite. Protecting you is part of my mission.
And besides, that battle just now made me realize how important you are.
Protecting you isn't just for humanity's future, it's for my own sake as well, Zhang Qian said, reverting to his usual carefree and bold demeanor.
But I remember those guys mentioning that the desert's alien races launched another attack to carry out their plan.
Should we continue forward to complete the mission, or return to provide reinforcements first? Chu Chen asked. Oh, right. There's that issue. Wait a moment.
Zheng Qian patted his head and suddenly turned into a shadow, disappearing.
Not long after, he returned. I just checked the entrance, there's no unusual aura.
I even went back to the real world through the entrance, and the onlookers around are still the same as before. No one seems to know that the Myriad Race's church members have infiltrated. It seems the remnants of the Myriad Race's church used some secret method
to sneak in.
I just contacted headquarters, and they confirmed that the desert's alien races did launch an attack, but they suddenly retreated a few minutes ago. They probably realized their mission had failed.
Headquarters wants you to continue completing the mission and said they'll send more people.
Over. This attack on you has drawn the attention of the higher-ups, and they'll strengthen your covert protection.
Understood. We'll continue with the mission, Chu Chen nodded.
By the way, I just reported the situation to Elder Xiang. The Myriad Race's church suffered heavy losses this time. Not only did they lose that rare divine puppet, but a King Sealing Realm bishop also fell.
Elder Xiang said you all performed outstandingly and will be awarded medals.
And battle merits later, Zheng Qian said with a smile.
Medals and battle merits?
Chu Chen remained expressionless. These held no practical value
for him.
However, Feng Xiuqiu and Zhuo Zhenglongping were already jumping with excitement, even though they had only benefited by clinging tightly to Chu
Chen's coattails earlier. That's about it. The people from headquarters will arrive soon.
I doubt the Myriad Race's church has any more cards to play, but
I'll still protect you all in secret.
Let's move forward, Zheng Qian said, exhaling heavily. It was clear that the earlier battle had drained him significantly, and he was still recovering. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a shadow again and disappeared into the darkness.
Brother Chu, I really adore you.
As soon as Zheng Qian left, Feng Xiuqiu immediately lunged at him.
Chu Chen lightly sidestepped, dodging the pounce and letting Feng Xiuqiu fall flat on his backside.
Zhuo Zhenglongping, his eyes shining, stepped forward and said, Chu Chen, we only got the chance to earn medals thanks
to you. I hope you don't mind.
It's nothing, but you'll have to handle the small monsters later, Chu Chen said with a smile, waving his hand as if treating it as a reward for them helping him clear the monsters along the way.
How dare you? Is Chu Chen someone you can address so casually? Call him Brother Chu.
Feng Xiuqiu angrily lunged at Zhuo Zhenglongping. My respect for Chu Chen is absolute, unlike you, who only knows how to flatter.
Even if I
don't call him brother, it won't change the place he holds in my heart.
Get lost. If I'm calling him brother and you're not, doesn't that make the difference between us two obvious?
The two started arguing and fighting. Chu Chen looked at them, sighed helplessly, and stepped forward.
They continued along the highway. Chu Chen cast the Jade Seal shield on Feng Xiuqiu and Zhuo Zhenglongping, leaving all the small monsters they encountered along the way for them to handle.
After reaching level 31, Chu Chen's ability to simultaneously grant others the Jade Seal shield increased to 10. He thought that perhaps he could find more helpers to assist him in leveling up. Additionally, the legendary quest was about to be triggered.
He had already met
the conditions for the third legendary quest, and it was likely to unlock in the next few days. He wondered what kind of power boost the third fate seat would bring him. Chu Chen was filled with anticipation. They kept moving forward until the highway beneath their feet came to an end.
A massive beast,
resembling a centaur, blocked the road's end, shrouded in white mist that obscured its exact appearance. Only its pair of red eyes pierced through the mist,
gleaming with a fierce light as they stared directly at them.
The centaur's body suddenly trembled.
It swung its powerful arms, stirring up a wave of scorching air.
Feng Xiuqiu and Zhuo Zhenglongping were forced to retreat repeatedly by the heat wave, which felt like a burning gale fiercely assaulting their bodies. Chu Chen's aura surged rapidly, his eyes bursting with dazzling golden light.
Though his weapon had yet to be summoned, he clenched his fists tightly and charged forward.
At that moment, 6 smaller centaurs suddenly leaped out from beneath the larger one.
Each wielded a massive axe, roaring as
they blocked Chu Chen's path. Bang! In an instant, Chu Chen punched the 6 smaller centaurs, sending them flying. They exploded into clouds of blood,
mist in mid-air. Boom! A deafening thunderclap descended from the sky. The oppressive atmosphere brought by the overcast clouds was instantly shattered by the thunder.
The massive centaur began to move, its body covered in ferocious lightning. Thick bolts of electricity coiled around it like serpents. At the same time, a vast amount of lightning gathered in the sky, weaving into a massive electric net that nearly covered the entire ground.
The thunder was
so piercing that it made one's scalp tingle, and the area was suffused with lightning elements, as if replacing the centaur's roar.
In the next moment, countless bolts of lightning struck down toward Chu Chen, violently colliding with his jade seal shield. The shield's surface flickered with a somber purple glow. However, no matter how fiercely the lightning struck, the shield remained unshaken. Strangely, the lightning didn't dissipate upon hitting the shield. Instead, it clung to the shield's surface, continuously leaping and flashing. As more and more purple lightning fell, the originally golden shield began to show traces of purple lightning. The intertwining purple and gold formed radiant streaks of purple-gold light that surrounded Chu Chen. So, that's how it is, Chu Chen chuckled softly. Since stepping into the mountain-moving realm, the Jade Seal Shield is no longer merely a tool for defending against enemy attacks. It can now absorb a portion of the energy from enemy strikes, retaining it on the shield's surface. This energy can both strengthen the shield and be used for counterattacks, enhancing the shield's explosive power. As the lightning continued to strike, the energy absorbed by the Jade Seal Shield gradually reached its limit. Chu Chen suddenly waved his hand, and the shield's power merged instantly with the lightning. A surge of thunder erupted around him, and the violet gold circular wheel vibrated violently. This time, in addition to the shield's inherent power, its surface was coursing with raging lightning. Under the shocked gazes of the centaur, the violet gold light instantly tore through its massive body, with blood splattering everywhere. Boom! In an instant, the centaur's burly body collapsed to the ground, leaving only a mist of blood lingering in the air. In the distance, Feng Xiuqiu and Zhuo Zhenglongping turned pale, secretly feeling fortunate that they had latched onto Chu Chen early on. Hidden in the shadows, Zhang Qian couldn't conceal his astonishment, softly exclaiming in awe. He could hardly imagine how terrifying Chu Chen would be once he stepped into the divine realm. The abilities Chu Chen displayed were incredibly powerful. His Jade Seal Shield, already impressive in defense, could now absorb enemy attack energy for counterattacks. For Chu Chen, whether it was a war of attrition or an explosive battle, he held an absolute advantage. Rumble. As the main beast disappeared, the space began to collapse and disintegrate. There was no need to return to the teleportation entrance, just like the divine relic. Once the main beast was defeated, outsiders would automatically be transported out, no matter where they were in the space. That oppressive feeling surged back into their hearts, and when Chu Chen came to his senses, they had already returned to the real world. They were still near the entrance, but the area was now deserted. The waiting crowd erupted into applause and cheers. Zheng Qian appeared beside Chu Chen again, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "Elder Xiang said to return quickly after completing the mission. He has something to discuss with you." Chu Chen nodded, understanding what Xiang Hanhai wanted to talk about, as Zheng Qian had already reported Chu Chen's ability to ignore divine suppression. Passing through the crowd, Chu Chen and his two companions boarded the vehicle they had arrived in. The speeding car whipped up a fierce wind, though the heat remained intense. Before long, they returned to the fortress, where the battlefield outside had yet to be cleared, with corpses and bloodstains scattered everywhere. Xiang Hanhai had arranged to meet with Chu Chen alone, so after Feng Xiuqiu and Zhuo Zhenglongping got off the vehicle, they left first. Chu Chen remained in the car and was taken to Xiang Hanhai's office within the fortress. Zheng Qian followed alongside him. Chu Chen knocked lightly on the door. "Come in," Xiang Hanhai's voice sounded. Chu Chen pushed the door open and entered. What greeted him was still the sight of a massive floor-to-ceiling window, with golden sunlight streaming through. Xiang Hanhai's desk was positioned by the window, and he was leaning back in his chair, leisurely sipping tea. Opposite him, two chairs had already been set up, and the tea on the table was still steaming, clearly freshly brewed. The sunlight bathed everything in a warm golden hue, marking the afternoon hour. "It's been a while since I invited you for tea. You are both my most outstanding students. Please, have a seat," Xiang Hanhai said with a smile. Chu Chen hadn't expected Zheng Qian to also be one of Xiang Hanhai's students. But since Elder Xiang had said so, they both took their seats. Xiang Hanhai's gaze remained fixed on Chu Chen. After watching him for a while, he finally let out a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, you haven't encountered any accidents, and your aura is even stronger than before you left. That's truly impressive." Despite his words, his expression quickly turned serious. With a wave of his hand, he set up a barrier, and pale blue light particles isolated the entire office. "I heard from Qian that the all-races cult went to great lengths to eliminate you, even deploying a bishop at the King Sealing realm and sacrificing a divine puppet. Chu Chen, you should know what I want to ask, right?" Chu Chun chuckled lightly, understanding the other's intent. Elder Xiang, you want to ask why I'm unaffected by divine suppression, correct? Exactly. This matter is highly unusual. Apart from a few races as strong as the divine race, all beings below the divine realm are suppressed by divine power. Xian Hanhai leaned forward slightly, his elbows resting on the desk. Chu Chen recalled that during their last meeting in Yunhai City, Xian Hanhai would always lean forward seriously when asking important questions. After thinking for a moment, Chu Chen shook his head and said, Elder Xiang, to be honest, I don't know the reason either. Xian Hanhai nodded, clearly unsurprised. I see. His expression remained solemn as he took out several documents from the desk and handed them to Chu Chen. Chu Chen accepted them. They were application forms stamped with high-level seals. The content was largely the same: requests to impose temporary restrictions or consciousnus control on Chu Chen to enhance his compliance. These things. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes, his fingers involuntarily tightening around the documents. Xiang Hanhai sighed. Chu Chen, I don't want to hide this from you. There is indeed a small faction among the higher-ups secretly coveting you. Ever since your awakening, your performance has been astonishing. You've exceeded human understanding. To everyone, you're an unknown entity. Chu Chen remained silent. He was well aware of how remarkable his performance had been and understood the dangers it could bring. He had long anticipated that some would fear him and resort to measures against him. But seeing it firsthand still left him with complex emotions. In the end, only a faint bitter smile lingered on his lips. Xiang Hanhai took a deep breath. I won't hide these matters from you, but I also ask you not to lose faith in us. While a few harbor ill intentions, many more understand right from wrong. Those applications against you are either intercepted by us or rejected from above. The highest leaders aren't fools, they know what to do. Then, Xiang Hanhai took out another document. Chu Chen accepted it. The document was of superior quality, exuding a powerful aura. It was the highest level document in Kyushu, bearing the seal of a divine level expert. The content prohibited anyone from submitting applications harmful to Chu Chen in the name of humanity or the nation. The highest level document. Since its issuance, no one has dared to propose anything against you. Xiang Hanhai took a sip of tea, his gaze flickering. But those people aren't content, they've only been suppressed. They're constantly looking for opportunities to act against you. If the matter of you being unaffected by divine suppression gets out, it will undoubtedly cause a major stir and give them an opening. Xiang Hanhai looked directly at Chu Chen, patting his shoulder. But for us, we will unconditionally trust you at all times because we share a common enemy. I don't quite understand, Chu Chen said after a moment. What benefit do those people gain from targeting me? Xiang Hanhai slowly stood up, hands clasped behind his back, and gazed out the window. There are many reasons, but the most direct one is that they covet your power. In their eyes, you are an uncontrollable existence. Some want to turn you into a tool of war, a tool that completely obeys their commands. Chu Chen nodded, chuckled softly, and picked up his teacup for a sip. The tea in the white ceramic cup shimmered with a golden hue. In truth, he wasn't surprised by these matters. The saying "the taller the tree, the more wind it catches" aptly described the situation. He never hid his power, nor could he. It was impossible to conceal, and no one could ignore it. Opportunities and risks always coexist. When he decided to reveal himself to the world, he gained the protection of people like Xiang Hanhai, but simultaneously attracted the attention of those with ulterior motives. Everything has two sides, there is no perfect solution, and all of this was within his expectations. However, this kind of trouble will soon come to an end, Xiang Hanhai said as he sat back down in his chair. The reason the Universal Church and the alien races dare to attack you, and why there are internal opponents, is mainly because you are not strong enough yet. Although you are already very powerful, you are still far from being a top-tier expert. Once you reach the divine level, with strength that leaves everyone in awe, do you think they would still dare to oppose you? So, focus on your cultivation. We will do everything we can to buy you time to grow. As I mentioned before, everyone is watching you. Regardless of their intentions, you don't need to worry. Strength speaks for itself, any hostility becomes meaningless. Chu Chen listened to Xiang Hanhai's words, nodded, and said softly, "Thank you. It's a teacher's duty to help their student. Helping you is also helping the future of humanity, which naturally includes ourselves." Xiang Hanhai patted his shoulder and then turned to Zhang Qian, who had been silently drinking tea since entering the room. Qian, are you certain all the church members involved in this attack plan are dead? Did anyone escape? Teacher, whether it's Archbishop Brian or those 5 disciples, I have confirmed that they are all dead. I also investigated the surrounding area and found no anomalies, either inside or outside the space, Zhang Qian replied, sitting upright. Good. If everyone involved in the plan is dead, then the secret of Chu Chen's ability to ignore divine suppression should only be known to us. The details of this attack are in my hands, no one else is aware of them, Xiang Hanhai nodded. There's also Feng Xiaoqiu and Zhuozhen Longping from Fusan, they witnessed it too, Zheng Qian reminded. No problem. I have contingencies for their side. For now, only the 3 of us know about Chu Chen's ability to ignore divine suppression, and we must ensure no one else finds out, Xiang Hanhai said, his eyes narrowing slightly. This matter is too shocking, it directly involves racial issues. If it leaks, it could have a significant impact on Chu Chen. Don't worry, teacher. As his senior brother, I will definitely protect my junior brother. I'll handle this matter, Zheng Qian said confidently. Although your personality is a bit carefree, I trust you to get things done, Xiang Hanhai said with a smile and a nod. Now, Chu Chen. Don't worry, Elder Xiang. This matter concerns me directly, and I know how to handle bad news, Chu Chen interrupted before he could finish. Very good. You always make the right decisions when faced with choices, Xiang Hanhai said with satisfaction. This mission was well executed. You've all worked hard. Your battle achievements and medals will be distributed in a while. Although I know these might not mean much to you, honor is still important. Next, do you want to rest, or continue training in the demon cavern? Hearing Xiang Hanhai's words, Chu Chen initially intended to delve deeper into the demon cavern. But suddenly, a system notification echoed in his mind, ding. 10 minutes until the new ability unlocks. Chu Chen froze for a moment, surprised at how quickly the new ability was unlocking. He remembered that the last time he unlocked the Ruochuo Dragon King, the system had directly teleported him out. Heading to the demon cavern now didn't seem appropriate. Without much thought, Chu Chen replied, Elder Xiang, I'd like to return to my dormitory to rest for a bit. Alright, rest well. Contact me directly if anything comes up. Understood. Then, Elder Xiang, senior brother, I'll take my leave. Chu Chen finished the remaining tea in one gulp, stood up, and walked out the door. It wasn't until his figure completely disappeared from the office that Xiang Hanhai and Zhang Qian both let out a sigh of relief almost simultaneously. Teacher, I didn't expect you to have such a gentle side. Back when I was under your tutelage, everyone secretly called you the devil teacher, Zhang Qian said with a cheeky grin. The sages have said, teach according to the individual circumstances. Geniuses cannot be measured by conventional standards, Xiang Hanhai replied with a faint smile. Then, fixing his gaze on Zhang Qian, he added, are you, as an officer, too idle? Planning to sip tea until nightfall? As soon as the words fell, Zhang Qian immediately straightened up, downed his tea in one gulp, and stood at attention to salute. Reporting to teacher, I guarantee the task will be completed. With that, he dashed out. In a flash, the spacious office was left with only Xiang Hanhai. Tisk. He suddenly let out a muffled groan, clutching his chest. Others couldn't tell, but he was well aware that he had been stuck at the sky-opening realm for far too long, unable to break through. As time passed day by day, he would eventually age and wither like an old man. How much longer could he hold on? Xiang Hanhai had no answer in his heart. But at the very least, before that time came, he had to ensure Chu Chen could grow safely. The discomfort soon subsided. Xiang Hanhai let out a long breath, walked back to the floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed at the trainees practicing in the distance, his eyes lingering for a long time. For a while, after leaving Xiang Hanhai's office, Chu Chen headed straight to his dormitory. Returning to the villa, he found that Feng Xiaoqiu was not there. The system's prompt reminded him that time was tight, leaving him no room to think further. He quickly entered his room. Ding! 10 seconds remaining. 9, 8, 2, 1. With the final sound, Chu Chen's vision plunged into nothingness once again. The void wasn't entirely dark, it was like covering one eye with a hand, and the covered eye perceiving that kind of sensation. There was no sound in his ears, as if everything had stopped, devoid of any signs of life. Suddenly, Chu Chen felt invisible chains in the void rushing toward him. These chains tightly bound his body, locking him in place. Sounds began to emerge by his ears. Roars,
wails, clashes, and the sound of rivers of blood flowing. A cacophony of chaotic noises intertwined, growing louder and sharper, like claws scraping
against the ground.
The scene before his eyes also began to change. A thick pool of blood red appeared in the void, so vivid it was blinding and nauseating. His previously calm state of mind began to stir, as an inexplicable rage surged within him. Once the flames of anger were ignited, they were hard to control. Chu Chen felt this emotion rapidly spreading throughout his body, growing stronger and stronger: rage, ferocity, resentment, frenzy, annoyance. Various negative emotions surged together, instantly devouring reason. These emotions fused and spread within, ultimately giving rise to a new sensation.
Slaughter. Slaughter completely occupied his mind.
At this moment, Chu Chen lost all rationality, leaving only a desire to kill.
He wanted to destroy everything he could see, whether living beings or inanimate objects. Everything must be annihilated.
At the same time, endless pain coursed through his body.
An agony so unbearable it seemed to tell him that only blood could alleviate the suffering.
Buzz. Just then, a surge of golden energy suddenly spread within Chu Chen's body, bringing stability and gentleness wherever it reached, instantly soothing all negative emotions.
The pain and anger dissipated.
The sharp screams in his ears gradually faded, and the blinding red before his eyes began to lighten. Invisible chains were severed, and Chu Chen felt his
feet firmly planted on solid ground once more.
Whoosh! He exhaled heavily, his rationality gradually returning. The scene before him became clearer, and he found himself standing on a desolate yellow plain. Above, the sky was shrouded in blood-colored clouds, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air.
Looking around, the landscape was bleak and ruined.
Crumbling walls, cracked earth, collapsed mountains and rocks. It was as if a great battle had just
taken place. What just happened?
Chu Chen rubbed his temples, the violent urge for slaughter still making his heart race, leaving him shaken.
Could this be the corruption of karmic obstacles?
He suddenly recalled that during the last ability forecast, there had been mention of 5 yakshas.
The Yaksha clan, due to excessive killing in years spent on battlefields, inevitably became polluted by the resentment of their enemies after death. This resentment
accumulated into karmic obstacles, lingering within them.
Karmic obstacles would gradually erode the host, causing them to lose themselves, abandon
reason, and ultimately turn into machines that knew only slaughter. During the erosion, the yakshas would endure endless torment, just like what he had just
experienced, perhaps even worse. Ding! The system has marked a coordinate for the host.
A familiar golden pillar of light rose from the ground again.
Far away, at the edge of the horizon. Ding!
The trial to unlock a new ability has begun.
The power of the Rakshasa Dragon King will be temporarily sealed. The system's voice sounded again. The Rakshas's power is sealed? Chu Chen frowned but quickly relaxed. Never mind, it might be part of the trial's rules.
Without overthinking, the ground beneath him rumbled, and 25,000 rock soldiers instantly appeared, wielding heavy spears and forming a solid wall of rock in front of him. Buzz! Chu Chen cast a jade shield around himself, while golden light also shone on the 25,000 rock soldiers, granting each of them a shield. The radiant gold stood out starkly in the gloomy, dim world.
Then let's sweep through everything. Chu Chen crossed his arms, his gaze resolute. Ahead, the 1,000 rock soldiers took the lead, marching toward the target.
At this moment, in a dark cavern, the space was carved into the shape of a palace, with a burly figure seated on the central throne, clad in black knight armor.
A pitch-black, eerie serpent
coiled around his body, and a massive crimson-yellow cloak draped over his back, trailing on the ground. A blood-red spear leaned against the throne. Beside him, he simply sat there quietly, exuding an oppressive aura that made it hard to breathe. The creatures on both sides of the cave couldn't help but feel a deep fear. In front of him, at the center of the grand hall, 5 figures knelt on one knee. Their bodies were ethereal, as if no longer physical, surrounded by dense black mist, with eerie red light flickering in their eyes.
Humph, I actually managed to escape when the world collapsed. Although my
strength has greatly diminished now, it's still better than those who died. The figure spoke faintly, as if talking to himself.
What are the 7 sages? What is the heavenly principle? And what is the abyss or Kenria? The ones who survive are the true winners. The figure rose unsteadily from the throne and walked to the 5 kneeling figures, letting out a soft chuckle.
The Yaksha clan truly are the strongest killing machines.
Even though only their spirits remain, this is still an unexpected gain.
He slowly extended his hand, and purple energy surged from his 5 fingertips, injecting into the 5 yaksha bodies. As the yaksha came into contact with the energy, they seemed to collapse, letting out piercing screams. The terrifying sound echoed through the cave, sending chills down one's spine. Clearly, this energy brought them immense pain. Only when the 5 streams of energy were fully infused into the yaksha did the wailing gradually subside. Visibly, the black mist around the yaksha grew thicker, and the crimson in their eyes became even brighter. Obedient tools make the best helpers. The figure revealed a sinister smile, clearly satisfied with the changes in the yaksha. Now then, continue to seize the souls of the dead and bring them all back to me. With his command, the 5 yaksha and the surrounding creatures instantly vanished from the cave. Only the figure remained, chuckling softly as he turned back to the throne, muttering to himself. Strange. Chu Chen flew high into the sky, his brows tightly furrowed, before quickly descending back to the ground. He had intended to fly higher to survey the surroundings, but he sensed an extremely terrifying force hidden near the blood-red mist. This force far exceeded his tolerance, and if he wasn't careful, his body would be torn to shreds. Thus, he had no choice but to land quickly. The environment around him was eerily strange, weighing heavily on his mind. At that moment, the vigilant Qianyan army suddenly sent out a resonance. Countless skeletal remains surged from the ground around them. These skeletons resembled the undead army summoned by Brian, but the scale now far surpassed what that bishop of the myriad races church could muster. As the skeletons appeared, they charged at them madly. The Qianyan army immediately surrounded Chu Chen at the center, wielding long spears to fiercely attack the skeleton horde. The skeletons were not particularly strong, but their sheer numbers, coupled with their ability to quickly revive after death, made them extremely troublesome. Chu Chen refrained from using his most powerful move, heavenly motion of all things, to strike down. He had a vague sense of foreboding. Once this move was unleashed, there would be a period of vulnerability. Although the skeletons were numerous, he and the Qianyan army together were enough to suppress them. After weighing his options, Chu Chen decided to hold back his ultimate move for now. Suddenly, dense rock spines erupted from the ground, their shockwaves combining with the Qianyan army's offensive to instantly suppress the skeletons' assault. As he killed the skeletons, Chu Chen gained a small amount of experience, though the quantity was negligible. However, even the smallest gains add up, and with the endless waves of skeletons, the accumulated experience was still worthwhile. Chu Chen didn't mind spending a little more time here. He stretched lazily. The days of leveling up and fighting monsters were always so dull. Just as he was about to yawn, his expression suddenly turned serious. In that instant, he sensed a powerful force approaching. At that moment, everything around him suddenly darkened, and a heavy aura of decay surged from all directions. The oppressive atmosphere was suffocating. Ding! Resentment entity has appeared. The system's voice rang out again. From the endless skeletal remains, dense black energy continuously poured out. It gradually coalesced, eventually forming a massive shadow. This was a monster formed by the accumulated resentment of deceased beings, radiating intense negative energy. Chu Chen suddenly felt a moment of dizziness, the same sensation he had experienced before striking him again. But he quickly activated the energy within his body, and the heavy rock element erupted instantly, blocking all these negative effects outside. Whether it was the residual power of a dead demon god or the unwilling resentment of deceased beings, this negative energy had been accumulating on the earth for ages, refusing to dissipate. Without anyone to control it, this resentment continued to expand, eventually converging into a new monster. Without hesitation, Chu Chen charged at the resentment entity with his spear. The tip of the spear burst forth with overwhelming intent, golden elements clinging to it, carrying immense pressure and destructive power. This resentment was unlike ordinary beings, and Chu Chen dared not be careless. Roar! 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 The resentment entity let out various roars, accompanied by rumbling sounds as powerful energy erupted from its body. A massive blade of light condensed and counterattacked toward Chu Chen. Boom! At the moment of collision between the two forces, Chu Chen instantly teleported behind the resentment entity, his shield erupting. A flash of golden light split the resentment entity's body in two. Roar! The resentment entity let out an even angrier roar, quickly diving into the ground and transforming into clusters of pitch-black shadows, launching a fierce attack on Chu Chen from below. These resentful energies slowly formed a cage, continuously piecing together in an attempt to trap Chu Chen. Chu Chen's shield reappeared, and he transformed into a streak of golden light, breaking through layer after layer of obstructions. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he escaped the confinement, then hurled his 1,000-rock spear, which turned into a dazzling beam of light. Like lightning, the spear pierced through the resentment entity hundreds of times. To the naked eye, the originally dense black energy had visibly thinned. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, seizing the opportunity to charge at the resentment entity. Grabbing a cluster of resentment with both hands and tearing it apart forcefully. The aura of resentment weakened further, but immediately afterward, a wave of negative corrosion surged toward Chu Chen. He felt the world spinning, and the surrounding scenery became bizarre. Patting his neck, he fully activated the energy within his body to resist the negative corrosion. He then recalled the 1,000-rock spear and stabbed at the resentment entity once more. The spear light was like a dragon, and the pale golden glow flashed, piercing through the resentment entity's body again. The pitch-black aura began to churn violently, and the massive body rapidly shrank. The most dangerous aspect of the resentment entity was its pervasive mental corrosion, but for Chu Chen, it wasn't a significant challenge. Relying on the divine power of the Rock King Emperor, all these corrosions were blocked by the energy within his body. Roar! The weakening aura of the resentment entity suddenly roared, and its remaining power erupted from the darkness like a geyser. The originally pure black aura began to mix with dazzling blood red, its body becoming more solid, with red patterns appearing like veins. The mist surrounding it churned and surged, on the verge of being obliterated, when it unleashed its final burst of power. A powerful shockwave spread from its body, and Chu Chen relied on the Jade Zheng shield to resist it head-on. Part of the mist of resentment condensed into a massive claw, striking toward Chu Chen like lightning. At the same time, an invisible pressure emanated from Chu Chen, with golden light dazzling like the blazing sun. The resentment felt an overwhelming oppression, the kind of mighty authority it feared most. A strong burst of golden light erupted as Chu Chen infused his power into the 1,000-rock spear, its tip radiating a brilliant glow. Layers of golden halos surged from his body, shaking the earth with an imposing force, and deep cracks split open. Boom! Chu Chen thrust his spear forward, instantly tearing the massive claw apart like paper, and the spear continued toward the core of the resentment. Instinctively, the resentment condensed into a giant black sphere, absorbing everything around it like a black hole. It even tried to absorb and compress the power from Chu Chen's spear. The two immense forces collided instantly, unleashing a violent energy wave. At the collision point, a pillar of fire shot straight into the sky. The chaotic spatial currents in the sky boiled under the fire pillar, spinning and tumbling wildly, roaring with thunderous noise. Energy rained down from above like countless small fiery meteors, crashing into the skeletal remains below, with explosions echoing one after another. Chu Chen's eyes trembled as his protective Jade Zheng shield shattered. Combining the power of the 1,000-rock spear, he instantly shattered the resilient resentment before him. Ding! Resentment has collapsed. Hearing the system prompt, Chu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, suddenly, a fierce aura rapidly approached from afar. Moving at incredible speed, a ghostly green shadow flashed by, closing in on Chu Chen in an instant, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. Buzz! At the same time, a golden light flashed, and a new Jade Zhang shield immediately formed around Chu Chen, blocking the incoming attack head-on. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, a powerful force was unleashed, and a raging wind howled through the heavens and earth. Chu Chen and his opponent's shields were locked in a stalemate. Only then did Chu Chen get a clear look at the attacker. To his surprise, it was a delicate-looking young man with dark cyan hair, a few strands dyed green at the front. Xiao! Chu Chen was slightly stunned. The young man before him was none other than Xiao, the Golden Wing General, one of the 5 Yaksha adepts. He remembered Xiao as always calm in the game, but now the young man's face was filled with ferocity. His eyes had turned blood red, the same piercing red Chu Chen had seen before. Frenzy, malice, rage. All these negative emotions were written on Zhao's face. And also, pain. He was afflicted by karmic debt. Chu Chen immediately understood that Zhao's mind had been corrupted by resentment and karmic debt. The Yaksha clan had always been loyal, protecting the people. Although Xiao had lost control, Chu Chen couldn't treat him as an enemy and attack recklessly. He had to find a way to subdue Xiao first. At this moment, Zhao's attack power gradually weakened under the shield's resistance. When his attack strength dropped to a safe level, Chu Chen swiftly withdrew the shield, dodged Zhao's strike, and delivered a heavy palm strike to his chest. The rock element power within Chu Chen's body flowed through his palm into Zhao's body, as he attempted to see if this method could temporarily alleviate the karmic debt. As the power flowed in, the hostility surrounding Xiao indeed diminished significantly, but it was still far from enough to calm him completely. Xiao once again brandished his spear and charged at Chu Chen. With no other choice, Chu Chen struck him with a powerful palm, sending him flying into the air. Zhao's spear slipped from his grasp in an instant, and just as he was about to hit the ground, massive stone pillars suddenly erupted from the earth, crisscrossing to form a square cage that trapped him. Though he had lost his weapon, Zhao's killing intent remained fierce as he desperately attacked the stone prison. Chu Chen reinforced the rocks with additional geo-energy, ensuring the cage could hold for a while longer. His brows furrowed, uncertain of what to do next. Ding! Coordinates shifting. At that moment, the system's voice rang out again. Coordinates shifting? Chu Chen instinctively looked toward the previously marked direction, only to see the golden pillar of light, once far on the horizon, rapidly moving toward him. At the same time, four violent forces surged in from the four cardinal directions. Boom! In an instant, figures appeared in the east, west, south, and north, launching attacks that clashed fiercely with Chu Chen's jade barrier. Chu Chen frowned and looked up, first noticing the figure in the east, a girl with blue hair cascading over her shoulders, wearing blue robes, and adorned with twin horns on her head. Torrents of water surged around her, relentlessly battering the shield. Though she was supposed to exude calmness, her face was now filled with rage. She was one of the 5 yakshas, the spiral general, Fan Nan. To the west stood a girl with fiery red hair, dressed in robes of red and yellow, surrounded by blazing flames. Once cheerful and lively, she was now shrouded in pain. She was another of the 5 yakshas, the fire rat general Ingde. In the south stood a black-haired man with streaks of gold running through his locks, clad in a black and gold robe. A rock-like artifact floated in his hand, emanating intense geo-energy. His once gentle demeanor had been replaced by sheer frenzy. He was the Heart Ape General, Minu, another of the 5 yakshas. To the north was a burly man with a muscular build, his 4 robust arms bare and covered in purple lightning markings. Fierce thunder transformed into serpentine bolts, lashing relentlessly at the shield. Once a hardy and straightforward elder brother figure, his eyes now burned with unrelenting ferocity. He was the leader of the other 4 yakshas, the first yaksha of the Immortal Legion, Teng Shi, the Grand Marshal Fu Shi. At this moment, these 4 yakshas, like Xiao, were all corrupted by karmic debt, their eyes glowing blood red. Chu Chen's heart grew heavier. He could only use the same method he had employed against Xiao, dividing his strength to weaken the karmic corruption within them and then trapping them in stone cages. But this was merely a stalling tactic. Meanwhile, the eerie golden pillar of light was drawing closer and closer. The ground began to quake violently. Something massive was approaching. Chu Chen was the first to see the tide of monsters surging forward. Their grotesque forms, accompanied by cries resembling those of infants, sent chills down his spine. Thousands upon thousands of these creatures writhed and charged toward him with reckless abandon. His Qianyan army had already formed their ranks, standing firm like an unyielding fortress. If the monsters were a raging sea, then the soldiers were the immovable rocks amidst the tsunami. But Chu Chen's focus was not on these lesser creatures. The target marked by the golden pillar of light had finally revealed itself. Above the horde of monsters, a figure clad in pitch-black armor wielded a spear. A thick, inky serpent coiled around his chest, and a fiery red cape billowed behind him in the wind. He rode a horse similarly clad in armor, the steed hovering in mid-air, emitting guttural growls and exhaling hot breaths. Ding! The 15th of the 72 demon gods, Eligos. Demon god. Upon hearing the system prompt, Chu Chen's heart sank. The power of a demon god was overwhelming, and at level 31. He wasn't sure if he could stand against it. But soon, he noticed a line of small text beneath the system's name, current status, severely injured. The Eligos before him was clearly not in peak condition, heavily wounded. Its aura was roughly on par with Chu Chen's. High above the sky, Eligos, seated on horseback, suddenly widened its eyes in disbelief and shouted, "Mo, Morax? You're not dead?" Chu Chen clearly saw the moment Eligos recognized his power, its entire body trembled. No, that's not right. Eligos grew wary again. Your power. Why is it so weak? Could this be the price
You paid to survive? It regained its elegant posture, clearly not taking Chu Chen seriously. Ding! Mission objectives: 1. Kill Eligos. 2. Ensure the survival of all 5 Yiksha spirits. The system clearly laid out the mission goals. Time was of the essence. Chu Chen had no time to think further. His expression turned cold, his eyes like a rolling golden ocean, unfathomable. The Chenyan spear in his hand swung instantly, unleashing a residual force that swept out like a tornado. The first wave of charging monsters was instantly crushed, their fragments scattering backward with terrifying force. The blood of the monsters splattered onto those behind, causing them to fall like dominoes. Morax, do you still think you're the lofty god you once were? Eligoza's pupils contracted sharply. His warhorse neighed like thunder, and the ink-black serpent on his chest shot out, instantly transforming into a giant python. The python hissed lowly, and the surrounding air turned icy cold. Its eyes gleamed with murderous intent as it opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs. The killing intent surged forward like a tidal wave. The python struck empty air. Chu Chen was no longer in his original position. Instead, he stood firmly with over a dozen Chenyan soldiers. They held their spears and engaged the python in a fierce battle. Under the dim sky, a golden afterimage streaked through the air. Chu Chen gripped the Chenyan spear tightly, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. In Eligoza's gaze, Chu Chen's figure seemed to merge with the supreme god in his memory, causing it to tremble. But it quickly snapped out of it, and the stars around it began to shimmer. Eligos raised its spear high, chanting in a guttural roar. 2 immense forces collided in the air, creating dazzling light and shadows. However, the surrounding space was filled with dangerous chaotic currents. A single misstep would lead to certain death. Both sides were cautious, avoiding reckless moves. Eligos, riding its Pegasus, ascended higher and higher. The stars around it grew brighter, even birthing grotesque flying monsters. These creatures dove toward Chu Chen, attempting to disrupt him. But what greeted them were blinding arcs of golden light. Chu Chen's spear shattered all obstacles, and he emerged from the wreckage of the monsters, hurling his spear like lightning. The stars surrounding Eligos began to shatter. Driven by a strong survival instinct, it commanded its Pegasus to move away from the spear's center. Rings of dazzling light erupted from the spear, suspended in the sky and extending into the chaotic currents of spacetime. Morax, you're no longer at your peak, yet you dare to show yourself? Perhaps, this is my best chance to seize your power. Eligoza's gaze locked onto Chu Chen, filled with uncontrollable greed. The battle between the two made the turbulent spatial currents in the sky even more violent. Blood-red light spread across the heavens, accompanied by endless roaring sounds. The heavy rumble echoed through the world, as if it struck deep into everyone's hearts. Below, the giant serpent and the monsters relentlessly charged at the Chenyan army. Eliog raised his long spear. Once again, its tip flickering with lightning. Boom! Boom! The surrounding air grew viscous, countless bolts of lightning surged from all directions, ultimately converging on Eliog's spear. Blue-purple light radiated outward, unleashing a powerful shockwave. The interwoven lightning bolts were so dense that evasion was impossible. The thunder continuously struck Chu Chen's shield, causing his entire body to sparkle with electric light. Fortunately, though Eliog's attacks were fierce, they were still within the limits of the Jade Zheng shield's endurance. Not only did the lightning fail to harm Chu Chen, but it also provided additional energy to the shield. Meanwhile, Eliog began to gather power, his Pegasus galloping forward with blood-red, frenzied eyes. As he reached Chu Chen, Eliog thrust his spear fiercely, the lightning-charged tip causing cracks to appear on the shield's surface inch by inch. This excited Eliog immensely. The power in his hands surged instantly, while Chu Chen unleashed the shield's energy in response. After continuous charging, the Jade Zheng shield reached its limit. The two forces collided abruptly. In an instant, the heavens and earth shook violently. Chu Chen immediately thrust the Chenyan spear, its shaft erupting with countless golden rays, lunging fiercely at Eliog. Clang! The piercing sound of metal clashing rang out, accompanied by a powerful shockwave sweeping outward. Chu Chen's entire body radiated dazzling light, giving his opponent no chance to catch his breath. The Chenyan spear shot out again, transforming into a brilliant beam of light. The spear tip sliced through the air with a sharp, cutting sound, deafeningly loud. Eliog desperately swung his spear to block, his Pegasus turning into a streak of silver light and swiftly darting to a distant spot. The Pegasus moved so quickly that Eliog nearly lost his balance when it stopped.
But in the next moment, Chu Chen's thrown spear flew toward him again. Eliog dared not relax and had no choice but to steer his Pegasus into the swarm of monsters on the ground. He quickly merged into the mass of creatures, attempting to use them as a shield against the spear. Charging through the monsters, the spear swept across, tearing them into pieces wherever it passed. In an instant, a bloody path was carved behind him, the spear following his movements, constantly returning like a brush painting sharp lines on a black canvas. Eliog furrowed his brows, clearly having underestimated Chu Chen's strength earlier. Though the power of the rock god had diminished significantly, it was still difficult to contend with. A long-lost sense of crisis surged in his heart. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he thought of a solution. He abruptly turned his Pegasus around, no longer weaving through the monsters, but instead charging toward the yakshas trapped by Chu Chen. Eliog swung his spear, breaking 5 stone cages, and with a wave of his hand, the 5 trapped yakshas seemed to be manipulated, flying toward him. As they reached his side, Eliog decided to take a gamble, using the yakshas' lives to test whether Chu Chen would strike to kill. As it turned out, his gamble paid off. Chu Chen sighed helplessly, and the Chenyan spear that had been pursuing Eliog instantly halted. The energy gathered on the spear dispersed outward. Sensing that he had found a way to counter Chu Chen, Eliog laughed triumphantly. He kept the 5 yakshas close to him and once again ascended into the sky. Facing Chu Chen directly, this guy actually wants to use the yakshas as human shields. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, but at this moment, he had no solution. However, he immediately thought of an idea and extended his hand toward the 5 yakshas. Ding! The target has been forcibly controlled, and the Jade Seal Shield cannot be applied. Additionally, the target has been forcibly identified as an enemy unit, making it immune to the host's attacks. A system notification echoed in his mind. Chu Chen had intended to apply shields to the 5 yakshas, but it was clear that Elio had used some method to forcibly control them, rendering the shields ineffective. Moreover, being forcibly turned into enemies also meant that the celestial stars summoned by Chu Chen would harm them. Haha, how about that? Can't make a move now, can you? Elio revealed a smug, ferocious grin, confident that this move had secured his victory. Oomph, attack. With a wave of his hand, 3 of the yakshas, Xiao, Fanon, and Minu, immediately charged at Chu Chen to launch an assault. Ingda and Fuxia, on the other hand, were kept by Elio's side, ready to guard against any counterattack from Chu Chen. The sturdy Jade Seal shield blocked the attacks of the 3, but these yakshas, who had lost their sanity, were left with nothing but an instinctive desire to attack. Like mindless puppets, they launched relentless, numb assaults on the shield again and again. Chu Chen frowned deeply, unable to think of any solution at the moment. He wanted to use the power within him to suppress the yakshas' karmic burdens, but it was clear that Elio would not let him succeed. The opponent swung his spear, and the immense force instantly sent Xiao and the other 2 flying near the shield. The residual shockwave of the attack affected the 3, leaving their bodies visibly weaker as they let out instinctive cries of pain. Chu Chen couldn't bring himself to harm the yakshas, but Elio showed no such hesitation, continuing to strike the shield with heavy blows. Whether it was the 5 celestial yakshas or the entire yaksha clan, they had always sacrificed themselves to quell disasters, slay demons, and protect the peace of the nation. In their relentless battles against monsters, they inevitably absorbed resentment, forming karmic burdens that subjected them to endless torment. Over time, these burdens consumed their sanity, turning them into beasts driven solely by the desire to kill. Thus, whether it was Chu Chen's own will, the power of the Geo Archon, or the mission's objective, he could not bear to harm the yakshas. Elio's spear struck the shield heavily, while Ingda and Fuxia were tightly guarded in front of him to prevent any sudden attack from Chu Chen. Through the layer of the Jade Seal shield, Chu Chen could clearly see the increasingly distorted faces of Ingda and Fuxia as they suffered under the dual torment of karmic erosion and Elio's forced control. The intense pain caused them to cry out involuntarily. Suddenly, Chu Chen noticed that the ferocity and rage on their faces were gradually fading, replaced by expressions of pain. In a fleeting moment, a faint glimmer caught Chu Chen's attention. He saw that at the corners of Ingda and Fuxia's lifeless eyes, a single tear had formed. Under the golden glow of the Jade Seal shield, the tear shimmered faintly. Chu Chen was startled. Had they regained a trace of their sanity? He extended both hands, attempting to use his power as before to help suppress the pain within them. At the same time, Elio spun his spear and instantly slashed toward Chu Chen's unprotected hands outside the shield. Clang! Although his hands were no longer shielded, Chu Chen had already covered them with a thick layer of geo-energy. Elio's spear struck the geo-energy with a sharp metallic clash. After all, Elio was a demon god. Despite being severely injured, the power behind his spear remained formidable. At this moment, Chu Chen's focus was not on directly confronting it, inevitably putting him at a disadvantage. Intense pain radiated from his arm, but he persisted in using gentle force to help the two yakshas alleviate their suffering. The pain on Fusha and Ingda's faces visibly lessened, and their previously bloodshot eyes began to return to their normal color. Sensing that the two yakshas were slipping out of his control, Eliok widened his eyes, withdrew his spear, and prepared to retreat with Fusha and Ingda. Just then, Chu Chen's figure flickered and instantly appeared behind the two, blocking Eliok's reach. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Chen suddenly grabbed the opponent's arm, intending to forcibly drag Eliok out of the yaksha's domain. A tremendous force surged from his arm, and Eliok's face turned pale beneath his concealed mask. He knew that if he were forcibly taken away, without the yaksha's support, he would stand no chance against Chu Chen. Without hesitation, Eliok swung his other spear and instantly severed the arm that Chu Chen had grabbed. Blood gushed like a fountain, but he paid it no mind, immediately spurring his horse to vanish from the scene. Chu Chen quickly created a stone cage to trap Fusha and Ingda. His earlier efforts had not been in vain, though they were still under control. They no longer attacked the cage with reckless abandon. When Eliok reappeared, he was already a kilometer away. His wound had temporarily stopped bleeding under his power. The fallen Xiao, Vanna, and Minu were also summoned back to his side. He wanted to escape, but there was nowhere to run. The area they were in was surrounded by chaotic spatial currents, ensuring that this battle would claim a victim. Eliok's mount spewed flames, exuding an imposing aura. Yet at this moment, both the horse and Eliok harbored a trace of fear. From the very beginning, he had made a grave mistake. He had assumed that after the Geo Archon's power was weakened, he could challenge him and even claim that power for himself. But the recent battle had made Eliok fully realize how laughable his previous thoughts had been. Whether it was the Archon War thousands of years ago or the current dire state of the collapsing world, he was no match for his opponent. Chu Chen stood silently, 10 kilometers away. With the yakshas as his trump card, Chu Chen dared not act recklessly. Yet his imposing presence, like a towering mountain, was slowly bearing down on Eliok. Eliok tightly controlled Xiao, Minu, and Vanna, as if holding onto them was equivalent to holding onto his own life. He dared not let any yaksha leave his side, for fear they would end up like Fusha and Ingda, falling under Chu Chen's control. He continuously infused energy into the three yakshas, attempting to strengthen his hold over them. Xiao, Minu, and Vanna screamed in agony, their bodies convulsing violently from the excruciating pain. Chu Chen crossed the 10-kilometer distance in an instant, appearing before Eliok. He dared not use the millilith spear, fearing it might harm the yakshas. He could only fight with his fists, but Eliok cunningly used Xiao as a shield. As expected, Chu Chen had no choice but to abandon his attack, giving Eliok the opportunity to thrust his spear and force Chu Chen back. The sound of the spear reverberated deafeningly as Eliok, with the three yakshas, launched another assault on Chu Chen. Prolonging the stalemate was meaningless. He had to take the initiative and find a way to defeat Chu Chen. With the yakshas closely guarding him, Eliok temporarily did not have to worry about Chu Chen counterattacking. Although his attacks were limited in effectiveness, the initiative was now in his hands. With this advantage, no matter how strong Chu Chen was, he could only remain on the defensive. Eliok firmly believed that he would eventually find a breakthrough. The spear slashed through like lightning, the horse's neighing thundered across the sky, and Elioeg charged recklessly at Chu Chen in midair. Now, nothing could stop it. The only thing that infuriated it was that its power couldn't break through Chu Chen's damned shield. Despite its frenzied attacks, Elioeg, now missing an arm, couldn't harm Chu Chen in the slightest. Damn it! Damn it! It roared in fury, but its thoughts quickly shifted, and a sly smile appeared on its face. Morax, drop your defense. As it spoke, it instantly grabbed Xiao by the neck, its eyes gleaming with triumph. If you don't drop it, I'll make you watch as they lose their last bit of soul and are left with no way out. Elioeg tightened its grip, and Xiao let out a pained whimper, his entire body racked with unbearable pain, gradually losing its luster. Bastard! Chu Chen trembled with rage, but he was helpless against Elioeg's despicable tactics. He couldn't stand by and watch Xiao die before his eyes. If even one of the 5 yakshas fell, his mission would fail. At this moment, he deeply realized that all the difficulties stemmed from his own lack of strength. He was still too weak, powerless to fight back when threatened. Filled with helplessness, Chu Chen ultimately had no choice but to withdraw the Jade Seal shield. Elioeg's eyes lit up with wild joy as it released Zhao's neck, gripped its spear tightly again, and launched a fierce attack on Chu Chen. Without the shield's protection, Chu Chen could only keep shifting his position in midair to dodge the spear's shadows. His elementally infused arms swung continuously, clashing with the spear's strikes. In close combat, Chu Chen didn't dare to use the Millilith spear, fearing it might harm the weakened Yaksha. Elioeg sneered coldly and suddenly thrust with all its might amidst the dense spear shadows. The sharp spear tip tore through Chu Chen's flesh, and Elioeg's face twisted into a maniacal grin. Now that it could injure its enemy and make him bleed, it had a chance to kill Chu Chen. It pushed the spear with all its strength, aiming to pierce through Chu Chen in one strike. The searing pain spread through Chu Chen's mind, but his face showed no panic. Instead, his gaze was resolute, his eyes shining with a dazzling light. Elioeg's heart skipped a beat as the brilliant light instantly obscured its vision. Instinct drove it to keep applying force, the spear slowly slicing through Chu Chen's flesh. At that moment, a sharp claw shot out from the golden light curtain. Everything happened in an instant. The distance was too close, and though Elioeg saw it, it had no time to react. Controlling the Yaksha was already too late. It wanted to pull the spear out to block the attack, but the spearhead was stuck in Chu Chen's body and couldn't be withdrawn. Of course, it couldn't be pulled out, because Chu Chen had just tightened the bones around the wound, the hardened bone firmly clamping the spearhead. With Elioeg's current strength, limited to one arm, it couldn't budge it at all. Suddenly, Chu Chen's arm pierced directly through the armor on Elioeg's abdomen, effortlessly tearing through its flesh, causing blood to spurt out. Cough! Elioeg coughed violently, blood gushing from its mouth. Its body swayed, but soon its eyes were filled with rage once more. The injury didn't weaken it, instead, it ignited an even more frenzied fighting spirit. Chu Chen also noticed that the strike just now had caused his blood to take on a golden sheen. His bones unconsciously loosened, and the spear was pulled out by Elioeg once again. Then, Elioeg furiously hurled the spear, which shot like a meteor through the cage behind Chu Chen, trapping Yingda and Fuxia. It once again controlled them to charge at Chu Chen. Under the control of Elioj, the five Yakshas struggled in agony. They let out piercing roars, but their bodies moved uncontrollably, launching fierce attacks at Chu Chen. Morax, I will tear you to pieces. Elioj dragged its mutilated body desperately, leading the five Yakshas in a bloodthirsty charge toward Chu Chen. Kill him, it roared, frantically commanding the Yakshas. The Yakshas' faces were drenched in cold sweat, their pain allowing them only instinctive screams. Then, they launched their assault on Chu Chen. Chu Chen's blood dripped onto their bodies. Despite the ferocity of their attacks, with Chu Chen's current physical strength, these strikes were far from lethal. Whether it was the five Yakshas or the frenzied Elioj, their wounds would quickly heal on their own. But this couldn't go on. Chu Chen had to figure out a way to break the stalemate. He fell into deep thought. Ugh, ugh. Suddenly, Chu Chen heard some muddled sounds. These noises came from the mouths of the five Yakshas, but they were indistinct, unclear. However, what caught his attention was that tears began to glisten at the corners of the Yakshas' eyes. They slowly shook their heads, and their attacks started to lose pace. These changes went unnoticed by Elioj. It was completely consumed by madness, focusing all its attention on attacking Chu Chen. The crimson glow in the Yakshas' eyes began to fade rapidly, as if their last threads of reason were being restored. Chu Chen suddenly realized that the faces of the five Yakshas were stained with his blood. That blood, shimmering with a golden light, was slowly dissipating on their faces. The faintly glowing golden blood spread silently, rippling outward and dispelling their negative emotions. Ugh, forgive. Their voices became clearer and clearer. The fastest to recover was Xiao, who clutched his head, letting out a low growl of pain. Tears slid down his face, and his gaze finally settled on Chu Chen. That face, once dominated by fury, now showed a semblance of calmness. Zhao's lips curved slightly, as if he were smiling. Emperor, Emperor. Chu Chen finally heard his words clearly. Emperor. The other Yakshas also gradually regained their composure. Their tear-streaked eyes lost their crimson hue. In an instant, time seemed to stop. Elioj's frenzied attack froze midair, and darkness enveloped the five Yakshas and Chu Chen. Just like during the intense battle with the Dragon King Ruochuo, one scene after another began appearing before their eyes. Hey, Bosacius!
At least put on some clothes, will you? At dusk, Menogias helplessly handed Bosacius a long robe patterned in black and white with purple accents.
This doesn't really seem to suit me, Bosacius replied awkwardly, the pair of extra arms on his back moving slowly. On the rocky mountain, Shao leaned against a boulder, his long spear resting on his shoulder, watching with a calm expression. Below the mountain, Indarius and Bonanis exchanged hushed laughter, covering their mouths as they chuckled. The scene gradually faded with their laughter, transitioning into a second image, Shao lying asleep on the rocky mountain, while Bosacius gestured for the others to stay quiet. With his 4 hands, he held a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, slyly drawing on Zhao's face.
Indarius, watching this unfold, hesitantly reached out and said, "Big brother, isn't this a bad idea? What if we wake him up?"
"It'll be fine," Bonanis reassured with a serene smile, waving a hand.
"When Zhao's asleep, he's as quiet as a little kitten."
Minu crossed his arms over his chest, chuckled softly, and shook his head helplessly.
"You're all grown up now, yet still acting like a child."
The second scene slowly faded out amidst everyone's laughter, and
the third scene quickly appeared. 5 yakshas stood shoulder to shoulder, facing a rising sun.
The golden rays bathed their figures, and faint smiles graced their faces.
"A new day begins again," they said. The scene ended there.
They returned to the battlefield.
I remember now.
Fuxia was the first to speak, straightening his posture with effort and saying slowly, "My name is Fuxia, which means life is fleeting, and one should let go of all attachments. My name is Minu, which means to cease disputes and quell anger."
Minu also regained his memory shortly after. Ingda and Fanon followed suit. "My name is Ingda, which means to fulfill the people's expectations and achieve goals. My name is Fanon,
which means to eliminate evil, protect life, and overcome difficulties." Finally, Shao straightened his chest slowly and said
softly, "I am the vigilant Yaksha, Shao, summoned to protect. Rex Lapis, you're safe, that's such a relief." Although their
memories and consciousness had returned, the 5 yakshas were now extremely weak, their bodies flickering as if they might vanish
at any moment.
"By the order of Rex Lapis, we have come to vanquish the demons."
As soon as the words fell, the 5 yakshas' faces revealed their respective masks. They donned the masks, and their auras immediately solidified.
Then, using the last of their strength, they launched a joint attack on Eliaweg. At this moment, Eliaweg was in a frenzied state, its earlier actions overshadowed by its wild assaults.
It wasn't until the combined attacks of the 5 yakshas struck its body that Eliaweg finally snapped out of its madness.
Its eyes widened in disbelief as it stared at the 5 yakshas who had attacked it, its body trembling
violently. "Did you enjoy yourself just now?"
Chu Chen appeared in front of Eliaweg, his expression icy, and the wounds it had inflicted on him earlier were healing rapidly. Standing face to face, Chu Chen placed one hand on the chest of the flying horse beneath
Eliaweg.
The armor covering the horse was torn apart as easily as paper. A black hole appeared on the horse's body, and its beating heart was crushed in Chu Chen's hand the next moment.
The horse instantly lost its life and plummeted uncontrollably toward the ground.
Immediately after, Chu Chen's palm pierced through Eliaweg's heart.
The once mighty Eliaweg was now paralyzed with fear.
Chu Chen swung his hand, slamming it fiercely into the horde of demons on the ground. Then, the chaotic flow of time and space churned, forming a vortex. A golden celestial star pierced through the turbulence, its light breaking the dawn.
A powerful aura erupted from the sky.
Now freed from control, the 5 yakshas were granted shields anew by Chu Chen. They stood guard around him, watching as the terrifying pressure surged between heaven and earth, descending slowly.
Boom! In an instant, the world dimmed,
and the ground trembled. When the celestial star finally erupted, it was as if the entire world was on the brink of collapse. All the demons on the ground were annihilated in the dazzling light. The chaotic flow of time and space in the sky was also affected, becoming unstable, with cracks spreading and fierce winds howling.
Ding! Mission accomplished.
The system's voice rang out, and Chu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the yakshas who had stood by his side, he opened his mouth to say
something.
But suddenly, he realized his body was beginning to lose control.
Ding! The task is being settled, and the host is about to be forcibly immobilized.
The system's cold voice echoed, and no matter how hard he tried, he was powerless. At this moment, the bodies of the 5 yakshas began to gradually dissipate, strands of light scattering from them. They exchanged smiles, like comrades reuniting after a long separation.
Finally, the 5 yakshas transformed into 5 beams of different colored light, merging into Chu Chen's body.
The surrounding scene flickered between light and dark. Suddenly, a mass of purple-black flames erupted from a pool of blood. It streaked across the air with a trailing blaze, attempting to flee rapidly. This fleeting moment was caught by Chu Chen, who sensed the presence of Elioeg within the flames. As a demon god, even if his physical body was destroyed, true death was not easily achieved. At the same time, Chu Chen felt his body loosen, as if the previous restraints had been broken, and he regained control of himself. Without hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light, chasing after Elioeg's remnant soul. A purple and golden glow tore through the darkness, but Elioeg, reduced to a mere remnant soul, no longer had the ability to react quickly. In no time, Chu Chen caught up and firmly grasped it. What exactly happened in Teyvat? Chu Chen gripped the remnant soul tightly, his voice cold. His heart was filled with confusion. Whether it was the mysterious figures that appeared initially or the desolation he witnessed upon arriving here, everything pointed to the fact that this world had suffered a massive blow, leaving it in its current state. Morex, it seems you've forgotten a lot, haven't you? Elioeg weakly retorted with a hint of mockery. Tell me what happened. Chu Chen's grip tightened, and the fiery remnant soul grew dimmer. Ha ha ha. Morex, this angry yet powerless look of yours. Elioeg's voice trembled, seemingly tormented, yet unable to hide his inner delight. You want to know what happened? I know everything. He sneered coldly, but I won't tell you. Ha ha ha. Golden geo-energy appeared in Chu Chen's hand, its sharp brilliance piercing into the flames. Elioeg let out a piercing wail but stubbornly refused to yield. So what if you kill me? You'll never get the answers you seek. Though I do find it strange. Back then, I saw with my own eyes as you and your lot fell. I don't know how you managed to escape, but accept it. Your fate is to perish along with this world. Elioeg coughed violently, the flames of his remnant soul visibly shrinking, reduced to a flickering ember. I, and your old adversaries, will be waiting for you at the end of death. As his words fell, Chu Chen clenched his hand tightly, and the flame instantly disintegrated into scattered sparks. Chu Chen still hadn't obtained any substantial clues. He let out a bitter laugh and sighed. With the disappearance of Elioeg's remnant soul, the surroundings plunged into complete darkness. That oppressive sensation returned, and Chu Chen found himself unable to move. What on earth is this system doing? He couldn't help but complain. Buzz! 5 beams of light suddenly appeared before him. They were the 5 yakshas. But no longer in physical form, only spiritual entities remained, glowing with their respective elemental radiance as they floated in the air. Rex Lapis, as you said, you are still alive, Xiao bowed respectfully, his voice steady. He seemed to have regained his consciousness. Chu Chen thought that perhaps he could get answers from him. But at this moment, he was not only unable to move, but also unable to speak. Buzz, the spiritual forms of the 5 yakshas flickered, extremely unstable, as if they could disappear at any moment. Apologies, Emperor. Our time is running out. Being able to meet you in time is already a great fortune. Xiao sighed. Although we can no longer fight alongside you, our power will replace us and become your ultimate support. Hiss hiss. Hiss. The spiritual forms began to shatter, transforming into specks of glowing light and dissipating. Emperor, the powers of the gods have been seized. You must be careful, hiss hiss. Zhao's words were intermittent, filled with static. Now, hiss, those who wield divine power, meeting you again makes us very happy, but before he could finish speaking, the spiritual forms of the 5 yakshas had completely vanished. Ding! Congratulations to the host for passing the trial and unlocking the new abilities of the 5 yakshas. The system's voice sounded, and Chu Chen finally regained his ability to move. Only then did he realize that a tear was hanging at the corner of his eye. Chu Chen was somewhat puzzled. Although he felt sorrow for the departure of the 5 yakshas, the emotion behind this tear didn't seem to come from himself. Just now, he seemed to have sensed the presence of another person. However, no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure it out. He wiped away the tear, and the surrounding scenery shifted, returning him to his room. At this moment, he clearly felt 5 new forces flowing within his body. Taking a deep breath, he opened the ability panel, where rows of golden text displayed his new abilities: mastery of all laws, gaining the power of the 5 yakshas, the host can control multiple elements. Tongue snake, lightning element hard ape. Rock element spiral shell, water element fire rat, fire element golden rock, wind element now. Aside from the rock element, the Host has initially mastered combat abilities for the other 4 elements.
Transformation of immortal beings. By harnessing the Yaksha's power, the host can release the strength of the 5 Yakshas, transforming them into spiritual forms to assist in battle.
Note, the transformed Yakshas retain only their basic combat instincts, having lost their memories and emotions.
Additionally, during the Yaksha transformation, the host cannot control the elemental energy corresponding to the Yaksha's form, except for the rock element. Chu Chen looked at the description of the mastery of all laws ability and couldn't help but take a sharp breath.
Slowly extending his hand, his 5 fingers were respectively imbued with 5 different elemental forces. Wind, lightning, water, fire, and rock. 5 distinct colors of elemental energy covered his fingertips, moving with his thoughts.
The 5 elements immediately flew from his fingertips, transforming into the true forms of Shao, Fushi, Minu, Fa Nan, and Ing De. Unfortunately,
as the description stated, these transformed Yakshas had lost their memories and emotions. Their eyes were hollow, like soulless
puppets. What exactly had happened?
Chu Chen lowered his head powerlessly, his hands involuntarily clenching tightly, his gaze complex. In the system's inventory, next to the golden basalt mask he had worn during underground fighting matches, there were now 5 differently colored ritual masks that had appeared at some unknown time. In the southern abandoned state, after hundreds of years of the multi-race wars, the territories originally belonging to humans on Blue Star had been gradually invaded. A continent in the southern part of Blue Star had been completely occupied by the multi-races, becoming the rear base of the alien races, with almost all important strongholds established there. However, this continent is barren, covered with swamps and deserts, scarce in resources, and surrounded by oceans on all sides. Before the invasion of the myriad races, it was almost entirely
neglected, earning it the name Abandoned Continent.
Beneath the pitch-black night sky, a dark swamp stretches across the abandoned continent, with grayish miasma constantly bubbling up from the marshes.
Amid this vast swamp stands a miraculous black Gothic castle, unscathed and firmly rooted in the mire.
Inside the castle's grand hall, only a faint blue flame illuminates part of the space. A group of black-robed followers of the myriad races has gathered here. They worship different races, some of which have tense relations with one another, but this does not prevent them from assembling here. This is the headquarters of the myriad races church. The church is composed of followers devoted to various alien races and is divided into multiple sections.
Within each sect, there are different ranks such as followers, disciples, and bishops.
Above all the sects is the central church, whose membership requirements are exceedingly high, far more difficult than those of the ordinary sections. It is rumored that even an ordinary member of the central church holds a status far more prestigious than a disciple of the sections. At this moment, the grand hall is
bustling with people.
The followers are gathered around the edges of the hall, leaving an open space in the center.
In the middle
of the open space stands a massive round table surrounded by 10 ornate chairs. Each chair is occupied by a figure dressed in red robes adorned with golden patterns.
Rustle,
accompanied by the sound of papers being flung, sheets of white paper bearing
photos of Chu Chen fluttered down like snowflakes.
The surrounding followers eagerly grabbed the papers, scrutinizing the images,
and whispering among themselves.
Among the 8 chairs at the center of the round table, one individual sat with legs crossed, sipping a cola while casually picking up a sheet of paper and examining it with interest. Tisk, tsk, how strange, how strange,
he muttered, shaking his head and tossing the paper aside.
Across from him sat an elderly man with bronze skin and a deeply wrinkled face. The old man's sharp eyes glowed with an eerie red light. He reached out to grab the discarded paper, his pupils shifting unnaturally as a hint of coldness flashed in his gaze.
The last mission, they went to such great lengths, and yet they still failed?
Ha, not just failed, but suffered heavy losses. A pale-skinned woman with long, flowing hair spoke slowly, her tone
brimming with anger.
Brian, that useless fool, let him die if he must.
The key issue is those divine puppets. Their value is immeasurable.
We kept them all this time to coordinate with the master's plans.
Now, they're all gone. The woman's breathing quickened. With rage, her chest heaving visibly. The problem now is that, under divine suppression, Chu Chen not only survived but also managed to counterattack successfully?
Prophet, shouldn't you provide an explanation? The old man took a deep breath, his gaze shifting to another man. This man had flowing white hair, and a square compass hovered between his hands, surrounded by twinkling starlight. The prediction at the time was accurate.
Aside from those 2 insignificant trainees by Chu Chen's side, Xiang, Han Hai only sent one king-level awakener to protect him. There were no other reinforcements at all. So we dispatched Brian, who
was also at the king level, along with several disciples and the divine puppets.
This was the highest level deployment we could arrange without drawing the enemy's attention.
As the man's hands moved slowly, the compass floating in the air gradually disintegrated into countless tiny fragments, then reassembled, ultimately projecting an image onto the round table. Brian, at the King Sealing Realm, was locked in an intense standoff with Zheng Qian.
Feng Xiaoqiu and Zhuo Zhenglongping were tightly surrounded by disciples, unable to move.
A divine puppet stood tall amidst the clouds, and below it, Chu Chen lay on the ground, covered in
blood. Ha, what a perfect scene. Too bad the outcome was completely unexpected. Another voice spoke, neither distinctly male nor female, with a faint electric buzz. The exposed arm of the speaker was composed of countless intricate alchemical metal components. Why didn't you show this image earlier to boost morale before the operation? Bringing it out now, are you afraid of being slapped in the face by reality?
A blond man with half his face normal flesh and the other half reduced to bare bones sneered
mockingly.
The man referred to as the prophet ignored him and spoke calmly. According to the prophecy of the stars, events should
have unfolded this way.
But the outcome deviated, which means someone among them can defy the trajectory of the stars, even forcibly, altering it, leading me to a false conclusion without realizing it.
What? After all the sacrifices, your explanation is that you were deceived?
A loud bang erupted as a woman leapt from her seat, her killing intent surging outward like a tidal wave.
The surrounding followers trembled, some even collapsing to the ground in fear.
Attendant, calm yourself. An elderly man with eyes as sharp as an eagle's waved his hand, and the killing intent instantly dissipated. The old man's words carried great
authority. Though the attendant was still visibly angry, she snorted coldly and sat back down. The old man turned to the prophet, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. You're certain your calculations were tampered with, and you didn't notice at first?
At the moment, that seems to be the only possibility, the prophet nodded.
Someone out there is better at calculations than you? Let's find that person to
replace you then. After all, strength is what truly matters. The blond man with the skeletal face seized the opportunity to mock him.
The prophet's expression
darkened instantly. Perhaps my calculations aren't the strongest, but they're still better than you, a half-human, half-ghost living corpse.
What did you say?
The blond man's smile vanished, and golden flames ignited in the hollow black sockets of his skeletal face. He conjured a massive bone sword out of thin air, ready to strike.
Clang!
As the sword swung down, a massive red-skinned orc's hand suddenly grabbed the blade. The orc, towering at 3 meters tall, appeared so abruptly that it caught everyone off guard. In front of the orc's seat sat a little girl with twin ponytails. She had her eyes closed and spoke softly. So childish. The blond man was clearly afraid of the little girl. He gritted his teeth, muttered a few curses, and eventually withdrew his sword.
Enough. The farce ends here.
The last person, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. He wore a menacing mask, his expression brimming with fury.
Tyrant.
The old man narrowed his eyes slightly, showing some apprehension toward this individual as well. When the tyrant spoke, everyone fell silent. As the highest disciples of the main sect,
are you really going to shirk responsibility after a failed mission?
The tyrant leaned his elbows on the round table, scanning the room. Those swept by his gaze, whether disciples or
followers, all lowered their heads. Forget River.
The tyrant spoke, and the half-man, half-skeleton man raised his head and responded respectfully, yes.
Alchemy. The figure with the metallic arm nodded. Sage. The old man answered. Deception. The man drinking cola withdrew his feet and sat upright. Servant, prophecy, puppet. The woman, the prophet, and the little girl all raised their heads and sat solemnly.
The loss of the divine puppet is regrettable, but in this game, an ordinary failure might be a hidden opportunity.
The tyrant slowly stood up, and the surrounding disciples rose in unison.
The war has been at a stalemate for too long. It's time to break the deadlock.
The Lord's full descent draws ever closer. Under the glory of all races, we will abandon the weaknesses of humanity and usher in a new era of victory. Underground demon cavern, second-level pitch-black demonic beasts roared lowly throughout the cave, seemingly endless.
A day had passed, and the beasts that had been cleared out earlier had once again surged up from underground.
Chu Chen walked along the passage from the first level to the second. As soon as he entered, the beasts frantically launched their attack on him. Facing the dense, tide-like assault, Chu Chen clasped his hands behind his back. Neither dodging nor summoning a shield, simply watching the beasts approach step by step. Just as they were about to reach him, the ground suddenly trembled. A thick rock wall rose instantly, blocking all the attacks outside. Then, fragments of stone coalesced into solid rocks, which, accompanied by a thunderous roar, smashed into the horde of beasts. Ninu walked to Chu Chen's side, one hand behind his back, the other raised, with a golden-yellow glowing earth element artifact floating in his palm. The rock wall and stone attacks just now had come from him. Immediately after, a ghostly green figure flashed from behind Chu Chen, leaping over the rock wall and charging into the beast tide. It was Xiao, wielding a spear. He slashed downward. From mid-air, the spear tip gathering immense power that erupted upon hitting the ground. The massive impact, accompanied by air currents, spread in all directions, leaving a scene of carnage in its wake. But that wasn't all. Xiao continued to swing his spear, stirring up a fierce wind that drew scattered beasts toward him. Then, a crimson fiery figure dashed out from beside Chu Chen. Yingde, engulfed in flickering flames, with arcs of dark red light flashing within, suddenly exploded. The howling wind, wrapped in flames, instantly formed a massive fiery tornado. The scorching flames shot out, instantly reducing nearby beasts to ashes. The relentless assault continued as Chu Chen summoned Fa Nan. Her hands, formed of flowing water, turned into slender, sharp claws. Azure streams of water spread outward from her as the center. The claws gleamed with a cold light, slicing even the toughest beasts into fragments. The water, carrying the residual heat of the flames, further amplified the damage. The remaining beasts tried to flee but were immediately engulfed by swift lightning. Fu Shi spread his forearms, with purple markings flashing with electric light. Buzz, buzz. Thunder rumbled as a mass of purple lightning intertwined around him, building up its charge. Boom, boom. Thick bolts of lightning erupted violently in all directions. The serpentine lightning twisted madly, carrying intense heat as it continuously condensed and shattered. The lightning from Fu Shi instantly swept through the remaining magical beasts, charring them all to ash. At this point, only piles of magical beast corpses remained before Chu Chen. In the dim and expansive cavern, the bodies were stacked like mountains. A sharp wind howled through the cave, piercingly loud. As the wind gradually subsided, everything returned to a deathly silence. The 5 yakshas once again appeared before Chu Chen, and he was very satisfied with their performance just now. The 5 yakshas were incredibly powerful, far surpassing ordinary Qianyan soldiers. Their current strength was approximately at the late stage of the 3rd-tier Kaiyuan realm. By the standards of this world, each yaksha's talent was enough to rival the special sequence Earth-level powerhouses. However, the yaksha's display of such combat power also consumed a significant amount of Chu Chen's energy. When all 5 fought simultaneously, his energy would be heavily constrained. It was now the 2nd day since unlocking his new abilities. He bypassed the first layer of magical beasts and directly cleared the second layer. The first layer of the magic cave was left for other students of the same cohort, giving them a chance to train in the cave. For now, however, they could only operate on the first layer. Ninu, you excel in large-scale control and attacks, with stronger control abilities. Your role should be that of a control-type mage. Yingde, you're the opposite. You lack much crowd control, but your attack power is astonishing, making you an output-type mage. Fa Nan, you're fast and primarily rely on enhanced claws for damage. I'll classify you as an assassin. Fu Shi, your attacks are powerful but require time to charge and unleash. You're a burst-type warrior. Xiao, you can control wind elements and excel in sharp close combat. You're an assassin with both control and sustained output capabilities. During the earlier battle, Chu Chen had already determined the roles for the 5 yakshas. As for himself, due to the significant energy consumption from summoning the 5 yakshas, he chose to avoid direct attacks as much as possible, focusing instead on support by providing shields and control. However, after speaking for a while, the only response he received was a deathly silence. Looking at the yakshas before him, who, despite their manifested forms, had cold, emotionless faces, Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh, feeling a bit disheartened. Currently, all their power was concentrated within him. This was the yaksha's source power. Perhaps, in the future, this power might even create the miracle of reshaping life. It was just a thought, though, as his current strength was still too weak. Although the power he wielded was already formidable, his level had only just surpassed 30. Speaking
Of which, Chu Chen also thought about how, after stepping into the 4th tier, the new legendary quest had yet to be triggered. He had no idea how much longer he would have to wait. Looking at the system panel, where only 2 of the 6 constellations were unlocked and the remaining 4 were still shrouded in gray with a series of question marks, he muttered, "Alright. Time is precious and can't be wasted." Chu Chen closed the golden system panel and stepped toward the entrance to the next layer. Before entering the magic cave, he had obtained permission from Xiang Hanhai to access the 3rd layer. Initially, he hadn't held much hope, but to his surprise, Xiang Hanhai had agreed readily this time. When handing over the permission to the 3rd layer, Xiang Hanhai had only said one sentence: absolute trust. Soon, Chu Chen arrived at the entrance to the next layer, where a barrier shimmered with light. Without hesitation, he stepped through it and descended the staircase. The sight of the 3rd layer far exceeded his expectations. What greeted him was an endless expanse of snowfields. Looking up, the sky hung high, and snowflakes continuously drifted down from above. Xiang Hanhai had indeed warned him earlier that starting from the 3rd level, each layer of the demon cavern would resemble an independent small world, extremely dangerous. To prepare for this, he had given him a life-saving treasure, a teleportation token. In case of danger, as long as energy was infused into the token, it could instantly transport him back to the surface. The piercing cold wind, unbearable for ordinary people, was harmless to Chu Chen. Even without activating his shield, this level of cold couldn't harm him. Chu Chen summoned a Chenyan soldier stationed at the entrance of the 3rd level as a coordinate to prevent himself from getting lost in the snowy plains. After all, the teleportation token could only be used once, so he planned to preserve it for now. With his retreat secured, Chu Chen stepped into the snowy plains once more. Suddenly, a dazzling light, as bright as the sun, streaked across his vision. Accompanied by the ferocious roar of a magical beast echoing into the skies, flames abruptly ignited the snow on the distant horizon. The fire surged upward, forming a pillar of flame that shot straight into the clouds, melting the surrounding snow and even burning away the falling snowflakes. Within the blaze, a massive black shadow danced incessantly, and the deafening roars emanated from there. Chu Chen squinted slightly. The dangers of the 3rd level of the demon cavern far exceeded those of the 2nd. The powerful aura emanating from the black shadow made him instinctively serious. This presence was definitely not something an ordinary magical beast could possess. It was highly likely that this was the leader of the magical beasts. Chu Chen furrowed his brows and stood still, the dim light in his eyes gradually brightening. 5 yakshas surrounded him, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Various colors of elemental energy flickered on their bodies. "Let's go." Chu Chen's eyes gleamed brightly, indicating that this opponent excited him. Encountering the leader of the magical beasts right after entering the snowy plains saved him the trouble of aimlessly searching. He lifted his foot and slowly walked toward the distant pillar of fire. The overwhelming pressure from the direction of the fire pillar continued to spread outward. At the same time, a faint golden radiance appeared in the air with Chu Chen at its center. 2 intense auras instantly tore through the heavens and collided fiercely. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble slightly, and snow fell in cascades. No matter the time, the enemy had yet to arrive, but their aura had already reached first. As he advanced, golden light occasionally flickered on the bodies of the 5 yakshas, followed by jade-like shields protecting them. The closer they got to the fire pillar, the more audible the deep chanting reverberating through the heavens and earth became. The sound grew louder and louder, and black lightning-like figures streaked across the distant sky. They weren't actual lightning but moved so fast they resembled it. These were a group of pitch-black magical beasts with purple patterns on their bodies, humanoid in shape, with bat-like wings frantically flapping behind them. Their numbers were vast, slowly closing in from all directions. They frantically danced in the air but dared only to hover at the edge of the faint golden radiance surrounding Chu Chen, not yet daring to approach. Chu Chen noticed that as his level increased, the aura he released had begun to form a domain. This type of domain was typically possessed only by star-plucking realm experts and above, and only about 30% of them could master it. It was far more powerful and practical than mere oppressive force. Even without any action from Chu Chen, his formidable aura would automatically create a domain. The size and power of the domain depended on the strength of the awakened individual. Just like now, Chu Chen stood quietly without ordering the yakshas to move, of the magical beasts guarding outside his domain began attempting to approach him. However, as soon as they touched the pale golden light, they let out piercing howls, and their entire bodies were violently flung away, crashing uncontrollably to the ground. The chanting in the air grew increasingly bizarre, as if attacking one's spirit. The sound penetrated Chu Chen's domain, trying to erode his consciousness. Chu Chen took a deep breath, and an invisible force within him erupted instantly, shattering the sound completely, leaving him unaffected. Yet, the chanting quickly shifted its focus to the magical beasts flying in the sky, seemingly applying some kind of enhancement buff to them. These beasts began to lose their fear of Chu Chen's domain. They charged at him madly, with the leading one extending its metallic, razor-sharp claws, about to touch his shield. But before it could get close, its claws were firmly grasped by a large hand, frozen in midair. The arm behind Fuchsia restrained the beast's movements, and thunder erupted from his palm. With a powerful swing, the beast was sent flying backward with a wretched scream. Not only that, but all the beasts behind it were also repelled together. Fuchsia's action became the signal for the Yakshas to counterattack. Chu Chen's thoughts moved, and Xiao immediately gripped his spear tightly, launching himself into the air like a soaring rock. Sharp winds whipped up heavy, feathery snow, and the magical beasts flying around gasped for breath, but their sounds were drowned out by the wind. Zhao's spear traced arcs of ghostly green light in the air, relentlessly slicing through the bodies of one magical beast after another. The fierce winds formed a vortex around Chu Chen, severely restricting the beast's flight, while wind blades mercilessly harvested their lives. A surge of experience flooded in rapidly, and Chu Chen smiled as he watched his experience increase. Meanwhile, Ingda conjured 2 crimson gold flames in her hands and hurled them into the air. The flames, carried by the wind, adhered to the vortex, forming a crimson gold fire tornado that expanded continuously. It enveloped the remaining magical beasts entirely, and an overwhelming force attacked from all directions. The beasts were visibly terrified, letting out panicked howls. They flapped their wings desperately, but their flight space grew smaller and smaller, continuing to shrink. No matter how they struggled, they were ultimately consumed by the fiery wind and then exploded. First encounter, I win, Chu Chen said softly, gazing at the distant pillar of fire. The third-layer magical beast leader appeared proud, as if 2 kings had met, first testing the waters with their subordinates. But the result was clear, Chu Chen had won. The blazing flames burned ever fiercer, as if fueled by something flammable, and the leader began to grow enraged. A stronger aura erupted from the pillar of fire, no longer naturally emanating but actively released, surging toward Chu Chen in waves. The previously faint golden light of his domain flickered under the impact, swaying like a candle flame. Chu Chen's lips curled into a smile. Making the first move isn't always a good idea, he said, releasing his energy actively. The nearly extinguished golden light instantly grew intense. The opponent's waves crashed against his domain, now shattering into spray. The collision of the 2 forces generated high temperatures, melting the surrounding snow into water, which quickly evaporated into white steam. A deep roar echoed from the fire pillar, and the active aura retreated. This was already the second defeat. Chu Chen continued walking forward, the snow beneath his feet crunching with each step. Before long, the second wave of enemies arrived. On the distant horizon, scattered shadows appeared. It was a group of knights riding various magical beasts, clad in heavy armor and wielding an array of weapons. Their strength far surpassed that of the flying insects from earlier. The corners of Chu Chen's mouth lifted slightly, as if he were playing a game and advancing through levels. With each level, the enemies grew stronger, but as a proper boss, one should send out all their subordinates at once, rather than in waves that allowed the opponent to level up. Clearly, the leader of these magical beasts hadn't grasped this concept. The knights steadily closed the distance between themselves and Chu Chen, their eyes glowing faintly purple, both eerie and beautiful. When they reached a certain distance, they stopped and stood still. The knights blocked the path but did not immediately attack. Perhaps they were waiting for the right moment, or maybe the previous 2 failures had made their leader cautious, prompting them to prepare a more thorough plan before launching an assault. Soon, an intriguing phenomenon occurred, the knights breathing gradually synchronized. Their breaths became perfectly in unison, resembling the creaking of an old bellows, a sound so grating it was almost unbearable. Suddenly, a knight wielding a longsword leapt from his mount with incredible speed. The snow behind him was neatly sliced by the blade, leaving a vacuum-like trail. A streak of blue light shot out from Chu Chen's side. Fa Nan's hands were tightly entwined with flowing water, and her slender claws once again took shape from the currents. Her long blue hair fluttered in the wind as her claws met the knight's long sword, the clash of metal resounding through the air. Fa Nan skillfully deflected the blade and poised herself to strike at the Nai. The fierce wind carried fragments of stone, lightning, flames, and water, surging violently until it finally erupted. Boom! The shockwave spread for thousands of meters, and the offensive launched by the third-layer boss beast was reduced to ashes. In the explosion, a wild aura burst forth from the pillar of fire, and repeated failures drove the mastermind behind the scenes to madness. A faint sound of wind and a massive figure, accompanied by a roar. A shadow with enormous wings suddenly flew out of the pillar of fire. At first, it was just a small dot, but in an instant, it transformed into a giant dragon. It resembled the winged lizards of Western mythology, clad in green iron scales, with sharp claws and massive wings that blotted out the sky. Its two enormous eyes were pitch black, devoid of any vitality. Chu Chen's gaze, however, did not linger on the dragon but instead focused on its back. Two thick chains were wrapped around the dragon's neck, and the other ends of the chains were tied to a relatively small figure. Flowing strands of hair drifted in the air, and a magnificent suit of armor covered the figure's body, exuding a violent and ferocious power. This was the true mastermind. The dragon was merely its mount. The aura now was several times stronger than before, surging and rolling like a raging sea. Under this intense pressure, the 5 yakshas began to emit unstable light. The opponent far exceeded their limits of endurance. Chu Chen waved his hand, and the 5 yakshas turned into 5 streams of light, returning to his body. He frowned slightly, looking up at the figure on the dragon's back, sensing a strange aura. Chu Chen observed the enemy intently, and details that were usually hard to notice gradually became clear. He discovered that energy within the dragon was continuously flowing toward its back and then entering the figure's body through its feet. This guy was actually absorbing the dragon's power. No wonder the aura was so overwhelming. Roar! The dragon suddenly opened its massive mouth, and a strong stench of blood and decay rushed forth. Its rotting, yellowed fangs were densely packed, and its mouth had become a lake of blood, with floating bones and decayed flesh. A mass of pitch-black flames slowly emerged from the depths of the dragon. Boom! Almost simultaneously, the flames rapidly expanded, transforming into a rolling sea of fire that erupted outward. Powerful energy gushed wildly from the dragon's body, and thick pillars of fire shot out. Although it is also a border checkpoint, there was no human defense line here 2 years ago. The dark sea in this area is highly corrosive, making it difficult for both humans and other races to resist. As a result, it was long considered a forbidden zone, with no one daring to set foot there. Since it was a forbidden zone, other races found it hard to approach, and there were no signs of life within the sea, so the dark sea was regarded as a natural barrier. Due to limited resources, humanity focused its defenses on more dangerous areas, such as the desert fortress, rather than this natural barrier. However, starting 2 years ago, traces of magical beasts began to appear in the once lifeless sea. These beasts could ignore the sea's corrosive properties, and some could even come ashore to attack human territories. Faced with the threat of beast tides, humanity began constructing a solid defense line here over the past 2 years, which is now known as Jinjiao Pass. Although magical beasts occasionally charge the shore from the sea, the frequency and number of beast tides at Jinjiao Pass are much lower compared to other borders. Over the past 2 years, there have been very few enemy attack incidents. This is considered the most stable checkpoint along the border, and it is not far from the heavily guarded desert fortress, which can quickly dispatch reinforcements in case of emergencies. Therefore, when allocating resources, the human leadership has not invested excessive military strength in Jinjiao Pass to avoid waste. Despite the relative calm at Jinjiao Pass, the station's soldiers remain highly vigilant, conducting rigorous training and meticulous patrols daily. The massive walls are built from advanced materials, and a middle-aged man in military uniform, adorned with a general's star, is solemnly staring at the distant sea. His name is Luo Jinjie, the highest commander here. At this moment, his expression is grave, and his heartbeat quickens. His eyes emit a blue glow, and an invisible field spreads from his body, covering the sea and capturing even the slightest movements. The sky is overcast, seemingly heralding an impending storm, which is common here. However, Luo Jinjie notices that the black mist over the distant sea is beginning to churn violently. He clenches his fists. The dark sea is named for the perpetual black mist that shrouds its surface. Under normal circumstances, the mist remains still. Once it starts moving, experience dictates that it means the beast tide is coming. Luo Jinjie licks his dry lips and immediately orders through the communicator at his ear, "Attention all units, level 1 combat readiness."
The black mist is showing abnormalities, magical beasts are expected to attack. Set up the defense line immediately and prepare for battle. His voice echoes through the checkpoint via broadcast. All soldiers, whether training, patrolling, or resting, immediately tense up. Drop what they are doing, and swiftly enter combat mode. Subsequently, Luo Xinjie switches channels to send a request for reinforcements to the fortress. This is Xinjiao Pass. The Dark Sea is showing severe abnormalities, possibly indicating a large-scale invasion. Please prepare for support. The other end of the communicator quickly responds, Fortress received. Dispatching personnel immediately, standing by for orders. Luo Xinjie narrows his eyes slightly. As he spoke earlier, the black mist had already begun to churn and dance wildly over the deep sea. His field clearly senses countless unstable auras surging beneath the sea, moving rapidly. Boom! A clap of thunder tears through the dark sky, white lightning strikes down, the wind roars, and raindrops as large as beans pour from the clouds. Cold rain attacked from all directions, flowing along the city walls and quickly cascading down like small waterfalls. The dragon let out a thunderous roar, accompanied by scorching flames and piercing shrieks, as the green scales covering its body began to move. The scales slowly opened, releasing blood-red steam that surged out with intense heat, spreading across the surrounding heavens and earth. The thick steam quickly enveloped Chu Chen, turning the surroundings into a white haze. A massive black shadow emerged from the steam, and the dragon opened its jaws wide, attempting to swallow Chu Chen whole. The figure on the dragon's back revealed a sinister smile. As the dragon's mouth drew closer, he seemed to envision Chu Chen being bitten into a pulp. But in the next moment, a beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. The dragon's attack collided with an obstacle, unable to advance further. The figure's eyes widened in shock as a powerful aura emanated from the beam of light, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. When the light dissipated, an enormous dark yellow dragon, as massive as a mountain, appeared before him. The dragon bit into the back of the dark yellow dragon, but its rock-hard shell resisted all attempts to penetrate it. Chu Chen stood atop the back of the Ruochuo Dragon King, unwilling to waste time dealing with the opponent. The provocation from the dragon before him enraged the Ruochuo Dragon King, which let out a furious roar and slammed its palms onto the ground. The earth cracked like a spider web, spreading outward with immense force, violently pushing the dragon back. Now, it wasn't just Chu Chen. Exuding a powerful aura, the Ruochuo Dragon King radiated an equally overwhelming pressure. The combined force of their auras pressed down on the opponent like a 1,000-ton weight. Chu Chen extended his left hand, and a green light shimmered in his palm. Countless transparent winds began to swirl around him as the Ruochuo Dragon King let out a high-pitched, powerful roar that reverberated through the air. The wind carried the black flames previously spewed by the dragon, and the black sparks surged toward the dragon and the figure like a raging tide. The figure released the iron chains binding the dragon, instantly separating from it and soaring into the sky. But what awaited him was a dense barrage of rock weapons, swords, spears, axes, halberds, all glowing with various elemental lights, streaking through the sky like meteors. A fierce killing intent rose from the figure, and a massive sword suddenly appeared in his hands. His blood-red eyes were filled with slaughter and madness. Gripping the sword tightly, he infused it with immense power, causing the blade to tremble. He spun and swung the sword, its sharp edge slicing through the air with a piercing sound, sending powerful blade energy spreading wildly in all directions. The blade light collided with the rock weapons, sparks flying and the sound grating. The dense attacks clashed repeatedly, quickly shattering into fragments that scattered through the air. The figure's eyes narrowed sharply, and hidden behind the attacks, Chu Chen charged forward with his spear. His golden eyes reflected the surrounding flames, and the spear tip crackled with violent lightning, the thunderous light trembling as if ready to explode at any moment. Crack, crack. At the critical moment, the armor on the figure's body suddenly split apart into numerous small components, rapidly unfolding and releasing a surge of purple-red smoke from below. The smoke instantly enveloped Chu Chen, who immediately felt the toxic pressure closing in from all directions. The smoke churned wildly, seeking every opportunity to infiltrate Chu Chen's body. Countless rock elements quickly intertwined on his surface, forming a shield. The jade-like shield blocked all the poisonous gas. Ignoring the toxins, Chu Chen's eyes burned with fighting spirit. His spear pierced through the purple-red smoke, ultimately clashing with the massive sword held by the figure. The spear tip erupted with lightning, scattering into countless bolts of
Thunderous light, the surrounding air churned violently under the clash of two immense forces, spinning at high speed to form an invisible barrier that repelled everything, snowflakes, mist, flames, all excluded. Cold sweat dripped down the figure's back as he gripped his sword with both hands. Yet, even with his full strength, he could not gain any advantage over Chu Chen, who wielded his spear with just one hand. In the next moment, a golden lightning bolt flashed before his eyes. Immediately after, a tremendous force struck him fiercely. His face twisted in agony as his entire body was launched hundreds of meters into the air. He barely managed to stabilize himself, his face bloodied and bones fractured. Touching his wounds in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock. He hadn't even registered what had happened, but now he saw Chu Chen's empty left hand radiating with golden light. It was his fist. The speed was so overwhelming that the figure couldn't react in time. The immense power had nearly shattered half of his face. Finally, a weakness had been exposed. Chu Chen tightened his grip on the spear as thick layers of snow separated him from his opponent. He moved lightly, stepping through the air with agile shifts, slashing out countless spear shadows along the way. The figure panicked, dodging and retreating instinctively. The pale golden spear shadows fell like relentless raindrops, deepening the wounds and exposing more vulnerabilities. Blood spurted out in torrents. Desperate, the enemy seized an opportunity, mustering all his strength to swing the massive sword, carving out a fissure that tore through the dense barrage of spear shadows. This strike earned him a precious moment to catch his breath. Taking the chance, he hurled the great sword forcefully into the sky. The sword's blade sliced through the air and vanished from sight. Suddenly, countless identical massive swords rained down from the heavens, all aiming directly at Chu Chen. The sharp edges of the sword seemed capable of piercing through any obstacle. Faced with the sudden onslaught, Chu Chen did not evade. He stood firm, allowing the swords to descend upon him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed continuously as the giant sword struck his shield repeatedly. Each time a sword failed to breach the shield, its force was converted into energy, reinforcing the barrier. The first sword weakened the shield, but the energy transfer quickly repaired the damage. This cycle repeated until the last sword was fully absorbed by the shield. Chu Chen vanished in an instant, diving downward at high speed, hurtling toward the figure. Seeing this, the enemy trembled all over, their eyes filled with nothing but terror. But there was no time to think, he had already lost his weapon. Chu Chen closed the distance swiftly. A blinding light erupted from the shield. A massive fireball exploded in midair, engulfing the enemy in flames. His body disintegrated and scattered into nothingness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, 32. Chu Chen saw the notification of his gained experience and let out a sigh of relief. Slowly descending, he noticed the once mighty dragon lying lifeless at the feet of the Ruochuo Dragon King, devoid of any vitality. Snap! He snapped his fingers lightly, and a brilliant golden light rapidly condensed in his hand. Powerful earth elements intertwined with solid golden stones, flowing within the orb of light as if assembling something. Before long, a miniature celestial star emerged in the palm of Chu Chen's left hand. His mastery over earth elements had reached a new height after leveling up. Now, he could precisely control the elements, compressing a portion of celestial star energy into the small star in his hand. Though only the size of a Rubik's cube, its energy was terrifying, capable of unleashing devastating power in an instant. Chu Chen toyed with the miniature star for a moment before hurling it toward the densest concentration of magical beasts on the snowy plains. The small star streaked through the air, leaving a long trail of golden flames, like a meteor tearing across the night sky, before crashing violently into its intended target. A dazzling light streaked across the sky, and in an instant, the explosion turned the ground into a sea of fire. The deafening roar thundered in his ears as the blast consumed all the surrounding magical beasts. The snow melted, and flames raged. Chu Chen flicked his wrist lightly, and two more small celestial stars appeared in his palm. These small celestial stars were actually fragments of a single celestial star that he had divided into 3 parts for use. He then hurled the 2 celestial stars in 2 other directions. The same explosive scene unfolded again, and a surge of dense experience points flooded into the system panel. Although splitting the celestial star reduced the power of each fragment, it allowed for more flexible and versatile usage. Chu Chen surveyed his surroundings. The boss-level magical beasts on the 3rd level had been completely annihilated, and most of the lower-level magical beasts had also been wiped out by the celestial star's firepower. There was no need to linger here any longer. The magical beasts on the 2nd and 3rd levels had been mostly cleared, leaving the 1st level's beasts for the other trainees to challenge. Shu Chen waved his hand indifferently, retrieved the Ruochuo Dragon King, and
headed toward the entrance. Following the coordinates he had previously set for the Qinyan army, he quickly reached his destination. The second level of the magic cave was empty.
Normally, it would be replenished by magical beasts from the third level, but now the third level was nearly cleared out.
It would take some time for the magical beasts to regroup.
The first level was piled high with countless magical beast corpses, indicating that the other trainees of the same cohort had already begun their training. Along the way, Shu Chen could feel the constant bursts of energy fluctuations within the cave.
When he returned to the surface, a deafening roar from above caught his attention.
He saw neatly arranged mechas speeding across the sky, with various advanced weapons
being deployed once again. Inside the fortress, soldiers were rushing about, fully equipped and clearly preparing for battle.
Strange, could another
war be about to break out? Shu Chen wondered, finding the atmosphere unusually intense. However, if a war were truly imminent, only the soldiers on the training grounds seemed to be in full combat readiness. Most of the other soldiers were still busy with their own tasks. On the training grounds, the loud shouts
of drills continued to echo, and everything seemed to proceed as usual.
Buzz, buzz, his phone vibrated. Shu Chen answered the call, and on the other end came Xiang Hanhai's excited voice. Shu Chen, did you take down the boss on the third level?
Shu Chen rubbed his ear and turned down the phone's volume.
Before replying, old Xiang, I suppose so. I didn't see anyone else on the third level. Fantastic!
Xiang Hanhai exclaimed joyfully upon hearing his
response. You're growing so fast, I can't even imagine what you'll be like tomorrow.
The sound of Xiang Hanhai sipping tea came through the phone, clearly
indicating his satisfaction.
Shu Chen glanced at the soldiers on the training grounds, who were in full combat readiness, and curiously asked, Old Xiang,
why are there so many soldiers preparing for battle on the training grounds? Has something happened, or is it just a drill? Xiang Hanhai explained, well, there's been an anomaly near Jinjiao Pass, not far from the fortress. There might be a large-scale riot. We've received the intel and need to be ready to provide support. The soldiers on the training grounds are on standby for deployment.
As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification sounded in Shu
Chen's mind. Ding. Third legendary mission triggered. Mission objective, participate in repelling the riot invasion outside Jinjiao Pass. The mission had triggered? Right now?
Shu Chen was momentarily stunned. Legendary missions had to be completed. Missing or failing one could mean losing the chance to unlock
a destiny seat forever. Seeing that he didn't respond, Xiang Hanhai let out a puzzled and probed, why aren't you saying anything? Don't tell me you're planning to go to Jinjiao Pass?
Since you've already said so, Mr. Xiang, I will definitely go to Jinjiao Pass and do my part.
Shu Chen, who had been
worrying about how to express his intentions, seized the opportunity to make his stance clear.
Stop talking nonsense. When did I say you should go and provide support? Jinjiao Pass may be close, but the road is dangerous. Sending you to another pass to join the battle is too risky. I can't rest easy. Couldn't you just send a senior brother to protect me like last time? Shu Chen tried to probe further. You're bringing up last time?
That unexpected incident scared us out of our wits, and the psychological shadow hasn't faded yet.
For now, you'd better stay safe in the fortress. Hearing Xiang Hanhai's words, Shu Chen felt troubled.
If Mr. Xiang didn't allow it, he wouldn't be able to leave the heavily guarded fortress on his own.
Just as he was at a loss, Xiang Hanhai suddenly asked over the phone, You absolutely have to go? Yes, Mr. Xiang. No other choice? No other choice.
The other end of the phone fell silent for a long while. Then Xiang Hanhai let out a soft sigh and said, Go, if Jinjiao Pass needs our support.
You agree? Shu Chen was a bit surprised. What choice do I have if I don't agree? We signed a contract, didn't we?
Although I don't understand why you insist on going, I'm gratified.
Besides, you must have your reasons. As a teacher, I have to consider my students' needs.
I'll think about who to send with you this time to make me feel at ease.
Buzz, the call ended. Ding. You've received a new mission.
Shu Chen's communicator immediately displayed a message. Mission objective, support Jinjiao Pass and resist the external enemy.
Uprising. Mission member, Shu Chen.
Jinjiao Pass. A heavy, oppressive sound of music echoed from the depths of the sea, as if someone were chanting softly, or perhaps screaming
in agony.
The sound accompanied the surging tide, enveloping the soldiers guarding outside the pass.
In an instant, many felt as though they were being drawn into the
center of a whirlpool in the ocean, spinning uncontrollably. It seemed as if countless people were holding hands, surrounding them, shouting and singing. It was as if seawater was continuously pouring into their lungs, their consciousness on the verge of drowning. Clang! At the same time, the bronze bell atop a tall tower within the pass was struck forcefully. The bell's solemn and heavy sound was deafening, snapping the soldiers out of the trance caused by the sea's eerie noise. They looked at the towering waves with lingering fear. Luo Xinjie stood on the city wall, draped in a raincoat, rainwater sliding off like broken strings of beads. The sound from the depths of the sea grew louder. Despite the bone-chilling cold, he felt a scorching hot wind rushing toward him. In the dark, mist-shrouded depths of the sea, there seemed to be a terrifying presence, chanting softly. It was a curse that pierced the soul. Luo Xinjie furrowed his brows, his eyes gradually turning deep blue, and the surrounding aura began to fluctuate violently, becoming extremely unstable. His heartbeat alternated between rapid and slow, and flashes of red lightning flickered across his body. Suddenly, Luo Xinjie let out a sky-shaking roar, his thunderous shout overpowering the eerie chanting. The sound waves shook the surrounding air violently, surging straight into the sky and even dispersing a patch of dark clouds overhead. As his roar echoed, the sound from the depths of the sea abruptly ceased. Although the headache-inducing noise had disappeared, Luo Xinjie's expression remained tense. In the past, there had been beast-tide uprisings here, but never with such overwhelming momentum, nor had he ever heard such a dangerous sound. His brow twitched incessantly, and his instincts told him that this situation was highly unusual. Without hesitation, he adjusted the communicator frequency and said sternly, "The situation at Jinjiao Pass is more severe than ever before. Be fully prepared and deploy reinforcements immediately." The other end of the communicator responded swiftly, "Understood, reinforcements are on their way. Hold the line." Hearing that reinforcements were en route, Luo Xinjie finally exhaled a breath of relief, but his expression grew even graver. In the distance, dense points of light appeared within the black mist ice hidden in the fog. The sound of a baby's cry echoed from the mist as dark shadows began to emerge. They were pitch black, their bodies twisted, adorned with grotesque tentacles and gaping, blood-red mouths. Some of the creatures opened their mouths, which took up half their bodies. Inside their crimson maws were countless tiny pits, each embedded with bloodshot eyeballs that glimmered ominously. These eyeballs were densely packed within the mouths, sending chills down anyone's spine. The creatures surged out of the mist, and the high-tech weapons on the defensive line immediately opened fire. Beams of light and projectiles wove into a massive web of fire, sweeping violently across the sea's surface. The power of the awakened was incredibly precious, so external weapons were prioritized to attack the enemies while they were still within controllable limits, preserving the strength of the awakened for unexpected situations. Flames soared into the sky, illuminating the dim heavens. The first wave of monsters was struck by the relentless firepower, exploding one after another. Although the monsters' advance was temporarily halted, more enemies were pouring out of the mist at an alarming speed. Deploy the first mecha squad. Hold the first line of defense. With the command issued, the roar of engines filled the air as mechas soared into the sky, charging toward the front lines with their cannons unleashing devastating firepower. Suddenly, a deep roar echoed from the depths of the sea. The tide surged, and the ground trembled, as if an ancient, slumbering demon had been awakened. Its roar was filled with rage and defiance, declaring to those on shore that it was ready for a frenzied revenge. TCH. Luo Xinjie gripped the black scabbard of his tang saber at his waist, sensing an immense aura of danger. This damned sea, no one knew what secrets it had once concealed. After the outbreak of supernatural powers, the area had been completely shrouded in thick fog, leaving humanity almost entirely in the dark about it. At this moment, the sound of the tides resembled the roar of a dragon. Fortunately, the monsters appearing now were not particularly strong, with only a few fifth-tier beasts occasionally emerging, all of which were swiftly eliminated. However, precisely because of this, the defenders felt increasingly uneasy. Clearly, something terrifying was lurking in the depths of the sea, and this calm felt like the eerie stillness before a storm. A sense of unease weighed heavily on their hearts, like a breath held too long, desperate for release. Send in the warriors who can control lightning. No need to aim for specific targets, just sweep the sea surface. As soon as the order was given, the defensive line erupted with interwoven lightning. Thick bolts of thunder struck the sea, spreading rapidly. Outward from their points of impact, continuous lightning struck the surface of the sea, and a flickering glow of electric currents appeared at the forefront of the waters. Under heavy firepower, Jinjiao Pass successfully established a solid blockade. For now, no monsters could breach this line of defense. However, Luo Jinjie's expression grew increasingly grim. Illuminated by the various lights, he could clearly see the depths of the sea, where the number of monsters was rapidly increasing. Moreover, the monsters were becoming stronger. More massive, bizarrely shaped creatures emerged from the mist, either flying or crawling. They did not rush to attack but stood coldly, roaring with open mouths. They allowed countless low-level monsters to recklessly crash into the defense line, attempting to tear open a gap through sheer numbers. As time passed, firearms alone were no longer enough to halt the monsters' advance. First line of defense, fire at full power, and prepare for close combat. Luo Jinjie gave the order without hesitation. The power of the weapons surged, and the intense heat instantly evaporated the surrounding rainwater. Deafening explosions and blinding flashes of light bombarded the sea's surface relentlessly. With the increased power and frequency of the attacks, the monsters that had been on the verge of breaking through the blockade were pushed back once again. Luo Jinjie breathed a sigh of relief, but he knew this was only a temporary reprieve. Such high-intensity attacks would soon exhaust the weapons. He drew the horizontal blade from his waist, its silver surface coursing with fiery red patterns. This blade, crafted entirely from renewable alchemical metal, represented the pinnacle of humanity's current alchemical technology. Beneath his raincloak, the two stars on his shoulder faintly glowed. Until reinforcements arrived, he had to do everything in his power to delay the enemy's advance. Meanwhile, the sound of swords being unsheathed echoed from all directions within the defense line, the sharp hum of blades slicing through the air. In addition to continuing to suppress the monsters with firearms, everyone gripped their weapons tightly. Multicolored lights shimmered on the weapons, resembling brilliant stars in the darkened world. The monsters' assault grew fiercer. They evolved from close combat creatures to those adept at long-range attacks. Finally, the monsters broke through the blockade and set foot on land. The long-prepared warriors sprang into action, turning into fleeting shadows as they charged into the beast tide. The battlefield erupted in dazzling bursts of light. Blood splattered, and the fighting was intense. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated the sea surface. From the depths of the dense fog, a figure slowly emerged. It was a humanoid being, dressed in plain clothing and holding a jade-long blade. The fog obscured its face, and it stood motionless on the waves. Amid the grotesque forms of the surrounding monsters, this humanoid figure stood out starkly, immediately drawing Luo Jinjie's attention. Moments later, several thick tentacles crept out from the depths of the fog, and a giant octopus-like beast appeared. As soon as it emerged, it became the target of concentrated firepower. Scorching flames continuously spewed from the muzzles of the cannons. Countless attacks struck the beast, explosions roared, and the sea surface flashed with blinding white light. Many monsters vanished in the blasts, but when the light faded, the giant octopus beast remained standing, unscathed. It slowly extended its 8 massive tentacles, reaching toward the ground. Luo Jinjie's eyes flickered. More and more enemies were appearing, many of them high-level beings. This meant the defense line would face even greater challenges. He could hesitate no longer. Taking a step forward, he treaded on the air, and the horizontal blade in his hand slowly swung out, without any superfluous movements. A golden blade light spanning tens of thousands of meters cleaved through the heavens and earth. In an instant, the massive octopus and the densely packed surrounding monsters were all split open by a single rift. The rift continued to widen, their bodies severed in one strike. Blood mixed with rain poured down. Upon seeing this blade light, the warriors battling amidst the beast tide were invigorated, their morale soaring. Yet Luo Jinjie felt an even heavier weight in his heart. He couldn't afford to waste too much energy on these small fry, as no one could guarantee that stronger enemies wouldn't emerge from the mist. As the strongest combatant here, he had to maintain his peak condition, ready to handle more unexpected situations. He glanced at the watch on his wrist. 15 minutes had passed since the call for reinforcements. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a more intense sound echoed from the depths of the sea, accompanied by deafening noise, as massive figures emerged from the black mist. The already towering waves, hundreds of feet high, surged even more violently, and the surrounding air temperature plummeted sharply. Damn it! Luo Jinjie cursed, sensing the aura emanating from those colossal creatures. 1. of them was on par with his own extraordinary level of power, while the others were at least at the king's ceiling level. This was a complete display of high-tier combat strength, a scene unseen in the past 2 years. Meanwhile, piercing cracking sounds continued to emanate from the black mist, and terrifying energy waves surged toward the shore. Large cracks appeared on the ground near the coast, with eerie energy pouring out from the fissures. This time, it seems I really have to fight to the death, Luo Xinjie murmured. He gripped the other blade at his waist, raising both swords high. The surrounding rain seemed to be drawn in, gradually forming a massive vortex that converged onto the twin blades. Not only the rain, but even the distant waves on the sea were sucked into the vortex like a water tornado, shooting straight into the sky. The turbulent water violently collided in the air, obscuring the heavens above. Standing at the center of the waves, Luo Xinjie absorbed and compressed the immense water flow into his twin blades. Soon, the overwhelming water flow was compressed into a thin layer, adhering to the blades and shimmering with silvery light. With a horizontal swing of the twin blades, tens of thousands of monsters were instantly shredded into fragments. But the target of this attack wasn't these smaller creatures. Luo Xinjie aimed at the high-tier beasts deep within. The blade light formed by the converging water streams sliced through the sea, creating 2 temporary gaps in the water. A thunderous boom erupted, and the number of beasts in the tide instantly decreased by 2/3. However, his attack was jointly blocked by the high-tier beasts hidden in the black mist. Immediately afterward, the monsters launched a frenzied counterattack. A sudden burst of immense power created numerous breaches in the defensive line. At the shore, weapons were destroyed, defenses were breached, and the monsters surged toward the walls of Jinjiao Pass like an unstoppable tide. The battle reached a fever pitch, with most people having lost their rationality, driven only by the instinct to fight desperately. Their mission was to hold the line. If the defenses were breached, their bodies would become the final barrier. Flames soared into the sky, explosions roared, adrenaline surged, and the battle erupted like a wild beast. Luo Xinjie dared not relax, knowing that if the pass were breached, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as he prepared to fight to the death, streaks of red light suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Several beams of red light streaked rapidly across the horizon, heading toward different directions of the sea. When the red light hit the water, the sea trembled violently. The red light formed a new defensive line along the coastline, spreading like molten lava, instantly obliterating the lower-tier monsters into ashes. Then, massive mechas and aircraft sped in from the horizon, with numerous awakened individuals exuding powerful auras leaping out to join the battle. Reinforcements are here! Reinforcements are here! Seeing the reinforcements, the previously despairing people erupted in cheers. Luo Xinjie turned sharply, seeing several beams of light heading toward him. Each beam of light enveloped a figure. Upon seeing these individuals, a glimmer appeared in Luo Xinjie's eyes, and a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. The reinforcements had arrived, 6 beams of light, 3 men and 3 women, all formidable warriors with power no less than the extraordinary level. Lao Luo, what's going on? How could such a large-scale attack happen in this desolate sea? Asked the leading man in his 30s, someone familiar with Luo Xinjie. I'm not sure. This is the first time something like this has happened in 2 years. I was worried you wouldn't have enough forces, but now that the fortress has sent you, I feel relieved. Luo Xinjie said with a sigh of relief before continuing. Since the fortress sent you here, it means the higher-ups have also noticed something unusual. Otherwise, why would they dispatch so many high-level combatants before I even had time to report it? Hearing this, the 6 exchanged smiles. The young man spoke again. You're right, the higher-ups did notice. But that's not all. We have another mission, to look after the nanny. Nanny? Luo Xinjie frowned, puzzled. That's right, a short-haired woman with gray-white hair said, pointing to a breach in the defensive line on the battlefield. There, a figure surrounded by golden light stood silently. His arms were crossed over his chest, and he was surrounded by a surging tide of beasts. Thick stone pillars stood upright on the ground, their golden patterns shimmering and rippling. With just these stone pillars, the figure had created an impenetrable defensive line. No matter how ferocious the monsters were, they couldn't get within 100 meters of him. His presence immediately attracted more monsters, which swarmed toward him. But with a casual wave of his hand, streaks of golden light flashed through the beast tide in the darkness. The golden light exploded instantly, slashing out a golden arc that expanded outward, sweeping through the tide of beasts. Wherever it passed, the monsters were reduced to remnants. This scene left Luo Xinjie stunned, and the other station warriors were equally dumbfounded.
This, Luo Xinjie said in confusion.
To have such strength at such a young age, who else but Chu Chen could you find on Blue Star? The young man said with a proud smile.
Chu Chen.
The name instantly spread across the battlefield, and everyone looked at Chu Chen with complex and fervent expressions. To most, Chu Chen was a legendary hero.
Boom, 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 ding, ding, ding.
Watching the experience points on his interface climb rapidly, Chu Chen nodded slightly. However, this situation wouldn't last much longer.
He could feel that he had already drawn enough attention.
The figure that had been floating on the sea, holding a long blade, suddenly turned to look at Chu Chen. Through the mist on his face, a pair of pale white eyes were revealed, as if ignited with sparks. He moved like the wind across the sea, the silver-white blade light slicing through all the monsters in his path. Even the rocky ridges Chu Chen had set up on the ground were cut apart with a single strike. The figure moved swiftly and attacked fiercely, leaving Chu Chen no time to analyze his opponent's actions. He could only rely on the jade shield to endure the onslaught. The cold blade continuously sliced through the air as the figure swung it. A single point turned into a line, and the line became a surface. In an instant, the figure unleashed countless blade arcs, converging into a dazzling curtain of light. The blade light struck the jade shield, creating a cacophony of clashing sounds.
Chu Chen couldn't help but rub his ears.
Then, gripping his Qianyan spear tightly, he pierced through the curtain of light with a sudden thrust.
The spear tip, unstoppable, broke.
Through the Chu Chen felt a tinge of regret.
The shot he had aimed at the heart was detected by the opponent, and in the end, he adjusted the angle, hitting only the chest. The figure let out
a deafening roar, icy blue blood spurting from the wound and instantly freezing into frost upon hitting the ground. Its pupils contracted sharply before retreating into the tides at an incredible speed. Chu Chen wanted to pursue, but enemies surged from all directions, blocking his path. Unwilling to engage in prolonged combat, he unleashed the Jade Seal Shield, instantly
clearing all the surrounding monsters.
The torrential rain grew heavier, and the ground beneath Chu Chen had turned into a pool of water, reflecting his figure.
Boom! Suddenly, the
sea before him surged into a massive wave 100 feet high. Accompanied by gray-white steam, a gigantic scarlet eye slowly emerged from the water.
That's Luo Xinjie's face changed
drastically, and the other 6 people also turned to Chu Chen with tense expressions.
The blood-red eye exuded an eerie and overwhelming aura. Don't underestimate it. I'll protect Chu
Chen. You all go support the other areas, the young man said seriously, flying toward Chu Chen. Facing the sudden appearance of the colossal creature, Chu Chen's expression remained calm
and unshaken.
Standing firm with his spear in hand, 3 golden orbs of light suddenly appeared around him, 3 miniature celestial stars slowly orbiting.
The sea breeze carried a
tense atmosphere as Chu Chen was enveloped by the massive shadow. In the darkness, only the 3 miniature celestial stars around him emitted a golden glow.
The light pierced through the
darkness like a work of art, serene, mysterious, and beautiful. Ordinary warriors might not notice, but Luo Xinjie and the other high-level awakeners were visibly astonished. They could sense the immense power contained within the 3 miniature celestial stars. Boom! The gigantic scarlet eye on the sea let out a thunderous roar, a sound less like a living creature and
more like the operation of ancient machinery. Its internal gears rusted with age.
With the roar, the steam over the sea grew even thicker.
Should we intervene? A silver gray-haired
woman asked the young man beside her from a distance. He shook his head and said softly, "Look at Chu Chen, he's not flustered at all."
Gazing at Chu Chen, the blood-red seawater churned
before him, each wave crashing with immense force. Yet no matter how overwhelming the momentum, Chu Chen stood firm in the torrential rain like an unyielding rock. In the dim light, faint golden hues appeared at the tips of his hair, the ends glowing faintly. Facing the surging waves, Chu Chen tightened his grip on his spear. In the corner of the battlefield where he stood, lightning tore through the clouds, briefly illuminating both him and the massive creature before him.
It was a mechanical monstrosity, its entire body clad in bronze armor, with some
gears exposed, slowly rotating and stirring the surrounding steam. Thunder rumbled, as if signaling the start of the battle. A flash of light, and both Chu Chen and the creature moved
simultaneously. He stomped his left foot on the ground, launching himself toward the opponent in an instant.
The deafening sound of his step left the ground sunken, cracks spreading outward.
A testament to his immense strength.
No flashy moves, no complex techniques. Chu Chen leaped onto the creature's head and thrust his spear in a simple, direct motion. The spear tip glimmered with a dark golden light as he aimed for the massive eye, which he speculated to be the core.
At the same time, the water's surface exploded, steam rapidly condensing in completely, enveloping Chu Chen. Moments later, the churning waves suddenly dispersed, transforming into countless tiny droplets. Each droplet, like a bullet, was propelled outward with immense force. Some droplets struck the reefs, instantly pulverizing them into dust.
The jade seal shield immediately appeared around Chu Chen.
Countless droplets collided violently with the shield.
Creating intense ripples, the shield continuously absorbed the energy of the water droplets, but the sheer number of droplets far exceeded Chu Chen's expectations.
The shield began to flicker unsteadily, nearing its limit.
Without hesitation, Chu Chen detonated the shield. A golden arc, imbued with immense power, spread wildly in all directions, merging with the energy
of the water droplets. The resulting strike was unimaginably powerful.
The arc light encountered no resistance, directly striking the armor on the monster's body. The central point of impact
instantly shattered into fragments.
But this was not Chu Chen's main attack. His true assault followed immediately. The monster tried to block with its arms, but Chu Chen's attack was too
fast, and it had not yet recovered from the shockwave of the shield's explosion.
The massive spear tip pierced through the water droplets, unstoppable, and struck the scarlet single eye.
Directly. Boom! Destructive energy erupted, and the once dazzling light screen over the eye dimmed in an instant.
The monster's massive armored body began to spin uncontrollably, flung toward the rear of the sea's surface.
Chu Chen refused to let it escape. The Chenyan spear in his hand shot out like lightning, piercing the monster's body midair. The immense force split the armored monster in two, sending it crashing into the sea below.
Although everyone on the battlefield was preoccupied with their own fights, many witnessed this scene.
All felt their hearts race. Chu Chen had just demonstrated overwhelming strength, destroying the enemy almost instantly.
At this moment, as they looked at Chu Chen still hovering in the air, his figure
seemed small amidst the surging waves and vast heavens, yet the aura he exuded was as imposing as a towering mountain, leaving a deep impression. Despite easily eliminating the powerful monster, Chu Chen felt no joy.
He could clearly see that more and more monsters were emerging from the black mist, eventually covering the entire sea surface.
These monsters seemed endless, feeling neither pain nor fear, only charging forward relentlessly.
There was no other way but to kill them.
Buzz!
Suddenly, a massive tentacle, hundreds of meters thick, shot out
from the black mist.
The tentacle crushed countless monsters along its path without care, as its sole target was Chu Chen. The appearance of the tentacle drew the attention of the human forces, and countless artillery fire and flashes bombarded it.
Yet the surface of the tentacle remained unscathed, smooth as ever.
The moment the tentacle appeared, Chu Chen swiftly
retreated. He knew his presence had already drawn the attention of a higher-level entity among the enemies.
The power of this tentacle was far beyond what he could currently withstand. Despite his astonishing speed, the tentacle continued to close the distance rapidly. He dared not fly back to Jinjiao Pass, as that would endanger the rear.
He could only retreat toward a remote direction, trying to distance himself from the main battlefield.
Buzz!
A crisp sword hum echoed from behind Chu Chen.
A graceful arc of light swept downward.
The previously unstoppable tentacle was instantly sliced in two, spraying blood into a torrential rain.
At the same time, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the black mist.
The roar drowned out all
the battlefield's noise, leaving only the lingering hum of the sword. The mist and tides churned violently, and the roar seemed to pierce through eardrums and skulls, unstoppable in its
spread.
The sound struck directly at the mind, like the most venomous curse echoing endlessly. A silver gray-haired woman gently parted her lips and began to chant softly the rain around her immediately converged into a spherical aura, with the rain and fierce winds spinning rapidly to form an invisible barrier that stretched across the heavens and earth, standing firm on
the coastline.
In an instant, those protected by the barrier felt the deafening noise suddenly vanish. The woman had isolated the sound from the other side.
The air on the surface of the
barrier flowed at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, and any monster that touched it would be swept into the vortex and disintegrated into dust.
Chu Chen let out a sigh of relief. Behind
him, the bright arc of light still hovered in mid-air, extending from beneath the dark clouds down to the earth. Following the arc of light with his gaze, Chu Chen saw a young man holding a radiant long sword. The man seemed to notice Chu Chen's gaze and smiled at him.
This was the power of an awakened transcendent, and the residual aura of the arc left Chu Chen deeply shaken.
Standing behind the crowd, Chu Chen's eyes swept across the chaotic battlefield. The barrier created by the silver-gray short-haired woman didn't last long before being shattered by a high-level monster hidden deep within the black mist. As time passed, the high-level forces on both sides finally began to clash. Thanks to the protection, the high-level monsters hidden in the mist dared not easily launch an attack on Chu Chen. However, the air was still filled with dense streams of light bombarding Chu Chen from all directions. Since his appearance on the battlefield, he was destined to become a primary target. Most of these attacks were long-range, and although the Jade Shield blocked them, preventing most from harming him, the relentless bombardment gradually ignited a fury within Chu Chen. Whether to vent his anger or to suppress the seemingly endless attacks from the enemy, Chu Chen decided to unleash his full power. He flew toward the coastline once more, continuously channeling the energy within him. Standing atop the surging tides, the colorful attacks continued to explode around him. Chu Chen took a deep breath, his entire body seemingly surrounded by a layer of golden radiance. In the next moment, within a range of nearly 1,000 meters around him, golden rock element particles began to dance wildly in the air. His eyes, in addition to their usual golden glow, now carried a mysterious, star-like depth. The light at the tips of his hair grew even brighter, and 3 small celestial stars orbiting him streaked across the night sky, leaving faint trails of light. He stood like an emperor atop the world, gazing down upon everything with overwhelming majesty, slowly releasing an immense aura. The surrounding elemental particles rapidly condensed into forms, with various weapons forged from solid rock becoming increasingly robust under the golden light. This spectacular scene immediately drew everyone's attention. Chu Chen unleashed the power of the Yaksha, enchanting these rock weapons with different elemental forces. A massive array of weapons instantly gathered in the sky, roaring as they shot out, leaving golden trails that intertwined into a dense web of light. At the same time, the 3 small celestial stars also roared forth, transforming into 3 beams of light that ascended higher into the sky. The dense black clouds were torn apart by this force, golden divine radiance sweeping through fiery red whirlpools, swirling above everyone's heads. At this moment, darkness no longer existed between heaven and earth, only the dazzling golden light shone eternally. A colossal celestial star forged from the fusion of the smaller stars emerged from the clouds, pointing directly at the black mist in the depths of the sea. All these attacks descended densely upon the ocean, forming an inescapable web of destruction, as if divine punishment had arrived. Boom! The continuous bombardment struck the sea, with explosions echoing endlessly. The raging waves surged, and the densely packed monsters had no time to scream as their bodies were directly blown apart. The falling stars triggered a massive tsunami, with towering waves roaring deafeningly. This was once just a legend. I didn't expect him to display such terrifying power in such a short time. Truly impressive. Luo Xinjie swung his blade to deflect an attack, marveling as he looked into the distance. Almost everyone's faces were filled with shock. He really awakened just this year? Unbelievable. To become this strong in such a short time is unprecedented. If given more time, how powerful could he become? Clatter. On the system panel, the experience points kept jumping, and a golden light flashed across the screen. Congratulations to the host for leveling up, current level LV33. Chu Chen frowned slightly. Although the monsters here were not particularly strong overall, the experience gained was higher than in other places. However, he didn't linger long and began retreating, as he sensed that the large-scale bombardment had attracted the hidden mastermind lurking in the black mist. The monsters emerging from the mist were not endless. After a round of frenzied bombardment, the enemy's beast tide noticeably thinned out. For the time being, there would be no large-scale outbreaks. The monsters used as cannon fodder by the mastermind suffered heavy losses, and the hidden enemy in the mist began to grow restless. A black arc of light suddenly appeared behind Chu Chen, and the figure that had been struck into the sea earlier re-emerged. Chu Chen swung his spear, shattering the bladelight, and continued to thrust toward the figure. But he had already noticed that the figure's speed far exceeded his own. As the spear tip approached, the figure instantly retreated, standing on the distant sea waves. Soaked through, the lightning illuminated his face, partially obscured by the mist, with only 3 eyes clearly visible, while the rest was deathly pale. Meanwhile, high-level shadow remnants emerging from the depths of the black mist revealed themselves, engaging in fierce combat with the young man and others in the clouds. Given their current strength, recklessly fighting on land would not only harm other warriors but could also destroy the defenses of Xinjiao Pass. Thus, the young man and his companions had long decided to confine the enemy's high-level forces to the air,
minimizing the impact on the ground.
Chu Chen stared at the sea, where black dense water droplets danced on the sea surface as raging waves roared and
swept everything away. A massive dark shadow moved swiftly beneath the water.
Chu Chen frowned slightly. From that hidden shadow, he sensed a familiar aura of a demon god, reminiscent of
Azdaha. But could this world also harbor demon gods? Were they born here, or had they fled from Tevat?
Chu Chen was uncertain, but he could feel that this suddenly appearing demon god was
incomplete, its aura highly unstable. Moreover, it seemed to have just been born, with a faint trace of weakness hidden amidst the overwhelming commotion. The tsunami triggered by the massive shadow fiercely struck the defensive line.
Although the line was supported by an energy barrier, under continuous bombardment, the barrier began to flicker unstably.
Intense firepower
roared toward the shadow, causing violent explosions that churned the water surface, flames burning atop the seawater. Yet these attacks inflicted no substantial damage on the shadow. It swam freely amidst the firelight, raising towering waves that swept the shore. Meanwhile, the number of monsters within the black mist seemed to replenish, and a mighty beast tide
surged forth once again.
Both sides' high-level combatants were preoccupied with their battles, unable to spare attention elsewhere. The sudden appearance of this colossal beast left everyone troubled, and the pressure from the beast tide quickly closed in.
Chu Chen took a deep breath. Battlefield formations had their intricacies, and a pure beast tide was not
particularly difficult to handle.
The real problem was this giant beast carrying the aura of a demon god.
"Let's see how much experience you can give me," Chu Chen said, extending his hand.
Suddenly, a massive rock rose from the ground before the coastline.
A dragon's roar, piercing the heavens, echoed from deep underground, and a towering stone nearly 100 meters high instantly stood firm, forming a solid defensive line to block the surging waves. The dark shadow rolling beneath the sea abruptly stopped, revealing a pair of slightly fearful eyes.
It's here! Chu Chen's summoned beast. So huge.
The previously overwhelmed crowd was astonished. They had almost forgotten that Chu Chen had this trump card.
The young man and
others battling fiercely above the clouds glanced down and were momentarily stunned.
Looks like we don't need to worry for now. Relax. There's still someone who hasn't made a move yet. He's the real powerhouse. With him around, Chu Chen won't be in trouble. Let's focus on dealing with the enemies in front of us. The group felt reassured upon seeing the situation below and unleashed even greater power, launching attacks on the distant foes. The colossal body of Azdaha stood like a mountain at the boundary between land and sea, waves continuously crashing against its form. Yet the powerful onslaught had no effect on Azdaha. Chu Chen stood atop Azdaha's
back, two golden lights flashing as a pair of jade-like shields, one large and one small, appeared to protect them.
Gazing at the shadow,
still lurking beneath the sea, the irritable Azdaha opened its massive mouth, its body's patterns glowing with purple lightning,
and unleashed a dragon's breath.
Thick bolts of lightning surged like a flood toward the shadow.
The monster continued swimming underwater,
but let out a piercing roar as three long heads emerged from the water. Its entire body was covered in white scales, its massive
size rivaling Azdaha's.
The two giant beasts faced off, and just to glance at them was enough to evoke an overwhelming sense of pressure. Accompanying the emergence of the shadow was a horde of grotesque and terrifying monsters, their exposed bones sharp like blades. They were unlike the ordinary beast tides that had previously surged from the black mist. They seemed more like the subordinates of the shadow, awakening together under its command. Beneath the feet of the Ruochuo Dragon King, a squad of Qianyan soldiers wielding
rock spears rose from the solid bedrock.
They stepped into the tide, confronting the beasts under the opposing command head-on.
The
observing warriors were stunned. They watched as Chu Chen stood steadily on the back of the Ruochuo Dragon King, gazing at the Qianyan army on the sea, as unyielding and robust as a reef, and their hearts were filled with confusion. This was truly a one-man army. The previously weakest point in the defense line had now become impenetrable due to Chu Chen's presence.
Facing the demon god emerging
from the waves, Chu Chen's mind was flooded with thoughts.
The aura of the demon god made him even more certain that it was strikingly similar to the one he had sensed on Elioeg before. However, the demon god before him was entirely unfamiliar.
It emerged from the whirlpool of the tide, and Chu Chen immediately recalled the scene he had witnessed when his abilities awakened, the demon god battling the Rock King Emperor on the sea, the whirlpool demon god, Ojal.
But the appearance of this demon god was completely different. It
had three long heads, resembling a sea serpent, with a body that was smooth and white, like a newborn. Yet,
this newborn demon god seemed unwilling to attack proactively.
It gazed at Chu Chen with eyes filled with complex emotions, flickering with vague confusion and fear. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in gray appeared atop the middle head of the three. Based on what he had said earlier, the birth of this sea serpent seemed to be related to him. Who were they? From past experiences, the enemies of the Dark Sea domain neither belonged to the myriad races nor to the Church of the myriad races. In recent years, even members of other races and the Church had been attacked.
In the sea domain, this seemed more like a sudden emergence of a third-party force.
The birth of the sea serpent demon god further piqued Chu Chen's interest. The gray-cloaked figure suddenly spoke, softly chanting something. The previously cautious sea serpent
immediately became agitated. Its three heads simultaneously opened their mouths, not to roar, but to absorb violent elemental energy from the air.
These energies coalesced into three light spheres, which were hurled fiercely at Chu Chen.
At the same time, the Ruochuo
Dragon King let out a deafening roar, gathering thunder elements within its body and unleashing a burst of lightning.
Dense bolts
of electricity formed a web across the sky and earth, blocking the sea serpent's attack.
The collision of elemental forces sent shockwaves
soaring into the sky, with purple arcs of lightning tearing through the black clouds. The beasts under the sea serpent's command roared, clearly receiving orders, and charged toward Chu Chen's position. The Chenyan soldiers raised their rock spears and struck back at the enemy. Intense battles erupted across the sea. Lightning repeatedly tore through the sky, illuminating the world in an
instant.
The rain grew heavier, pounding against the shields with crisp sounds.
The sea serpent let out a fierce roar, unleashing elemental power as it charged at Chu Chen.
The Ruochuo Dragon King also went berserk, its massive body stirring up towering waves as it collided directly with the sea serpent.
Boom!
The earth shook, mountains trembled, and waves surged as the collision of the two
colossal beings reverberated across the battlefield.
At the same time, Chu Chen's figure vanished from the back of the Ruochuo Dragon King, instantly teleporting in front of the gray-cloaked figure, his spear thrusting straight at his face. Clang! The sound of metal clashing
rang out as the gray-robed man swiftly extended his arm, which was entwined with blood-red, tainted patterns. Two immense forces collided, causing the surrounding air to surge violently. Explosive flames and smoke engulfed the sea's surface, and Chu Chen's heart sank. To awaken a demon god, this person's strength was undoubtedly extraordinary.
However, Chu Chen's left hand had been gathering power
for a long time.
At the instant the spear and claws collided, he moved like lightning, grabbing hold of the gray-robed man's tattered
garment.
Fire elements condensed in his palm, instantly reducing it to ashes. The dust was quickly swept away by a fierce wind,
revealing the true appearance of the gray-robed man. Yet Chu Chen still couldn't discern his face.
The man was clad in battered armor, his entire body and head wrapped in bandages. A decayed stench assaulted the senses, as if he were a corpse that had been dead for a
long time.
Buzz! Suddenly, several bone spike-like objects shot out from between the bandages.
However, they didn't travel far, stopping right in front of Chu Chen.
They spun rapidly but were completely blocked by a golden shield. The friction between the bone spikes and the shield generated intense heat, eventually reducing the spikes to bone powder. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and continued his assault. But the bandages wrapped around the gray-robed man suddenly expanded violently, spreading in all directions like thousands of tentacles. They surged with the force of a storm, each bandage carrying immense power, pushing the figure backward with great force. In the next breath, the dense bandages rapidly converged in midair, directly overshadowing Chu Chen's head. Then, the bandages formed into a massive hand, which came crashing down toward Chu Chen. The colossal hand was enormous, compressing the surrounding air and stirring up howling winds. Though it was still some distance away, the wind was already whipping Chu Chen's clothes fiercely. Chu Chen looked up at the descending giant hand and began to slowly adjust his breathing. His breaths gradually resonated with the rock beneath his feet, and golden, radiant patterns emerged on his exposed arms. Rumble! In the distance, the ground on the shore trembled as a massive rock hand, comparable in size to the bandage hand, suddenly formed above Chu Chen's head. The surface of the rock hand glowed with molten gold patterns, resembling flowing lava. The rock hand surged upward to meet the descending bandage hand, colliding with tremendous force. Two deafening booms echoed through the air. Boom! The two giant hands clashed heavily, and their surfaces began to crack instantly. A fierce wind swept up sand and stones, scattering countless rock fragments and bandage remnants.
like a waterfall, spreading wildly outward with Chu Chen at the center. At the same time, thousands of spear lights converged into a single beam, piercing through the flying debris and shooting fiercely toward the figure's location. Black, foul-smelling blood spurted from the shadowy figure, who was enveloped by the spear lights and propelled skyward until Chu Chen's final spear struck with a thunderous impact. A golden beam of light pierced straight through the figure's chest, leaving a gaping hole. Cough, cough, cough. The figure coughed weakly, clearly gravely injured. Chu Chen's spear shot out like a meteor, aiming to deliver the final blow. The figure's pupils dilated sharply beneath the bandages. As the words fell, a shadow shot out like lightning from the misty depths of the sea. Spiraling continuously around the figure, it was a massive black python. Bang! The spear struck the black python, sparking dazzling flashes. The spear spun rapidly, and blood began to seep from beneath the python's scales. However, at the same time, the immense force surging from the python's body countered the spear, sending it flying. The spear flipped and spun in the air before finally returning to Chu Chen's hand, where he caught it firmly. Chu Chen watched the sudden appearance of the monster warily. On the python's head stood two figures. The one in front was a woman dressed in a thin black gauze dress. Strangely, her twisted, coiled hair resembled a cluster of small snakes intertwined together. Medusa, the young man in the air gasped softly. Not just him, anyone who saw her would recognize the iconic features of Medusa, the black python and the snake-like hair. Standing behind the woman on the python's head was a man with dry, yellow hair. Half of his face was flesh and blood, while the other half was a hollow skeletal visage. One of the 8 disciples of the Universal Church, Wanchuan? Luo Xinjie widened his eyes, as if witnessing an unbelievable scene. The Universal Church. When did they start colluding with the monsters of the Dark Sea? The young man inhaled sharply. The monsters from the depths of the sea had always been regarded by humans as a third-party force. But now, with the Universal Church cooperating with them, the situation had suddenly become dire. The Universal Church serves the myriad races. If they are working with the sea monsters, it means that the alien races behind them have reached some sort of agreement, Luo Xinjie said, his brows furrowed deeply. 2 enemies joining forces was undoubtedly bad news for humanity. Below, Wanchuan's half-face revealed a cold smile. A massive bone sword appeared in his hand, and he swung it fiercely. Boom! The air currents between heaven and earth instantly became chaotic. Countless purple-black malevolent spirits materialized out of thin air, clawing and snarling as they charged toward Chu Chen. These spirits filled the sky, carrying a heavy aura of death, as if everything in their path would wither and perish. Chu Chen's brows furrowed tightly as he retreated with all his might. He couldn't block this strike right now. That half-human, half-skeletal man, though not at the heaven-opening realm, was undoubtedly no weaker than the transcendent realm. The only thing Chu Chen could do now was to flee for his life. But the opponent's attack was faster than his speed. Just as the malevolent spirits were about to engulf him from behind, time around him seemed to suddenly freeze. The pouring rain, the roaring spirits behind him all stopped in their tracks. Even the lightning that had illuminated the heavens moments ago was now frozen, leaving the surroundings bright and still. However, it wasn't complete stillness. Upon closer inspection, everything, including the spirits, was moving ever so slowly, at a pace almost imperceptible. At that moment, a man's silhouette appeared behind Chu Chen. The man held a gleaming silver dagger in his hand. Above, the sky, previously shrouded by dark clouds, suddenly revealed a canopy of stars. It was as if a radiant galaxy was flowing gently beneath the black clouds. The man waved his hand, and the galaxy transformed into a brilliant, multicolored light, descending like the dawn's first rays. This beam of light fell from the heavens, carrying an unstoppable sharpness, instantly engulfing the countless malevolent spirits. Those originally ferocious ghosts quickly disintegrated in the light and were instantly annihilated. With a soft snap of fingers, the flow of time around them returned to normal. Lightning streaked across the sky, and the storm, accompanied by heavy rain, continued to fall onto the sea and land, splashing up waves. Chu Chen looked in surprise at the man who had suddenly appeared. From him, Chu Chen sensed an unfathomable aura, similar to that of Xian Hanhai. As if noticing Chu Chen's gaze, the man turned and smiled faintly. "Xia Minghong, your #1 bodyguard." "Thank you, senior," Chu Chen nodded in gratitude. "You're welcome. You've already done very well. Rest for now," Xia Minghong said softly,
then turned to look into the distance at Wangchuan. The lackeys of the myriad races actually colluding with these creatures, what a despicable alliance. They truly deserve each other. Humph, Xia Minghong, words are useless. I'd like to see how much longer humanity can hold out. Wangchuan responded disdainfully. If it's just you, then prepare to be crushed into dust. Xia Minghong gripped the hilt of his blade, exuding a murderous aura. Boom, 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 thunderous roars echoed from the sky behind them. Chu Chen turned to see armored aircraft and heavy mechas roaring toward them. This was the second wave of reinforcements. Seeing this, the surviving warriors erupted in cheers. Chu Chen had anticipated this. The situation at Zhenjiaguan had far exceeded expectations, and reinforcements from above were inevitable. We've already detected the situation in the Dark Sea. On board a reconnaissance aircraft, a pilot was meticulously recording the scene. In a virtual conference room, key figures from around the world had gathered. Though in different locations, they were holding an emergency online meeting through virtual technology. In the Dark Sea region, there have been sudden anomalies over the past 2 years. Originally a neutral party, they've now colluded with the Myriad Races Church. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, but I don't understand how the Myriad Races Church managed to ally with the Dark Sea. After all, that sea has attacked both the church and the alien races before, and its mists are highly corrosive. It's not just the Dark Sea. Similar mysterious regions have appeared in many countries around the world. We can no longer ignore them. We've already dispatched reinforcements. Reports echoed one after another in the virtual conference room. Xiang Hanhai sat quietly. As one of the top experts in the Kaitian realm, he was one of Kyushu's representatives. However, he no longer wanted to listen to these reports, instead feeling secretly relieved that enough forces had been deployed this time. Based on past experience, the fortresses' troop deployment would usually be sufficient to quell the conflict. But this time, because Chu Chen was personally heading to the front, Xian Hanhai had temporarily dispatched more high-level combat forces to ensure his safety. Otherwise, with the originally planned scale of reinforcements, Zhenjiaguan would never have been able to hold out against the sudden changes in the Dark Sea. He frowned deeply, watching the footage from the front lines, his face full of worry. At Zhenjiaguan, Wangchuan coldly observed the approaching reinforcements and said in a chilling tone, "Since we've appeared, we naturally have absolute confidence. What you just saw was merely a warm-up. The real battle begins now." As soon as the words left his mouth, the black mist in the depths of the sea suddenly surged, spewing out even more monsters and beasts, with dense crowds of Myriad Races Church followers mixed among them. A battle on an even larger scale than before was about to erupt. The roar of artillery fire filled the air, turning the entire sea into a battlefield of energy storms. The rumble roared incessantly as new reinforcements replaced the nearly exhausted warriors, methodically establishing a fresh defensive line. The second wave of support brought with it more advanced weaponry. Chu Chen turned his gaze towards the Ruochuo Dragon King. The newly emerged Xi Jiao was clearly not a match for Ruochuo. Under its ferocious assault, the Xi Jiao had already begun to collapse. With one final strike, the Ruochuo Dragon King flung the massive body of the Xi Jiao backward with great force. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, sending waves towering thousands of feet into the sky. The Xi Jiao crashed heavily beneath the massive black python. Tisk! Wangchuan shook his head and sighed. Seems this one is a failure. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished instantly, reappearing atop the Xi Jiao's central head. Wangchuan walked along the Xi Jiao's neck, stopping at a spot where he drew his massive sword. The blade cut through the Xi Jiao's smooth skin, revealing the flesh, nerves, and bones beneath. He reached deep inside with his hand, as if grasping something, and began to pull with force. The Xi Jiao, barely clinging to life, suddenly convulsed violently, as though enduring immense pain. However, it no longer had the strength to make a sound. At last, Wangchuan extracted a pristine white bone from its body, a bone etched with deep blue runes. Chu Chen froze for a moment. The demonic aura he had sensed from the Xi Jiao earlier originated from that very bone. Once the bone was removed, the demonic aura dissipated entirely from the Xi Jiao. Wangchuan held the bone firmly in his hand and swiftly returned to his place atop the black python's head. The Xi Jiao's life force ebbed away, leaving it feebly writhing a few times before a massive claw dragged it into the thick black fog. The sound of chewing echoed ominously. Witnessing this, Chu Chen's expression grew complicated. That bone, radiating with the aura of a demon god, was clearly no ordinary object.
Yet before he could study it closely, Wang Chuan had already taken it away. Suddenly, a faint chant emerged from within the mist.
The voice and language were indecipherable, the melody haunting as it reverberated over the sea.
You can't take any more risks. Retreat to the rear immediately.
The chant echoed ominously as Xia Minghong, sensing imminent danger, stepped forward sharply. He slashed his short blade across the armguard on his forearm, which was as rough as a whetstone. Buzz! The blade's hum sounded like a great bell tolling, instantly suppressing the eerie chant. A glimmer of clarity flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. He realized the battlefield had escalated beyond his capacity to handle.
To stay on the front lines any longer would only risk falling into the enemy's hands.
Without hesitation, he began retreating toward the safety of the rear. A fierce battle among high-level combatants erupted in an instant.
Domains of various colors spread rapidly across the battlefield.
Behind the Jinjiao Pass, supporting auxiliary awakeners formed ranks, and a green domain swiftly blossomed within the human camp. Within the domain, trees and flowers bloomed in abundance, birds sang, and life thrived.
Everyone within it experienced rapid healing of their injuries. Chu Chen retreated to the shoreline, preparing to move.
But just as he did, the woman who had been standing atop the black python as striking as Medusa disappeared in an instant. The next moment, she appeared directly before Chu Chen, her stunningly beautiful face radiating a piercing chill.
Damn it! Xia Minghong's expression changed drastically as he rushed toward Chu Chen.
At the same time, silvery threads of light emanated from his body, slowing the passage of time in the surrounding area. But he was still half a step too slow.
The woman's icy eyes flashed with an eerie
light, and the flowers, grass, and trees around Chu Chen began to rapidly turn to stone. Before long, everything within a small area around Chu Chen had turned into stone statues.
Is she really Medusa?
Everyone was shocked, their greatest concern being Chu Chen. They all understood Chu Chen's importance, especially after witnessing his battle today, which made it even clearer that he was irreplaceable. If he were to turn into a statue at this moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as everyone hurried to provide support, a shocking scene unfolded.
Accompanied by the
woman's eerie gaze, the area around Chu Chen turned entirely to stone, yet Chu Chen himself remained alive and untouched, showing no signs of petrification. Even the woman hadn't anticipated this. Horror, brows furrowed, and confusion appeared on her face. Immediately, the hair on her head, which resembled a mass of coiled snakes, transformed into living serpents. Her eyes widened, and she hissed
at Chu Chen.
Her gaze emitted an even stronger light than before, and the petrification spread rapidly. Fortunately, there were still people around Chu Chen, and only some terrain, plants, and weapons were petrified. Despite the intensified gaze, Chu Chen's body showed no signs of petrification.
The confusion on the woman's face deepened. Just as she was trying to make sense of it, a dazzling
golden light struck her square in the face. Then, he retrieved Ruochuo and the remaining Qinyan troops. The current situation was already clear. The sudden turn of events had caused the followers of the 10,000 Races Church and the enemies from the depths of the sea to abandon this attack. The remaining monsters were nothing more than insignificant cannon fodder.
Recalling the scene where
the woman's head had attacked him earlier, Chu Chen had indeed been momentarily shaken by her gaze. For an instant, his body stiffened, but he quickly recovered. It was likely the flowing rock element power within him that rendered him immune to the petrification effect. As the monsters on the sea surface were gradually cleared away, the once surging tides also began to calm.
Chu Chen simply
sat on the ground, watching the fierce assault gradually dissipate. The battlefield, which had been like a storm of wind and rain, quieted down, and the dark clouds overhead were slowly pierced by
the rising sunlight.
At this moment, a figure approached him and asked with concern, "How are you?
Are you all right?"
It was Xia Minghong, the primary protector of Chu Chen during this operation. If anything happened to Chu Chen, he knew he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. Earlier, due to a momentary lapse, the woman had seized the opportunity to attack. Although Chu Chen had miraculously escaped unharmed, it was still his negligence. Thus, Xia Minghong's expression was now serious, worried that Chu Chen might have unseen injuries. The young man from before, along with Luo,
Jinjiao and others, also rushed over.
Now that the battle was nearing its end, the front lines were left to other warriors for cleanup, allowing these high-level combatants to retreat.
"Thank you for your concern, everyone."
"I'm fine," Chu Chen said with a smile as he stood up. Without the protection of those present, if he had recklessly appeared on the battlefield alone, he would have long been
targeted by the enemy and suffered devastating blows.
You saying you're fine doesn't count, I need to give you a thorough checkup. A long-haired woman holding a staff slowly stepped out from the crowd. She gently waved her hand, and strands of green light flowed toward Chu Chen. These rays contained powerful healing energy, and as they enveloped Chu Chen, his fatigue instantly dissipated. The light entered his body, flowing slowly along his limbs and meridians until the energy was completely absorbed.
Ha! How could this be?
The woman's expression froze, as if she had discovered
something significant. What's wrong? Is Chu Chen alright? Could he still be affected? Is it serious?
Seeing the woman's reaction, the crowd, who had just relaxed, grew anxious again and began
asking questions.
The woman smiled and waved her hand to reassure them.
Don't worry, not only is Chu Chen fine, but his power has increased.
Increased? Everyone's gaze once again focused on Chu Chen, their voices filled with barely concealed excitement. Chu Chen closed his eyes, feeling the stronger power within him, and nodded. Without a doubt, he had grown stronger.
This legendary
mission had been successfully completed with the conclusion of the battle.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for completing the third legendary mission.
Rewards obtained, Rock God Constellation. Star *1. Rewards obtained, Divine Fragment *1.
After unlocking the third constellation, Chu Chen felt completely different from before.
Whether it was sensing the surrounding elemental forces,
resonating with the earth, or controlling the power within him, everything had greatly improved. Just as he was about to carefully examine the effects of the third constellation, his mind suddenly
shook, and fragment-like information surged into his memory like a tide.
Intense pain radiated from his mind, and the world around him seemed to start spinning. Chu Chen clenched his teeth tightly, struggling to steady himself, but his consciousness gradually blurred, and his body began to sway. Xia Minghong hurriedly supported him, shouting anxiously, "Chu Chen!" The others quickly gathered
around.
The long-haired woman cast her spell again, this time with a healing power that was even stronger and purer than before, enveloping Chu Chen's entire body. However, it still couldn't stop his
consciousness from fading.
He only felt the sounds around him growing more distant, as if he were falling into a bottomless abyss of darkness, with nothing but the sensation of endless descent.
Boom!
A loud crash echoed, and he felt his back slam heavily against the ground.
Chu Chen instinctively stood up.
Although the stabbing pain in his head had lessened significantly, his mind was still somewhat dazed. The darkness gradually dissipated, and a blurry scene came into view, as if shrouded in a thin mist. A strong stench of blood assaulted his nostrils, and the terrifying atmosphere filled him with unease, despair, and fear. Clatter! The sound of flowing water reached his ears, and something trickled to his feet. Enduring the headache, Chu Chen looked down and saw a crimson expanse. It wasn't water but a river of blood. Fresh blood was still flowing, but it quickly coagulated and turned black beneath his feet.
Chu Chen took a deep breath and looked around. He saw
mountains of corpses. Although his vision was blurry, he could vaguely make out that this scene was like the end of the world. Chu Chen was powerless at the moment, the intense pain in his mind
making even breathing extraordinarily difficult.
Massive ruin guards fell one after another from the clouds, but compared to what was about to happen, these were mere trifles.
Another deafening roar erupted, instantly drowning out all other noises. Chu Chen looked up and suddenly saw a dazzling azure light explode in the sky. A powerful surge of water elemental energy swept across the heavens and earth, and the blue light spread above the clouds, clearing away the pollution that had been corroding the sky. In the blink of an eye, the entire sky in Chu Chen's view was covered by a blue vortex. Giant waves churned within the clouds, eventually cascading down like a galaxy pouring from the heavens, crashing straight to the ground. It was like the flood of creation, roaring and engulfing everything. Amidst the overwhelming waves, Chu Chen's gaze caught a pure light. Though small and inconspicuous within the water currents, Chu Chen immediately noticed it. That light contained pure
water elemental energy, as if it were the most pristine essence, radiating immense power. Chu Chen wanted to grasp it and study it closely, but the searing pain in his mind rendered him immobile. He could only watch helplessly as the light was swallowed by the waves, until a figure suddenly emerged from the water.
"Who?"
Chu Chen called out in confusion, but he couldn't see the person clearly. The figure grabbed the light amidst the waves, and Chu Chen vaguely saw a faint smile on their lips, accompanied by a barely audible chuckle. Then, the figure vanished in a flash, disappearing between heaven and earth. The giant waves had already surrounded Chu Chen, leaving him unable to move, only able to watch as the water engulfed him,
sinking deeper and deeper, sinking endlessly.
He didn't know how much time had passed before darkness enveloped him once again. When he woke up, the first thing he saw was a white ceiling. A pungent smell of disinfectant greeted him. Chu Chen blinked and found himself lying on a hospital bed. He tried to move his body, slowly propping up his upper half, and looked around to discover he was in a luxurious single-patient room. You're awake? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Chu Chen turned his head and saw a girl in a nurse's uniform standing at the door, her face full of surprise and joy. Before he could respond, the girl added, "Please wait a moment." With that, she turned and ran out of the room without looking back. Chu Chen shook his head, and the earlier scene resurfaced in his mind. What on earth was that? A dream? Or, based on his memories, the corpses of the Chenyan army scattered across the land and the ruin guards descending from the sky were clearly related to Tevat. That apocalyptic disaster still made Chu Chen shudder when he recalled it. His mind felt chaotic, the information disorganized. Chu Chen stopped reminiscing. If he continued, the searing pain in his mind might strike again. That's right, the third constellation has been unlocked. Chu Chen suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked the specific details of his recent ability upgrade. He immediately opened the attribute panel, and the effect of the third constellation caught his eye. Jade Glory, Unyielding Radiance in the Night. Third constellation unlock effect. The host's ability to shape geospines is further enhanced. The strength and attack power of the geospines and Jade Shield are both increased. At the same time, the host's control over geo-elemental power is strengthened, allowing the transformation of geospines into cages to trap enemies. Additionally, a new skill is unlocked, Pillars of Tranquility. The host's ability to create geospines is greatly enhanced, now capable of creating Pillars of Tranquility, which are far stronger than ordinary geospines. Up to 5 can be created simultaneously. The size and strength of the Pillars of Tranquility far surpass those of regular spines. These pillars resonate with each other, and once all 5 are created, the host can form a domain of tranquility on the battlefield. Upon activation, the domain generates geocrystals equal to the number of pillars of tranquility. Each geocrystal automatically deals AoE elemental damage to enemies, with damage based on 30% of the host's attack power. Each instance of damage causes elemental particles to drop, providing shields for the host or allies. If a shield is already present, its strength is enhanced. When a geocrystal is destroyed, it transforms into energy that returns to the host, granting additional health recovery. If allies are within the domain, the host can choose to transfer the energy to them. A new geocrystal is automatically generated every 3 seconds within the domain, up to the maximum number of pillars of tranquility. Every 5 seconds, geo-resonance is triggered within the domain, dealing elemental damage to all enemies. Within the domain, all of the host's attributes are increased by 10%. As long as the host does not take damage, their next attack's damage increases by 5% every second, stacking up to 5 times for a maximum of 25% additional damage. Geo-resonance within the domain does not trigger this bonus. If the host takes damage, 10% of the damage is automatically reflected back to the attacker. Even if the damage is blocked by a shield, the source of the damage still suffers the backlash. As the host's level increases, the effects of the domain will continue to strengthen, and new buffs will be unlocked. The world is complex, and everyone struggles. Chu Chen stared at the densely packed golden text on the panel and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The greatest enhancement brought by the third constellation unlock was the strengthening of the Geocore skill. Both his Jade Shield and Geospines relied on the power of the Geocore, so its enhancement also provided additional boosts to the Geospines and Jade Shield. Additionally, the second effect mentioned the ability to transform Geospines into cages to trap enemies. Chu Chen speculated that this was similar to the time he used rocks to forge a cage to trap the Yakshas, except this time, the Geospines were much sturdier, making the imprisonment effect naturally stronger. What shocked Chu Chen the most, however, was the ability of the Pillars of Tranquility. As an AoE domain skill, the Domain of Tranquility would undoubtedly greatly enhance his combat effectiveness on the battlefield. You're awake. How are you feeling? Is there any discomfort? A voice suddenly interrupted Chu Chen's thoughts from the doorway. Xiang Lao. Chu Chen sat up straight and saw Xiang Hanhai standing at the door. He walked over to the bedside and sat down, his face full of barely concealed joy. Phew. It seems you're fine. That's such a relief. I felt as if the sky had collapsed when I heard you were unconscious, Chu Chen said, rubbing his still slightly dizzy temples.
Confused, he asked, Elder Xiang, how long was I unconscious? 7 days. During these 7 days, you were in a deep sleep.
We conducted various tests but found no injuries. It seemed more like your body activated a self-protection mechanism.
Even a senior at the divine level came personally. He said you couldn't be
forcibly awakened with external force, it had to happen naturally, waiting for you to wake up on your own.
However, he couldn't determine exactly how long you'd sleep. It could be as short as a few days or as long as several years. Honestly, when I heard this, I almost despaired.
Fortunately, it was only 7 days.
Now I can finally rest assured. After hearing Xiang Hanhai's words, Chu Chen was stunned.
The events he had just experienced felt like they had happened not long ago, yet in reality, 7 days had already passed. It felt like he had been in a long dream.
Your aura is
stronger than it was during the frontline battle at Jinjiao Pass, Xiang Hanhai said, frowning. With his level of cultivation, he could easily sense the changes in Chu Chen's internal power.
Yes. After this battle, I've made another breakthrough, Chu Chen nodded.
There was no need to hide this, nor could he.
That's excellent. Your rapid growth gives us hope. The situation is changing too
quickly, and to be honest, there's not much time left for you newcomers to grow, Xiang Hanhai said with a serious expression, his tone tinged with a sigh.
Elder Xiang, are you referring to Chu
Chen? Understood it was likely related to the alliance between the Dark Sea and the Myriad Races Church.
That sea we once thought of as a natural barrier is now not only an enemy but has also allied with another foe.
From now on, our situation will become even more difficult, Xiang Hanhai said in a low voice, tinged with helplessness.
Can we now confirm what the creatures in the sea are? Chu Chen asked, puzzled.
The beings in the Dark Sea didn't resemble any of the myriad races, they seemed more like outsiders.
Actually, they should be related to the divine race, Xiang Hanhai's
eyes flashed with sharp light.
The divine race.
Chu Chen's brows furrowed, his heart heavy.
Do you remember the woman you saw who resembled Medusa from human legends?
Yes.
She isn't Medusa
herself, but her power originates from Medusa. Listening to Elder Xiang's words, Chu Chen recalled the events during his 3 days of unconsciousness. After the chaos outside Jinjiao Pass was quelled, humanity learned that the Dark Sea had allied with the myriad races. They immediately began investigating this mysterious enemy.
The breakthrough point in the investigation was the woman resembling Medusa.
When it comes to matters related to mythology, the best approach is to communicate with the gods. The divine race indeed exists in this world. They call themselves the supreme race, standing at the pinnacle of the universe, observing all life and death, rise and fall. In the wars between humanity and the myriad races, they usually remain as spectators, occasionally intervening, but only for amusement. Among humans, the group most closely connected to the divine race is the Church of Light, which worships deities. Their awakened abilities are mostly related to mythology. For example, Shi Hong's powers are connected to the Earth Mother Dragon Tiamat. The Pope of the Church of Light is the only one who can directly communicate with the divine race.
On the second day after
the war at Jinjiao Pass ended, facing global pressure, the Pope immediately arranged a new divine communication ritual.
The Pope said that the monsters hidden in the dark seas are actually false
gods, stripped of divine power and exiled from the divine race.
The stories of these false gods even trace back thousands of years. Thousands of years ago? Could they have existed on Blue Star all along? Chu Chen asked in surprise.
Xiang Hanhai nodded, his voice deep and calm. We gathered top experts in history from various countries to start investigating the history from thousands of
years ago.
It's very difficult because, during the alien invasion hundreds of years ago, humanity was nearly wiped out.
That war destroyed a vast amount of historical records, leaving many gaps.
But with the cooperation of various nations, we managed to piece together many scattered clues. These fragments are like drops of water that, when gathered, form a long river.
Xiang Hanhai took
a deep breath. According to research, there are indeed records showing that thousands of years ago, these false gods wreaked havoc on Blue Star, causing immense disasters to humanity at the time.
There are really such records? Back then, humans hadn't awakened their powers and only used cold weapons. How could they resist these false gods? Chu Chen asked, puzzled.
That's right, humans, at that time had no way to resist. Facing the invasion of false gods was practically an apocalyptic disaster.
We were also very confused.
Normally, humanity should have been wiped out long ago.
How? Did they survive until the era of alien invasions?
Fortunately, the troops responsible for clearing the battlefield near the Demon Suppression Pass discovered an important clue, a damaged ancient
Stone tablet. A stone tablet? Chu Chen frowned. Yes, an ancient stele.
We estimated it has stood for 1,000 years. The stele is inscribed with ancient text, but after years of erosion by time
and seawater, it has been severely worn.
We worked overnight for 3 days to decipher it, extracting some text from the stele.
The general meaning is as follows. Xian Hanhai handed Chu Chen a
phone, which displayed an image recording the translated text. Suddenly, demons descended upon the world, floods raged, countless were slaughtered, and sins were boundless.
The people united to
fight, but the disparity in power was insurmountable. As the world faced destruction, a meteor suddenly streaked across the sky, its brilliance as dazzling as the sun, standing between heaven and
earth. A divine being descended, stars fell like rain. The earth trembled, mountains and seas roared. This was a miracle that purified filth and expelled evil. The demons were suppressed beneath
the sea, and a stele was erected to commemorate this great achievement, passing it down through the ages. Thousands of years ago, a divine being really descended to help humanity and suppressed
the false gods? Chu Chen was shocked.
Xian Hanhai lowered his gaze to the 2 rings on Chu Chen's hand.
Do you remember what I said when I gave you these 2 rings? Chu Chen followed his gaze to the rings left behind by the Rock King Emperor on his hand and suddenly had a realization. These 2 rings carry strong elemental residues. You mentioned that their previous owner must have been incredibly powerful.
You also wondered how humans thousands of years ago could possess such immense power, enough to imbue these accessories with divine energy.
Exactly. It's very likely that the
previous owner of these 2 rings was the divine being mentioned in the stele who suppressed the false gods. Xian Hanhai revealed a faint smile. Quite possibly. That divine being subdued the
demons thousands of years ago, and now the rings have returned to your hands. It's a kind of destiny. The hospital room was silent. Xian Hanhai gazed deeply at Chu Chen, his expression meaningful. I understand. Chu Chen nodded after a moment.
You are our most outstanding student, a genius like no other before or after. I don't want to put too much pressure on you, but the situation is
urgent, and we must face it head on.
Xian Hanhai patted Chu Chen's shoulder. We will do our best to support you, and we hope you can grow quickly, not just for yourself, but for all of us.
I understand, Chu Chen replied with a smile. You always put people at ease.
On a lighter note, your recent performance has been exceptional, and the higher-ups have decided to award you a medal, Xiang.
Hanhai continued.
From your initial resistance against the desert alien tribes at the fortress, to defeating the divine puppet of the Myriad Races Church, and now your outstanding contributions in the Battle of the Demon Suppression Pass, your achievements have been remarkable.
This honor is well-deserved. However, the medal ceremony will have to wait a while. You've been at the training
camp for almost a month now, and the other trainees have also performed well.
Once the month is up, the fortress will host a celebratory banquet for all of you to relax. During the banquet, there will also be a medal ceremony for you and the other warriors.
Xian Hanhai reached out to straighten Chu Chen's slightly wrinkled collar.
You've just woken up, so rest well for now. Someone will bring you food later.
Although the situation is tense, don't rush. Haste only leads to mistakes, as we've known since childhood.
With that, he left the hospital room, leaving Chu Chen alone, sitting quietly on the hospital bed.
He rested his hands behind his head, but his mind was in turmoil. The 2 rings in his possession, whether the gold ring or the jade ring, had been confirmed by the system
as treasures left behind by the Rock King Emperor.
Based on the available information, it seemed likely that the Rock King Emperor himself had suppressed the false god beneath the sea thousands of
years ago.
Coupled with the vague words spoken by those shadowy figures earlier, it appeared that Teyvat had once experienced an apocalyptic disaster, prompting the Rock King Emperor to come to
this world. Chronologically, Teyvat's collapse should have occurred earlier than the Rock King Emperor's arrival here thousands of years ago. But what happened afterward remains unknown to anyone. Brother Chu, you're awake?
A voice sounded at the door. Feng Xiaoqiu and Zhuo Zhenglongping entered, carrying food.
Brother Chu, you were unconscious for 7 days. I was really worried something had happened to you. Feng Xiaoqiu patted his chest and let out a sigh of relief. You're here, Chu Chen nodded.
There were many trainees in the fortress, but he was only close to these 2.
Chu Chen, you're amazing.
I feel like I can't even keep up with your shadow anymore. Zhuo Zhenglongping, a martial arts enthusiast, keenly sensed that Chu Chen's aura had grown even stronger.
How has your training been lately?
Chu Chen asked curiously, as he hadn't paid much attention to the progress of the other trainees who had entered the camp with him. Definitely not as good as yours, but we've started training on the second level of the Demon Cave, Feng Xiuqiu said with a smile. I just advanced to the early stage of the third tier Kaiyuan realm yesterday. I'm a bit stronger than him. Mid-stage of the third tier, Zhuo Zhenglongping added. Mid-stage is mid-stage, why do you have to add that you're stronger than me? Feng Xiuqiu immediately protested. Zhuo Zhenglongping shrugged. I'm just stating the facts. Get lost. The two began bickering again. Chuchen shook his head with a smile and looked out the window. It was nearing evening, and the sky was overcast. The fortress was situated on the edge of the desert, a place where it rarely rained, yet tonight a heavy downpour blanketed the area, with dense sheets of rain covering the sky. In the office, Xiang Hanhai sat in his chair, watching the rain relentlessly batter the floor-to-ceiling windows and slowly stream down. When he had visited Chu Chen earlier, a question had lingered in his mind: how had Chu Chen resisted the petrification effect of that Medusa-like woman? But he had kept the question to himself and ultimately didn't voice it. He knew Chu Chen probably couldn't explain it either. Chu Chen has already woken up, so why does he still look so worried? A voice suddenly came from behind him. At the other end of the office, Xia Minghong was leisurely sipping tea. Rainy nights always bring to mind unpleasant things. Besides, this desert fortress hasn't seen such heavy rain in years, Xiang Hanhai said as he turned around, picking up his cup and blowing on the hot tea. Indeed, I've been stationed here for years, and this is the first time I've encountered such abnormal weather. Could it have something to do with those guys from the Dark Sea? Xia Minghong shook his head inside. Well, according to your research, those sea monsters did indeed rampage across the land thousands of years ago before being suppressed, right? Xia Minghong continued. Yes, as far as we can tell, there's no more plausible explanation than that. Xiang Hanhai nodded. Then it's strange. Who could have had the power to suppress them? It couldn't have been humans, right? After all, there was no awakened power back then, and technology hadn't developed yet. Could it be this? Xia Minghong suddenly recalled something. That charlatan from the Church of Light said that those beings suppressed at the bottom of the sea were once gods who had fallen from grace. For some reason, after being expelled by the divine race, they came to our planet and caused immense destruction. Since they were once gods, the divine race probably wouldn't stand idly by. Perhaps they sent someone to deal with them personally? Xiang Hanhai shook his head with a bitter smile. We all know what the divine race is like. Thousands of years ago, humanity had neither technology nor supernatural abilities. In the eyes of the divine race, humans wouldn't even count as ants. Would the divine race care if ants died? Xia Minghong shrugged. True, I was being overly optimistic just now. Moreover, Xiang Hanhai continued, the Pope of the Church of Light said their Lord told him that the divine race fought a great battle to drive away those false gods. But after that, the divine race encountered an even bigger problem. What kind of problem? It's unclear, there weren't any specific details. It was only mentioned that they seemed to be invaded by a force not belonging to this world. The divine race was busy dealing with that external force and had no time to concern themselves with the false gods wreaking havoc on our planet. Xia Minghong fell silent, his expression turning serious, and the atmosphere in the office grew tense. What's really going on? He smiled bitterly, staring into Xiang Hanhai's eyes. We haven't even solved the issues with the myriad races, and now there's another force invading? Exactly. Xiang Hanhai met his gaze. The situation is far more complicated than we imagined. Although humanity has produced several god-tier powerhouses, overall, our strength is still far from sufficient. Our goal isn't just to defeat the myriad races. There are far more enemies out there. Regardless of whether that external force is real or not, we must guard against it. And to achieve all this, there's only one way: power, the kind of power that can crush everything. His tone grew excited. Exactly. Xia Minghong nodded. Is this why you value Chu Chen so much? Do you think he's the key to humanity's comeback? Don't you think so? Xiang Hanhai slightly lowered his head, looking up at him from below, his gaze sharper. This way. To be honest, I was hesitant before meeting him. But Xia Minghong took a deep breath. After the battle at Jinjia Pass, his performance indeed exceeded my expectations. I think so too. That's right. We think alike. I've already placed all my bets on him. He's not yet fully independent, so there absolutely can't be any mistakes. Xiang Hanhai raised his teacup, as if to clink cups with him. This is tea, not wine. You're ruining the tea-drinking atmosphere. Xia Minghong said this, but still lightly clinked his. Teacup. Using tea as a substitute for wine, we're on the same front.
I need your help. What can I do? Protecting Chu Chen in secret is something I do without you even asking. Xia Minghong's voice was low.
That group led by Tuoba Lian has started acting restless again recently. Especially after hearing that Chu Chen can ignore the petrification ability
of that Medusa-like woman. What are they planning?
Under the guise of research, they're engaging in selfish schemes.
That's insane. Xia Minghong frowned. Don't they understand humanity's current situation? How can they distrust Chu Chen like this? It's not really about trust or distrust. Since Chu Chen appeared, his performance has completely overturned our understanding. It's normal for some higher-ups to remain skeptical. Xiang Hanhai shook his head. But Tuoba Lian and his group are different. I think they're just using the pretext of eliminating risks, but they actually have ulterior motives. You're saying, Xia Minghong leaned in closer, they might be coveting Chu Chen's power? That possibility can't be ruled out.
You and I both know that despite the dire situation, humanity still can't fully trust each other internally.
Various factions keep emerging, bringing more conflicts. Xiang Hanhai sighed. I hate this kind of complicated internal strife the most.
We're already at the brink of life and death, yet some people still have
time for this nonsense. I understand. Isn't it precisely because you hate this atmosphere that you chose to be stationed at the border, far away from these troubles? Exactly. Xia Minghong looked up and sighed deeply.
Although I struggle on the edge of life and death every day, at least it's simpler.
I don't have to think so much. I just focus on the enemies in front of me and take them down.
Of course, this also has to do with some historical issues. Xiang Hanhai picked up his teacup and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. When the alien invasion first broke out, humanity conducted many dirty experiments to obtain alien powers.
The descendants with alien bloodlines became hidden dangers within us. To be honest, I don't dare to easily trust anyone now. Even me? If I didn't trust you, would I be saying all this to you?
Xiang Hanhai said in a low voice.
Well, as an old comrade, I feel gratified.
Xia Minghong smiled contentedly.
And what is your attitude now?
Xiang Hanhai gazed at the iron-gray sky, a flash of lightning streaking through the
clouds.
I hate this atmosphere of internal strife, but if I have to pick a side, apart from you, I have no one else to choose. Xia Minghong drained his cup of tea in one gulp. Let's go, there are matters in the military waiting for me to handle.
Take me with you, Xiang Hanhai said. Xia Minghong paused slightly, then laughed. Take what? Take the passion we had as youths on the battlefield? Or are you planning to offer me some benefits? Your tea tastes excellent, so I'll take the rest of it with me. What I meant was...
Xiang Hanhai sighed helplessly and slowly turned around. When you leave, close the door behind you.
The next day, Chu Chen entered the demon lair again, arriving at the third level.
Over 7 days had passed, and the third level, which he had previously cleared, had been replenished with demons from below. The third level remained a snow-covered, silver-white world. As soon as he stepped in, the lurking demonic beasts around him were instantly startled awake. These beasts did not attack immediately but stood frozen, letting out suppressed roars, trembling all over, filled with fear. The aura field around Chu Chen was even stronger than last time. The faint golden light in the air had become brighter, with beautiful patterns flowing across its surface. As Chu Chen ventured deeper, the nearby demonic beasts would lower their bodies, as if bowing in submission to him. Chu Chen did not attack them. He had no time to waste on these minor creatures. Behind him followed 5 yakshas, who, as Chu Chen passed, tore these demonic beasts into shreds like leaves swept away by an autumn wind. Sharp fragments and powerful elemental forces spread out, and the black blood gushing from the demon gods' bodies stood out starkly against the white snow. Chu Chen's goal was to find a new leader-level demonic beast, kill it, and then proceed to the 4th level. He had already obtained advance permission to enter the 4th level. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The sound of footsteps on snow was clearly audible. If not accompanied by the wails of demonic beasts, this sound would have seemed particularly lonely. As Chu Chen advanced deeper into the snowy plains, the atmosphere subtly shifted. He could sense that this time, the master of the 3rd level was stronger than the previous leader. He stopped in his tracks, and the surrounding scenery began to distort. The once vast snowy plains shattered like broken glass, transforming into a blood-red land. Sinister laughter echoed from all directions, twisted figures emerged from the ground, lifting their skulls to reveal cold, sharp teeth. This was a domain the new leader possessed.
Domain-type abilities.
Without needing further instruction, the 5 yakshas behind Chu Chen immediately charged at the shadowy enemies from all directions.
These figures exuded a strong, chilling aura, but the yakshas were warriors specifically designed to combat evil entities. Chu Chen remained standing in place. Since he had entered the opponent's domain, the mastermind would soon reveal itself.
A foul wind carrying a stench rushed toward him. Suddenly, a pair of hollow eyes appeared before him, and a monster lunged at him.
Screaming. Clang.
The monster's sharp teeth struck fiercely against the jade shield, the force so immense that the shield trembled.
Chu Chen extended his hand, and a massive
hand forged from rock instantly grabbed the monster. Thick blood was squeezed out of the creature, and it quickly lost its ability to resist before being flung aside.
This monster was not the true leader.
Chu Chen was surrounded by a large number of demonic creatures, but their numbers made no difference to him. The 5 yakshas were more than enough to handle
them. He saw, not far away, the massive figure of an orc. It was him. Chu Chen charged forward without hesitation.
Blazing white thunder descended from the sky, but Chu Chen did
not dodge, letting the lightning strike him.
He had no need to evade, no need to defend, he only needed to crush his opponent with overwhelming power. His aura of dominance enveloped the orc, closing the distance rapidly. The orc appeared flustered, and an even more violent and dazzling lightning erupted from within its body.
These energies gathered high in the sky, lightning interweaving, and the descending thunderbolts grew even more powerful. Boom! In an instant, Chu Chen was surrounded by a terrifying thunderstorm. Amid the raging lightning, Chu Chen remained unscathed, and his jade shield shone even brighter.
As the light flowed, the thunder suddenly shifted direction, sweeping horizontally toward the orc. The orc's face twisted in fury. Wielding a giant axe, it gathered the lightning onto the blade and swung down with a heavy strike. The lightning leaped like a frenzied dragon.
The collision of two immense forces sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Boom! It wasn't over yet.
Immediately after, the orc gripped the giant axe and struck down again. With ferocity, the blade erupting with an even more blinding lightning. In a short span of time, the orc unleashed over 100 attacks, the power of the lightning stacking continuously to an incredibly terrifying level. Yet, even in the face of such ferocious assaults, Chu Chen remained unscathed, steadily closing in on the orc.
This guy's strength is indeed far greater than the last one, Chu Chen remarked, undaunted by the raging lightning. He walked straight through the destructive storm.
The lightning raged and lashed out, but in the end, all of it was absorbed by his jade shield, leaving him completely unharmed.
But it's still not enough. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Chenyan spear
in Chu Chen's hand suddenly radiated golden light.
Roar!
In the next moment, a roar like a dragon's cry echoed across the heavens and earth. The spear shot out from his hand, carrying an oppressive force that suffocated everything in its path.
Bang! The speed was so fast that the orc couldn't react in time. The spear pierced straight through its chest.
A terrifying shockwave of energy spread outward from the orc as the center. The thick snow instantly melted, and the ground was torn apart, leaving deep, dark fissures.
The
aftermath of the explosion. Stepping into the passage, he emerged once again to a scene shrouded in misty rain. Chu Chen looked up, and just like the third level, the ceiling here
was not stone but an actual sky.
Though obscured by dark clouds, it was unmistakably the sky. It seemed that starting from the third level, the environment of each layer was no
longer confined to caves. Raindrops continuously fell, wetting the ground and forming puddles. As the rain hit the puddles, ripples spread out in waves.
White mist enveloped the area, concealing magical beasts ready to strike at any moment. The magical beasts on the fourth level were far stronger than those on the third. While they were still suppressed by the domain of majesty, they did not completely lose their combat instincts like the beasts on the third level.
Bowing their heads to Chu Chen was out of the question. Chu Chen
frowned slightly as golden light particles flickered around him, and his breathing began to resonate with the world. After unlocking the third fate seat, his control over the geo element had reached a new level. Now, he wanted to test its effects. With a single thought, the ground beneath him began to tremble slightly.
Soon, the tremors intensified, and the
earth started to crack.
Rocks shattered into fragments. Many non-flying magical beasts were swallowed by the fissures before they could even react. Chu Chen advanced slowly, freely,
manipulating the terrain around him, ensuring that the ground beneath his feet would never suddenly collapse. He continued to search for the aura of a leader-level magical beast. Wherever he passed, stone spears rained down from above like a storm. The spears struck the magical beasts with precision, piercing their bodies and causing blood to splatter.
The thick blood flowed into the accumulating water, staining the once clear puddles a deep crimson.
Chu Chen didn't need to act personally, the fissures in the ground devoured his enemies, and the falling stone spears impaled them.
He now resembled a grim reaper strolling leisurely, mercilessly harvesting lives wherever he went.
This commotion naturally attracted
the attention of the leader-level magical beasts.
The rain continued to fall, and the dense white mist refused to dissipate.
Apart from the sound of rain, faint sobbing seemed to echo in the air.
Chu Chen stopped in his tracks. Hidden within the thick fog and rain was the target he sought. Sharp claws tore through the mist, and a white figure slowly
emerged.
Raindrops splashed against its body, creating a spray of white water. It stood 4 meters tall, draped in a yellowed robe, with long black hair obscuring its face.
In the
rain, it floated gracefully like a fish, its long body swaying elegantly. As it appeared, its domain began to envelop Chu Chen. The land, previously split by ravines, was now covered
by a heavy flow of water. The water's surface was as clear as a mirror, reflecting the sky above.
At the same time, mirror-like water screens appeared around Chu Chen, his reflection
shining brightly on their surfaces. Chu Chen frowned slightly. These enemies were finally becoming troublesome.
The beastmen on the previous level also had domains, but they posed
no real threat to him.
Now, with the emergence of this strange domain on the 4th level, Chu Chen decided to take the opportunity to test the strength of his world-calming
domain.
As energy flowed within him, a golden barrier spread out from beneath his feet, extending over the water. The barrier expanded continuously, stopping only when its diameter reached several hundred meters.
At the edges of the domain, 5 extraordinary stone pillars, world-calming pillars, rose with a thunderous roar. Each pillar stood about
20 meters tall and 5 meters wide, with golden runes shimmering along their surfaces. As soon as the domain formed, Chu Chen immediately felt a significant boost in his power. All his attributes had now increased by 10%. Within the domain, 5 golden rock crystal butterflies emerged from the radiance, gently flapping their wings, dancing gracefully in the rain with an enchanting rhythm.
Buzz!
A sudden vibration came from beneath, and a ripple of golden light spread out, covering the entire domain. This was an automatic attack,
released by the domain.
Although the enemy was flying in the air, it was still affected, its body trembling slightly and emitting a sound akin to weeping.
At the same time, the 5 rock crystal butterflies flew toward the enemy. Their bodies were surrounded by intense rock elements, sweeping the elements outward as they attacked. Within the domain, Chu Chen felt he could completely control everything.
He could sense the presence in every corner of the domain, even if it was hundreds of meters away, as if it were right next to
him. The 5 rock crystal butterflies flew toward the enemy, and the leader-level magical beast immediately took action.
The rain curtain around it froze, transforming into a strange light screen resembling sharp blades. These rain blades howled as they shot out, swiftly targeting the rock crystal butterflies in Chu Chen. The attack was incredibly fast,
but Chu Chen didn't dodge.
He activated the Jade Seal Shield, allowing the dense attacks to come at him head-on.
The ice crystal attacks couldn't penetrate his defense, and because
he was within the domain, the enemy also suffered a 10% damage reflection. Even though the attacks only struck the shield, the damage still rebounded back.
The rock crystal butterflies, on the other hand, were even more extraordinary.
Though their flight was not fast, their arcs were clever, always managing to slip through the gaps in the attacks. When evasion was impossible, the rock elements within them shattered the rain blades, turning them into sparkling droplets. In this way, the 5 rock crystal butterflies overcame
numerous obstacles, quickly reaching the enemy and surrounding it with relentless attacks.
The magical beast twisted its body continuously to drive away the rock crystal butterflies, while a water curtain rapidly enveloped its body, forming a layer of water armor. It let out a furious roar, unleashing energy from within, causing massive waves to surge through
the domain, crashing toward Chu Chen. Boom! Boom! The waves struck the shield, causing no damage but leaving layers of frost marks on its surface.
These marks were difficult to dispel by the shield's energy in a short time. From the face obscured by long hair, the magical beast suddenly spewed a blizzard from its mouth.
The howling snowstorm instantly froze the rock crystal butterflies into ice sculptures, shattering them before continuing its assault on Chu Chen.
The frost marks on the shield's surface were triggered, and the Jade Seal Shield began to be visibly covered in ice.
Interesting.
This freezing control was unusual, with strength and speed far surpassing ordinary frost skills. What was even more dangerous was that if the shield were completely frozen, the frost would envelop it, reducing the shield's defensive power to the strength of the ice itself. This meant that once the shield was frozen, it would lose its defensive effect, leaving only the fragile strength of the ice. Faced with this situation, Chu Chen instead chuckled and nodded. From the fourth layer onward, everything had become more thrilling. Of course, he wouldn't let the shield be completely consumed by the frost. Before the shield was fully covered, Chu Chen decisively detonated it. Although some of its powerful effects were weakened by the frost's erosion, the remaining power, combined with the 25% additional damage that had been stacking due to his unscathed state, was enough to sweep away the blizzard before him. The residual impact knocked the magical beast back. At the same time, the domain erupted with elemental resonance damage. Before the magical beast could recover from being repelled, the domain's attack struck it again, knocking it to the ground. Around it, newly formed rock crystal butterflies flapped their wings within the domain, flying toward the magical beast to continue their assault. The repeated failures ignited the magical beast's fury. Its weeping cries abruptly ceased, replaced by an enraged roar. Crash! The water on the ground began to churn, as if gathering strength. One by one, menacing water orbs emerged from the flow, brimming with immense power. Chu Chen steadied his footing, sensing the movement beneath him, and calmly smiled. "Too bad, my domain is stronger than yours." As soon as he finished speaking, thick rock spines burst from the ground, violently piercing through the forming water orbs. Even the few orbs that narrowly escaped being shattered were soon destroyed by the ripples stirred up by the rock spines. Seeing this move thwarted, the beast extended its withered claws and clenched them. Torrents of water converged from all directions, gradually forming a trident. From within the water, columns condensed even faster than the orbs, shooting skyward and transforming into ferocious water beasts with gaping jaws and claws. "Fuxia, it's your turn." Chu Chen snapped his fingers lightly, and Fuxia's figure flew out from behind him. Boom! With Fuxia's appearance, the violet lightning within it erupted completely. Bolts of lightning descended from the sky, instantly merging with the river-like streams within the domain. The electricity spread wildly through the water, transforming into agile electric serpents that leapt in all directions. Amid the thunderous roars, the newly formed water beasts were instantly blasted into fragments by the lightning. The beast, clearly prepared, had used these water beasts merely as cannon fodder to buy time. At this moment, the beast was once again surrounded by wind and snow. Its long hair danced wildly in the gale, and its silver-white pupils glimmered. Small serpents formed of ice and snow coiled around it, shining with a silvery light. In an instant, these serpents transformed into roaring, massive dragons, exuding a terrifying aura. Chu Chen quickly recalled Fuxia. With a thought, Fuxia raised its forearms high, weaving lightning into a formation. The power of thunder surged from Fuxia's body as Chu Chen raised the Chenyan spear before him, lightning clinging to its shaft. A fierce momentum surged skyward as the lightning-wrapped spear was thrust forward with force. Boom! A deafening sound like thunder exploded, and a streak of lightning pierced through the mist. The spear shot forward, colliding violently with the writhing dragon. In an instant, the terrifying force transformed into a pillar of light, piercing through the clouds above. Boom! Boom! As the pillar of light ascended, the dark clouds above Chu Chen's head were scattered by the shockwave. The energy unleashed by the collision of the two forces concentrated entirely within the pillar of light. The terrifying energy spread in all directions, the shockwaves wreaking havoc and shredding the surrounding rain curtain. A near vacuum zone formed instantly around the domain. Buzz! With a resounding explosion, Chu Chen's figure darted past the pillar of light, heading straight for the beast. The combined power of the two forces caused his Yuzhong shield to crackle, flickering on the verge of extinguishing. Clang! A crisp collision rang out as Chu Chen's hands, wrapped in rock elements, struck fiercely against the beast's sharp claws. Intense energy surged between his hands, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Crack! As Chu Chen's power continued to erupt, cracks began to appear on the beast's claws. Beneath them, the elemental resonance of the tranquil world domain re-emerged. The beast, restrained by Chu Chen, had no time to defend against the ground's assault. The powerful resonance shock caused its massive body to sway unsteadily. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Chen instantly flashed behind the beast. With a wave of his hand, an array of rock-forged weapons materialized around him and erupted simultaneously.
Thousands of rock element weapons pierced through the beast's
body, leaving golden trails in the air, like a meteor shower streaking across the sky. The attack stirred the air into a resonant hum. Under the powerful impact, wounds of various
sizes appeared on the beast's body.
To Chu Chen's surprise, what flowed out of the wounds was not blood, but a bone-chilling cold air. As the beast's robe fluttered violently, waves of cold air surged outward with it at the center. In an instant, the jade shield protecting Chu Chen was directly frozen by the cold air and then shattered into pieces. Without the shield's protection, the cold air invaded Chu Chen's body, instantly covering him in frost and freezing him. A trace of determination flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. Without hesitation, 3 small celestial stars immediately replaced the shield, orbiting around him. Next, 2 of the celestial stars erupted with intense rock element energy, striking the beast and instantly manifesting a golden light barrier. The overwhelming frost was completely consumed by the dense rock element energy, and the frost clinging to Chu Chen's body began to melt. The beast let out a piercing scream, filled with anger and unwillingness. Buzz! Before it could scream further, the remaining celestial star soared into the sky, then plummeted down. As it descended, the celestial star ignited fierce flames, trailing a crimson tail of fire as it hurtled toward the beast at incredible speed. Fear flashed in the beast's eyes as it sensed the immense power hidden within the burning flames. Dragging its battered body, it tried to escape, but in an instant, Chu Chen immobilized it with one hand, pinning it firmly in place. Roar! At the brink of life and death, the beast unleashed all its strength, struggling desperately. Chu Chen's restraint was like a towering mountain standing between heaven and earth. No matter how the beast struggled, it could not move an inch. Amid the beast's anguished wails, the 3rd celestial star finally fell. Shoo! Even before touching the beast, the high temperature emitted by the celestial star began to melt its body. Then, with boundless power, the celestial star crashed down like thunder onto the beast's head. Boom! In an instant, golden light and soaring flames obscured Chu Chen's vision. A flash of golden light appeared on his body, and a new jade shield emerged. Amid the flames and the massive shockwave, the beast let out a final, miserable cry before being blasted into countless fragments. The scattered pieces of flesh were immediately incinerated by the intense flames, reduced to ashes, and blown away by the fierce wind, disappearing into the water curtain below in an instant. And so, the once massive leader-level beast was completely eradicated, leaving no trace of its existence in the world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level LV34. Completing the legendary quest and the experience gained from it brought him to level 33. The strength of this leader-level beast was indeed formidable, and the experience gained from its death was immense. Combined with his previous accumulation, Chu Chen advanced directly to level 34. Chu Chen waved his hand, dispelling the realm of tranquility. The pillars of tranquility scattered across the world instantly transformed into specks of golden light, and the hazy ring curtain once again enveloped him. He exhaled softly. Although the realm of tranquility was powerful, maintaining it for a long time consumed a great deal of his stamina. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new ability. Contract! The system's voice rang out again. A new ability. Contract? Chu Chen was slightly stunned and quickly opened the system panel to check. In the abilities section, a new line of text slowly appeared. Next to the contract ability was a striking icon, a sword blade radiating golden light. The blade was composed of black and gold, exuding an ancient and solemn aura. This is the blade of peak severance? Chu Chen recognized that this was the weapon symbolizing contracts of the Geo Archon in the game. He continued. Reading the ability description, contract, the host can wield the power of contracts to establish a sacred, unbreakable agreement, provided both parties consent fully and willingly. Once the contract is formed, it cannot be revoked. Should the contract be violated, and the violator engage in misconduct, the blade symbolizing judgment and punishment will descend, delivering the harshest retribution. Contract transcends time and space, ignoring level restrictions. As long as the contract remains in effect, the violator, no matter where they flee, will be punished by the blade. If it is a life and death contract, the violator will be executed. Long ago, during the turbulent times of heaven and earth, the Geo Archon performed a miracle, carving a long blade from pure goldstone, cleaving a mountain peak, and establishing an unparalleled solemn contract with his people. The scattered shall reunite, and the unfaithful shall be punished. Those who lose their loved ones, treasures, or suffer injustice shall be compensated.
This is a radiant vow made before the people, its brilliance eternal, illuminating the future.
Although the description was brief, Chu Chen could grasp the general idea.
First, the contract must be established
on the basis of mutual consent. Second, once the contract is formed, it transcends time and space, ensuring that the violator, no matter where they escape, will face punishment.
Lastly, the punishment is equally severe regardless of the violator's status. Whether mortal or divine, anyone who breaches the contract will be executed immediately. Realizing
these points, Chu Chen couldn't help but click his tongue softly. The power of this life and death contract was practically a law of causality artifact.
No matter what happens, those who break the contract will inevitably face retribution. However, despite its immense power, the ability has its limitations. First, both parties must consent willingly, and
the other party must swear an oath verbally for it to take effect.
Second, the contract is a double-edged sword. It punishes the violator, regardless of who they are. Even Chu
Chen himself, as the wielder of the contract ability, would be punished if he broke the agreement.
Chu Chen nodded and closed the system interface.
Despite the limitations, the causal nature of the ability ensured it would play a significant role.
In any case, unlocking a new ability was always something to celebrate.
Chu Chen surveyed his surroundings. He had already defeated all the boss-level magical beasts on the 4th floor. All that remained was to clear out the scattered beasts.
Just as he was about to assign tasks to Yaksha,
the air around him suddenly began to distort.
What's going on? Chu Chen was slightly taken aback, thinking another enemy had appeared. However, he couldn't sense any hostile
presence, yet the surrounding scenery was slowly changing.
This is the Divine Ruins.
Chu Chen immediately recognized the familiar scene, just like the last time he entered the
ruins.
Soon, the surroundings completely transformed, and he seemed to hear the clash of swords and blades in the distance.
Deep within the ruins, fierce winds howled, and dark clouds loomed.
On a desolate land, two massive armies stood in confrontation. On one side was a human army composed of various races. On the other side was a mixed force of diverse,
non-human species.
On the human side, though they hailed from different nations, their faces all bore solemn expressions.
Encountering non-human species in the ruins was not
uncommon, as the teleportation points within the ruins appeared randomly, sometimes in human territories, sometimes in non-human domains.
However, the strength of the non-human
forces they faced this time was overwhelming, leaving everyone uneasy. Originally, it was thought that a full-scale war would break out between the two sides, but unexpectedly, the alien leader proposed that each side send one person to engage in a life-and-death duel in the open ground between them. Bang! A loud noise echoed as a headless corpse, clad in a warrior's outfit and covered in scars, was heavily thrown at the feet of the crowd. The corpse's head was held in the hand of a Blood Bat Clan man, humanoid in shape but with fleshy wings sprouting from his back. He toyed with the head, letting out a piercing, maniacal laugh. Then, opening his mouth, he shockingly bit into the head, the sound of bones and flesh being crushed clearly audible. After swallowing the head, he swept his contemptuous gaze over the crowd.
Don't say I didn't give you little bugs a chance. Too bad, you're just too useless.
Faced with his insult, anger flashed across people's faces, but they were powerless.
The enemy they faced was far superior in strength to humans. Judging by the earlier fight, the Blood Bat Clan man alone likely possessed at least mid-level tier 5 strength in the Dao Si realm, with talents far surpassing those of ordinary humans.
And it wasn't just him, the other alien members behind him all exuded fierce and intimidating auras. In comparison, most humans were merely tier 3 or 4 ordinary warriors, with only a handful capable of putting up a fight. If a full-scale war broke out, humans would undoubtedly be crushed by the aliens. Ordinary soldiers would be nothing more than cannon fodder, and even the few strong ones wouldn't last long. The aliens' choice of a duel instead of an all-out war was, in fact, a form of humiliation for humanity.
Like a cat
toying with a mouse, playing with it before devouring it.
Most humans understood this, but they were powerless to change it. The gap in strength was too vast and insurmountable. Chasm. Enough, stop wasting time.
At this moment, a young girl in blue armor stepped forward from the alien ranks. Her skin was fair, her features exquisitely sculpted like a work
of art.
She looked almost identical to a human, except for a single black horn growing amidst her long blue hair. As the girl appeared, the Blood Bat Clan man immediately stepped back respectfully, a trace of fear flashing across his face. The girl crossed her arms and scanned the crowd, a faint smile playing on her red lips.
If any of you are willing to surrender, I can guarantee your life will be spared. The crowd froze, exchanging glances, but no one spoke. The girl smirked faintly, standing silently. I am willing to surrender. After a moment, a dark-skinned man in the crowd suddenly raised his hand and shouted. As soon as he spoke, a wave of angry shouts erupted from the crowd. Traitor! You spineless coward, you're betraying us. Better to die standing than live kneeling. Go to hell. But the accusations did not shame the man in the slightest. Instead, he responded loudly, You stubborn fools who refuse to yield even in death, do you have the right to criticize me? Dignity? Can dignity save your life? With that, he stepped out of the crowd and knelt respectfully before the girl. I am willing to surrender. As long as I can live, I will do whatever you ask. The girl merely nodded slightly. The man, like a lit fuse, was soon followed by others stepping out of the crowd, kneeling one after another to declare their surrender. These people were of various skin tones, both men and women. Watching them grovel and beg for survival, many who had been prepared to fight to the death couldn't help but shake their heads. But there was nothing they could do. These people came from all over the world, barely knowing each other, brought together only by the appearance of these aliens. Faced with their fellow human servility, they could only sigh helplessly at their lack of resolve. To hell with it. Whoever wants to surrender, I'll deal with them first. However, someone couldn't hold back. A rugged man charged out of the crowd, brandishing a massive black sword, ready to strike down those who surrendered. But in the next second, a slender sword formed from condensed water pierced straight into his chest. The man spat out a mouthful of blood, his body falling powerlessly to the ground. The one who struck was the one-horned girl. Seeing the girl display such overwhelming power, those who had initially wanted to surrender now looked overjoyed, their faces showing utter devotion, as if they were ready to call her their master on the spot. However, the girl gave them no chance. Suddenly, a column of water descended from the sky, enveloping the first man who had surrendered, a black man. From within the water curtain came a piercing, agonized scream. Before long, the water dispersed, leaving behind only a withered skeleton. Witnessing this, those who had just pledged their loyalty shuddered, their faces turning pale as they looked at the girl. Milady, you. Someone stammered. Before they could finish, the girl let out a soft laugh. I can accept your surrender, but I don't need useless trash. If you want to submit, you must first pass my test. Hearing this, those who thought they could survive were instantly dumbfounded, their faces turning ashen. I won't surrender. I won't surrender, someone shouted, trying to flee, but was immediately surrounded by a water dragon that had formed in the sky. The dragon coiled tightly, compressing his body until it was shriveled and lifeless, his eyes popping out, his bones crushed, and blood dripping to the ground. The girl's smile vanished, replaced by a fierce glare. Refusing to surrender now is betrayal. I'll make traitors die even more miserably. At this moment, everyone finally understood. The girl never truly intended to let them surrender. She only gave them hope, only to mercilessly destroy it. To her, they were nothing more than playthings. As one water column after another descended, all those who had wanted to surrender met the same fate, reduced to withered skeletons. Her power was clearly far greater than that of the Bloodbat clan man. Does anyone else want to surrender? The girl asked with a smile, looking at the remaining people. Most of them no longer dared to make a sound. The situation was clear, death was inevitable. The scene fell into a deathly silence. I will. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. The crowd looked on with mixed emotions as a blond man, holding a medieval longsword, slowly stepped forward. He was dressed in a suit, exuding an air of nobility. He had been swallowed by the ruins while attending a banquet earlier. Heh, you look decent, but if your strength doesn't match, it won't do, the girl sneered, preparing to summon water again. No, I'm not here to surrender, the man said coldly. His words left most people stunned. Then, a dazzling light radiated from his body, and a powerful aura swept out like a storm. I'm here to kill you, he declared. With that, he lightly swung his long sword, and a silver-white sword light shot toward the girl. Finally someone with a bit of potential, the girl said, unperturbed, even smiling. The water beneath her feet churned as she stepped onto the waves and vanished in an instant. The sword light sliced cleanly through the water. The man pointed his long sword skyward and leaped into the air. He entered the water, swinging his sword. The sword light traced an arc, accompanied by what sounded like a lion's roar. The girl's hand emerged from the water,
holding a sword made of water in her palm.
Clang! The
longsword and the water sword collided, producing a crisp, melodious sound. Immediately, a massive wave surged from behind the man, forming a pincer attack, yet he remained motionless. As the tide engulfed him, his body transformed into a cluster of illusory cat shadows.
Ha! Is this an illusion? The girl exclaimed in surprise, speaking from within the rushing water.
The man's figure suddenly appeared above her. This time, he wasn't wielding a sword but held a gleaming, cold pistol instead.
This was no ordinary pistol, it could
absorb energy from the body and attach it to the bullets. The bullets in the magazine were made of special materials, each only half the size of a thumb, yet capable of causing
massive explosions. The muzzle spewed fiery flames as the man fired hundreds of rounds within seconds.
During this time, he reloaded once, creating a dense barrage of bullets before
him. This firepower was enough to destroy a 100-meter-tall building.
However, facing this intense attack, the girl simply waved her hand, and the surrounding waves roared to
meet the bullet storm.
The powerful bullets collided with the water currents and were immediately trapped mid-air, unable to advance. The man was clearly unprepared for this scene,
and stared in stunned disbelief.
The girl emerged from the water, her stunningly beautiful face filled with mockery.
"Is this all you've got?" she sneered coldly. The powerful waves instantly coalesced into a massive spear, which roared as it shot toward the man. The overwhelming pressure made the man's face change dramatically. The spear pierced through
his body, and once again, he transformed into a cluster of illusory cat shadows. The spear, however, did not stop. It turned and shot straight toward the ground.
The man reappeared
on the ground, his pupils contracting sharply. The spear carried terrifying power, and he had no way to block it. Just as the spear was about to strike, a golden light suddenly appeared in the air between him and the spear. Upon entering the ruins, Chu Chen felt a sense of disorientation. As the surrounding scenery shifted, the sounds within the ruins
gradually reached him.
Whoosh! A piercing explosion rang out as a massive spear formed from water hurtled toward him. On the other side, a blonde stranger stared at him in shock. His eyes filled with astonishment. Chu Chen had no time to think. The spear, carrying terrifying power, was less than 100 meters away. As the spear struck the area where he stood, a deafening explosion erupted, causing the ground to collapse on a large scale.
Thick smoke obscured the view, leaving only the thunderous roar to quicken everyone's heartbeat.
When the smoke cleared, the crowd saw a dazzling golden light standing tall in the collapsed pit. Chu Chen remained unharmed under the protection of the jade shield.
The man
nearby, who was close enough, was also shielded and narrowly escaped harm. The girl's pupils contracted sharply as she shouted, "Who?" She peered through the yellow shield at the figure that had suddenly appeared. The smoke had not yet dissipated, making the face indistinct, but those golden eyes sent a chill down her spine.
The man who had been saved by Chu Chen also squinted, carefully examining him. Upon recognizing Chu Chen, the man froze. Chu Chen? What? Chu Chen?
The man's words caught the attention of the crowd
behind him, and everyone turned to look at Chu Chen.
Upon recognizing him, they were all stunned.
It's him! That magnificent shield, it must be him. It's really Chu Chen. We have hope now.
The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Chu Chen's appearance had brought them a glimmer of hope amidst despair.
No, was it merely a glimmer? Everyone knew that.
Although this was their first time seeing Chu Chen, the strength he had displayed before was deeply etched in their minds.
The alien race, upon hearing Chu Chen's name, immediately
grew solemn. They were very familiar with Chu Chen, almost everyone knew of him.
Is this a battlefield? Chu Chen looked around in confusion, seeing humans and the alien races
occupying opposing sides, the air thick with the stench of blood.
Humph, Chu Chen? I've heard of your reputation. Today, I want to see if you're really as powerful as they say. A cold voice came from the alien ranks.
A man clad in black armor, his bronze skin resembling cast iron, strode out from the crowd.
Don't act rashly. He's our common enemy. If we have the chance today, let's all attack together. We must take him down.
The Blood Bat Clan man from earlier spoke calmly.
Though he appeared arrogant and flamboyant, his mind was exceptionally meticulous. Chu Chen's status among humans was self-evident.
Killing him here would be a monumental achievement for the myriad races.
Thus, no one cared about the fairness of a one-on-one duel.
They decided to join forces, determined not to give Chu Chen any chance to escape.
At the same time, almost all the alien army immediately mobilized their internal energy.
Multicolored lights and auras radiated from their bodies, and various domains quickly unfolded beneath their feet. Massive magical beasts were summoned, and the aliens had already set up their formation. Behind him, the human crowd was tense and on high alert. Though survival wasn't guaranteed, the vast majority were prepared to fight to the death, otherwise, they would have surrendered long ago. Despite their smaller numbers, they exerted all their strength, unleashing their powers. In an instant, two formidable forces clashed in the heavens and earth, the collision deafening. Although I just arrived here and don't fully understand the situation, logically speaking, I just need to kill all of you, Chu Chen said calmly, rubbing his slightly dizzy forehead from the teleportation. He had just been transported here and was unclear on the details, but the enmity between humans and the alien races was never something easily resolved. As soon as he finished speaking, his originally pale golden eyes suddenly blazed with intense light. A tangible, golden stream of light condensed around him, rapidly sweeping outward in all directions. The natural domain of pressure around him expanded wildly, and the overwhelming sense of oppression instantly made everyone's hearts tighten. This aura is too strong. That's a domain of might. What? A domain of might? Doesn't that require at least star plucking realm strength to form? Could it be that Chu Chen has already reached the star plucking realm? The men nearby and the crowd behind him were momentarily stunned by the supreme pressure emanating from Chu Chen, and a fleeting thought of surrender even crossed their minds. Star plucking realm. Impossible. On the other side, the alien girl and her companions were equally shocked. They couldn't believe that Chu Chen had reached the star plucking realm so quickly. Yet the undeniable pressure made them question their previous understanding. A bunch of fools. This ruin only allows up to the 5th tier. If he were truly in the star-plucking realm, how could he even be here? A dark-skinned alien man in black armor suddenly shouted sharply. As his words fell, an astonishing pressure spread from his body, distorting the air. I think it's just a trick, a bluff. The man's voice was filled with killing intent, but before he could finish speaking, Chu Chen's figure had already vanished. In the man's pupils, a golden light rapidly expanded. Chu Chen, wielding the Chenyan spear, had appeared directly in front of him. The man's brows furrowed, but he quickly reacted. His arms erupted with the power of a colossal elephant, his muscles within swelling violently, veins bulging, each tremor carrying a terrifying force. With a sudden motion, the man gripped the tip of the 1,000-rock spear with both hands. Boom! Light and shadow intertwined, air currents roared, and the collision of two forces tore through the atmosphere. However, it wasn't long before blood began to seep from the man's hands. His arms continued to swell, growing larger and nearing their limit. Agonizing pain surged through him as veins bulged on his forehead, his expression growing increasingly grim. Rip! Before long, the man's massive arms were forcibly torn apart by the spear. The pain spread instantly throughout his entire body, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Taking advantage of the situation, Chu Chen did not relent, thrusting the spear directly toward the man's head. As blood surged like a tide and mist filled the air, the nearby young women and the male bloodbat clansmen reacted immediately, unleashing powerful attacks in an attempt to block Chu Chen. Three mighty forces collided fiercely, and in an instant, the area within several kilometers turned into a desolate wasteland. The rolling tides, carrying a bloody mist, spread madly outward from the center of the attack. Most people were forced to retreat under the oppressive force. The battle was unimaginably devastating. Any ordinary person caught in its midst would face certain death. The torrent of destruction would swallow any daring intruder from other races. For a moment, every human face was filled with anxiety and unease. They couldn't fathom the terrifying power Chu Chen was enduring at the center of this deadly clash. Buzz! Amid the obscured vision caused by the attacks, the sharp sound of the spear cutting through the air instantly drowned out all other noise. A golden pillar of light shot straight into the sky, dyeing the heavens and earth a radiant gold, as if a divine miracle had descended. As the light column appeared, the once violent tides and bloody mist began to recede, revealing the scene within the area once more. Under the tense and expectant gazes of all, Chu Chen remained standing steadily in place, completely unharmed. The spear in his hand had pierced directly through the head of the black-armored man. Bang! In the next instant, the man's head exploded like a watermelon, and his headless body fell heavily to the ground. Blood and filth spurted out from the man's severed head, splashing onto the pristine, flawless jade shield protecting Chu Chen. The once pure barrier was instantly stained with blood. But Chu Chen paid it no mind. With a slight motion, ripples spread across the shield, shattering and dissipating the filth entirely. Using the power of rock elements, he lightly wiped the blood off the spear tip, then swept his gaze toward the approaching alien races, who were gradually forming an encirclement. He spoke calmly, "One by one would be too troublesome, why don't you all come at me together?" Chu Chen swung his spear, and ghostly green winds howled around him, as if composing an earth-shaking battle hymn. Above his head, crimson-purple lightning flickered, its deafening roar echoing like an ancient and heroic symphony reverberating across the world. Scarlet flames intertwined with azure streams of water, transforming into a torrential flow of molten lava that poured out in all directions. The earth trembled, mountains roared, and it felt as though the entire world was cheering for him. This scene shook everyone to their core. They could hardly believe that the protagonist of all this was merely a youth who had just come of age. Is he really someone who only awakened this year? Nobody would believe it, not even me. Truly, in critical moments, extraordinary figures always emerge. This was the legendary genius and authentic prodigy. Shock was written all over the crowd's faces, as they deeply felt the immense gap between individuals. A chilling aura of terror spread across the battlefield, drawing the gaze of all the non-human races to Chu Chen, their faces filled with fear. The weaker ones couldn't help but tremble, as this fear was deeply rooted in their hearts. The once burning fighting spirit began to wane, and many of them harbored thoughts of retreat. However, Chu Chen would not allow them to withdraw so easily. 5 rune-engraved pillars of tranquility instantly rose at the edges of the battlefield, and a golden domain of tranquility rapidly unfolded, covering the ground beneath everyone's feet. This time, the domain's power and range far surpassed what he had unleashed during his battle with the leader-level magical beast. What is this? Those enveloped by the domain shifted from their initial daze to shock. In the non-human camp, the one-horned girl widened her eyes and, after a moment of hesitation, stepped forward. The waters around her began to swirl rapidly, and an overwhelming power surged from within her, forming a hemispherical domain to counter Chu Chen. At the same time, the Bloodbat clan male and several other powerful non-humans unleashed their own formidable auras. Waves of energy clashed violently, creating a stalemate. For the moment, Chu Chen's oppressive force was held at bay, but for those non-humans who had always looked down on humans, this was no cause for pride. After all, these so-called geniuses of their clans were now being suppressed by a human they had scorned. Unfazed by their resistance, Chu Chen waved his hand, and a mass of rocks transformed into weapons, swords, spears, axes, and halberds, floating around him and forming a golden torrent that surged toward the non-humans. Explosions and roars echoed one after another, and flashes of various colors lit up the domain. The Bloodbat clan male evaded Chu Chen's dense attacks, his eyes glowing blood-red as if they could drip blood. With a flick of his fleshy wings, he vanished in an instant. A massive, chilling claw mark tore through the air, and he suddenly appeared before Chu Chen. The claw strike, hundreds of meters long, slashed through the air at lightning speed, colliding fiercely with Chu Chen's shield. "You're from the Bloodbat clan?" Chu Chen fixed his gaze on the attacking male, his eyes surging with killing intent. Their eyes met, and the Bloodbat clan male's heart trembled violently, his prepared attack instantly thrown into disarray. An indescribable fear swept over him, nearly causing him to lose control. Unable to break through the shield, the male found himself vulnerable as Chu Chen seized the opportunity to grab at his wings. Rip! With a tearing sound, Chu Chen forcibly ripped the wings from the male's back. Ah! The excruciating pain elicited a blood-curdling scream from the male. Bang! In the next moment, Chu Chen delivered a fierce kick to the side of the male's body, producing a dull thud. The bones on that side shattered instantly, and the male was sent flying like a projectile, crashing heavily. Boom! Several powerful attacks exploded simultaneously around Chu Chen, and the immense impact instantly shattered the ground into countless fragments. Flames spread like a tide within the domain, quickly engulfing Chu Chen's figure. Immediately after, a large number of magical beasts and alien races swarmed forward, unwilling to give Chu Chen any chance to catch his breath, roaring as they unleashed their strongest attacks. Some of the alien races clearly mastered powerful summoning techniques, as various monsters continuously emerged from the ground and sky to join the battle. They intended to overwhelm Chu Chen with sheer numbers. However, most of the weaker monsters turned to ash under the resonance of the domain before they could even approach him. At this moment, Chu Chen saw that the surroundings were completely obscured by a curtain of light, and the beast tide. With a casual wave of his hand, 5 different colored energies flew out from his body, transforming into 5 yakshas that began a full-scale sweep. The ground rumbled as massive rock ridges and towering Chen Yin troops appeared one after another, instantly annihilating the majority of
The oncoming beast tide.
Chu Chen refrained from summoning the Ruochuo Dragon King for now, as maintaining such a vast domain was already
consuming significant energy.
The situation was still under his control, and he needed to conserve his strength for summoning the celestial star. The assistance of the Yakshas and Chen Yen troops quickly turned the tide of the battle. The strongest individuals among the alien races were all preoccupied with besieging Chu Chen, leaving their subordinates completely outmatched. Crash! Water suddenly spread beneath Chu Chen's feet as the horned maiden from earlier made her move again, manipulating the ever-changing water currents to launch continuous
assaults on him. Binding of the giant tree. A furious shout came from behind. A massive alien creature, as large as a mountain, opened its
enormous mouth, from which countless thick vines and trees swayed out, weaving into a net that tightly bound Chu Chen's shield in an attempt
to restrict his movements.
Chu Chen exerted a bit of force and immediately felt the vines outside his shield were unusually sturdy and heavy,
with an astonishingly concentrated power that temporarily limited his actions. Now this is more like it.
Chu Chen remained unperturbed. The Jade Zhang shield instantly erupted into golden light, and the immense power directly blasted the seemingly indestructible vines into
ashes.
On the other side, seeing the shield disappear, the horned maiden's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly drove a massive wave to
crash toward Chu Chen.
The speed and force were overwhelming, clearly indicating that the maiden had been waiting for this opportunity for
a long time.
Chu Chen had no time to set up a new shield, but the scattered elemental particles within the domain quickly gathered around him, instantly forming a new layer of protection. This caught the maiden off guard. The massive wave struck the new shield, and although it was not as sturdy as the Jade Zhang shield and was shattered instantly, it successfully blocked the attack, leaving Chu Chen unharmed.
The maiden stared in shock as Chu Chen suddenly vanished.
He had already appeared behind the alien creature that had summoned the vines, targeting the opponent skilled in control.
To his surprise, the massive creature was incredibly fast, disappearing in an instant and fleeing several hundred meters away.
At the same time, tens of thousands of monsters of various shapes and sizes surged from all directions, converging
like a black vortex in an attempt to engulf Chu Chen. Move aside. Chu Chen neither attacked nor defended, speaking calmly. As soon as
the words left his mouth, the ground beneath him trembled violently. Massive cracks crisscrossed and spread, collapsing like rolling earth.
Dragons.
Thick dust was swept up by a fierce wind, accompanied by the resonance of the domain spreading once again.
All the monsters standing
on the ground were swallowed into the abyss. The offensive on the battlefield seemed to pause momentarily. The alien races immediately ceased their attacks, retreating to a distance and observing from afar. The battle had just ended, and Chu Chen stood firm, unscathed, holding
his gun.
On the other side, the alien forces had instantly lost more than half their troops.
Behind them, those aliens who had initially
intended to fight fiercely now had twitching expressions, with some already prepared to face death. But now it seemed that the calm young man before them didn't need their help at all.
Perhaps, in his eyes, these people recklessly joining the battlefield were nothing but a burden?
Chu Chen stared at the distant aliens and suddenly took a gentle step forward.
Interestingly, the remaining enemies simultaneously stepped back. Chu Chen stepped forward again, and the aliens retreated once more.
One step forward, one step back, one step forward, one step
back. This tense standoff played out exceptionally vividly within the ruins.
In the desert fortress, Xia Minghong's face was serious as he hurried to the door of Xiang Hanhai's office. He was eager to push the door open directly, but a layer of energy shield covered the door,
preventing anyone from entering without the occupant's permission.
Xia Minghong sighed helplessly and pressed the doorbell.
"Old comrade,
come in." Xiang Hanhai's lazy voice came from inside. The shield on the door automatically lifted, and Xia Minghong pushed the door open. Inside, Xiang Hanhai had reclined his office chair flat, wearing sunglasses and basking in the sunlight streaming through the window. "You?" Xia Minghong rushed forward, but before he could finish speaking, Xiang Hanhai interrupted him with a chuckle.
"I know why you're here. Don't worry. I hope my relaxed demeanor can put you at ease. Have some tea first."
Xiang Hanhai gestured to the tea already prepared on the table.
Chu Chen was swallowed by the divine ruins. "You didn't stop him, did you deliberately let him go in?" Xia Minghong asked in a low voice. "The divine ruins are both a treasure and a trap.
Awakened ones who enter can rapidly improve and find rare materials and treasures, but if they're not careful, they might stay inside forever," Xiang Hanhai explained.
Calmly.
Precisely because the divine ruins are unstable, we've set up barriers around the fortress to prevent the ruins from appearing randomly and to protect warriors and students from being swallowed. But, Xia Minghong took a deep breath and continued, the barrier can't protect the demon cavern.
Anyone who enters the demon cavern risks being swallowed by the ruins. I thought you wouldn't let Chu Chen take that risk.
There's no need to worry.
The divine ruins have level
restrictions to prevent encounters with enemies far beyond his strength.
Aside from that risk, I don't see any other threats, Xiang. Han Hai replied indifferently. It's still a bit risky.
Yes, but growth always requires risk. Trust him, Xiang Han Hai said as he stood
up and stretched.
Since you're here, come with me. He took off his sunglasses and tidied his slightly messy hair.
Where are we going?
The training camp has been running for nearly a month, and a delegation is coming to inspect the students' performance.
As the host, you need to welcome them.
Xian Hanhai walked straight to the door, his gaze carrying a hint of solemnity. The wind rose, clouds churned, and the sun gradually set. Inside the ruins, the sky grew darker. Around Chu Chun, rock elements and crystal butterflies swirled
and danced.
Though night was falling, his aura grew even stronger, shining with golden light, burning like the blazing sun.
To hold off an army alone, and at such a young age.
This is insane, someone in the crowd murmured, bowing their head in awe.
Suddenly, a person
stepped forward, dropped to their knees, and shouted with all their might, Chu Chen,
please kill all these damned aliens. Let them know
that humanity is not a weak race to be trampled upon. Before Chu Chen appeared, they had personally witnessed how those self-proclaimed superior alien races oppressed and slaughtered them. In a world like this, weakness was a disadvantage. But their weakness did not mean
humanity was weak.
Centuries of war, humanity surviving the invasion of myriad races, proved that humans were far from fragile.
He hated it.
Hated his own powerlessness that brought shame to humanity, hated the enemies who rampaged before his eyes, killing his companions. While he was unable to resist, the anger suppressed in his chest erupted with this shout. His words were like sparks, igniting the emotions of those around him. Although they were strangers from different countries, at this moment, their hearts were completely aligned.
Yes, we may be weak, but humanity is not fragile. Mr. Chu Chen, please help us win respect for humanity. More voices followed, shouting, Chu Chen, vindicate humanity for us.
Let those self-proclaimed superior beings see what true strength is.
That's right. If you can't utterly dominate an era, can you even call yourself strong? Please, show them. Chu Chen. Chu Chen.
The voices grew louder,
merging into a torrent.
Centuries of hatred and unwillingness were completely ignited at this moment. Their shouts were like a mountain's
roar and a sea's surge, shaking the heavens and earth.
The energy within everyone resonated with the sound, their fighting spirit stronger than ever, sweeping across the world like a storm, even causing the air to tremble. The alien races, initially shocked by Chu Chen's strength, were now even more astonished. From those they once looked down upon as ants, they now saw an unyielding fighting spirit.
All right. Chu Chen nodded heavily.
The shouts of the crowd behind him made his blood boil as well. This was the battlefield. A place forged
by blood and fire.
With this burning conviction behind him, the primal passion within everyone was ignited.
Each person was a spark, and together they formed a wildfire.
It was both a response to the crowd's expectations and a shared desire among all. With his voice, his
aura became even more terrifying than before, and the earth trembled with his emotions.
A fierce killing intent instantly filled the
entire domain.
The 5 yakshas transformed once again into 5 streams of energy of different colors, converging above Chu Chen's head,
forming the phantoms of strange and mythical beasts.
The golden rock soared high, the thunder serpent roared with lightning, the heart ape exuded a deep and resonant power, the spiral shell surged like ocean waves, and the fire rat blazed with crimson flames.
This magnificent scene was awe-inspiring. Run!
The unicorn girl turned pale. Seeing this display, her heart was devoid of any will to fight, and she was the first to flee into the distance.
None of you are leaving.
With a wave of Chu Chen's hand, countless rocky spines shot up from the ground, interlocking to form sturdy cages that trapped all the fleeing alien races.
The dense mass of alien warriors exploded into blood mist in fragments on the ground and in the air.
From afar, it looked like fireworks igniting in the sky, beautiful yet deadly. Seeing the unicorn girl fleeing first, Chu Chen summoned the 1,000 rock spear to hover beside him.
With a wave of his hand, a longbow appeared. He aimed in the direction of the girl's escape, drawing the bow with immense power. Buzz. A deafening sound tore through the
air as a golden arrow shot from the longbow, carrying overwhelming force, imbued with all the attack bonuses of his domain and equipment. The girl had already flown tens of thousands of meters away. With only the howling wind in her ears, she felt Chu Chen's presence growing more distant, and her heart relaxed slightly. But immediately after, a terrifying aura surged from behind her. "Who?" the girl exclaimed in shock. Turning around, she saw a beam of golden light rapidly approaching. The golden light was so dazzling that she could barely keep her eyes open. Without time to think, she instinctively summoned all her strength to conjure powerful walls of water behind her. However, the golden light traced a strange arc, bypassing the water walls and charging straight at her. The golden light, carrying an overwhelming force, drew closer and closer. Panicked, the girl desperately controlled the water walls to block its pursuit. Boom! The golden light collided with the water walls, shattering them instantly. Without any resistance, the golden light continued its trajectory toward her. The golden light pierced through her body effortlessly. She felt a sharp pain, her consciousness fading, until she dissolved into a mist of blood. On the battlefield, blood flowed like rivers, leaving no trace of bones or bodies behind. Chu Chen watched as the sky filled with fireworks bursting apart, and the experience points surged rapidly. The numbers climbed so fast they seemed to drag tails behind them. Before long, less than 1/10 of the once numerous alien forces remained. Witnessing this overwhelming massacre, most people clenched their fists. This was a true peerless genius. From Chu Chen, they saw humanity's hope. Just as Chu Chen was immersed in the ding-ding sound of rapidly increasing experience points, a roar suddenly echoed from the distant horizon. Roar. The sound was earth-shattering, drowning out the screams of the alien forces on the battlefield. At the same time, a powerful oppressive force surged toward Chu Chen. Boom! Two waves of pressure collided, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. The previously jubilant crowd frowned, clearly sensing the immense power emanating from the roar. Like Chu Chen, they felt an unimaginable pressure. Chu Chen's expression turned serious as he looked toward the source of the sound. A faint red light appeared on the horizon, growing brighter and rushing toward him at great speed. As the red light approached, the surrounding area was bathed in crimson. The fluctuations of its immense power became increasingly evident as the distance closed. Boom! The red light suddenly arrived in front of Chu Chen, and the deafening explosion caused the ground to collapse. Chu Chen swung his Chen-Yen spear, swiftly positioning it in front of himself. The two forces clashed violently, instantly generating a fierce air current that spread outward in layers of blood-red ripples. Amid the surrounding roar, a faint sound of surprise came from within the light. Bang! The stalemate didn't last long before the light was forced back by Chu Chen. As the radiance gradually dissipated, it revealed a massive, humanoid figure. His skin was a dark golden hue, with two horns atop his head, and his entire body exuded a surging aura of bloodlust. His scarlet eyes locked onto Chu Chen, brimming with violent, killing intent. "Chu Chen? I've heard your name for a long time and wanted to see for myself how strong you really are. But you've been hiding on Blue Star all this time," the figure said coldly, his voice deep and resonant, carrying the characteristic arrogance of the alien races. He glanced around at the defeated alien forces, then sneered disdainfully. "Don't think killing a few useless weaklings is impressive. Humans are nothing more than prey in our eyes. Who are you?" Chu Chen asked calmly. "I come from one of the 10 great royal clans, the Titan Force Clan. My name is Wu Kuwei." "We are not to be compared with those minor clans," Wu Kuwei declared, his pride evident as he spoke the words 10 great royal clans. Chu Chen nodded lightly. He had indeed heard of the 10 great royal clans. They were the 10 strongest groups among all races. No wonder the power emanating from Wu Kuwei far surpassed that of those other alien geniuses before. "Don't ask me why I'm giving you such a detailed introduction, perhaps it's just a bit of mercy for the dead." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Kuwei's figure flickered, and a muffled sound came from his hands. A blood-red halo enveloped his entire body as his vitality erupted violently. He used no fancy techniques, his attacks were direct and simple, relying purely on brute force to crush everything. In the blink of an eye, his massive fist slammed toward Chu Chen, carrying scorching flames that tore through the air. Chu Chen clearly saw the disdainful smirk at the corner of Wu Kuwei's mouth. His entire body radiated golden light as rock elements gathered in his hands.
unleashing an unshakable force akin to a mountain. As he swung his fist, a faint dragon's roar echoed through the air. Upon hearing the dragon's roar and sensing the sudden surge of energy within Chu Chen, Wu Kuei's expression changed slightly. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming pressure that made him want to submit. Though it lasted only a fleeting moment, it was enough to slow his attack by half a beat. Boom! The collision erupted again, and this time, the power of both sides was several times stronger than before. Energy surged wildly through the air until the two separated once more. Chu Chen remained steady, forcing Wu Kuei back. The relaxed expression on Wu Kuei's face was gone. He blinked slightly, his eyelids twitching. This time, in a true clash of strength, he felt the indestructible power of Chu Chen. Now, he dared not show the slightest carelessness. Although he had always looked down on humans, he wouldn't let his guard down when facing a truly formidable opponent. Ha! Wu Kuei sneered coldly, opening his fist and then suddenly clenching it again. The sound of a thunderous heartbeat echoed as his body expanded dramatically. His aura intensified sharply, and sharp claws grew from the back of his hands, resembling blades. Chu Chen had no doubt that these claws could easily slice a small mountain into pieces. At this moment, Wu Kuei revealed his true power form. That punch earlier was just my normal state. This time, let's see if you can still block it. The setting sun had completely disappeared, yet the world did not darken. Chu Chen's golden radiance and Wu Kuei's crimson, blood-like glow dyed the heavens and earth in two starkly contrasting colors. Chu Chen withdrew his realm of tranquility, preparing to channel more energy into his body. Wu Kuei's massive hands suddenly swung out, his claws tearing through the air to create claw marks hundreds of meters high, striking toward Chu Chen. Faced with this terrifying blow, Chu Chen neither dodged nor counterattacked. He simply stood there, coldly, watching the claw marks that seemed to rip the sky apart. The massive shadow enveloped Chu Chen, and the ground instantly collapsed into a deep pit. The soaring dust obscured the view, and people in the distance could barely breathe under the sheer force of the strike. As the dust gradually settled, the golden light remained suspended in place. Wu Kuei's face showed disbelief. He had thought that this move would at least severely injure Chu Chen. Yet, to his astonishment, Chu Chen stood there without a single scratch. Chu Chen stared at the jade shield in front of him. Having absorbed the energy from the previous strike, the shield's surface began to emit a layer of blood-red light, pulsating as if it were burning flames. Actually, I've never used my full strength, Chu Chen said with a smile. In an instant, his entire body shot toward Wu Kuei like a meteor. Although Wu Kuei's reaction was fairly quick, his speed was far inferior to Chu Chen's, and he was soon caught up. Buzz! A soft sound echoed, and Wu Kuei's massive body involuntarily trembled, a trace of disbelief flashing in his eyes. That strike just now, I will return it tenfold. As Chu Chen's voice fell, the jade zhang shield suddenly exploded, and a powerful and terrifying crimson gold airflow erupted, directly blasting Wu Kuei away. Wu Kuei tumbled and crawled back several hundred meters before barely stabilizing himself, his eyes wide open, his chest throbbing with intense pain. Although his robust body and last-moment defense prevented the attack from causing significant damage, the searing pain and the chilling aura that made him shudder left him deeply unsettled. If he were struck carelessly, the consequences would undoubtedly be far more severe. Before he could react, several golden beams carrying immense pressure attacked from all directions. Wu Kuei couldn't dodge and had no choice but to brace himself, using his defensive skills to block. As the beams approached, he finally saw clearly that they concealed various weapons within. Boom! 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 A series of continuous explosions resounded as all the attacks were blocked by his protective shield, failing to break through. Just as Wu Kuei breathed a sigh of relief, a dazzling spear light suddenly descended from the sky, striking directly at the top of his head. This strike was extraordinary, and Wu Kuei knew his shield alone couldn't withstand it. He immediately raised his hand to block the spear's point of impact. Clang! A piercing collision sound rang out, and Wu Kuei felt an unbearable weight pressing down on him, his body instantly stiffening. Then, several crisp cracking sounds followed. His claws had been severed. Roar! Wu Kuei roared, using all his strength to push back the pressure above him, then retreated frantically. Staring at his severed claws, the clean cuts were blaringly sharp. At this moment, Chu Chen, holding his spear, charged at him again, and a new jade zhang shield instantly formed. Wu Kuei
immediately sensed that his defensive power had significantly weakened compared to before. The tip of the Chenyan spear trembled violently, unleashing a ferocious aura. Clawless, Wu Kuwei could only focus his strength on gripping with both hands, attempting to seize the spear. Chu Chen swept his spear, carving a slender golden line through the heavens and earth. Wu Kuwei's pupils contracted sharply, and his thunderous roar shook the skies as a blood-red glow condensed into a sturdy shield around him. Bang! His hands collided with the Chenyan spear once more, shattering the golden line in his grasp. However, his massive body was struck as if by lightning, slamming heavily into the ground. Before Wu Kuwei could land, Chu Chen swung his spear again, unleashing a golden spear light that swept across the ground. Rumble! In an instant, a 1,000-meter-long trench running north to south appeared on the ground. At the moment the chasm formed, Wu Kuwei, enduring the excruciating pain, shifted his position, narrowly avoiding it by a hair's breadth. Drenched in cold sweat, he found himself completely on the defensive. Always relying on brute strength to solve problems, he had finally encountered an opponent stronger than himself today. Wu Kuwei raised his head to look at Chu Chen in the sky. For the first time, he was gazing up at a human. His body tensed, and the unwillingness in his heart transformed into rage, as he let out an earth-shattering screech. In an instant, the screech shattered like a silver bottle breaking, followed by countless similar screeches erupting simultaneously around him. Layer upon layer of sound waves surged into the sky, causing the air in this realm to tremble violently. The crowd, who had been keeping their distance, screamed in terror and dropped to the ground, the eerie sound making them feel as if they were being pricked by needles. Those who could still move immediately activated their internal energy, dragging the immobilized ones to even safer areas farther away. The situation had become extremely dangerous, with the intensity of the battle far exceeding what either side could endure. Massive portals of light appeared around Wu Kuwei, resembling gateways, from which a torrent of black, wave-like monster soldiers surged forth. Upon closer inspection, each of these soldiers was burly, with muscles more developed than those of bodybuilding champions. Their hands bore enormous claws similar to Wu Kuwei's, and their bodies exuded an oppressive aura of death. Chu Chen hadn't expected that this seemingly brute force-oriented individual would possess summoning abilities, and the soldiers he summoned were far more imposing than the ordinary alien soldiers encountered before. So this was one of the 10 royal clans? They were indeed far superior to other alien races, each with formidable trump cards. What was even stranger was that these massive monsters had a pair of fleshy wings on their backs, but the wings were completely disproportionate to their bodies. When fully spread, they were no larger than half an arm, making them look particularly stingy. However, after being summoned by Wu Kuwei, these monsters did not immediately attack Chu Chen. Instead, under his command, they flapped their small wings and began to circle rapidly around Wu Kuwei. The densely packed monsters formed a cluster, completely obscuring Wu Kuwei's massive figure. From a distance, it looked like a black tornado rising between heaven and earth. Centered on Wu Kuwei, the area within several hundred meters became a death-laden forbidden zone. Even Chu Chen dared not act recklessly. Blood-red light flickered within the dark swarm of monsters, and it was clear that the bodies of the monsters were rapidly shriveling and falling to the ground, as if their energy had been drained. Boom! Finally, with a deafening explosion, countless charred bones shot out from the tornado. Scorching heat of thousands of degrees and violent air currents raged, reducing more monsters to ashes. At the center of the explosion, Wu Kuwei's figure stood silently amidst the towering flames. His injuries were healing rapidly, and even the claws that had been severed earlier regrew, now larger and gleaming with a dark golden luster. Wu Kuwei's already massive body swelled further, his muscles bulging abruptly. Dark golden exoskeletons burst forth from his muscles, encasing his flesh and forming an indestructible armor. The overwhelming aura he emitted compressed the surrounding air, and a sense of danger surged in Chu Chen's heart. Narrowing his eyes, Chu Chen stared at the powerfully transformed Wu Kuwei and murmured to himself, "So he strengthens himself by devouring other life forms? But this power shouldn't last long, otherwise he wouldn't have waited until now to use it." The enhanced Wu Kuwei opened his mouth wide and roared, "Die!" The word "die" carried an immense, oppressive force. Then, with a powerful push of his legs, he launched himself like a cannonball toward Chu Chen. This attack was more than twice as strong as before, on an entirely different level of power. In an instant, Chu Chen was engulfed by the surging red light. Bang! A thunderous explosion echoed, and shockwaves swept across the land. The ground in the area was severely fractured, riddled with pits and cracks. A fierce wind whipped up thick dust, scattering it in all directions.
Chu Chen's figure, glowing faintly with
golden light, retreated rapidly.
"Ha ha, finally, I've got you on the ropes."
Wu Kuei laughed triumphantly as he saw Chu Chen being forced back. But what he didn't know was that the collision just now was actually Chu Chen feigning weakness.
Chu Chen had a new idea in mind, and wanted to test out an ability.
"Wu Kuei, you are indeed powerful now. It seems that today, one of us must die," Chu Chen said coldly.
"Enough nonsense. The one who dies will definitely be you."
Wu Kuei's eyes flashed with a fierce light, his confidence soaring after the
previous strike.
"In that case, do you dare to make a life and death pact with me?" Chu Chen's eyes glimmered as he continued.
"Humph. Even without a pact, you will die."
Wu Kuei roared in fury, his body swelling as he launched another punch, carrying terrifying energy that
shook the heavens.
Chu Chen vanished in an instant, no longer engaging head-on. He wanted to force Wu Kuei to agree verbally.
"Are you afraid?"
Chu Chen dodged a punch and swung his spear, leaving a golden streak. The strike didn't injure Wu Kuei, but the pain made him
frown. "Damned insect, what would I be afraid of?"
Wu Kuei grew even more enraged, which was exactly what Chu Chen wanted.
Anger would cloud his judgment.
"In that case, one of us must die in this battle today. The loser, no matter where they flee, cannot escape the punishment
of death. Do you dare to agree?"
Chu Chen said, his eyes revealing the faint shadow of a black gold long blade.
Seizing the moment,
when Wu Kuei punched again, he thrust his spear, causing Wu Kuei immense pain.
"Damned ant. So what if I agree? Today, I will tear you to pieces."
The repeated attacks and pain ignited Wu Kuei's fury, and he roared his agreement. What he failed to notice was that the moment he agreed, a golden square pattern, briefly an invisible fear spread through Wu Kuei's heart, but the fear quickly turned into anger. Instinctively, he unleashed even greater power, pressing both hands against the jade shield and continuously injecting immense force.
Violent
ripples surged across the shield's surface, and with the sound of crack, signs of shattering began to appear.
Just as Wu Kuei was
about to shatter the shield in one blow and pierce Chu Chen's chest with his claws, a splash of ink-like blood burst into the air. The dark golden skeletal armor on one side of his body was neatly severed, and the flesh on one side of his abdomen was mangled.
The
excruciating pain ignited his fury, and he launched a frenzied assault on Chu Chen. However, the disparity in strength was immense. The jade shield erupted in an instant, and the overwhelming force brought Wu Kuei to his senses. He quickly deployed various defensive measures, layering barriers of different colors and skeletal armor in front of him.
Although he managed to block the attack, the tremendous impact
still sent Wu Kuei reeling backward violently. Ugh! A large amount of fresh blood spewed from his mouth as the force of the impact
pulverized a nearby rocky hill.
His once proud skeletal armor suffered severe damage, leaving him no time to react as thousands of weapons rained down from the sky, trailing dazzling golden light that illuminated the darkened heavens. Each weapon was aimed at Wu Kuei, transforming into a torrential flood that surged toward him. Gritting his teeth, Wu Kuei regained his composure, realizing that impulsiveness was futile. He began to dodge at high speed, swiftly moving among the rocks to evade each streak of golden light. With a roar of rage, he soared into the sky once more, gathering a blood-red energy mass that hurtled toward Chu Chen like a meteor crashing into the sun. Yet, when he saw Chu Chen's burning eyes, fear surged in his heart again. He had intended to end the battle in one decisive move, but at the critical moment, he lost his courage. Boom! Wu Kuei plummeted heavily from a height of 100 meters, his massive body crashing into the ground with an earth-shattering roar. The once flat terrain was obliterated, and an irregular crater hundreds of meters wide
rapidly spread, with cracked spider webbing outward.
Yet, one had to admire the resilience of the Titan Force clan. Despite his severe injuries, Wu Kuei quickly regained mobility, the bloodstains in the crater starkly visible.
The wounds on his back visibly healed, and he
swung his dark golden claws, channeling all his power into them. The blades of his claws instantly expanded dozens of times, their edges
gleaming with a blood-red light.
Strange patterns shimmered as the enormous claws blotted out the sky, enveloping Chu Chen entirely.
Without a doubt, this was Wu Kuei's most powerful strike.
A deafening explosion erupted from the center of the claws, the massive shockwave distorting the surrounding air violently. Wu Kuei's eyes burned with fury as he raised his hands high, the flames of his rage surging once
Morin engulfing the claws in a frenzied blaze. Finally, he swung the claws with all his might, unleashing claw marks thousands of meters long that tore through space, hurtling straight toward Chu Chen. Before the massive claw marks, Chu Chen appeared incredibly small. Yet his expression remained unusually calm. Suddenly, the thousand-rock spear in his hand erupted with a thunderous roar, and golden spear light rapidly spread outward. Chu Chen gently ran his fingers along the spear's shaft before hurling it with force. The moment the spear left his hand, it began to expand rapidly. At the same time, 3 small celestial stars followed closely behind. The spear transformed into a golden meteor streaking across the night sky, with the 3 small stars orbiting it and trailing 3 brilliant streams of light. In an instant, starlight illuminated the heavens, and the 2 immense forces clashed in the air, their friction and collision seemingly ready to unleash a cataclysmic power at any moment. Boom! The pitch-black night sky was illuminated by a blinding curtain of light, as if the entire world was engulfed in white brilliance, making it impossible to look directly. Chaotic explosions and flames raged across the sky, countless fragments of meteoric iron scattering in all directions. Buzz! The entire heavens and earth seemed to tremble violently, and everything caught in the shockwave disintegrated and collapsed in an instant. Waves of immense energy poured out continuously, forming a terrifying energy storm that swept across the land. Chu Chen looked up, his entire being enveloped by the curtain of light. Facing this merciless impact, his eyes gleamed with a golden brilliance even more dazzling than the white light. In an instant, the heavens and earth seemed to be torn apart, countless remnants of power converging into chaotic currents that spread in all directions. The deafening explosions echoed endlessly until the light gradually faded. Within a radius of dozens of miles, the area had turned into a wasteland. At the center of the explosion, the clouds in the sky had completely vanished, and the mountains and rocks on the ground were leveled. As for Wu Kuei, his presence could no longer be found in this realm. But Chu Chen knew very well that his opponent had not perished in the earlier clash, as his experience bar showed no changes. Taking advantage of the obscuring light, he realized that Wu Kuei had conceded defeat and fled quietly. Chu Chen's gaze remained calm as he slowly descended to the ground. This battle was undoubtedly his victory. According to the contract between the two, the loser was to die. However, Wu Kuei, as the defeated party, chose to flee, blatantly violating the contract. And the price of breaking the contract was singular death. Chu Chen wondered how the contract would punish the violator. Buzz, accompanied by a low hum, a golden light appeared out of thin air. It was the black gold blade of Zhifeng. As soon as it emerged, it transformed into a golden beam of judgment, shooting straight into the sky. The sudden appearance of the long blade caused Chu Chen to pause slightly. He watched as the golden light pierced through the clouds, carving a rift in the air. On the other side of the rift lay a resplendent starry sky. The blade of Zhifeng then dove into the rift, which quickly sealed shut, as if it had never existed. Did it traverse space? Chu Chen murmured in surprise. In this space, he could no longer sense the blade of Zhifeng's presence, as if it had vanished entirely. In a certain part of the void battlefield beyond Blue Star, the once tranquil cosmos was disrupted by a streak of golden light. No one knew where this light had come from, it seemed to appear out of nowhere. The stationed personnel noticed it, but before they could react, the light flashed and disappeared, continuing to fly in a certain direction. At the same time, several powerful auras approached from different directions, chasing after the golden light. However, their speed was far inferior. These individuals hailed from various nations and were all divine-level experts. The immense energy carried by the golden light instantly put them on high alert. Before long, they were left far behind, helplessly watching as the golden light turned into a speck and eventually vanished from sight. What was that thing? No idea, it appeared out of nowhere. The energy it carried was overwhelming. I doubt we could stop it even if we caught up. Indeed, very strange. Thankfully, it left our territory. It seems to be heading toward the alien race's domain. The group exchanged glances. Even as divine-level experts, they were powerless against the golden light. At that moment, voices echoed from the depths of the starry galaxy. That golden light carries the power of laws, it cannot be forcibly intercepted. My prediction is that it is heading toward the planet where the Titan Force clan is stationed. The voices came from the depths of the Milky Way, yet no figures could be seen. Heading toward the Titan Force clan? Could it be the action of the 10 great royal clans? Impossible.
That golden light is filled with killing intent. It doesn't seem like a retrieval, it feels more like it's here to kill. That light is aggressive, targeting the alien race. Interesting. Finally, a voice tinged with amusement said, "Perhaps we have a good show to watch." In the star domain of the allied forces of the myriad races, on a planet stationed by the Titan Force Clan, a spatial rift suddenly appeared in the air. Moments later, Wu Kuei stumbled out of the rift. At this moment, he was covered in blood. If it weren't for the treasure in his hand, which forcibly broke the restrictions of the low-level ruins and teleported him back to reality, he might have been trapped inside forever this time. Wu Kuei? What happened? He had returned to a military stronghold of the Titan Force Clan. As a genius of the clan, his appearance immediately attracted the attention of many around him. A group of people hurriedly gathered, their faces full of anxiety. "Quick, call for a healer." Seeing Wu Kuei on the verge of death, everyone shouted nervously. Suddenly, the air twisted, and an elder of the Titan Force Clan at the divine rank appeared. "Wu Kuei, how could a low-level ruin injure you like this? You even used the life-saving teleportation array I gave you?" The elder's face was full of shock and disbelief. "Teacher." Wu Kuei struggled to speak, but the elder waved his hand to interrupt him. "Don't speak. Let me save you first." With that, the elder acted immediately. Intense life energy surged from his hands, and Wu Kuei's battered body began to recover rapidly. Feeling life gradually returning to him, Wu Kuei finally let out a sigh of relief. But before he could relax, in the distant sky, a golden phantom descended from the heavens, dragging the blade of severing peaks. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the land, causing the ground to quake and mountains to tremble. "What is that?" The members of the Titan Force Clan cried out in shock as they witnessed the scene and felt the terrifying power within. Both Wu Kuei and the elder healing him turned pale instantly. Their eyes narrowed sharply as they stared in horror at the sky above. The long blade, symbolizing judgment, was rapidly descending toward them. The golden light even reflected in Wu Kuei's eyes. A familiar fear surged in Wu Kuei's heart. He could actually sense Chu Chen's presence within that golden light. "No, no, he's here, he's here!" He screamed in panic like a madman. "Don't be afraid. This is the territory of our Titan Force Clan. I want to see who dares to come." The elder's eyes flashed with anger as divine-level power erupted from him. He charged fiercely toward the blade of severing peaks. At this moment, all eyes were fixed on the blade of severing peaks. No one noticed the nearly invisible thread connecting the blade's edge to Wu Kuei's heart. The elder roared, and his divine-level power instantly enveloped the entire military district, forming an indestructible defensive barrier. Immediately after, his body began to expand rapidly. Armor-like scales covered him from head to toe, and a pair of steel-like giant wings unfolded from his back, shading half the sky. The elder's body swelled till hundreds of meters tall. Dark golden bones extended from within him, forming a terrifying external battle armor. His aura surged, causing the heavens and earth to change color. At this moment, he resembled a demonic god capable of tearing the sky apart and shattering the earth. The residual power he emitted made Wu Kuei and the surrounding warriors tremble in their hearts. What's even more shocking is the sheer ferocity of the old man's displayed power, as if he were fighting a desperate battle to the death. What kind of attack could make a god tier expert so tense? No one knew the truth, but the old man's heart was already thundering like a storm. From the golden, radiant long blade, he felt an insurmountable, terrifying force. Activate the military district's defensive barrier immediately. Spare no energy. Even if it means depleting all reserves, we must block it, the old man commanded loudly. The surrounding warriors responded swiftly, and another blood-red defensive barrier rose, fully encircling the military district in front of the old man's shield. Soon, powerful auras emerged from all directions. High-ranking experts of the nearby Titan Force Clan, each no weaker than the heaven-opening realm. They, too, had sensed the threat of the distant golden light and rushed over at once. "What's going on? Someone dares to attack us?" As the light in the sky drew closer, an inexplicable fear surged in everyone's hearts. "Stop wasting time. Attack with all your might and help me block this wave of assault," the old man roared. As the golden light approached, the oppressive force overhead grew stronger, and the old man's emotions began to spiral out of control. As soon as he finished speaking, the others dared not hesitate. They quickly heightened Their auras set up defensive barriers and guarded the military district's perimeter. Then, they formed a formation, channeling all their energy into the God-tier elder. Witnessing this, others in the area were stunned. They couldn't fathom what kind of enemy could force these high-ranking experts to go all out. Everyone understood that the situation was extremely dangerous, and even the strongest among them might not be able to withstand it. A deep fear spread through their hearts. We can't just sit here and wait for it to strike. Everyone else, launch your attacks with everything you've got, the old man shouted sternly. As soon as he spoke, a barrage of dense, multicolored, and powerful attacks erupted from all directions, converging into a massive light screen that surged upward toward the golden, radiant long blade. But it was all in vain. Despite the astonishing power and density of the attacks, they were like raindrops against paper when they struck the blade, instantly torn apart. The long blade howled as it descended, its speed noticeably slowing after entering the Titan Force clan's territory. Death itself is not terrifying, what's truly terrifying is the wait for death. During this time, the condemned endure endless despair and fear, a torment that cuts into their souls like countless small blades. No matter how they struggle, scream, or plead for mercy, they can only watch helplessly as judgment draws closer step by step. In the end, they come to understand that no matter how unwilling they are, death is inevitable. Only then do violators truly feel the punishment they deserve. I'll try to stall it. A heaven-opening Realm Titan Force clan member stepped forward, and in an instant, countless silver lights burst around him, intertwining and flying toward the long blade. At that moment, time around them seemed to slow. The light screen attacks in the sky also became sluggish. Apart from the God-tier elder, everyone else appeared to move in slow motion. Yet the long blade remained unaffected, piercing straight through every obstacle in its path at the same speed, rapidly closing the distance between it and them. Damn it! It's useless! The Titan warrior's face turned pale. He hurriedly withdrew his power and channeled it into the elder's body. Time resumed its normal flow as the blade of peak severance began to touch the first defensive barrier. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed. Everyone desperately hoped it was the long blade above their heads that had broken. But things did not go as they wished. The blade of peak severance easily broke through the first line of defense, followed by the second, the third. A series of shattering sounds reverberated as all the defensive barriers collapsed in an instant. People began to doubt whether these energy barriers had any effect at all. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the long blade finally struck the elder. This time, the blade of peak severance did not bypass him as effortlessly as before, its speed visibly slowed. Although the blade of peak severance could ignore levels and directly attack, its base power depended on the strength of the violator. Currently, the violator, Wu Kuei, was only at the 5th tier Dao Si realm, so the blade's power was not particularly high. If the violator had been a god-tier powerhouse from the start, the blade of peak severance's power would have instantly risen to that level. However, base power was just the foundation. It did not mean the blade couldn't break through the defenses of a god-tier powerhouse. What ultimately allowed it to transcend time and space to kill its target was the destined, unstoppable force of the rules. Damn it! The brilliance from the collision spread outward, and the residual force instantly reduced the surrounding military structures to dust. The elder was clearly struggling. Although the blade of peak severance had slowed, his defenses were gradually being broken. From the earliest days of the myriad realms, the contract had been closely tied to the rules. Everything in existence was bound by the rules. The great Tao shaped all things, including the universe, the stars, the heavenly Tao. Laws and rules. The great Tao was omnipresent. The heavenly Tao represented the principles governing the operation of all things, encompassing laws and rules. Humans and other life forms, as creations of the great Tao, were bound to follow the heavenly Tao and evolve continuously. Laws formed the foundation of the heavenly Tao, and from these laws arose endless rules. One of the core principles of the heavenly Tao was balance and circulation. In other words, to break a contract was to defy the rules, to defy the rules was to disrespect the laws, and to disrespect the laws was to disrupt the balance of the heavenly Tao. When such disruption accumulated to a certain extent, disaster would ensue. As the god of contracts, the Geo Archon protected the balance and fairness of all things, embodying the will of the heavenly Tao. This, then, was the heavenly Tao. Those who broke contracts faced the judgment of the heavenly Tao. Now, the elders' body stood hundreds of meters tall, and the blade of peak severance appeared as small as a needle before him. Yet, with each sound of shattering glass, the defenses that the elder and his companions had poured all their strength into began to collapse. The elder's hands, which were desperately holding back the golden light of the blade of peak severance, were already mangled and bloody. The blade continued to press closer to his chest, and the unprecedented threat of death made his entire body tremble. "We can't waste any more effort. You all must have felt it, this power on the long blade is something we simply cannot resist." "That's right. We have no choice but to let go now. I've already ordered the others to retreat. At most, we'll lose one major military zone. If we keep resisting, we won't be able to hold it off even if we fight to the death." The people behind the elder, who were aiding him, shouted one after another. Hearing these words, the elder let out a deep sigh. The blade of peak severance had already pierced through his defenses with ease, and blood gushed continuously from his body. Just as the blade was about to pierce his chest, the old man suddenly noticed a barely perceptible thin thread on the sword's edge. The other end of the thread was tied to Wu Kuei. The old man couldn't help but want to scold him, to find out what kind of terrifying thing he had provoked. But time was pressing. Although Wu Kuei was a genius of the Titan Force clan, sacrificing him to save a god-level powerhouse like the old man, along with the high-level powerhouses behind him, was simply not worth it in the current tense battle. Moreover, even if they sacrificed themselves, the old man wasn't confident he could save Wu Kuei. There was no time to think further. The old man reluctantly shouted, "Everyone, retreat from here immediately." As soon as he spoke, he and the others behind him quickly withdrew, retreating to one side and no longer blocking the attack of the blade of peak severance. Without any obstruction, the blade of peak severance shot forward unimpeded, heading straight for Wu Kuei. "No, teacher! Teacher!" Seeing the old man and the others give up on saving him, Wu Kuei's face turned pale, and he cried out in despair. But no matter how he pleaded, the people around him stood silently, not one stepping forward to help. Realizing no one could save him, Wu Kuei immediately turned into a shadow and fled into the distance. He was heading for the royal capital. Only there could the king of the Titan Force clan save him. However, Wu Kuei had just been seriously injured. Although the old man had treated him slightly, his speed was still pitifully slow. It didn't take long for the blade of peak severance to catch up to him effortlessly. No! Despite his unwillingness, Wu Kuei could only watch helplessly as the blade appeared before him. Buzz, accompanied by the sharp hum of the blade, the long knife pierced through his chest, carrying him as it flew far into the distance. It wasn't until a tall tower appeared ahead that the blade of peak severance pinned Wu Kuei to the tower. After completing its task, the golden light of the blade of peak severance gradually dimmed. The originally black gold blade slowly lost its color, eventually turning into a stone spike that pierced through Wu Kuei's corpse, remaining in place. In the next moment, the colors of the world changed abruptly. A dark golden light streaked across the distant sky. Rumble! The ground trembled, black clouds churned, and a powerful aura swept across the land along with the light. In the distance, the old man and the others looked shocked, hastening their pace as they flew toward the light. Upon arriving, they respectfully saluted. "Greetings, my king." A towering figure, cloaked in black, emerged from the light. She looked at Wu Kuei, nailed to the tower, with a hint of surprise in her eyes. The old man quickly recounted everything that had just happened in detail. Below the tower, members of the Titan Force clan, drawn by the commotion, began to gather. "Is that Wu Kuei? How could this happen to him? Who did this? Someone dared to kill a genius of our clan on our territory? Who could it be? Even the king has arrived?" Kneel quickly. In the air, after listening to the old man's report, the Titan Force clan's king took a deep breath. Her face was hidden beneath the cloak, her expression unreadable. She waved her hand, and the stone spike pinning Wu Kuei to the tower was pulled out. Wu Kuei's body fell uncontrollably, and the old man hurriedly caught it. The stone spike floated slowly into the king's hand under her control. "This is the thing that caused such a commotion?" Her tone was puzzled. The stone spike looked simple, like a random piece of rock chipped off a mountain. With a slight exertion of force, the stone spike instantly crumbled into a pile of powder. How could such an ordinary stone possess such immense power? The elder and the others also looked puzzled. "My lord, this object was originally a long blade, but we don't know why it has now turned into a piece of stone." Hearing the elder's words, the Titan Force clan king frowned deeply. "My lord, Wu Kuei previously went to a low-tier divine relic for training. He was severely injured there, almost to the point of death. It was my teleportation array that helped him escape. After he returned, this long blade appeared. The elder continued to recount the events. You mean the one who launched that attack might be someone he encountered in the divine relic, the Titan Force Clan King said softly. At present, that seems to be the only possibility, the elder replied. Respectfully. But as you said, it was just a low-tier divine relic. How could anyone there unleash such a powerful force? And you, the Titan Force Clan King spoke, her gaze shifting to the elder's chest. Due to the impact of the blade of peak severance, the elder's chest was already stained with blood. Even you, a god-level being, were no match for it, correct? Hearing this, the elder nodded. Slightly. Indeed, in a divine relic with restricted power, how could anyone unleash an attack stronger than his own? However, it's not entirely impossible, the Titan Force Clan King suddenly sighed. Divine relics have always been rumored to be connected to the divine clan. When I attended a meeting with the divine clan before, I heard one of them mention that divine relics are actually prisons of the divine clan. It's just that, due to the turbulence of the universe, they gradually fell from the divine realm and became independent small spaces. After hearing this, the elder tentatively asked, do you mean, this is really related to the divine clan? Upon hearing this, the Titan Force Clan King looked around and waved his hand to set up a barrier. After pondering for a moment, he said, that possibility cannot be ruled out. In any case, don't spread what was just said. I will investigate this myself. Understood, the elder and the others responded respectfully. The Titan Force Clan King stood high in the air, staring at the crushed stone cone powder in his hand. With a gentle wave, the powder scattered with the wind. A cold light flickered in his eyes. Deep within the relic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level, LV35. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and a long string of numbers suddenly appeared. On the experience panel, Chu Chen was stunned. There was no need to guess, this must be the experience transferred to him after Wu Kuei's death. This experience is insane. The power of this contract is truly formidable. Chu Chen shook his head in amazement. Surveying the surrounding devastation, he flew off into the distance. There was no reason to stay here any longer. Since he had entered the relic, his priority was to locate the main beast. Soon, Chu Chen's figure disappeared into the horizon. Not long after, the others who had been forced to leave due to Chu Chen's battle with Wu Kuei returned. But seeing the devastation, a scene resembling the ruins left by an earthquake, none of them could forget it. Desert Fortress. A warm welcome to all the representatives for their guidance. Lead by example. Charging ahead is the most effective command. Welcome to all representatives for inspection and observation. The walls of the desert fortress were adorned with various banners. Soldiers and trainees stood in neat rows, some holding bouquets, their faces beaming with enthusiasm. Honestly, is this necessary? What's the point of this formalism? Xia Minghong said helplessly to Xiang Hanhai. Beside him. Exactly. In such turbulent times, insisting on this kind of formality is a complete waste of time, Xiang Hanhai replied with a smile. Then why are you still doing this? Xia Minghong was even more puzzled. A few days ago, he had gone to Xiang Hanhai's office to discuss Chu Chen being swallowed by the divine relic. Now, Xiang Hanhai had brought him here, saying that representatives from various countries were coming to inspect the results of the trainees' 1-month training. Logically, they only needed to personally greet them and express their welcome. There was no need for banners, bouquets, or such superficial gestures. This was the desert fortress, the last line of defense on humanity's rear border. The soldiers stationed here bore the heavy responsibility of protecting the nation and should be focused on their duties, not rehearsing welcome ceremonies. This kind of formalism had been rejected by all nations long before the war broke out, and Xia Minghong couldn't understand why Xiang Hanhai insisted on it. Although on the surface they're here to see the training results, some have ulterior motives, Xiang Hanhai shrugged. Don't beat around the bush, just say it. Among the representatives from the imperial capital this time, there's someone we all dislike. Could it be? Xia Minghong seemed to have guessed. Yes. It's Tuoba Lian, that lunatic, Xiang Hanhai said the name through gritted teeth. He's here too? Well, as the head of that death-sworn department, it's no surprise he would come, Xia Minghong frowned. Transforming villains into obedient deathsworn wasn't inherently Wrong, but the shady dealings they engaged in behind the scenes were the real problem.
The head of that department has been replaced
several times, and not because of retirement. They were all investigated and removed from office. Xiang Hanhai sighed, as if he had more
to say. The department was originally established because there were too many awakened ones who had gone astray. Not only did they refuse
to fight for humanity, but they also rebelled and attacked us.
Killing them outright would be a waste, as many of them were highly talented.
So we used this department to turn them into obedient machines. Cruel, yes, but those who betray humanity deserve it. But, over time, it's hard for anyone to stay true to their original intentions. The reason every head of the department has fallen is almost
always because the power they wielded led them astray.
They started targeting promising awakened ones, labeling them, pulling them into their
ranks, and turning them into completely obedient tools. The most ironic part is that these fallen heads of the department eventually became someone else's pawns. Once leaders of the Deathsworn, they ended up as soldiers following orders themselves.
It's both laughable and
tragic. After hearing this, Xia Minghong couldn't help but sigh. With so many living examples, Tuoba Lian still wants to go down this path? Actually, I don't have solid evidence against him yet.
As for those past lessons,
Xiang Hanhai gave a bitter smile. Humanity never learns from history.
Chu Chen had been walking through the dense forest for a long time, yet he hadn't seen any trace of magical beasts. This puzzled him. Such a vast forest, without even a hint of battle, why were there no magical beasts occupying it?
Towering trees,
over 100 meters tall, blocked out the sky. Occasionally, a few rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps, but he was the only one
walking alone.
Before his eyes and in his ears, there was nothing but dead silence and desolation.
Chu Chen walked a bit further. If he
still found nothing, he planned to leave and search for the aura of the main beast elsewhere.
Night gradually fell. Fine rain dripped through the gaps in the canopy, and a faint mist silently rose in the dim forest. Something's not right.
The sudden change made Chu Chen's
heart tighten. Just as he was about to retreat, a faintly visible light circle appeared beneath his feet.
The circle quickly spread in all directions, and before long, an invisible barrier had surrounded the entire forest. At the same time, wisps of ghostly mist floated
out from the fog.
They emitted intermittent moans, drifting aimlessly, carrying a sorrow so profound it could break one's heart.
Chu
Chen waved his hand to disperse the nearest wisp, his palm passing through its mist-like form. The wisp also passed through his body and
continued floating forward.
At that moment, he decided not to leave the forest. The reason was simple: he could sense that the power
released by the suddenly appearing barrier far exceeded his current abilities.
Clearly, he had triggered some kind of restriction within
the ruins, much like the time he had accidentally activated a hidden magical beast. Just then, a familiar aura came from the distance.
Chu Chen was certain he had felt this aura before, though he couldn't immediately recall what it was.
No matter, I'll go check it out.
First, staying in place was meaningless. It was better to head toward the source of the aura.
Perhaps it was the key to breaking out of this predicament.
Under the night sky, the forest was so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face.
But as long as Chu
Chen concentrated his elemental power in his eyes, he could ignore the darkness. At the same time, he activated the Jade Seal Shield. As the forest had become increasingly eerie, not wanting to remain on constant alert, he felt most at ease with the shield protecting him. In the darkness, only Chu Chen's shield and his golden glowing eyes illuminated the surroundings.
He began moving swiftly through the
forest, passing countless ghostly wisps. As he approached the familiar aura, the number of wisps increased, and the sorrowful atmosphere
grew heavier.
What was even more striking was that the forms of the wisps became increasingly distinct. At first, they were just vague mists. Now, they were gradually taking on humanoid shapes. Moreover, each wisp seemed to have a pair of wings on its back.
Buzz, just
as Chu Chen was advancing at full speed, a strange sound suddenly echoed around him.
The sound wasn't loud, but in the silence of the forest, it was unnervingly clear.
Chu Chen stopped in his tracks, his brows furrowed, and the scene before him left him stunned.
The ground
and trees were covered in patches of a viscous, purple-black substance. These pollutants exuded a strong negative aura.
What shocked
Chu Chen even more was that these substances were identical to the corruption he had seen during his 7-day slumber in Tevat.
Unprecedented sense of unease spread through his heart.
Pop! A sharper sound came from his left, as if something had been opened.
Chu
Chen turned toward the sound and saw that within the corruption clinging to a tree, blood-red threads were flowing. These threads continuously converged, intertwining and protruding from the corruption, forming small, blood-red spheres. The earlier sound had come from one of these spheres suddenly opening like an eye, revealing a sinister, glowing red pupil. This was only the beginning. A series of similar sounds followed. In front of Chu Chen and on both sides, countless eyes of varying sizes suddenly opened. They glowed densely, staring intently at him, their pupils slowly rotating. As these eyes opened, the previously aimless ghostly wisps suddenly went berserk, emitting sharp, piercing screams as they rushed to surround Chu Chen. No. Unwilling. The G-gods are also at the mercy of others. When disaster strikes, no one can escape. Beyond the universe, they have come. No. Stay away. These phantoms no longer emitted meaningless roars, indistinct sentences gradually emerged from their mouths. Disaster strikes, could they be referring to these pollutants? Chu Chen's expression grew grave. This eerie contamination was something he had now witnessed in both worlds. Despite his doubts, Chu Chen did not hesitate. Ridges of rock burst from the ground around him, unleashing powerful shockwaves that attacked the phantoms with no blind spots. The power of the 5 elements transformed into 5 yakshas, descending once again perfect for banishing evil spirits and subduing these phantoms. Meanwhile, Chu Chen's gaze was fixed on the countless eyes surrounding him. These bizarre phenomena were clearly connected to them. Weapons forged from stone floated around him, and he controlled them to stab fiercely at the eyes in all directions. Squish, the eyes were extremely fragile. Once struck by the stone weapons, they immediately burst into a mass of blood and pulp. Under Chu Chen's relentless, rain-like assault, the number of eyes quickly decreased by a third. The eyes began to emit shrill wails, as if summoning something. Clearly, Chu Chen's offensive had made them sense danger. Amid the screams, a gust of wind swept toward Chu Chen. He instinctively gripped his Chen-Yen spear tightly and swung it, unleashing a sharp attack. Boom! With a loud explosion, scorching air currents spread out from Chu Chen's side. The figure that had suddenly appeared realized Chu Chen's strength and, rather than clashing head-on, wisely retreated to create distance. Chu Chen seized the opportunity to carefully observe this unexpected enemy. Before him, a god? When he saw the figure clearly, he couldn't help but exclaim softly. Although this enemy was also a phantom formed of mist, its form was more solid and powerful than the others. Chu Chen could clearly see it wearing tattered armor, with 3 pairs of broken wings on its back. Its body beneath the armor was covered in strange, eye-like growths. A massive crack ran through its chest, nearly splitting its entire body, and from the crack, numerous eyes extended outward. This appearance reminded Chu Chen of the divine puppets he had encountered before. However, the rank of this phantom in life was evidently higher than that of the puppets. After all, the puppets had only 1 pair of wings, while this one had 3. Though it had died and become a phantom, its strength still made Chu Chen wary. Buzz! The phantom suddenly vanished. A massive crater appeared on the ground, with countless cracks extending tens of meters outward, dust billowing into the air. TCH, this place is probably going to turn into ruins. Chu Chen shrugged as the phantom launched another attack. It wielded a long sword, its blade flickering with lightning-like patterns. This time, its speed was even faster, less than a tenth of a second, and the arc of the sword was already slashing toward Chu Chen's neck. Chu Chen clearly saw the phantom's originally gray-white pupils gradually being overtaken by blood-red threads. He chose not to dodge, allowing the blade to strike his jade shield. The blow was incredibly powerful, causing the shield's surface to ripple with a faint glow of earth elements. Chu Chen seized the moment to swing his heavy spear, thrusting it directly at the crack in the phantom's chest. The immense force easily pierced through the phantom's defenses, and the eyes extending from the crack instantly turned into a mist of blood, crushed to nothing. The blow sent the specter flying, tumbling several times in the air before crashing into and breaking several large trees, finally coming to a stop. The eyes attached to the trees were also crushed by the powerful impact. Killing the specter before him wouldn't be easy. It quickly emerged again from the wreckage of the fallen trees. Strangely, this time its face twisted 180 degrees, revealing a manic smile, like that of a madman. Then, its smoke-like body dissipated, merging into the surrounding wind and air. Chu Chen's heart sank. The specter had vanished into the world, making it nearly impossible for him to detect. But he was certain it hadn't left. It was merely waiting for the next
Opportunity to strike.
Taking advantage of the brief pause, Chu Chen scanned his surroundings.
The ordinary specters that had once densely
surrounded him had almost all been slaughtered by the yakshas. Whoosh! A scream like that of a malevolent ghost suddenly exploded in his ears.
The specter's figure reformed from the air, less than a meter away from Chu Chen. It swung its weapon, instantly unleashing 3 strikes.
The 3 strikes hit the Jade Zhang shield with tremendous force, creating a violent storm that spread in all directions. Accompanied by a piercing cracking sound, visible fissures began to appear on the surface of the Jade Zhang shield.
But at the same time,
several wounds of varying sizes appeared on the specter's body, from which small eyeballs protruded.
During the collision, Chu Chen hadn't been idle. Now, the specter's eyes were completely covered by red threads.
As the Jade Zhang shield was on the verge of breaking,
Chu Chen gave the order to detonate it at the last moment.
The elemental energy on the shield immediately transformed, drawing a golden
circle around him.
The circle rapidly expanded outward, slicing anything it touched in half instantly. The specter, positioned at the center
of the explosion, was violently blasted away.
Its body was riddled with countless wounds, and instead of blood, it sprayed purple-black
pollutants. Chu Chen gave the specter no chance to recover. A small celestial star streaked through the darkness, emitting a faint
golden arc as it shot straight toward the specter. But at the last moment, the specter merged into the air, causing the celestial star
to narrowly miss it.
Although the strike failed, Chu Chen had already locked onto his second target. The celestial star didn't stop, it
continued toward the area with the highest concentration of eyeballs and pollutants.
Accompanied by a thunderous roar, golden light erupted, the ground cracked, giant trees turned to ash, and the dark forest was instantly bathed in light.
Half of the eyeballs were obliterated in an instant.
Since the first celestial star had already been released, Chu Chen summoned the remaining 2 without hesitation.
Boom! Boom!
2 consecutive explosions followed, and the terrifying impact instantly reduced the remaining specters to nothingness. In Chu Chen's eyes, everything around him was now bathed in golden light. The firestorm triggered by the explosions spread rapidly,
reducing the giant trees to ruins. The flames soared into the sky, flickering and illuminating the surroundings intermittently. Although
all the eyeballs had been eradicated, the purple-black pollutants they were attached to still remained.
These pollutants seeped into the massive crater created by the explosions, silently spreading. Faced with such an eerie presence, Chu Chen knew he couldn't completely
eliminate it for now, which didn't surprise him. Though he didn't want to set the forest ablaze, he had no choice. Everything around him had
turned to ruins in an instant. Yet the barrier enveloping the forest remained intact and unyielding. Bang! A strange sound echoed as the specter's body reappeared in the air.
This time, however, it was greatly weakened, its form as thin as a candle in the wind, ready to dissipate with the slightest breeze. Seeing this scene, Chu Chen vaguely guessed that there was some kind of symbiotic relationship between
the wraith and the eyeball.
If the eyeball was destroyed, the wraith would also suffer severe damage. If he had known this earlier, he would have used the celestial star right from the start. Although splitting a complete celestial star into 3 parts greatly reduced
its power, there was no other choice.
If Chu Chen had directly summoned a complete celestial star, it would first have to break through the barrier covering the entire forest overhead. He was well aware that, with his current abilities, even the summoned celestial
star might not be able to break the barrier.
If the celestial star fell and failed to break the barrier, it would be a wasted effort. Now, the wraith had no chance to counterattack. Beside him, Xiao stirred up a fierce wind, completely obliterating the wraith's remains. How strange, to encounter something like this here.
Chu Chen's eyes flickered with firelight as his gaze remained locked on the aura
that had initially drawn him. That area had not been affected by the celestial star's impact.
He needed to press forward to unravel the mystery.
Under the protection of the 5 yakshas, Chu Chen continued onward shortly after. Along the way, there were no further traces of pollutants or wraiths. The aura that felt familiar to Chu Chen grew increasingly distinct as they approached.
% and $5 hashtag at carat. Suddenly,
a faint and indistinct voice came from the distance.
Chu Chen immediately stopped in his tracks, and the 5 yakshas instantly became
alert,
spreading out around him and staying vigilant.
Shu,
did you hear that? Chu Chen placed a finger to his lips, signaling for
silence, but there was no response. The yakshas remained expressionless as ever. Chu Chen shook his head helplessly, realizing he had
momentarily treated these yakshas as living beings. However, the voice from afar was fragmented and difficult to discern. He strained his ears, trying to make out the words, but still couldn't gather any useful information. Chu Chen led the yakshas forward again. As they drew closer, the voice gradually became clearer. And percent. Geo Archon and Geo Archon. Chu Chen wasn't sure if he had heard it correctly, but he remembered those two words. This left him puzzled. Geo Archon undoubtedly referred to the Lord of Rock. Yet in this world, aside from himself, there shouldn't be anyone else who knew that name. If he hadn't misheard, the owner of that voice might have some connection to the other world, Tevat. Chu Chen continued walking forward, and a sudden light appeared in the distance. It seemed the forest had come to an end. When he reached the source of the light, the sight before him left him stunned once again. The towering trees were gone, replaced by a hazy mist. Within the mist, the ruins of skyscrapers loomed faintly. Some buildings had already crumbled into rubble. Amid this fog-shrouded wasteland, a massive red cross floated conspicuously in the air. A person was bound to the cross with heavy chains. The chains were so numerous they formed a kind of armor, with some piercing directly through the person's body. A giant sword had impaled their chest, serving as the final nail that fixed them to the cross. The scene was tragic, evoking a deep curiosity about what grave crime this condemned individual had committed to deserve such a severe punishment. Chu Chen frowned, but he was more concerned about the figure than the harsh penalty. He couldn't make out the person's face, not because the mist was too thick or the distance too great, but because the figure itself was illusory and indistinct. This reminded him of the two people he had encountered during the invasion at the desert fortress, those figures capable of stopping time. Now, Chu Chen finally understood that the aura that had been drawing him here all along was emanating from this figure. The indistinct voice he had heard earlier also came from this figure. Since the figure appeared entirely illusory, Chu Chen wasn't sure if it was actually speaking. However, his gaze clearly caught the figure's attention. The figure, whose head had been lowered, suddenly lifted it and looked in Chu Chen's direction. Then, ha ha ha, laughter erupted from the figure. You fools! You thought yourselves to be the lofty gods, and now you've all become ghosts, while I've waited for my savior. The figure laughed freely, and its words became unusually clear. From what it said, it seemed to regard Chu Chen as its savior. Chu Chen's doubts deepened, and he didn't dare act rashly. The figure continued to shout loudly, "Who are you? Never mind, it doesn't matter. I didn't expect you to seize the authority of the Geo Archon. Have you already gathered the authorities of all 7 gods? Quickly! Release me. Let's activate our grand plan." The figure's previously excited voice suddenly stopped. Although its expression couldn't be seen, Chu Chen could sense it shifting from ecstasy to calm, as if it had detected danger. The figure stared silently at Chu Chen for a long while before speaking again. "No, you're not one of them. On you. How can the Geo Archon's aura be so pure? This isn't the kind of power that can be stolen. Who exactly are you? Or could it be?" The figure seemed to realize some great secret and suddenly began to plead frantically. "No. Morax. No, esteemed Lord Rex Lapis, I didn't expect you to survive the apocalypse. Those guys wanted to steal your authority and that of the other gods, but I was never involved. Please." The words were abruptly cut off, but this time it wasn't the figure who stopped. Suddenly, a streak of light, like a meteor, shot from the distance and struck the figure's face directly. When the light dissipated, a slender sword was embedded in the figure's lips, silencing it completely. This sudden turn of events made Chu Chen vigilant. He looked in the direction the light had come from and saw a massive ghostly apparition gradually forming in the sky. Long banners hung from the walls of the desert fortress. Colorful balloons floated in the air. In what was supposed to be a solemn training ground, cheerful music played, and a massive dueling platform stood at the center. Surrounding the platform was a high-intensity energy barrier, said to be capable of completely withstanding the attacks of a king tier awakened. Currently, a large banner hung high above the dueling platform. 1-month stage performance of the new special training camp recruits. On the platform, 2 trainees were engaged in an intense sparring match. For ordinary people, a month might not bring much change. But for geniuses, a month was enough to significantly enhance their strength, creating a world of difference. The audience below was packed with representatives sent by various nations to assess the stage performance of the recruits. In reality, these representatives from around the world outwardly claimed to be evaluating the progress of humanity's geniuses, but inwardly, each harbored their own ulterior motives. Of course, some were kind-hearted and genuinely wanted to understand the situation, but many more had hidden agendas. The most typical example was the foreign representatives who sought to find fault under the guise of observation. Although the training camp gathered geniuses from around the globe, the training location was set in Kyushu. This left many foreign representatives feeling quite dissatisfied. While they were unclear about the decision-making process behind this, sending their own talents to another country for special training was hard for them to accept. Among them, the most discontented were the representatives from the typically arrogant Western countries. They held little goodwill toward Kyushu. In their eyes, Kyushu was almost the most powerful nation on Blue Star in terms of overall strength. Apart from Eagle Nation, there was hardly any country that could rival it. For Westerners, this was not good news. After all, Eagle Nation had been the strongest on Blue Star for years, which was the foundation of their arrogance and dominance. Now, with the dynasty about to change, some people were still immersed in the fantasy of Western hegemony and simply could not accept the decline of their influence. What was even harder for them to accept was that the entity overshadowing them was none other than Kyushu, the country they usually looked down upon the most. Thus, some of them aimed to use this inspection as an opportunity to find faults and launch a public opinion attack on Kyushu upon returning home. They had originally planned to enter the fortress and criticize Kyushu people for various reasons. However, these plans fell apart as soon as they arrived at the fortress. The moment they got off the bus, before they could react, they were greeted one by one with big bear hugs from Seong Hanhai. Then, the trainees placed colorful flower garlands directly around their necks. Afterward, they were surrounded and escorted to the training grounds. Surrounded might be better described as kidnapped. They didn't even have time to say a word because the interior of the fortress left them completely stunned. Above their heads floated colorful balloons, cheerful music played all around, and there were flower carts. Did this look like a circus? There were even inflatable dolls of various races waving at them. This left them utterly dumbfounded. Had we really arrived at the fortress that guards humanity's last line of defense? Or had we accidentally stumbled into an amusement park? Seong Hanhai enthusiastically introduced everything, not giving them a chance to interrupt. Crowds lined both sides, throwing colorful streamers and flowers at them. Their meticulously groomed hairstyles and outfits were soon covered in these decorations. Throughout the process, they were in a daze, and most of them couldn't even remember how they ended up in their seats. Afterward, they sat under the scorching sun to watch the trainees' achievement demonstrations. It had to be said, the results were remarkable, with all the trainees' abilities improving far beyond expectations. After each demonstration, they had to applaud enthusiastically to show recognition and encouragement. By the end, they could only mechanically sit, clap, sit, over and over again. In the shade of a distant tree, Xiao Minghong watched these representatives from various countries, drenched in sweat and covered in streamers, and couldn't help but shake his head. Turning to Xiang Hanhai, who was happily sipping a cola beside him, he said, "Although this approach is unconventional, it might provoke even more resentment and give them more reasons to criticize us when they return." "So what?" Xiang Hanhai shrugged indifferently. "They came here looking for trouble. No matter how well we prepare, they'll launch a public opinion offensive when they go back. Might as well let it be. Besides, I prepared thoroughly and fully expressed the fortress's attention and warm welcome to them. And..." Xiang Hanhai's tone suddenly became heavy. "Those old fools clinging to outdated ideas simply don't understand that the times have changed. International opinion is useless in the face of absolute power. I want these idiots to realize how ridiculous it is to not think of uniting to resist foreign enemies at critical moments, but instead to engage in petty schemes behind the scenes." Xia Minghong nodded. "However, you're quite ruthless to your own people too." He was referring to the imperial capital delegation led by Tuoba Lien. They were also sitting among the representatives of various countries at the moment, harboring a belly full of anger. People have their good and bad sides. My standard for our own people isn't based on nationality or race, but on whether they can see the bigger picture. Look at that guy glancing around. It's obvious he's filled with doubt because he hasn't seen Chu Chen. Wait. Xia Minghong suddenly thought of something. Could it be that you deliberately sent Chu Chen to the divine relic because Tuoba Lien was coming? That way, Chu Chen's absence would have a reasonable explanation. The old man nodded forcefully. But I'm not that miraculous. I can't control the appearance of the divine relic. Chu Chen being swallowed by the divine relic wasn't part of my plan,
but the result is perfect, much better than the excuse I had prepared for his absence. Inside the relic, thick dark clouds loomed like a massive black millstone pressing overhead, intertwining and entangling. In midair, countless white mists began to condense, and thunder roared explosively. Blinding lightning instantly illuminated the heavens and earth, while thousands of tiny gray particles fell like raindrops. Chu Chen caught a bit of it and rubbed it in his hand. Though the dust was fine, it was scalding hot. Ugh! The figure nailed to the cross could no longer speak, only managing to let out a few faint whimpers with all their remaining strength. Chu Chen could hear the fear in their tone, which had reached its peak. Clearly, the entity gradually taking shape in the sky was their greatest terror. Lightning storms spread rapidly through the dark clouds like tree branches. Under the flash of lightning, the entity in the high sky finally revealed itself. Defier! Blasphemer! How dare you trespass into the divine court? Die! Countless whispers echoed from all directions, dense as leaves rustling in the wind. Specters appeared out of thin air again, occupying the ruins and buildings. Unlike the specters in the forest, their bodies were twisted and dark, with only blood-red thread-covered pupils gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. At this moment, Chu Chen's eyes shone like the bright moon in the night sky, while the gazes of the surrounding specters focused on him like sparks, muttering incomprehensible words. Chu Chen hadn't moved yet, but the 5 yakshas beside him had already leapt into the group of specters. Foul, viscous blood erupted from the specters' bodies. Buzz! A crisp sword hum pierced the sky. Amid the overwhelming gray ash particles, a massive figure stood tall in the air. The ash concealed his armor, but the flame-like flowing patterns were faintly visible. A solemn iron mask hid his face, with only a pair of blood-red eyes glowing like a crimson moon. The giant sword he held aloft was enveloped in lightning, arcs of electricity flashing. Behind him, 6 pairs of enormous wings were tattered, as if scorched by fire. This deity stood between heaven and earth, exuding an innate majesty. The 6 pairs of wings signified his supreme status in life. And the raised giant sword seemed poised to strike down fiercely in the next moment. A powerful oppressive force enveloped the heavens and earth. Neither the divine puppet nor the ghost with 3 pairs of wings could rival him. The pressure surged forward, as if the world were collapsing, causing the once sturdy buildings to slowly crumble. The figure bound tightly to the crucifix struggled desperately but was utterly powerless to resist. Only Chu Chen stood quietly, his gaze fixed on the god in the sky. Golden light radiated from his body, streaking across all directions like meteors. 2 immense forces collided in an instant. Boom! Boom! Amid the heavy rumbling, it was hard to distinguish whether it was thunder or impact. The ghosts who had mistakenly entered the domain clutched their heads and screamed, only to disintegrate into ashes moments later, merging into the swirling dust. The supreme god was already dead, though eroded, still retaining a semblance of former majesty. To him, Chu Chen was merely an ordinary human. Gods never personally wield weapons to kill weaklings akin to ants, as doing so would tarnish their dignity. They preferred to crush their enemies with sheer pressure, forcing the weak to kneel and beg for mercy until they lost interest, then mercilessly obliterating them. But this time, the deceased god had miscalculated. The overwhelming force emanating from Chu Chen made him feel a long-lost sense of threat even in his posthumous wandering. In the next moment, a meteor streaked across the night sky. Chu Chen's figure flickered and vanished from his original position, ignoring the divine might as he charged upward. His 1,000-rock spear traced a golden line across the heavens, shimmering with starlight. Under the immense pressure, the god finally abandoned his dignity, swinging down his colossal sword. A tempestuous force mixed with thunder descended from the sky. Yet Chu Chen's spear instantly pierced through the starlit veil. He unleashed countless spear shadows in succession, each as dazzling as a meteor. The realm of tranquility rapidly expanded with Chu Chen at its center, its pillar of tranquility standing steadfast. Wherever the domain extended, it followed. The 2 forces intertwined. Boom! The earth trembled, and even the entire world seemed to quake. The terrifying power spun like a massive vortex, devouring everything around it. Towering trees nearby shattered into countless fragments under the vortex's impact. Feeling the aftershock closing in, the immobilized figure panicked. Fortunately, the dreadful residual force began to weaken within 100 meters of him, eventually leaving only a gust of wind brushing against his face. The god failed to block all of Chu Chen's attacks. Several meteor-like spear shadows pierced through the defenses, scattering droplets of blood from the god's body. Instantly enraged, the god's muscles convulsed violently, twisting as if in spasms. Though the wounds were not fatal, they utterly destroyed his dignity. For a god, wielding a sword against a human was already the lowest threshold. He could not tolerate being harmed by a human. His furious roar thundered like a storm, deafening all around. Raising the colossal sword high with both hands, the god unleashed an unparalleled force. In the dark clouds above, whirlpools swept by lightning gradually emerged, converging rapidly toward Chu Chen. These whirlpools seemed to be under the god's control, merging continuously to form a massive thunderstorm vortex. A thick lightning dragon struck the god's raised sword, its color gradually turning blood-red. The vortex overhead exuded an aura of blood and carnage. Chu Chen vaguely saw countless vengeful spirits wandering within. This immense power left Chu Chen secretly astonished. Even though he had already died and turned into a ghost, the god before him still maintained terrifying power. Thunder roared, the god's entire body was enveloped in electric light, gripping a giant sword tightly, and once again launched an unstoppable lightning attack toward Chu Chen. A long-lost sense of tension surged in Chu Chen's heart, but instead, he became excited. Only an opponent like this could ignite his fighting spirit. Chu Chen instantly raised the 1,000-rock spear, a weapon as heavy as a collapsing mountain. His aura erupted suddenly, and blazing golden light shot skyward. He raised the spear, making no unnecessary movements, releasing an unparalleled and terrifying force. A deafening explosion louder than thunder burst in midair, and the astonishing power and lightning-fast speed stirred up a storm of ash. This strike was like a meteor flame tearing through the sky, dazzling like starlight over the wilderness. In the dim heavens and earth, only strands of golden threads connected everything. Each golden thread was a spear shadow cast by Chu Chen, slashing toward the god from different directions. They ultimately converged, aiming directly at the god's body. Boom! A piercing explosion rang out as golden spear shadows intertwined with silver-white lightning, weaving into a celestial net. A powerful aura erupted instantly, condensing into a new vortex that spread outward. Both Chu Chen and the god retreated, neither gaining the upper hand in the clash. However, the god's state was clearly more frenzied than before. As a ghost that had lost its life, it not only lost its former strength but also its rationality. Only instinctive emotions remained, making it easily enraged. Repeated defeats at the hands of a human it looked down upon caused the god's chest to heave violently. Its shrouded mouth let out a thunderous roar, and the red threads covering its eyes grew increasingly blood-red, as if they could spew fire. The blood-red pupils reflected Chu Chen's figure, especially his blazing golden eyes, which shone brightly in the god's vision. Unable to suppress its fury, the god roared even louder. From its ash-covered body, the flame-like patterns seemed to ignite. Flames slowly flowed out from the god's body, transforming into a towering inferno that enveloped it entirely. Immediately after, the god took advantage of its aerial position, transforming into a massive fireball and plummeting toward Chu Chen. Its enormous body carried an overwhelming force, with flames trailing along tail, resembling a celestial phenomenon. Chu Chen summoned the heavenly star, while the god turned itself into a burning fireball. This power far exceeded Chu Chen's current defensive limits, and he was curious to see what would happen when the heavenly star collided with the fireball. However, the charging process was incomplete, and he couldn't act for now. He could only try his best to evade, moving away from the area where the god was about to crash. Boom! The god's descent was no less impactful than a falling star, shaking the earth violently. A fierce wind swept through, destroying and scattering everything in its path. Chu Chen flew toward a distant cluster of buildings. Although he was far away, the tall structures still collapsed under the residual shockwaves. The figure in that location, however, remained safe. Seeing Chu Chen dodge over, he whimpered excitedly. The terrifying explosion lasted for a long time, and it wasn't until the sound gradually diminished that Chu Chen looked back at the battlefield. The once flat ground had turned into a massive crater, riddled with cracks and upheavals. Flames from the god's body spread across the earth. From the fissures in the ground, magma began to gush out. Lava erupted continuously from all directions, resembling a volcanic explosion, rumbling incessantly. Chu Chen was somewhat astonished. The power of the god's fall had reached deep into the earth's veins. Otherwise, how could such dense magma erupt from the surface? The god's body had begun to show the texture of flowing magma, and even the giant sword in his hand was completely engulfed in flames. Ashes drifted down from the sky, igniting instantly upon landing on the magma. The flames spread relentlessly, extending toward the forest and the ruins on the other side. The god, wielding the giant sword and with a body of flowing magma, charged at Chu Chen.
Chu Chen understood that this time, the opponent was truly going all out. Rock elements rapidly enveloped his body, surrounding the jade shield. He had no intention of sitting idly by and rushed forward in the opposite direction. The two figures vanished in an instant, moving so fast that they were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Only faint glimpses of crimson and golden light could be seen colliding continuously across the earth and sky. Each clash unleashed terrifying power, further devastating the already broken terrain. Every impact scattered crimson sparks and golden glimmers, fleeting like fireworks. The figure bound to the cross stared in shock at the apocalyptic scene in the distance, his only recourse now being to pray that he wouldn't be caught in the crossfire. Amid the fierce battle with the god, Chu Chen continued to forge various weapons mid-air using rocks at high speed. These weapons were infused with intense rock elements, transforming into streams of light that surrounded him and joined the attack. However, given his current strength, the newly forged weapons would disappear after just one collision. Even so, Chu Chen kept creating new weapons without pause. These sudden attacks proved highly effective, allowing him to find opportunities to strike the enemy during dozens of clashes, leaving behind marks that gradually accumulated into wounds. As time passed, everything around them had turned into a sea of fire, and the ground beneath their feet was even covered in magma. Such powerful elemental energy, letting it simply flow on the ground is too wasteful. Chu Chen stared below, and a sudden inspiration struck him. Then, a dragon's roar erupted, and the previously calm ground trembled once more. Amid the blazing sea of magma, the massive body of the Ruochuo Dragon King slowly emerged from the molten depths. Scorching magma covered its entire form, yet it remained unaffected. The Ruochuo Dragon King stood tall upon the magma, and the surrounding intense fire elements not only failed to harm it but instead became a continuous source of energy for it to absorb. Excellent, Chu Chen nodded. The Ruochuo Dragon King could absorb elemental energy from the earth's veins, so this magma could naturally be directly converted into its power. The Ruochuo Dragon King's mountainous, jagged body began to glow with magma-like radiant patterns. Accompanied by its earth-shaking roar, the absorbed flames instantly transformed into a ferocious attack that burst forth. Towering magma pillars and dense molten boulders surged toward the god, filling the darkened sky with dazzling fire meteors. These attacks were clearly unexpected by the god, who swung his giant sword to shatter the incoming rocks into fragments. He seemed to realize that the Ruochuo Dragon King was summoned by Chu Chen, and with his blazing magma-like sword in hand, the god grew even more frenzied, launching an even fiercer assault on Chu Chen. The 6 pairs of wings behind the god folded tightly against his body, forming a ring. With a slight exertion, his speed instantly broke the sound barrier. The dense magma offensive filled the sky along his path, and everything in his way was pulverized into dust by his immense power. Flames erupted like circular explosions, resembling brilliant fireworks. Blooming behind the god, Chu Chen's figure traced a golden tail streak across the sky. They were like 2 meteors from different directions, ready to collide. Flames overflowed from the deity's body, forming ferocious fiery beasts that opened their jaws and lunged at Chu Chen to bite. Meanwhile, as the distance rapidly closed, Chu Chen continuously conjured enchanted weapons, each imbued with immense power, which surged forward to clash fiercely with the fiery beasts. Clang! The collision of weapons produced a deafening sound. The elemental forces on their weapons scattered like fountains. In the next moment, they dodged and distanced themselves again, only to repeat the clash. Their speed was now incredibly fast, their movements intertwined, making it difficult for the Ruochuo Dragon King to launch precise attacks. Chu Chen immediately commanded the Ruochuo Dragon King to cease its assault and instead focus on absorbing the surrounding energy to accumulate power. His jade shield bore the brunt of the attacks during each collision, while Chu Chen endured the remaining force with his body, and the shield absorbed another portion of the damage. Due to the overwhelming power of their clashes, the jade shield couldn't fully absorb the attacks. Chu Chen could only gradually absorb the deity's strikes, albeit at a very slow pace. At this moment, the shield had nearly reached its energy limit. In the next clash, he planned to unleash all this accumulated power. The flames on the deity's body grew even more dazzling and blinding. Soon, 2 additional pairs of fiery arms formed on either side of its body. These new arms burned with golden flames, and in their palms, the flames surged upward, condensing into new massive fiery swords. The tips of the 5 fiery swords pointed directly at Chu Chen. The deity's eyes, veiled by blood-red threads, suddenly burst open, transforming into bottomless black holes. At this moment,
the deity's body no longer bore any trace of divinity, only pure, primal rage and an aura of slaughter. Accompanied by an earth-shaking roar from its mouth, its aura spread wildly. The scorching wind pressure forced the sky downward as the deity finally struck again. In that instant, the world fell eerily silent, with only the deafening sound of the deity tearing through the dark clouds. At the critical moment of life and death, Chu Chun unhesitatingly hurled the 1,000-rock spear. The spear spun rapidly, instantly enlarging nearly 100-fold, and shot straight toward the deity. Boom! The fiery swords collided with the spear, unleashing a thunderous explosion. The crimson-gold elemental forces churned the surrounding clouds incessantly. The two forces briefly stalemated in mid-air, their radiance seemingly igniting the entire sky. Scorching winds howled past, Chu Chen's black hair fluttering in the wind, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He advanced swiftly, faster than before, bypassing the deity locked in combat with the spear and heading straight for its rear. The deity's body radiated intense heat, causing even the jade shield to show signs of instability. Suddenly, golden light erupted, and a crisp, shattering sound drowned out all other noises. The jade shield, having absorbed the deity's flames, gradually turned crimson gold. Boom! The deity plummeted from the explosion, its flame-forged arms long dissipated, and its originally damaged 6 pairs of wings were now charred and nearly destroyed. Watching the falling deity, Chu Chen's expression remained steady, devoid of any joy. The lack of an experienced notification indicated that the deity was still alive. The Ruochuo Dragon King opened its mouth, rapidly condensing a white-hot light sphere, which then unleashed a terrifying beam aimed at the deity. In its current state, the deity should find it difficult to defend, but the deity suddenly let out a sharp roar. Streams of purple-black pollutants gushed from its open mouth, quickly covering its entire body and transforming it into a shadowy figure of purple and black in an instant. Pop, pop, pop. A series of sounds came from the deity's body, now covered with eyes of varying sizes. The light beam emitted by the Naga Dragon King instantly engulfed the deity's form. However, amidst the radiance, faint and indistinct sounds could be heard. The deity's body burned fiercely, but this combustion was not caused by the Naga's attack, it was its own defense mechanism. Like an expanding star, it shot upward from the light, soaring once more into the sky. At this moment, the flames surrounding it were no longer the searing red lotus fire but a ghostly purple blaze. Chains of ghostly flames converged from all directions onto the deity's glowing sphere, causing the heavens and earth to tremble even more violently. Chu Chen clenched his fists tightly, sensing the terrifying power accumulating within that sphere of light. The stormy clouds had long been swallowed by the radiance, revealing a sky filled with dazzling stars. The glowing sphere continued to expand, growing ever more intense, yet increasingly unstable, its eruption merely a matter of time. Even from 1,000 miles away, others within the ruins could see the sudden brilliance in the high heavens. Chu Chen waved his hand to recall the Naga Dragon King. At this moment, he and the Naga were in a symbiotic state, and the energy the Naga had absorbed earlier from the ground was now available for his use. He dared not hold back any longer, gripping the 1,000-rock spear once more. 3 beams of light flashed, and 3 small, energy-filled celestial stars began to orbit him slowly again. But to counter the terrifying force above, the scattered celestial stars were far from sufficient. He commanded the 3 stars to ascend higher, beyond the glowing sphere. A massive black hole suddenly appeared among the galactic stars, and a meticulously carved square celestial star slowly emerged. Golden clouds rippled layer by layer across the night sky, and the resplendent light seemed to illuminate every corner of the ruins. The sound of the celestial star's descent was as grand as a tolling bell, echoing in all directions. At this moment, all surviving beings within the ruins, whether human, alien, or magical beast, paused their actions, their gazes fixed on the 2 dazzling suns in the sky. Panic and fear were etched across their faces, and in the face of this myth-like scene, everyone momentarily lost the ability to think. The celestial star began its descent, its intense friction during flight igniting golden red flames, growing brighter and brighter as it fell. Chu Chen unleashed all the energy within him, holding nothing back, his speed and strength reaching unprecedented heights. His figure swiftly pierced through the glowing sphere, ascending above the sky. A portion of his energy gathered onto the spear, and Chu Chen hurled it once more. At this moment, above the glowing sphere, a blazing sun and a golden lightning bolt simultaneously charged toward it. The remaining energy gathered entirely on Chu Chen's body as he stood silently, ready to erupt. The celestial star struck the glowing sphere first, and the resulting explosion was earth-shattering, beyond the capacity of words to describe. Blinding white light spread across the heavens and earth. At the moment of the celestial star's impact, a new jade talisman shield appeared around Chu Chen. The extreme heat and immense force filled every corner of the explosion. Surrounded by the white light, Chu Chen's vision pierced through the dazzling brilliance, locking onto the deity's form within the glowing sphere. Immediately, the lightning-fast rock spear struck the sphere of light, erupting in a dazzling brilliance that was impossible for ordinary people to look at directly. The crowd in the distance could only cover their eyes and lower their heads, not daring to watch. The Jade Zhang shield continuously absorbed surrounding energy, but faced with such immense power, it had already exceeded its limit. Chu Chen blinked and noticed numerous cracks forming on the surface of the sphere of light. He moved swiftly, instantly appearing outside the sphere. With both hands, he tore the sphere apart. Golden patterns slowly emerging on his body. He saw the deity hidden within the sphere, or more precisely, a form of corruption. The countless eyeballs covering its body instantly focused on Chu Chen. Without hesitation, the energy of the Jade Zhang shield erupted once more. A massive incandescent arc emerged from the exploding sphere in the sky. If the previous collision resembled a star, this arc was like the ring encircling the star. The deity's body began to crumble bit by bit, and the eyeballs vanished. In an instant, a faint glimmer of light flickered in its pitch-black eye sockets, almost imperceptible. "Thank you," it said softly. Chu Chen wasn't sure if he had heard it clearly or if it was just an illusion. Then, its body turned to dust, dissipating into the night sky along with the curtain of light. The enemy has been eliminated. Experience points are immense. The system requires time to calculate. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Chu Chen paid no attention, overwhelmed by a tide of exhaustion. Having nearly depleted all his strength, he retained just enough to support his descent from the sky. As soon as he landed on the now ruined ground, ding! Level up! Ding! Level up! Ding! Level up! Ding! Level up! Current level LV41. A series of notifications rang out, and Chu Chen's entire body trembled. Did he hear that right? With trembling hands, he opened the system panel, and the level display indeed showed 41. He had leveled up 6 times in one go. Chu Chen was dazed. After defeating the six-winged deity's spirit, he had directly ascended to the 5th-tier Dao Si realm. This left him in awe of the deity's immense power during its lifetime, which could still provide such a vast amount of experience after death. Immediately, his previously depleted body was filled with new strength, and the fatigue vanished in an instant. A surge of powerful vitality erupted from within him. The leap of 6 levels, crossing an entire realm, brought unimaginable improvements. Regardless, the ability to achieve such tremendous progress in a short time filled Chu Chen's heart with joy. He looked around. The once towering terrain had been leveled to the ground. The figure bound to the cross was lucky. The area within 10 meters of Chu Chen had been almost completely destroyed, and they had barely survived. But now, the figure was still alive, trembling violently upon seeing Chu Chen. Chu Chen could sense the extreme fear emanating from them. He flew to the figure, the sword still lodged in their mouth, rendering them unable to speak, only producing muffled sounds. Chu Chen grasped the hilt and pulled it out directly. The figure let out a piercing scream. "It hurts." But now, they could finally speak. Chu Chen said little. Between him and the figure, a golden square mark suddenly appeared. "With me," he said slowly. "Sign a contract. Once the contract is established, from now on, both of us can only speak the truth. Anyone who dares to breach the contract will face the punishment of rock consumption." Golden text accompanied by square patterns appeared between Chu Chen and the figure. Chu Chen had many questions that needed answers. To prevent the other party from lying, establishing a contract that only allowed the truth to be spoken was the safest approach. "Do you agree to this?" Chu Chen's tone immediately turned cold, and the dim light in his eyes reignited into a blazing flame. A powerful pressure, like an ocean wave, crashed down entirely on the shadowy figure before him. In an instant, the person felt their breathing become difficult. The weight of the pressure was like a mountain, pressing down on their head until they felt dizzy. They didn't even dare to meet Chu Chen's gaze directly and could only lower their head, trembling. They knew very well that with Chu Chen's current strength, he could easily crush them with sheer force. The only reason he hadn't acted yet was to coerce them into agreeing to the contract. Though nothing was said outright, the threat was clear: if they dared to say no, their fate would mirror that of the fallen deity they had seen earlier. Carefully, they raised their head to glance at the scene of destruction behind Chu Chen. A cold chill swept through their body, and they hurriedly shouted, I agree to the contract. As soon as the words left their mouth, the golden text suspended between the two immediately transformed into specks of starlight, merging into the intricate pattern between them. The contract is established, Chu Chen said, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. According to the contract's terms, it required mutual consent to be valid. However, it seemed that as long as the other party verbally expressed agreement, it was considered effective. This, in itself, was another form of willingness. After all, the person now had only two choices: refuse and die instantly, or agree and live for now. Naturally, they chose the latter, aligning with their survival instincts. Do you understand the consequences of violating the contract? Chu Chen asked as he stowed away the contract, making sure the other party grasped its significance. Hearing this, the person nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. In their hazy memory, fragments of information about the Rock King Emperor, the god of contracts, surfaced. They seemed to recall the fate of those who defied the emperor's contracts, impaled by massive stone spears atop the highest mountains, their mouths filled with crushed rocks, until the stones tore open their stomachs and rivers of blood flowed. Just imagining such a scene sent shivers through their body. Quickly, they replied, why yes. However, Your Excellency, there is one thing I must explain first, they suddenly said, as if recalling something important. I've been trapped here for I don't even know how long. As you've seen, the corruption hasn't fully consumed me, but it has been eroding my mind. By now, my memories are in fragments. Regarding the past, whether details or even general events, I may have forgotten much. Please forgive me. Chu Chen listened without responding, simply observing in silence. After a moment, seeing no signs of deceit or breach of the contract, he knew the words were true. He gave a slight nod. Very well. Then first, tell me, are you someone from this world, or did you come from Teyvat? I escaped from Teyvat, along with those who have already seized the powers of the gods, the person answered truthfully. What exactly happened in Teyvat? And what do you mean by seizing the powers of the gods? Chu Chen pressed further, hoping to uncover answers. If the person's response was accurate, it might unravel some of the mysteries. I'm sorry, Your Excellency. What happened in Teyvat is far too distant for me. That part of my memory is extremely blurred. I only remember that Teyvat experienced an unprecedented catastrophe. Whether it was the Archon War or the destruction of Kenria, none of it compared to that disaster. In the face of an external invasion, Teyvat ultimately fell. The person said weakly. So, at the moment of collapse, you fled to this world? And what about the matter of seizing divine authority? Earlier, you even mistook me for someone else. Chu Chen's tone grew increasingly stern. Hearing this, the person became visibly more flustered and hurriedly replied in a trembling voice, when the external invasion advanced on all fronts, a group of people believed all was lost. You and the other 6 Archons were still resisting on the front lines, but you were losing ground. Later, they seemed to have found a way to leave Teyvat's false heavenly realm and escape to another world. So, they wanted to take advantage of the moment when you and the other gods were at your weakest to seize the core containing the power of all the gods, and then leave Teyvat for another world. At this point, he was so nervous that it was as if he had committed a grave mistake. After all, he had mistaken Chu Chen for the Geo Archon. Now, revealing his plan in front of a god, even the slightest misstep could lead to unimaginable consequences. But I never participated in the attempt to seize your and the other 6 gods' authority. I only wanted to escape Teyvat at the last moment to avoid the apocalypse. I would never dare to infringe upon your divine power. You didn't participate? When I first arrived here, didn't you say something about starting some grand plan after gathering the authority of the 7 Archons? You claim you didn't participate. Chu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his oppressive aura growing stronger, surging like a tidal wave. No, I really wouldn't dare. Those were the words of others who wanted to seize power. I only overheard them. They said that after gathering the authority of the 7 Archons, they could realize some grand plan. The reason I said those things earlier was because I initially mistook you for one of those people, thinking they had already taken your power. To make them believe I was on their side, I said those things to try to get them to save me. I'm sorry, Lord Archon. I have no ambition for your divine power at all. Before he could finish speaking, a massive boulder suddenly appeared and was stuffed directly into his illusory mouth, causing him to scream in pain. The boulder, through some unknown means, eventually entered his stomach, leaving him in unbearable agony.
In his desperation to beg for mercy, he confessed everything, completely forgetting the contract he had just signed. Lord Archon, I did have a slight thought about your divine power, but I absolutely wouldn't dare to act on it. It was just a thought.
The shadow immediately became much more honest.
This time, he was telling the truth and was not punished further.
Seeing that no more boulders were being stuffed into his mouth, he breathed a sigh of relief.
Shu Chen also understood that while the person before him harbored some covetous thoughts about the Geo Archon's power, he lacked the courage to act on them. Do those who are seizing the power of the gods look like you? Shu Chen recalled the two figures he had seen on the battlefield of the foreign invasion outside the desert fortress. They exuded a divine power familiar to him, but their appearances were equally indistinct.
I don't know what they look like now. I became like this because we forcibly traveled from one world to another, paying a heavy price. I came here with them.
Now that I've become like this, I guess they're probably the same. Shu Chen nodded.
He could now confirm that the two figures were the companions mentioned by the person in front of him.
The divine power
emanating from them indicated that they had successfully seized the authority of other gods, which explained the divine aura surrounding them. Combining this with what Xiao had previously told him, all the gods' authorities had been taken
away.
It seemed that these people were the ones being referred to.
Since you came together, why are you the only one trapped here? Where are the others?
Shu Chen asked further. We did come together, but as soon as we arrived in this world, our presence immediately caught the attention of this universe. We were targeted by a race here known as the God Clan. The others managed to escape by relying on the authority of the gods, but I, without divine power, was captured
by the God Clan, imprisoned, and tortured daily.
As he spoke, the fear on the figure's face deepened. Clearly, the previous torment was something he could hardly bear to recall. Fortunately, the passage we came through hadn't closed
yet. The terrifying entities that originally invaded Teyvat followed the passage here and started a war with the God Clan.
I don't remember the specifics clearly. I only know that the prison I was held in collapsed during the war and fell
into the divine realm.
Those external horrors began to corrupt this place. After hearing his words, Shu Chen frowned.
So, the so-called divine ruins were actually the result of the collapse of the God Clan's prison? Not just the
prison, perhaps other parts of the divine realm also crumbled during the war, turning into ruins.
No wonder there were so many treasures in the ruins. You must have seen it when you arrived, right? Those disgusting pollutants and the ghostly
spirits of the deceased God Clan members. They were soldiers guarding the prison during their lifetimes but were killed by the corruption. And the one you fought earlier, that guy was the warden of this prison. His strength was incredibly formidable, but even he couldn't escape the fate of being corrupted. The figure continued. After finishing, he hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Lord Emperor, to be honest with you, you've seen the current situation yourself. Those external invaders are terrifying beyond measure. Even Teyvat couldn't escape collapse, and this world is no different. I don't know what the situation is like outside now, but even the strongest God Clan in this universe paid a heavy
price to resist them. Those pollutants are just a small part of the invaders, yet even so, they've caused immense destruction.
If they were to invade fully, this universe would also be doomed to corruption. As for those who seized the gods' authorities, I've witnessed their greed firsthand. Right now, it seems that only your authority hasn't fallen into their hands, but sooner or later, they'll set their sights on you. After all this time, they've absorbed considerable
power from the authorities.
I can guarantee that as soon as they feel confident, they'll definitely make a move against you. The figure's words made Shu Chen's mood even heavier. The current situation was more dire than he had imagined.
The invasion of myriad races was far from over, and the pollutants could resurge at any moment.
Additionally, those who had seized divine power posed a latent threat, and it was uncertain when they might strike against him.
And, Lord Emperor, there is something I must say. Just now,
I have already realized that, in fact, you, the current you is not the original, complete Geo Archon. Or rather, you are not Morix.
You are someone else, but you possess the power of the Geo God. However, you are different from those who forcibly obtain divine power by seizing authority. I can sense that you were personally chosen by the Emperor.
The power of the Geo God coexists with you, and this kind of fusion cannot be achieved through forceful plundering. That's why, at first, I mistook you for the Emperor himself, because this power is so perfectly integrated with you. I think this must have been arranged by the Emperor beforehand.
Unexpectedly,
This shadow had seen through the fact that he was not the true Geo Archon, which left Chu Chen somewhat shocked. After all, this was the first person to say such a thing. If I can notice this, others will eventually notice it too. If you were truly the Emperor himself, they might still have some reservations. But once they know you are not, and realize that you, like them, exist by obtaining divine power, they will show no mercy. They will undoubtedly accelerate their actions, trying to seize the power of the Geo God from you. Whether it's the pollution invading again or those people targeting you, you will become the focus of everyone's attacks. The shadow's tone grew more resolute and forceful. Indeed. Chu Chen sighed deeply, clenching his fists tightly. No matter what, his situation was extremely dangerous, and he had already become the target of various factions. Although there were humans like Xiang Hanhai protecting him, the potential risks would only increase. In the end, he understood that he couldn't rely on others. Only by quickly improving his own strength could he have the ability to protect himself. Ding! Ultimate mission triggered, reclaim the authority of the six gods. Mission objective, reclaim the stolen authority of the six gods. Current progress, Water God, 0 to 1, Fire God, 0 to 1, Grass God, 0 to 1, Ice God, 0 to 1, Wind God, 0/1, Thunder God, 0 to 1. Note, this mission cannot be refused. Note, this mission is crucial to the future's trajectory. Chu Chen's eyes remained calm, but the appearance of the mission stirred waves within him. Reclaim the authority of the gods from those shadows? And this mission is tied to the future? Indeed, if the invading army of outsiders descends upon this universe, even the divine race may not be able to resist. His current abilities are limited. Perhaps gathering the authority of the other six gods is the key to breaking the deadlock. His situation is perilous. Although those shadows have not acted against him yet, in the long run, once they discover he is not the true Geo Archon, they will undoubtedly find ways to seize the authority of the Geo God. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Since they want to seize it, why can't he seize it first? Having understood this, a new problem arose. He was aware of his predicament, but those shadows remained hidden in the dark. They could find him at any time, but he couldn't locate them. Under such circumstances, the only thing he could do was accelerate his strength improvement. Only by becoming stronger could he stop being passive. However, the person in front of him was, after all, once part of the Shadows group. He might be able to help, and taking him out might even attract other shadows to appear. Chu Chen reached out, preparing to sever the chains binding the Shadow.No matter. What, this shadowy figure might be his chance to turn the tide. Just as the chains were about to be severed, a thunderous explosion shook the heavens and earth once more. Accompanying the sound, the world trembled violently. The ground began to collapse, and the black clouds in the sky churned incessantly. A fierce gust of air surged through, striking Chu Chen's body and almost causing him to lose his balance. Though he quickly steadied himself, standing like an immovable mountain amidst the chaos, the surrounding anomalies left him puzzled. He sensed the elemental energy in the air suddenly becoming wild and unstable, all pointing to a certain spot in the sky. There, above the clouds, a streak of purple light flashed and instantly plummeted straight toward Chu Chen. A strong sense of danger overwhelmed his mind as he felt a pure source of contamination emanating from the streak of light. He swiftly dodged to the side, and the light's impact triggered a thunderous explosion. Immediately afterward, the streak of light plunged directly into the shadowy figure's body. In an instant, strands of blood-red threads extended from the figure's body, rapidly enveloping him entirely. No, no! The figure let out a scream of extreme terror as he was quickly wrapped in the red threads. The previously frail and weak appearance of the figure vanished in an instant, replaced by a transparent domain radiating from his body. Within this domain, an overwhelming sense of oppression surged forth. This aura represented the power of contamination, as terrifying as a landslide or an earthquake. Chu Chen finally understood that the specters he had encountered earlier, as well as the warden deity, were merely puppets that had died after being corrupted. Now, standing before him was the true source of contamination that had invaded this space. It had descended upon Chu Chen by using the figure's body as a vessel. The barrier that had separated this area from the ruins was also slowly crumbling under the immense pressure. Within the domain, massive beasts began to appear out of thin air. Not only beasts but also numerous humanoid monsters, all exuding a strong aura of corruption. The shadowy figure extended an arm wrapped in red threads, its hand now transformed into sharp claws resembling those of a ferocious beast. Moving at supersonic speed, the claws lunged straight for Chu Chen's neck. Clang, a sound like shattering glass echoed in the air as faint cracks appeared on the surface of the jade shield surrounding Chu Chen. This attack seemed simple, without causing much commotion, yet it managed to damage the shield. At the same time, Chu Chen thrust his spear forward with force, the tip tracing a dazzling arc that swept across the scene with a deafening impact. The claw was instantly severed by his strike. However, no blood flowed, the red threads twisted as if alive, desperately converging and quickly regenerating a new arm. This time, sharp bone spikes grew from the arm, clashing against Chu Chen's spear tip and unleashing immense power. The red threads instantly extended toward Chu Chen like spearheads, attempting to entangle him. Sensing the danger, Chu Chen unleashed a ghostly force from his arm, directly repelling the figure's arm while swiftly retreating himself. The red threads wrapped around the spear tip were torn apart by Chu Chen, quickly disintegrating into countless fine strands. Taking advantage of the distance he had created, Chu Chen looked down at the area below. Not only was the region he was in affected, but the beasts were also spreading across other areas. A group of monsters piled into a mountain of flesh, blocking his path as if waiting for him to fall. Chu Chen coldly waved his hand. Boom! In the next moment, the previously calm ground shook violently again. Cracks stretched across the earth like dragons, tearing it apart continuously. The fractured ground began to twist madly, the entire land seemed to come alive, two massive boulders pressed against each other like giant mouths, crushing the beasts caught in between into fragments. The cracks emerging from the depths of the earth extended and twisted endlessly, pulling the beasts circling the ground one by one into the abyss under Chu Chen's control. What kind of power is this? The spectators in the distance, who had rushed over from the outskirts of the ruins, were stunned. They saw Chu Chen standing high in the air like a god, his golden eyes resembling two blazing suns, coldly gazing down below. With a casual wave of his hand, the ground seemed to come alive, devouring the beasts. The crowd was so shocked they were speechless. Yet, Chu Chen remained calm, though his heart was equally astonished. Ever since stepping into the Dao Sea realm, he felt his control over the rock element had greatly improved. Previously, he could only carve a few cracks into the ground or summon small rocks. But now, he felt like the creator of this region, earth, mountains. Everything related to rocks obeyed his will. Two towering peaks, each 100 meters high, slowly tilted toward the ground in the center with just a thought. Dozens of tons of rubble descended from the sky, roaring as they smashed into the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Buzz! Suddenly, a figure dove down. The ground trembled to its limit, accompanied by a dragon-like roar from the depths of the earth. Massive mountain rocks stretched and extended, rushing toward the sky, gathering along the way. In an instant, rocks from all directions intertwined, the rock element compressed at high intensity, erupting with continuous explosions in the air. A massive arc-shaped rock element rapidly expanded from Chu Chen as the center, blocking the figure's attack. Along with the arc, a giant dragon forged entirely from mountain rock coiled around Chu Chen. This dragon was nearly 60 meters long, its rugged rocky form seemingly sculpted with masterful craftsmanship, lifelike in appearance. Its eyes glowed with a molten light, specially crafted by Chu Chen using underground magma. At this moment, the rock dragon revolved around Chu Chen, layers of intense rock elements continuously radiating from its surface. Gazing at the dragon he had created from mountain rock, Chu Chen couldn't help but take a sharp breath. His mastery over the rock element had now reached a new level. He could create more creatures like this dragon, and their forms didn't have to be limited to dragons, though there was no need. The rock dragon didn't linger around Chu Chen for long, it quickly obeyed his command, returning to the ground to sweep through the beasts. Chu Chen knew that against the polluted source, these rock element creations were of limited use. This time, he didn't let Ruochuo and Yaksha deal with the smaller creatures, because he needed to preserve their strength within him to confront the polluted source ahead more effectively. Immediately, the figure attacked again, dozens of sharp bone spikes flashing with crimson light, charging forward like a crushing machine. Chu Chen gripped his spear tightly and thrust it fiercely against the surging attack. A streak of golden light and a streak of crimson light tore through the sky, splitting it in two. Boom! The deafening roar of explosions erupted, and the shockwave forced figures to retreat. Chu Chen stood within the jade shield, as steady as a mountain. But this did not mean he had gained the upper hand. His opponent was also unscathed. What followed would be a relentless battle until one side fell. The distant onlookers were left dumbfounded. Whether it was Chu Chen or the shadowy figure, their strength far exceeded the level permitted in this ruin. This battle was something ordinary people could not interfere with, and even watching from afar risked being caught in the aftermath.
Squinting
their eyes, they could only gaze at the flickering lights in the sky, where dazzling brilliance and a heavy aura of death permeated
the air. Each collision was like rolling thunder, shaking their hearts. Many people took out their phones or recording devices to film from a distance. They knew that as long as they left the ruins alive, uploading these videos would undoubtedly go viral easily,
garnering millions, if not tens of millions, of views. For most ordinary sequence individuals, even becoming awakened did little to improve their lives, as financial pressures persisted. Thus, they always carried professional filming equipment, ready to record
any major event they encountered. Uploading videos had become a source of income for them, especially with a genius like Chu Chen. Having first-hand footage of his battles could make even an unknown person quickly rise to fame online. Boom! At that
moment, a blinding white light suddenly flashed before everyone's eyes.
In an instant, their vision turned completely white, and a deafening explosion rang in their ears, almost rupturing their eardrums.
This was the most intense clash yet between Chu Chen and the
shadowy figure, rendering the scene extremely unsafe.
Once their vision returned, the crowd began retreating to a safer distance. However, some were unwilling to leave and stayed to continue recording. The farther away they were, the worse the video quality, but they were willing to take the risk for potential profits. Meanwhile, the battle in the sky raged on with great momentum, and the
ground echoed with violent rumblings. A massive rock dragon rampaged through the beast horde without mercy. This ferocious giant
beast, forged from countless rocks, had molten lava flowing across its surface. It spiraled rapidly above and below ground, crushing
surrounding enemies like a steamroller.
Both sides on the ground and underground were fighting with all their might in a frenzied struggle. The shocking scene made the onlookers question whether they had entered the wrong ruin.
Could there have been a temporal spatial anomaly?
They had thought they were entering a low-level ruin, but had they accidentally stumbled into a high-level
one?
Sand and stones danced wildly in the air as a golden spear and crimson claws clashed once more, unleashing a deafening roar.
The
aftermath stirred up fierce winds, howling like a tornado.
The two terrifying forces intertwined, releasing a dazzling array of light and an overwhelming, bone-chilling pressure. Bang!
When the two figures separated again, Chu Chen exhaled deeply. As the core of the force eroding this space, even though he had reached the Dao Si realm and had fought with all his strength dozens of times, he had not gained the slightest advantage. Chu Chen could only continue to channel the power within him, his boiling blood surging
like a torrent, waves of energy pouring into every bulging muscle, his heart pounding like a war drum.
Fortunately, his opponent had not gained the upper hand over him either. For now, it seemed this was a life-and-death battle between evenly matched opponents.
Chu Chen took the opportunity to glance downward.
The rock dragon he had created showed no fear as it faced the magical beasts. The massive and ferocious body, like a giant beast crushing everything in its path, left all monsters shattered with no chance to fight
back. The rock dragon roamed the uneven ground, unleashing deafening roars akin to an earthquake. The sound emanated from underground, resembling distant rolling thunder. The rock dragon was forged by Chu Chen himself, imbued with immense elemental energy. Each
of its movements continuously affected the underground, gradually triggering subterranean upheavals. The already ruined ground began
to collapse further.
The sizable magical beast stood no chance against this natural disaster, instantly plunging into the
depths of the earth as if swallowed by a black hole. Moreover, the seismic waves spread outward, rippling through the surrounding terrain, causing even intact areas to crack.
On the information panel, the experience points surged rapidly, but in the face of such
indescribable power, even the largest numbers seemed insignificant.
Thick smoke billowed straight into the sky, and the scene before him was nothing but a desolate wasteland.
Well, after wielding the destructive force akin to a meteor crashing into the earth, I now possess the disaster-level power of an earthquake.
Yet, regrettably, this ground destruction has no effect on the primordial
creature before me. Chu Chen gazed at the distant monster confronting him, unsure if it could still think. But regardless, dragging this out was not an option. In this battle, one side must fall. Chu Chen took a deep breath, and the realm of tranquility rapidly contracted.
At the start of the fight, he had already unleashed the realm of tranquility. The rock crystal butterflies, which had been fluttering and shimmering with golden light, began to swiftly converge toward him, ultimately transforming into a dazzling golden
halo encircling him.
The Sky Star was not yet fully charged, so he had to switch to another attack method.
Chu Chen decided to give it a try. He compressed the realm of tranquility tightly against his body, condensing the remaining energy into a terrifying attack force, ready to erupt at any moment.
He stepped forward, wielding the 1,000 rock spear, and charged once more toward the distant figure, stirring up a fierce wind. The figure sensed the danger and let out an enraged and frenzied roar, its voice carrying a strange rhythm. In an instant, invisible energy waves surrounded it, rapidly condensing into a massive energy sphere.
The sphere
spun at high speed, faintly revealing a white, misty eyeball rotating within.
Boom! Another earth-shattering collision erupted.
The golden spear light burst forth, the power of the realm of tranquility blossomed, and a dazzling curtain of light instantly
obscured the heavens and earth.
The enormous energy sphere formed by the figure emitted a piercing noise, spinning with a whirlwind
that compressed the surrounding air.
Chu Chen felt as though he was carrying a mountain on his back, the immense pressure slowing
his offensive.
Yet, even so, he gripped the spear tightly and continued to thrust forward step by step.
The intense shockwaves swept away all nearby clouds, and cracks appeared in the sky.
Before the light could dissipate, accompanied by the sound of shattering
glass, the sky fractured like a mirror, splitting into countless fissures.
Behind the mirror lay an extremely turbulent flow of time
and space.
The people in the distance, who had just calmed their nerves, tensed up again, staring blankly at the sky, unable to comprehend why the firmament had shattered.
What secrets lay hidden behind that broken sky?
The sudden change immediately caught the
attention of Chu Chen and the figure.
They quickly separated, as the turbulent flow of time and space above began to affect them. Chu Chen witnessed the shattered scene above his head and recalled the chaotic spatial turbulence he had seen in the sky after completing the tasks for the 5 yakshas. That turbulence, capable of tearing everything apart, had appeared again.
Could it be that the divine relics were enclosed small spaces, entirely surrounded by turbulence outside? Chu Chen couldn't help but wonder.
Perhaps
this space, after enduring long-term erosion, was already on the verge of collapse.
The aftermath of the intense battle earlier
had finally caused cracks to appear here. There's a signal.
At the same time, someone in the crowd observing from afar
exclaimed, "What?" Everyone was shocked.
The divine relics were completely sealed spaces, and electronic devices brought in by the
entrance shouldn't be able to receive any signal.
But now, when they opened their phones, they actually saw signal bars.
Could it be because the sky above has broken? Someone trembled as they speculated. Soon, those recording videos became ecstatic. The
arrival of a signal meant they could start live streaming,
just earning a little money by uploading recorded videos. Now, the only
ones daring to rush to the front lines of the battlefield were people like them. Faced with such a shocking scene, starting a live stream would undoubtedly earn far more than uploading hundreds of videos. Quickly, a group of people got busy.
Many brought professional
equipment, setting up cameras one by one, and live streams from different angles were immediately connected to the outside
network. In the desert fortress, Tuoba Lian could no longer hold back.
He felt like a fool, standing under the scorching sun for a
full 3 hours.
During this time, whenever a trainee showcased their training results, he had to put on a satisfied expression and
clap along with the other fools around him.
If that were all, he could still endure it. After all, the main reason he came this
time was because of Chu Chen.
The recent battle at Jinjiao Pass had caused a huge stir, and everyone was amazed at Chu Chen's rapid
growth in such a short time.
Watching Chu Chen grow so quickly, Tuoba Lian's unease grew heavier and heavier.
By now, Chu Chen's performance had far exceeded everyone's expectations.
Since the awakening era began, no one had grown as fast or become as powerful
as him. As Chu Chen's level increased, Tuoba Lian's worries became harder to suppress.
He feared that Chu Chen might use his ever-growing power to walk down a completely different path.
If he didn't take some precautions with Chu Chen soon, this unease would never go away. Thus, Tuoba Lian had been waiting, eagerly anticipating Chu Chen's appearance.
3 hours had passed, and he still
hadn't seen Chu Chen.
The only thing that comforted him was the thought that Chu Chen might be the grand finale.
But just now, the stage announcer declared the end of the trainees' performance showcase.
After sitting for 3 hours without even catching a glimpse
of Chu Chen, they were just going to call it over?
For a moment, not only Tuoba Lian but also the representatives from other
countries couldn't sit still.
For them, the most anticipated part was Chu Chen's performance.
Seeing the crowd begin to stir, Xiang Hanhai quickly stepped out from the shade, smiling as he instructed the staff to serve each of these high-ranking officials a glass of iced cola. As soon as Xiang Hanhai appeared, Tuoba Lian suppressed his anger and gritted his teeth as he asked, "Elder Xiang, why? Haven't we seen Chu Chen yet? Shouldn't the trainees be showcasing their results on stage?" The other representatives also nodded in agreement. Xiang Hanhai, however, sighed helplessly. "Ladies and gentlemen, Chu Chen is indeed one of our trainees, and of course, we should showcase his achievements over the past month. What a pity, he just entered the Divine Ruins for training and is not in the fortress right now." What? This statement immediately caused a commotion. "Mr. Xiang, according to the training regulations, students are not allowed to casually enter risky places like the Divine Ruins. If something happens, can you take responsibility?" Some foreign representatives with ulterior motives secretly rejoiced, finally finding an opportunity to stir up trouble. Xiang Hanhai was well prepared and remained unfazed as he replied, "Ladies and gentlemen, no one understands Chu Chen better than I do. Allowing him to enter the Divine Ruins is no different from allowing him to enter the Demon Cavern or participate in the Xinjiao Pass campaign. I am fully confident that nothing will happen to him." As soon as he finished speaking, Tuoba Lian immediately retorted, "Mr. Xiang, words alone are not enough. Since we're here, we won't miss any student. We must see Chu Chen." "I never said you couldn't see him. Let's wait until he comes out," Xiang Hanhai said, spreading his hands and shrugging indifferently. "Xia." Minghong watched the scene and shook his head helplessly, feeling that Xiang Hanhai was simply a rascal. But to deal with a rascal, you have to use a rascal's methods. At this moment, a soldier hurriedly ran to Xia Minghong's side and whispered something to him. After listening, Xia Minghong's expression changed drastically. He quickly walked over to Xiang Hanhai and said to the still unrelenting representatives, "Ladies and gentlemen, want to see Chu Chen's performance? I'll satisfy you." As soon as he finished speaking, a massive projector in the center of the training ground began to operate. Xiang Hanhai approached with a puzzled expression and asked, "What's going on?" "This wasn't part of the plan. You'll find out soon enough," Xia Minghong replied, his gaze heavy as he stared at the projector lighting up. Suddenly, the sky above was covered by thick clouds, and the training ground darkened instantly. Everyone looked at each other, confused about what was happening. As a massive light screen appeared before them, the live broadcast footage came into view, its popularity currently soaring. When the cursor clicked into the live stream, the broadcast immediately appeared before everyone. The first thing that came into view was a scene resembling the apocalypse. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but ruins. The earth was twisted and deformed, constantly collapsing, with not a single inch of intact land in sight. The sky was even more terrifying, riddled with cracks and large gaps, as if a corner of the heavens had truly fallen. This apocalyptic scene instantly captured everyone's attention. "Where is this?" The crowd watched silently, full of confusion. They had received no information about any large-scale war breaking out and had no idea where this live footage was coming from. "Wait! That figure! Is that Chu Chen?" someone suddenly shouted, pointing at the screen. The footage began to shift, and a golden light shot out from one side. As the light dissipated, a young man holding a firearm appeared amidst deafening roars and violent tremors. Yet the young man stood as steady as a mountain, unmoving. "It really is him. Didn't he enter the Divine Ruins?" At this moment, everyone recognized the young man in the footage. It was none other than Chu Chen. "Look! It seems like he's fighting someone." Soon, another figure appeared in the footage. The two clashed like blazing suns, colliding repeatedly in mid-air. Each collision caused dramatic changes to the surrounding environment. Could all of this be the aftermath of their battle? The onlookers were all stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. The earth trembled, causing the ground to collapse, and a powerful force tore through the sky, opening chaotic streams. A piercing roar echoed between heaven and earth. The beasts on the ground, all of which were beings of astonishing destructive power, now scattered like ants on fire, burrowing underground in panic. Even the massive rock dragon, lying on the surface, moved as freely as a sea serpent in water, wreaking havoc both above and below ground. Each time it appeared, it claimed the lives of countless beasts. This apocalyptic scene was merely the result of the fierce battle between Chu Chen and that mysterious figure. "Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap!" Xiang Hanhai muttered under his breath 3 times, just as shocked as everyone else by the power Chu Chen displayed. What surprised him even more was that although Chu Chen had entered the Divine Ruins, the live broadcast somehow made its way to the internet.
Xia Minghong, standing nearby, seemed to read his thoughts and leaned in to whisper, "I'm surprised too, but based on our investigation, the broadcast signal is chaotic."
As unbelievable as it sounds, some kind of connection has formed between the Divine Ruins and reality. That's how the live footage is being transmitted. And there are many accounts streaming it, all run by professional broadcasters.
They make a living by broadcasting intense frontline battles. It's speculated that they've also entered ruins similar to Chu Chen's and are recording from a distance.
Xiang Hanhai took a deep breath to steady himself. This is the first time in history that ruins are no longer completely isolated from the outside world. But none of that matters right now.
His expression grew serious.
What exactly is that thing fighting Chu Chen?
This is supposed to be a low-tier ruin, but their battle has already far exceeded what a low-tier ruin can withstand, which is why the ruin is collapsing. Xia Minghong's eyes flickered as he spoke in a low voice. This world is truly changing.
More and more inexplicable events are happening, and I fear a great upheaval is coming. But for now, we should be more concerned about Chu Chen. Did you prepare any contingency plans for him?
Compared to these strange occurrences, they were more worried about Chu Chen's safety. From the footage, the two seemed evenly matched, but no one could guarantee what other tricks the mysterious figure might have up their sleeve.
I gave him a teleportation token that can be used 5 times. It was originally meant for
entering the demon cavern, but it can also take Chu Chen out of mid-tier or lower ruins. I explained everything to him beforehand.
Since he
hasn't used it yet, it means he's confident in this fight, Xiang Hanhai said coldly. Despite his calm demeanor, the redness on his forehead and his tightly clenched fists betrayed his tension. He stared unblinkingly at the screen, not moving for a long time.
That token? Isn't that one of your most prized possessions?
You wouldn't even let me borrow it to take a look, Xia Minghong said in surprise.
In this world, anything related to teleportation or spatial manipulation was a rare treasure of immeasurable value. Most teleportation tools could only be used within the same space and would break after a single use. Yet the token Xiang Hanhai gave Chu Chen could be used 5 times, making its worth unimaginable. A good item should be used at critical moments. Haven't you noticed he's leveled up again? Xiang Hanhai suddenly showed a look of delight. Although Chu Chen's aura couldn't be directly sensed through the screen, his strength was clearly much greater than before.
Meanwhile, within the ruins, scorching black energy suddenly erupted around the mysterious figure. On the originally featureless face, a pair of fierce eyes suddenly appeared. His neck abruptly stretched and bent, emitting a strange wailing sound toward the sky. Immediately afterward, the boiling black mist around him condensed into a massive palm, striking fiercely at Chu Chen. A sharp glint flashed in Chu Chen's eyes as the surrounding flowing rock elements quickly solidified, transforming into a colossal molten lava hand to counterattack. Boom! The two forces collided head-on, creating a powerful shockwave that distorted the surrounding air, rippling outward in waves. The explosion in mid-air shattered the molten lava beast into countless fragments. But Chu Chen did not stop. Holding a long spear, he charged out from the debris with uncontrollable speed, crashing violently into the shadowy figure. The immense impact caused the figure's body to twist violently, and the heavy spear of 1,000 rocks pierced through the blood-red threads covering him, precisely striking his heart. Instantly, the figure let out a piercing scream. Who would have thought that the source of this polluted space could actually feel pain? In the next moment, the figure lost control and plummeted from hundreds of meters in the air. The world darkened as Chu Chen's eyes burned with blazing light. He followed the falling figure, his free hand repeatedly striking his opponent. The immense force tore apart the red threads on the figure's surface, shattering bones and skin with each blow. The audience in the livestream room simultaneously voiced their doubts. Is this a new move from Chu Chen that he's never used before? A new skill incoming? Everyone grew excited, eager to witness the upcoming battle. In truth, even Chu Chen himself didn't understand why the power within his body had suddenly gone out of control. He looked behind him in astonishment, where the light screen had already risen to hundreds of meters high, standing level with the shadowy figure. Sensing the unusual change, the shadowy figure launched an attack in an instant. Countless massive red threads intertwined, pressing down on Chu Chen like a celestial curtain. However, as soon as these powerful attacks touched the golden light, they immediately withered. The red threads trembled, as if gripped by extreme fear.
Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed from the dazzling light screen.
A massive golden humanoid figure slowly materialized, standing tall between heaven and
earth, proudly positioned behind Chu Chen.
Draped in a long robe and wielding a spear, the figure's imposing stature was awe-inspiring.
Its
face was indistinct, but it exuded an unparalleled aura of supreme majesty. The surging golden light compelled all who watched to feel an involuntary sense of reverence.
Holy crap! What is that? A divine manifestation? My knees! Why are my legs bending on their own? A monster! A monster! Brother Chu is incredible!
This breathtaking scene instantly ignited the passion of everyone in the live stream room.
Each viewer felt their blood boiling.
Even though they were only seeing the golden figure through a screen, it still stirred a profound
sense of shock in their hearts.
At the same time, the expressions of Xiang Hanhai, Xia Minghong, Tuoba Lian, and the other representatives
turned grave.
They were all high-level awakeners, most of them at the heaven-opening realm, with the rest being extraordinary
powerhouses.
Yet even so, when they saw the radiant, towering golden figure, they couldn't suppress the awe rising from deep within.
How was this possible?
No matter how powerful or exceptional Chu Chen was, there was no reason for them, as top-tier experts, to feel such immense pressure from him. However, their shock was nothing compared to those who were witnessing the scene firsthand within the ruins. The ferocity in their eyes had now been completely replaced by disbelief.
Boom boom, the golden figure behind Chu Chen raised its hand, and the spear in its grasp, glowing with dazzling golden light, struck fiercely at the shadowy figure with unstoppable momentum.
The countless massive threads scattered around the shadowy figure quickly flew toward the spear, attempting to block the terrifying attack. Yet, as soon as the threads approached the spear, they instantly disintegrated into ashes, unable to touch it in facing the overwhelming
onslaught. Chu Chen remained as steady as a mountain, without dodging in the slightest.
Behind him, a golden figure waved its hand, and a jade shield hundreds of meters high instantly appeared before him. This shield was like an indestructible wall, unmoved by the
fierce attacks. After a round of relentless bombardment, the shield remained dazzling and unscathed. You, what kind of monster are you? The figure trembled and roared, its voice filled with fear. Chu Chen understood that these pollutants could not only think but also speak. Yet no one could answer its question.
Suddenly, a streak of golden light, like a meteor, flashed across the sky.
The giant
spear in the golden figure's hand had somehow been hurled into the air. As the spear descended, the golden light grew even brighter,
its oppressive force suffocating.
Faced with this terrifying attack, the figure stood frozen.
Was it unwilling to move, or was it completely immobilized by the spear's pressure? Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, and the live broadcast screen was instantly engulfed by golden light.
The dazzling curtain of light persisted for a long time, and a massive humming sound echoed in everyone's ears. Fortunately, the camera equipment, though disturbed due to the distance, continued functioning.
Before the light dissipated, the audience was left stunned, unable to react.
Finally, after half a minute, the blinding light began to fade. The scene within the ruins became clear once more. The massive spear was firmly embedded in the ground, beneath which lay a bottomless, enormous fissure.
On either side of the crack, boulders kept tumbling down, yet no sound could be heard. The once flat ground had transformed into a deep canyon, and the spectacular rift plunged the site into dead silence.
As for the towering figure, it had likely been obliterated in the explosion.
In
the live broadcast room, the previously overwhelming barrage of comments suddenly ceased. No one spoke, everyone was awestruck by the
catastrophic scene.
The golden figure behind Chu Chen gradually dissipated, along with the giant spear, vanishing into streams of light
before the audience's eyes. What level has Chu Chen reached now? How could he possess such power in such a short time? Back at Jinjiao Pass, I never saw him like this.
He feels like a king, commanding everything around him. Xiao Minghong's heart surged with turmoil. He simply couldn't believe that in such a short span since that battle, Chu Chen had undergone such a dramatic transformation.
I told you not to treat him as an ordinary heaven level.
The reason he was rated as heaven level is because, for now, our highest standard is only heaven level. Xiang Hanhai was far less surprised than the others. From the beginning, he had reminded himself never to equate Chu Chen with other heaven level individuals. For a genius like him, even the most incredible occurrences were not unexpected.
Now, as the
center of everyone's attention, Chu Chen gazed at the apocalyptic scene around him, the earth shaking, mountains crumbling, and skies falling,
as if witnessing the end of the world. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. Ever since he obtained clues from that figure and triggered the mission to reclaim the 6 divine authorities, Chu Chen had felt a change within himself. It was as if invisible chains had been broken, and his power had become purer. The golden giant shadow just now, though its face was indistinct, was something Chu Chen understood in his heart. It was the image of the Rock King Emperor. As he looked at the ruins beneath his feet, he seemed to sense a certain rhythm within the earth and mountains. It was precisely this rhythm that allowed him to effortlessly control the power of rock. Looking at the ruins scattered like jagged cliffs, he had finally grasped the preliminary authority of the Geo Archon, the divine power to command the earth and mountains, an ultimate expression of strength. Although he was still far from reaching the realm where he could create stars in the wilderness or reshape mountains and seas, his understanding had greatly improved compared to before. Thinking of the figure that had disappeared, Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh. He had originally wanted to keep that figure around, perhaps to turn the tide when facing others who sought to seize divine authority. But now, it seemed like nothing more than wishful thinking. Instead, Chu Chen glanced lightly in one direction, his gaze falling on the people who were live streaming. They instantly felt a chill run through their bodies, their hair standing on end, their chests tight with pressure, almost unable to breathe. However, the sensation quickly dissipated as Chu Chen shifted his gaze away. Even so, these people continued to gasp for air, their hearts still racing with lingering fear. Chu Chen sighed softly. The battle had been intense earlier, leaving him no time to pay attention to his surroundings. Only now did he realize that someone had activated live streaming equipment at some point, recording the entire fight. Speaking of which, wasn't the divine ruins supposed to be completely isolated from the outside world? What was the point of live streaming here? Could it be that there was a signal now? He pulled out his phone, and the signal icon was clearly visible on the screen. The notification bar was constantly refreshing, with 9 out of 10 messages related to his recent battle. TSK, this situation is a bit troublesome. Chu Chen wasn't afraid of the world seeing his strength. What worried him were those enemies who sought to seize the authority of the 6 gods. If the live stream was connected to the outside world, those people might be watching. They might even recognize the figure trapped here and could act accordingly. With enemies lurking in the shadows and himself exposed, the only way to protect himself was to quickly enhance his strength. Although there were still people like Xian Hanhai outside protecting him, Chu Chen knew he couldn't rely entirely on others. Only by depending on himself could he truly be secure. At that moment, the entire ruins suddenly trembled, and everyone still inside felt their bodies lighten slightly. This was the signal that the main beast had been slain, and those trapped within the ruins would soon be freed and teleported back to the outside world. Chu Chen was surprised. He had never seen the main beast of the ruins, yet now it had been killed. It must have been dealt with by others during the chaos of the earlier battle. However, on his system interface, the experience bar suddenly began to jump, and Chu Chen gained a large amount of experience. The source of the experience was clearly marked as Ruin's main beast. Could it be that he had killed the main beast? But he had never even seen the creature. Unless Chu Chen looked at the spreading seismic waves below. Unless the main beast had been unlucky enough to become an innocent casualty. Regardless, the gains from this trip to the ruins far exceeded expectations. Beyond his insights into the Geo element, his level had already risen to the Dao High realm. It had only been 8 days since he completed the last legendary quest, and a new legendary quest should appear soon. This would be his 4th legendary quest, and upon completion, he would unlock his 4th constellation. Chu Chen vaguely remembered that the 4th constellation was related to the celestial star, and unlocking it would bring even greater improvements, not less. Thinking of this, Chu Chen's gaze once again fell on the ultimate quest, reclaim the stolen divine authority, but now the task panel includes more detailed descriptions than before. Those foolish individuals who stole divine authority from behind the scenes even dared to borrow the name of the Geo Archon to give themselves titles. The one who seized the Anemo Archon's authority calls himself Storm Emperor. The one who seized the Electro Archon's authority calls himself Thunder Emperor. The one who seized the Dendro Archon's authority calls himself Forest Emperor. The one who seized the Hydro Archon's authority calls himself Ocean Emperor. The one who plundered the Pyro Archon's authority calls himself Sacred Flame Emperor. The one who plundered the Cryo Archon's authority calls himself Frost Emperor. Chu Chen looked at the sudden appearance of this lengthy text on the task panel and couldn't help but chuckle.
He hadn't expected those people to be so shameless, not only stealing divine authority but also
giving themselves names that sounded impressive.
However, the title Geo-Archon was a respectful term for the Geo-God, recognized by
all.
These self-proclaimed titles of theirs couldn't compare to the Geo-Archon.
Using stolen power, did their mouths twist into knots when they called themselves by those names?
After mocking these overconfident individuals, Shu Chen continued to focus on the panel.
Task reward, creation and destruction, reversal of life and death.
A mysterious phrase appeared before his eyes.
Creation and destruction. Reversal of life and death.
Shu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. The description was too vague, and he couldn't decipher its
meaning.
Although he didn't understand it, it sounded undeniably powerful.
Could it mean that the destroyed Tevat can be rebuilt? That the dead can be resurrected?
Shu Chen pondered this as his body gradually became translucent.
In a vast and dimly lit space, several shadowy figures stood silently in a circle.
They were the ones who had stolen the 6 divine authorities. At the center, several screens
floated at different angles, displaying footage of Chu Chen's recent battle. That was the prison of the gods. A shadowy
figure shimmering with silver light spoke slowly. He was the one who had seized the Cryo-Archon's authority and called himself the Frost
Emperor. That corruption is unmistakable. No matter how much time passes, I will never forget it. The remnants of corruption in this
world are slowly awakening, said the Thunder Emperor, surrounded by crackling lightning, in a heavy tone.
Let's set aside the corruption. For now. You all must have noticed, right? That person is not Morex.
Although I don't know how he possesses the Geo-God's power.
Another voice interjected.
It was the Ocean Emperor, who had seized the Hydro-Archon's authority.
Indeed, he is not Morex. Storm, Sacred. Flame, didn't you notice anything during your last encounter with him? The Thunder Emperor asked the other two. The Storm Emperor, who held the Anemo Archon's authority, shook his head. The last time we met was very sudden. We forcibly used temporal power, which weakens our perception.
His fusion with the Geo-God's power was so seamless that it was hard to tell.
In that case, do you still
intend to recruit him? The Frost Emperor asked coldly. Perhaps influenced by her power, the temperature in the space suddenly dropped.
Don't give me that attitude.
The Storm Emperor remained silent, but the Sacred Flame Emperor snorted coldly, flames igniting
around him and instantly raising the temperature back to a scorching heat. The atmosphere grew tense. After a moment, the Storm Emperor finally spoke.
Previously, I wanted to recruit him because I mistakenly thought he was Morex himself. Now that we know he is, like
us, someone who has acquired divine power, my earlier proposal is void.
He knew very well that although these people had gained immense power, their methods were dishonorable, and their strength was far inferior to that of true gods. Previously, the attempt to recruit was in hopes that Morex himself would be present, providing greater confidence in facing external invasions. But now, Shu Chen was not Morex, and his plan had failed. We must gather the authority of the gods.
Since there are no objections, the next step is to plan how to seize the power of the rock god from him. The silent Emperor Sun Luo finally spoke. Do you intend to kill him to seize authority? Asked the Storm Emperor.
Emperor Sun Luo shook his head, then nodded. I didn't say that, but it's close. To gain control of the rock god's
authority, we must act against him.
As soon as he finished speaking, Emperor Hanhai shook his head. It's too difficult.
The rock god's
power ranks among the top, possibly the strongest, of the gods. You all saw the earlier scene. Shu Chen's growth rate is too fast,
and his power is already terrifying. Moreover, Shu Chen is crucial among humans. The strong ones in this universe will protect him. Without interference from time powers, it's very hard for us to act. I think we shouldn't rush into a battle with him. Let's focus on
absorbing the power of our respective authorities first. Once we all reach the divine rank, it won't be too late to discuss further. After hearing this, Emperor Lin Xuan's tone immediately turned dissatisfied. Always hiding here and not acting is unsafe.
Signs of
pollution revival are evident, and the races in this universe are complex, with the situation changing by the second.
By the time we reach the divine rank, who knows what the outside world will look like? Moreover, by then, Shu Chen will likely be even stronger, and the difficulty of seizing authority won't decrease.
The difference between being above the divine rank and below it is vast, despite
being separated by just one word. Right now, he's still just a human, making this the best time to eliminate him. Do as you please. I won't participate anyway.
Emperor Shangyan said irritably, then turned his gaze to Emperor Hanhai. I agree with Emperor Hanhai's view. Before I reach the divine rank, I won't take any risky actions.
Coward.
Emperor Lei Tang immediately sneered disdainfully.
I support Shangyan and Hanhai's perspective.
Moreover, not only will I refrain from acting now, but I also absolutely forbid any of you
from acting recklessly.
The Storm Emperor's tone shifted from calm to cold.
What did you say? Emperor Lei Tang's forehead twitched.
Sharply, his eyes widened in anger, and his voice turned grim.
You cowards dare not act, so why stop us? Emperor Lin Xuan also expressed dissatisfaction. If we can seize the rock god's authority from Chu Chen, can't he also seize other gods' authority from us?
The Storm Emperor spoke again, his gaze shifting to the screen's image as he sighed. Without absolute certainty, I will never agree to
anyone acting impulsively.
If authority is lost, whether it falls into Chu Chen's hands or elsewhere, it will be a disaster for us. His words were reasonable, and both Emperor Lei Tang and Emperor Lin Xuan refrained from further rebuttal.
If we want to be cautious, then
let's use the authority of time to pause this universe's time, blocking all external interference, and act together against Chu Chen.
No matter how strong he is, he can't possibly be our match.
After a moment, Emperor Lei Tang still stubbornly proposed.
Time power is strong, but it's not so easily controlled.
Last time, pausing the outside world for such a short duration was already the limit.
Are you truly confident that you can seize the rock god's authority within this limited time? Perhaps we can't even break through his
shield. Storm Emperor shook his head in rebuttal. The silent Sun Luo Emperor also nodded and said, and the most crucial point is that
we are not beings of this universe.
Before we reach the divine rank, entering the outside world will subject us to suppression.
Acting now makes success even less likely. Then what, do nothing? Frost Emperor's face showed displeasure. Within a safe range, we can act appropriately. In any case, it's best not to personally intervene before reaching the divine rank. Use other pawns to operate, Sun Luo. Emperor said non-committally. Alright, today's meeting ends here.
Those who don't want to act, focus on cultivation.
Those who do, don't act impulsively.
First ensure your authority and power, then do as you please. Vast the Emperor's voice had barely fallen when his figure began to fade and soon disappeared.
I've had enough of these boring meetings anyway. It's not like I'm the one dying. Holy Flame Emperor's figure slowly dissipated. Storm Emperor said nothing, following the two as he exited the meeting. With the departure of the three figures, the space felt even more empty. Humph, a bunch of cowards.
Thunder Emperor crossed his arms and snorted coldly.
You two, still unwilling to sit idly by? Sun Luo Emperor slightly nodded, asking the remaining two. At the very least, I want to
see just how strong the one possessing the Rock King Emperor's power truly is. Frost Emperor's eyes glimmered with light.
Very well. Then join me next time.
I'll first think of a way to test him. Sun Luo Emperor revealed a cold smile.
Test him? Perhaps we can directly seize the rock god's authority.
Thunder Emperor's body erupted with ferocious lightning.
The Rock King Emperor's power must fall into our hands. Frost Emperor's surroundings began to spread with ice crystals, the chill biting. Chu Chen emerged from the ruins. Teleportation, returning to the fourth layer of the demonic cave he had been in earlier. His golden eyes had not yet fully dimmed. The fourth layer of the cave, which he had previously swept clean, now had some demonic beasts crawling up from the fifth layer. But now, he no longer needed to act personally.
With just a thought, the surrounding ground began to shake violently. The demonic cave seemed to have a self-repairing ability. Chu Chen remembered that the ground had previously cracked with countless fissures. Now, those fissures had completely disappeared. However, the newly restored terrain soon faced even more terrifying changes. The heavy earth began to twist and extend as if coming alive. Large rocks fell from the sky, and with Chu Chen at the center, the surrounding ground continuously collapsed. The ground caved in, mountains crumbled, and thick dust filled the air. Only his golden eyes calmly scanned the surroundings. The crawling demonic beasts were sliced into pieces by the flying rocks, while the flying ones, though temporarily avoiding disaster, became trapped in the rain of rocks. Before long, the massive tremors gradually subsided. In this wasteland, no trace of any demonic beast remained. Chu Chen nodded lightly, satisfied with the results of this training. When he walked out of the demonic cave and returned to the surface, he found the entrance to the cave already surrounded tightly. Xian Hanhai, Xia Minghong, and many others unfamiliar to Chu Chen were present, including peers from his cohort and off-duty warriors.
Xian Hanhai knew Chu Chen had teleported out of the demonic cave, so he had come specifically, with others following suit.
Everyone stared at Chu Chen in astonishment, their faces full of shock. Chu Chen hadn't expected anyone to come to pick him up, but considering that his battles had already been broadcasted to the entire world, such a scene seemed normal. Chu Chen, have you broken through to the Dao Hai realm?
Upon seeing him in person, Xiang Hanhai and the other powerful figures immediately sensed the change in his aura.
The Dao Hai realm might not mean much to most people, but for someone who had just reached the heaven-level Dao Hai realm, and in such a short time, this was unprecedented.
Knowing he
couldn't hide it from these senior experts, Chu Chen admitted frankly, "Yes, Elder Xiang, I was lucky enough to advance my realm while
in the ruins."
These words sounded modest, but many people inwardly shook their heads.
Lucky? Who can rely on luck to break through realms so quickly?
Watching his earlier battle, it was clear that his abilities far exceeded those of an ordinary Dao Hai realm practitioner. There was no need for such humility. Seeing the crowd fall silent again, Chu Chen sighed helplessly.
Indeed, no matter how modest he tried to be, people would always think he was showing off.
However, his attention was soon drawn to the colorful ribbons, banners,
and floating balloons outside. What's going on here?
He pointed at the decorations, which were completely out of place in the typically solemn atmosphere of the military district.
And what about those inflatable cartoon figures? Were they planning to build an amusement park for the station troops? Chu Chen, let me introduce you.
These are representatives from various countries who have traveled a long way to inspect the results of this month's special training, Xian Hanhai said, sidestepping Chu Chen's question and
patting him on the shoulder.
As for those decorations,
they're part of our heartfelt welcome ceremony. Then, turning to Tuoba Lian and
the others, Xiang Hanhai said, "All right, as you can see, the results of Chu Chen and all the trainees are on full display.
This concludes the results presentation successfully." With that, Xiang Hanhai began clapping.
As the strongest awakened one present, his applause
quickly set the tone for the others. Although Tuoba Lian and the other representatives still seemed a bit puzzled, they could only follow suit mechanically.
It had to be said, the amount of clapping they did today probably exceeded all the applause they'd given in their
lives combined.
Well then, since all the representatives have come from afar, and to reward the trainees and soldiers for their hard work over the past month, we will host a grand banquet tonight.
Before the banquet, there will also be a medal ceremony for the
soldiers who distinguished themselves in several battles.
Everyone, please return to rest and prepare for tonight's event. Xiang Hanhai's
words immediately sparked excitement among many, especially the younger trainees, who were filled with anticipation for the banquet
and ceremony.
Also, to our esteemed representatives who have traveled so far, you must be tired after watching the presentation for
so long. We have prepared resting rooms in advance.
If there's nothing else, please feel free to rest and get ready for tonight's activities, Xiang Hanhai said with a smile to Tuoba Lian and the others. Hearing this, some of the representatives felt a twinge of
dissatisfaction.
They had sat under the scorching sun for hours, and now Xiang Hanhai had the nerve to ask if they were tired.
Truly, his thick skin knew no bounds.
Still, no one dared to show their displeasure and could only nod in agreement.
At that moment, Tuoba Lian
suddenly stepped forward and approached Chu Chen, smiling as he said, "Chu Chen, your performance has far exceeded our expectations. I believe no one in this assessment could outshine you."
Seeing Tuoba Lian's sudden move, Xiang Hanhai's expression turned serious.
"Thank you for the compliment, senior.
I truly feel undeserving."
Although he didn't know the person before him, Chu Chen still held great
respect for the representative from the imperial capital.
"However, Chu Chen, there is something that requires your cooperation.
According
to the unified regulations for awakeners set by various governments, if an awakener is discovered to possess abilities beyond the understanding of ordinary people, they must undergo a simple test arranged by specialized personnel to help us better study the phenomenon
of awakening," Tuoba Lian continued.
"What?" Chu Chen was slightly stunned, and a trace of vigilance immediately appeared in his eyes.
"Chu Chen, you don't need to worry.
This regulation was introduced by governments during the early stages of awakening.
For specific details, you can ask Senior Xiang Hanhai."
Hearing this, Chu Chen turned to look at Xiang Lao beside him.
Xiang Hanhai clearly hadn't
expected Tuoba Lian to bring this up, and his expression became serious. After a moment, Xiang Hanhai nodded helplessly.
Damn it, he had actually forgotten about this regulation.
In the laws governing awakeners, there was indeed the rule Tuoba Lian had just mentioned,
originally intended to advance humanity's research into awakening powers.
After all, over the past few centuries, humanity's understanding of awakening had been continuously refined through such regulations. In truth, this regulation wasn't particularly frightening. Typically, the test was conducted by an awakener skilled in detection, and the process was very safe.
Some individuals even managed to break through certain limitations during the test, gaining a boost in strength.
What Xiang Hanhai was worried about wasn't the test itself,
but Tuoba Lian's intentions.
He was well aware of what the other party was scheming.
However, on second thought, Tuoba Lian wouldn't
be foolish enough to play tricks during such an important test. After all, if anything happened to Chu Chen, as the person in charge,
he would also be held accountable.
Seemingly seeing through Xiang Hanhai's concerns, Tuoba Lian cleared his throat and continued, Of course, this kind of test must be conducted by professionals. I'm just an amateur. As soon as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man with a small braid slowly stepped out from behind him. Let me introduce Huo Qitian, an awakener of the transcendent realm.
Hello. Huo Qitian walked up to Chu Chen and extended his hand.
Chu Chen didn't respond immediately but reached out to shake his hand.
Don't worry. During the test, you don't need to do anything. Just let me examine you. It'll be over quickly, and there are absolutely no side effects. It might even help you break through the constraints within your body and make you stronger.
Huo Qitian's words carried a special kind of power, making it easy for ordinary people to feel dazed upon hearing them. At this moment, Xiang Hanhai gently patted
Chu Chen's shoulder. It's fine. They're right. Just let them conduct the test. Chu Chen nodded. He had no choice.
The laws governing awakeners were the highest rules in this world, and even he had to comply.
Relax, the test will be over soon. As Huo Qitian and Chu Chen shook hands, a faint glow began to flow between their palms, slowly entering Chu Chen's body. Chu Chen didn't feel any discomfort.
Instead, he felt incredibly comfortable. The streams of light brushed over his body, instantly dispelling his fatigue. He closed his
eyes and focused on the sensation.
Seeing Chu Chen relax, Huo Qitian nodded, and a blue light appeared in his eyes.
He began tracing
the source of power within Chu Chen's body.
Boom!
Suddenly, the situation took a Huo Qitian had never encountered such a situation before. In previous tests, he had always smoothly channeled energy into the target's body, gradually sensing their power and how it differed from that of ordinary awakened individuals. But now, he felt as if he had been transported into a pitch-black space.
An oppressive force
weighed down on him from above, suffocating him, while the surrounding cold pierced to the bone.
At this moment, Huo Qitian could do nothing, but how was that possible?
He was an awakened being of the transcendent realm. Yet now, he felt like an ordinary person. The immense power within him was suddenly suppressed by an even higher authority.
This was, Huo Qitian suddenly realized it was the aura of the Supreme One.
He had felt this kind of oppression before during battles between other divine-tier powerhouses. His legs involuntarily
bent, as if to kneel.
But Chu Chen was clearly only an awakened being of the ocean reversal realm, so why did he possess such
an insurmountable presence within him?
In the distance, a golden light suddenly lit up, illuminating the steps before Huo Qitian. The magnificent staircase seemed to guide him upward, as if the Supreme One was granting this mortal permission to ascend and meet them. Trembling almost instinctively, Huo Qitian stepped onto the staircase and looked up. The golden light at the summit was incomparably sacred. At this moment, he felt like a devout believer, with ethereal chanting echoing in his ears.
As Huo Qitian continued to climb, faint
golden runes began to appear, floating in the air around him. He couldn't understand their meaning, but he could sense the majesty and
power contained within them.
The towering peak gradually became clearer, and the sky shimmered with a mysterious yellow light, as if
welcoming his arrival. Huo Qitian couldn't help but swallow nervously, a sense of tension rising within him. This was supposed to be
his trial, or he should have looked down on everything with an air of superiority, controlling the situation.
But now, the roles
were completely reversed. He had become the one being tested. The aura grew increasingly intense, and the chanting became heavy and
soul-stirring. Huo Qitian looked up at the summit, feeling uneasy about the radiance emanating from it.
The mysterious yellow runes constantly shifted, like waves crashing toward him. He felt utterly insignificant. One thought consumed him: he was like a simple raft on the sea, where even the slightest disturbance around him could trigger massive changes, with the ever-present danger of being swallowed by the waves. The entire space was filled only with the chanting and his rapid breathing, silent yet oppressive. Finally, Huo Qitian stepped onto the last stair. The sight before him made his scalp tingle with shock. The blazing light was no longer blinding, instead, it felt warm. A towering figure stood with its back to the dazzling radiance, most of its body shrouded in darkness. Only its pair of strikingly beautiful eyes glowed with golden light. With the absolute posture of the Supreme One, it gazed down at Huo Qitian, exuding an unparalleled majesty. In the instant their eyes met, Huo Qitian froze completely, unable to move, his heart filled with fear. This was the Supreme Deity, whose eyes shimmered like stars. They came from beyond the heavens, capable of controlling all phenomena of the world, altering mountains and rivers. They were the god of demons, the god of war, the god of rock. They were the god of contracts, the god of wealth, the supreme existence connecting two worlds. They were the god of exploration, the god of the hearth, the god of history, whose legendary deeds were passed down through the ages. They were the ancestor of all immortals, the creator of countless divine artifacts. Their name remained eternal: Rex Lapis. Buzz. Huo Qitian felt his mind explode, completely unable to recall how he had returned to reality. In front of him, Chu Chen had already opened his eyes, quietly watching him. Those eyes left a deep impression on Huo Qitian. Just one glance made him tremble all over. He quickly let go of Chu Chen's hand. Agent Hua, judging by your expression, is the test over? Any new findings? Tuoba Lian couldn't wait to ask. He was eager to know what extraordinary power was hidden within Chu Chen's body. Xiang Hanhai also asked Chu Chen with concern, how do you feel? Any discomfort? It feels like I just took a nap. Very comfortable, Chu Chen said as he slowly stretched, now full of energy. Hearing this, Xiang Hanhai finally relaxed his tense nerves. Faced with everyone's questions, Huo Qitian seemed a bit dazed. No abnormalities. The energy in Chu Chen's body is much denser than that of other heaven-level awakeners. Because of this, his cultivation speed is much faster than the average person. Huo Qitian quickly composed himself and pretended to speak calmly. As for everything he had seen earlier, he didn't mention it. He had an inexplicable feeling that if he revealed those things, it might spell his own doom. That's it? Tuoba Lian was clearly disappointed. How could it be that simple? Was there really no dangerous power hidden within Chu Chen? No risk of losing control? Yes, that's it. I will report the test results truthfully, Huo Qitian nodded. This was the first time he had to falsify a report. But ever since locking eyes with that mysterious presence, he felt a force secretly guiding him. If he disobeyed, he feared a terrifying punishment awaited him. Huo Qitian's words left Tuoba Lian thoroughly disappointed. He had hoped to use this test to uncover hidden dangers in Chu Chen, providing an excuse for future actions. Now, his plan was completely ruined. Once this authoritative test result was submitted, it would be nearly impossible for Tuoba Lian to cause trouble for Chu Chen again. Seeing Tuoba Lian's frustrated expression, the happiest person was undoubtedly Xian Hanhai. At least after this test, Tuoba Lian and the others would have to temporarily abandon their hostility toward Chu Chen. You should also go back and prepare. Don't forget, you're attending the conferment ceremony this time, and the medal is of a high rank. I've already sent someone to deliver your formal attire to your dormitory, Xiang Hanhai said to Chu Chen cheerfully.